I've transmigrated into a world where everyone can choose their profession. It has become a universally acknowledged short-lived profession. SSS level summoner, consumes lifespan to command summoned creatures. Ridiculed by the whole school. But my cheat ability is the infinite lifespan system, gaining 1 year of lifespan every second. I have so much lifespan I literally can't finish spending it. You're laughing at me being fragile? My passive skill, damage transfer, lets my summon creatures take all the damage for me. When the arrogant SSS-ranked campus belle tried to pity grant me a guaranteed admission spot, I directly refused and proposed a duel. With infinite life force at my disposal, I raised my hand and summoned the Cerberus, shocking the entire audience. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of my spirit world army. Faced with my true trump card, everyone would be plunged into despair. Chapter 1 Occupation Starport City Number 1 High School Career Selection Square. Today is September 26th, the career selection day for senior high school students, also one of the most important days in a person's life. The sky was still early, and the late summer sun hadn't yet evaporated the dew from the green leaves, but the changing occupation square was already packed with high school seniors, all eagerly looking up at the occupation stone tablet on the elevated platform. Yifeng, standing in the crowd, had an expression that seemed out of place compared to everyone else. Staring at everything before him, he wore a blank look of confusion. I didn't die? This is a time travel? After sorting through the fused memories in his mind, he summed it up into one good news and one bad news. The good news, after hitting the jackpot, he didn't die, instead, he traveled through time. Bad news, got a pretty useless system that adds 1 year to lifespan every second. Lifespan +1 +1 +1 +1. Watching the constantly increasing lifespan numbers on the system panel before him, Yifeng's face was once again filled with helplessness. 1 year added per second equals 86,400 years added per day. So, what kind of script is this? The ultimate salaryman, earning 10,000 a day, working from the Jurassic period to the 21st century, yet my wealth still hasn't surpassed Jack Ma's? Or how about this? Shocking, a 1,000-year-old high school student, retaking his senior year 3,000 times, finally gets into a second-tier university? Given eternal life but no abilities, forced to live forever enduring humiliation? Hell, if you're gonna time travel, shouldn't you at least become one of the elites? But with this lifespan extending system, it seems for now I can only become an immortal old turtle. Moreover, if decades passed without showing any signs of aging, how should one explain it to outsiders? Once the system gets exposed, I'd probably be dragged away and dissected for research. The innocent man is guilty of possessing treasure. Even if I lay low for 2.5 years and accumulate hundreds of millions of years of lifespan, I might still be killed by external forces before I get to live at all. This is a highly probable scenario. This world bears an extreme resemblance to Blue Star, with technological advancements also situated in the 21st century. However, what sets it apart is its perilous nature. It's a worldwide profession transformation setting, several times larger than Blue Star in area, where superhumans are ubiquitous and exotic beasts run rampant. Here, everyone can attain supernatural powers through profession transformation, becoming vocation holders. High-level vocation holders can move mountains and seas, alter the stars at will, annihilating the weak with a mere flick of their fingers. Within the city, it's manageable with professional squads maintaining order. But once outside areas controlled by official factions, you either get killed and robbed or die under the claws of mutated beasts. It's mainly because Yifeng is just too handsome, just like the readers immersed in novels, which easily draws envy and beatings. Without combat strength, you could get taken out in a single/one day, all that effort wasted on a new character. Gaining 1 year of lifespan per second might sound game-breaking in the previous world, but in this world filled with extraordinary professions, it's nothing special. As Yifeng was deep in thought, a sighing voice came through. Alas, who would have thought that Chen Yutian, who was highly regarded by all the teachers in the school, only awakened as a D-class profession, jujitsu master. Destiny is predetermined by heaven, there's no use fighting against it. The profession ranks, from lowest to highest, are D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, and they are further divided into 3 major categories: combat, support, and miscellaneous. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, combat specialists are the most valued, support roles come second, and miscellaneous disciplines are deemed worthless. Jiu-jitsu practitioners, for instance, fall under the miscellaneous category. As the sigh faded, a wave of mocking voices surged forth. Chen Yotian's future is ruined. A jiu-jitsu practitioner's ability to freely control body flexibility amounts to 0 combat effectiveness. Ha, perfect. I've had it with him acting all high and mighty just because he's book-smart, looking down on us backbenchers. Exactly. What's the use of good grades? Here, strength speaks for itself. No useless professions, only useless professionals. A sharp reprimand silenced the mocking voices. The homeroom teacher, Yang Qingfeng, sternly scanned the crowd with a stern expression, saying sharply, "Once there was a young man who awakened as a jiu-jitsu practitioner, a profession everyone looked down on. And what happened? The homeroom teacher's scolding made everyone lower their heads, not daring to speak. He took a different path, leveraging the strengths of a jujitsu practitioner to practice dance diligently. Born into a musical family and naturally athletic, he eventually became an explosively popular top-tier star thanks to his singing, dancing, rap, and basketball skills. So don't think you can't accept yourself just because your awakened profession seems inferior. Seeing everyone nodding repeatedly, the homeroom teacher showed a trace of satisfaction on her face and continued. Even if you didn't awaken a high-tier profession today, don't be discouraged. As we all know, professions can be advanced through fusion. If you're dissatisfied with your innate profession, you can also compensate by using a profession-changing book. For example, among the known fusion paths, the C-tier profession warrior can fuse with the A-tier profession priest to become the A-tier profession ranked relatively high, the radiant warrior. Profession advancement can not only merge from small to large but also from large to small. For example, a priest is only ranked average among C-tier professions, but by fusing with a warrior to become a radiant warrior, one can elevate themselves to the top tier within C-tier professions. A warrior can also merge with a druid to become a vitality walker, or blend with a ninja to become a ghostblade, and so on, and so forth. So, there's no such thing as destiny determining one's fate, we all have a bright future ahead of us. After hearing these words from their homeroom teacher, most students wore bitter expressions. Everyone understood that the teacher was merely trying to console them. His words weren't false, but there are only two ways to obtain a profession. One is the awakening of one's innate profession, the other is by acquiring a profession change book. Profession change books represent power. Once a profession change book appears on the market, it triggers a frenzy, often fetching astronomical prices far beyond the reach of ordinary people. And this is just the case with low-tier profession change books. High-ranking job change books like those of S-rank and above are strategic resources. The few high-rank job change books available on the market are firmly controlled by major factions and have never been sold. At most, they might be bartered for job change books of the same rank. After all, each high-rank job change book represents a formidable future combat force. In everyone's eyes, only the fates of the wealthy and powerful are not predetermined by heaven. For ordinary people, awakening a powerful innate profession from the start is the more reliable path. Please give me an SSS rank profession, I beg of you, even a support type would do. I'd trade 10 years of my life for it. Just 10 years? If I could awaken an SSS class profession, I'd be willing to live only 10 more years. Making a splash for 10 years would be more than worth it. Hearing their conversation, Yifeng curled his lips in disdain. These two dare to dream pretty big. They're practically making wishes here. Out of over 1 billion people on the entire continent, only a few hundred SSS class individuals emerge each year. I'm not greedy, just an A rank would do. Yifeng, what are you mumbling about? It's your turn for the job change ceremony, hurry up. Oh, okay, Professor Yang. Yifeng calmly walked onto the stage and began the job change ceremony under the staff's guidance. As a stream of warmth surged into Yifeng's body, the light from the job change monument grew blindingly bright, and the sky suddenly shifted colors. First, an ethereal six-winged angel emerged from the clouds, casting golden holy light. 2 seconds later, the angel abruptly vanished, reforming into a 3-headed hellhound. Then undead spirits, skeletons, tentacles, fire giants, nearly 100 different creatures appeared in rapid succession. Heaven and earth anomalies. This is an SSS rank profession, someone exclaimed. Ah, damn it. I hate this. Why Yifeng and not me? Why did this orphan awaken an SSS class profession? I won't accept this. Damn it, as long as you awaken an SSS class profession, you can enter the elite academies for professionals and even be rewarded with a legendary token. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I can't keep looking, my envy is reaching critical levels. What profession? What profession? The celestial phenomenon in the sky filled all the students with boundless envy, and many even cast intense jealous glances at Yifeng amidst the crowd. Looking at the extraordinary phenomenon before him, Principal Li's breathing immediately became rapid, and tears of excitement streamed down his aged face. It actually appeared, it truly is an SSS class profession. Our Shingang No. 1 high school is finally going to produce a powerhouse who will shake the world. Let me see which one you are among the SSS ranks. The principal, with an excited expression, walked toward the class change steel. Chapter 2, Summoner. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the square were fixed on Yifeng. On the career transition platform, Yifeng appeared calm with his handsome features. Even dressed in school uniform, his natural charisma couldn't be concealed. Combined with the title of SSS grade profession, many female classmates in the audience were gazing at Yifeng with adoring eyes. Yifeng, SSS grade profession, Summoner? Miscellaneous class. After reading the monument, Principal Li's tone lost its initial excitement, instead carrying a hint of disappointment. The principal had barely finished speaking when the entire hall erupted in uproar. Put. Li Ran, your curse worked, it really is the brain-dead summoner class. This trash class doesn't even deserve an SSS rating. It's worse than the contortionist. If I had to choose, I'd rather pick the D-grade contortionist. I choose singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. Upon learning that Yifeng's awakened profession was a summoner, mocking voices immediately swept in from all directions like a gust of wind. The intensity of the ridicule matched the envy and jealousy from moments ago. SSS tier? Miscellaneous category? How do these two terms even align? Does a top-tier profession even fall under the miscellaneous category? Of course it does. The categorization isn't based on rank, but rather on the nature of its supernatural abilities. Weak in combat and lacking supportive skills, those are all classified as miscellaneous. But it's still SSS tier. Surely impressive enough, not trash at all. I don't understand what you're even mocking. A junior female student, outraged, defended the handsome Yi Fong. Bullshit, you juniors haven't taken occupational level classes yet, you wouldn't understand. Let me tell you. A summoner's ability is to call creatures from the spiritual realm into the main world. Which creature gets summoned is completely random, even the summoner can't control it. Even when a top-tier summoner casts their ability, they might summon a dragon, but there's also a chance it could be a goblin. Exactly, another student chimed in. Summoners aren't just unstable in their abilities. They're also short-lived. Rarely do they live past 30. Summoners merely call forth beings from the spirit world, nothing more. To command them, one must form a spiritual pact, offering payment, your lifespan. Though spirit beings are omnivorous, all of them feed on human lifespans. Got it? If you do, then shut up, little girl. And also, a sleazy-looking classmate nearby, unwilling to miss the chance to show off in front of the junior, added further. When rating professions initially, people didn't understand the summoner, so it was rated as a D-grade miscellaneous type. Later, one summoner couldn't accept it and sought revenge against the school. A newly awakened level 1 summoner actually managed to summon an emberwing dragon, which ended up blowing up the entire school. Through this incident alone, the summoner's rank was elevated to SSS class. Headmaster Lee on the job transition platform frowned helplessly at the mocking voices from below. He whispered a few words to the staff member beside him, asking them to take over the job transition ceremony, then pulled Yi Fong aside. Looking at Yi Fong before him, Principal Lee truly felt regretful. Yi Fong, do you know what it means to be a summoner? Yi Fong shook his head. It means disaster. Disaster? Yi Fong was bewildered. What was this old man talking about? Shouldn't it mean dragons or an army of spirit realm creatures? It represents joy, it represents happiness. Principal Lee nodded solemnly and continued. Even a first-tier summoner might summon powerful spiritual beings like dragons, angels, or hellhounds. Therefore, every summoner has the potential to become a ticking time bomb. Once a summoner appears, they're either recruited by authorities or captured by evil forces to become summoning slaves. During the Abyss Chaos 27 years ago, the Abyss cult used 7 summoners, torturing them relentlessly to force repeated summoning. Eventually, they summoned the Soul Reaper, which led to the destruction of Silvercrest City. Whether it's the authorities or sinister forces, no matter who you summon for, what you're consuming is your own lifespan, your future. Principal Lee's words stopped abruptly at this point, the implication was already crystal clear. Upon hearing the principal's words, Yi Fong's facial muscles suddenly tensed up, his expression twisting in discomfort as he covered his face with both hands and lowered his head. If he doesn't cover his face, he's about to laugh out loud. The corners of his mouth are harder to suppress than an AK now. Summoners have short lives? I'll add a year to your lifespan per second and feed the dragon till it's stuffed. How would you respond to that, sir? Who else do you serve? Dare to speak loudly to me, and I'll have the dragon compete with you in volume. So delicious. Sorry system, I might have raised my voice a bit just now. Child, do you understand what I'm saying? I understand, principal. I'm just too sad, woo-woo. The principal sighed and patted Yi Fong's shoulder before asking. You must be very scared right now. Woo-woo, yes principal, I'm so scared those bad people will come to capture me, afraid I might die young. I understand how you feel. You must wish you weren't a summoner right now, don't you? Yes, that's exactly what I think, principal. Don't be sad, child. After changing professions, you'll need to take Foundation Strengthening Elixir to consolidate your vitality. Before taking the elixir, your extraordinary abilities can still be cleansed away. Ha! The smile on Yi Fong's face vanished instantly. How about it, classmate Yi Fong? Surprised and delighted, aren't you? Come on, I'll take you to reset your profession right now, headmaster. With those words, the headmaster grabbed Yi Fong's hand and prepared to leave. After a momentary speechlessness, Yi Fong's attitude abruptly did a complete 180-degree turn. He pushed the principal's hand away and declared with an utterly resolute tone. Principal, I'm actually not afraid of those villains at all. You've always taught us to fight against evil, and I'm willing to bear these calamities. Truth be told, I'm not particularly afraid of dying young either. I'm certain. Yi Fong was racking his brains to justify his unwillingness to abandon the summoner profession when suddenly anomalous phenomena arose at the horizon. The originally azure sky suddenly transformed into 9 colors. A rainbow inexplicably descended upon the world, dyeing even the earth in vibrant hues. Another celestial anomaly, another SSS rank profession. Principal Lee stared dumbfounded at the bizarre phenomena in the sky, his mouth agape.
Moments later, no longer paying attention to Yifeng's words, he hurriedly dashed toward the Profession Awakening platform.
Chapter 3, The Grand Elementalist. Watching the principal's hasty retreat, Yifeng exhaled a long breath. Phew, that was close. I was about to run out of excuses. Quick, check my stats. Name, Yifeng.
Lifespan, 2467 +1 +1 +1.
Occupation, Summoner.
Level, 10 first-tier practitioner.
Experience points, 0-100. Summoning space, 0-3. Equipment, none.
Active skill, Spirit Realm Summoning Tier 1 summons a random Spirit Realm creature to the main world through the Spirit Realm Gate.
Spirit Realm Contract Tier 1 establishes an irrevocable pact with a Spirit Realm creature. Passive skill, damage transfer no level, unupgradable.
After contracting with a summoned creature, all damage inflicted upon the summoner is borne by the creature. Yifeng scrutinized his attribute panel in detail. Each class starts with 3 initial skills. Upon awakening in innate class, these skills begin at level 10. Only using a class change scroll resets them to level 1.
Nothing unusual here. But these
3 skills form the core and foundation of a summoner's abilities, all highly practical.
Especially upon seeing the last skill, Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim, holy. This damage transfer is an absolute god tier skill.
Meaning, as long as my summons don't die out, I can't be killed by external forces.
Truly an SSS tier class. Nearby, several instructors at the job change platform were dancing with joy. Shinweiwei, SSS tier class Grand Elementalist. Combat class.
On the stage, Principal Lee's face was twisted with excitement beyond measure as he practically roared out Shinweiwei's class.
Holy crap. Whoa. Upon learning Shinweiwei's class was Grand Elementalist, the crowd below the stage collectively gasped in awe, plunging the entire plaza into sudden silence. The name Grand Elementalist was legendary. Grand Elementalist, the sole profession. Only one Grand Elementalist can exist in this world at any given time. As long as the Grand Elementalist remains alive, no one else can awaken to this profession. Simply put, the Grand Elementalist is the ultimate, maxed-out version of all elemental mages. A mage can only command one element.
Those with the highest affinity for fire become fire mages, those with the highest affinity for water become water mages.
Fire mages excel in offense and mobility. Wood mages excel at control and healing. Earth mages excel at construction and defense. Light mages excel at healing. But for the Grand Elementalist, elemental affinity is irrelevant. She can wield all 9 elements simultaneously. She is the embodiment of the elements.
Combining the strengths of all 9 elements, she excels in attack, defense, movement, healing, restoration, control, support, reconnaissance, and construction with no weaknesses whatsoever.
Moreover, while ordinary mages require some casting time, archmages can unleash spells instantly and in rapid succession, wielding elements with effortless precision. Thus, the Arch-Elementalist earned a nickname, the Spell Gatling Gun. It's been several years since the Elemental Empress passed away. It's about time a Grand Elementalist emerged. Haha, this should be interesting.
Li Ran grinned mischievously. What do you mean? Asked another person beside him, who had also been eyeing Yifeng enviously moments ago.
You forgot?
Our school has 1 guaranteed spot at the capital university, but only 1.
Now we have 2 SSS tier professionals.
Li Ran glanced at Yifeng in the distance.
Oh. Shinweiwei is one big surprise.
She looks as pure as the girl next door, but deep down, she's a total powerhouse. She once turned down a Talon Scout's offer refusing stardom. She could have coasted on her looks, but instead, she's single-mindedly pursuing strength. The principal on the job change stage glanced at Yifeng, then at Shinweiwei, his expression troubled. Both are equally dear to me. To whom should this special admission slot go? As the nation's premier institution for professionals, Capital University not only provided students with vast career resources but also symbolized status and prestige. Undoubtedly, both Yifeng and Shinweiwei were qualified for Capital University.
Any SSS tier professional would be admitted, though the distinction lay in whether they entered through guaranteed admission or special recruitment. The difference lay in the subsidies. Recommended students received them, while specially recruited students did not necessarily qualify. The subsidy includes an extraordinary token. With this token, one can select any suitable class change book from the Alliance's secret vault. The class change manuals in the vault start at S rank minimum. Especially for Yifeng, a summoner, it was crucial to try his luck in the treasury to see if he could advance to another profession and eliminate the drawbacks of being a wasted life. The Grand Elementalist, however, is one of the 8 pinnacle SSS rank classes, a top-tier profession with no further advancement paths. This is common knowledge, making the superb token less essential for Shinweiwei. However, an S-rank class change scroll could be exchanged for resources of other classes, representing a considerable fortune. Neither side would likely give it up easily. If that's the case, then a duel is inevitable. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, when disputes cannot be resolved, strength determines both right and wrong. This is the universally acknowledged rule. With this thought, Principal Lee turned his gaze toward Shin Weiwei standing nearby.
Standing on the job change platform, she basked in the adoring gazes of the crowd. Her delicate features remained utterly serene, as if the one who had awakened an SSS class profession wasn't her at all. She relished this feeling of power, the sensation of being admired. Since childhood, she had been the model child praised by classmates' parents. Her drive for self-improvement wouldn't let her miss out on any honor. And now, here, there was only one honor left for her to claim: direct admission. Shin Weiwei turned her gaze toward Yi Fong, standing not far away, and declared haughtily,
"Yi Fong, I'm taking that direct admission spot. In return, I'll bestow that token upon you. I only seek to win every honor. I have no use for such worthless trinkets. This way, you won't have to waste your life dueling me, and you'll still get what you want. What do you say? Not a bad deal, right?" The moment Shin Weiwei spoke, the entire crowd erupted in chaos. Damn, Sister Weiwei is so generous. Just giving away such a huge professional resource like that. Why? That transcendent token is practically pocket change for Shin Weiwei. What does a squishy summoner have to fight a hex-shaped mage with? Damn, that kind of life pursuit is truly holy. You didn't make me lose out? Yi Fong smiled.
If you'd said, "Give me this token as a favor, and I'll repay you later," I'd be eternally grateful and would surely repay you handsomely.
But if you voluntarily withdraw from the competition without cause, I absolutely cannot accept it outright. But you say you're giving it to me as charity? You deserve a beating.
By this point, Yi Fong's teeth were clenched.
This was a matter of dignity. Who did he think he was looking down on? Sis, you haven't even gotten it yet, and you're already giving it away to me? Do you think you're the only one favored by heaven? Oh my, oh my. Our great summoner is about to summon a dragon. Run for your lives. Ha ha ha.
Shin Weiwei's bestie immediately jumped in to back her up.
Sis Weiwei said she'd give you the transcendent token. She's being so generous, and you're not even grateful? What a loser.
Yi Fong ignored the taunts from those green-eyed monsters and issued a direct invitation to Shin Weiwei.
Then let's settle this with a duel according to the rules. Chapter 4, Skeleton Wolf Riders. Within the Grand Duel Arena,
Yi Fong and Shin Weiwei stood facing each other.
Principal Lee stood atop the elevated platform, announcing the rules.
This duel has no time limit and continues until one combatant is unconscious or unable to continue.
Once commenced, severe injuries or disabilities are the sole responsibility of the combatant, but no fatal wounds are permitted.
While the principal was reading the rules, Yi Fong checked Shin Weiwei's data panel.
Name, Shin Weiwei. Class, Grand Elementalist. Level, 10 Tier 1 Practitioner. Experience, 0-100. Skill 1, Willow Leaf Glow Level 1. Skill 2, Parasite Level 1. Skill 26, Land Extraction Level 1. Skill 27, Carve Mountains, Alter Rivers Level 1. Shin Weiwei's attribute panel startled Yi Fong. Holy cow, she had a whopping 27 skills. Come to think of it, each class starts with 3 skills.
The Grand Elementalist is a composite of all 9 elemental mages, with 3 skills from each elemental school totaling 27 starting skills.
Excellent. Next, the duel begins.
The moment the principal's voice faded, Yi Fong immediately cast his summoning spell. Having practiced it twice on the way here, he now performed it with practiced ease. Accompanied by an unsettling creaking sound, skeletal soldiers over a meter tall emerged from the circular spirit realm gate. Their skull-like heads tilted awkwardly as they brandished rust-stained greatswords.
Skeleton Soldier. Level 5. Skills, none.
Seeing this bunch of useless trash made Yi Fong furious. Just summoning one of these things cost him 3 days of his lifespan.
What a rip-off.
As Yi Fong mentally ranted, a sudden wave of heat engulfed him. Turning back, he saw the skeletons he just summoned reduced to a pile of ashes. Passive skill, damage transfer triggered.
Damn it.
Yi Fong dropped his carefree demeanor, fixing Shin Weiwei with a serious gaze.
Shin Weiwei said nothing, merely smiling faintly before unleashing another bolt of lightning. Yi Fong couldn't dodge in time. The lightning struck his body, instantly exploding the nearby skeletons. Shin Weiwei didn't pause, raising her hand to strike again. Though she didn't know what strange skill Yi Fong had just used, judging by the state of the nearby skeletons, it seemed similar to a puppet master's skill that could transfer damage to a substitute puppet. The subsequent bolts of lightning Shin Weiwei unleashed upon Yi Fong only solidified her suspicion. Shin Weiwei's composure began to waver, but in an instant, her fighting spirit surged anew. Even so, it doesn't mean you're invincible just because you're willing to risk your life. As long as I eliminate your summons faster than you can summon them, I'll eventually catch you without any protection. Without your summons to absorb damage, a first-tier summoner is as fragile as paper before me. Shin Weiwei unleashed another wind blade, dispatching several charging goblins. This battle was a war of attrition. Therefore, she refrained from using her more powerful lightning or fire spells, opting instead for wind spells moderately potent yet less taxing on her stamina. But as the fight progressed, Shin Weiwei suddenly sensed something amiss on the battlefield. She could no longer see Yi Fong anywhere. The battlefield was now densely packed with skeletons, goblins, and minotaurs. A rough estimate put their numbers well over 10,000.
A vast, swarming mass pressed together, charging toward her. In the distance, Yi Fong, who had been hiding behind the spirit realm creatures, no longer needed to dodge. He stood his ground, frantically casting summoning spells.
He hadn't stopped summoning since the battle began. I can't stop.
If there are no summoned creatures on the field, I might as well surrender. Above the duel arena, portals to the spirit realm opened one after another, and spirit realm creatures rained down like a torrential downpour.
Only when the entire arena could hold no more did he cease summoning. Watching the overwhelming horde of spirit realm creatures, many spectators present felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably.
Though Yi Fong summoned only low-level spirit realm creatures, sheer numbers prevailed. A swarm of ants could still bite an elephant to death.
With a single thought, Yi Fong could command his spirit realm army to slaughter them all.
Aside from a few powerful school leaders, the rest would likely perish. Even many teachers would be worn down to death by the countless spirit realm creatures.
Damn it, who could possibly beat you playing like this? Summoning like this, how many years does he have left? Even if he wins the recommendation, will he still be alive to attend university? Madman. Madman. He doesn't value his own life. Yi Fong. What a badass. A human life should be like a shooting star, brief yet dazzling.
Yi Fong swept his gaze across the entire arena, then casually uttered 2 sentences.
It's over. What a bore. Advance, my spirit realm army.
At Yi Fong's command, over 10,000 spirit realm troops roared into battle, their cries shaking the heavens.
What is Shin Weiwei doing? Don't just stand there. Think of something. This is tricky. If Shin Weiwei expends her mana casting spells to blast these low-level spirit realm creatures, Yi Fong will be overjoyed. But if she doesn't handle them, is she just going to stand there and let those skeleton soldiers hack her to pieces? Run, Sister Weiwei. Don't clash head-on with that reckless madman, it's not worth it. It's over. Shin Weiwei has lost.
As the spirit realm army closed in to overwhelm Shin Weiwei, she flashed another faint smile. Then, flipping her palm, she extended 2 fingers and gently lifted them upward.
Earth magic, pull!
As Shin Weiwei lifted her 2 fingers, beneath her feet, a 7-meter diameter stone pillar erupted from the earth as if clamped between her fingers, propelling her 10 meters into the air. With a light wave of her hand, chunks of stone fell away from the pillar.
A mage tower suddenly took shape.
Earth magic, carve mountains, alter rivers.
The spirit realm creatures charging beneath the mage tower found themselves utterly helpless as they gazed up at Shin Weiwei.
Skeleton soldiers stood at normal human height, goblins were even shorter, and minotaurs barely reached over 2 meters. The ground troops stared up at Shin Weiwei suspended in midair, momentarily paralyzed. They turned their gaze collectively toward Yi Fong. The entire scene fell deathly silent. But then erupted into uproarious laughter. Sheer fabric. Sheer fabric. Unbelievable. 10,000 troops stumped by a single stone pillar. This feels like showing off a flashy 5-hit combo only to get knocked out with 1 punch. Stop laughing. I forbid you to laugh. Yi Fong sacrificed nearly his entire lifespan just to entertain us all, to make us laugh. What a wonderful person he is, and you dare mock him. A minotaur beneath the mage tower refused to accept defeat. Steam puffing from his bowl-like nostrils, he leaped high and hurled his massive club forward. The club plummeted from a height of 6 or 7 meters, smashing several skeleton brothers to pieces nearby. Shin Weiwei paused her attack atop the mage tower, gazing at Yi Fong with a teasing tone. Why are you only summoning lowly crawling creatures? Where are your dragons, summoners? Why not summon a dragon? Ignoring the taunts, Yi Fong waved his hand, ending some of the summons and clearing a path through the battlefield. Your turn now. Yi Fong murmured, turning his gaze to the skeleton wolf rider beside him. Skeleton wolf rider. Level, 27 2nd-tier spirit realm creature. Race skills, wolf charge, bone armor. Chapter 5, Yi Fong has a problem. Alright, the wolf rider is over 10 levels higher than Shin Weiwei. 2nd tier versus 1st tier, the advantage is mine. Charge. Yi Fong gave the command, activating the wolf charge skill. To everyone watching, the distance between the wolf rider and the mage tower seemed to shrink. The nearly 5-meter-tall skeleton wolf rider instantly appeared beneath the tower, then leapt upward. Wielding its wolf tooth club, it charged toward Shin Weiwei with a howling roar. Watching the wolf rider charge toward her, Shin Weiwei's lips curved upward. She flipped her palm once more, lifting 2 fingers upward. Earth magic, strike the ground. Boom! The stone pillars surged upward once more, propelling the 10-meter mage tower to a staggering 30 meters in height. The skeletal wolf rider slammed headfirst into the tower's midsection. The wolf rider, its head smashed to a bloody mess, climbed back up in fury. The soul flame in its skeletal eye sockets flickered violently. It flipped back onto the skeleton wolf. The moment it lifted its head, several water columns shot toward it. The jet struck the rider, causing only a slight stagger. With a look of contempt, it prepared to pull back and charge again. It suddenly felt its body stiffen and refused to obey. Looking down, it saw the water droplets clinging to its form had frozen solid, while the surrounding water elemental energy raced to form ice blades.
Water condensed into ice. Sensing danger, the skeleton wolf rider activated its bone armor skill.
Dozens of spikes instantly converged around its body, forming a suit of armor. Shinwei atop the tower gritted her teeth, twisting her hand in a swift motion.
Ice storm.
The words barely left her lips when countless ice blades whirled around the wolf rider, instantly forming a blinding tornado of shards.
Shinwei gave the wolf rider no chance to breathe.
She stretched her arms out to both sides, palms facing forward, and slammed them together before her.
Ice blast. Boom. Boom. Boom.
With a resounding crack, all the ice blades exploded violently, sending a torrent of tiny ice crystals flying through the air. When the icy mist cleared, the skeleton wolf riders had vanished without a trace.
Where had the skeleton wolf riders gone?
Yi Fangjing scanned the surroundings, searching for the wolf rider's figure, when a spiritual thought suddenly entered his mind. The skeleton wolf rider said it was about to get beaten to a pulp and had returned to the spirit realm to recover.
Damn it, they bailed. Damn it, I paid them. Give me my money back. Ha ha ha, Yi Fang, are you here to make a joke?
Killing beyond its tier. The Grand Elementalist, chain combo skills, and spell Gatling utter terror.
Now that's true SSS-tier gold-plated quality. What's a summoner anyway?
Amidst the chorus of praise for Shinwei filling the hall, the principals on the podium held differing opinions. Principal Li watched Shinwei and shook his head, commenting, Wei has only just transferred classes and lacks combat experience. She shouldn't have used the ground draw spell earlier, it's flashy but ineffective. She should have used a water-based defensive spell with lower mana cost to wear down the opponent instead. Those two ground draws cost her at least 30% of her mana. A water curtain cage would have achieved the same effect for less than 20% of the mana cost. Indeed, the vice principal agreed from the side. Standing atop the tower, melee spirit realm creatures posed no threat to her.
However, ranged units like goblin archers, skeleton crossbowmen, and dwarf throwers are common.
Yi Fang will summon them soon, forcing her to use defensive magic again.
But if Yi Fang wins, he won't have much time left. Are we really going to grant him admission? Principal Li nodded. Admit him. There are still quite a few extraordinary items that can extend one's lifespan.
It all depends on whether this child can secure them.
But they're not exactly eager to accept summoners over there.
As the two spoke, behind Yi Fang, 26 goblin archers and 21 skeleton crossbowmen had already taken their positions.
Shan Wei, I'll wear you down until you collapse. Let me see just how vast the mental power of a grand elementalist truly is. Fire!
Yi Fang swept his arm, sending dozens of crossbow bolts whistling toward the mage tower. Faced with the hail of arrows bearing down on her, Shinwei found no cover on the tower. With no other choice, she drained her mental energy once more to raise a wind wall, deflecting the crossbow bolts.
Damn it!
The wind wall can only last 5 minutes, and I have less than 10% of my mental energy left.
Am I really going to lose to him like this? I refuse to accept this. He's just reckless. What makes him so strong? Eagle-winged demon statue.
Level 29 second tier spirit realm creature. Race skills, chasing wind blades, spiral drill wind.
Alright, finally someone reliable.
Seeing the eagle-winged demon statue descend, Yi Fang's previously stifled mood instantly lifted. Guess all that mentally chanting for a dragon wasn't for nothing. Yi Fang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He hadn't truly expected to summon an actual dragon, after all.
Level 1 Spirit Realm summoning randomly called forth creatures from billions of Spirit Realm beings. The odds of summoning a dragon were minuscule.
After sealing the Spirit Realm contract, Yi Fang gave a single glance, and the eagle-winged demon statue sped toward Shinwei. Shinwei forced herself to her feet, her depleted spiritual energy making the world spin violently around her.
I won't admit defeat. Not even in death.
Summoning her last ounce of spiritual energy, she attempted to cast one final spell.
Just then, Principal Li descended from the sky, slapping the eagle-winged demon statue away with a single blow. The aura of a 4th-tier practitioner radiated outward. Principal Li glanced at Shinwei, swaying precariously on the mage tower, then shifted his gaze to Yi Fang standing with hands behind his back in the distance. The victor was plain to see. The outcome is decided. I declare that in this duel, Yi Fang. Hold on. Just as the principal was about to declare Yi Fang the victor, a sudden voice cut him off. Yi Fang turned toward the source of the voice. Li Ran, his head of yellow hair bobbing, came running over. Hold on, Principal Li. There's something wrong with the duel just now. I suspect Yi Fang cheated. Cheating? The principal hesitated before asking. Li Ran, what exactly do you think was wrong? Li Ran took a couple of deep breaths, then turned toward the spectator stands and shouted loudly, trying to make his voice reach as many people as possible. Everyone saw it. Yi Fang summoned at least tens of thousands of spirit realm creatures just now. I don't know how much lifespan each spirit realm creature drains from its summoner, but even if we calculate the cost per creature as 1 day's worth of life, the total required lifespan has already surpassed a century. That exceeds the limits of human longevity.
Li Ran spun abruptly, fixing a piercing stare on Yi Fong.
Yi Fong is problematic. Chapter 6, Lazy Talk, Listen Along. Ha! Damn, you're right. I hadn't even thought of that until you mentioned it.
There's something strange about this Yi Fong.
Overdrawing lifespan without dying?
Sounds like something from that cult, the Death Worshippers.
Has Yi Fong joined some evil organization?
Those jealous of Yi Fong seized the chance to pin false accusations on him.
Definitely. Why else wouldn't he be dead yet?
We should arrest Yi Fong for investigation.
Thoroughly investigate his entire family tree.
Li Ran's words sparked a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. Listening to the cacophony of voices, Principal Li merely smiled faintly without speaking. Instead, he turned to Yi Fong and said, "Student Yi Fong, care to explain?" Yi Fong curled his lip, hands clasped behind his back, and declared defiantly to Li Ran, "So what if I cheated? What are you going to do about it? I'm dueling Shin Weiwei, and you're here barking and jumping around. You really are a fine dog. There's nothing to explain to a jealous monster like you who can't stand seeing others succeed. I can't be bothered to explain, and you're not worthy of hearing it. You." Li Ran was genuinely enraged by Yi Fong's attitude. He snorted coldly, then turned to Principal Li and bowed his head respectfully. "Principal, Yi Fong has admitted to cheating. Manipulating lifespans has always been the specialty of that terrifying organization, the Cult of Death. I strongly suspect Yi Fong has joined a terrorist group. For everyone's safety, he should be handed over to the tribunal for investigation." Li Ran's eyes flashed with malice. The tribunal only dealt with terrorist organizations. Even ordinary murder cases weren't worthy of their jurisdiction. Few who entered the tribunal ever emerged alive. His words carried immense weight, clearly aiming to condemn Yi Fong to death. Principal Li ignored Li Ran, glancing back at Yi Fong, who was still sulking. He shook his head helplessly and said, "All right, I'll explain. Yi Fong is quite intelligent. A summoner's summoning skill merely opens a portal to the spirit realm, allowing spirit realm creatures to enter the main world. To command these creatures, one must forge a contract with them, paying with one's life.
But what if one merely summons them to the main world without commanding them?"
Most of the spirit realm creatures on the field were summoned by Yi Fong to create chaos. He didn't sign contracts with them. The principal finished speaking and smiled at Li Ran.
"What?
This. Li Ran was momentarily speechless. This answer was the last thing he had expected.
Holy crap! That's possible? 666-inch. Oh, so that's how it is.
No wonder so many skeleton soldiers were killing each other earlier.
Could he really be a genius?
Hearing the astonished murmurs from his classmates, Yi Fong finally let out a sigh of relief. He had considered this possibility on his way here, which was why despite possessing near limitless lifespan he hadn't signed spirit contracts with every summoned spirit realm creature. He had planned to stay quiet for now, listen to their reasons for doubt, and then refute them later. He hadn't expected the principal to jump in and explain for him.
"All right, everyone.
Despite today's minor hiccups, our class transition ceremony has concluded successfully. Tomorrow, we'll continue with the 2 rites and 1 celebration." Standing behind the principal, Yi Fong listened to the speech, lost in thought. The 2 ceremonies and 1 celebration are today's career transition ceremony, tomorrow morning's graduation ceremony, and tomorrow afternoon's graduation celebration. Every high school holds these events upon graduation in their senior year. High schools in this world focus on foundational education, where students primarily study academic subjects and the basics of extraordinary professions. After turning 18 and undergoing their career transition, they enter university to learn how to become more powerful professionals.
Interestingly, the college entrance exam in this world is merely a formality. What truly determines one's fate is their chosen profession.
As long as your profession rank is high enough and meets the requirements, even if your academic subjects are a complete mess and you can't even do basic arithmetic, you can still be admitted to a good university. After all, in this extraordinary world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Being able to fight is what matters. In the center of the plaza, the principal's speech continued. "Now that you've all become professionals, the next step is to consider your college applications. On this matter, I'll reiterate my usual advice: those eligible for specialized universities should avoid comprehensive institutions."
After all, Principal Li ranted on and on in the center of the square, while the surrounding students grew visibly impatient. "Here we go again. Old man Li is at it again.
Once he starts rambling, he never stops.
So annoying. He has to harp on this?
Everyone knows specialized universities are better than comprehensive ones.
Single-track universities exclusively admit students for one specific profession.
Take the mainland Alchemist Academy, for example. It only accepts alchemists.
Even if you're an SSS rank expert in another field, they won't touch you.
Comprehensive universities, as the name implies, offer courses for all professions.
Any applicant meeting the requirements can be admitted, regardless of their field. The miscellaneous department is no exception. Even the most ordinary alchemist holds an S rank. This means the least talented student at the Continental Alchemist Academy is still an S rank professional.
This leads to comprehensive universities often having weaker student pools than specialized ones, which is one reason comprehensive universities frequently fall short of their specialized counterparts. Another factor is that each profession possesses unique abilities such as an alchemist's alchemy or a diviner's divination which cannot be taught by instructors who lack hands-on experience in those fields. Moreover, beyond the commonplace advancement paths like warrior plus priest equals light warrior, numerous lesser-known, whispered about progression routes exist. These advancement recipes were painstakingly compiled by predecessors who risked their lives. After all, if a profession advancement fails and one's primal essence is damaged, their career path ends there for good. Thus, many rare formulas are strictly guarded by various factions. Yifeng once encountered a burly mage wielding a massive hammer in close combat, completely overturning his perception of mages as fragile. He had no idea what fusion had created this tanky spellcaster. The Shadow Warrior Hall took this to extremes, conducting advancement rituals for their members with all 5 senses blocked. Even the advancing individuals remained unaware of which specific class change manuals were fused during their advancement. Thus, gaining admission to a single discipline university aligned with one's profession was the dream of countless students. Of course, this is generally speaking. 2 comprehensive universities not only surpass single discipline institutions but leave them in the dust. One is the Capital University in the north, backed by the Alliance government. With the Alliance government as its patron, its graduates either become legislators or officials. The other is Nohai University in the south, backed by the Continental Trade Chamber. Established nearly a millennium ago, the Trade Chamber controls the continent's trade arteries and possesses staggering financial resources. Beyond these 2 comprehensive universities, whose political and commercial foundations secure their status as the highest institutions of learning, all other comprehensive universities fall slightly short of their single-discipline counterparts. After this meeting, everyone returned to your homerooms to collect the strengthening essence from your homeroom teachers. Alright, dismissed. Chapter 7, Harvest. In the rental apartment. Yifeng, having just finished drinking the strengthening base elixir, was sorting through today's haul. Of the spirit realm creatures summoned today, he had released all except the eagle-winged demon statue back to the spirit realm. After signing another 1-year contract with the eagle-winged demon statue, he stored it within his summoning space. Yifeng lifted his shirt, revealing a black 3-pointed star array totem prominently displayed on his lower abdomen. 2 of the trigram cells remained empty, while the topmost cell bore an engraved stone statue with enormous eagle wings. This was his summoning space, a realm that allowed him to carry summoned spirit realm creatures with him at all times. Now, with a mere thought, the eagle-winged demon statue would emerge from the totem. This skill was crucial for summoners. Summoning magic was notoriously unstable. Yifeng had summoned countless times today just to get the eagle-winged demon statue to appear. If he'd had one stored in his summoning space from the start, he wouldn't have made such a fool of himself so many times. This summoning combo was his sole combat method now. Though limited, the eagle-winged demon statue's combat prowess allowed him to fight above his tier. Handling second-tier practitioners posed no real challenge. The eagle-wing golem exploited its aerial advantage to utterly annihilate a group of low-tier practitioners. Those without ranged combat options couldn't even touch it, left only to watch helplessly. Though the summoner's methods were limited, the abilities of summoned creatures were as varied as they were bizarre. Some spirit realm creatures excelled in combat, others in healing, and still others in support. There were even peculiar beings like spirit realm walkers, possessing mysterious and uncanny abilities like divination and prophecy. With enough summoned creatures, a summoner could become a true jack of all trades. However, Yifeng's summoning space currently only accommodates 3 summoned creatures. Yet, the system interface displays a level indicator beside the summoning space, suggesting its capacity can be expanded through leveling up. Setting down the clothes, Yifeng glanced at his attribute panel once more. Name, Yifeng. Lifespan, 976 +1 +1 +1. Class, Summoner. Level, 10 first-tier practitioner. Experience points, 0-100. Summoning space, 1-3. Equipment, none. Active skill, Spirit Realm Summoning Tier 1 randomly summons 1 Spirit Realm creature to the main world through the Spirit Realm Gate. Spirit Realm Contract Tier 1 establishes an irrevocable pact with a Spirit Realm creature. Passive skill, damage transfer no level, unupgradable. After contracting with a summoned creature, all damage inflicted upon the summoner is borne by the summoned creature. Yifeng frowned at the experience bar on his attribute panel. Experience points, 0-100. The original host had learned in class that professionals leveled up by absorbing spirit essence. So what the heck was this experience on his panel? Could summoners have a different method of leveling up? Yifeng pondered this for a moment but found no answers. Shrugging helplessly, he closed the system panel and let his thoughts drift elsewhere. Having consumed the Foundation strengthening elixir and secured his guaranteed admission spot, he considered his time in Star Harbor City complete. Next step, wait for the Transcendence token to explore the secret repository for opportunities. As these thoughts swirled, drowsiness washed over him. Yifeng yanked the blanket over his head. Forget it, time to sleep. Meanwhile, tap tap tap. Principal Lee hurried toward the school's VIP lounge. It was the middle of the night, and he had long since retired for the night. Yet, he suddenly received a message via his communication token. Representatives from the capital university had arrived, specifically seeking the Grand Elementalist. He had only relayed the message to the capital at noon, yet they had arrived by nightfall. This thought spurred Principal Lee to quicken his pace even further. These were envoys from the capital university, he dared not treat them lightly. Squeak! The door to the VIP room swung open abruptly. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Commissioner. You must be exhausted after traveling all the way from the capital. Principal Lee smiled as he shook hands with the commissioner and handed over a report. The commissioner accepted the report, settled into the sofa, and replied politely. Not particularly arduous. I was on assignment in your neighboring province today. Upon receiving your summons from the capital, they dispatched me immediately. Compared to the Grand Elementalist, my assignment seems rather insignificant. Quite right, quite right. The Grand Elementalist is no ordinary SSS-tier profession. We can't let no high university snatch them away. Principal Lee agreed, settling into a seat across from him. Hearing this, the commissioner across from him crossed his legs and shook his head. It's not about fearing no high academy. They're just wealthy. Whatever they can offer, we can match. It's Royal Mage Academy we're wary of. There are certain traditions they possess that we simply cannot match. The official continued, flipping through the report in his hands, his brow suddenly furrowing. Why was the guaranteed admission slot given to this summoner? Don't you know which is more important, a summoner or a Grand Elementalist? His voice rose sharply at the last words. This report was utterly unexpected. His intelligence had been that Starport First High had produced one Archmage and one summoner. The school had instructed him to bring back the Archmage. There had been no mention of the summoner. Yet here was this old man, granting the special admission spot to the summoner. Well, Principal Lee wiped his brow and laid out today's events in full. The commissioner's brow furrowed deeper with each word. Especially when he heard that Yifeng had summoned nearly 10,000 spirit realm creatures in one breath, disregarding his own life. A look of disgust spread across his face as he declared. Summoners have always been ticking time bombs. This Yifeng embodies that very nature. He doesn't even value his own life. Someone this extreme could do who knows what in the future. And you just let him drink the foundation strengthening elixir? Principal Lee, sitting across from him, hastened to explain. It's like this, Commissioner. I've advised him and warned him many times, but this kid is stubborn. He refuses to give up his profession. After hearing Principal Lee's explanation, the commissioner didn't press further. He knew the principal was just stalling him. For any school, producing even one SSS-tier profession was an immense honor. Moreover, since Star Harbor City Middle School was a public institution, regulations dictated that Principal Lee would subsequently receive a reward from the Alliance. As for whether the summoner might cause trouble later, that was the last thing on the principal's mind. If the sky fell, the Alliance government would deal with it. With that realization, the commissioner abandoned further argument with the principal and remarked indifferently. True. No matter how unstable, it's still a top-tier profession. No one would willingly give that up. However, my original plan was to secure Shin Weiwei's admission through a recommendation. Now, I'll have to reorganize the exam tomorrow and take the opportunity to assess that summoner. Early the next morning, Yifeng was summoned by the principal as soon as he arrived at school. What? Why must I take the entrance exam for Shin Weiwei's admission to Capital University? Yifeng looked at Principal Lee, who was slumped on the sofa, puzzled. I don't know either. It's the commissioner's order. Principal Lee shrugged helplessly. Taking a sip of tea, Principal Lee continued. It's probably because you're this year's recommended student. They want to evaluate you too. Yifeng remained silent, nodding thoughtfully. Chapter 8, Thank you for choosing us. Suburbs of Star Harbor City. On the barren sandy beach, Yifeng stood atop a protruding boulder, gazing at the herd of turtleback beasts in the distance. His mission was to exterminate this herd and retrieve the eye of the turtleback beast king. Star Harbor City, located on the east coast, was a port city. Due to its proximity to the sea, the waterways near the suburbs teemed with aquatic beasts, the turtleback beast being one of them. These amphibious, carnivorous beasts primarily preyed on humans, frequently attacking nearby towns. They would sink to the ocean floor for winter hibernation and migrate to the beaches to lay eggs during summer. Every year during migration season, tens of thousands of turtleback beasts routinely blocked shipping lanes, forcing Star Harbor City to dispatch large numbers of personnel for eradication. Turtleback beasts move slowly and possess high defense, but their aggression isn't strong. Assigning me this task suggests the commissioner isn't trying to make things difficult for me. It seems he wants to use Shin Weiwei's assessment as an opportunity to evaluate me as well. Yifeng glanced back at the commissioner and Shin Weiwei on the distant sand dune, his mind racing. But the commissioner hadn't made it easy for him. This herd of turtleback beasts was substantial, numbering over 1,000, forming a medium-sized clan. Among them were 4 second-tier turtleback beasts, and the leader, the turtleback beast king, was a third-tier beast.
His single second-tier eagle-winged demon statue was utterly inadequate. Forcing a direct confrontation to complete the mission was impossible. He had to outsmart them. Fortunately, the eagle-winged demon statue could fly. A herd of turtles confined to crawling on the ground couldn't touch Yifeng. Yifeng pondered his strategy. Open the summoning gate directly above the turtleback beast herd. That way, the summoned Tier 1 Spirit Realm creatures wouldn't need a contract, they'd immediately engage the beasts upon landing. If any second-tier Spirit Realm creatures dropped out, he'd quickly retrieve them and hold on to them. First-tier Spirit Realm creatures could only create chaos. To kill the turtleback beast king amidst the herd, he'd need the coordinated assault of second-tier Spirit Realm creatures or a powerful third-tier Spirit Realm creature. Summoning a third-tier Spirit Realm creature would make it easy. With his thoughts clarified, Yifeng hesitated no longer. With a flick of his mind, he began communicating with the summoning space. A faint warmth spread across his lower abdomen as the eagle-winged demon statue materialized midair. Yifeng commanded the eagle-winged demon statue to carry him directly above the turtle-backed beast herd. The casting range of summoning spells was limited, roughly 50 meters. Yifeng had to approach the turtleback beast herd from the air as closely as possible. This is the spot. Yifeng commanded the eagle-winged golem to halt and began casting the summoning spell. As Yifeng channeled his skill, a blue vortex slowly formed above the herd. Once the vortex stabilized, Spirit Realm creatures began trickling out from the summoning portal. "Smart move," murmured the officer on the small sand dune, squinting in admiration. "Not again." Seeing the familiar scene, Shen Weiwei beside him was once again overcome by the terror of being dominated by the Spirit Realm's armies. "Think summoners are pretty impressive, huh?" The official beside her seemed to read her thoughts, asking with a hint of amusement. "Commissioner, why can the summoners magic summon endlessly? Are there no limits? Even I need to expend mental energy when casting spells." Shen Weiwei glared at the Spirit Realm army still raining down from the distance, her teeth clenched as she demanded. "Ha ha." The official chuckled lightly. "No need to call me officer. My surname is Mu. You may address me as Director Mu." Before Shen Weiwei could respond, Director Mu continued his explanation. "There are no restrictions. This profession is unique. Summoners possess a gate within their bodies. When they cast summoning spells, they merely shift this gate outside their bodies. Naturally, there's no energy expenditure. Then, doesn't that make them invincible? If they just keep casting summoning spells, won't they eventually summon a dragon?" Director Mu smiled and shook his head at Shen Weiwei, countering with a question. "Do you know what a summoner's true power is?" Opening a portal to the Spirit Realm, Shen Weiwei blurted out without hesitation. "Where in the Spirit Realm lies the other side of that gate?" Shen Weiwei paused to think, unable to answer. Director Mu explained, the most basic summoners cannot pinpoint the exact location within the Spirit Realm. Therefore, the opening is random. What gets summoned depends entirely on what exists near the opening site. If the location is remote, they might not summon anything at all. It's purely a matter of probability, but the odds are heavily stacked against the summoner. The Spirit Realm is vast, its known area alone is dozens of times larger than the main world. We don't even know if it has boundaries. That's why many novice summoners spend their entire lives without ever summoning a Spirit Realm creature higher than level 7, let alone a dragon. Oh, Shen Weiwei suddenly understood. Director Mu joked, "I'll make you a bet. Forget dragons, let's wager on whether Yifeng can summon a level 7 creature before he dies." "I bet he can't." The stakes, 1,000 Spirit Essence Stones. "You're that confident?" "Absolutely. I've already won this bet once. Summoners don't live long, we'll know the outcome within a few years." Shen Weiwei gave a shy smile and shook her head to decline. Director Mu didn't press the bet issue. He shifted his tone and continued. "Actually, the term summoner isn't entirely accurate. The ancient title for summoners was Spirit Realm Gatekeepers, whose power lies in opening a one-way portal to the Spirit Realm within their bodies." "Spirit Realm Gatekeepers? One way?" Shen Weiwei blurted out the counter-question instinctively. This was the first time she'd ever heard such secrets. "Exactly." Director Mu continued his explanation. Summoners were called Spirit Realm Gatekeepers during the Second Era. After the collapse of the Dual Empire era and the establishment of the Alliance, the entire continent began modernizing, and the occupational system was no exception. People at the time gave them a more modern name based on their abilities: summoners. As for the one-way aspect, you can try passing through Yifeng's summoning gate another day. You won't be able to enter the Spirit Realm. Gatekeeper, not gatekeeper, only outbound, no entry. The ancient name was spot on. Is it because humans cannot enter the Spirit Realm? Shen Weiwei pressed further. Not exactly. There are ways to enter the Spirit Realm, but not through a summoner's portal. Oh. Shen Weiwei nodded thoughtfully. Learning of all the drawbacks of being a summoner actually lifted her spirits considerably. So summoners aren't strong at all, nothing compared to you. You are the one and only profession, destined to be the Elemental Empress. As long as you survive, you will surely become a level 9 professional. Hearing Director Mu's words, Shin Weiwei expressed her gratitude. Thank you for sharing so many secrets with me.
Director Mu smiled in response and waved his hand dismissively.
No need for formalities.
It's I who should thank you for choosing Capital University, for choosing us.
By depriving the spellcasting faction of their elemental empress, you've also spared us from facing the pressure of the 4 emperors once more. Chapter 9, An Impossible Mission. Hearing Director Mu's words, Shin Weiwei's thoughts drifted back to the previous night.
Last night, Director Mu had suddenly sought her out, asking if she was willing to join Capital University and promising to give her anything she desired.
Director, I have one more question. Shin Weiwei looked at Director Mu and asked tentatively. You're wondering why we're going to such lengths to recruit you, aren't you? Shin Weiwei nodded.
She simply couldn't fathom why Capital University, which never lacked for geniuses and required only an SS-tier profession for admission with SSS-tier professionals being a dime a dozen, would go to such lengths to recruit her.
While Grand Elementalists were considered elite among SSS-tier professionals, they weren't the strongest. She hadn't heard of any SSS-tier professionals stronger than her receiving such treatment. Sigh. Director Mu sighed and explained.
Although we retained our position as Alliance Executive in the last election and continue to lead the Alliance government, we lost control of the Parliament. We became the minority in Parliament, and the entire law faction united to exert immense pressure on us. You are the Elemental Empress, the future pinnacle of combat power for the Law Mage faction. The legacy of the previous Elemental Empress awaits your inheritance at the Royal Academy of Magic. Keeping you out of the law faction is crucial for us.
What exactly is the magic school? Shin Weiwei asked tentatively.
The Spirit Summoning School, Mage School, Alchemy School, Shaman School, all schools that harness psychic energy to drive their professional abilities are collectively referred to as the Magic Schools, Director Mu explained.
After hearing Director Mu's words, Shin Weiwei hesitated.
She wasn't sure if last night's decision had been the right one. Noticing her hesitation, Director Mu pressed further.
Rest assured, choosing us will be no worse than choosing a magic-based path. You're crucial to us.
We'll provide you with all the professional resources you need, that's the bare minimum. After graduation, whether you wish to serve in the Alliance or run for a seat in the Council, we will support you. As for other resources, needless to say, just ask. If we fail to deliver on our promises, or if you feel your development here isn't optimal, you can always transfer back to the Mage faction. After all, Grand Elementalist is the only profession they accept.
No. I won't, Director.
Having chosen Capital University, I won't defect to the Mage faction.
I'm not that kind of person.
Shin Weiwei hadn't expected Director Mu to be so candid and hurriedly explained.
Director Mu gave a slight nod. Director Mu's words greatly encouraged Shin Weiwei.
The we Director Mu referred to was the Knight faction, the group currently controlling the Alliance government and military, with graduates scattered far and wide across the Capital University. This faction was ancient, with centuries of history. They had orchestrated and participated in the war that overthrew the Twin Empires at the end of the Second Era. To date, they had secured the position of Alliance Executive for the 7th consecutive term, having produced over 40 executives throughout their history. The backing she had received could be considered support from half the Continental Alliance. The more Shin Weiwei thought about it, the more excited she became. She couldn't wait to ask. What about me? What will my assessment entail? No need for an assessment. It's unnecessary, Director Mu declared with a sweeping gesture of his hand, his tone brimming with pride.
I administer the exam, I supervise it, and I grade it. I can simply declare you passed.
The reason we still needed Yifeng to put on this show was purely for appearances. After all, as an Alliance school, we must follow procedural regulations.
Admitting students requires holding an examination. It's stipulated by Alliance law. The law department won't let this slide. We can't give them any ammunition.
First, to keep appearances, I conducted the entrance exam, and Yifeng can vouch for it.
As for whether you actually took it, neither of us will mention it, so who would know? Secondly,
Director Mu paused here.
I know about your duel with Yifeng. He won unfairly by playing a clever trick. Frankly, I feel it's a disgrace. That's why I deliberately gave Yifeng an impossible task.
Later, I can find a reason to confiscate Yifeng's extraordinary token and give it to you. Consider it my personal welcome gift.
Director Mu had thought through every detail for Shin Weiwei.
After finishing his speech, he smiled warmly at her, having even prepared the justification for deducting Yifeng's token. But Shin Weiwei's next words caught him off guard.
No. I don't need it.
Since you say Yifeng's profession has no room for growth, the gap between him and me will only widen.
Then,
at this point, Shin Weiwei's voice suddenly rose several notches, tinged with determination and arrogance.
From now on, I intend to personally redeem this failure. It's just one extraordinary token, I couldn't care less. What ambition! Director Mu praised at the opportune moment. After venting her pent-up frustration, Shin Weiwei lowered her voice slightly and inquired, Director, what did you mean by an impossible mission?
Director Mu glanced at Yifeng, his expression tinged with disdain as he replied. Among the beasts near Star Harbor City, the turtleback beast isn't the strongest, but it's the hardest to kill.
This is a beach, their natural habitat. Navigating sandy terrain is their specialty. When attacked, they can retreat not only into their shells but also burrow dozens of meters underground. Ordinary attacks are utterly useless against them. Even if Yifang got incredibly lucky and summoned a high-tier spirit realm creature, it wouldn't make a difference. The turtleback beast herd is only a few hundred meters from the ocean. With the mobility of third-tier magical beasts, they could sink to the ocean floor in under a minute. There are no aquatic creatures in the spirit realm. Once they're underwater, even if Yifang summoned 100 high-tier spirit realm creatures, he'd be powerless to reach them. Director Mu pointed toward Yifang's direction. Look, Yifang's luck's bad this time. The portal's in a remote spot, and no spirit realm creatures have emerged from it in ages. Shen Weiwei followed Director Mu's gesture and gazed into the distance. Yifang, suspended mid-air, stared intently at the summoning gate before him, his expression grave. The battle below raged on, yet no spirit realm creatures had emerged from the gate for quite some time. What's going on? Did the summoning spell fail? Or did I run out of mana? Yifang was momentarily baffled. He had just opened the system panel and checked repeatedly, confirming there was no such thing as mana or spiritual energy listed. Damn it! How am I supposed to play like this? So far, he had only summoned 3 second-tier spirit realm creatures. Not a single third-tier spirit realm creature had appeared. All 3 were two-headed netherhounds. The moment they materialized, Yifang had bound them to contracts and deployed them to the battlefield's periphery to hold their ground. The remaining first-tier spirit realm creatures were also hellhounds, currently locked in combat with the turtle-backed beast herd. Strange. Wasn't it supposed to be random? Why are all the spirit realm creatures I summoned this time the same type? It seems I've summoned an entire pack of Hades hounds. Yifang's expression grew even more grave. Chapter 10, The Spirit Summoning Sect. The outcome of this summoning spell was far worse than he had anticipated. In Yifang's ideal scenario, he envisioned a third-tier spirit realm creature leading a vanguard team of several second-tier beings. They would spearhead an assault into the turtleback beast herd, targeting the king for a decisive decapitation strike. With the leader dead, the rest would scatter in panic. Now, whatever had gone wrong with the summoning meant he had to think long-term. 3 second-tier netherworld hounds and 1 eagle-winged demon statue? This force was utterly inadequate. After observing the summoning gate for a while longer and confirming no more creatures would emerge, Yifang decisively closed the portal. He commanded the eagle-winged golem to carry him to the edge of the battlefield. As for the remaining hundreds of first-tier netherhounds still locked in combat with the tortoiseshell beasts, Yifang paid them no mind. Their purpose in being summoned was solely to create chaos. The eagle-winged golem carried Yifang toward the battlefield's edge. At the battlefield's edge, several mangled carcasses of turtleback beasts lay belly up, utterly lifeless, with faint white specks of light drifting above their corpses. That must be the demonic essence. Upon reaching the battlefield's edge, Yifang leapt from the eagle-winged demon statue and landed steadily on the ground. The moment Yifang touched down, the floating magic essence nearby flew toward him and sank into his body. Experience points +1. Experience points +1. Experience points 7,100. Experience points increased? Yifang was a bit confused. Isn't this spiritual essence? How did it turn into experience points? These turtle corpses were all tier 1. When a tier 1 beast died, it produced 1 point of spiritual essence, which converted to 1 point of experience. Killing 100 beasts would level him up to level 11. By that logic, clearing the current herd of turtle-backed beasts would take him to level 20, making him a tier 2 practitioner. As this thought crossed his mind, an idea surfaced in Yifang's heart. What if he ignored the quest altogether? He could use these 4 second-tier summon creatures to slaughter the ordinary turtle-backed beasts and level up to second tier first. After all, this was Shen Weiwei's entrance exam. He was merely participating incidentally, failing the quest wouldn't bring any harm. Yifang immediately shook his head, dismissing the idea. Reaching second tier won't help if I have no combat power of my own. I rely entirely on my summons. Besides, the experience needed to go from level 11 to 12 might not be just 100 points. It could double for level 12. Since leveling up was pointless, Yifang refocused his thoughts on the task at hand. He still hadn't given up on summoning magic and decided to try it once more. With a sudden surge of intent, Yifang unleashed the summoning spell once more. Just as the summoning gate was about to form again, a wave of overwhelming exhaustion swept over Yifang. The gate dissipated, and the summoning spell abruptly ended. The summoning spell failed. It seems the summoning spell can't be cast consecutively, there needs to be a break in between. What should we do now? Should we return and admit mission failure? Yifang frowned, momentarily at a loss, and looked toward the herdsman on the distant sand dune. Seeing Yifang's helplessly flustered expression, Shen Weiwei crossed her arms and laughed happily. What a pity. I was actually looking forward to seeing how good Yifang's beast-taming talent is. Summoners aren't classified as spellcasters, but their combat style closely resembles that of the spirit summoning faction. Both involve commanding creatures into battle. Director Mu seized every opportunity to explain professional knowledge to Shen Weiwei. The quality of command directly impacts a summoner's combat effectiveness. But he's out of luck today, we won't get to see it. Which professions exactly fall under the summoning school? Shin Weiwei seized the chance to ask. As a future adversary faction, she needed to understand them.
Beast Masters, Puppeteers, Bug Masters, and Spirit Shielders. The Spirit Summoning faction is primarily composed of these 4 classes. It's the leading faction among spellcasters and the sole majority faction in the Council are Knight faction's #1 enemy.
Spirit Shielders?
Shen Weiwei sharply singled out this profession, murmuring to herself before asking. It sounds so out of place compared to the other 3.
Do Spirit Shield Masters control armies of shields in battle? Ha ha ha. Director Mu laughed heartily at Shin Weiwei's remark. Of course not.
Spirit Shield Masters are exceptional defensive specialists, originally a small, independent faction. While the Spirit Summoners could command armies to fight 10,000 enemies alone, they were most vulnerable to decapitation tactics.
Thus, they desperately needed close-quarters bodyguards. Through deliberate efforts by the summoning faction, relations between the 2 factions remained amicable.
Later, as the summoning faction grew larger, the Spirit Shield Masters simply joined the spellcasting faction.
Shin Weiwei listened intently, nodding vigorously. Director Mu continued, it's almost over.
The first-tier Netherworld hounds Yifeng summoned have been wiped out by the turtleback herd.
He's out of tricks. He'll likely come back soon to admit defeat. Once he returns, I'll take you to the capital. You needn't concern yourselves with matters here at Star Harbor. Once we reach the capital. Just as Director Mu spoke, Shin Weiwei suddenly gasped. What is Yifeng doing? Is he trying to get himself killed? Director Mu hurriedly looked toward the beach. Above the beach, the eagle-winged demon statue soared once more with Yifeng, hovering high above the herd of turtleback beasts. The summoning spell went wrong. The summoned creature is vastly weaker than the turtleback beast king, and I have no means to fight back. None of that matters. I can still complete the mission. Admit defeat? How could I fail after crossing over? 3 second-tier Netherworld hounds had already been stored within his summoning space. Yifeng communicated with the summoning space. As a faint warmth spread across his lower abdomen, the 3 Netherworld hounds materialized mid-air before plummeting into the herd of turtleback beasts. After completing this, Yifeng commanded the eagle-winged demon statue to carry him upward. Only after confirming they had left the turtleback beast king's sensory range did he halt. The aura of the 3 Netherworld hounds instantly alerted the turtle-backed beasts below that their territory was being invaded. With a roar from the turtle-backed beast king, the beasts stretched limbs from their shells, lunging toward the hounds. These creatures possessed the bodies of turtles but the heads of wolves, relying on biting as their primary attack. Their tails, positioned at the rear, resembled elongated, flattened versions of carp tails. Despite their massive size, the turtleback beasts were surprisingly agile. Propelled by the powerful strokes of their fishtails, they moved with surprising speed both in water and on land. Unlike last time, Yifeng didn't let the underworld hounds charge wildly through the herd. Instead, he commanded them to ignore the other turtleback beast's bites and rush straight toward the turtleback beast king. The ancient, cunning turtleback king retracted its head and limbs into its shell, allowing the 3 nether dogs to attack while it remained hidden inside, bellowing commands for the others to launch sporadic ambushes. The turtleback beast king possessed exceptional defense, its shell incredibly hard. The 3 underworld hounds were an entire tier weaker than the king, and they were soon torn to shreds, covered in wounds. Hovering mid-air, Yifeng had already received the spiritual messages from all 3 underworld hounds. Each declared they could hold on no longer. Chapter 11, Dragon Rider. Yifeng in midair offered no reply, continuing to direct the 3 nether dogs in battle. The turtleback beasts were massive creatures. Over a dozen of them surrounded the underworld hounds, but their enormous bodies also blocked the path of the turtleback beasts behind them. The rear beasts could only watch helplessly, allowing the underworld hounds to gain a foothold within the herd for the moment. The moment Yifeng commanded the underworld hounds to slay one turtleback beast, another immediately took its place. If the battle wasn't ended quickly, the 3 nether hounds would soon be worn down to death. Amidst the fierce struggle, the turtleback king, which had remained coiled within its shell, finally moved. Seizing the moment when one netherworld hound was preoccupied fighting 2 second-tier turtleback beasts, the king swept its fishtail, propelling its shell forward in a charge. Simultaneously, it extended its wolf-like head a meter, sinking its jaws into the netherworld hound's belly. A large chunk of flesh was torn from the hellhound's left flank. The turtleback beast king, clutching the flesh in its jaws, let out several excited growls before swallowing the dog meat. It then retracted its limbs. Yifeng urgently commanded the injured netherworld hound to fall back, replacing it with another to handle the charging second-tier turtleback beast. The turtleback beast king repeated this tactic several times, inflicting horrific wounds on all 3 underworld hounds and severely depleting their combat effectiveness. Yifeng suppressed the underworld dogs' urge to retreat, commanding them to continue fighting. Soon, one underworld hound could no longer withstand the beast horde's assault and collapsed completely. The remaining 2 underworld hounds ignored Yifeng's commands and began breaking out in all directions. One hellhound roared as it unleashed its skill, charging toward the battlefield's edge. Barely dozens of meters out, it collided with a turtle shell that had burst upright from the sand. It was the turtleback beast king.
The hard shell sent the netherhound reeling, its body swaying unsteadily as its forepaws struck the ground erratically.
Seizing the moment, the turtleback beast king thrust its wolf-like head forward, sinking its jaws into the hellhound's neck.
The hellhound whimpered and struggled desperately. The turtleback beast king tightened its jaws, poised to finish the underworld hound in one go. Yet suddenly, it released its grip, abandoning the creature. With a furious howl, it commanded all the turtleback beasts to charge toward its lair. Inside the Turtle King's lair, Yifong and the last netherworld hound were frantically digging something in the sand, while the eagle-winged demon statue fended off the turtle-backed beasts that had already arrived. Faster! Dig faster! The Turtle King's lair was a modest sand pit, the very spot where the Turtle King had previously remained motionless, curled within its shell. At the cost of 2 nether dogs, Yifong finally lured it out of its lair.
Found it!
As the last fragment of human bone was moved aside, 2 eggs lay quietly nestled in the damp sand. Roar! The Turtle King's furious roar echoed from beneath the sand. Yifong hurriedly commanded the netherworld hounds to swallow the turtle eggs whole. The next instant, the Turtle King burst from the sand, clamping its jaws around the underworld hound's neck to prevent it from swallowing the eggs. Its emerald eyes blazed with fury as it glared at Yifong.
Now!
Seizing the moment when the Turtle King couldn't retract its head, the eagle-winged demon statue poised its claws, ready to strike, and lunged toward the Turtle King's eyes. With a pained, furious roar from the turtle-back beast king, the eagle-winged demon statue's talons precisely plucked out both of its eyes. Then, seizing Yifong, it flapped its wings upward and soared away. Blinded, the Turtle King stumbled toward his eggs, took both into its mouth, and plunged headfirst into the sand, burrowing toward the sea. The remaining turtleback beasts, seeing their king flee into the sea, scattered like birds and beasts, rushing toward the ocean. Once the herd had vanished, Yifong commanded the eagle-winged golem to retrace its path, setting him down on the sandy shore. Scattered across the sand lay over 100 turtle corpses, each emitting faint traces of demonic essence.
Why not absorb the magic essence while it's there? Experience points +1. Experience points +1. Experience points 99,100. Level up. Experience points 26,200.
After absorbing the demonic essence, the eagle-winged demon statue carried Yifong back to the small hill where Shin Weiwei and the others were. Yifong stepped forward, looked at the 2 before him, exhaled, and said calmly, "Your task was to wipe out the turtleback beast herd and retrieve the turtleback beast king's eye.
I've done it.
The turtleback beast herd has dispersed.
The turtleback beast king's eyeball is here."
As Yifong spoke, he raised his tightly clenched right hand before him, slowly opening his palm. 2 green eyeballs, each about the size of an egg, lay quietly in his hand.
Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
Director Mu praised him 3 times in succession, a kind smile spreading across his face. He had changed his opinion of Yifong. Earlier, when Principal Li mentioned Yifong's reckless summoning, Director Mu had assumed Yifong was an extreme individual. After today's events, he realized Yifong was simply a determined person. He had been making things difficult for him all along. It was his own fault.
That's hardly completing the mission.
Shin Weiwei immediately retorted indignantly from the side. Director Mu's task for you was to kill the turtleback beast king.
To wipe out the entire turtleback beast herd. You didn't accomplish a single one. Stop twisting the facts. Shameless. Hearing Shin Weiwei's words, Yifong's temper flared. You idiot. Easy for you to say. If you, the great elementalist, went instead, you'd drain your mana dry, killing a few dozen turtleback beasts and become a mere mortal. Forget bringing back the turtleback king's eye, you wouldn't even get close enough to touch it. Haha, alright.
Seeing the 2 about to erupt into an argument, Director Mu cleared his throat awkwardly and stepped in to smooth things over.
My fault. I didn't explain clearly. Since it's my fault for not explaining clearly, let's count Yifong's mission as completed.
Director Mu was now siding with Yifong.
Shin Weiwei snorted coldly at Director Mu's words and said no more.
Alright, let's depart for the capital, Terrace.
Director Mu declared, raising his right hand as if preparing to activate some ability. Isn't Shin Weiwei taking the exam? Yifong asked with a puzzled expression.
Haha, while you were battling that herd of turtleback beasts, she already passed. I selected a very difficult but short mission for her.
Skepticism lingered in Yifong's eyes, but he nodded nonetheless.
Director Mu quickly steered the conversation elsewhere.
Have you ever seen a dragon?
Both shook their heads. Director Mu smiled faintly, then abruptly spread his raised right hand wide. A visible ripple spread outward from the center of Director Mu's right hand. Before long, a dragon soared in from the distance.
A dragon?
The moment Yifong saw the dragon, his regard for Director Mu soared another notch. Dragons were the mightiest creatures in the main world, and paired with knights possessing formidable combat prowess themselves, dragon knights stood at the very pinnacle of the occupational hierarchy.
The man before us is actually a dragon knight. You wouldn't have guessed it.
Director Mu, with his scruffy beard, looked like a greasy middle-aged man, not a knight at all. As the dragon drew nearer, Yifong finally got a clear look at its full form. A pair of oversized bat wings, yellow-brown inverted triangular eyes, a body covered in yellow scales, and a tail bristling with spikes. It resembled a giant lizard.
No.
This must be a wyvern, or rather, a large lizard with a touch of dragon blood.
Chapter 12, Capital City University.
Western suburbs of Terrace, capital of the Alliance, Maria Lake. At the center of Lake Maria lay an island, isolated from the world by a bridge just over 40 meters long connecting it to the mainland.
On this island stood the continent's highest institution of learning, Capital University.
Located in the outskirts of the Alliance capital, Terrace, the university had no flight restrictions. Thus, Yi Fong and his companions flew directly to the school gates atop their dragon. As they dismounted, a towering, deep blue stone gate several dozen meters high came into view. A layer of white light shrouded the stone gates, obscuring the view beyond.
Come on, let's go in.
Director Mu led the way into the light membrane, extending his arm sideways to block the descending membrane and carve out a passage through it. Through the opening, Yi Fong finally caught sight of what lay beyond the gate.
Shen Weiwei entered first, and Yi Fong hurriedly followed.
As he passed through the gate, Yi Fong pushed against the light membrane covering the door. It offered no resistance, visible yet intangible, impervious to touch. To Yi Fong, it felt like the invisible walls from video games in his past life.
This gate is the masterpiece of the founding president of Capital University. It automatically identifies the identity of those entering.
If you have access permission, the light membrane on this gate will feel as if it doesn't exist at all. But if you lack entry authorization, this gate becomes the most impenetrable fortress to you.
Director Mu explained to the two. Every new student experiences this. Your first entry requires a teacher to accompany you.
Once you complete enrollment procedures and register your aura, profession, and biometric data at the Central Stone Monument, you'll gain access permissions.
Director Mu led the two toward the center of the island. The entire Lake Island belongs to our Capital University. It's primarily divided into 3 sections. The outermost ring is the residential area where we are now.
Here, you'll find every kind of shop imaginable, along with leisure spots.
Major chain merchant guilds also have branches here. Your dormitories are located in this zone. The middle section is the academic zone.
The training grounds, practice areas, library, and the beast realm are all located here. This is where you'll attend classes. The innermost area is the core zone, encompassing the tower and the ring surrounding it.
Access to the core zone is restricted.
The gates are equipped with light membranes, and you both have access permissions, but avoid venturing in unless necessary.
Every entry and exit to the core zone is recorded by the light membrane.
Flying is prohibited across the entire island, as are movement skills and class abilities.
Travel must be done on foot. For long distances, teleportation is an option, though it consumes resources and incurs a fee. Violating these rules will result in disciplinary action at minimum and confinement at worst. Understood?
Yi Fong and Shen Weiwei listened attentively, nodding in unison. After leading them through 2 more streets, Director Mu stopped in front of a row of off-white townhouses.
Yi Fong, this is where you'll be staying. Spend the night here first. Someone will come tomorrow to process your paperwork. Choose whichever room you like. If you need any daily necessities, just ask the staff inside, but remember, no waste. The rooms will be cleaned daily by the staff, and they'll also do your laundry. If you have any concerns, just let them know. The cafeteria in the academic zone is free.
Everything else in the residential area except your dorm room is charged.
Since classes haven't started yet, you can stay here for a few days. Feel free to go out and explore if you like. But if I were you, I'd head to the Alliance Vault first and use that transcendent token. Understood, Director Mu. Yi Fong nodded to Director Mu. Just as Director Mu turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Yi Fong. Before heading to the vault, do your homework. Plan your career path in advance and decide which class change scrolls you'll need. For recipes related to class advancement, visit the merchants in the residential area. You can purchase most publicly available information there. After bidding farewell to Director Mu and Shen Weiwei, Yi Fong walked along the row of townhouses toward the innermost one. He preferred quiet and intended to choose the farthest unit. At Capital University, currency was used for transactions with merchants in the residential district. However, to trade with the school or exchange for career resources, credits were required. Credits actually function as currency here. Yi Fong couldn't help but mutter in surprise. There were only 3 ways to earn credits: completing school assignments, receiving school rewards, or trading with fellow students. The universal currency in this world was magic essence stones, and professionals leveled up by absorbing magic essence. Additionally, Capital University employs a dual assessment graduation system. A level assessment and a professional competency assessment. The level assessment standards are uniform across all professions. Graduation requires reaching at least level 5, otherwise, students face delayed graduation. 2 consecutive delays result in expulsion, as does failing to graduate within 8 years of enrollment. Professional competency assessments vary by profession, with distinct skills evaluated and differing standards applied. Chapter 13, The Nohai Trading Guild.
Early the next morning, Yifeng received a spatial ring containing his identity card and scholarship subsidy. The subsidy comprised 50 academic credits, 100 magic essence stones, and an extraordinary token. Credits and magic essence stones were recorded on the card, usable by swiping it on campus. Spirit essence stones could also be exchanged for cash at the school. Upon receiving the transcendent token, Yifeng wasted no time and headed out immediately. He intended to follow Director Mu's advice, purchase career advancement information in the residential district, then use the transcendent token at the Alliance's secret treasury. On his way here, he had asked Director Mu why his summoning technique had failed. Director Mu had given him the answer. Only then did Yifeng realize that summoners were essentially gatekeepers. He urgently needed to address two flaws in his summoner abilities. First, the summoning ability was unstable. Second, Yifeng had also discovered that he couldn't demand his summoned creatures to die for him. Once summoned creatures sensed mortal danger, they would disobey his commands and flee outright. The skeleton wolf rider had done this before, and the netherworld hound had done the same last time. This is utterly frustrating. They always flee mid-battle. In the first two engagements, one a duel, the other a mission, there was no actual mortal danger. If this happened in a real life or death battle, leaving him defenseless while his summoned creatures fled mid-fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yifeng had asked Director Mu about this issue. Director Mu said he couldn't be certain either, speculating it might be because the summoner's contract is an equal one. Director Mu also offered a solution to this problem. Director Mu advised him to choose an avatar type class when advancing his profession. This would leverage the natural authority higher tier beings hold over their lower tier counterparts to resolve the issue. For example, if Yifeng were a third tier werewolf, he could then summon second tier or first tier wolf type spirit realm creatures and command them unconditionally to fight to the death for him. However, this authority would be ineffective against other third-tier wolf-type creatures. In other words, summoned spirit realm creatures of the same tier would still act as they always did, running away when they felt like it. This solution only offers a marginal advantage over ordinary summoners. As a professional adventurer, future battles are inevitable. Even setting aside fighting opponents of higher tiers, encountering a summoned creature that flees at the first sign of danger. No matter how I think about it, it just doesn't make sense. Low-tier summons are utterly loyal, but they rarely sway the outcome of a battle. Take the battle against the turtleback beast herd as an example. A third-tier turtleback beast king, a creature prioritizing defense over combat, could effortlessly take down 3 second-tier netherworld hounds. Moreover, with the summoner's abilities being so unstable, what if the creature summoned wasn't even a wolf type? Yifeng immediately rejected this approach. Then Director Mu proactively offered a permanent solution, transitioning to a necromancer. After becoming a necromancer, the summoned creatures would be permanently fixed as undead beings, completely eliminating all drawbacks of the summoner class. However, it also eliminated the summoner's potential. From then on, only undead creatures could appear through the gate. Considering the gate opening mechanics, Yifeng posed a question: would restricting summons to undead creatures mean the other side of the gate was permanently fixed? Locked to an undead gathering zone? Director Mu praised his sharpness before revealing Yifeng had misjudged the situation. Yifeng pressed further, but Director Mu shook his head and explained. This wasn't public information. If Yifeng wanted to know, he could exchange credits with the school. However, the school didn't possess the specific advancement methods either. If Yifeng wished to become a necromancer, he would have to seek out the necromancer's faction. Director Mu added that these two paths were merely what he personally knew. The mysteries of professions remained unfathomable to this day, and countless other solutions surely existed. After turning a corner, Yifeng finally arrived at his destination, Merchant Street. Here, weapons, armor, auxiliary accessories, and all manner of equipment were available in abundance. There were even 2 shops selling class change manuals. Yifeng went inside to take a look. A C-grade fighter job change book was selling for a staggering 3,000 magic essence stones. If paid with credits, it would cost 1,300 credits. In Starport City, 5 magic essence stones could sustain a family of 3 for an entire month. 3,000 stones could sustain a family of 3 for half a lifetime. It's practically robbery. After browsing the shop, Yifeng discovered D-grade job change manuals ranged from a few hundred to 2,000 magic stones. C-grade manuals typically cost between 3,000 and 5,000. Most B-grade manuals hovered around 10,000, while A-grade manuals commanded tens of thousands of magic stones. As for S-grade books, only 2 existed, both miscellaneous types priced at 110,000 and 130,000 respectively. As for the higher tiers SS and SSS, there wasn't a single one to be found. After browsing the job change bookstore, Yifeng felt quite pleased. By his calculations, he now possessed over 100,000 magic essence stones. Even if the secret vault contained no class change books suitable for his advancement, he could sell them for cash and purchase other resources instead. Exiting the job change bookstore, Yifeng walked straight into the Noah Sea Trading Company across the street. This Noah Commerce Guild was named after the Noah in Noah University. Continental trade guilds themselves did not engage in commerce. This organization was formed by guilds banding together for mutual support, with the Noah Guild leading the way. As the most powerful merchant guild across the entire continent, if Yifeng couldn't find a solution to the summoner's predicament here, he didn't know where else he could look.
Greetings. Welcome to the Noah Chamber of Commerce. Integrity is our foundation. A promise is as deep as the sea.
A charmingly beautiful clerk greeted Yifeng with a warm smile as soon as he entered. After explaining his purpose, Yifeng was escorted to a private room on the second floor. Shortly after, a butler-dressed figure approached carrying 2 small stone tablets. Greetings, honored guest. The butler said, handing over the 2 stone tablets. The information you seek is contained within. You have 15 minutes to view each tablet. After viewing, the tablets cannot be taken away, nor can their contents be shared with others. If you accept these terms, you may proceed with payment now. Yifeng nodded in agreement and handed over his ID card. Seeing Yifeng hand over his ID card, the butler paused in surprise before breaking into a smile. He took the card and tapped it against the stone tablet in Yifeng's hand. Damn, so you swiped the card here, Yifeng cursed silently, the atmosphere turning slightly awkward. You may now view the tablet. I won't disturb you. I'll come to collect it when your time is up. Noticing the awkwardness, the butler smiled and withdrew. After the card was swiped, the stone tablet emitted a faint white glow, and a peculiar symbol appeared on its surface. The instant Yifeng touched the symbol, a flood of information surged into his mind. Yifeng felt dizzy and overwhelmed for a moment. He closed his eyes, beginning to process the incoming data. Chapter 14, Beastmaster. Summoner. Ancient title, Guardian of the Spirit Realm. SSS rank. Profession. Occupational ability, can open a one-way portal to the spirit realm within their body, allowing spirit realm creatures to enter the main world and be summoned. Advantages, due to the instability of this ability, its combat potential is extremely high. Disadvantages. Enemy strategy. These were all details Yifeng already knew. He scanned them with a quick glance and swiftly moved on. Classes: fusion capable at level 3, SS rank Beastmaster, SS rank Ghost Captain, S rank Necromancer, S rank Mage, S rank Priest, S rank Winged Being, A rank Soul Summoner, A rank Druid, A rank Flower Spirit, A rank Succubus, A rank Treant, B rank Blood Servant, B rank Werewolf, B rank Dwarf. Fusion classes available upon reaching level 5, SS rank Beastmaster, SS rank Ghost Captain, S rank Necromancer, S rank Mage, S rank Priest, S rank Winged Being, A rank Spirit Summoner, A rank Druid, A rank Flower Spirit, A rank Succubus, A rank Treant. Fusion classes available upon reaching level 7, SS rank Beastmaster, SS rank Ghost Captain, S rank Necromancer, S rank Mage, S rank Priest, S rank Winged Being. Classes available for fusion upon reaching level 9, none recorded. Note, the above information does not represent all possible advancement paths for summoners. Due to limited resources, this guild has compiled all recorded data for your reference only. After reviewing the information, Yifeng picked up another stone tablet. The other tablet contained information on class advancement. Most of the content on this tablet had been covered in his high school vocational classes, with only a few details unfamiliar to Yifeng. After reviewing both tablets, Yifeng finally grasped the mechanics of class advancement. Upon turning 18, individuals undergo a job change ceremony to awaken their most fundamental profession. Each profession possesses a core essence, and the most basic core essence can only sustain a practitioner up to level 29. To break through the 3rd tier, one must undergo fusion and advance their profession to expand the profession's origin. Otherwise, practitioners would be permanently capped at level 29. Levels 3, 5, 7, and 9 were the 4 critical milestones. To reach level 9, a practitioner needed to advance their profession 4 times. Advancing a profession requires not only a job change book but also auxiliary materials. The job change book serves as the primary material for advancement. Certain exceptionally powerful professions require special rituals to assist in advancement. If advancing involves merging a lower tier profession into a higher one, additional auxiliary materials are required. For instance, if one innately awakens a D rank profession and seeks to fuse with a higher tier profession during advancement, extra auxiliary materials must be prepared, otherwise, the promotion will inevitably fail. This phenomenon is termed origin replacement. The information concludes with a stern warning: do not engage in reckless experimentation or random fusions. It is best to follow advancement paths already validated by predecessors. Only compatible professions can fuse. Forcing incompatible ones together will inevitably result in advancement failure. Currently, no discernible pattern exists for determining compatibility between professions. It can only be discovered through trial and error. The final sentence made Yifeng's jaw drop. Trial and error? The cost of advancement failure is primal essence damage. Once primal essence is damaged, the consequences range from level loss to outright loss of transcendent abilities, turning one into a useless shell. The stone tablet also listed cautionary tales. A C-rank swordsman from an ordinary family, lacking resources for advancement, sought to transform into the lucrative profession of alchemist to earn upgrade materials and rewrite his fate. After taking out a loan to purchase the transformation scroll, he forcibly merged two incompatible professions, damaging his primordial essence and becoming a cripple.
A male awakened with an innate A-rank succubus class, dissatisfied with his gender transformation, attempted to revert by advancing to a predator class. Forcibly merging these incompatible classes ultimately damaged his core essence, rendering him a.
Yifeng picked up another stone tablet and began reading. This tablet detailed information about summoners, merely listing their advancement paths without specific advancement formulas.
To obtain detailed formulas, one would need to purchase them separately.
Fusing with the mage class grants the summoner spellcasting abilities.
Fusing with a druid grants unconditional control over wood elemental creatures.
Fusing with a succubus enhances the ability to command male creatures.
Yifeng summarized these advancement paths into two main categories.
One category grants additional abilities to the summoner, such as Beastmaster, Mage, Winged Being, Priest. The other category enhances the summoner's summoning capabilities, such as Succubus, Treant, Necromancer, Lich. Among these, Yifeng found two particularly promising:
Necromancer and Beastmaster. The Beastmaster's abilities were self-explanatory from the name Beast Taming. If that were all, it would never become an SS-tier class. The greatest strength of a Beastmaster lies in their ability to fold space, allowing them to contain their entire beast army. Ancient tablets record instances where high-tier Beastmasters have housed over 100,000 beasts. In other words, high-tier Beastmasters can carry an army of 100,000 beasts at their side. The downside, however, is that every beast a Beastmaster commands must be captured personally either through gradual accumulation or purchase, making it an extremely resource-intensive endeavor. But this drawback is no drawback for Yifeng, the summoner. He has as many beasts as he wants. He summons one, enslaves it, then tosses it into the folded space.
In a single day, he could raise an army of 100,000. Step on your own feet and soar skyward in place. However, the Beastmaster advancement book is too high level. The Alliance's secret vault might not even have it.
Let's tentatively settle on these two advancement paths. If the secret vault lacks an SS-rank Beastmaster's class changebook, then choose Necromancer. Necromancers are decent too. An S-rank transfer scroll should be available. After all, it's the Alliance's secret vault. Knock knock knock.
The knocking sounded at an inopportune moment. The 30 minutes were up.
About 3 seconds later, the butler entered.
After returning the stone tablet, Yifeng departed from the Noah Trading Guild. Stepping outside the guild, Yifeng headed straight for the lakeside. There, a teleportation array connected directly to the Alliance capital, Terrace.
The Alliance's secret vault lay within underground caverns north of Terrace City.
Having yet to leave his aura imprinted on the central stone monument, he could not pass through the air barrier guarding the gate and had no choice but to teleport out. The teleportation array occupied a vast open space, its floor covered in intricate symbols.
An outer hexagram array encircled the entire pattern.
With classes not yet in session, the area was deserted, and the array lay unused.
After paying 20 credits, Yifeng stepped into the teleportation array.
Tucking his ID card into his pocket, Yifeng felt a pang of regret. Based on the price of the job change scroll he'd just purchased, 20 credits equaled roughly 60 magic essence stones, a year's worth of living expenses. As the symbols on the ground lit up, the outer hexagram array began spinning rapidly. In the next instant, a flash of white light erupted, and Yifeng vanished from his spot, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of bizarre, multicolored lines.
Dizzy. That was Yifeng's only sensation.
The dizziness lasted for about a minute before Yifeng finally opened his eyes again.
Skyscrapers came into view. Chapter 15, The Secret Vault. Even after boarding the monorail, the dizziness induced by the transport system hadn't subsided.
Rubbing his forehead, Yifeng began to survey the world outside the window. A potent aura of alchemical magic and technology washed over him. As the capital of the Alliance, the entire city of Terrace was assembled from magical structures. Yifeng had never witnessed the exorbitant cost of magical architecture firsthand, only heard tales of its marvels. Ordinary structures in this world struggled to withstand natural disasters, yet magical buildings could endure attacks from high-tier beasts.
Exceptional defense was merely the baseline.
The most wondrous aspect of magical structures lay in the ability to incorporate various extraordinary materials during construction, endowing buildings with unique capabilities. There was even a skyscraper that could be packed up and moved elsewhere. There were even rumors that Terrace was a sky city, its roots connected to the sky tree. When invaded, it could harness the sky tree's power to lift the entire city into the air. All this stems from the hands of alchemists. Alchemists are the wealthiest and most respected profession across the entire continent. Every weapon and piece of equipment used by all professions is crafted by their hands. A family gaining just one alchemist elevates their social standing tenfold. The annual earnings of a single alchemist could sustain an entire family living an ordinary life for a lifetime. Alas! Despite the alchemist profession's formidable potential, it now lies in a state of disarray. Though alchemists are weak in combat, they once dominated under the leadership of the late Grand Alchemist Lucian. Yet upon the Grandmaster's death, the once united alchemists swiftly fractured. Consider the Alchemist Academy on the continent. This sacred ground for alchemists has seen 5 presidents come and go in less than 2 years.
This alone demonstrates the fierce competition among major factions for control over the academy.
Originally, the Alchemist Academy had always been allied with the Knight Order, and its graduates joined only the Knight Order. Other factions could only cultivate their own rogue alchemists. Following the faction schism, all major powers gained access to recruit talent from the Continental Alchemist Academy. A fractured alchemy faction was precisely what every major power desired except the Knights. After exiting the elevated train and navigating several more streets, Yifeng finally arrived at the entrance to the subterranean cavern.
After having his extraordinary token verified by the guards once more, Yifeng finally entered the Alliance's secret vault.
He had been inspected 8 times along the way, with the frequency increasing the closer he got to the cavern. The moment he stepped into the cavern, Yifeng was struck by a sudden dizziness that vanished just as quickly. The cavern must be enchanted with some sort of spell, he mused.
Like magic detection.
Yifeng mused silently to himself.
Following the guards deeper into the narrow cavern, the light grew dimmer.
Just as Yifeng could barely make out the figure of the guard ahead, visibility suddenly improved around the corner.
Turning the corner, he entered a corridor.
A layer of white light membrane separated the inside from the outside, obscuring the view beyond, identical to the membrane covering the main gate of the capital university.
The secret vault lies ahead. I lack the clearance to enter.
You may proceed with your token, the guard beside him stated in a neutral tone. After expressing his gratitude, Yifeng clutched the token tightly and approached the light membrane.
The instant he stepped into the membrane, the token in Yifeng's hand suddenly grew warm and vibrated lightly.
Once he had completely passed through the membrane, the token ceased all movement. The visibility inside the secret vault stood in stark contrast to the world beyond the light membrane. Fluorescent stones were densely embedded in the stone walls. The vault was quite spacious, its overall style evoking a medieval retro aesthetic more aptly described as a secret treasure corridor. Every 2 meters along the corridor stood a stone pedestal. Books lay atop each pedestal, each covered by a transparent light shield. Along the edges of the pedestals, dense rows of magical script displayed the information about the items placed there. Yifeng scanned the information on each stone platform as he walked down the corridor, searching for the class changebook he desired. The first pedestal held an A-grade miscellaneous spirit plant cultivator class changebook. It introduced the spirit value cultivator's core ability, transforming ordinary flora into spirit value. This spirit value could be consumed to aid combat and healing, used in alchemy, or serve as auxiliary materials for advanced classes. The drawbacks included the lengthy cultivation time for spirit essence and the lack of combat methods beyond consuming it against enemies. Next, it detailed professions that could fuse with spirit value masters for advancement, specifically advising that the druid profession should not be overlooked. What astonished Yifeng was that spirit planters could fuse with nearly 100 different professions. Summoners were included among them. The final section bore only a title fusion requirements with ample space reserved beneath it, yet it remained entirely blank. The content should appear after selecting this class changebook. It's a decent profession. Spirit energy can be used personally or sold. It's simple to use, just consume it as a pill. The only drawback is that cultivating spirit energy takes a bit too long. Yifeng had no intention of choosing this one. He wasn't the laid-back type. Rather than farming to sustain himself, he preferred to sustain himself through combat. The next few job changebooks were also a rank, but none suited a summoner. Yifeng merely glanced at them briefly before continuing deeper inside. After walking another dozen meters or so, the first S-grade class changebook finally appeared. S-rank combat shaman, specializes in poison attacks and healing. Weaknesses include low burst damage and limited healing methods. Healing through poison only allows self-healing. Yifeng didn't plan to choose this one, but he still carefully studied the shaman's strengths and weaknesses to avoid being caught off guard by one later due to lack of intelligence. Yifeng intended to quickly scan all the class changebooks to see if any beast tamers or necromancers were available. If not, he would return later to consider the others at his leisure. Soon, Yifeng reached the end of the corridor. At the terminus, a circular spiral staircase ascended to the second floor. The staircase entrance was blocked by a layer of luminous membrane, upon which 4 blue magical characters were inscribed. Badge required. No access to the second floor? Yifeng gripped the token and tried it. Sure enough, it wouldn't let him through. The deeper he ventured into the first floor, the higher the grade of the class changebooks became. By the far end of the first floor, a relatively high-quality S-grade class changebook had appeared. Yifeng was certain that after passing through several dozen more stone pillars, an SS-grade class changebook would definitely appear. As expected, the Alliance isn't in the business of charity. They wouldn't just hand out an SS-grade job changebook so easily. Guess I'll just have to pick from those S-rank ones. Within the first tier, there was only one B-grade job changebook, Traveler. Its occupational ability was short-range spatial leaps, earning it the moniker Walking Teleportation Array. As the top B-grade profession, its rating would never be this low if it weren't for its sole mobility function. Most of the books were grade A, and all were top tier within that category.
Ordinary grade A books weren't even worthy of inclusion. Chapter 16, Spirit Pattern Master. As for S-rank job change books, there were 15, each an exceptional item. Among them, there was no necromancer, let alone an SS rank beastmaster.
What made Yifeng want to spit blood was that only one could fuse with a summoner.
It was an S-rank wing human, an avatar-type class. Its ability was to transform into a wing human, enhancing the summoner's control over flying summons after fusion.
Yifeng had no intention of choosing this one either.
Its ceiling was far too low.
Choosing it would narrow his path once a profession fused, there was no going back. He was only level 10 now, still far from the level 30 required for his first-class advancement. There was no rush to make a decision. If all else fails, I'll just pick the S-rank class change book with the highest selling price. Even if Yifeng couldn't use it himself, he could sell it or trade it for resources for other classes. Among the 15 S-rank job change books, only 3 caught Yifeng's interest. One was for an S-rank support spirit tattoo artist. The class ability involved tattooing oneself or others with spirit patterns, each granting different support capabilities like combat buffs, healing, or leveling assistance. One was for an S-rank support corpse alchemist. The profession's ability involved refining the corpses of beasts into materials. In terms of his past life, this profession directly connected to alchemists, providing them with alchemical ingredients. It was also a lucrative profession. The third was an S-rank support-type holy healer, whose professional ability was comprehensive healing. As for those combat-oriented S-rank profession manuals, Yifeng didn't choose a single one. The reason was simple. All 3 of these support-type professions were money-making ventures. Not only were they easy to sell, but they commanded high prices. The spirit tattoo artist earned money by tattooing people, the corpse alchemist sold alchemical materials, and the holy healer was a pure physician.
After pondering for a moment, Yifeng decided to choose spirit tattoo artist.
Corpse alchemist required skill to operate and necessitated collecting corpses, making profit generation costly. While the holy healer's healing abilities were comprehensive, they could only synergize with a dozen or so professions. In contrast, over 100 professions could synergize with the spirit tattoo artist. Moreover, the corpse alchemist and holy healer's abilities were too narrowly focused. The corpse alchemist could only refine corpses, while the holy healer could only heal. Both lacked any offensive, defensive, or mobility skills. In contrast, spirit rune masters possess remarkably versatile runes. Sharp spirit patterns boost attack power. Wind swift spirit patterns boost movement speed. Vitality spirit patterns accelerate recovery speed. Divine oracle spirit patterns grant spellcasters increased spirit power, enabling mages to unleash more spells. Tattooing others remains a no-cost business for spirit pattern masters. After making up his mind, Yifeng approached the stone platform where the spirit pattern master stood and placed his token into the recessed slot. The moment it touched the recess, the token began to melt, along with the light barrier enveloping the stone platform. Within seconds, both the light barrier and the token vanished without a trace, revealing hidden magical inscriptions. Materials required for the Spirit Pattern Master's fusion: 1 skin of the thousand-faced sheep as a racial totem primary material, 130 milliliters of alchemical distilled water, 3 drops of Can's octopus ink primary material, 5 leaves of golden beach grass, 20 g of beast speech stone powder, 710 milliliters of 100 phantom grass juice primary material. Usage: engrave the array pattern onto the thousand-faced sheep hide as the base array. Mix the remaining ingredients into a juice and consume it before fusion. Ancient Insight 1: The thousand-faced sheep's hide totem enhances fusion efficacy. The more intact the totem, the greater the effect. A complete totem accelerates fusion speed by 30%.
Ancient Insight 2: Golden mouth grass leaves stabilize the mind.
They need not be added to the juice initially. Consuming them during fusion when mental instability arises is sufficient. Ancient Insight 3: When fusing with a demon warrior, be mindful of. Yifeng swiftly jotted down these key points before retrieving the Spirit Patternist's class change scroll. The book was textbook-sized, crafted entirely from a special wood that couldn't be opened.
It contained the sealed essence of the Spirit Pattern Master's profession.
The cover bore the engraved totem of the Spirit Pattern Master. After leaving the secret vault, Yifeng boarded the monorail train again, heading toward the exchange. This trip to the secret vault had failed to yield the transfer document he sought. Yifeng planned to try his luck at the exchange and sell the Spirit Pattern Master's transfer document while he was there. My net worth's hit 100,000 now, Yifeng murmured, running his thumb over the spatial ring on his index finger. For ordinary practitioners, 100,000 magic essence stones constituted a fortune. But for high-tier practitioners, it was nothing.
High-tier adventurers were money-guzzling beasts.
Simply advancing from a level 69 6th-tier adventurer to a 7th tier 1 required 500,000 magic essence points, equivalent to 500,000 magic essence stones.
There was no such thing as self-cultivation for practitioners.
Advancement depended solely on magic essence, and there were only 2 ways to obtain it.
First, extracting it from beasts. Magic essence is the life force of beasts. When a beast dies, its magic essence crystallizes, allowing practitioners to absorb it. The second is to absorb magic essence from magic essence stones. If you have money, you can pay to level up.
If you don't have money, you have to grind monsters. Beyond these two methods, there are no alternatives. However, regardless of the source, absorbed magic essence requires digestion. It's impossible to instantly leap from Tier 1 to Tier 9 just by spending money. After disembarking the monorail, head toward the city's edge to reach the Alliance Exchange. Located at the westernmost edge of Terrace, the Alliance Exchange marks the gateway to the Beast Forest beyond the city walls, the largest beast habitat in the northern continent. Originally just a small market, its proximity to the Beast Forest made it a natural resting point for adventurers heading there to hunt monsters. Inevitable mutual trading among them gradually evolved into a formal exchange. Private transactions are prohibited within the exchange. All trades must occur under official supervision. The exchange charges a 2% fee from both buyer and seller. Of course, this 4% fee is not charged arbitrarily. The exchange verifies the authenticity of traded items to prevent fraudsters from exploiting its reputation and damaging the Alliance Exchange's integrity. Should any issues arise from the appraisal, the exchange compensates for double the losses. After centuries of development, the modern exchange stands as a magnificent and imposing structure. The azure magical walls were densely engraved with runes, resembling a war fortress. Merely approaching these runes, Yifeng distinctly felt an oppressive force. Should the beasts of the forest of monsters ever rise in revolt, this place would instantly become the foremost line of defense against the beast tide. Yifeng pushed through the crowd to the counter in the main hall. Behind the counter, a massive stone slab continuously updated with various commodity listings. This was the image painting slab, a masterpiece of alchemists. Simply place your hand upon it, and the words you envision in your mind would appear upon its surface. Due to its mind-reading capabilities, it comes at a hefty price. Seeking one scout to join party for monster hunting. Currently, 1 archer, 2 swordsmen, 1 priest. Free healing during party formation. Alchemist bulk buying Moonlight Jade, 13 pieces for 1 magic essence stone. Pair of cold scorpion pincers for sale, price, for magic essence stones. Yifeng quickly scrolled down to the job change scroll trading section. The exchange couldn't compare to the Alliance treasury. Most class change books waiting for transactions here were C, B, or a grade. Only 4 S grade books were available. None of these 4 were suitable for summoners. Chapter 17, Soul Devouring Technique. Yifeng didn't list the Spirit Pattern Master job change book for sale at the counter. Selling it on the open market would be too slow. Few could afford to shell out over 100,000 magic essence stones at once. Yifeng had no intention of lingering here for days. He intended to sell it directly to the exchange. For the wealthy Alliance Exchange, purchasing an S-grade advancement book was child's play. After informing the exchange's official staff that he wished to sell an S-grade transfer book, Yifeng was immediately ushered into the VIP room at the back with a smile. Moments later, an elderly man entered. "Which S-grade scroll does our distinguished guest wish to sell?" The elder nodded courteously, asking with a warm smile. "Pattern Master." Yifeng stated, sweeping his thumb across the spatial ring on his index finger. A flash of white light appeared, and the Spirit Pattern Master's job change scroll materialized in his hand. The elder took the book, examined it carefully, and then offered a price. 13,000 demon essence stones. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. The price was fair. Most S-rank transfer books sold for around 100,000 stones. As a premium grade transfer book, Spirit Rune Master S commanding 130,000 wasn't unreasonable. Still, Yifeng haggled, aiming to squeeze out a few thousand more. After some haggling, they settled on 133,000 magic essence stones. Once the price was settled, the old man retrieved a crystal from his spatial ring and handed it to Yifeng. This is a recording crystal used to record a practitioner's aura, profession, and guild affiliation. That's how it works with exchange transactions. All seller information must be recorded. The counterfeiting capabilities in the extraordinary world are relentless. Should any item sold to the exchange prove problematic, the exchange can track down the seller at any time. Yifeng placed his hand on the crystal. Initiating identity recording. Identity recording complete. Energy signature recorded. Recording successful. Capital City University student, Yifeng. Occupation, Tier 1 Summoner. Criminal record, none. After completing the registration, Yifeng returned the recording crystal. The elder produced a crystal card, poised to hand it to Yifeng, but paused upon seeing his profession listed as Summoner. 13,300 magic essence stones. Just give me the card. Yifeng said, pushing the Spirit Pattern Master's career change document across the table. No rush, esteemed Summoner. I have something here I believe you'll find quite interesting. The old man said, pulling out a crystal. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, accepting the crystal with a skeptical expression. He gently activated the crystal, and a stream of information flooded his mind. S-rank skill book, Soul Devouring Technique. Description: briefly devour spirit realm creatures to temporarily acquire all their abilities. Exchange appraisal: this skill book was crafted by a level 5 alchemist. The specific creator cannot be verified, but this exchange guarantees the book is fully functional and flawless. Its primary material is the fragmented primordial essence of a spirit realm devourer.
Gain the abilities of spirit realm creatures. After reading the skill book's description, Yifeng's heart trembled. Not a trace of doubt remained in his eyes. This skill was perfect for him. As a summoner, he was essentially a blank slate, lacking any combat abilities of his own. This skill would fill that gap in his combat power. Moreover, it would partially resolve the issue of summoned creatures deserting in battle. Yifeng immediately inquired about the price. The old man smiled and quoted a figure. 75,000 magic essence stones. During his time at the Nuahai Trading Guild, Yifeng had analyzed the pricing of extraordinary items. Among these, class change manuals commanded the highest prices, followed by skill manuals, then weapons and equipment. S-grade class change manuals started at 100,000, while skill manuals cost about half that, typically around 50,000 to 60,000. Weapons and equipment were significantly cheaper, generally priced between 20,000 and 30,000. Of course, these were general prices. Exceptionally potent items commanded different rates. This soul-devouring technique was merely an S-grade skill book, yet its effects were indeed impressive. 75,000 wasn't an unreasonable price. Even so, Yifeng haggled as was customary. No one bought anything on the continent without bargaining. 60,000 magic essence stones was his ideal price point. Yifeng offered 60,000. To his surprise, the old man's smile vanished instantly. Adopting a serious expression, he declared, "This price is non-negotiable. 75,000 magic essence stones, not one less. To be perfectly honest, we acquired this skill book for 55,000 stones, and it's been sitting here for years. For an S-grade skill book, if the profit is less than 20,000, we might as well not sell it and just keep it on the shelf." Seeing the old man's firm stance, Yifeng didn't haggle further. "Deal. 75,000 magic essence stones." The old man's face softened into a smile again. He fiddled with the crystal card on the stone slab for a moment before handing it over to Yifeng. The S-rank Spirit Pattern Master costs 133,000. Subtracting the 75,000 for the skill book, that leaves 58,000 magic essence stones. Here you go. After paying, Yifeng immediately inspected the goods and activated the skill book. Yifeng tore off the skill book's outer cover, activating the sealed energy within. In an instant, Yifeng was enveloped in a white light. Several minutes later, the light vanished. Yifeng immediately opened his attribute panel. Name, Yifeng. Lifespan, 79, 467 +1 +1 +1. Class, Summoner. Level, 10 first-tier Practitioner. Experience points, 0-100. Summoning space, 0-3. Equipment, none. Active skill, Spirit Realm Summoning Tier 1 summons a random Spirit Realm creature to the main world through the Spirit Realm Gate. Spirit Realm Contract Tier 1 establishes an irrevocable pact with a Spirit Realm creature. Spirit Devouring No level, unupgradable, briefly consumes a Spirit Realm creature, temporarily granting all its abilities. Passive skill, Damage Transfer No level, unupgradable after contracting with a summoned creature, all damage inflicted upon the summoner is borne by the summoned creature. Successfully used. After purchasing the skill book, Yifeng bought a map of the exotic Beast Mountains. He planned to test the skill book's effects while grinding in the Beast Forest to level up. Exiting the exchange, Yifeng headed straight for the city gate. He had already chosen his destination. In the southeastern part of the Beast Forest, near the outskirts, lay a settlement of ogres. These ogres preyed on humans and were designated as priority targets for eradication by the Alliance government. Periodically, Terras would dispatch enforcement squads to conduct purges. Thus, within the monster forest, ogres possessed the weakest strength. Choosing this location posed the least risk for Yifeng. Chapter 18, The Ogres. Upon leaving the city, Yifeng immediately released his eagle-winged demon statue to patrol the skies. It wasn't that Yifeng was overly cautious. Even near the capital city of Terras, the world inside the city walls was vastly different from the wilderness beyond. The slightest carelessness could lead to a surprise attack by beasts and a gruesome death in the wilds. Though the Alliance controlled most of the continent, vast regions remained the domain of beasts. It wasn't that humans didn't want to occupy these areas, it was that they couldn't. Beasts are born as beasts, but it takes humans at least 20 years to cultivate a combat-ready Tier 1 professional. Under these circumstances, the land humanity now controlled represented the absolute limit of what was achievable. Guarded by the eagle-winged mega statue, Yifeng sped toward the ogre's lair. Along the way, Yifeng encountered several waves of adventurer squads clearing mobs. The deeper into the forest he ventured, the sparser the human presence became. As he neared the ogre lair, the air thickened with the stench of blood, punctuated by the intermittent growls of ogres echoing from the distance. Soul-devouring technique. With a flick of his thoughts, Yifeng activated the skill. A pitch-black vortex coalesced at his chest. The eagle-winged demon statue in the sky instantly transformed into a ball of light, swallowed by the vortex. From Yifeng's back, a pair of 2-meter-long black eagle wings tore through his clothing and emerged. A layer of stone armor began to subtly cover his skin. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the power of the eagle-winged demon statue.
Then he dove toward the ogre beneath the tree. Wind Chaser Blades. As the skill activated, the twin wings on Yifang's back flapped, unleashing a wind blade that shot toward the ogre. Boom! As the wind blade exploded, wood chips flew everywhere and smoke billowed. When the dust settled, the tree had been cleaved clean in half, leaving a gaping pit in the ground. The ogre lay scattered in pieces. A level 1 ogre couldn't even muster resistance against a level 2 skill. Awesome! Yifang was thrilled. This was his first real battle since arriving in this world. Experience points +1. Experience points 27,200. After absorbing the magic essence, Yifang continued flying deeper into the forest, slaughtering ogres. He slaughtered his way to the edge of the ogre lair before finally halting. That was just a warm-up to test my skill's power. The real battle begins now. The eagle-winged demon statue possessed 2 skills, wind-chasing blades and spiral drilling wind. Wind chaser blades could unleash 3 consecutive wind blades, each possessing the power of a level 2 skill. When fired together, their combined power reached the peak of a 2nd-tier skill. Spiral drill wind is a charge skill. The eagle-winged demon statue gathers whirlwinds with its wings, spinning its entire body as it charges forward. Its power is slightly weaker than the triple-shot wind blades, but it still ranks fairly high among level 2 skills. Using the eagle wing golem's skills consumes its primordial energy. Yifang's tests revealed he could consecutively unleash 2 triple-shot wind-chasing blades or 1 triple-shot wind blade followed by 2 whirlwind drills. After discharge, the eagle wing golem's primal energy would be temporarily depleted, requiring a recovery period before it could unleash skills again. The soul-devouring technique's effect lasted only 20 minutes to half an hour. Once the duration ended, the devoured spirit realm creatures would be automatically expelled. With intruders at their doorstep, the ogres let out a chorus of guttural cries. Led by their chieftain, they swarmed out of the cave en masse. The ogres resembled dwarves in stature, with bare heads, beastly claws, and large eyes. They looked like mutated bears. Yifang roughly estimated the swarm numbered over 500 ogres, with their leader being a 2nd-tier beast. Ogre. Level 24. Racial skills, beast roar, gluttony. It matches the map's information. After confirming he had the strength to handle this horde, Yifang immediately cast his summoning spell. It had been several days since he last used the spell. Both the Capital University and Terracerie prohibited the use of professional abilities. His last use had been during his journey to the Capital University with Director Mu. Riding atop the flying dragon, he had tested the summoning spell twice. That test revealed the spell's cooldown period was half an hour. As the summoning gate unfolded, bursts of flame leapt out from within. These were spirit realm creatures Yifang had never seen before. Fire Elemental. Level 38. Skills, Blazing Breath, Scorching Charge, Fireball. Fire spirits appeared as pure flames, limbless and suspended in midair. At the top of each flame, a pair of ethereal blue eyes glowed, flanking a mouth-like opening. With no onlookers nearby, Yifang no longer held back. He directly entered spirit realm contracts with all the fire spirits. Attack! At Yifang's command, all the fire spirits instantly transformed into flames and charged toward the ogre. Yifang seized the opportunity to cast soul-devouring technique on the 3rd-tier fire elemental. As a vortex appeared on Yifang's chest, the 3rd-tier fire spirit instantly transformed into a ball of light and was swallowed by Yifang. As the fire spirit orb entered his body, the eagle-winged demon statue was instantly expelled from Yifang's body. The twin wings vanished from Yifang's back, and the stone armor covering his skin disappeared, replaced by an orange-red flame that burned continuously around his entire body. Seems I can only devour one at a time. Yifang turned and cast the soul-devouring technique on the eagle-winged demon statue once more. In an instant, the eagle-winged demon statue's orb entered his body, the fire spirit was expelled, and Yifang's wings grew back. Impressive. Almost seamless transition, Yifang murmured in admiration. Now it's time to practice. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yifang shifted back into his fire spirit form, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the ogre horde below. The ogres below were all 1st-tier beasts. Under the assault of a 3rd-tier fire spirit's skills, they melted almost instantly. Experience points +1. Experience +1. Experience +1. Yifang unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing dozens of ogres in a sea of fire. After testing all the fire elemental skills, Yifang summarized its casting frequency. Fireballs could be unleashed almost endlessly, though their power was mediocre, roughly equivalent to a 1st-tier skill. Breath could be unleashed 5 times consecutively. The charge skill proved to be the most taxing. Using it 3 times in succession temporarily depleted the fire spirit's core energy, rendering it unable to cast other skills for a short period. But that charge is seriously powerful. Yifang turned to look at the path he had come from. A trench over 20 meters long and half a meter deep gouged into the ground resembled a scar carved into the earth. Wherever it passed, the ground blazed with raging flames, reducing ogres and trees to ashes that swirled through the air amidst the black soot. The sheer force and speed caught Yifang off guard. His first release slammed him directly into the ground. The second time, it sent the ogre chieftain flying out of sight. Upon the death of this second-tier beast, it yielded 100 points of magic essence.
Yifang's level rose to 13. Just a bit rough on the clothes, though.
Yifang looked down at himself. He was now completely engulfed in flames, making it impossible to tell he was naked. His clothes had long since been reduced to nothing but scorched remnants by the flames.
Chapter 19, Dissolution. We're out in the middle of nowhere.
Who cares?
I'm not wearing anything. After devouring summoned creatures, I won't be human-shaped anyway.
After eliminating the ogres, Yifang transformed into the eagle-winged demon statue once more. Flapping his wings, he scanned the surrounding area for other ogre tribes. The remaining 100+ fire elementals scattered at Yifang's command, slaughtering monsters everywhere to gather magic essence for him. The area near the ogres had been thoroughly cleared by the Alliance, with traces of large-scale battles visible everywhere. Along the way, he hadn't encountered a single third-tier beast. Thus, Yifang moved with considerable abandon. The fire spirit army swept ahead, while Yifang followed behind, absorbing magic essence and collecting spoils. By nightfall, Yifang had wiped out 4 small ogre tribes, 2 medium-sized ogre tribes, and over a dozen second-tier ogres.
Yifang's level had also reached 18. Level up, level 18. Experience points, 36,900.
Yifang had gained 7 levels in a single afternoon, a staggering rate of advancement.
For an ordinary first-tier practitioner, gaining a single level in an afternoon would already be considered genius.
Advancing from level 10 to 11 requires 100 magic essence. For an ordinary tier 1 practitioner to defeat 100 monsters in a single afternoon truly signifies a combat prodigy.
But 100 monsters?
For Yifang, it was a mere breath away. This was primarily because Yifang was grinding a tier 1 class's levels with the strength of a tier 3 practitioner, utterly crushing the competition. If it weren't for the need to digest absorbed magic essence, this pace could be even faster. This was no exaggeration.
With monsters present, Yifang could gather nearly 100 points of magic essence in just 2 breaths. 2 breaths equated to mere minutes.
Glancing at the map, Yifang realized he had already ventured deep into the beast forest.
His current location was dozens of kilometers from Tiraz. Continuing forward would take him into the territory of the ogre tribes.
Only this area had recently been cleared by the Alliance, the rest still felt like untamed wilderness, teeming with high-tier beasts.
Better to steer clear.
Yifang commanded his fire spirit army to disperse, retaining only the third-tier fire spirits. He stored the third-tier fire spirits into his summoning space. He intended to spend the night here. Over 100 fire sprites glowing in the darkness would be too conspicuous, inviting unnecessary trouble. Upon receiving Yifang's command, the fire spirits one by one transformed into specks of light and vanished into the air. Through these summons, Yifang discovered the peculiar nature of spirit realm creatures. To travel from the spirit realm to the main world, one must pass through a summoning gate. However, to return from the main world to the spirit realm, one need only remain still for a period of time until they dissipate and return to the spirit realm. When still, spirit realm creatures seem to wield some ability to dissolve themselves, thereby returning to the spirit realm. The skeleton wolf rider that had fled the battlefield earlier also dissolved into specks of starlight.
This sparked Yifang's contemplation. If I could find a way to dissolve myself, could I also enter the spirit realm?
Yifang had heard Director Mu mention that his summoning gate was one way. This afternoon, he had tried letting the fire elemental enter the gate, only to discover it couldn't return to the spirit realm.
Of course, he couldn't enter it either.
Through the spirit realm contract, Yifang inquired of the eagle-winged demon statue and the fire elemental.
Both replied that while spirit realm creatures could, they didn't know if humans could.
Yifang shook his head and dismissed the matter. He currently had no means to dispel himself, and there was little purpose in entering the spirit realm now.
Even if he could enter, he still couldn't control the location of the portal.
In the silent forest, Yifang quickened his pace toward the nearest safe point, the eagle-winged demon statue circling low overhead as his guardian.
Without the sun's suppression, the nighttime beast forest was saturated with thick miasma. This miasma was no ordinary poison gas.
If inhaled in large quantities, it would cause practitioners to become disoriented, hallucinate, and suffer a drastic decline in combat effectiveness.
The beasts, however, remained unaffected.
Must hurry to the safe point to avoid the miasma, Yifang murmured, quickening his pace.
When grinding monsters in the beast forest, overnight stays were inevitable.
Thus, adventurer squads spontaneously established safe zones in relatively secure locations within the forest, providing resting spots for adventurers during the night. Each adventurer staying overnight at a safe point simply left behind supplies like water, food, and healing potions for those who came after. This unwritten rule relied entirely on the self-discipline of adventurers.
The nearest safe point to Yifang was a forestry camp.
This forestry site was established by a merchant guild, which later encountered a migrating swarm of Tibetan poison frogs.
After a fierce battle, the guild suffered heavy losses while the poisonous frog swarm was completely annihilated.
However, the rotting carcasses of thousands of poisonous frogs contaminated the forest, turning it into a highly toxic wasteland. Not only did vegetation cease to grow, rendering the forest worthless, but the guild withdrew. The surrounding area also became unsuitable for beasts to inhabit, making it an ideal location for adventurers to establish a safe point. Yifang planned to spend the night in the beast forest, then grind straight to level 20 tomorrow. He would return only after becoming a second-tier adventurer. Arriving at the forestry station entrance, Yifang still hadn't recalled the eagle-winged demon statue into his summoning space. Once outside human-controlled territory, one had to guard not only against beasts but also against ambushes by others. Once outside the city walls, law enforcement teams held no sway. Murder and looting were common occurrences, one reason most adventurers chose to group up for monster hunts. In places without rules, people were far more terrifying than beasts. The forestry site covered an area roughly the size of a football field, enclosed by wooden fences. Inside stood only a large warehouse over 10 meters tall and a small wooden hut. Both structures were undoubtedly magical constructions, capable of withstanding the miasma. When the forestry site was fully operational, the guild undoubtedly stationed personnel here. An ordinary wooden hut wouldn't stand a chance against beasts, let alone fend off a pack of wild wolves. The surrounding wooden fence was certainly not made of ordinary timber either. Over a decade had passed since the battle with the poisonous toads, yet this wooden fence still stood in an environment where vegetation scarcely grew. This fact alone spoke volumes. Between the two structures, Yifang chose the warehouse. The cabin stood only 3 meters tall, too low for his eagle-winged golem to enter. Upon entering the forestry site, Yifang immediately detected a pungent odor. The source was the toxins left behind by the poisonous frogs. However, the toxin wasn't potent enough to kill a person just by standing on the ground. It merely contaminated the soil and water. Staying inside overnight posed no danger whatsoever. The moment Yifang entered the warehouse, he immediately drew the attention of everyone inside. Not because he was exceptionally handsome, but because he was so peculiar. This logging site was located deep within the beast forest, where second-tier beasts were commonplace. A first-tier practitioner traveling alone without a team would face certain death if they encountered a beast pack. Yifang, a lone first-tier practitioner appearing here, certainly seemed out of place. Yifang scanned the room. Including himself, there were 8 people in the warehouse. Everyone else was a second-tier adventurer. Determining a professional's rank was straightforward. Without employing concealment techniques, a professional's essence constantly emitted an aura. Once you memorized the sensation of a third-tier practitioner, you could instantly recognize them upon future encounters. 5 of the 7 people in the warehouse sat huddled together, appearing to form a small team. The remaining 2 sat near the entrance, a shifty-eyed, scrawny man and an old man clad in tattered mage robes. When the eagle-winged magus followed into the warehouse, the expressions of the others inside held no trace of doubt. As they sensed the eagle-winged golem's second-tier aura, their gazes toward Yifang now carried a hint of apprehension. Chapter 20, The Forestry Camp. Following protocol, Yifang placed some food and water in a corner of the warehouse before sitting against the wall in the center. The eagle-winged magus stood guard beside him. The farthest corner of the warehouse was occupied by the 5-person squad. The entrance was guarded by a thin man and an old mage. The 3 groups remained at a considerable distance from one another, none exchanging greetings. The warehouse was quiet, though the 5-person squad sat huddled together, whispering among themselves. Yifang sat cross-legged on the floor, swiping his thumb across the spatial ring on his index finger. A wrapped meal appeared in his hand. Yifang tore open the lotus leaf wrapping, ignoring the surprised stares around him as he grabbed the meal and began eating heartily. He was truly starving. This was his only meal all day. The rice ball tasted genuinely delicious, each grain carrying a subtle sweetness reminiscent of melons and fruits, a special variety of rice enhanced by alchemical technology. Yifang devoured the rice in no time, then downed a large bottle of water in one gulp. After stowing the water bottle into his spatial ring, Yifang suddenly noticed the skinny man by the door approaching him with a grin. "Hey, young man, how did a first-tier practitioner like you end up here all alone? What's your profession?" The shifty-eyed skinny guy plopped down beside Yifang and fired off 2 questions in quick succession. Yifang shot the man a dismissive glance, pulled out a map to study, and ignored him completely. The skinny guy didn't seem annoyed by the lack of response. He kept smiling and continued. "Hey, don't be like that, bro. I just want to swap some intel with you. I know of a crystal mine nearby. We could trade. Hey, where'd you get that second-tier beast? Family gift? You're so awesome, enslaving a second-tier beast at just first-tier level. How did you get lost?" Caught off guard by Yifang's sudden outburst, the skinny man's expression darkened instantly. He blinked, swallowing his anger, and tried to put on a smile again. But before he could speak, the eagle-winged demon statue moved. The eagle-winged demon statue tensed its wings, assuming a combat stance, poised to unleash wind blades at any moment. Fine. The skinny man dropped all pretense, snarling out 3 words before turning and storming out of the warehouse. The old mage at the entrance followed suit, exiting the warehouse after him. Yifang continued studying the map in his hands. Where should he go monster hunting tomorrow? He was still 2 levels short of reaching level 20.
With a bit of luck, he could finish the quest by tomorrow morning and return to the capital's university by evening.
The mana essence required for leveling increased progressively, 100 points from level 10 to 11, 200 points from 11 to 12, and so on. He still needed over 1800 points of magic essence, roughly equivalent to a medium-sized ogre tribe.
After finalizing tomorrow's destination, Yifeng stowed away the map.
Looking up, Yifeng noticed the innermost 5-person squad staring at him. Among them, a girl with twin ponytails clad in a loose black robe even flashed him a smile.
Again? Yifeng gave a helpless smile.
Seeing Yifeng's return smile, the twin ponytail girl nodded to her companions and approached him.
My name is Li Momo.
What's yours?
Li Mo. Yifeng altered the girl's name and gave a fake one. Ha, our names really do sound alike. Since we're so destined to meet, I'll kindly give you a heads up. You're in trouble.
Li Momo stuck out her tongue and made a funny face at Yifeng.
What do you mean? Yifeng asked, puzzled.
Li Momo pointed toward the warehouse entrance. Those two guys had two teammates. Their boss is a 3rd-tier knight.
Let me tell you, they're trouble. That little cabin over there?
They bullied their way in and took it for themselves.
They won't let us near it. You just angered them.
As a tier 1 professional, you're such an easy target.
They won't let you off the hook. Yifeng smiled but didn't respond.
That skinny guy earlier first asking about my profession, then inquiring about my methods. A complete stranger, yet he got a cold shoulder after putting on a friendly face and still managed to smile.
He was probably here to scout the place. Yifeng couldn't care less.
If these people weren't careful, he wouldn't mind shedding some blood. When Yifeng snapped back to reality, the girl before him was still chattering away.
But you could join us.
Together, we'd be 6 2nd-tier fighters and 1 1st-tier fighter.
They'd have to think twice before messing with you.
Your stone statue has aerial superiority that's quite rare. We're preparing to hunt light griffins, and we could really use your help. Li Momo spoke, taking Yifeng's hand and tracing circles in his palm with her finger.
If you join us, young Master Qin will protect you. Young Master Qin is a student at the Ancient Priest Academy, ranked 9th across the entire continent.
The academy is located near Tiras.
They wouldn't dare do anything to young Master Qin. Yifeng frowned and pulled his hand away.
Seeing this, Li Momo smiled and continued.
Oh, don't worry, we won't damage your stone statue. This woman really.
Yifeng muttered a silent complaint to himself and decided to shift positions. He sat down on the ground, shuffling sideways with hands and feet, turning his back to Li Momo and ignoring her.
You. Oomph. Die out here in the wilderness.
Li Momo stamped her foot and turned to leave.
Inside the small cabin at the forestry station. Boss, I think we can take that kid.
The skinny guy who'd been probing Yifeng earlier spoke obsequiously to the 3rd-tier knight leading the group. The 3rd-rank knight slammed his dagger onto the table and said coldly. I sent you to gather intel, yet you couldn't even uncover a child's profession.
Your skills are deteriorating by the day.
The skinny guy immediately put on a look of grievance to defend himself.
It's not my fault, boss.
That kid may have a tongue, but he might as well be mute. He only said 2 words the entire time. The 3rd-rank knight ignored the skinny man and turned to the old mage, demanding.
What profession do you think could enslave a 2nd-tier beast with only 1st-tier strength? As for professions, a summoner could possess that ability.
Beyond that, I'm unsure, the old mage replied from the side.
The 3rd-tier knight nodded. I think it's a summoner too.
That stone golem the kid brought, I'd never seen one like it. It might not be a beast at all, but a spirit realm creature.
Hearing their exchange, the skinny guy beside them grew even more excited. If it's a summoner, we're in for a fortune.
A summoner's corpse fetches 30,000 at the Holy Spirit sect.
I've never killed an SSS tier class before. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. Don't get too excited just yet.
If that kid is a summoner, just 1 4th-tier spirit realm creature he summons will be more than we can handle. The thief, who had remained silent until now, cautioned. Hearing this, the skinny guy immediately shrugged it off.
Just a tier 1 summoner? Our boss is a tier 3 swordsman.
The Holy Spirit sect gave us the summoner's full details.
I guarantee we'll take him down in under a minute. What could he possibly summon? The skinny guy's words found agreement from the other two, except the thief. They knew full well the vast gap between a tier 1 and a tier 3. Their boss, a 3rd-tier knight, could fell a whole pack of 1st-tier beasts with a single swing of his sword. A summoner was weaker than a tier 1 beast. They'd struggle to take down a wild boar. Among the 4 of them, 1 3rd-tier knight, 1 2nd-tier thief, 1 2nd-tier mage, and 1 2nd-tier assassin. Any one of them could easily take down a 1st-tier summoner. The thief and assassin could even prevent the summoner from casting any spells at all. So it's settled? We're going after this kid?
The skinny assassin glanced at the others, asking tentatively.
Chapter 21, The Move. For a moment, none of them responded. A level 1 practitioner enslaving a level 2 beast.
The thief muttered under his breath, weighing Yifeng's situation.
A lingering unease settled in his mind. Could he be a spirit summoner instead of a summoner?
The thief pondered, then added the question to break the silence. Impossible, the skinny man retorted immediately.
Spirit summoners are precious. Don't they all have bodyguards?
Besides, the spirit summoning sect has their own beast sanctuary.
Why would they come to this godforsaken place? What if it's some young master from the spirit summoning sect sneaking out to play? The skinny one refused to back down.
If that kid really is the spirit summoning sect's young master, the moment you lay a finger on him, we'd all be better off killing ourselves. Hey, the skinny guy's temper flared, his voice rising several notches.
Who the hell do you think you are? Why do all the big shots keep crossing paths with you? Why not suspect he's the spirit summoning sect's little princess, disguised as a guy to seduce you? You. Enough, stop arguing.
The third-rank knight leading them cut off their bickering. The knight turned to the old mage, tilting his head slightly as he asked.
Old Chen, what's your take on this?
The old mage pondered for a moment before replying.
Doesn't look like a rich man.
You can tell just by the way he eats, more like a poor student. The old mage spoke with considerable confidence. He'd been a bandit for nearly a decade without a single mishap, relying on his keen, seasoned ability to read people. The third-tier swordsman stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked.
Not from a wealthy background, yet possessing a second-tier beast as a first-tier professional? If he's not a summoner, then he must have had some extraordinary luck. Exactly.
The skinny man beside him chimed in immediately. Not being born into wealth rules out the possibility of him being some rich kid or princess.
If he's a summoner, we could kill him and sell his corpse to the Holy Spirit sect. Then we could all take the year off.
If they're not a summoner, being able to enslave a tier 2 beast with only tier 1 power, that's got to be some serious luck.
Either way, we've got to take this job. Damn it, we haven't had a job in over 10 days.
The third-tier knight didn't respond immediately, glancing once more at the old mage. The old mage nodded and said,
shouldn't be a problem. Just have the assassin slit his throat in the dead of night.
Though I don't know what class that kid is, my detection shows his physique is no different from an ordinary person. The third-tier knight had already intended to act. Seeing the old mage's approval, he hesitated no longer and immediately said,
all right, we'll strike tonight.
After this job, we'll leave Terrace and hide out back home for a few years. Then, the third-tier knight assigned tasks to each member. Old Qian, you handle controlling that second-tier stone golem. The old mage nodded silently.
Skinny monkey, you'll slit the throat. If there's another screw-up this time. Before the boss could finish, the skinny guy hurriedly interjected. It won't happen, boss. If there's another problem this time, I'll enforce the SWAT rules myself. Just as the skinny guy was about to pledge his life, the third-tier knight waved him off. I don't expect you to succeed. Just make sure the poison on your blade does its job. I'll handle the rest. After all, the target is likely an SSS rank professional. In the dead of night, Yifeng suddenly felt his spirit realm contract vibrate.
Alerted by the anomaly, Yifeng instantly snapped awake. In an instant, Yifeng had already made his move.
Soul-devouring technique. Kid, you're sleeping pretty soundly.
As Yifeng heard these words, a dagger gleaming with an eerie black light pierced his throat. The slender assassin felt the feedback from the dagger and wondered. Why didn't it pierce through? It felt like stabbing into stone? He knew summoners possess the ability to redirect damage to their summons, but this clearly wasn't damage transfer, it was damage defense. Unable to activate his blade poison, the skinny assassin immediately chose to retreat. But Yifeng gave him no chance. After parrying the fatal strike, Yifeng swiftly switched his summoned creature. Facing a third-tier knight, Yifeng directly summoned his strongest fire spirit. In an instant, the skinny assassin realized Yifeng, who had been clinging to his neck, had transformed into a ball of flame. The skinny man cried out in pain, struggling to break free. The next second, a scorching breath blew his head to ashes. Skinny monkey. As the headless corpse of the skinny man hit the ground, a heartbroken cry echoed. The remaining 3 bandits revealed themselves. Yifeng didn't pause, transforming into a fireball and charging toward the old mage. You dare! The third-tier knight roared and collided with Yifeng. After the collision, the knight stood firmly rooted to the spot, while Yifeng was knocked back several meters before regaining his footing and floating upward again. Fire elementals, akin to mages, aren't particularly adept at close combat. In contrast, the knight class excelled in close combat and ranged attacks, spellcasting, and melee fighting. While not outstanding in any single area, it possessed remarkable versatility. Yifeng immediately shifted tactics, rapidly conjuring over a dozen fireballs and hurling them at the knight while mentally directing the eagle wing golem to flank the old mage. After devouring the fire elemental, he now resembled a third-tier fire mage. When a mage faced a knight of equal tier, the mage held a significant advantage at range. However, if the knight closed in, the mage would find themselves in serious trouble. With the warehouse surrounded by miasma, Yifeng had no choice but to fight inside. The warehouse was only about 100 meters wide from north to south, meaning the distance between them wasn't great. Yifeng was naturally at a disadvantage. If another mage were to harass him from afar, his situation would become dire. Therefore, this mage must be eliminated first. The knight ignored the eagle-winged golem lunging at the mage, instead turning sideways to charge straight into the fireball Yifang had hurled. Boom! Amidst a dazzling burst of flames, the knight charged forward, greatsword raised, swinging it straight at Yifang. Yifang refused to meet it head-on, swiftly pulling away while suspended in midair. The knight had absorbed the fireball without using any defensive skills, relying solely on his physical toughness.
Most knights possessed no defensive skills either, their defense was their very bodies.
This meant the knight before him could physically withstand Yifang's most powerful current technique, the third-tier Blazing Flame Charge. Of course, Blazing Flame Charge was one of the more potent attacks among third-tier skills. While the knight's physical defense was average for a third-tier knight, a direct clash would undoubtedly result in defeat. But it wouldn't be a one-hit kill. Using 3 charges would exhaust the fire elemental's other skills for the time being, and Yifang didn't intend to use them so recklessly. If the strike missed, the knight would raise his sword for another swing. While maneuvering, Yifang commanded the Eagle Wing Golem to pounce on the old mage. Facing the charging Eagle Wing Golem, the old mage crouched low, touching his own shadow. The next instant, the old mage plunged straight into his own shadow and vanished, leaving the Eagle Wing Golem lunging at thin air. Moments later, beside the corpse of the skinny monkey, the old mage emerged from the shadows once more. He swiftly removed the spatial ring from Skinny Monkey's finger, took a necklace, then sank back into the shadows. Chapter 22, First Tier Insta-Kills Third Tier. Watching this sequence, Yifang's expression grew grave. These guys were skilled, not your average bandit crew. Realizing it would be difficult to kill the old mage outright, Yifang swiftly adjusted his tactics. He unleashed the soul-devouring technique, conjuring a vortex before his chest. He spat a fire elemental toward the charging knight. Then, with a distant finger gesture, he sucked the eagle-winged demon statue into the vortex. Yifang flapped his wings, unleashing a streak of wind-chasing blades directly at the knight. Since we can't take out the old mage first, let the fire elemental wear down the knight while I wait at the edge of the battlefield for my chance. I'll kill this knight first. Under the dual pressure of Yifang and the fire elemental, the knight soon retreated step by step. Yifang seized every opening during the knight's exchanges with the fire elemental, relentlessly unleashing wind blades that left the knight no chance to breathe. Finally, seizing the moment during the knight's clash with the fire spirit, Yifang unleashed 2 consecutive triple bursts of wind-chasing blades, striking the knight's shoulder with brutal force. The knight's shoulder instantly became a bloody mess. The fire spirit seized the opening with a blazing charge, slamming solidly into the knight. The warehouse floor instantly caved in, forming a massive crater. Yifang gave the knight no chance to recover, immediately casting a summoning spell to call forth spirit realm creatures to assist the fire elemental in finishing off the knight. It wasn't that he didn't want to join the fight. After unleashing 2 triple blade strikes, the power of the eagle-winged golem had been exhausted and was now in the process of recovering. As the summoning gate opened, skeletons began falling from the sky. Spawn! Damn it, those cunning spawns! The knight roared with fury, ignoring the blood gushing from his back as he swung his greatsword, cleaving a large group of skeletons clean in half. Under Yifang's command, the fire elemental charged forward again, carrying a scorching aura. Just as the third-tier knight seemed doomed, a shadow identical to the knight leapt from his own shadow and engaged the fire elementals in combat. Feeling the shadow's aura, Yifang's heart skipped a beat. It was also a third-tier knight. Moreover, its techniques mirrored the knight's exactly, even sharing the same form though lacking a distinct face. It must be some kind of clone-type skill, Yifang speculated inwardly. Good thing I exhausted the Eagle Wing Golem's power earlier and didn't finish him off myself. Otherwise, under that third-tier knight's ambush, I might have been beheaded in one blow. But even if I had the ability to finish it off, I wouldn't have gone myself. A faint gleam flashed in Yifang's eyes. After engaging the knight, the old mage vanished without a trace, and another assassin-like class had also disappeared. Therefore, Yifang gathered all the second-tier skeletons emerging from the summoning gate, surrounding himself with them as he remained constantly vigilant against ambushes. The knight finally gained a moment to catch his breath. He reached into his spatial ring, pulled out a vial of potion, and drank it down. The moment the potion touched his lips, a halo of light enveloped the wound on his back, temporarily stabilizing the injury. Even after drinking the potion, the knight couldn't suppress his rage. He smashed the bottle and shouted at Yifang. "You cowardly bastard! I gave you such a huge opening, and you still didn't dare to come over." Yifang merely smiled faintly, ignoring him as he continued directing the skeleton army to charge forward and finish off the enemy. The knight swung his greatsword, his hand trembling slightly as a layer of dark, ghostly light shimmered upon the blade. With a mighty swing, the skeleton army was instantly reduced to scattered bones. One strike, one devastating effect. After delivering that strike, no matter how Yifang urged them on, the skeleton army dared not advance another step. The flaw has surfaced again, Yifang sighed helplessly. There was no solution. Spirit realm creatures possessed sentience intelligent enough to follow commands and execute tactics, but their own consciousness meant they feared death. After witnessing the might of a third-tier knight, the first-tier skeletons dared not even approach. However, the knight's strike also gave Yifang a rough idea of what profession the third-tier knight had fused with. Upon reaching Tier 3, a class holder must fuse with another class to advance.
This knight had likely fused with a dark element class. Taking advantage of Yifang's momentary distraction, the knight swiftly produced another potion and downed it. His face twisted with fury, tinged with a hint of apprehension. The situation had unfolded far beyond his expectations. He had assumed it would likely be a fragile Tier 1 summoner. His plan was for the Tier 2 skinny monkey to plant shadow poison, then use the combined strength of two Tier 3 professionals to subdue the summoner's core. The entire process would take no more than 10 seconds. In their minds, the summoner wouldn't even get a chance to cast a spell. Even if the summoning space contained a 9th tier creature, it wouldn't matter. Unexpectedly, this summoner could fuse with their summoned creatures, instantly gaining their powers and transforming into a humanoid monster. Fortunately, he only had one 3rd tier summoned creature and one 2nd tier one still manageable. After gauging Yifang's strength, the knight planned to feign weakness, lure the summoner closer, then have the twin shadows finish him off with a single strike. But the kid didn't budge an inch. At this thought, anger flared in the knight's eyes once more. Dragging things out this long had already put the three of them at a severe disadvantage. If the ambush on the summoner failed, an endless tide of summoned creatures would overwhelm them. Worse still, the summoner could transfer damage to his creatures, sacrificing them in his place. The Holy Spirit faction had made this perfectly clear to them. Should they flee? The knight felt retreat creeping into his thoughts. Watching the endless tide of skeletons pouring from the summoning gate, he realized killing this summoner was now impossible. However, as long as no 4th tier summoned creatures appeared, the summoner couldn't do anything to them. Escape was not entirely out of the question. As a bandit who'd spent years roaming the beast forest, he possessed methods to temporarily resist the miasma, enough to carry them to the next safe point. Damn it, a 3rd tier professional like himself, actually being beaten into retreat by a 1st tier summoner. The knight simply couldn't bear the shame. Just as the knight debated retreating, a powerful aura surged from the summoning gate. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a colossal bone dragon soared out of the portal. A dragon! The knight cried out in shock. Yifang was overjoyed and immediately forged a contract with the bone dragon. Skeleton Dragon Soul. Level 33. Race skill, Dragon Breath. Though the bone dragon's level was lower than the fire elementals, the aura it emitted was far more potent. Scanning the dragon's stats, Yifang couldn't help but wonder. Only one skill? Logically, a 3rd tier spirit realm creature should possess at least 3 racial skills. The moment the bone dragon appeared, the battlefield shifted. The timid 1st tier skeletons, previously hesitant to advance, suddenly became fearless. They swarmed toward the knights. They scrambled to sacrifice themselves for the bone dragon. Is it because of the bone dragon? The suppression of lower tier creatures by higher tier beings? Yifang shook his head, setting aside his speculation for now. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the soul devouring technique. Let me test the bone dragon's power. Soul devouring technique. As the skill activated, a vortex appeared on Yifang's chest, swallowing the bone dragon whole and expelling the eagle-winged demon statue. A flash of white light erupted, and Yifang vanished. A humanoid bone dragon materialized in the air. Chapter 23, 4-Leaf Clover. The humanoid bone dragon emanated a formidable aura, its wings flapping ceaselessly as faint purple electrical currents danced around its form. Dragon Breath. As the racial skill activated, the electric currents swirling around the humanoid bone dragon began to converge toward its chest, specifically the area of its lungs. Instantly, a violet glow erupted from its chest. As the purple glow reached its peak intensity, a magnificent surge of electricity erupted forth. The 3rd tier knight couldn't dodge in time, instantly obliterated by the current. Such immense power. The sheer force of the breath attack completely caught Yifang off guard. The breath attack of a 3rd tier bone dragon had instantly killed a knight of the same tier. Dragons truly lived up to their reputation as the mightiest creatures in the main world. With the knight's physical form destroyed, the Shadow Knight battling the fire elemental abruptly disintegrated. After the shadow completely dissipated, a necklace fell to the ground. Yifang didn't immediately pick it up. There were still 2 opponents left to deal with. The old mage vanished into the shadows and never reappeared. There was also a 2nd tier professional resembling an assassin who had only appeared briefly alongside the knight before vanishing. Wonder if they got away. Yifang began directing all the skeletons to search for the 2 individuals' traces. They couldn't have gotten far. They'd been hiding all along, clearly planning to ambush me with a decapitation tactic. They wouldn't have fled before the bone dragon appeared and the knight died. The knight's death had occurred barely over a minute ago. Undead creatures aren't afraid of miasma. Yifang spared no corner of the warehouse either. Under his command, the skeleton army began spreading into every nook and cranny of the storage facility. Ah! Don't come closer, don't come closer. Li Momo screamed in terror as the skeletons closed in on her. She was already terrified from the earlier battle. Seeing Yifang kill a 3rd tier knight with a single strike left her utterly stunned. She had even cursed him to die in the wilderness earlier. And now she was terrified he'd come after her for revenge. Yifang paid no attention whatsoever to the 5-person squad at the far end of the warehouse.
He was too busy examining the necklace left behind after the knight's shadow dissipated. A small skeleton had just retrieved this necklace for him.
Unfortunately, the dragon's breath was too fierce. Even the third-tier knight's spatial ring was destroyed by the electrical current.
The necklace was crafted from some kind of crystal, shaped like a 4-leaf clover, though only one leaf remained. A notch where the other 3 leaves should be indicated a pin, likely pulled out. This necklace must have been used to create the knight's shadow clone.
Too bad it's not much use to me.
Earlier, he had closely observed the battle between the knight's shadow and the fire elemental. The shadow could only fight with brute strength. None of the third-rank knight's other abilities were available to it. As a summoner, he himself possessed no combat abilities, his physical strength no different from that of an ordinary person.
Still, selling it could bring in a decent profit.
Yifeng was examining the necklace when sudden sounds of combat erupted from the western corner of the warehouse. 2 skeletons were obliterated by a cloud of black mist. 2 figures materialized within the warehouse. It was the old mage and the thief. Yifeng immediately flapped his wings and charged toward the 2.
Quick! 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 The bone dragon's speed astonished Yifeng.
This was without using any movement skills, merely relying on the bone dragon's physical strength. Its speed surpassed even the charge ability of a third-tier fire elemental. The old mage's face turned deathly pale as he desperately channeled his power, his body beginning to sink back into the shadows. Thud! In less than 2 seconds, Yifeng in his bone dragon form slammed violently into the ground. An impact crater 5 to 6 meters wide and 2 to 3 meters deep instantly appeared on the ground. The immense shockwave sent nearby ground trembling, causing the warehouse walls to quiver violently, nearly collapsing. Yifeng flew up and looked down at the crater.
Only a pile of flesh remained. Judging by the position, it was on the right side. It must be that assassin-like professional.
The old mage was on the left. The old mage sank back into his own shadow.
This is so annoying. Yifeng lacked the means to deal with this old mage and was utterly helpless.
Yifeng closed the summoning gate and began to dissolve the skeletons, sending them back to the spirit realm. He had no intention of pursuing him further. If we don't take out the old mage this time, we probably won't get another chance.
Yifeng landed in the large pit and began rummaging through it.
Soon he found a badly damaged spatial ring. The gem on the ring was shattered beyond repair.
Damn it!
The reason Yifeng hadn't used Dragon's Breath was precisely to preserve this man's spatial ring. Even if it contained nothing of great value, the ring itself could fetch a decent price. He just hadn't expected the bone dragon's physical strength to be so formidable. After searching through the remains, Yifeng discovered a 4-leaf clover necklace. Still, only 1 leaf remained. The metal chain had been crushed beyond recognition, but the leaf remained perfectly intact. Yifeng tore off the chain and discarded it.
And retrieved the knight's 4-leaf clover necklace, joining the 2 together. Now I have 2 leaves. The remaining 2 leaves should be on that old mage.
When the 3 had appeared earlier, the old mage had immediately confiscated the skinny assassin's spatial ring. 1 leaf should be inside.
The old man should have one as well. Judging from the knight's shadow clone,
Yifeng surmised that the old man's ability to traverse shadows likely stemmed from his leaf.
Unfortunately, he had already fled.
Yifeng felt a pang of regret. While he didn't think much of the knight's shadow clone ability, he genuinely coveted the old mage's power to traverse the shadows.
Sigh.
Just as Yifeng sighed, the spirit realm contracts of dozens of skeletons began to tremble once more. The old mage had reappeared. He was being swarmed by the skeletons right at the exit of the forest. Upon hearing this news, Yifeng disregarded the miasma entirely and immediately flapped his dragon wings to give chase. The moment he stepped outside, Yifeng saw the bright light emitted by the mage's spells.
Yifeng dared not use dragon breath.
Instead, he cast the soul-devouring technique, opening the vortex on his chest to spew forth the bone dragon. He also released the eagle-winged demon statue and the fire elemental, determined not to let the old man escape again. Fearing damage to his prize, Yifeng mentally communicated with the bone dragon through their spirit realm contract, instructing it to hold back slightly. Though he knew the bone dragon possessed formidable physical strength, Yifeng was still astonished by its speed. In the blink of an eye, just as Yifeng caught sight of the old mage, the bone dragon had already slammed the old mage to the ground. Every bone in his body was evenly shattered, leaving him unable to move. He could only lift his head with all his strength, glaring at Yifeng with unwillingness. Yifeng held his breath, running toward the old man while pulling his school uniform over his body. Earlier, when he had transformed into a fire spirit, his clothes had been burned to ashes once again.
The miasma was toxic. Skin contact could cause problems.
The school uniform issued by the Capital University had basic anti-poison capabilities. Embroidered on the chest of the uniform was a pattern of 2 great swords crossed beneath a royal banner.
This emblem was the symbol of the Alliance. Only that elite institution dared to embroider the Alliance emblem on its garments.
The old mage stared at the emblem on Yifeng's chest, his face twisted with resentment as he spat out.
If you'd just, warned this from the start, we wouldn't have dared, What good does it do to say that now? Die.
As Yifeng's voice fell,
The bone dragon's massive claw slammed into the ground.
As the claw lifted, Yifeng began sifting through the spoils.
Soon, he found the last 2 leaves of the 4-leaf clover amidst the flesh pulp.
He carefully placed them back into position, and a complete 4-leaf clover necklace lay quietly in his hand. Looking at the complete 4-leaf clover necklace in his hand, Yifeng smiled happily. But as he smiled, something felt off. Among the 4 leaves, 3 were a deep, dark black, while 1 remained colorless. Holding it close to examine, Yifeng saw the leaf resembled hollowed-out crystal, as if something was missing inside.
As Yifeng studied the necklace, suddenly, the spirit realm contract of a skeleton wolf rider began to violently tremble. He flapped his dragon wings and flew to the skeleton wolf rider's side. Yifeng distinctly sensed the skeleton wolf rider's aura was extremely weak, its entire body shrouded in pitch-black shadows that emitted a hissing, corrosive sound. Yifeng immediately recognized the shadows clinging to the mount as the missing element from the 4th leaf. He held the 4-leaf clover necklace in his hand, aiming it at the skeleton wolf rider. Under Yifeng's command, the shadows clinging to the rider seemed to heed their master's call. They transformed into a stream of pitch-black liquid and flowed back into the 4th leaf. Chapter 24, Corpse Dragon. In the daytime, the poisonous mist of the beast forest vanished completely under the sunlight. Beneath a tree's shadow, Yifeng slowly emerged from the darkness. Once half his body appeared, he plunged back into the shadows. Moments later, 10 meters away beneath another tree, Yifeng leapt out of the shadows once more. This skill is truly remarkable.
This was the shadow-shifting ability the old mage had used last night, the power of the 3rd 4-leaf clover. It allowed him to enter and exit any shadow, though its range was somewhat limited, only 10 meters. Still, it was a highly effective mobility skill. As long as he touched shadow, he could instantly slip into the shadow realm to evade enemy attacks. However, he could only remain in the shadow realm for a little over a minute. Because the energy of the 3rd leaf only lasts a minute or so. Once that energy is depleted, he'll be expelled from the shadow realm. However, for brief traversals within the shadow realm, it can be used consecutively 2 to over 10 times.
This depends on the distance traveled. If moving the maximum 10 meters, it can only be used twice.
After using both opportunities, a waiting period is required until the 3rd leaf's energy regenerates before further use is possible. The power of the 1st leaf is the clone ability used by 3rd-tier knights. It creates a shadow clone with physical strength equal to the user's own to assist in battle. However, this is useless to Yifeng. As a fragile summoner, his physical strength is inferior to that of ordinary beasts. Yifeng attempted to transform into a bone dragon and use the clone ability, hoping to create a shadow bone dragon. The bone dragon's physical toughness was terrifying, its flesh alone could rival that of a 4th-tier professional. If he could successfully create one, it would be a huge win. After testing it, Yifeng found it didn't work. The shadow clone still looked exactly like him. Bug exploitation failed. The 2nd leaf belonged to a thief. Last night, seeing him dressed identically to the assassin who ambushed him, Yifeng initially assumed he was another assassin. Only later, while clearing the battlefield and carefully examining the crushed belongings, did he discover it was a thief. The 2nd leaf's ability was area stealth. However, its effect was severely limited, it only worked within shadows. Stepping out of the shadows caused the user to become visible. It's nowhere near as powerful as the old mage's leaf ability. It doesn't transport you into the shadow realm, you're merely invisible, yet still detectable by touch. It offers no protection against attacks. Last night, the old mage and the thief never showed up because they'd hidden in the corner of the warehouse. They were eventually discovered by the skeleton's thorough search. Thankfully, the shadow realm only lasts a minute or so. Otherwise, I'd have no way to deal with the old mage, Yifeng sighed. The 4th leaf belonged to the assassin. Its ability is a shadow-based toxin that saps a creature's vitality. That was the dark shadow on the skeleton wolf rider last night. Yifeng had just tested it. This toxin only takes effect once it enters the human body, meaning it requires inflicting a wound or forcing someone to ingest it. Too many restrictions, not very practical. Its potency is average effective against 2nd-tier opponents but significantly weaker against those above that tier. Yifeng summarized his findings. These 4 individuals possess truly remarkable abilities. The assassin wields shadow poison that can inflict curses, the rogue possesses the ability to vanish into shadows, the old mage can traverse the shadows, and the knight can generate a shadow double identical to himself, possessing the same physical combat prowess to aid in battle. A knight's combat prowess relies 80% on physical strength, allowing them to maximize the power of the 1st leaf. At night, the rogue goes stealth and steals like mad. The old mage can retreat into the shadow realm, compensating for his melee weaknesses. Assassins coat their blades in poison once a sneak attack lands, dealing with opponents of equal rank becomes far easier. Moreover, all 4 relied on shadow-based tactics, forming a seamless chain of abilities. These 4 are definitely no ordinary bandit squad. Too bad we got carried away last night and forgot to leave any survivors. Yifeng headed west as planned last night, where a patch of bloodthirsty demon vines grew. He chose this location because plant-type beasts tended to grow densely clustered. 1st-tier beasts only release a small amount of magic essence upon death. That pace was far too slow. To level up quickly, one needed to hunt large numbers of second and third tier beasts. A small ogre clan might only have 1 or 2 second tier ogres. But a small bloodvine clan will have at least 5 second tier bloodvines. This is the difference between plant type and animal type beasts. Plant type beasts absorb the essence of the earth, allowing them to grow much faster than animal type beasts. Of course, plant type beasts possess lower combat strength than animal type beasts of the same tier. After flying low for about 20 minutes, Yifeng finally reached his destination. Yifeng immediately transformed into a fire elemental. Throughout his journey, he had been using the eagle-winged demon statue. After all, the soul-devouring technique could only be sustained for about 30 minutes. The strongest bone dragon and fire elemental had to be saved for combat. Under Yifeng's searing flame breath, a vast expanse of bloodthirsty demon vines was reduced to ashes. Dense clusters of magic essence particles drifted across the ground. Yifeng landed and absorbed all the magic essence. Experience points plus 1. Experience points plus 100. Experience points plus 1. Experience points plus 1. The first and second tier bloodthirsty demon vines on the outskirts were utterly helpless against the third tier fire elemental. Yifeng unleashed 3 breath attacks in quick succession, swiftly advancing to the heart of the bloodthirsty demon vines territory. Along the way, he paused briefly only when encountering second tier bloodthirsty demon vines. As for the first tier vines, he paid them no mind unless they blocked his path. First tier beasts only dropped a small amount of magic essence, making them far too inefficient to farm. Yesterday's third tier ogre chieftain had dropped 1,000 points of magic essence for Yifeng, in efficiency countless times greater than grinding first tier beasts. Killing just 2 more third tier bloodthirsty demon vines would allow him to reach level 20 and become a second tier practitioner. The 3 third tier bloodthirsty demon vines at the center had long sensed Yifeng's approach. Now, they retracted all their vine tentacles. Tentacles dozens of meters long whipped through the air, waiting for Yifeng to enter their attack range. Yifeng recalled both the eagle-winged demon statue and the fire elemental into his summoning space. Their powers had been exhausted from the relentless battle. Attack! Yifeng commanded the bone dragon. The bone dragon roared furiously and charged toward the 3 bloodthirsty demon vines. Countless coiled tendrils lashed out in unison. Each vine tentacle was as thick as a man, capable of shattering rocks and splitting the earth with a single flick. The bone dragon didn't dodge or retreat, charging straight into the fray. Snap! 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 Every vine that struck the bone dragon snapped cleanly, leaving it unscathed. In the blink of an eye, the bone dragon arrived before a third-tier bloodthirsty demon vine. With a heavy swing of its massive claws, it severed the third-tier bloodthirsty demon vine cleanly at the waist. Watching the bone dragon's battle from afar, Yifeng frowned. He had long sensed something amiss with this bone dragon. Its combat prowess was overwhelming. It had instantly destroyed a bloodthirsty demon vine of the same tier with sheer physical strength alone. If it unleashed its full combat power, how terrifying would that be? Chapter 25, Professionals are money-sucking machines. Is it because it's a dragon? Not only was its combat power abnormal, but its racial abilities were off too. As undead creatures, bone dragons certainly can't spew lightning. Lightning is the nemesis of undead creatures. While undead beings show no fear of death, they tremble in terror when struck by lightning. This dragon was far too small, appearing to be no more than 100 or 200 years old, a mere juvenile. Dragons start with lifespans of 1,000 years. A normal dragon's body spans tens of meters. For a blood dragon, whose racial trait is physical strength, the size is even larger. Books record them reaching a full 100 meters. Before the First Era, dragons ruled the entire continent. Then disaster struck from beyond the skies, nearly wiping out the dragon race. They withdrew from the land, settling in isolation beyond the seas. This created an opportunity for humans to rule the continent, ushering in the first age of mankind. It shouldn't be called a bone dragon, Yifeng muttered to himself. It should be called a corpse dragon. Yifeng speculated that this was likely the corpse of a young thunder dragon that had mutated for unknown reasons, yet retained its original racial abilities. Yifeng had questioned the corpse dragon through the spirit realm contract, but the creature itself knew no answers. As he pondered, the battle below concluded. Transforming into his eagle-winged demon statue, Yifeng arrived at the battlefield to begin absorbing the demonic essence. Experience points plus 1,000. Level up, level 19. Experience points plus 1,000. Level up, level 20. Experience points plus 1,000. Experience points 936-1000. 3 third-tier bloodthirsty demon vines granted Yifeng 3,000 points of magic essence, propelling his level up by 20. He was now only a few dozen points of magic essence short of reaching level 21. But Yifeng had no intention of grinding further. Absorbing magic essence required digestion. Whether it came from the beast-type magic essence of exotic beasts or the natural magic essence of magic stones, it contained impurities. Continuing to level up without purging these impurities would cause issues with one's class origin. At lower levels, practitioners could digest impurities every 7 or 8 levels, or even every 10 levels. But beyond the 5th tier, each level required tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of magic essence. The sheer volume of impurities made digestion essential after every single level or even every half level. Yifeng opened his attribute panel to review the gains from the leveling proxy.
Name, Yifeng.
Lifespan, 32900 + 1 + 1 + 1. Class, Summoner. Level, 20 Tier 2 Professional. Experience points, 9361000. Summoning space, 35. Active skill, Spirit Realm Summoning Tier 2 opens a Spirit Realm gate to randomly summon one Spirit Realm creature to the main world.
Can open up to 3 Spirit Realm gates simultaneously. Spirit Realm Contract Tier 2 establishes an irrevocable pact with a Spirit Realm creature. Spirit Devouring No level, unupgradable, briefly consumes a Spirit Realm creature, temporarily granting all its abilities. Passive skill, Damage Transfer No level, unupgradable. After contracting with a summoned creature, all damage inflicted upon the summoner is borne by the summoned creature. No new skills added. The innate skills possessed by practitioners are fixed. Each individual has 3. There are 2 ways to acquire additional skills, one is through skill books. The other is by fusing with other classes during advancement to tiers 3, 5, 7, or 9. Each skill book grants 1 skill. But a class change book represents an entire class, granting 3 skills. The summoning space has gained 2 additional slots. The Spirit Realm Gate can now open 3 portals simultaneously, with monsters spawning 3 times faster than before. This also solves the issue of monsters not spawning at remote gate locations. Opening gates at 3 locations simultaneously means they can't all be in remote spots. The Spirit Realm contract upgrade hasn't changed much, though. What about the Spirit Realm Gate's release frequency? Has the cooldown been reduced? Unable to access the information through the system, Yifeng decided to try it himself. After casting the summoning spell, Yifeng stood guard beside the summoning portal. He wanted to see if the duration of the summoning spell had increased. Previously, a first-tier summoning gate could last 15 minutes. Yifeng kept track of the time. At the 5-minute mark, he cast the summoning spell again, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by immense fatigue. The summoning spell failed. Several more minutes passed, yet it still failed. After a few more minutes, it failed again. By then, the newly opened summoning gate had vanished. The duration of the summoning gate has increased by 5 or 6 minutes. Thus, every few minutes, Yifeng cast the summoning spell. At the 17th minute, he finally succeeded in opening the summoning gate. The cooldown is shorter, but not by much. It's useless. After testing the upgrade's benefits, Yifeng shifted into his eagle wing golem form and flew toward Tiras. Flying low along the path he had taken, Yifeng encountered almost no resistance. He cleared out the groups of beasts along the way with ease. Switching forms repeatedly, he flew for most of the day before finally returning to the exchange. After selling all his spoils, the ogre's teeth, fur, bloodvine seeds, and other loot from his ring, Yifeng boarded the monorail train, heading straight for the teleportation array he had used earlier. After verifying his status as a Capital University student and paying 37 magic essence stones, Yifeng finally stepped through the portal back to Capital University. Paying the 37 magic essence stones felt like a stab to Yifeng's heart. The loot he'd gathered from monster hunts had only fetched 31 magic essence stones. This trip to Tiras had been a loss. His regular income wasn't even enough to cover the round-trip travel expenses. He hadn't factored in the profits from the 4-leaf clover and the S-rank job change scroll, as these items weren't easily obtainable. Stepping out of the teleportation gate, night was already falling. Yifeng hastily ate dinner, bought a few more potions on the merchant street, and returned to his detached villa. The living room glowed with warm orange light. Yifeng downed a bottle of potion in one gulp. Closing his eyes, Yifeng felt the changes coursing through his body. The moment the potion touched his tongue, he immediately sensed impurities within his class essence being purified, as if a twilight-aged body had gained a sliver of renewed vitality. This was the purification potion that accelerated the digestion of impurities for class practitioners. Yifeng quickly crossed his legs on the bed and entered meditation, focusing on the digestion of impurities within his body. Before he knew it, over 9 hours had passed. After downing the last bottle and assessing his progress, Yifeng couldn't help but feel disheartened. After a whole night, having consumed 7 bottles of purification potion, Yifeng had barely digested a third of the impurities. Each bottle of purifying potion cost 4,000 magic essence stones. 7 bottles had instantly evaporated the wealth Yifeng had just accumulated. There was only one way to digest impurities. Through the practitioner's own self-purification ability. This ability was akin to the human body detoxifying through metabolism. Purification potions merely accelerated the process, serving only as an aid. They couldn't directly purify the impurities. However, they could increase the speed at which a practitioner digested impurities by dozens of times. Digesting the 5,500 magic essence points required to advance from level 10 to level 20 would take approximately 5 to 6 months, relying solely on natural purification. With purification potions as an aid, working day and night, it can be done in just 2 or 3 days. Practicing more and utilizing class abilities can also accelerate the rate of impurity digestion, much like how exercise alleviates suboptimal health. But it still isn't fast. It's nowhere near as efficient as using purification potions. By my calculations, I'll need 15 more bottles of purification potions to digest all the impurities within 2 days. Without potion assistance, it would take several months. Yi Fong silently calculated in his mind. Digesting first-tier impurities required 70 to 80,000 magic essence stones, nearly the price of an S-rank class changebook. Professionals were money-eating machines, and high-tier ones were bottomless black holes for gold. Most people wouldn't choose to use purification potions to speed up digestion. After all, waiting 5 or 6 months could save tens of thousands of magic essence stones. But Yi Fong didn't think that way. In this extraordinary world, strength reigns supreme. Money lost could be earned back with a high-level profession, but losing one's life due to weakness meant losing everything. After much deliberation, I still need to make money. Professionals level up by directly absorbing this world's currency, magic essence stones. Rapid digestion also requires substantial funds to purchase purification potions. Without money, progress on the path of a profession is impossible. Right now, the best place to make money is the secret realm. Secret realms are resource hubs constructed by major factions. Simply put, they locate resource-rich areas, then enclose them with magical arrays for exclusive extraction. Secret realms serve multiple purposes. Take the spirit summoning sect's Green Vine Secret Realm, for instance. It's geared toward boosting practitioners' levels. The green vine is a peculiar plant-type beast. When encountering enemies, it curls its vines defensively, utterly incapable of attack. It's like an ostrich in the desert burying its head in the sand when faced with a predator, diluting itself. In this secret realm, setting a fire can yield a massive haul of magic essence. It's a safe leveling ground, specifically designed for spirit summoners who lack combat prowess. Another example is the Elemental Crystal Valley, a resource-rich secret realm established by mages. This realm nurtures a colony of elemental spirits. Ordinary crystals, when exposed to the elemental spirit's essence over time, transform into elemental crystals. Mages harness this property to establish the Elemental Crystal Valley. Elemental crystals are essential materials for crafting wands. Controlling the Elemental Crystal Valley secret realm means controlling an endless stream of wealth. Even casually gathering a few elemental crystals within yields far more profit than grinding monsters. The secret realm is not open to outsiders, only its own members are permitted entry. As a student at the capital university, Yi Fong was qualified to enter certain restricted areas of the academy. After making up his mind, Yi Fong quickly washed up and headed out. Chapter 26, The Secret Realm. Before the Secret Realm Teleportation Tower. A dozen or so small groups of adventurers, gathered in 3s and 5s, were discussing their final preparations before entering the secret realm. Yi Fong walked straight into the tower, approached the counter, and requested an information tablet. The tablet displayed real-time updates on the secret realm's status and the adventurer teams currently recruiting members. The capital city's university had over 100 secret realms, but only one was located within the campus grounds, the Atlantis secret realm beneath Lake Heart Island. The others were scattered across the continent, accessible only through teleportation arrays. The Atlantis secret realm beneath Lake Heart Island was renowned far and wide. Its interior was practically paved with gold, making it not only Capital University's finest secret realm but also the foremost among the continent's 4 great secret realms. Unfortunately, the academy prohibits ordinary students from entering. Yi Fong held the stone tablet, carefully selecting a secret realm. Secret realms were categorized into 4 tiers: novice, intermediate, advanced, and nightmare. Yi Fong dismissed beginner-level realms outright. The rewards were too meager. The highest tier beasts in novice-level secret realms were tier 3, requiring at least one tier 3 professional in the party to enter. Among the 100-plus secret realms, novice-level ones were scarce, only a dozen or so existed. The reason was simple. Their money-losing ventures. Limiting monsters to level 30 or below meant the dungeon's rewards were meager. Yi Fongqing had wiped out several tier 3 beast groups, yet the loot only fetched 21 magic essence stones. Meanwhile, constructing a single beginner-level dungeon costs hundreds of thousands to start. Regular maintenance also requires funds. Only major factions can afford to maintain beginner-level dungeons. Yi Fong focused his selection on intermediate-level dungeons. Intermediate dungeons featured beasts capped at tier 5, requiring at least 2 tier 4 professionals in the party for entry. As a second-tier professional, Yi Fong could still enter by joining a team with 2 fourth-tier professionals. Yi Fong was confident in his own strength. Though the corpse dragon was a 3rd-tier spirit realm creature, it could instantly kill 3rd-tier beasts. Though he'd never faced a 4th-tier beast, he wondered if he possessed the strength to match one. Even at its worst, it can still be considered a half 4th-tier combat power. Even if you're ambushed by a 5th-tier beast, safety isn't a concern. Upon entering the secret realm, each person must carry a bundle of teleportation scrolls. If danger arises, tearing one scroll will instantly transport you out. This is another advantage of the secret realm. Monster spawning poses no life-threatening danger. Fire Pincers Ant Secret Realm, home to 4 Fire Pincers Ant tribes, including 4 5th-tier Fire Pincers Ants and 84 4th-tier Fire Pincers Ants. Fire Pincers Ants produce fiery crystal shards through gnawing.
Red-tailed fox secret realm, home to 3 red-tailed fox tribes, including 5 5th-tier red-tailed foxes and 79 4th-tier red-tailed foxes. Their tails are valuable poison-type alchemy materials. Yi Fong skimmed through the listings. These intermediate-level secret realms all met his requirements, each offering extremely generous rewards. Soon, Yi Fong had selected the secret realm he would venture into. Ghoul Sanctuary, home to 7 ghoul tribes, including 11 5th-tier ghouls and 115 4th-tier ghouls. The decaying energy abundant in this sanctuary serves as an excellent raw material for magical architecture. The reason he chose this realm was that a qualified team was recruiting summoning-type professions like beast tamers, puppeteers, and bug masters. Ghouls reproduced at an alarming rate, feeding on rotting flesh and corpses. Their formidable survival instincts ensured their numbers swell to staggering proportions. The sheer volume of low-tier ghouls proved a major headache for the professionals. Clearing the outer layers of these low-tier ghouls often drained most of their strength. Afterward, they were too drained to fight the higher-tier ghouls and had no choice but to retreat. Therefore, every adventurer squad recruits beastmasters, puppeteers, bugmasters, and other classes capable of fighting thousands alone to clear out the low-tier ghouls. If one chose other intermediate-level secret realms, a second-tier adventurer like Yi Fong attempting to clear a dungeon housing 5th-tier beasts would be met with disbelief by ordinary adventurer squads. They'd dismiss him outright, let alone consider letting him join their team. After completing the formalities, Yi Fong picked up a scroll and a token, heading toward the rest area inside the tower. The adventurer squad he'd chosen was waiting for him in Lounge 31. The interior of the teleportation tower wasn't large, and Yi Fong soon arrived at the door of Lounge 31. Squeak! As Yi Fong pushed open the door, 4 pairs of eyes instantly fixed on him. Without any means to conceal his aura, the 4 individuals inside instantly sensed his second-tier professional presence. Confusion flashed across their faces. After a moment, a mature woman with big, curly waves stood up and spoke first. "Junior, did you get the wrong room? We're preparing to head to the intermediate-level ghoul secret realm." No. Yi Fong handed his token to the woman and continued. "I'm also heading to the ghoul secret realm. I saw your recruitment notice." Hearing Yi Fong's words, the others in the room immediately looked surprised. The mature woman, however, lit up with delight upon seeing the summoner class on his token. "Ha! Kid, you're a tier 2 practitioner heading into an intermediate-level secret realm? Forget a 5th-tier beast, even a 4th-tier beast blowing a breath at you would be more than you could handle." A man clad in priestly robes sneered disdainfully. Before Yi Fong could react, the mature-looking woman immediately defended him. "Oh, Menglong, don't be like that. He's a summoner. An SSS-tier class. We happen to be recruiting that exact class right now." Hearing this, another blonde woman in the room frowned and retorted. "That's not right, Su Yunru. We're recruiting beast tamers, puppeteers, and bugmasters. I don't think we're recruiting summoners, right? What's wrong with SSS-tier professions? Who at the capital university isn't SSS-tier?" The man seated in the center chimed in as well. Except for the mature woman who stood up, the other 3 present all voiced their opposition to Yi Fong joining. It wasn't that they had anything against Yi Fong personally. They were heading to an intermediate-level secret realm where 3rd and 4th-tier beasts were commonplace. Bringing along a second-tier class would be deadweight, requiring constant vigilance to ensure their safety. Moreover, the rewards from exploring the secret realm were split evenly among the entire team. A low-tier class contributed the least effort yet reaped the same rewards as everyone else. No one would be happy about that. Su Yunru crossed her arms over her chest and snorted coldly. "Poof. We've already waited 2 days. If we don't recruit a spirit summoner by this morning, I'm out. You lot can wait all you want. What do you think, Fong Liang?" "Don't worry, Sister Ro." As the group threatened to fall apart, Fong Liang, the captain seated at the back, finally stood up to smooth things over. Fong Liang stepped before the group, casting a puzzled glance at Su Yunru first. What's gotten into this girl today? Why is she defending this man so fiercely, even threatening to leave the team? He then turned to Yi Fong and asked. Theoretically, a tier 1 summoner can summon a tier 9 creature. Do you currently have any high tier summons? Chapter 27, The Regeneration Sorcerer. Yi Fong shook his head. No high tier ones for now. I have 2 third tier ones and plenty of lower tier ones to spare. Hearing this, Fong Liang's expression turned approving. That's sufficient. That strength will easily clear out the low-tier ghouls for us. Captain. The blonde woman tried to speak further, but Fong Liang cut her off. Enough. I'm the captain. Since you chose this squad, you follow my lead. Fong Liang sighed inwardly. Yi Fong's level was far too low. He hadn't wanted to let Yi Fong join the team, but there were simply too few spirit summoning practitioners at the capital university. He hadn't even managed to find one after waiting 2 days. Summoners possessed abilities akin to spirit summoning, along with 2 stable third-tier combatants and an endless supply of low-tier summons. It would have to do. Seeing the captain had spoken, the other 2 reluctantly accepted without further protest. Fong Liang scanned the group and declared. From this moment on, we're all teammates.
First, let's introduce our classes. As the captain, I'll go first. Fong Liang, level 47, combat class, Skeleton Knight. Yi Fong hadn't heard of the Skeleton Knight class before. It seemed to be a composite class fused from an advanced knight class, with knight as its base profession. Knights were only S-rank professions, which theoretically didn't meet the admission requirements for Capital City University. The Capital University only admitted practitioners with base classes rated SS or SSS. But Capital University was backed by the Alliance government, which was now firmly controlled by the Knight faction. This Fong Liang must be a connection, Yi Fong speculated inwardly. After Captain Fong Liang finished his introduction, the elegant Su Yunru immediately followed. Su Yunru, level 49, combat class, light mage. What surprised Yi Fong was that Su Yunru, who had been speaking up for him, was actually the highest level member of the entire squad. What puzzled Yi Fong even more was that Holy Light Mage should be a composite class advanced from a base class, meaning the base class must be an S-rank mage. An S-rank mage doesn't meet the Capital City University's admission requirements, and they belong to the mage faction, the sworn enemies of the Knight faction. How did they even get in? Yi Fong couldn't help but wonder. The other two in the room still wore reluctant expressions as they lazily introduced themselves. Xia Qiuxin, level 37, support class, regeneration sorceress. Yi Fong recognized this class, the famed SSS-tier healing profession whose ability was limb regeneration. They were said to be able to reattach severed arms and regrow bones from bare flesh. Even more astonishingly, if a head was severed, as long as it was done quickly enough and the other organs weren't yet dead, it could be reattached and the person saved. No need to say, she got in on her own merits. Typically, healers in a party were always in demand, even if they were a few levels lower. Shen Menglong, level 43, support class, elemental priest. Elemental priests are combat support classes whose ability is to perform elemental rites on other players, temporarily granting them elemental powers akin to those of elemental mages. Yi Fong, level 20, miscellaneous class, summoner. After everyone had introduced themselves, Fong Liang led the group toward the teleportation array. As they walked, Fong Liang briefed the group on their mission within the secret realm. Although entering the secret realm was free of charge, if minor issues arose in the chosen realm, the academy would assign tasks for the students who entered to resolve them. For instance, Yi Fong's team had received this mission: the energy source for the magic array in the ghoul secret realm had depleted and needed replacement. This is a very simple task. The materials for repairing the magic array are provided by the school, so there is no compensation. More complex tasks would come with compensation, but the most difficult ones wouldn't be assigned to students, those would be handled directly by the school. As the teleportation array activated, a blinding white light flared, and the dizzying sensation returned. After about 2 minutes, a putrid stench filled Yi Fong's nostrils. The sound of rushing water echoed from the distance. A teleportation lasting over 2 minutes indicates the ghoul secret realm is quite distant from the Capital University, Yi Fong calculated silently. Seconds later, the white light faded, and everyone's vision quickly returned. What met their eyes was a landscape littered with the carcasses of fish-like creatures. Yi Fong immediately noticed something unusual. The remains were arranged in neat rows, as if being air-dried? No. Each fish carcass was damp, as if it had just been watered. Yi Fong crouched down to examine them closely. The water in the nearby puddle was still green. Green water? Considering the ghoul's characteristics, Yi Fong roughly guessed his location. Is this Green Valley? Yi Fong asked aloud. Yes. Fong Liang confirmed Yi Fong's guess. Yi Fong nodded. Although ghouls reproduced rapidly, the lifespan of this particular group was extremely short. In areas where human corpses piled up, over time, the accumulated putrid energy would transform the remains into ghouls. Uncorrupted corpses became either food for ghouls or ghouls themselves. However, the number of corpses is finite. Over time, without a food source, the ghoul population would naturally die out. The larger the ghoul population, the faster it would collapse. The continent strictly enforces cremation laws, leaving only 4 locations capable of sustaining ghoul populations. All 4 are battlefield ruins, the most renowned being Green Valley. Everyone, avoid touching the fish carcasses on the ground. They're auxiliary materials used by the academy to produce putrid gas. As the group advanced, Fong Liang provided explanations. He had visited this secret realm over a dozen times. The resources yielded by the ghoul secret realm were exceptionally suited for him, the Skeleton Knight. The magic array we need to repair lies at the westernmost edge of Green Valley, quite a distance from our current position. So we'll clear the secret realm first, then proceed to complete the academy's task. The ghoul secret realm yields 2 most valuable resources: putrid gas and corpse crystals. Putrid chi needs no introduction, it's the raw material for magical architecture, and alchemists are buying it up in bulk. Corpse crystals aren't useful for your professions, but they're invaluable to me. I'll purchase any corpse crystals you obtain at market price. Yi Fong and the others all agreed. They'd come to the secret realm to gather profession resources to trade for magic essence stones. It didn't matter who they sold them to. As for magic essence, we'll stick to the old rules: anyone who kills a beast of tier 3 or below gets to absorb its essence. We'll discuss tier 4 and 5 beasts later.
Xia Qiuxin, the healer of the team, interjected after Fang Liang finished speaking.
My level is low, and I desperately need magic essence. If anyone doesn't need theirs later, I'd be willing to trade resources I've gathered this time for it. Everyone agreed.
Yifang crossed his arms and remained silent.
Alright. Next, I'll outline our objectives for this mission. Fang Liang pulled out a map.
The lakeside of Green Valley was the main battlefield back then. That area has the most corpses, so it's also where the highest concentration of high-tier ghouls is found. Most of the 5th-tier ghouls are there. We don't have any level 5 practitioners, so we must avoid that area. The western edge of Green Valley was the periphery of the battlefield back then.
The ghoul packs there are the weakest. The Academy's mission for us is also in the west. So my plan is to sweep westward from here. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 28. You're so weak.
Our primary target this time is 3rd-tier ghouls. Only 3rd-tier ghouls possess ghoul crystals.
1st and 2nd-tier ghouls?
Corruption gas is present in every ghoul clan's lair. This time, we must clear at least 13 beast groups harboring 4th-tier ghouls. Otherwise, the rewards are too meager, might as well sleep in the dorms. Based on my experience, a 5-person squad clearing 7 level 4 ghoul clans should net each member around 2 to 3,000 magic essence stones.
So, let's get to work, everyone. Fang Liang laid out the entire situation.
Hearing they could earn 2 to 3,000 magic essence stones in one go, everyone perked up instantly except Su Yunru, who remained indifferent.
Menglong, begin the ritual enhancement now. We need wind elemental energy.
Chen Menglong acknowledged the order, drew his staff, and began chanting. Waves of azure light washed over the group. Empowered by the wind element, their movement speed surged to several times faster than usual.
Let's go.
If we encounter low-tier ghouls, ignore those not blocking our path. If any obstruct us, Yifang, you handle them.
Everyone else conserve your strength, no intervening. Yifang, you handle only the low-tier beasts. Leave the high-tier ones to us. Yifang nodded.
As the group sped forward, Su Yunru suddenly quickened her pace to draw alongside Yifang. She tapped his waist with her index finger and whispered,
"Don't you have a 3rd-tier summon creature? Try using the summon creatures you already have. Don't waste your lifespan. If it gets too tough, I'll help you. And one more thing. You can just summon them without binding contracts. Use the summon creatures to create chaos. Your task is only to deal with low-tier beasts and clear the way for the team." Seeing Yifang's lack of response, Su Yunru frowned, pouted her lips, and pinched his waist. Did you hear me? Ouch.
Yifang sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. His physique remained that of an ordinary person. The summoner profession hadn't granted him any physical enhancements whatsoever. Su Yunru, as a mage, was admittedly fragile in the professional world, but at least she had some physical enhancement.
Got it, got it.
As Yifang spoke, a dense chorus of growls echoed from the distance. Probably a few hundred ghouls, all low tier, Chen Menglong reported after casting his scouting skill.
Yifang. Fang Liang bellowed. The appearance of the beast horde brought Yifang a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to deal with that woman for now. I have no idea what got into Su Yunru. On our very first meeting, she's acting like this. I guess you could call it being nice to me. As a pure-hearted young man who had only ever held a girl's hand in his previous life, Yifang would much rather deal with beasts than women. The next moment, Yifang unleashed the fire elemental. Blazing charge. Yifang unleashed the fire spirit's signature move right off the bat. As a fireball slammed into the ghoul horde, the tidal wave of undead was cleaved clean in two, carving a fiery path through their ranks. This ghoul horde is too small. Wasting a skill on this bit of decayed energy isn't worth it. Move through quickly. Fang Liang ordered decisively. Empowered by the wind elemental, the group swiftly traversed the ghoul horde. They hadn't gone far before encountering another group of low-tier ghouls, this time slightly larger, numbering nearly 1,000. They repeated their tactic and pressed onward. There are 7 third-tier ghouls in the left group. Chen Menglong's eyes glowed green as he maintained his scouting skill to relay the intelligence. I'll handle it. Su Yunru immediately volunteered. Fang Liang didn't object. The mage's recovery abilities were stronger than any of theirs. The sooner she used them, the sooner they'd be ready again. By the time they encountered high-tier beasts, she'd be nearly fully restored. Su Yunru tapped her spatial ring, and a slender, golden-white greatsword materialized in her hand. Everyone in the party except Fang Liang was stunned. Isn't that girl a mage? Chen Menglong muttered under his breath. Su Yunru lightly touched the ground with her toes and crossed over a dozen meters to stand before the beast horde. Her long sword pointed skyward as she stood utterly still, her aura completely withdrawn, like a statue. Moments later, 7 blinding beams of holy light suddenly descended, striking 7 third-tier ghouls directly. The ghouls struck by the light instantly melted away. The 7 third-tier ghouls offered no resistance whatsoever. Su Yunru flipped her sword in her hand, and the beam of light began to expand. What had been a 2-meter-thick beam suddenly swelled to over 10 meters in diameter. A gaping void instantly opened up amidst the horde of ghouls.
With a sweep of Su Yunru's sword, the beam instantly exploded into a ring of shockwaves, scattering the ghouls in all directions.
The scene left the onlookers gasping in awe.
A single skill had eliminated an entire ghoul horde.
Damn, using a greatsword like a staff.
Su Yunru sheathed her sword and turned, placing one hand on her hip with an air of pride.
Oof. How about that? Pretty impressive, huh? Fan Liang frowned, looking utterly helpless as he spoke. Yunru, don't do that. They're just a few third-tier beasts.
Wasting such a powerful skill on them. We'll need your strength when we encounter higher-tier beasts later.
Su Yunru replied nonchalantly. Alright, I know what I'm doing. Fan Liang shook his head, his expression growing even more exasperated as he muttered under his breath.
We recruited a summoner specifically to conserve our strength.
Where's the point in wasting skills like this? Su Yunru didn't hear this from afar, but Yifang, who was nearby, caught it. Looks like Su Yunru's got some serious connections.
Even the well-connected don't dare cross her, Yifang mused silently. The group began clearing the battlefield.
Fan Liang extracted 7 corpse crystals from the bodies of the 7 third-tier ghouls.
Xiaqiushin produced an alchemy flask to collect the putrid gas. The putrid gas was a grayish-brown mist that formed in areas where ghouls dwelled. Just as Yifang moved to assist, Su Yunru suddenly grabbed his arm.
Su Yunru pointed to the magic essence floating nearby and declared. I've maxed out my level. Absorbing magic essence won't help until you advance your profession again. You can have those. Hearing this, Yifang paused, then sighed wryly. I haven't even digested my first-tier magic essence yet. Su Yunru rolled her eyes. Oh my, you're so weak. Well, guess someone else will get lucky then.
She turned to Xiaqiushin and said.
Xiaoxin, it's yours. Xiaqiushin immediately beamed with delight. Hee, thanks, Yunru. After clearing the battlefield, the group pressed onward, encountering wave after wave of ghosts along the way. Yet the deeper they ventured, the weaker the ghoul swarms became. Some groups were even already severely weakened. Noticing something amiss, Fan Liang halted the group. Judging by the state of these ghoul packs, this route must have been cleared by another squad recently. Fan Liang pulled out the map again for closer study. If we stick to the original route, this trip will be a complete waste. We might only get a few dozen magic essence stones each. Chapter 29, Changing Course. If we continue along the original route for another hour, we'll reach our mission site. It's at the edge of the secret realm, so there shouldn't be any high-level ghoul groups there. So I suggest we loop back along the original path and head this way. Fan Liang pointed at the map and continued. This path runs near the lake. The ghouls there are all high-level, but none are 5th tier. It should be relatively safe. Perhaps we could attempt to challenge the 5th tier ghouls. Victory would yield enormous rewards, and if we fail, we can always retreat. Our team has so many 4th tier professionals, and Sister Yunru is just a step away from 5th tier, Xiaqiushin suggested. Usually mild-mannered, Fan Liang immediately grew serious upon hearing Xiaqiushin's suggestion. That idea is dangerous. 5th tier ghouls. They're 5th tier beasts. Anyone below 5th tier who confronts them head-on will die. There's absolutely no chance of survival. Su Yunru also wore a serious expression for the first time as she said. Then I'm still a long way off that final step. Xiaoxin, 5th tier is high tier. 5th tier beasts aren't even the same species as 4th tier ones, Chen Menglong chimed in. Seeing everyone react so strongly, Xiaqiushin nervously stuck out her tongue and made a mischievous face. Fan Liang lowered his voice slightly and continued. Don't assume that just because you once defeated a 3rd tier practitioner with your 2nd tier strength, you can naturally expect a few 4th tier practitioners to take down a 5th tier one. While some gifted 2nd tier practitioners can defeat 3rd tier opponents, that's because the gap between 2nd and 3rd tiers isn't enormous. It's merely a matter of mastering one more profession, gaining a few more techniques. But reaching 5th tier is a qualitative leap of chasm. There has never been a single instance on the continent where a 4th tier practitioner defeated a 5th tier one. Our extraordinary power stems from the fundamental laws of this world, and so do the beasts. Beasts undergo a qualitative change upon reaching 5th tier. Why does reaching the 5th tier signify a qualitative leap? Yifang asked in confusion. He had never heard of this before. Su Yunru picked up the thread. Well, this involves the limitations of high-tier professions, and the 9th tier is also a colossal barrier. It's hard to explain in a few words. You'll learn about it in class later. Anyway, if we encounter a 5th tier ghoul later, just tear open the teleportation scroll immediately. After confirming the route change, the group pressed onward, heading toward the nearest lakeshore. The ghoul's strength distribution unfolded exactly as anticipated. The closer they got to the lake, the former main battlefield, the stronger the ghouls became. Since changing routes, they'd already encountered dozens of 3rd tier ghouls along the way. Yifang alternated between fire elementals and summoning spells to clear the path for the group. Fan Liang and Su Yunru took turns engaging the ghouls. With Yifang's army of low-tier spirit realm creatures distracting the overwhelming numbers of low-tier ghouls, the two heavy hitters, Fan Liang and Su Yunru, only needed to unleash a single strike each time. Throughout their journey, both remained in peak condition, ready to unleash their full combat power at any moment. Left fork ahead, 2 4th-tier ghouls, 31 3rd-tier ghouls, and roughly 2,000 low-tier ghouls on the outer perimeter, reported Chen Menglong, his eyes glowing green as he maintained his scouting skill. Elemental priests lacked innate scouting abilities, but could simulate a wood element mage's skills by imbuing themselves with wood elemental rights, using flora for perception. Finally, upon hearing about the 4th-tier beasts, the group instantly perked up. Fang Liang immediately made arrangements. Su Yunru, you and I each take 1 4th-tier ghoul. Sound good? No problem. Su Yunru replied confidently. Yi Fong, can you handle over 2,000 ghouls? Fang Liang looked at Yi Fong with concern. Both he and Su Yunru were power-focused classes, taking down a 4th-tier ghoul one-on-one posed little difficulty. However, 4th-tier ghouls possessed sentience. They wouldn't engage directly but would command the ghoul horde from the rear, directing lower-tier ghouls to wear down the players. For him and Su Yunru, with their 4th-tier strength, dealing with 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier ghouls was as easy as slicing through butter. But after slaughtering over 2,000 low-tier ghouls, they would be utterly spent when facing the 4th-tier ghouls. No problem. Taking on 10,000 alone is precisely my specialty as a summoner, Yi Fong declared with unwavering confidence. Put. Su Yunru shoved Yi Fong hard. Don't be so reckless. Those 31 3rd-tier beasts aren't made of paper. How do you plan to handle over 2,000 ghouls as a 2nd-tier summoner? Yi Fong smiled faintly. First, I'll stockpile troops. Gather several thousand low-tier summon creatures, plus 31 3rd-tier ones that should do it. Hearing this, Xia Qiuxin immediately rolled her eyes. Do you think 4th-tier ghouls are cute little creatures? They possess sentience. With thousands of summoned creatures making such a racket, don't you think they'll notice? You might even attract other ghoul packs in the vicinity. Yi Fong smiled at Xia Qiuxin, looking at her as if she were a little cutie. With the speed at which his 3 summoning gates produced monsters, with a bit of luck, he could summon 1,000 monsters in just over 10 minutes. This Xia Qiuxin was nothing but a spoiled brat, speaking without thinking and offending people left and right. Qiu Xin. Watch your tone. Su Yunru said coldly. Don't disrupt team unity. Oomph. Xia Qiuxin snorted coldly, turning her head away. After reprimanding Xia Qiuxin, Su Yunru turned to Yi Fong and said, you don't need to completely wipe out the low-tier ghouls. Just clear the battlefield for us so we can fight the 4th-tier ghouls at full strength. Yi Fong waved his hand dismissively. No need. 20 minutes. I'll absolutely clear out all the low-tier ghouls for you. Fine, we'll see what you've got, Fang Liang replied. Yi Fong nodded, his mind focusing as he began casting the summoning spell. Taking advantage of the moment, Fang Liang walked over to Xia Qiuxin and whispered. Qiuxin, don't worry about me. Stay close to Su Yunru and focus on supporting her. As a precaution, Fang Liang assigned Xia Qiuxin to Su Yunru, just in case Yi Fong proved unreliable. If Yi Fong faltered, Fang Liang, as a knight, could still rely on his physical strength to escape unscathed even if he exhausted all his skills. But Su Yunru was another story. Once a mage exhausted their mental energy, they became as vulnerable as any ordinary person. If anything happened to Su Yunru, Counselor Gavin would beat him to a pulp. As the 3 summoning gates opened, all manner of spirit realm creatures poured forth. Skeletons, goblins, stone golems. Only one lizard-like creature remained unsummoned by Yi Fong. Yi Fong opened the attribute panel for the strongest one among them. Stone-shelled lizard. Level 32. Race skills, stone armor, hard jaw, tail whip. Useless 2. Great. All 3 gates led us straight to a gathering spot for low-tier spirit realm creatures. Chapter 30, Beheading. Yi Fong summoned the fire elemental and corpse dragon from his summoning space once more. The moment the corpse dragon materialized, a powerful aura swept over everyone. Dragon! Chen Menglong gasped in shock. The mighty legends of dragons were etched into the hearts of every soul across the continent. No, it's a dragon corpse, not a living dragon, Fang Liang remarked, his extensive knowledge allowing him to instantly discern the undead dragon's abnormal state. While the others were still reeling in shock, Yi Fong had already formed a spearhead unit with the corpse dragon, 5 3rd-tier, and 45 2nd-tier spirit realm creatures, positioning them at the very front of the summon army. Charge! At Yi Fong's command, the spearhead team charged into the ghoul horde, striking directly at 2 4th-tier ghouls. The corpse dragon charged at the very forefront, leaving a trail of scattered corpses in its wake. As undead creatures, the bone dragon's aura instilled fear in the 2 4th-tier ghouls. The 4th-tier ghoul on the left glanced at the spirit realm creature charging toward it, then shifted its gaze to Fang Liang and Su Yunru, who watched intently from a distance. Ultimately, it chose not to engage directly. Instead, it raised its head and let out a series of roars, summoning the ghouls to intercept the spearhead squad. Seeing this, Yi Fong immediately ordered his remaining summons to surge forward, intercepting the approaching ghoul reinforcements. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate. But soon, Yi Fong's side began to falter. The pace at which creatures emerged from the summoning gate couldn't keep up with the ghoul's reinforcements. The cooldown on summoning is up. Timing it perfectly, Yifeng summoned a third-tier skeleton wolf rider the moment the cooldown ended, snatching the enemy's bone wolf away. Yifeng mounted the bone wolf and rode to the edge of the battlefield. He intended to open the summoning gate directly in the middle of the battlefield. As the summoning spell was cast, 3 summoning gates materialized at the battlefield's edge. Before long, a vast number of spirit realm creatures poured out of the portals, joining the fray. Seeing this wave of spirit realm creatures, Yifeng's expression darkened further. The positioning of these portals was truly poor. Most of the spirit realm creatures emerging were merely first-tier beings, not a single third-tier creature among them. One gate hadn't produced a single creature at all. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, 2 fourth-tier ghouls combined their efforts to spit a blade of air toward Yifeng. The black energy blades surged forward, slicing through the horde of spirit realm creatures and hurtling straight toward Yifeng. Positioned near the battlefield's edge, Yifeng was close enough to the 2 fourth-tier ghouls that the blade seemed poised to strike him in an instant. Yifeng, watch out! Yifeng smiled faintly. As the blade was about to strike him, he focused his mind. A slight warmth spread across his lower abdomen as the eagle-winged demon statue materialized before him. It lifted Yifeng into the air, effortlessly evading the attack. The black wind blade whizzed past him. Ouch, trying to kill me? This bastard even knows decapitation tactics. Well then. Yifeng, who had just landed, flashed a glance around. He summoned all the spirit realm creatures guarding him into the battlefield, leaving only the eagle-winged demon statue by his side. Then Yifeng pushed deeper into the fray, directing his spirit realm army to wipe out the low-tier ghouls. As a relentless tide of spirit realm creatures flooded the battlefield, the 2 fourth-tier ghouls grew increasingly frantic. Finally, as Yifeng prepared to cast another summoning spell, the 2 fourth-tier ghouls joined forces once more, unleashing a blade of air that streaked straight toward him. Unable to move while casting the summoning spell, Yifeng was struck squarely beneath him by the blade of air, sending him flying backward. 3 summoning portals, not yet fully formed, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Yifeng writhed on the ground, struggling to rise with a pained expression. Seeing their sneak attack succeed, the 2 fourth-tier ghouls immediately charged toward Yifeng. With a fierce roar from the 4th-tier ghouls, dozens of 3rd-tier ghouls swiftly broke free from their current opponents and converged toward the 2 4th-tier ghouls. The ghoul elite swiftly coalesced into a triangular battle formation, charging relentlessly toward Yifeng. Seeing this, the corpse dragon hurriedly returned to defend Yifeng, while the summoned creatures also rushed toward him. In an instant, Yifeng became the focal point of the entire battlefield. Watching the scene unfold in the distance, Su Yunru covered her mouth and giggled. He's putting on a show now. How wicked. That Yifeng. Feng Liang clapped his hands excitedly. Clever, this Yifeng. Using the enemy's decapitation tactic to execute a counter-decapitation. He instantly saw through Yifeng's intent. As a rising star among the Knight faction, he knew the summoner's capabilities inside out, specifically Yifeng's ability to redirect damage. Feng Liang flicked his index finger and a jet-black greatsword materialized in his grasp. He then turned to Su Yunru, who was still grinning, and said with a helpless expression. Stop smiling. Yifeng has drawn out both ghouls. The battlefield is set. It's our turn now. The 4th-tier ghoul's bloodshot eyes were filled with Yifeng's image. The weak human before it filled it with rage, making it roar repeatedly. How could such a feeble human conjure so many powerful creatures to slaughter its kin? Smash him. Smash him. The 4th-stage ghoul's crimson eyes betrayed only this single thought. As it watched its claws about to smash down on the weak human, the 4th-tier ghoul's rage subsided considerably. But the next moment's scene left it stunned. Somehow, the human before it had transformed into a dragon-like creature. Before the 4th-tier ghoul could react, Yifeng's dragon's breath roared into its face. Though ghouls felt no pain, it sensed its primal essence had been damaged. Seeing the sneak attack had little effect, Yifeng relied on the corpse dragon's formidable physical strength to endure 2 attacks head-on. He swiftly pulled back a short distance to buy himself time to react. No good. The gap between tiers 3 and 4 is just too big, Yifeng remarked mockingly, staring at the 4th-tier ghoul's blackened, grotesque face. The dragon's breath that had instantly killed a 3rd-tier creature failed to even decapitate this 4th-tier beast when it struck its face. Feeling the damage inflicted upon itself, the 4th-tier ghoul realized it could no longer swiftly eliminate the human before it. Spotting 2 humans approaching nearby, their auras no weaker than its own, the 2 ghouls immediately turned tail, intending to flee back to their pack and wear down this group of humans later. Think you can just walk away? Yifeng flapped his dragon wings and lunged at the 2 4th-tier ghouls. Simultaneously, dozens of spirit realm creatures, already prepared, rushed over. Forming battle formations, they blocked the path of the 2 4th-tier ghouls. 4th-tier ghouls possess the lowest attack power among their tier, though their combat strength still crushed 3rd-tier spirit realm creatures. The spirit realm creatures, under Yifeng's command, rotated in groups of 4 to engage them. With Yifeng, in his humanoid dragon form, providing support from the sidelines, the 2 ghouls charged left and right but couldn't break through. Several seconds later, Feng Liang and Su Yunru arrived at the battlefield, completely turning the tables on their intended victims. Chapter 31, Could it be that I, the victim, was wrong?
Fan Liang materialized a skeletal battle armor studded with bone spikes, pointing a pitch-black greatsword from afar.
Bone battlefield.
As the skill activated, both the 4th tier ghoul and Fan Liang vanished. The remaining 4th tier ghoul, bereft of its companion, tore through the blocking skeleton wolf riders with renewed ferocity, desperately fleeing back to its pack.
Su Yunro gave it no chance. Holy light corrosion.
Su Yunru pointed her long sword toward the heavens, and a pillar of holy light struck the ghoul. The pillar of light violently assaulted the 4th tier ghoul, as if attempting to melt it away. As Su Yunru flipped her greatsword to change her attack, a humanoid tyrannosaurus emerged from the ghoul's shadow. Yifang emerged halfway from the ghoul's shadow, unleashing a dragon's breath onto its back. This time, it wasn't a single blast, it was a continuous, relentless stream. A fierce electrical current surged through the 4th tier ghoul's back as Yifang strained to sustain the dragon's breath, unleashing his full power. Only when his throat began to feel strange did he finally stop. Seeing Yifang emerge from the ghoul's shadow, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Yunru's eyes.
But it lasted only an instant. With a blink, Su Yunru resumed her usual expression. Die.
Su Yunru's voice suddenly became sacred and ethereal, unlike her usual soft and gentle tone.
Holy light judgment.
As the skill activated, a massive sword of golden and white energy materialized behind Su Yunru. She swung the sword downward, and the energy blade followed suit. Under the relentless barrage of 3 skills, the 4th tier ghoul collapsed unwillingly.
Its crimson eyes lost their color, and specks of demonic essence separated from its body, drifting into the air.
With the ghoul's shadow gone, Yifang was also forced out of the shadow realm. Maintaining his corpse dragon form, he approached the ghoul's corpse and reached into its head. A grey corpse crystal was extracted. With the battle concluded, Su Yunru resumed her gentle smile. She slung her long sword behind her back and approached Yifang with a cheerful grin.
Why didn't you mention you had soul devouring magic earlier? Made me worry about you earlier.
Su Yunru said, tilting her sword to tap Yifang's dragon wing. Yifang instantly heard the corpse dragon roaring within his chest.
Yifang activated the vortex on his chest, ending the soul devouring technique. Stop hitting it. My dragon's not happy. Where's Fan Liang? Su Yunru bit her lip. He's dueling.
He has a skill that pulls people into a small space for one-on-one duels.
As they spoke, a faint glow flickered where Fan Liang had vanished.
A figure materialized, left hand gripping a pitch-black greatsword, right hand clutching a grey corpse crystal.
It was Fan Liang.
Yifang noticed that while Fan Liang's skeletal armor was covered in battle scars, he himself seemed largely unscathed, his aura still powerful.
Seems he won quite easily. Fan Liang's strength should only be slightly inferior to Su Yunru's. Slowpoke. Su Yunru teased.
Yifang tossed the corpse crystal toward Fan Liang. He had no use for the thing, so he might as well let Fan Liang, who could use it, handle it.
He could always ask Fan Liang for payment later. Fan Liang caught it steadily, then smiled apologetically. Thanks, bro. Honestly, I owe you an apology. I underestimated you before. Even though I didn't say anything openly, deep down I didn't want you on the team. But now I see. Damn, bro, you're incredible. You're worth 1,000 men. Fan Liang was genuinely relieved about his decision.
He'd run this dungeon dozens of times before, but this was the first time the ghoul secret realm felt so effortless to clear. During previous explorations, thousands of low-level ghouls blocking his path had made him seethe with frustration.
Countless skills had been wasted on these weak foes.
By the time he reached the 4th tier ghouls, he was often battered and bruised.
Oomph. Thanks to me.
Su Yunru looked at Fan Liang, her head held high, wearing a proud and spoiled expression.
Help! Save me!
The group was chatting cheerfully when a sudden cry for help pierced the air.
It's Xia Qiuxin. Fan Liang reacted first and sprinted toward her location.
By the time Yifang and the others arrived, Xia Qiuxin had already been rescued by Chen Menglong, who was nearby. However, she was in terrible shape, one arm torn off by a 3rd stage ghoul, her face clawed and mangled beyond recognition. Seeing Xia Qiuxin's pitiful state, Fan Liang frowned in distress and asked,
Xiao Xin, weren't you watching from a distance? Why did you run into the battlefield?
Facing Fan Liang's questioning, Xia Qiuxin recounted the events with reddened eyes. After the 4th tier ghoul led the elite ghoul forces to charge at Yifang, the battlefield's momentum shifted abruptly. Originally, the summoned creatures and ghouls were evenly matched. But after the 3rd tier ghouls were pulled away, scenes emerged where multiple 3rd tier summoned creatures swarmed a single 3rd tier ghoul. Xia Qiuxin had only recently broken through to tier 3 and desperately needed vast amounts of magic essence to level up. Furthermore, any magic essence gained from slaying ghouls below the 3rd tier belonged to the slayer. Along the way, Yifang had slaughtered countless low-tier ghouls. Although she had absorbed all their magic essence, she still owed Yifang a substantial reward. This pained her deeply. So, while everyone was engrossed in the main battle, she slipped onto the battlefield to deliver the finishing blows to the ghouls beaten to the brink of death. In just over 10 minutes, she snatched the magic essence from 7 3rd-tier ghouls. But unexpectedly, after 2 4th-tier ghouls were slain, the elite ghouls surrounding them fled in panic, passing right by Xia Qiuxin's position. What she never anticipated was that Yifeng's 2 third-tier summons would turn tail and flee after a brief skirmish with this horde of ghouls, leaving her, a third-tier healer, abandoned to face over a dozen third-tier ghouls. Xiaoqiuxin's anger grew as she spoke, glaring at Yifeng and roaring with fury. Yifeng, did you do that on purpose? I just picked up some of your magic essence. Is that really worth trying to kill me? Calm down, Xiaoqian. Seeing Xiaoqian losing control, Feng Liang hurriedly spoke up to comfort her. It's not what you think, Xiaoxin. Su Yunru also stepped in to explain. Yifeng's summoned creatures are bound by an equal contract with him. When their lives are threatened, they are permitted to retreat. You only had 2 third-tier summoned creatures by your side, while facing over a dozen vampires. According to the contract terms, the summoned creatures were permitted to flee. Yifeng didn't mean to harm you. Then why didn't you tell me beforehand? Xiaoqiuxin ignored the others, continuing to yell at Yifeng. If you told me beforehand, I wouldn't have ended up disfigured. Hearing this, Yifeng laughed bitterly and retorted. Did that ghoul smack you in the head or something? Should I also tell you in advance what I'm having for dinner tonight? You took advantage of me, ran off to die on the battlefield, and now you're blaming me? Xiaoqiuxin still yelled back. There were only the 2 of us. I'm the victim here. If you're not at fault, then how could I, the victim, be wrong? Isn't sharing intel with teammates the most basic thing? As a healer, I always rely on others to protect me when I team up. You can't even protect the healer in your own party with all those summons. What good are you? Chapter 32, Disbanded. At this, everyone fell silent. It was clearly a case of twisting logic. Even Feng Liang, the team leader, stopped trying to console her. He stood up, arms crossed, watching coldly. He'd led dozens of squads and seen all kinds of teammates, but someone like Xiaoqiuxin was a first. Su Yunru's expression darkened. Damn it! Yifeng cursed under his breath before continuing. Looks like you're the one who's useless. You haven't lifted a finger the entire time, yet you've pocketed a fifth of the profits. How dare you even speak? Xiaoqiuxin sneered coldly. I'm in charge of healing. Why would I need to fight if no one's injured? That just proves everyone else is strong enough to carry you alone. Su Yunru's voice carried a hint of anger as she continued. You've been completely indifferent to everything we've encountered along the way. She turned to clean out the battlefield and collect the spoils. Yifeng, you just wait. This isn't over between us. Xiaoqiuxin yelled at Yifeng's retreating back. The others dispersed as well, but Feng Liang, the squad leader, felt responsible for the team and couldn't just leave. Let me help you reattach your severed arm. Feng Liang offered. Yifeng and Su Yunru collected loot from the ghoul's corpse together. Chen Menglong sensibly kept his distance, heading to another area to gather loot. As she gathered items, Su Yunru comforted Yifeng. Oh my, really? That Xiaoqiuxin is so unreasonable. Don't take her threat to settle things with you to heart. She's just disfigured now, she's only saying that out of anger. Yifeng smiled and nodded. Xiaoqiuxin's injuries weren't anything serious, she could reattach her own severed arm. Facial injuries would have been devastating in Yifeng's previous life. But in this world of professionals, it was no different than scraping your arm, just soft tissue damage. Any first-tier healing class could fix it. After clearing the battlefield, since Xiaoqiuxin was still reattaching her severed arm, Feng Liang instructed Chen Menglong to head ahead and scout the path. Yifeng and Su Yunru, unwilling to see Xiaoqiuxin, volunteered to accompany him. The trio continued along their planned route, carefully maintaining their distance. They skirted the very edge of the main battlefield, ensuring the ghouls they encountered were of decent quality, while avoiding encounters with 5th-tier ghouls. Along the way, they encountered 3 more groups of 3rd-tier ghouls and 1 group of 4th-tier ghouls. Since there was only 1 4th-tier ghoul, Su Yunru alone was more than capable of handling it. The trio didn't wait for Feng Liang to arrive before initiating the attack. Yifeng followed the same strategy, first using his summoned army to wear down the lower-tier ghouls and pressure the 4th-tier ghoul. He then used himself as bait deep within the battlefield to lure the 4th-tier ghoul into a decapitation tactic, which Su Yunru would counter with a decapitation of her own. Unexpectedly, however, Yifeng had barely moved around the battlefield for a moment when a 4th-tier spirit realm creature emerged from the summoning gate. The 4th-tier ghouls, spotting 2 4th-tier combatants opposite them, immediately retreated. No matter how Yifeng tried to lure it out, it refused to emerge. With no other choice, Yifeng retreated from the battlefield to first capture the 4th-tier spirit realm creature. This was the first time Yifeng had ever summoned a 4th-tier spirit realm creature. Yifeng quickly opened the data panel. Skeleton. Level 42. Race skills, copper bones, bone spike technique. Not exactly impressive. After glancing at the panel, Yifeng was instantly disappointed. Skeletons were the lowest tier spirit realm creatures, akin to warriors among adventurers. They're even worse than warriors. At least a level 1 warrior has 3 basic skills. This drum skeleton was already tier 4, yet it only had 2 skills. By all accounts, a 4th tier creature should awaken at least 4 skills. Of course, his corpse dragon was an exception, it wasn't a typical spirit realm creature. Spirit realm creatures are unique. Their racial abilities exist from birth but lie dormant. These racial abilities require continuous leveling up to awaken.
Never mind that. Let's deal with the ghouls first.
After all, it's a 4th tier creature. At worst, it'll be the weakest combatant. Yifeng commanded the 4th tier skeletons to join the fray. Since the 4th tier ghouls remained cowering at the center of the ghost horde, refusing to emerge, Yifeng and his 2 companions had no choice but to resort to the most primitive tactic, brute force.
Yifeng abandoned his defensive position, committing his entire reserve force originally intended for counter-decapitation into the fray.
He himself transformed into a humanoid tyrannosaurus and charged in. Through Yifeng's relentless, cost-no-object assault, he quickly cleared a fighting space for Su Yunru.
Hurry up, gorgeous. I can't hold out much longer. Su Yunru tilted her head, flashing an OK sign beside her eye. 2 minutes. The battle between 2 4th-tier practitioners held no suspense. Yifeng had witnessed Su Yunru's strength multiple times. Terrifying.
Soon, as the 4th-tier ghoul collapsed, the remaining ghouls scattered in panic.
The lower-tier ghouls held little value, so the trio ignored them, letting them flee unhindered. All 3 focused on eliminating as many 3rd-tier ghouls as possible.
Yifeng gathered his spoils while contemplating his summoned creatures. His summoning space had 1 slot left, and he aimed to choose a flying spirit realm creature. As his level reached tier 2, the enemies he faced grew increasingly powerful.
The tier 2 eagle-winged golem was no longer sufficient.
A replacement was urgently needed. Flying spirit realm creatures were a natural fit for his playstyle.
Most low-tier practitioners and beasts lacked the means to fly.
In combat, if Yifeng transformed into a flying summoned creature, he could advance to attack or retreat to defend, always maintaining the initiative. A 3rd or 4th tier eagle-winged demon statue would be ideal. 3 of Yifeng's 4 summons could fly, but only the eagle-winged golem belonged to the flying element. Fire elementals are not aerial spirit realm creatures. The fire elemental's flight relies solely on fire elemental suspension. Without using its collision skill, its flight speed falls far short of the eagle-winged golem's dual wings.
As for the corpse dragon, calling dragons flying creatures is an insult to dragons.
Dragon-type creatures are too versatile. Their physical strength is unmatched on the continent, surpassing any other class. They can cast spells, fly, and possess some peculiar abilities.
Yifeng rarely consumed corpse dragons during combat.
Transforming into one meant losing a peak 3rd-tier combatant. In these recent battles, Yifeng consistently chose to transform into a fire spirit. He lets the corpse dragon handle the main assault while he provides support. This way, they maintain 2 tier 3 combatants.
After gathering the spoils of war, the group hadn't traveled far before Fang Liang and Xiaoqiuxin caught up. Fang Liang immediately delivered some bad news upon meeting them.
Everyone, we may need to alter our plans. I just received a request for help.
An upperclassman needs us to assist him in hunting a 5th-tier ghoul.
Therefore, our journey into the secret realm ends here.
Fang Liang delivered the announcement decisively, leaving no room for anyone to interject. Ha!
Hearing this, the others froze in shock.
Why? Chen Menglong was the first to ask. Fang Liang's square face wore an apologetic expression as he said, "I'm sorry, but I have to go. I can't refuse. I'm sure you can all see that I'm part of the Knight faction. The senior who sought my help is the son of a Knight faction counselor, so I..." At this point, Fang Liang paused before continuing. "Of course, you're all free to choose your own path." Chapter 33, Paper Puppet. If you go, that senior will reward each of you with 1,000 magic essence stones. You'll also get a share of the resources from the 5th-tier ghoul's lair. Hearing the reward was 1,000 magic essence stones, the group hesitated. Selling all their current loot would net each of them over 1,000 magic essence stones. Adding this 1,000 would be equivalent to the profits from continuing to explore the secret realm. But would hunting a 5th-tier beast increase the risk? Is it safe to go support them? How many 5th-tier professionals are on their side? Chen Menglong asked. 2, Fang Liang replied promptly, sensing their inclination to go. Rest assured about safety. Should you face mortal danger, you may tear up the scroll and leave at any time. The reward will still be paid. Then I'm in. Chen Menglong made his decision without hesitation. I'm going too. Xiaoqiuxin also made her choice. What about Sister Yunru? Fang Liang turned to look at Su Yunru. Su Yunru didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at Yifeng and asked, "Are you going?" "I want to go. Hunting a 5th-tier beast, that's a high-tier beast. Just thinking about it feels like a huge accomplishment." "Then I'll go too," Yifeng said. With everyone else gone, he couldn't continue exploring the secret realm alone and had no choice but to retrace his steps. Returning now would only net him a little over 1,000 credits, barely enough to buy a single bottle of purifying potion. "Alright, let's set out now then. Senior squad isn't far from us, they're on the main battlefield nearby. Follow me, everyone." Fang Liang led the way at the front. Before they even encountered a 5th-tier ghoul, Yifeng instantly understood why the 5th tier was considered an insurmountable barrier. The moment the squad entered the former main battlefield, Yifeng sensed a powerful aura emanating from the distance ahead. This power was only slightly weaker than that of Muzhenren, the Dragon Knight. Yifeng had never encountered such overwhelming power before. In an instant, he understood, the entire squad combined wouldn't stand a chance against a 5th-tier ghoul. The terror of 5th-tier power was truly staggering. No explanation was needed, the sensations themselves spoke volumes. Yifeng silently etched the sensation into his memory. "You're here, Feng Liang. This guy's strength is beyond my expectations," the senior cut straight to the point upon meeting them. "Let me introduce everyone. This is Senior Ning Tian," Feng Liang said, stepping aside to make the introduction. "Senior Ning, it's actually you!" Xia Qiuxin exclaimed excitedly. "Enough talk. Follow me." Ning Tian ignored Xia Qiuxin and led the group toward the battlefield. Ning Tian walked at a normal pace, his feet touching the ground only a few times, yet he left Yifeng and his group trailing more than 10 meters behind. His physical prowess was undeniable. Is this Ning Tian some kind of idol? Why is that giant baby girl so worked up? Yifeng whispered to Su Yunru beside him. "Well, he's the son of a counselor, a big shot," Su Yunru replied in an equally hushed tone. "If you want to join the Knight faction, you'd better learn from Xia Qiuxin." Su Yunru finished with a mischievous wink. "Poof." Yifeng scoffed, rolling his eyes. "I'm not cut out for sucking up." Xia Qiuxin shed her previous indifference, now striding at the front of the squad, closely following Ning Tian and standing ready for orders. Within moments, the group reached the lakeshore. Yifeng looked up. In the middle of the lake, on a massive island, 4 figures were locked in fierce combat with a horde of ghouls. At the very center of the island, a colossal ghoul, standing 8 or 9 meters tall, sat enthroned, its eyes fixed menacingly on the humans in the distance. "That's a 5th-tier ghoul," Ning Tian explained to the others. "You and Brother Chen together can't handle it?" Feng Liang frowned. "It looks no different from an ordinary 5th-tier ghoul." "No. It's different," Ning Tian said solemnly. "This bastard has awakened an extremely rare racial skill. I recall it being called corpse fusion. It can absorb the bodies of lower-tier ghouls to heal itself. Both times Qingchen and I beat it to the brink of death, but once corpse fusion activates, it takes only seconds for this thing to recover its peak combat strength. Just seeing those low-level ghouls gives me a headache now. No wonder they need our help." Feng Liang looked as if he'd just had an epiphany. "You want us to eliminate those low-level ghouls, right?" Ning Tian nodded. Feng Liang said, "That works out perfectly. We've got a summoner on our team. He's the best at dealing with massive waves of minions. Let him lead the charge." Hearing this, Xia Qiuyue beside him immediately shot a jealous glare at Yifeng. It's always Yifeng. She wanted to say something, but then she remembered she was a healer with no powerful offensive skills. Even if she pushed Yifeng aside, she wouldn't be able to handle those low-level ghouls herself. But Ning Tian shook his head and said, "Summoners aren't much use." At those first words, Xia Qiuxin's expression instantly brightened. All that's needed to activate corpse fusion is the ghouls' corpses. Even if all the low-tier ghouls were killed, it wouldn't affect the 5th-tier ghoul's ability to activate the corpse fusion technique. Then how do we deal with them? Xia Qiuxin pressed urgently. Ning Tian replied confidently, "It's not difficult. The corpse fusion technique can only heal a ghoul's injuries, it cannot restore its primordial power. You two go up first and waste its skills. Once it's drained of its primordial power and can't use any skills, I'll be in perfect condition to handle it with ease." "Ha?" The remark left everyone dumbfounded. So they were all being sent up as cannon fodder? Everyone felt the overwhelming power of a 5th-tier beast facing a 4th-tier creature would be instantly annihilated. Ning Tian looked at the stunned faces and continued his explanation. "I'm definitely not sending you to your deaths. Just hold the teleportation scrolls in your hands. If something feels off, tear them up immediately. I'll pay you the full reward regardless." Chen Menglong frowned, pondering for a moment before voicing his concern. "But the problem is, our attacks probably won't even scratch a 5th-tier ghoul. We pose no threat to a 5th-tier ghoul. It might not even bother wasting its skills on us." Ning Tian smiled faintly. "Excellent. That's precisely what I'm about to explain to you." Ning Tian swiped his thumb across his spatial ring. A flash of white light erupted, and 7 paper cranes floated into his hand. These are kite-shaped explosive puppets crafted by a 5th-tier puppeteer, disposable puppets. Simply maneuver the puppets to the ghouls and detonate them. Be careful not to stray too far from the puppets. The kite explosion puppets only have an effective range of 50 meters. Ning Tian spoke as he released the kite puppet before the group. "Qingchen and I will strike last. We still have 3 people on our side. For the 7 puppets, you'll need 4 more people to handle them." Yifeng reached out, snatched a kite, and began examining it. The moment the 5th-tier kite puppet exploded in his hands, Yifeng immediately sensed the immense power contained within. Yifeng had learned about the kite puppet explosion in class. When the teacher discussed puppets, he specifically used the kite puppet as an example. This type of puppet was inexpensive, a common commodity on the market.
Yet, even at its cheapest price, it was still a 5th tier puppet. This small kite alone could buy Yifeng over a dozen bottles of purification potions. Staring at the kite in his hand, Yifeng fell deep in thought. I probably won't be able to use this kite. Manipulating puppets consumes a practitioner's mental energy. 5th tier belonged to the high tier, and manipulating a high tier puppet took a tremendous toll on one's spirit. A 5th tier practitioner could handle one with ease, while a 4th tier practitioner could manage with difficulty. For a 3rd tier practitioner, it was extremely difficult. Among the 5 members of Yifeng's squad, Captain Fang Liang, Support Chen Menglong, and Mage Su Yunru were 4th tier practitioners. The 5th tier kite explosion puppet could be barely controlled by these 3. Xia Qiuxin is a 3rd tier practitioner, but as a regeneration sorcerer or spellcasting class she possesses mental energy. Moreover, the mental energy of an SSS-tier practitioner far surpasses that of others at the same tier. Xia Qiuxin had no trouble controlling the kite explosion puppet either. But Yifeng. Chapter 34, Dragon Lord. Yifeng, a 2nd tier summoner, wasn't a spellcaster. His mental energy was on par with an ordinary person, so using 1st or 2nd tier puppets posed no problem. But a 5th tier puppet? Absolutely impossible for him. Everyone took turns grabbing kites. Xia Qiuxin was the quickest, grabbing one first. By the time it reached Su Yunru, all the kites had been taken. As the strongest member of Yifeng's team, Su Yunru not receiving a kite displeased Ning Tian. Watching Yifeng play with his kite, Ning Tian's expression darkened. He cursed inwardly. Yifeng's aura as a 2nd tier professional stood out like a sore thumb among this group. A useless 2nd tier practitioner can't even use it. What's he staring at my kite for? Pure time wasting. Already irritated by the 5th tier ghoul earlier, Ning Tian's frustration flared at the sight of Yifeng wasting his time. If Lord Long had approved of me, he wouldn't have had to bring in this bunch of noobs for help. Knights could forge contracts with beasts or spirit realm creatures, binding them as mounts. As a direct descendant of the Knight faction, Ning Tian's mount was naturally a dragon. However, that colossal dragon had been forcibly implanted within him through family intervention. While nominally his mount, it held no regard for him. Even though the dragon never obeyed Ning Tian's commands, he still had to treat it like royalty. There was no choice after all, it possessed noble blood and was a natural-born powerhouse. If he angered the Dragon Lord, a single swipe could knock him unconscious. Even with his 5th tier strength, Ning Tian was as insignificant as a child before a full-grown dragon. Though seething inside, Ning Tian's noble upbringing demanded decorum. Instead of speaking directly, he crossed his arms and stared at the kite in Yifeng's hands with a faint, mocking smile. Upon witnessing this, Xia Qiuxin immediately stepped forward to confront Yifeng. Yifeng! What are you doing? Hand over that kite this instant. You're just a lowly 2nd tier practitioner, what use is it to you? If you break it, can you even afford to pay for it, you penniless beggar? Xia Qiuxin and Yifeng had long been at odds, and now she spoke without the slightest pretense of politeness. Yifeng shot her a cold stare. After being provoked time and again, Yifeng had truly had enough of this giant baby. A faint warmth spread across Yifeng's lower abdomen as several summoned creatures within his spatial pocket poised themselves for action. The moment Yifeng made the mental command, they would burst forth to teach Xia Qiuxin a lesson. Seeing Yifeng was serious, Xia Qiuxin immediately backed down, fear rising in her heart as she unconsciously took 2 steps backward. She knew Yifeng's combat prowess well enough, taking down a 3rd tier support like her wouldn't be difficult. Oh, you still want to fight? Seeing Yifeng's reaction, Ning Tian sneered with disdain. Ning Tian's squad members immediately closed in. 2 5th tier professionals and 3 4th tier professionals stood side by side, radiating immense pressure. A 2nd tier facing off against 2 5th tier and 3 4th tier. Witnessing this scene, anyone else would have been utterly stunned. By conventional standards, a 3rd tier practitioner could easily handle a 2nd tier one. But Yifeng could never be measured by conventional standards. Su Yunru immediately stepped forward, placing herself between them. We're facing a major threat. What's with all this fighting? Fang Liang rushed over to intervene. Yifeng, you're out of your mind. You're just a 2nd tier practitioner, what gives you the right to act so arrogant? Fang Liang tried to mediate but dared not criticize Ning Tian. He could only placate Yifeng to defuse the situation. Seeing Ning Tian seemed ready to back her up, Xia Qiuxin, undeterred by the escalation, stepped forward again to taunt Yifeng. Fang Liang, step aside. Let him come. A useless summoner's arrogance knows no bounds. Senior Ning could knock you out with a mere puff of air. Xia Qiuxin's words were viciously cruel. She didn't believe Yifeng would dare lay a finger on a 5th tier professional. But the next second, a chilling wind swept in. A bone dragon materialized out of thin air, its body crackling with lightning as it charged towards Xia Qiuxin. Ning Tiandu was stunned by the sight. He actually dared to fight. But his shock lasted only an instant before Ning Tian snapped into action. He stepped forward, closing the distance to the corpse dragon in an instant. Another heavy punch sent the corpse dragon flying backward. A 5th tier powerhouse was this terrifying. Even though the corpse dragon could effortlessly annihilate third-tier opponents, it was no match for a fifth-tier single strike. A cold smile spread across Ning Tian's face. He clenched both fists, preparing to attack the corpse dragon. Today, he was determined to teach this arrogant brat a lesson.
Killing a classmate?
He wouldn't dare, even if the boy's father was a councilman.
After all, the capital university was no ordinary academy.
However, killing a classmate's summoned creature was still permissible. As soon as Ning Tian took a step forward, a searing heat surged through his left arm. Ning Tian immediately thought of the dragon-shaped totem on his left arm. That was where the Dragon Lord resided. The next instant, a colossal purple dragon roared forth amidst crackling thunder.
Its body, dozens of meters long, coiled through the air. The overwhelming dragon's might instantly engulfed everyone present, sending shivers down their spines. Dragon Lord. Ning Tianxi was overjoyed.
This dragon had never appeared of its own accord since the clan had entrusted it to him.
What was happening today? Could it be? Lord Dragon has finally acknowledged me? But the next moment, the scene before him left Ning Tian utterly dumbfounded.
His dragon lord circled twice, then slid along the ground toward the corpse dragon he had just knocked away. It began sniffing and barking at the corpse dragon, wagging its tail incessantly like a lapdog fawning over its owner. Ning Tian's mouth twitched slightly as he stared at the scene in disbelief. This. What the hell is going on? The Dragon Lord is actually groveling before a skeleton dragon? Yi Fong carefully examined the differences between the two dragons, stroking his chin as a sudden realization dawned on him. Judging by its appearance, this dragon also bore a lizard-like form and was likely a sub-dragon.
Yet its imposing presence surpassed even Director Mu's wyvern's sense of oppression.
But Yi Fong's dragon was different. It had the unmistakable form of a true Western dragon, 100% pure dragon bloodline. And it wasn't some bone dragon either, it was a corpse dragon formed when the skeleton of a deceased young dragon was reanimated through unknown means.
Chapter 35. Hurry.
The lizard-like wyvern, tainted with dragon blood, naturally bowed before the pure-blooded dragon like a servant before its master, fawning with every manner of flattery. This was the suppression of bloodline. Yi Fong had suspected the corpse dragon's peculiarity before, but he never imagined the bloodline suppression between dragon and wyvern would be this absurd. The wyvern practically turned into a lapdog upon encountering a true dragon of its own kind. The electric currents swirling around that wyvern mirrored those on the corpse dragon's body, clear proof they shared the same bloodline.
Watching Ning Tian's twitching lips, Yi Fong couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction.
This was precisely the advantage of being an ordinary summoner. While ordinary summoners had unstable combat power due to random summons, their advantage lay in their limitless potential. The random summoning gate was like a treasure chest. Who knew what strange and wondrous creatures might emerge next? It could be a goblin, a world-devouring colossus, or nothing at all. No, come here. Yi Fong beckoned to the wyvern, and it flapped its wings and flew over immediately.
Good boy, very good.
The dragonling, dozens of meters long, lay on the ground as docile as a puppy, letting Yi Fong stroke its head.
Ha! This. Fong Liang couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed them hard. Treating a dragon like a dog? Has the world gone mad? Chen Menglong shouted in disbelief. Yi Fong.
You have no respect for the Dragon Lord.
Xia Qiuxin. Get your filthy hands off. Smack.
Before Xia Qiuxin could finish her sentence, a slap landed on her face. Stunned by the sudden blow, Xia Qiuxin froze momentarily. Then rage surged within her.
How dare you hit me? No one has ever dared to hit me since I was a child.
Xia Qiuxin clenched her fists in fury. But when she recognized the assailant as Ning Tian, she froze, her anger silenced.
Respect my ass.
As long as Lord Long allows it, he can touch me for as long as he wants.
Ning Tian said coldly.
In his moment of passion, Ning Tian had lost his aristocratic composure, resorting to casual insults and blows.
The way Dragon Lord treated Yi Fong gave her hope that she might gain his approval too.
She had come to slay the 5th-tier ghoul solely to gather materials for crafting gear to boost her combat prowess.
If she gained the Dragon Lord's approval, why bother crafting equipment? With a dragon at his side, his combat power would double instantly. With his 5th-tier level, he could sweep through all opponents below 7th tier. Xia Qiuxin hung her head in hurt after Ning Tian's outburst.
She noticed Ning Tian's displeased expression when Yi Fong stroked the dragonling's head, assuming he was deeply offended. So she stepped in again to accuse Yi Fong, hoping to curry favor with Ning Tian once more. But instead, she received a slap.
Yi Fong patted Yalong's head. Go!
Judging by its size, this young dragon was nearly fully grown.
Yi Fong wanted to test its combat prowess. Dragons are born at Tier 3, automatically advancing to Tier 7 upon reaching adulthood. A dragon's combat prowess cannot be compared to others of the same tier within the same tier. A dragon's strength far surpasses that of other races. Just look at Yi Fong's undead dragon. A 3rd-tier corpse dragon instantly annihilates all 3rd-tier opponents and can even hold its own against 4th-tier foes. The thunder wyvern, stretching dozens of meters, flapped its wings and charged toward the 5th-tier ghoul at breakneck speed.
The turbulent airwaves from its dragon wings sent everyone reeling, barely managing to steady themselves. Only Ning Tian and Yi Qingchen, both 5th-tier powerhouses, remained unaffected, their robes merely fluttering slightly. Spotting the approaching wyvern, the 5th-tier ghoul instantly tensed as if facing a formidable foe. A deafening roar pierced the heavens, echoing outward in all directions. As the roar faded, hundreds of low-tier ghouls nearby instantly dissolved into specks of crimson light, floating in the air and radiating a blood-soaked aura of vitality. "It's corpse fusion!" Chen Menglong shouted. Using corpse fusion right off the bat seems the 5th-tier ghoul believes the Thunder Dragon's strike alone can cripple it. Looks like this fight will be over soon. I don't think it's that simple. How do we break the corpse fusion technique? Someone countered. No worries. The dragon's physical prowess alone is formidable. We needn't fear a prolonged battle of attrition through corpse fusion, Fang Liang reassured them. Lower-tier ghouls are limited. A single corpse fusion technique consumes hundreds of them. I estimate the Thunder Dragon will exhaust the low-tier ghouls within 10 minutes. Back to the battlefield. The Thunder Dragon had already smashed through several 4th-tier ghouls blocking its path and reached the lake island. Another roar echoed as the scattered red lights floating in the air began converging toward the 5th-tier ghoul. Simultaneously, the 5th-tier ghoul mustered all its strength for defense, showing no signs of attack. Fear filled the crimson eyes of the 5th-tier ghoul. Sensing the formidable aura of its opponent, it knew it stood no chance. Now, its only hope lay in defense to preserve its life. It had already signaled all nearby ghoul clans with its roar, summoning them to this location. If it could hold out for just a few more minutes, the nearest ghoul pack would arrive. Then there would be ample low-tier ghouls to perform the ghoul fusion technique. The next moment, under Yifang's command, the Thunder Wyvern's speed surged dramatically. Faster! Faster! The lightning dragon's speed was breathtaking, leaving behind a blur. The 5th-tier ghoul desperately propped up its defenses, glancing at the crimson glow of the corpse fusion technique with its scarlet right eye. The nearest red glow was only a few meters away. The Thunder Dragon had just landed on the island. As long as it consumed healing, it wouldn't die. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats as they held their breath, eyes fixed on the impending collision. In the next instant, two massive bodies collided. The 5th-tier ghoul's head exploded instantly, and the massive headless corpse crashed to the ground. The flickering red light of corpse fusion finally arrived, converging entirely upon the headless corpse, staining it crimson. But it was all for naught. The corpse merging technique can only heal injuries, it cannot bring the dead back to life. When a person dies, it's like a lamp extinguishing. There is no such thing as resurrection in this world. Too powerful. Xia Qiuxin's voice trembled. Good heavens! What incredible speed was that just now? So that's how corpse reanimation can be broken. In the realm of skills, only speed cannot be broken. After slaying the 5th-tier ghoul, Lei Long examined the 5th-tier corpse crystal in his palm. Then, with a flutter of his wings, he soared to the highest point in the sky. His massive claws gathered before his head, gathering power. Within seconds, the lightning surrounding Lei Long coalesced into a colossal electromagnetic field. A thunderous dragon roar echoed as the field activated, pulling the fleeing ghouls back toward it. The moment a ghoul was pulled into the field, it was instantly wrapped by several dragon-shaped bolts of lightning and shredded to pieces. Under the Thunder Dragon's control, though the ghouls were torn apart, their corpse crystals were enveloped in lightning and floated toward the dragon. The onlookers in the distance stared in stunned silence at the spectacle. By the time the magnetic field dissipated, hundreds of 3rd-tier corpse crystals, 6 4th-tier crystals, and 1 5th-tier crystal drifted before the Thunder Dragon. A 3rd-tier corpse crystal typically fetched a few hundred magic essence stones, while a 4th-tier crystal barely reached 1,000. But at the high tier, the 5th tier, it was different. Anything bearing the label high tier underwent a qualitative change. At the 5th tier, the price of a corpse crystal skyrocketed to tens of thousands per piece. Just as everyone's eyes burned with envy at this fortune, Lei Long slid on his knees before Yifang and respectfully presented all the corpse crystals. Chapter 36, The Pact. Yifang was blown backward by the air current generated by Lei Long, stumbling several steps before barely regaining his balance. Seeing he'd blown his master, the venerable ancestor, backward, Lei Long scrambled to his feet in panic. His 2 dragon claws flailed helplessly, his wings flapping wildly. This flapping proved disastrous. The turbulent air generated by the Thunder Dragon's wings, spanning over 10 meters, sent Yifang tumbling back to the ground just as he regained his footing. Now paralyzed with fear, the Thunder Dragon dared not move, terrified that another gesture might topple the master of its ancient ancestor once more. This. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched uncontrollably. Why? Dragons are so proud. Why is it fawning over Yifang like this? Exactly. Why? Yifang is so weak he can't even withstand the air currents from the dragon's wing flaps. Forget the why. Yi Qingchen, another 5th-tier professional, suddenly roared. The Dragon Lord intends to give all the corpse crystals to that brat. Are we just going to stand here and watch? With that, Yi Qingchen frowned and turned to look at Ning Tian. Dragon Lord was nominally Ning Tian's mount, and Ning Tian was Yi Qingchen's boss. Without his boss giving the word, Yi Qingchen couldn't say much either. Ning Tian looked utterly helpless. He certainly wasn't willing to hand over all the corpse crystals to Yifeng. Especially that 5th tier corpse crystal. His entire purpose for venturing into the secret realm this time was to obtain that 5th tier corpse crystal. If Dragon Lord truly gave all the corpse crystals to Yifeng, his entire journey into the secret realm today would have been for nothing. The helplessness lay in the fact that
he couldn't control Dragon Lord.
Not being able to control him was one thing, but he couldn't even defeat him.
That was the most infuriating part.
If Lord Long really decided to give them away, he could only stand by and watch.
Are you really going to give it to him?
While Ning Tian was still wavering, Yifeng over there had already casually stowed all the corpse crystals into his spatial ring. He'd come to realize that this mount, the sub-dragon, simply ignored its Knight Master.
It seemed Ning Tian hadn't earned the wyvern's recognition yet. Ning Tian couldn't control this wyvern. Since the wyvern had offered them to him, why not take them? Upon seeing Yifeng accept the corpse crystals, the thunder dragon clapped its wings in delight. Then it sent Yifeng a mental transmission. The moment the thought entered his mind, Yifeng finally understood why this thunder dragon had been going out of its way to please him. It turned out the thunder dragon wished to remain by the corpse dragon's side forever. The corpse dragon possessed pure thunder dragon bloodlines.
If a sub-dragon remained near a true dragon long enough, the rare dragon blood within it would be activated by the true dragon's aura. The power of all beasts stemmed from their bloodlines, and dragons were no exception.
The process of a beast's advancement was the gradual awakening of its bloodline.
Upon learning of the thunder dragon's intentions, Yifeng sighed helplessly. He'd gladly take a suspected 6th tier dragon as a follower.
But Ning Tian would certainly refuse. If Yifeng actually took this wyvern under his wing, the two sides would become sworn enemies. This was a dragon.
Once matured, it would inevitably become a 7th tier powerhouse requiring no supervision, merely left to roam freely. Having a 7th tier dragon as a patron could safeguard a clan for nearly a millennium.
No one would willingly give up a dragon. Moreover, Ning Tian's background was undoubtedly formidable.
Though Yifeng had only just met Ning Tian, the situation at hand allowed him to piece together some clues. To produce a dragon and forcibly assign it to a family member speaks volumes about the sheer power of Ning Tian's clan. It was undoubtedly one of the major mainstream families within the Knight faction. With the Knight faction now controlling the alliance government, taking Ning Tian's dragon would likely make him a wanted criminal across the continent. Faced with the Thunder Dragon's request, Yifeng could only stall. He agreed for now, then explained that the timing wasn't right and that he would pay a visit to Ning Tian's family later. The Thunder Dragon roared twice in agreement, then flapped its wings and circled away, returning to Ning Tian's left arm.
Ning Tian had already approached Yifeng's side.
He had heard every word Yifeng had just spoken. Upon learning Yifeng could enhance his mount's power, Ning Tian no longer hesitated about asking Yifeng to return the corpse crystals. Compared to Dragon Lord, what were a few corpse crystals?
Ning Tian put on a smile, about to say something.
But Yifeng couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him, turning instead to walk toward where the rest of the team stood. Seeing Yifeng about to leave, Ning Tian grew anxious. He opened his mouth to speak, but the memory of his earlier intent to kill Yifeng's summoned creature instantly made him feel guilty.
Forget it. He's still fuming.
I'll find a mediator later to smooth things over. Ning Tian steeled himself and called out to Yifeng.
Hey, Yi, remember your deal with Dragon Lord?
Yifeng turned back, extended his right hand, flashed an OK sign, and then walked away with a flourish. Watching Yifeng's retreating figure, regret suddenly welled up in Ning Tian's heart.
Why did I have to drag that pest Yifeng into this?
After Yifeng showed up, he made me swallow my pride, then treated my dragon mount like a dog. After everything, he even commanded my mount and took the biggest prize for himself.
And I had to smile and see him off. As Ning Tian replayed the events in his mind, it suddenly dawned on him.
Yifeng used my mount to humiliate me, then snatched my spoils, and I actually smiled as I saw him off.
What the hell was I doing? The realization left Ning Tian feeling worse than eating. Chapter 37, Then We Have No Grudge. Green Valley.
Yifeng and Su Yunru hurried together toward the westernmost edge of the ghoul secret realm. The final roar of the 5th tier ghoul before its death summoned all nearby ghouls to the area. The spoils gathered after clearing that horde fully met everyone's expectations.
The group's journey through the secret realm concluded successfully.
Only one small task remained. The foundational task assigned by the Academy repairing the distorted array at the westernmost edge of the secret realm. This task was originally meant to be completed by all 5 members of the squad. But their leader, Fang Liang, had been summoned back by Ning Tian. With no other choice, Fang Liang entrusted the task to Su Yunru, the strongest member of the team, before departing. The remaining members of the squad. Xia Qiuxin, after being slapped by Ning Tian, ignored everyone else, her eyes red as she tore up the teleportation scroll and left the secret realm.
The highly responsible Chen Menglong wanted to come along.
But Su Yunru seemed unwilling to have him tag along, finding an excuse to send Chen Menglong away. In the end, only Yifeng and Su Yunru were left alone.
Why did you have to be so rude to him? You scared the life out of me just now. Su Yunru punched Yifeng playfully, her tone still annoyed.
Yifeng didn't know how to explain, so he just kept walking without responding. Here. See if it matches yours. Su Yunru said, holding out the necklace in her hand toward Yifeng. Yifeng took the necklace and froze in shock. This isn't. Su Yunru's necklace featured a pure white four-leaf clover. Apart from the color differing from Yifeng's four-leaf clover necklace, every other aspect, shape, size, craftsmanship was identical to Yifeng's four-leaf clover necklace. Even the engraving on it was nearly identical. Hee. Mine is a legit 5th-tier item. With this, I'm confident I can take on Ning Tian. Yours can't hold a candle to mine. Where'd you get it? Yifeng asked, his gaze complex. But Su Yunru countered, placing one hand on her hip. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Where did you get something unique to my family? This is not for sale. Unique to your family? Not for sale? Yifeng was even more baffled, suddenly struck by a troubling thought. Exactly. This kind of thing is so useful. My family usually only gives it to our subordinates as a reward. It's not for sale to outsiders. Hearing Su Yunru's reply, Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap. So the bandits who tried to kill him in the forest and ended up getting killed instead were actually from Su Yunru's family. Yifeng's pace slowed abruptly, deliberately widening the distance between them. Sensing Yifeng's unease, Su Yunru halted, turned around, and offered a wicked smile before demanding coldly. Spill it. What's going on? Yifeng instantly tensed as if facing a formidable enemy. The summoning space on his lower abdomen grew faintly warm, ready to release a summon creature at any moment. His mind raced, searching for a countermeasure. I know this woman's strength all too well. Her combat power is at the peak of the 4th tier. I'm no match for her. So I absolutely cannot let her know I killed her family. The four-leaf clover necklace appearing in my possession doesn't prove anything. So, how do I weave a flawless lie? Ah. Just kidding, why so tense? The moment you summoned my family's necklace, I figured out what was going on. Yifeng was even more confused. What do you mean? What do you mean you knew what was going on when the summoner got your family necklace? Back then, Yifeng had killed those bandits so quickly he hadn't had time to ask about their origins or motives. Su Yunru stifled a laugh as she explained. My family has a connection with the summoner, so we've been searching for them all along. You're sure it's searching? Yifeng's voice rose several octaves. Oh, don't sweat the small stuff, Su Yunru cooed. Her voice was sweet and tingly, pleasant to hear, but it made Yifeng tense up. Why stand so far away? Come closer. Su Yunru beckoned to Yifeng. Yifeng shook his head like a rattledrum. No way. I'm afraid you'll get me into trouble. Hearing this, Su Yunru frowned in displeasure. How could I possibly harm you? When Ning Tian attacked you just now, I was clutching the necklace the whole time, ready to save you at the critical moment. Yifeng knew Su Yunru was telling the truth. The moment the necklace touched his hand, he felt its damp, warm surface. It was clear she'd been clutching it in her palm, ready to act at any moment. Seeing Yifeng remain silent, Su Yunru pressed further. If the necklace is in your possession, then where is the person who originally had it? Your family is living very well now, sleeping 24 hours a day. Once he was certain Su Yunru posed no threat, Yifeng began joking with her. Su Yunru frowned and retorted. What do you mean my family? You definitely didn't encounter anyone from my family. That black and four-leaf clover necklace you're holding is a defective piece. No one in my family would ever wear that. We've given away plenty of junk necklaces like that. Hearing this, Yifeng relaxed considerably and said. That's fine then. Then we're even. But why are you looking for a summoner? Hearing Yifeng's question, Su Yunru asked with a playful smile. Want to know? Yifeng nodded. I do. Su Yunru suddenly turned her head away. I won't tell you. Unless you join us. Yifeng pondered for a moment before replying, then I'll have to think it over. He was now an SSS-tier professional, a guaranteed admission student at the capital university. After graduation, he would either become a counselor or join the alliance government. His future was limitless, so he couldn't just join any faction recklessly. Though he didn't know which faction Su Yunru's family belonged to, one thing was certain. It was definitely not an officially recognized faction. Judging by their indiscriminate killings, it wasn't impossible they were a terrorist organization. Legitimate factions would never dare to send their men around capturing summoners like this. If their opponents seized upon this as evidence and exposed it in the council, it would spell their ruin. From that point on, the faction would never be able to operate within the council or the alliance government again. The two conversed as they walked, soon arriving at their destination. The auxiliary array they needed to repair lay hidden beneath their feet. Su Yunru drew a token and channeled her spiritual energy into it. As the token activated, a stone pillar emerged from the ground. The pillar was hollowed out, embedded with various magical components, its surface engraved with densely packed runes. It radiated the essence of alchemical technology. Su Yunru removed the damaged energy core and replaced it with a new one provided by the academy. After finishing all this, Su Yunru clapped her hands.
All done. Mission accomplished. Shall we go?
Yifeng had been waiting nearby for quite some time.
Su Yunru nodded.
Their eyes met as they simultaneously tore off their teleportation scrolls.
Chapter 38, Then I'm doomed, right? Capital City University.
A bright white light suddenly filled a secret chamber within the teleportation tower. As the light faded, the figures of Yifeng and Su Yunru gradually materialized.
Phew. Finally back. Su Yunru exhaled, stepping out of the teleportation array first.
Yifeng followed closely behind.
Where to? Su Yunru asked, turning back.
Yifeng paused briefly before replying.
Let's head to the Merchant Street first.
I need to dispose of the corpse crystals in the ring. The two exited the teleportation tower and headed straight for the Merchant Guild Street.
Yifeng walked ahead in high spirits. The gains from this secret realm expedition were truly immense.
The corpse crystals alone in his spatial ring were worth tens of thousands of magic essence stones. Combined with the money he still had on him, it was more than enough to buy all the purification potions he needed. Originally, he'd only planned to earn a few thousand magic essence stones to buy a bottle of purification potion for himself. Following his original plan, he would enter the secret realm once to buy a bottle of purification potion. By maximizing his time, he could likely save up enough for the potion within 20 days. Now, however, he had enough in one go. After selling the corpse crystals, Yifeng was about to buy the purification potion when Su Yunru suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Hungry, the mature woman pouted, feigning annoyance. Yifeng slapped his forehead as he realized the time it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He'd been so preoccupied with his own affairs that he'd completely forgotten about this young lady.
Come on. Xing will treat you to a feast.
After all, Su Yunru had been a huge help to him in the secret realm this time. Treating her to 100 meals wouldn't be too much. Now we're talking, Su Yunru said, crossing her arms over her chest, a hint of amusement in her eyes.
Numerous restaurants lined the streets near the merchant's quarter.
With classes not yet in session, only a handful of students remained on campus, leaving the eateries unusually quiet.
Yifeng chose the most luxurious-looking restaurant.
He didn't care what they ate. This meal was to thank Su Yunru, so expensive was the only requirement. Su Yunru swiftly selected a large array of dishes. She declared it all hers, refusing to let Yifeng eat any of it. Yifeng smiled helplessly. Surveying the table laden with dishes, he then took another look at Su Yunru.
Yifeng couldn't help but wonder. How does she stay in such great shape eating like this? What are you looking at? Noticing Yifeng's gaze lingering on her,
Su Yunru bit her lip, feigning anger as she playfully swatted Yifeng. Yifeng hung his head in frustration and went back to eating his ribs. Midway through the meal, Su Yunru suddenly turned serious.
Hurry up and level up to tier 3.
Advance your class, buy some gear, and boost your overall combat strength.
Why? Yifeng looked up, puzzled. Su Yunru explained. Because it determines which academy you'll be assigned to. School starts soon, and the very first thing after enrollment is college assignment.
Our school has over 50 colleges. The disparities in strength and resources between them are enormous.
For instance, the strongest is undoubtedly the Knight Academy.
The perks are beyond description. Let me put it this way, if you get assigned there, even a pig could climb to 6th rank. Over the years, most graduates from the Knight Academy have become 7th tier professionals, and even 6th tier ones are rare. If you end up in a crappy college, you're screwed. But given your current situation, I'm pretty sure you'll end up in one of the crappy academies.
Ha! Yifeng perked up. Which academies? Su Yunru smirked as she considered her answer. The Hodgepodge College, the Sewer College.
He. Su Yunru covered her mouth and giggled, looking mischievously amused.
Seriously, stop messing around. Yifeng said, sounding annoyed. Who said I was messing around? Su Yunru retorted, feigning anger. The major mainstream academies only recruit students for specific professions. For example, the Knight Academy only takes knights, and the Mage Academy only takes mages. Niche or obscure professions can only go to the 1st Academy, 2nd Academy, or 3rd Academy, those 3 places. These 3 are what everyone calls the Hodgepodge Academies. They have no entry requirements and accept any profession. They don't even have names? Yifeng asked helplessly.
Su Yunru hummed in acknowledgement and nodded.
Can't I go to the Summoner Academy?
Yifeng asked, chewing on a piece of rib as he spoke.
Su Yunru nearly choked on her porridge, struggling to stifle her laughter.
There's no such thing as a Summoner Academy.
Summoners are a rare profession to begin with.
They only recruit a handful each year.
Why would they establish a separate academy just for a few people? So according to you, I'm useless then?
Yifeng made an exaggerated expression.
Su Yunru shook her head with a mischievous grin. Not necessarily. You could snatch a spot. The continent reveres martial prowess, it's the same everywhere. After the academy assignments are finalized, the list will be published. You can challenge anyone on that list. If you win, their spot becomes yours.
That's why I'm telling you to hurry up and boost your combat strength. Aim to snag a spot in one of those top-tier academies.
Then, Su Yunru paused briefly before continuing. I suggest you aim for the Spirit Summoning Academy.
The Knight Academy is the strongest academy, but the Spirit Summoning Academy offers the best benefits and perks. Upon hearing the words Spirit Summoning, Yifeng's expression immediately cleared as he grasped the reason behind the academy's generous perks.
Summoners possessed overwhelming power. A single practitioner could stand against an entire army.
Cultivating powerful spirit summoning practitioners was akin to building an army of practitioners.
An army of professionals you could carry with you. Su Yunru continued her explanation to Yifeng.
Rarity makes things valuable, and the same applies to practitioners. For spirit summoning practitioners, the top choice for a school is undoubtedly one backed by the spirit summoning sect, that is, one with strong magical support.
This is why our school has very few summoning practitioners.
Yifeng took a bite of his spare ribs and nodded in agreement. After all, different trades are like different mountains. An outsider teaching an insider only makes things worse. Even if you brought in a 9th-tier Dragon Knight, they couldn't teach a 1st-tier Beastmaster a thing.
A Dragon Knight couldn't even master the most basic beast taming. What good would their teaching be? Su Yunru continued. The academy has offered incredibly generous terms to attract spirit summoning practitioners. How far you can go in your career depends on two things: talent and resources. If you want to advance quickly, you'd be wise to try entering the Spirit Summoning Academy. Yifeng nodded non-committally.
If he wanted to level up, the first hurdle was choosing his class progression path. He had considered merging with a Beastmaster to pursue the Beastmaster path, but an SSS grade class change scroll was simply beyond his current reach. Looking at Su Yunru before him, an idea formed in Yifeng's mind.
Why not ask Su Yunru? Chapter 39, Merging an Intermediate Class First. Which job transfer book should I fuse with? Do you have any suggestions? Yifeng pondered for a moment before deciding to ask. Su Yunru was no ordinary girl, and her family knew a lot about summoners. She might know some good advancement paths.
Fuse with the Beastmaster class and pursue the Beast Summoning path.
Su Yunru answered without hesitation.
It's the path with the highest ceiling and the strongest potential.
Yifeng immediately gave a wry smile.
I wish I could, but I can't get my hands on an SSS grade class change scroll right now.
SSS grade class change scrolls have never appeared on the market, as far as I know. Upon hearing this, Su Yunru dropped her chopsticks in frustration and exclaimed. You're so clueless. Why did you fuse into a Beastmaster now? Couldn't you have fused a neutral transitional class first, then merged with Beastmaster once you reach Tier 5?
If you still can't merge Beastmaster at Tier 5, you'll have another chance at Tier 7.
As long as it's not at 9th tier. Ha! Yifeng froze.
A moment later, he slapped his forehead.
Right. How could I have missed such a simple solution? Where's your brain? I ask you. Su Yunru shot Yifeng a disdainful glance. And one more thing. Su Yunru took a sip of juice and continued.
Once school starts, you need to study more extraordinary knowledge.
Why? Yifeng asked. Because.
Given your circumstances, there's only one way for you to obtain the Beastmaster's transfer document: by joining the summoning sect.
Su Yunru.
Yifeng quickly glanced around and made a shushing gesture.
Shoo. Sis, we're Night Sect students now. You want me to defect to the rival faction? Don't get yourself expelled. Su Yunru tilted her head dismissively and retorted. Oof. Get expelled? I'm only here because the Night faction sent me. Expulsion would be perfect. I've wanted to quit for ages anyway. Wait, hold up. Su Yunru suddenly remembered something mid-sentence and punched Yifeng. Stop changing the subject. I'm talking about serious business here. The Spirit Summoning Sect has its own university. They recruit people exclusively from their own university.
If you didn't get into the Summoning Sect's university, joining them later would be incredibly difficult.
But if you excel in transcendental studies, not just the Summoning Sect, every faction will be fighting over you. Transcendental studies, is that impressive? Yifeng looked utterly skeptical. Su Yunru smiled and continued. Let me share a little-known secret about transcendent studies.
There's never been such a thing as an SSS grade class change book, let alone a Beastmaster class change book.
Why? Yifeng asked, puzzled. Su Yunru raised an eyebrow. Because there's no need for them.
Transition books are crafted by practitioners themselves. The core ingredient for crafting a job change scroll is transcendent primordial energy. By sealing this core ingredient along with other materials within the scroll, it becomes a job change scroll. The higher the rank of the class change scroll, the stronger the primordial power required.
SSS-rated primordial power is too potent. Sealing it away comes at too great a cost, and most of it remains unsealable.
Therefore, it's more practical to seek it out when needed and directly absorb and fuse it.
The process of fusing an SSS grade profession is essentially the same as crafting an SSS grade job change scroll. I see. Yifeng's eyes widened in sudden understanding.
It seemed that transcendent studies truly deserved serious dedication.
That's how Fong Lian was recruited by the Knight faction. His father was an alchemist. Immersed in that environment from childhood, Fong Liang independently researched the Skeleton Knight advancement path. Yi Fong nodded solemnly, then pressed further. So which teacher at our school teaches transcendent studies best? Su Yunru shook her head. No one will teach you that. Then she countered. Have you ever considered this question? Why have the great families of the Knight and Spirit summoning factions stood firm for 1,000 years? Yi Fong shook his head. Before he could speak, Su Yunru delivered the answer herself. Because they possess one or more complete SSS-tier profession manuals, the blueprints for creation and advancement. Naturally awakened professions are entirely random. Whether you're a noble heir or a beggar on the street, you could awaken the most worthless D-rank profession. It's impossible for a great clan to guarantee SSS-tier awakenings across more than a dozen consecutive generations. But possessing the formula for crafting SSS-tier profession manuals guarantees the cultivation of powerful individuals. Moreover, possessing the secret formula for crafting class change manuals means controlling an endless stream of wealth. Originally, there were no such things as class change books. When major clans needed advancement, they directly absorbed primordial power. Once a profession's primal energy materializes, it dissipates. If not absorbed promptly, it simply cannot be stored long-term. Later, those families researched methods to seal primordial power for financial gain and easier sale. Thus, class change books were born. If it were you, would you pass on your family's 1,000-year-old secret to others and cut off your own steady stream of income? Yi Fong took a sip of porridge. Maybe I would. Cheeky. Su Yunru shot him a disapproving glare. Then how am I supposed to learn transcendent studies? It depends on personal opportunity, Su Yunru replied. Some powerful practitioners who never joined a faction leave behind their legacy when they die. That legacy is bound to include knowledge of transcendental studies. You could also start with the basics. Begin by dissecting a class change book. Yi Fong nodded, committing the advice to memory. Then what transitional professions are suitable for a summoner to fuse into? Yi Fong asked the final question on his mind. Hearing this, Su Yunru smiled seductively at Yi Fong and said, I've answered so many of your questions. How do you plan to thank me? Yi Fong was momentarily at a loss. He didn't seem to possess anything that might interest this young lady. Su Yunru's smile faded as she spoke earnestly. I don't want anything from you. I'm helping you now, but later you'll have to help me. Once you grow stronger, I'll need to borrow your summoning gate. No problem. Yi Fong agreed without hesitation. Ever since they first met, Su Yunru had been going out of her way to assist him, and this favor was no small one. Quick, tell me which transitional class should I choose? Yi Fong couldn't wait. Su Yunru didn't beat around the bush and immediately gave her answer. The best transitional class for you is one you've already experienced. It's soul devouring. Hearing this, Yi Fong nodded in agreement. He had already experienced how soul devouring could compensate for the shortcomings in his own class abilities. But moments later, Yi Fong realized something. But the fundamental power of the soul devouring technique is the spirit realm devourer. That thing seems to be a spirit realm creature, not some kind of profession. Silly. Su Yunru pouted playfully. What do you think the source power comes from? It comes from spirit realm creatures, beasts, and such. Chapter 40, Book Deconstruction. The beast corresponding to the spirit realm devourer is called the soul devouring beast. The corresponding practitioners are called spirit eaters. It's a very peculiar type of beast. They feed on spirit realm creatures, so they usually live at the edges of spirit realm rifts. Not hard to find. Yi Fong remained silent. He already possessed the soul devouring technique. Wouldn't merging with a soul eater be a waste? After all, when other practitioners fused with a profession, they not only advanced in rank but also gained new abilities. He already possessed the ability to devour spirit realm creatures. Merging with a spirit eater would mean losing one of his skills. Stop being so ambitious. The spirit eater is the perfect transitional profession for your third stage fusion, Su Yunru persisted in her persuasion from the side. Yeah, I know, Yi Fong replied dismissively, his mind still preoccupied with thoughts of the Beastmaster. Seeing Yi Fong hadn't taken her advice to heart, Su Yunru wore an expression that suggested she'd anticipated this outcome all along. She leaned close to his ear and whispered. Here's a little secret. Skills obtained from skill books have a limited number of uses. The power source of skill books comes from the primary material's power essence. Once you exhaust that power essence, you lose the skill. Why didn't you say so sooner, damn it? Yi Fong looked up to see Su Yunru already standing up from her seat, ready to leave. I'm full. Bye, I'll find you later. After exchanging farewells, Su Yunru departed. Watching Su Yunru's retreating figure, Yi Fong's face broke into a helpless smile. What else could he say? He'd choose the Spirit Eater class. 1. Reach level 30 before the semester starts and fuse the Food Spirit User class. 2. Deconstruct a class change scroll and begin researching transcendent studies. Yi Fong set these goals for himself in his mind.
Leaving the cafeteria, Yifang headed straight for the merchant district. He first purchased a sufficient supply of purification potions, then bought the cheapest D-grade job change book available. But when Yifang went to buy the food spirit eater job change book, he ran into a problem. He searched the entire merchant street but couldn't find a single spirit eater job change book. With no other choice, Yifang headed to the Nohai Trading Guild to purchase information on both the spirit eaters and the soul-devouring beasts. Upon returning to his dorm, Yifang wasted no time and immediately downed a bottle of purification potion. The allure of transcendental studies stirred his heart. After downing the bottle, that familiar sensation of healing his suboptimal health returned. The potion's effects lasted for over 10 minutes. Using this time, Yifang began reviewing the information on the spirit eaters. Occupation, spirit eater. Description, grade A hybrid class. Professional ability involves devouring spirit realm creatures and assimilating them, thereby acquiring all their abilities. Warning, when assimilating spirit realm creatures, they also assimilate you. This may cause the practitioner to lose consciousness and undergo physical transformations. For example, assimilating a skeleton may cause the practitioner's skin and hair to fall off entirely, turning them into a skeleton. Warning, these changes are permanent. Holy crap! The side effects are that severe. No wonder I couldn't find a single Spirit Eater class change book on the entire merchant street. The price for gaining power is becoming a half-mad monster. No wonder no one's selling it, it's no wonder the guild doesn't have any. After reading the Spirit Eater's description, Yifang's expression grew grave. Looks like I can't directly fuse the Spirit Eater's class changebook after all. The side effects are too severe. Yifang recalled his own soul-devouring technique. How did the alchemist who created the soul-devouring technique handle these side effects? Or perhaps the primordial power of the soul-devouring beast itself doesn't carry these side effects? It's only when it's transformed into a class change scroll and used on humans that the beast's soul interferes with the human soul, causing these adverse effects. We'll likely only know the answer once we encounter the soul-devouring beast. If the soul-devouring beast is also raving mad and out of its mind, then it proves the issue isn't with humans. Thinking back, buying that soul-devouring technique really wasn't a bad deal after all. The effects of the previous bottle of purifying potion had worn off, so Yifang drank another bottle to replenish the potency. Yifang retrieved the information on the soul-devouring beast. Soul-devouring beast. An exceptionally peculiar beast that feeds on spirit realm creatures. It typically dwells near fissures in the spirit realm and is extremely rare. Its racial ability is to devour spirit realm creatures, thereby acquiring all their abilities. Nothing useful here, Yifang frowned. After downing another bottle of purification potion, Yifang pulled out the D-rank job change book. D-rank occupation gladiator. A common D-rank profession, its ability enhances a person's combat prowess, though its combat strength only reaches the peak of an ordinary human. Equivalent to figures like martial arts champions or boxing champions from Yifang's previous life. The peak combat strength of an ordinary human in his previous life wouldn't even be enough to beat a stray dog on the streets of this extraordinary world. Stray dogs in this extraordinary world were absurdly powerful. Without summoned creatures, Yifang himself couldn't defeat a stray dog. His physical strength was merely on par with that of an ordinary person. Yifang began studying the class change scroll in his hand. It was the size of a normal book, its white cover engraved with densely packed runes. At the very center of the cover, 3 large characters were engraved: Gladiator. The grade of a job change book could be determined by its color. D-rank books were white, C-rank green, B-rank purple, A-rank blue, and S-rank and above were all red. Though called a book, the job change scroll couldn't be opened, it merely mimicked a book's appearance. Flipping the book over to its back cover, Yifang finally found a crevice. Soul-devouring technique. Yifang's mind stirred, and the vortex on his chest opened wide, sucking in the eagle-winged demon statue. Borrowing the power of the eagle-winged demon statue, Yifang effortlessly tore open the job change scroll. The instant he did so, Yifang immediately sensed the power within the book rapidly dissipating. Fixing his gaze on the torn-off section, he saw the magical runes vanishing at an alarming rate. Panic seized Yifang. He desperately sought a way to halt the drain, only to realize he lacked the power to intervene. He could only watch helplessly. In less than a breath's time, the magical symbols on the class change scroll vanished without a trace. The primordial power sealed within the scroll had also been completely drained. This must have triggered the self-destruct mechanism, Yifang surmised. Once sold, the transformation scroll would inevitably be dissected, studied, and replicated by others seeking to profit. To maintain a monopoly, the creator would undoubtedly set up a self-destruct mechanism to prevent the secret from being leaked. It wasn't surprising. If it were Yifang, he would have done the same. It's fine. The primordial power can dissipate, and the magical runes may vanish, but you can't destroy the structure of this book. Yifang muttered to himself as he began studying the book's construction. As he studied, he sketched the entire book's framework. Occasionally, he would drink a bottle of purifying potion. Before long, the night had passed. Chapter 41, Why does this feel like being pampered? For the next 2 days, Yi Fong holed up in his dorm room, immersed in the study of transcendental scholarship. After 2 or 3 days of research, Yi Fong had basically figured out the structure of the job change book. As a 21st century college student in his previous life, deciphering simple mechanisms posed little difficulty. It's just that the magical runes inside vanished too quickly. I didn't manage to memorize a single one. Without the magical runes, it's just an ordinary book. To replicate a fighter's class change book, we still need to figure out the most crucial element, the core material, the source of power. I wonder what kind of beast's power source the fighter used. Last night, before the source of power dissipated, Yi Fong could sense a force within the book, but he couldn't identify its specific nature. Clearly, the source power had been processed to mask its aura. The security measures were exceptionally thorough. With no progress on deciphering the class change book, Yi Fong shifted his focus to advancing to the 3rd tier. Directly merging with the Soul Eater was out of the question. The side effects were too severe. The only option now was to directly fuse with the power source of the soul-devouring beast. Su Yunru had mentioned that the process of fusing the source of power was also the process of crafting the job change scroll. Taking this path still meant he couldn't avoid crafting the job change scroll. The situation had come full circle, and Yi Fong felt a headache coming on. Well, level 30 is still a long way off. Might as well focus on leveling up first. I'm only level 20, having just finished digesting the impurities of the 1st tier. Just moments ago, with the aid of purifying potions, Yi Fong had finally assimilated the impurities of the 1st tier. Now he could resume absorbing magic essence to level up. As Yi Fong pondered, a knock sounded at the door below. He opened the dormitory door to find that familiar mature woman's face before him once more. It was none other than Su Yunru. How did you know I live here? Yi Fong asked in confusion. Oof. There's no place in this school this lady can't find, Su Yunru declared with a touch of pride. Come in and sit down. Yi Fong had barely stepped aside when Su Yunru grabbed his hand. No time for sitting. I found news about the soul-devouring beast. Come with me now. Soul-devouring beast? Yi Fong was a bit confused. When had he asked her to look into the soul-devouring beast? Stop spacing out. Let's go. Su Yunru tugged Yi Fong's hand and started pulling him toward the door. Yi Fong struggled briefly, then turned back to close the dorm room door. They made their way to the teleportation array. After Su Yunru selected the destination, the familiar dizziness washed over them. When he opened his eyes again, the sound of bustling chatter filled his ears. Bloodpool Secret Realm, 1 spot open. Seeking a Tier 3 or Tier 4 defensive class. Ditch Secret Realm. Beautiful Captain urgently needs a defensive class for protection. Light Valley Secret Realm, missing a defensive class. Generous compensation offered. Surveying the chaotic crowd, Yi Fong felt utterly bewildered. Where is this? In front of the Secret Realm teleportation tower at the Royal Mage Academy, replied Su Yunru. Damn it, how did we end up on the mage's turf? No wonder everyone's recruiting defensive classes. Turns out we've landed at the... Mages were notoriously fragile against assassin-type classes, which is why the Royal Mage Academy was jokingly called the Fragile Academy. But this nickname, Royal Mage Academy, has a long and storied history. Even its founders couldn't pinpoint the exact date of its founding. All that's known is that the profession of mage has existed since the dawn of recorded human history. The Royal Mage Academy flourished during the Duel Empire era, standing as the sole supreme institution of its time. A sacred sanctuary for practitioners. Even the profession of alchemist was once classified as a branch of magician. Every monarch of the 2 empires was required to study under the Academy's chancellor. Yet the emergence of a legendary figure changed everything. The legendary alchemist Mu Fantian discovered a treasure left behind by the gods, a vast collection of class change scrolls. Master Mu Fantian distributed these books among his followers, granting humanity the power to stand against the mages. This laid the foundation for the eventual overthrow of the tyrannical twin empires. This legend, as familiar as any myth, was known by heart by every child in the world. However, after studying the supernatural arts, Yi Fong realized it was all fabricated to deceive ordinary people. The purpose was to conceal the fact that job change manuals were manufactured, preventing others from coveting the enormous profits and shielding the secrets of family inheritance. The truth was likely that the alchemist Mu Fantian had discovered the method for crafting job change books, breaking the mage's monopoly over them. As various job change books emerged, the profession of mage gradually declined. Nevertheless, the Royal Mage Academy remained a force to be reckoned with. Yi Fong observed everything before him with caution. This ancient academy still possessed formidable power. After the collapse of the Duel Empire, the Parliament demanded the Royal Mage Academy change its name. The implication was that with the emperors gone, the title royal was no longer fitting. They wanted it renamed the Continental Mages Academy. But they refused to budge, adopting a defiant attitude of "what are you going to do about it?" Ultimately, the matter was dropped. We're just walking right into such a prestigious school? Is this secret realm unguarded? Aren't they worried about spies infiltrating? Yi Fong couldn't help but complain. Of course it's guarded. Su Yunru waved her student ID.
My sister attends this academy. The soul-devouring beast is in their chaos realm. Wait a moment. My sister will be here shortly. We can't enter the secret realm without her. After waiting over 10 minutes. Yunru, this is Yifeng. Su Yunru stepped aside, revealing Yifeng behind her. Hello. Yifeng extended his hand politely. Hello, Su Yunru. Su Yunru's appearance differed slightly from her sister's, yet she still exuded an air of sophistication. Follow me, Su Yunru said. As she walked, she slipped 2 tokens into Yifeng and Su Yunru's hands. Outsiders require visitor tokens to enter our school's secret realm. And they cannot enter secret realms of advanced level or higher. Yifeng took the tokens and asked, what level is the chaos realm? Su Yunru covered her mouth and giggled. Advanced, of course. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have brought you here. Yifeng chuckled awkwardly. Su Yunru's personality differed from her sister's. Her speech carried a hint of bashfulness. Oh, right. Su Yunru handed over 4 more scrolls. That chaotic realm is a peculiar place. Its space is highly unstable. Here's a space stabilization scroll and a teleportation scroll. If you encounter spatial disturbances later, tear open the space stabilization scroll. Yifeng took the scrolls and said thank you. These sisters were so thoughtful. Suddenly, he felt a bit embarrassed. Why did this feel like being kept? Chapter 42, only one left to swap. Led by Su Yunru, the trio smoothly entered the chaotic realm. The minimum requirement for entering a high-level instance was having at least one 5th tier class member in the party. Yifeng was currently tier 2, while Su Yunru was tier 4. This meant Su Yunru was at least a 5th tier professional, and possibly even higher. The moment Yifeng's feet touched the ground of the chaotic realm, the earth began to tremble. The surrounding trees rustled in unison. Earthquake? Yifeng turned to ask. No, it's not an earthquake, Su Yunru stated firmly. Judging by the commotion, it's just an aftershock from the last spatial disturbance. Only then did Yifeng notice the surrounding trees were all leaning precariously, as if they might snap at any moment. Judging by the scene, earthquakes must be common here. Does this happen often here? Su Yunru kicked at the sand beneath her feet. The resources in this secret realm are too barren. Not even much grass grows here. Is there any point in farming this secret realm? It was Su Yunru's first time here too. Glancing at the barren surroundings, she couldn't help but complain. Su Yunru pouted at her sister and said, hardly anyone ever comes to this secret realm. It doesn't produce any resources either. If it weren't for the spatial fluctuations here being beneficial for researching spatial magic, this secret realm would have been shut down long ago for being unprofitable. Where's the soul-devouring beast? Yifeng couldn't help but interrupt. Not far from here. Follow me. Su Yunru led the way ahead while explaining to the two of them. The space here is chaotic, with spatial fissures appearing randomly. Creatures from other subworlds sometimes slip through these rifts into our realm. These creatures are all strange and difficult to deal with. The most troublesome part is the spatial fissures themselves. Let's pray we don't run into any spatial fissures. If we encounter a spatial fissure, even a teleportation scroll might not save us. Not even scrolls can save us? That bad? Yifeng asked. Su Yunru replied with a serious expression. It's not just scary, it's downright terrifying. Teleportation scrolls are fundamentally based on spatial magic. If the space distorts violently, whether the scroll still works is entirely up to fate. If you get sucked into a spatial fissure, it's a death sentence. One of our academy's professors, a 7th tier practitioner, entered a spatial fissure to study spatial magic. He never returned. The school's grand prophet foretold his fate. The verdict? He's dead. Su Yunru interjected, oh dear, little sister, don't make it sound so terrifying. We're just going in to capture a soul-devouring beast. It'll be quick, we won't run into any spatial rifts. As the three conversed, their destination came into view. Instantly, they shifted into combat mode. The sisters each drew a long sword, while Yifeng released his 4th tier skeleton and corpse dragon. Su Yunru frowned upon sensing the corpse dragon's aura, her eyes flashing with disgust. But when her sister shot her a warning glance, the disgust vanished without a trace. Yifeng remained oblivious to all this. Sensing a formidable presence approaching, the soul-devouring beast let out a low growl as it burst out of the dense forest. This was a bizarre beast of unusual appearance, a wolf's head crowned with a pair of goat horns, its massive form stretching over 10 meters in length. Soul-devouring beast. Level 53. Race skill, Soul Devourer. Be cautious. Hold off on attacking for now, Su Yunru cautioned. Each Soul Devourer possesses unique abilities. Whatever spirit realm creature it devoured last time, it will gain that creature's abilities. We need to figure out this Soul Devourer's abilities before we act. Sis, you go first. I'll cover your back. Alright. Su Yunru agreed immediately. Let me handle it. I just need to force it to act. I should be able to manage. Yifeng volunteered. Throughout this journey, intelligence gathering, target identification, and essential equipment procurement had all been handled by the two sisters. He hadn't lifted a finger.
Even the idea of hunting the soul-devouring beast had been Su Yunru's suggestion. He felt a bit guilty not taking the initiative to do more now. But then Su Yunru suddenly spun around and roared. That's a 5th-tier beast. What are you, a 2nd-tier good-for-nothing, trying to stir up trouble for? What gives you the right to do that? Is it because of your worthless 4th-tier skeleton? Or that disgusting undead dragon of yours? As Su Yunru turned, Yifeng clearly saw golden light flickering in her eyes. Little sister. Su Yunru panicked, turning to her younger sister with urgent concern. The golden light in Su Yunru's eyes vanished abruptly. Realizing her outburst, her tone softened as she lowered her head and said faintly. My apologies. I was merely stating a fact. The truth? Right. Yifeng was utterly baffled by Su Yunru's sudden change in attitude. He hadn't noticed the look of disgust Su Yunru had directed at the corpse dragon earlier. Though he couldn't fathom what had gotten into the girl, Yifeng felt it best not to press the matter. After all, he owed these two sisters an enormous debt of gratitude. Besides, what she said was undeniably true. The gap between 5th tier and 4th tier was an unbridgeable chasm. Not to mention the skeleton, the weakest fighter among the 4th tier ranks. He had only volunteered to fight out of sheer curiosity. Su Yunru patted her sister's shoulder, then turned to Yifeng with unwavering resolve. I'll handle it. Yifeng nodded. With a flick of her long sword, a pillar of holy light descended from the heavens, striking the soul-devouring beast directly. Holy light erosion. Facing a 5th-tier beast, Su Yunru dared not hold back, unleashing her most powerful technique from the start. Sensing the attack, the soul-devouring beast made no attempt to evade. Just as the beam was about to strike, a faint, eerie glow flickered in its eyes. Then, its massive wolf-like body began to turn transparent. When the pillar of holy light descended, the two seemed to occupy the same space, yet existed in different dimensions. Su Yunru's expression grew grave. She had never witnessed such an ability before. This ability is? Su Yunru stared intently, as if she knew something. I remember now. Su Yunru exclaimed suddenly, her voice filled with excitement. It's the ability of the return to void bat voidification. This soul-devouring beast has been consuming return to void bats lately. Her sister's reminder jogged Su Yunru's memory. She had studied peculiar creatures in her family's teachings. Among them was the return to void bat. After understanding the soul-devouring beast's ability, both sisters wore bitter smiles. Su Yunru looked at Yifeng and said with a wry smile. There's good news and bad news. The good news is, this spirit-devouring beast has absolutely no offensive capabilities. The bad news is, we're completely helpless against it. To dispel its ethereal state, we need a method to break through the void. Yifeng asked, then should I return to prepare a method to break the void and come back next time? Su Yunru shook her head bitterly. Only a handful of the continent's top practitioners possess methods to break through the void. We'll just have to capture another one. Chapter 43, How? How did it do that? This soul-devouring beast is incredibly lucky. It actually encountered a return to void bat. Su Yunru gritted her teeth. Su Yunru chimed in, not only that, but what incredible luck, it even devoured the return to void bat. The soul-devouring beast absolutely lacks the power to shatter the void. The fact it devoured the return to void bat means it caught it off guard. The bat didn't even have time to activate its void transformation. Just as the sisters marveled at this, the soul-devouring beast let out a hoarse wail. The three immediately looked over. The once transparent soul-devouring beast had now reverted to its original form. Its void transformation had been dispelled. Without the void form to evade damage, the holy light erosion struck the soul-devouring beast squarely. The spirit-devouring beast let out a series of wails in response to the attack. The sisters seized the moment and struck simultaneously. But in an instant, a sinister glow flickered once more in the soul-devouring beast's wolf-like eyes. Its phantom form materialized once more. Both attacks passed right through the spirit devourer's transparent form, striking the empty ground behind it. Their strike having missed, they immediately halted their attack and began analyzing the sudden turn of events. Its phantom form just dissolved. Could it be that the soul-devouring beast hasn't fully mastered the void form ability? Su Yunru speculated. No. Su Yunru countered. It's not that the soul-devouring beast hasn't fully mastered the void transformation ability. It hasn't fully devoured the return to void bat. The bat is still struggling inside it. After the soul-devouring beast consumes a spirit realm creature, the two become one. There's no such thing as not mastering the ability. Then we still have a chance. Su Yunru suddenly felt a surge of fighting spirit, her voice rising 3 degrees. Su Yunru declared, right. We'll stay here and wait for its next lapse. The return to void bat certainly doesn't want to be eaten. Now that the soul-devouring beast is cornered by us and hanging by a thread, it will surely fight back desperately inside the beast. I don't think we'll have to wait long. The sisters exchanged a glance, then spread out, each gathering power for their skills, waiting for that fleeting moment. Hold on. I think I have an idea. Yifeng, standing behind them, suddenly had a thought. He abruptly stood up and stepped in front of the two sisters. The sisters were completely focused, waiting for their chance. Seeing Yifeng standing before them, Su Yunru immediately called out. Yifeng, get behind me. The illusion could fail at any moment. We'll strike whenever we need to, don't get hurt. Su Yunru added impatiently. What could you possibly do as a mere second-tier cultivator? Brother, we're trying to help you, and you're just getting in the way? Yifeng ignored Su Yunru and walked straight up to the soul-devouring beast. He had a theory. Since the Return to Void Bat was a spirit realm creature, he should theoretically be able to forge a spirit realm contract with it. The Return to Void Bat wasn't truly dead yet, it had merely been swallowed by the soul-devouring beast. If he could turn the bat within the swallowing spirit beast by forming a spirit realm contract, that would be ideal. Having sorted out his thoughts, Yifeng began his attempt. He drew a deep breath and activated his skill spirit realm contract. Though this skill came effortlessly to him, having been cast thousands of times before, Yifeng moved with deliberate slowness now, each step taken with utmost caution. If he could subjugate the Return to Void Bat, he would gain the ability to become ethereal. According to Su Yunru, the ability to shatter the void was possessed only by the top-tier practitioners in the main world. If he gained the ability to become ethereal, wouldn't he be able to stand undefeated against an 8th-tier practitioner with only 2nd-tier strength? Even 9th-tier practitioners without the ability to shatter the void would be powerless against him. At this thought, Yifeng's breathing quickened uncontrollably. As a thread of spiritual consciousness emerged within the soul-devouring beast, the spirit realm contract was successfully activated. Save me, save me. Through the spirit realm contract, Yifeng finally heard the Return to Void Bat's desperate cries for help. Yifeng immediately sent the spirit realm contract to the other party. As the spirit realm contract was formally established. It worked! Yifeng exclaimed with delight. Next step. Soul-devouring technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng opened the vortex on his chest. With a pulling sensation, a miniature bat flew out from within the soul-devouring beast and was sucked into the vortex on Yifeng's chest. Deprived of the Return to Void Bat, the spirit-devouring beast's ethereal form dissolved instantly. What had seemed to be bathing in the pillar of holy light was now being washed by its overwhelming radiance, causing it to scream in agony. Its aura rapidly weakened, unable to lift its head as the pillar of holy light pounded down upon it. Ah! This. Su Yunru's mouth hung open, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Within 2 or 3 seconds, a dozen expressions flashed across her eyes: shock, confusion, bewilderment. How did you do that? How could you snatch someone, no, a beast, from the swallowing spirit beast's jaws? Don't just stand there, little sister. Don't let the soul-devouring beast escape. While Su Yunru was still in a daze, Su Yunru had already charged forward. Though the soul-devouring beast lacked other racial abilities, its 5th-tier beast physique remained formidable. Facing the towering pillar of holy light, it was still struggling to crawl outward. Su Yunru snapped out of her daze and charged forward, sword raised. This battle held no suspense whatsoever. The spirit-devouring beast, utterly devoid of combat skills, was soon beaten to the brink of death by the two sisters. Enough. That's sufficient. Seeing the spirit-devouring beast utterly defeated, Su Yunru signaled her sister to stop. Then, she retrieved a small, compact box from her spatial ring. Su Yunru swiped a mark on the box, instantly activating it. She aimed the box at the spirit-devouring beast and began extracting its primordial energy. The spirit-devouring beast struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. Soon, the miniature box ceased absorbing, its extraction complete. Once everything settled, Su Yunru rushed impatiently to Yifeng, grabbed his shoulders, and shook him as she demanded. How did you do that? Stealing something from a 5th-tier spirit-devouring beast? That's impossible for a 2nd-tier practitioner like you. Whoa, stop shaking me. To Yifeng, the 5th-tier Su Yunru felt like a giant, shaking him until he felt dizzy. Even fragile classes like mages possessed remarkable physical strength at the 5th tier. Is the source power of your soul-devouring technique from the spirit realm devourer? Su Yunru pondered before asking. Yes. The fragmented source of the spirit realm devourer, Yifeng added. That makes sense. Su Yunru clapped her hands excitedly. The spirit devourer of the spirit realm, the spirit-eating beast of the main world, and the spirit-eater profession of the main world, all three share the same source power. Only their ranks differ. Among the three, the spirit devourer holds the highest rank, followed by the soul-devouring beast, with the soul-eater ranking lowest. Our family teachings have discussed this. The main world originally lacked the ability to consume spirits. One day, a spatial rift formed after the spirit realm collided with the main world. The rules of the spirit realm intersected with the main world through this spatial fissure, granting the main world the ability to consume spirits. This convergence of realms gave birth to the spirit devourer, a unique beast. Later, alchemists extracted the primordial power of spirit devourers to create the profession of spirit eaters. The root of the main world's spirit-consuming ability lies in the spirit realm, and the embodiment of this power in the spirit realm is the spirit devourer. The collision between the spirit-devouring beasts devouring and your spirit-devouring technique is akin to a lower tier encountering a higher tier, a descendant meeting its ancestor.
Naturally, it cannot stand against you. Chapter 44, This is an Angel.
Su Yunru's words caused Su Yunru's brows to furrow deeply.
So I've inherited the family tradition, huh? How come I never knew about this?
Hearing this, Su Yunru immediately rolled her eyes at her younger sister. I told you time and again to study hard, but you wouldn't listen.
All you ever do is fiddle with that damn piano.
Su Yunru flashed a proud yet petulant smile, returning the eye roll before sticking out her tongue at her sister. Yifang interrupted the sisters' bickering, pointing at the corpse of the soul-devouring beast and asking, "What should we do with the spoils?" "The magic essence and the corpse of a fifth-tier beast."
Processing a fifth-tier beast's carcass into extraordinary materials should fetch a hefty price, right?
Su Yunru waved the small box in her hand before him and said,
"We didn't get any loot this time. This soul-devouring beast's corpse holds no value now.
Its primordial power was extracted by the seal box in my hand.
Now it's just an ordinary beast carcass."
"I know this, let me explain," Su Yunru interrupted her sister, eager to speak. "After death, a beast's primordial power separates out. If not processed promptly, the rule-based energy within the primordial force dissipates, leaving only demonic essence behind. We can use the seal box to extract and seal their primordial power at the moment of death. This prevents the loss of rule energy, preserving the primordial power intact."
Yifang nodded in agreement, his understanding of transcendental studies deepening. He realized that whenever topics potentially related to the origins of professions arose, the school never taught them. So, primordial power is composed of rule power combined with demonic essence, correct? Yifang asked.
"Correct."
Su Yunru continued her explanation.
"Without the power of rules, primordial force is no different from a magic essence stone that's been drained dry." Su Yunru handed the small box in her hand to Yifang.
"I'm lending you this box. Remember to return it. This is called an imprint box.
It's used to extract the source of power and is an essential tool for crafting class change scrolls."
Yifang took the seal box and examined it closely.
This box could be considered the starting point for crafting a job change scroll.
With this box, one could extract the primordial power of beasts.
With that primal energy, the main material for crafting a job change scroll could be produced. While Yifang was still studying the seal box, Su Yunru suddenly tapped his shoulder and said,
"Let's go. We've got to head to the next place." "Where to?" Hearing the question, the sisters exchanged a glance and chuckled. "Oh, you'll see when we get there. You're not going to harvest my kidneys, are you?"
Yifang teased, eyeing the sisters' mysterious expressions.
"Put. Who'd want your crappy kidneys anyway?"
Su Yunru shot Yifang a disdainful look. "There's a legacy here that neither of us understands. We'll take you to see it, maybe you can pass its trial. We'll take care of any strange beasts we encounter along the way. It'll help you grind up some magic essence and level up." The three set off toward their destination, guided by Su Yunru. Several sections of the path had collapsed along the way, forcing them to each use their abilities to fly over the obstacles. Before long, they encountered their first spatial disturbance.
Su Yunru assessed the intensity and remarked, "This spatial disturbance isn't severe. No need to tear the Dingyu scroll." The trio waited at the spot for over 10 minutes before the tremors finally ceased. Surrounding trees lay snapped clean off, wood chips scattered everywhere, and a massive crater gaped in the path ahead. Yifang mounted the corpse dragon and flew to a higher vantage point to survey the damage. The road ahead was largely severed, with sinkholes appearing at regular intervals. Yifang commanded the corpse dragon to land and summoned the eagle-winged demon statue. "The road's cut off. Let's fly," Yifang suggested. He had been itching to fly for quite some time. Both sisters possessed means of flight. They had chosen to walk only to conserve their spiritual energy for dealing with any strange beasts they might encounter. "The corpse dragon is large. You two ride it, and I'll take the eagle-winged demon statue." Upon hearing Yifang's words, Su Yunru immediately protested. "I'm not riding your disgusting undead dragon." Watching Su Yunru throw another tantrum, Yifang looked utterly bewildered. "Is this how all young ladies are? What did my corpse dragon ever do to you?" Seeing this, Su Yunru hurried to smooth things over. In the end, Yifang and Su Yunru rode the corpse dragon, while Su Yunru boarded the eagle-winged demon statue. Before takeoff, Su Yunru instructed, "Stop immediately after flying this section. If we encounter spatial turbulence mid-flight, the consequences would be unimaginable." Barely 20 minutes into their flight, the trio encountered a fifth-tier beast. Mud Mountain Frog. Level 56. Race skills: Mud Mountain Crush, Corrosive Sludge, Mud Armor, Mud Escape. Before Yifang could react, Su Yunru had already leaped down first. Mid-air, dazzling golden light shot from Su Yunru's eyes. Wings radiating a sacred aura sprouted from her back. Yifang, perched on the dragon's back, stared intently at Su Yunru. This image reminded him of a certain species. This image. It's an angel. Su Yunru, sword in hand, flapped her angelic wings and dove toward the Mud Mountain Frog.
Yifeng commanded the corpse dragon to land. Thud! The corpse dragon's massive body hit the ground. The mud mountain frog's body collapsed to the ground, dead as a doornail. The entire battle lasted barely over 10 seconds. Yifeng hadn't even had time to process what had happened. Yifeng silently assessed Su Yunru's strength. Judging by her ability to instantly kill a 5th-tier beast, Su Yunru's combat prowess placed her among the elite of the 5th tier. After the demonic essence was extracted, Yifeng absorbed it all. Experience points plus 2,000. Level up, level 23. Experience points, 1,500 2,500. After glancing at his leveling progress, Yifeng couldn't help but whistle. The leveling speed was pretty fast, but this leveling up is way too hard. As a 2nd-tier practitioner, Yifeng absorbed the magic essence of a 5th-tier beast and only gained 3 levels. And that was with the help of 2 higher-level players, 1 5th-tier and 1 4th-tier grinding monsters alongside him. For any other 2nd-tier practitioner, gaining 3 levels would take at least several months. Ordinary players without high-tier helpers could only fight monsters of their own level. A Tier 1 beast yields a single point of magic essence upon death. Tier 2 yields 100 points, Tier 3 yields 500 points, Tier 4 yields 1000 points, and Tier 5 yields 5000 points. A 2nd-tier beast yielded only 100 points of magic essence, yet a 2nd-tier practitioner required thousands of points just to level up once. Furthermore, the amount of magic essence required increases by 500 points per level. Fighting monsters of the same level would take an eternity. Professionals really are money-making machines. Yifeng remarked with a sigh. After dealing with the Mud Mountain monster, the trio pressed on. Before long, Yifeng detected the presence of 2 5th-tier beasts. Male and female shadow leopards. Level, 51-50. Skills, Shadow Escape, Shadow Arrow, Panther Roar. Another 5th-tier pair. Why are there so many high-tier beasts in this secret realm? Yifeng asked casually. Su Yunru beside him replied. It's not that there are many 5th-tier beasts here. It's that there are no beasts below 5th tier here. The constant spatial tremors have long since shaken weaker beasts to death. Chapter 45. Isn't this just a summoner? Below, Su Yunru was locked in fierce combat with 2 shadow leopards. Though Su Yunru possessed the strength to instantly kill 5th-tier beasts, she now found herself struggling against 2 shadow leopards barely above 5th tier. The pair, 1 male, 1 female, shared a symbiotic bond. If one perished, the other would follow. Yet behind this immense disadvantage lay an equally immense advantage. Both shared identical mindsets, allowing them to transfer their strength between each other. The male was a warrior, excelling in close combat and defense. The female is a mage, excelling in spellcasting and ranged attacks. When the female channels her power into the male, his combat prowess surges instantly, eliminating all weaknesses. Capable of ranged attacks and close combat, spellcasting, and defense. The 2 shadow leopards could instantly swap positions. Su Yunru barely managed to break free and lunged at the powerless female panther, only for the male panther to instantly swap their positions. Su Yunru found herself entangled by the male shadow panther once more. Watching the fierce battle below, Su Yunru tugged at Yifeng's sleeve and said, "Let's go down and help. The shadow leopards have a combo attack. My sister might struggle to handle them alone." Yifeng nodded. Su Yunru immediately leapt off the dragon's back with Yifeng. The moment they landed, both unleashed their most powerful techniques. Su Yunru unleashed a pillar of holy light, striking the male leopard directly. Yifeng activated the vortex on his chest, swallowing the corpse dragon whole, while simultaneously opening 3 summoning gates beside the female leopard to create chaos. The moment the 3 summoning gates opened, countless low-tier spirit realm creatures surged forth. Simultaneously, the earth began to shake violently, and the sky abruptly darkened. This commotion was even more intense than the earlier spatial disturbance. The commotion stunned the fiercely battling figures, who all turned their gaze toward Yifeng's summoning gate. Yifeng was stunned too. After a moment, he snapped out of it, a glimmer of anticipation lighting his eyes as he shouted, "I'm about to summon another terrifying spirit realm creature. Enjoy the show, ladies." Last time, the summoning gate triggered celestial phenomena, and then a corpse dragon emerged from it, one that even the dragon lord would grovel before. This time the commotion was so intense. What level of spirit realm creature would emerge now? Half a minute passed, yet no formidable spirit realm creature emerged from the portal. Then the sky began to warp, and the ground shook even more violently. Yifeng's figure blurred and distorted in Su Yunru's eyes. He snapped to attention, immediately abandoning the yin-yang shadow leopards and bellowing at the others. What the hell kind of summoning is this? It's a spatial disturbance. An extremely rare large-scale spatial disturbance. Quickly tear open the teleportation scroll. Remember, it's teleportation. The next instant, the ground caved in without warning, forming a massive crater nearly 100 meters in radius. Countless living beings were buried beneath it, and the 3 insignificant figures vanished without a trace. In the pitch-black void, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. Ugh! Pain! That single word filled his mind. It felt as though he had just fallen into a horde of hellish demons, his body torn apart by countless fiends. Several minutes later, Yifeng finally mustered the strength to stand. Wiping the sweat from his pain-stricken forehead, Yifeng began to explore his surroundings. Complete darkness enveloped him, he could see nothing.
He crouched down and felt the ground. A magical aura emanated from it.
The ground was forged from magical materials. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Magical materials, the crystallization of human craftsmanship. Seeing these materials confirmed he was still in the main world, not swept away by spatial turbulence into some unknown rift. After confirming his temporary safety, Yifeng began to replay what had just happened. He had opened the summoning gate, and immediately afterward, the spatial disturbance had occurred. The summoning gate itself fell under the category of spatial-type transcendent abilities. Could it be that my spatial ability triggered the spatial disturbance? Yifeng asked himself, his expression twisted. After a moment of stunned silence, Yifeng shook his head. The situation remained unclear, he couldn't immediately pin the blame on himself. Suppressing his speculations, Yifeng walked toward the 3 distant beams of light. His position wasn't far from the beams, and within 2 minutes, he reached them.
3 beams of light, 1 blue, 1 green, 1 yellow.
Each contained nothing but a stone tablet engraved with characters.
Floating between the 3 pillars were 8 magical characters. "Oh, destined one, take it."
Yifeng approached the blue stone tablet to examine the inscription.
Witness, SSS-tier profession.
I bear witness to vows made under heaven and earth.
The witness may establish unbreakable contracts.
Those who violate such contracts shall face punishment by the power of the rules.
What the hell is this?
Yifeng was puzzled and walked toward the green beam of light.
Voidbreaker, S-rank profession. A solitary traveler traversing between worlds. Voidbreakers can forge spatial passages to traverse different realms.
Class descriptions.
What's next? Still utterly confused, Yifeng approached the final yellow pillar of light. Backstabber, SS rank profession. Deadly attacks come from friends. Backstabbers can implant backstab marks onto other beings.
When the backstabber takes damage, the harm is transferred to those marked.
Witness, breaker of the void, backfeeder.
Yifeng murmured the 3 names, his brow furrowing deeper. Suddenly, as if struck by insight, his furrowed brow relaxed abruptly, and his entire body trembled with realization.
This is the summoner.
Just 2 days ago, while deciphering the class change scroll, Yifeng had racked his brain trying to understand the fundamental power of the gladiator. Gladiators enhanced physical combat prowess, so Yifeng used this clue to research numerous beasts with related abilities. In the end, he discovered hundreds of suitable candidates. Unable to make sense of it all at once, Yifeng had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Later, he shifted his focus and began studying his own summoner profession. Following his original approach, he began dissecting the summoner class. The core ability of a summoner was to call forth spirit realm creatures into the main world. Then, through a spirit realm contract, they command spirit realm creatures. Finally, the alchemist who invented the summoner class likely felt that summoners were too fragile, they might be killed by decapitation tactics before contributing much combat power. Thus, the ability to redirect damage was added. After thorough research, Yifeng discovered that summoners essentially possess 3 core abilities. The ability to open portals between the spirit realm and the mortal world, the ability to forge contracts, and the ability to redirect damage. By locating beasts possessing each of these abilities, extracting them, and compiling them into a single class change tome, one could become a summoner.
And weren't the 3 professions within the light pillars before him precisely corresponding to these 3 abilities? The Skybreaker class within the blue beam corresponded to spirit world summoning. The Witness class within the green beam represented spirit realm contracts. The Parasite class within the yellow beam corresponds to damage transfer. The alchemist who crafted the summoner must have blended the abilities of the Parasite and the Witness. Upon signing a spirit realm contract, they simultaneously implant a backlash mark upon the spirit creature through that contract. Thus, after the summoner contracts with a spirit realm creature, they can immediately perform damage transfer without enduring the lengthy mark implantation period. After sorting through his thoughts, Yifeng arrived at a conclusion. This place was either a laboratory researching the summoner profession or a site dedicated to its legacy. Judging by the layout, it was clearly the latter. This place was a legacy site. A legacy site dedicated to summoners. At this realization, Yifeng's breathing quickened. What did a legacy signify? It signifies the accumulation of a practitioner's lifetime of knowledge and extraordinary wisdom passed down. It was a colossal fortune. Typically, practitioners would bequeath their lifetime's accumulation to their descendants upon death. But there were exceptions. For instance, when a son betrays his father, the father may choose to pass it on to an outsider rather than his own son. Such inheritances are exceedingly rare. Encountering one is like stumbling upon untold riches. Or consider a practitioner who, upon leaving their legacy, was researching something, perhaps solving an extraordinary academic puzzle. At the moment of death, they realize their son lacks the necessary caliber, so they pass it on to another. This type of inheritance tests the recipient's extraordinary knowledge, making it quite troublesome. Then there's the final type of inheritance, the most scalding hot kind. There's no such thing as a free lunch.
I pass on my lifetime's accumulation to you, but you must do my bidding.
I wonder which type of inheritance lies before me. If it's the second kind, that's bad news. My transcendental studies are practically non-existent.
After grasping his situation, Yi Fong breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he had harmed those two sisters. Rather, after activating his summoner's class ability, this teleportation site had sensed him. The inheritance realm had then employed spatial means to pull all three of them inside. The spatial disturbances were likely caused by the inheritance realm's intervention.
The inheritance realm doesn't harm people. At least my life is safe. Those two sisters must have entered the inheritance realm too. They should be safe. Chapter 46, is it that hard? Having resolved his mental burden, Yi Fong began exploring this inheritance site. He circled the main hall first, discovering it was entirely enclosed by magical barriers with no other exits. Apart from the three pillars of light, there was nothing else here. With no other choice, Yi Fong returned to the pillars of light. Gazing at the three pillars, each as thick as two men standing side by side, an idea surged through Yi Fong's mind. These must be the gateways to the legacy. Could it be a teleportation array? Yi Fong tentatively reached his hand into the blue pillar of light. A tremendous pulling force instantly seized him. Just as I thought. Yi Fong hesitated no longer and plunged headfirst into it. The moment he entered the beam, Yi Fong was struck by a powerful wave of dizziness. After drifting in a haze of nothingness for a while, his feet finally touched solid ground. Opening his eyes, he found himself standing in a desolate wasteland. Looking around, the sky hung heavy and gloomy, the earth itself a somber, dull gray-black. Yi Fong immediately attempted to communicate with his summoning space, intending to release the corpse dragon and fly high to survey the surroundings. To his shock, he discovered he couldn't access the summoning space at all. He hastily tried the soul-devouring technique instead. The result was the same. Yi Fong instantly lost his composure. Professional abilities are the rule-bound forces engraved upon the bodies of those who bear the seals. Take the simplest fireball spell as an example. By mentally commanding the spell and communicating with the surrounding fire elements, one taps into the fundamental rules governing this world. The fireball would naturally erupt. The inability to wield class abilities here suggests either some method suppresses certain rule forces here, or this place is fundamentally another world altogether. The inheritors deliberately created a small world specifically for passing down their legacy. If it's the latter, then this place holds astonishing riches. With that realization, Yi Fong wasted no time and immediately began searching for the trials. Most legacies come with trials. This inheritance was no exception. If it weren't for testing the inheritor, there'd be no need to create a separate miniature world. They could have simply placed the resources beneath the light pillar for anyone to claim. I entered the blue light pillar. The blue light column represents the Skybreaker profession, corresponding to summoning magic among summoners. Then everything here should be related to summoning. Yi Fong muttered to himself, speculating on the trials ahead. Woof woof woof. A dog's bark echoed through the air. A ghostly blue canine creature, drawn by a token, ran toward Yi Fong. The canine creature appeared ferocious and highly aggressive. Yi Fong immediately assumed a fighting stance, preparing to engage. Outwardly, Yi Fong radiated fierce determination, but inwardly, he was cursing his luck. He couldn't use his professional abilities. With only a summoner's physical strength, he couldn't even defeat a stray dog on the street. Much less stand against a spirit realm creature comparable to a beast. The aura emanating from the dog before him was all too familiar to Yi Fong. It was precisely the type of spirit realm creature he frequently summoned. The token and the dog swiftly approached Yi Fong, one in front and one behind. The token approached Yi Fong first. At the last possible moment, Yi Fong snatched the token. Who cares what you are? I'll take you first. The moment Yi Fong seized the token, the dog, guided by its pull, instantly transformed its demeanor. It stuck out its tongue at Yi Fong and wagged its tail, as if Yi Fong were its master. This token is controlling that dog. Now it obeys my commands, Yi Fong murmured to himself. Spirit realm creature, Netherworld Hound. Level, 13. Race skill, none. After glancing at this barely adequate stats panel, Yi Fong couldn't help but curl his lip. What a piece of junk. From the way it lunged at me earlier, I thought it was some high-level creature. Get lost, go away. Kicking the lapdog aside, Yi Fong turned his attention to the token in his hand. The bronze token bore 3 characters engraved upon it. Beastmaster's command. Just then, the surroundings erupted in chaos. An irresistible force descended, enveloping Yi Fong's entire body. Instantly, Yi Fong found himself utterly immobilized. Not even a finger could move. Swish! Another force descended, instantly teleporting Yi Fong and the dog to another location. The sky remained overcast, the barren land a dull gray. Not far away, 5 ghostly hounds stood out starkly against the empty, barren landscape. A thought surged into Yi Fong's mind. The first trial requires me to use every ounce of power at my disposal to defeat the 5 nether dogs in the distance. The test begins with the shaking of the token. Yi Fong frowned in surprise.
He had already sensed the aura of those 5 nether dogs. All were first tier.
Facing 5 alone?
This trial was far too difficult.
So this trial actually tests the inheritor's beast taming skills. Not surprising, really. The blue light pillar corresponded to summoning, one of the 3 core skills of a summoner. Summoning spirit realm creatures? Anyone can do that. What's there to test? Commanding summoned creatures into battle, that's the true measure of skill.
Yifeng fiddled with the Beastmaster's token in his hand, watching the 5 netherhounds in the distance as they lowered their heads to search for food. He had no doubt that the moment he waved the token, those 5 ghost hounds would charge toward him instantly. Yifeng began to ponder a way to break the deadlock.
A first-tier fighter against 5 first-tier opponents. A direct confrontation would be certain defeat. The purpose of the trial set within the inheritance was to test the heir's capabilities. It certainly wouldn't set up a test designed for certain defeat, it just maxed out the difficulty. This stage had provided Yifeng with 2 items, a netherhound and a token.
Yifeng looked at the token in his hand. He attempted to communicate with the token through his thoughts.
Sure enough, the token began to tremble, a faint surge of power emanating from within. Just as I suspected.
The Beastmaster's command is meant for armies of beasts won against thousands.
How could commanding a single beast possibly test the heir's true skill?
To pass this trial, you must use the Beastmaster's token to subdue the Yomi hound across from you. If you can subdue just 1, then 2 against 3 your chances will be much better.
In that case, Yifeng continued. But we're running out of time.
Taming spirit realm creatures takes time. The stronger their resistance, the longer it takes.
That's common knowledge.
Yifeng had a solution for buying himself time. Beast riding combat is like commanding an army in battle. Both sides' strength matters, but terrain is also crucial. Hold the high ground to boost morale, defend natural barriers to repel enemies. Yifeng immediately began surveying the terrain. As he walked, he didn't spot the river, but a small, steep slope came into view. Ahead of the slope lay an ascending incline, while behind it stood a 2-meter-high vertical cliff.
Yifeng's eyes lit up.
He immediately sprinted toward the steep slope.
Capture the netherhounds.
Use the only netherhound to guard the sole path up the slope.
Buy me time to subdue it.
After sorting out his thoughts, Yifeng immediately waved the token. The 5 nether dogs in the distance, as if receiving a command, immediately charged toward Yifeng in unison. Under his command, Yifeng's netherhound instantly unleashed its ferocity. They locked horns with the lead netherhound.
Chapter 47, This is way too hard.
Taking advantage of the 2 dogs' struggle, Yifeng swiftly aimed his beast summoning token at the first netherhound. As the token activated, a chain formed of transparent energy shot forth, linking Yifeng to the netherhound. The moment the link formed, Yifeng instantly felt his mind being torn apart as if by wild dogs, the agony unbearable.
Yifeng knew this was the netherhound resisting his enslavement.
If he could endure just a moment longer, this netherhound would belong to him.
The chained netherhound froze instantly, as if struck by lightning.
Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng commanded his own netherhound to sink its teeth into the immobilized creature. After taking the blow, the first netherhound completely lost its ability to resist. It lay motionless on the ground, utterly subdued by Yifeng.
The entire process took less than half a minute. Rise!
Yifeng immediately commanded the newly subdued hound to join the fray. The battlefield instantly shifted to a 2 against 3 situation. The previously collapsing battle situation was instantly reversed. The first netherworld hound's defection left the path up the steep slope suddenly clear. But it lasted only a moment before the second netherhound charged forward. Yifeng repeated the tactic, and before long, he had subdued the remaining underworld hounds 1 by 1. Yifeng rubbed the token, carefully assessing his situation. After clearing this stage, his forces now numbered 6.
That overwhelming force descended upon him once more.
Yifeng instantly found himself unable to move. When he landed again, Yifeng found himself in another location. The moment he touched down, Yifeng immediately scanned his surroundings. It was an endless, vast plain. The scenery no longer bore the lifeless pallor before a sapphire sky stretched overhead, and lush grasslands stretched out beneath his feet.
Yet the sight of the distant herd startled Yifeng.
Scattered across the plain were numerous rabbits, some with heads lowered, foraging for food, others just peeking out of their burrows. Others, seeing Yifeng accompanied by several fierce hounds, scrambled in panic back into their burrows.
As Yifeng surveyed the area, a mental message delivered the mission details. The same mission, defeat the distant herd. But with 2 additional conditions. 1. Complete the mission within 3 hours. 2. The beast command could not be used in this stage.
What made it even more frustrating was that this level's opponents numbered a whopping 60 rabbits.
After processing the information, Yifeng was stunned. The first stage's enemy force was 5 times his own.
By the second stage, it had jumped to 10 times his strength.
At first glance, it didn't seem particularly outrageous. The key difference lies in the starting base numbers.
The first stage was 5 times his force, only 4 more rabbits. The second stage was 10 times 6, the enemy had 54 more units than him. And you have to finish it all within 3 hours.
And the beast summoning order is off limits. How the hell is this supposed to be done?
After the mental projection faded, Yifeng found something materialize in his hand.
Yifeng didn't recognize this thing.
Though as a summoner, he possessed similar beast taming abilities. He was not a beast master and knew nothing about their equipment. Fortunately, he had the system. Phase Protocol. Tier 1 equipment. Can incorporate 50 creatures into the protocol. You may freely swap the positions of these 50 creatures. It's a tactical support equipment. Yifeng immediately grasped the purpose of this gear. He glanced again at the rabbit stats panel. Fangtooth Rabbit. Level 11. Race skill, none. Its individual combat strength is comparable to that of a netherhound. Nor is there any chance I could take on 10 of them alone. With no immediate solution to break the stalemate, Yifeng could only scout the terrain first. After circling half the battlefield, Yifeng suddenly had an idea. There was one crucial point. The creatures under my command are all machine beasts devoid of independent consciousness. I can command them to fight to the death without hesitation. But the enemy isn't like that. Just look at how that rabbit scurried into a hole the moment it saw the netherhounds. There's another crucial factor. This group of rabbits has no leader. That is, there is no second-tier leader. If there were a second-tier sharp-toothed rabbit, it could exert dominance over its subordinates through the natural hierarchy among its kind. The rank-and-file sharp-toothed rabbits would become mere automatons, driven at will by the second-tier leader. Currently, the opposing side holds only numerical superiority but lacks command. Coupled with their timid nature, they will only fight individually. If I attack only one burrow at a time, striking and retreating immediately afterward, and repeat the operation once the dust settles. This way I wouldn't have to face 60 rabbits at once. Yifeng surveyed the nests. The smallest held 5 or 6 rabbits, while the largest contained no more than 7. This matched his own troop strength perfectly. After analyzing his opponent's weaknesses, Yifeng turned his thoughts inward. During the upcoming battle, his underworld hounds must remain unharmed. There was a time limit. Originally, the combat strength of 6 netherworld hounds was roughly equal to that of a rabbit warren. If the underworld hounds were injured, it would be game over. The time limit was a real constraint. It's not like you can just say, no big deal if they get hurt. Resting for 10 days or so until the injuries heal before fighting again? Ensuring no injuries occurs demands exceptional command skills from the Beastmaster. You must master tactics like troop rotation, cover fire, surprise assaults, and retreats. The moment a netherworld hound shows signs of weakness, immediately shift formations and withdraw it to the rear for less demanding tasks like flanking support. After sorting out his thoughts, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. This stage is no joke. It not only tests your grasp of both sides' psychology but also demands deep understanding of enemy and ally conditions to lay strategic plans, pushing command skills to their absolute limit. If anyone else who hadn't tamed beasts before took charge, they'd bid farewell to this legacy right away. However, as a 21st century internet-addicted youth, Yifeng was an avid player of battlefield strategy games like Mountblade and Rust. He often skipped classes to command armies in virtual battles. This legacy was right up his alley. So far, the trials within this legacy have proven downright insane. And this is only the second stage. But that's only to be expected. To carve out an entire miniature world for this inheritance, if it weren't outrageous, it wouldn't live up to its pretentiousness. Having settled on his strategy, Yifeng immediately sprang into action. He started with the nearest nest of fangtooth rabbits. He deployed his 2 strongest netherhounds as vanguard, with the weakest pair flanking them for support. The 2 of average combat strength brought up the rear. This way, if the front pair faltered, they could instantly phase back to rest. The replacements would also be of average strength, minimizing disruption. Chapter 48, you want me to take on 700 with just 2? Woof woof woof. The incessant barking echoed. 6 Hades hounds. Facing 6. 2 of them immediately burrowed into a hole and refused to come out. Seeing this, Yifeng burst out laughing. Beasts are beasts, they act solely on instinct. The enemy had reached their very doorstep, yet instead of uniting to fight, they hid in the hole to await their doom. What difference was that from an ostrich burying its head in the sand when danger approached? The 4 sharp-toothed rabbits were already outmatched by the 6 netherworld hounds in strength, and with Yifeng's skillful command, they were swiftly wiped out. Yifeng's 6 netherworld hounds emerged unscathed. This was easier than I anticipated. Without pausing, Yifeng directed the netherworld hounds to dismantle the sharp-toothed rabbit's old lair. The sharp-toothed rabbits were only slightly smaller than the nether dogs, measuring nearly 2 meters in length. This made their burrows easy to dismantle. Soon, one sharp-toothed rabbit was dragged out. The rest of the nether dogs swarmed in and swiftly disposed of it. Just as Yifeng was searching for the last sharp-toothed rabbit, an unexpected incident occurred. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The last sharp-toothed rabbit escaped through a hidden exit. By the time Yifeng realized it, the rabbit had already reached the territory of another pack of sharp-toothed rabbits. Yifeng chose not to pursue. The commotion from their earlier clash had drawn out numerous sharp-toothed rabbits. Now, 30 or 40 sharp-toothed rabbits were all staring intently at Yi Fong. To avoid being overwhelmed by the pack, Yi Fong chose to retreat for the moment. He would return once things had calmed down. After about 3 to 5 minutes, seeing that the gathered sharp-toothed rabbits had dispersed, Yi Fong repeated his tactic. Another nest of sharp-toothed rabbits was easily wiped out. Repeating this cycle, he completed 2/3 of the task in less than an hour. Just as Yi Fong thought the task would be completed smoothly, the situation changed again. Faced with the threat of death, the remaining sharp-toothed rabbits fled their burrows and gathered together. There were 18 of them, 3 times Yi Fong's current force. Standing at a distance, Yi Fong watched the final group of rabbits, calculating his odds of victory. Upon closer inspection, he noted that 3 of the 18 sharp-toothed rabbits were already injured, and 5 were elderly rabbits with limited combat strength. With proper command, victory still seemed within reach. After waiting another 20 minutes, Yi Fong saw no sign of the rabbits dispersing. No more waiting. Time is running out. Yi Fong immediately ordered his fangs to charge. The rabbit and dog packs clashed instantly. After several engagements, Yi Fong had gained considerable insight into commanding the dog pack. With the phase protocol assisting him, he now commanded them with ease. Under Yi Fong's command, the 6 netherworld hounds executed intricate coordination, forming a stark contrast to the chaotic, disorganized rabbit horde. But under the threat of death, Yi Fong's pack soon began to suffer casualties. Yi Fong immediately activated the phase protocol, directing the pack to fight while retreating. They would occasionally turn back suddenly to counterattack, ambushing and killing a sharp-toothed rabbit. Soon, the netherworld hounds suffered their second casualty. Yi Fong stood at a distance, watching the battlefield with a cold expression. He read the situation like an open book. Despite the Fang's rabbits' fierce counterattacks, they were merely the desperate struggles of cornered beasts. Oomph. Had these rabbits shown such fighting spirit earlier, they wouldn't have been driven to this desperate state by me. Before long, this final annihilation battle concluded. The ground was littered with rabbit corpses. Of Yi Fong's underworld hounds, only 2 remained, one covered in blood and gravely wounded, the other missing most of its front paw. The moment the fighting ceased, an irresistible force descended once more. Yi Fong and his 2 netherworld hounds were carried away together. Is this the 3rd stage? The moment he landed, Yi Fong immediately scanned his surroundings. This time, he didn't need the gates prompt to gauge his opponent's strength. Not far away, the charred black earth was densely packed with wandering skeletons. Yi Fong didn't bother counting them, because it was simply impossible to count them all. To gauge the size of a beast herd, one only needed to count the number of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tier beasts within it. Typically, a single 2nd tier beast commanded at least 100 1st tier beasts. 3rd tier beasts command 1,000, 4th tier 10,000. The same principle applied to spirit realm creatures. For species with strong reproductive capabilities, the numbers increase even further. Yi Fong counted the number of 2nd tier skeletons. This level guarantees at least 500 skeletons. Perhaps even more. Though skeletons cannot reproduce, they form the largest population among spirit realm creatures. In a place like the spirit realm, after a creature dies, its corpse gradually transforms into a skeleton. The sheer number of skeletons in the spirit realm was utterly beyond calculation. Yi Fong opened the summoning gate 10 times, and skeletons appeared at least 7 times. After scouting this level, Yi Fong's expression instantly grew grave. He had only 2 netherworld hounds at his disposal, one wounded, the other crippled. If this gate didn't yield something worthwhile, he might as well surrender outright. Just then, the stage information finally arrived. Eradicate the scattered skeletons that escaped from the experimental site. Total, 745. That was the objective for this stage. Then, nothing else. Yi Fong waited for ages but saw nothing. This level gave him nothing. Damn it! You want me to use 2 to fight 700? Just as Yi Fong was about to open his mouth to unleash his verbal artistry, he was surprised to find that the suppression this little world exerted on him seemed to have eased slightly. Yi Fong instantly felt his body grow lighter. He attempted to communicate with his summoning space and it worked. Yi Fong immediately prepared to unleash the corpse dragon. It was his most formidable combat asset at present. Though only a 3rd tier creature, its overall capabilities far surpassed those of 4th tier skeletons, the veritable sewer rats of the 4th tier. Just as the totem on Yi Fong's lower abdomen glowed faintly and the corpse dragon burst through the barrier, Yi Fong's entire body jolted violently. The corpse dragon was violently shaken back inside. Can I release my summoned creature? Yi Fong frowned. He tried summoning other creatures. Only the eagle-winged demon statue materialized. The spirit realm gate remains sealed. I get it now. This world's suppression against me is determined by the stage. Since all opponents in this stage are 2nd tier, methods beyond the tier cannot be used. After grasping the rules, Yi Fong first stowed the phase protocol into his spatial ring. To be fair, this inheritance was surprisingly generous. Before the first 2 stages even began, it gifted him a piece of equipment. The phase protocol itself was mediocre, though its function was peculiar. Its tier was far too low at merely tier 1.
This Beast Master's token, however, was undoubtedly a treasure.
It was undoubtedly connected to SSS-tier professional Beast Masters. With this token, even if he isn't a Beast Master by profession, he'll possess the means to fully enslave creatures.
Chapter 49, this is absolutely horrifying.
Stowing away the Beast Master's token, Yifeng began scouting the enemy situation. He activated the data panel, focusing on a wandering skeleton nearby.
Modified Spirit Realm Skeleton. Level 15. Modified Skill, Internal Combustion. After reviewing the skeleton's panel, Yifeng exclaimed, "Holy crap!
A first-tier skeleton actually had skills?" Yifeng had summoned thousands upon thousands of skeletons. He'd never seen a level 1 skeleton with a skill before. Normally, first-tier creatures don't have skills.
They only appear at tier 2.
Of course, certain special races are exceptions. Anyway, a low-tier race like skeletons definitely wouldn't have skills at the first tier.
And this skill called Internal Combustion. Yifeng frowned.
He had never encountered this internal combustion skill before. Modification skill, Yifeng murmured, reading the text on the interface. Considering the sophistication of whoever set up this legacy, these skeletons were likely their experimental subjects. The information from the third stage had mentioned these skeletons escaped from some kind of experimental facility.
I'll see what this damn internal combustion skill is all about. With that, Yifeng sprang into action.
He soared toward the skeletons atop his eagle-winged golem. Yifeng selected the nearest group of skeletons. By enslaving a second-tier skeleton, he could command the over 100 skeletons under its leadership. Therefore, when dealing with summoning-based professions, one must capture the king first, employing a decapitation tactic. The eagle-winged golem carried Yifeng through the air, soaring over the skeletons below. This skeleton horde consisted of ordinary skeletons, lacking any ranged attack capabilities. Thus, Yifeng moved with reckless abandon, swiftly reaching the second-tier skeleton's headspace.
Yifeng aimed his beast summoning order at the second-tier skeleton. "You are mine now." As a chain shot out from the token, the second-tier skeleton's body froze instantly.
2 minutes later, Yifeng had fully subdued the second-tier skeleton. Now the entire skeleton horde was under his command.
Such an effortless conquest left Yifeng in high spirits.
This was the advantage of possessing aerial abilities at a low tier. Take just a moment ago, for example. If he had tried to force his way through from the ground, he would have been heavily surrounded by first-tier skeletons. Even if you eventually gain the strength to fight your way to a second-tier skeleton and enslave it, you'd only end up with a crippled skeleton horde.
One you'd crippled yourself.
Yifeng had long understood the importance of air superiority. Back when he dueled Shinweiwei, Yifeng's entire army of 10,000 skeletons was halted by a single stone pillar.
Without ranged attack capabilities, 10,000 skeletons were utterly helpless against Shinweiwei floating mid-air.
He'd been thoroughly humiliated in front of everyone.
Wonder how Shinweiwei's doing now.
Yifeng suddenly found himself murmuring the name of this old acquaintance. On the way to Tiras, Director Mu had revealed Shinweiwei's true identity to Yifeng.
Elemental Empress, the most formidable combatant among the 4 emperors of the magic realm.
The knights had poached her, leaving the magic faction bereft of its greatest combat asset.
With such status, Shinweiwei surely lacks no resources on her path to advancement.
Whatever she desires, the knight faction would provide with all their might.
Unlike my weird profession, nobody cares about me. I even had to pause my leveling because I couldn't afford purification potions. This is the dividend of the knight-mage conflict. Yifeng sighed. The conflict between the knight faction and the mage faction, Yifeng had to get involved. Whether it was to secure more class resources or to rise above the crowd. As a grassroots practitioner from the backwaters, he knew reaching the heights demanded participation at the forefront of the era. And the most cutting-edge event on the continent right now was the Mage-Knight War. The conflict had persisted since the collapse of the Twin Empires. It held countless opportunities. Shaking his head, Yifeng temporarily set these matters aside and began studying the modified puppets. He commanded the second-tier skeleton to find a first-tier skeleton and unleash its internal combustion skill. Soon, a skeletal figure staggered forward, its bones creaking with each step, until it stood before Yifeng. Under the second-tier skeleton's command, the first-tier skeleton aimed and unleashed its internal combustion at the other skeleton. A sinister black light flashed across the first-tier skeleton's body, and a ball of black flame suddenly erupted from within. In an instant, the first-tier skeleton was incinerated without a trace. Where it had stood, a single dark flame now floated silently. What the hell? Yifeng was momentarily bewildered. Is this internal combustion skill a self-healing ability? Something was off. Yifeng approached the flame, intending to study it closely. The moment he drew near the blaze, Yifeng sensed a familiar aura. It was an aura every practitioner recognized. This is primordial force. This black flame was actually primordial power. The function of internal combustion was to extract primordial power from others' bodies. This was utterly horrifying.
After all extraordinary abilities stem from primordial power.
Without primordial power, any practitioner instantly becomes an ordinary person.
To think there exists a method here capable of extracting another's primordial power.
Mastering such a technique would make one invincible under heaven.
Something's off, Yifeng realized.
This isn't pure primordial force. Primordial power is white. Chapter 50, A Complete System.
After careful study, Yifeng roughly grasped the purpose of this flame.
This flame did indeed contain primordial energy. However, once absorbed, this primordial force couldn't be directly used to increase levels.
Instead, it could temporarily enhance combat strength. After having the second-tier skeleton absorb the black flame, Yifeng distinctly sensed its aura grow stronger. This second-tier skeleton effortlessly defeated his eagle-winged demon statue. However, neither Yifeng nor his eagle-winged demon statue could absorb this black flame.
Only the second-tier skeleton could absorb it.
The reason the second-tier skeleton could absorb it was because it possessed a modification skill, fire absorption. Those without the fire absorption skill could not absorb it.
Yifeng surmised that a professional practitioner could certainly absorb it.
All they needed to do was craft the fire absorption skill into a skill book and engrave it onto themselves. The formula for crafting it must be within this legacy. After figuring this out, Yifeng quickened his pace of exploration. He immediately led his skeleton army to attack other skeleton clans.
Yifeng resorted to his old trick, once again executing his decapitation tactic.
He had the eagle-winged demon statue carry him and the second-tier skeletons directly into the enemy formation from the air.
To prevent the enemy's second-tier skeletons from igniting the first-tier skeletons,
Yifeng immediately used his beast-taming token to bind the second-tier skeletons. He initiated a battle of soul strength. It wasn't that he feared the enemy's second-tier skeletons would absorb fire and overwhelm him. You can absorb fire, but my second-tier skeletons can absorb fire too. With the same growth rate and the eagle-winged demon statue assisting, there's nothing we can't handle. Rather, Yifeng had already mentally claimed all the skeletons here as his personal property. When skeletons from both sides clashed with internal combustion, he was always the one suffering the losses. Chained together, the second-tier skeleton stiffened as expected, erupting in a defiant growl. But it was all in vain. Yifeng's two summoned creatures fought fiercely to repel the first-tier skeletons rushing to aid the second-tier skeleton, occasionally striking the immobilized second-tier skeleton with powerful blows. Under the relentless assault of Yifeng's two summoned creatures, the second-tier skeleton was soon covered in wounds, its soul withering away. In less than a minute, the second-tier skeleton was subdued and brought under Yifeng's command, even faster than the previous time. With the second-tier skeleton submission, the remaining skeletons also fell into line, standing in place awaiting Yifeng's commands. With this, Yifeng's forces approached 300. Yifeng consolidated the two groups of skeletons and continued his sweeping advance. The newly subdued second-tier skeleton bore significant injuries, so Yifeng positioned it in the center of the formation to recover. He positioned the two remaining second-tier summoned creatures at the very front of the formation to clear the path ahead. With this numerical advantage, Yifeng saw no need for further tricks. He concentrated his superior forces and charged directly into the enemy lines. He selected 20 of the strongest skeletons to join the phase agreement, forming an elite battle formation. Faced with overwhelming might, wave after wave of skeletons fell under Yifeng's command. The mission for this stage was completed in under half an hour. At this point, Yifeng's forces had surpassed the 500 mark. Among them were 6 second-tier combatants, 5 second-tier skeletons and 1 eagle-winged golem. The next stage should introduce third-tier creatures, right? By then, I should be able to use third-tier combat power too. Yifeng calculated silently. An irresistible force descended once more, teleporting Yifeng and his entire skeleton army to another location. This was a flat expanse. On either side of Yifeng stood 2 shadowy figures. To his left stood a modified third-tier skeleton, wielding a spiked bone club. To his right stood a third-tier modified spirit wolf, its fur constantly flashing with bursts of white light. An item floated beside each phantom. Yifeng first opened the interface panel for the item beside the skeleton. It was a skill book. Bone washing technique. Grade B skill book. Skill effect, mass healing of skeletons. Yifeng moved toward another item. It was a card. This is a magic essence card. As soon as he approached, Yifeng recognized it as a magic essence card, which could be exchanged for magic essence stones. Wow! It's worth a full 100,000. 100,000 magic essence stones was no small sum. Heading left, he grabbed a skill book and his opponent was a skeleton horde. Heading right, he grabbed the magic essence card, facing a pack of spirit wolves. The application of bone soaking was too limited, it could only heal skeletons. In external battles, healing a bunch of useless skeletons was pointless. But within the inheritance, the skeleton army was his primary means of combat. Acquiring bone bathing immediately boosts his combat strength in the legacy. If he took the 50,000 magic essence stones, he could purchase stronger, more suitable equipment outside. Yifang hesitated not a moment, took the skill book and chose the left path.
The reason was simple.
Yifang didn't believe the one who set up the inheritance would go through the trouble of modifying a creature just to offer two measly first and second tier skills.
That ball of black flame and the skills utilizing it. These clearly formed a complete system. A well-rounded practitioner's ability should cover at least 6 aspects: attack, movement, reconnaissance, healing, enhancement, and recovery. Currently, Yifang knew of fire capture, using black fire to augment oneself. What about techniques like directly attacking with black fire, healing with black fire, or defending with black fire?
They must all lie within the subsequent skeleton stages. This entire system and its creation method are priceless treasures.
Though he was eager to see what unique traits the modified spirit wolf might possess.
But he knew he couldn't bite off more than he could chew. Yifang could only choose one path, mastering the black fire system first. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifang led his skeleton army toward the left path. Before long, Yifang encountered his 4th stage adversary. 1 3rd-tier skeleton, 11 2nd-tier skeletons, and over 1,000 1st-tier skeletons.
Modified skeleton. Level 36. Race skill, bone-piercing armor. Modified skills, internal combustion, fire absorption, ignition. Ignite.
Seeing those 2 words, Yifang instantly grew excited. The name alone suggested this was a skill that directly attacked with black fire.
Its effect should be to ignite nearby black flames. After a moment of excitement, Yifang's expression darkened again.
There was now a critically fatal problem. Yifang didn't realize he couldn't subdue this 3rd-tier skeleton. Though Yifang wasn't a beast tamer, even a 3-year-old knew the basic principle of beast taming. Beast tamers could only control lower-tier beasts with higher-tier ones, or control beasts of the same tier. Controlling a higher-tier beast with a lower-tier one was impossible. It wasn't because Yifang himself was a 2nd-tier practitioner and couldn't control a 3rd-tier skeleton. His summoner system involved forming equal contracts with spirit realm creatures, but that ability was currently restricted by the small world and temporarily unusable. The real reason lay with this Beastmaster's seal. He had previously examined it through the system. This beast taming order was a 2nd-tier item, incapable of subduing a 3rd-tier skeleton.
This was problematic.
If he couldn't chain the 3rd-tier skeleton immediately at the start of battle, it would continuously command its army to attack Yifang. The forces commanded by the 3rd-tier skeleton outnumbered Yifang's by 2 to 1. What's worse?
Even if Yifang ultimately prevails,
the 3rd-tier skeleton could still command its entire army of over 1,000 skeletons to ignite themselves. In the end, Yifang would gain nothing but the completion of the stage. After much deliberation, Yifang concluded there was only one viable option. That was to use the corpse dragon to instantly kill the 3rd-tier skeleton, then subdue the other 2nd-tier skeletons one by one. But the odds of that happening were slim. 3rd-tier skeletons possessed sufficient sentience. The moment they saw the corpse dragon approaching, they would undoubtedly respond with full force immediately. They would undoubtedly activate their internal combustion to enhance their strength. I'll only know what's really going on once the battle's over. Yifang hesitated no longer, leading the corpse dragon and fire elemental soaring into the sky. He likely wouldn't be able to replenish his forces in this stage.
Given that,
Yifang decided to station his entire skeleton army at a distance, preventing his painstakingly accumulated resources from suffering losses. His 3rd-tier corpse dragon could instantly eliminate any 3rd-tier foe, and with the fire elemental from the 3 realms providing support, it was more than enough to handle a single skeleton. Yifang soared through the air with his 2 3rd-tier generals, rapidly closing in on the 3rd-tier skeleton. Below, the skeleton horde sensed the dragon's presence and stared in terror.
Yifang looked down.
This horde consisted entirely of ordinary skeletons, lacking any ranged units. They were utterly helpless against him.
Even with Yifang present, they were no threat. The skeleton's ranged units were limited to just a few types. Archers, skeleton javelin throwers. Those flimsy bone arrows and spears couldn't even scratch dragon scales. Chapter 51, Handcrafting 3rd-tier Combat Power. The corpse dragon carried Yifang as he closed in on the 3rd-tier skeleton at breakneck speed. But the 3rd-tier skeleton's reaction was beyond Yifang's wildest expectations. The moment the corpse dragon appeared midair, the 3rd-tier skeleton was instantly cowed by its majestic dragon presence. The soul flames flickering in its eyes betrayed its terror.
The 3rd-tier skeleton kept its gaze fixed on the corpse dragon's movements. Upon confirming the corpse dragon was targeting it, the soul flames in the 3rd-tier skeleton's eyes flickered even more violently.
It instantly abandoned its subordinates and fled without looking back.
Seeing this, Yifang ordered the corpse dragon to accelerate to its absolute limit.
2 legs could never outpace wings, especially those of a colossal dragon.
Within mere seconds, the corpse dragon caught up to the 3rd-tier skeleton.
Die!
Before Yifang's voice had even faded, a colossal thunderous dragon breath erupted, engulfing the 3rd-tier skeleton.
The skeleton disintegrated instantly. After eliminating the 3rd-tier skeleton, Yifang didn't land.
Instead, he commanded the corpse dragon to fly straight toward the skeleton horde. To his delight, the 3rd-tier skeletons fled without resistance, leaving the skeleton horde intact. I overestimated these dim-witted skeletons.
They're not as rational as I imagined.
Yi Fong muttered to himself. Come to think of it, skeletons were the lowest form of life, while dragons stood at the pinnacle. Moreover, Yi Fong's dragon wasn't just a thunder dragon, a natural counter to undead creatures, but also a corpse dragon modified through some necromantic means. With every possible advantage stacked in its favor, it was hardly surprising that the dragon had simply scared the skeletons away. With the third-tier skeleton dead, its army lost its anchor and scattered in an instant. Yi Fong dashed back and forth, spending considerable time subduing all the second-tier skeletons. Now, the forces under his command approached the 2,000 mark.
The battle concluded, and an irresistible force descended once more.
The fifth stage offered a choice: 2 third-tier modified skeletons on the left, or 2 third-tier modified eagle wing golems on the right.
The skeletons offered an A-grade skill book, Senra Skeleton Transformation.
The eagle wing golems offered the A-grade skill book, Feathered Skyflight. At this point, Yi Fong felt a twinge of interest. The eagle wing demon statue was his first summon creature. He knew better than anyone how effortlessly it worked for him. He wanted to see what kind of modifications the person who set up the inheritance had made to the eagle wing demon statue. After much deliberation, Yi Fong suppressed his curiosity and chose the skeleton level instead. Without the base forces of the eagle wing demon statue at his disposal, he only had a horde of skeletons. If he chose the eagle wing demon statue, he'd have to use these ground units against aerial forces. It felt like a losing battle no matter how he looked at it. Upon reaching the fifth stage, Yi Fong's eagle wing demon statue and corpse dragon were both forcibly returned to the summoning space. This stage also disabled all his personal abilities, forcing him to rely solely on items obtained through inheritance to progress.
The objective was to destroy the soul crystal nests within the skeleton lair. The lifeblood of the skeletons was the soul flames burning within their eye sockets. Once these flames were extinguished, the skeletons perished. The light emitted by the soul crystal nests nourished these soul flames. Thus, skeletons typically dwelled near these soul crystal nests. Upon learning the objective, Yi Fong instantly grasped the purpose of this stage. By prohibiting brute force, it aimed to test the inheritor's beast taming skills. Yi Fong gradually discerned a pattern among the stages. First, 2 stages allowed you to build up your forces. Then, once your forces were assembled, your command abilities were tested. This stage wasn't as straightforward as the previous one that tested command skills. Back then, it was just a few dozen soldiers clashing. This stage involved the clash of several thousand troops. Commanding dozens and commanding thousands were entirely different levels of difficulty. Yi Fong began formulating his tactics. Opposing forces included 2 third-tier skeletons and 21 second-tier skeletons. Yi Fong's side had 16 second-tier skeletons, but not a single third-tier skeleton. The gap between third-tier and first-tier units was like night and day. If Yi Fong's second-tier skeletons became entangled with the enemy's second-tier skeletons, the 2 third-tier skeletons could easily break through to his front and decapitate him. However, since this was an inheritance trial, it certainly wouldn't set up an unwinnable challenge. The solution to this challenge lay within the energy-saving manual provided. Grade A skill book, Senra Skeleton Transformation. The hint for this stage directly revealed the effects and usage of this skill book to Yi Fong. Senra Skeleton Transformation could combine a group of skeletons into a skeleton giant. For example, using a Tier 2 skeleton as the core, combined with several Tier 1 skeletons, can form a skeletal giant. This skeletal giant remains a second-tier entity, yet its combat prowess reaches the pinnacle of second-tier strength. Using hundreds of skeletons as fuel, ignite them internally. Imbue the skeleton giant with black fire. Thus, a pile of low-tier trash can be assembled into third-tier combat power. After learning the application of the Senra Skeleton Transformation, Yi Fong couldn't help but marvel. The genius who devised this entire system is truly remarkable. They've managed to extract extraordinary potential from the weakest race on the continent. Skeletons rank at the bottom of their tier in combat strength. Through the Senluo transformation, they've elevated skeleton combat power to the peak of their tier. Combined with the Black Flame system, they've managed to handcraft a third-tier combat power from first and second-tier components. Truly unheard of. If a fourth-tier skeleton were used as the core and this same combo were applied, could it produce a fifth-tier combat power? Using 7th or 8th tier skeletons as the core, could one even craft a combat power that transcends tiers? This was highly probable. Yi Fong followed the steps meticulously. Before long, a skeleton giant materialized before Yi Fong. Its frame was pieced together from the disassembled bodies of Tier 1 skeletons, giving it a formidable appearance. Its head was that of a second-tier skeleton. This resulted in a disproportionate body with a large head and small torso, giving it an awkward appearance. The difference was that the soul flames in the second-tier skeleton's eyes burned even more intensely. Next up is the black fire. The prompt stated it required 150 to 200 skeletons. Yi Fong selected the maximum number. Under the second-tier skeleton's command, all 200 skeletons ignited from within, reducing themselves to ashes. 200 balls of black fire floated silently in the air. The skeletal giant opened its stark white jaws and sucked in all the black flames. After swallowing the flames, the skeleton giant's aura surged dramatically.
Within mere breaths, its aura matched that of a third-tier skeleton. Yifeng repeated the process, creating 3 skeletal giants in total. 2 were assigned to hold off the third-tier skeletons, while the third charged straight for the heart of the matter, the soul crystal nest.
This stage only required skillfully using first-tier skeletons to clear the path for the bone giants.
As ground units, the skeleton giants still needed to break through the blockade of over 2,000 skeletons to reach the soul crystal nest. Yifeng instantly felt this stage resembled a tower-pushing game.
Once everything was ready, Yifeng gave the order.
The skeleton army surged forward in a mighty wave toward the soul crystal nest.
Chapter 52, Not even a breath to spare.
The battlefield was a vast expanse of scorched earth. There were no terrain advantages to exploit. Yifeng divided his entire force into 3 columns, each accompanied by a skeleton giant. No matter which column the 2 third-tier skeletons chose to intercept, 1 skeletal giant would remain for them to deal with. After creating the skeletal giants, Yifeng had just over 1,000 troops left, only half of the enemy's force. But he held the advantage of an extra third-tier combatant. This stage only required destroying the soul crystal nest to clear it. At a critical moment, Yifeng could even abandon all his low-tier skeletons and concentrate his second and third-tier forces to strike directly at the heart of the enemy's defenses. The 2 third-tier skeletons handled the situation with remarkable skill. They split their forces into 3 groups. 2 third-tier skeletons were tasked with taking down the 2 skeletal giants. All remaining second-tier skeletons consolidated into a third force to confront the final skeletal giant. As Yifeng observed, the 2 armies had already clashed. The skeleton giants were formidable, leaving a trail of scattered bones in their wake, unstoppable. But soon, the 2 skeletal giants were intercepted by the third-tier skeletons. Though third-tier skeletons were the weakest among third-tier units, Yifeng's skeletal giants were built using the weakest skeletons. And he'd even used second-tier ones. Both sides were pretty weak, and the battle remained deadlocked for a while. The third skeleton giant was also halted by 20 second-tier skeletons. Watching the stalemate unfold in the distance, a sly grin spread across Yifeng's face. The enemy had committed all their tier 2 skeletons to intercept the third skeleton giant, leaving the 2 third-tier skeletons flanked only by first-tier skeletons. On Yifeng's side, however, the second-tier skeletons were evenly distributed, with several accompanying each army. First-tier skeletons couldn't inflict much damage on third-tier skeletons, the gap was simply too vast. But second-tier skeletons were a different story. Yifeng swiftly reorganized his formation, withdrawing all second-tier skeletons and concentrating them to assault the third-tier skeletons. You've gathered all your second-tier skeletons together, blocking my third wave. But what about yourselves? I'll concentrate all my second-tier forces too. Let's take down 1 third-tier skeleton first. Yifeng abandoned commanding the first-tier skeletons altogether, pouring all his energy into the encirclement and annihilation of the third-tier skeletons. In the first battle group, the skeleton giant and the third-tier skeleton clashed, both staggering back several steps. Yifeng gave the third-tier skeleton no chance to catch its breath, commanding the skeleton giant to charge forward again. The third-tier skeleton had no choice but to grit its teeth and take the blow. Just then, Yifeng's second-tier skeleton squad arrived. The second-tier skeletons attacked the third-tier skeleton from over a dozen directions. The third-tier skeleton had no energy left to parry and could only endure all these attacks head-on. After another clash, the skeletal giant was temporarily driven back. Yifeng immediately commanded his second-tier squad to encircle and attack the third-tier skeletons. As it faced the dozen second-tier skeletons charging toward it, the soul fire in the third-tier skeleton's eye sockets blazed fiercely, revealing the rage within its heart. The humans behind it relentlessly attacked in waves, leaving it constantly on the defensive, without even a moment to catch its breath. The third-tier skeleton swiftly swung its spiked bone club in a crushing blow. The blow was heavy and powerful, carrying the fury of the third-tier skeleton. A second-tier skeleton, unable to dodge in time, was instantly crushed. The third-tier skeleton swung its club again, sending another skeleton crashing to the ground, gravely wounded. Just as the third-tier skeleton prepared to strike again, the skeletal giant's long-charged attack finally arrived. The powerful blow struck the third-tier skeleton, sending it flying backward. Before the third-tier skeleton could recover, the second-tier skeletons launched another wave of attacks. The third-tier skeleton couldn't withstand such relentless pressure. Abandoning all caution, it scrambled backward, letting the second-tier skeleton's blows rain down upon it. While fleeing for its life, the third-tier skeleton redirected all the skeletons under its command to form a shield behind it. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately ordered his entire force forward, directing the third-tier skeletal giant to pursue. He left over a dozen second-tier skeletons behind. Mid-flight, the third-tier skeleton abruptly spun around, its 2 massive skeletal claws snapping out in a double grab. Internal combustion. The skill activated, instantly reducing the skeletal giant's attacking skeletons to dust, leaving only hundreds of black fireballs suspended in midair. Then came a long roar. All the black flames erupted simultaneously, engulfing the skeleton giant in a sea of fire. The level 1 skeletons within the blast radius were instantly reduced to ashes. The ignite skill had been activated. The explosion barely ended before the third tier skeletons counterattacked, charging at the skeletal giant with their bone clubs. "I knew it," Yifang remarked from afar, his expression unmoved. He had been keeping a close eye on the third tier skeleton's ignite skill. Throughout the battle thus far, the third tier skeleton had yet to employ this ability. When he saw the third tier skeleton gathering its minions to block his advance, Yifang instantly realized the enemy was luring him deeper. With so many skeletons clustered together, igniting them internally and then setting them ablaze would unleash unimaginable power. Therefore, Yifang ordered only the skeletal giant to pursue, withdrawing all level 2 skeletons to a safe location. Even if the skeleton giant perished, as long as he still had level 1 and level 2 skeletons, he could recreate them in no time. But if the second tier skeletons were completely wiped out, it would be over. Yifang cast bone washing spells one after another, healing the skeleton giants. After casting several bone bathing spells, Yifang noticed something amiss. While the giant's physical wounds healed significantly, the soul flame within its eye sockets flickered faintly, growing increasingly feeble. Attacks generated by the black flame can strike not only the flesh, but also the soul. Yifang quickly deduced. As the soul flame in the giant's eye sockets grew ever fainter, like a candle flickering in the wind, Yifang immediately took countermeasures. He commanded the skeletal giant to expend its last reserves, continuing to engage the third tier skeleton. He simultaneously recalled a portion of the skeletons. He needed to forge another skeletal giant immediately. On the battlefield. After one ignition, the tide turned. Where Yifang's forces had been pursuing the enemy, now the enemy was chasing after Yifang's skeletal giant. Third-tier skeletons swung their bone clubs, smashing them viciously into the skeletal giant, venting their fury to the fullest. With another blow from the third-tier skeleton, the skeletal giant finally collapsed, never to rise again. The physical wounds on the skeleton giant were not fatal, but the soul flame in its eyes was extinguished forever. It wasn't struck down by blows, but consumed by the flames of a soul attack. Yet the third-tier skeleton found no respite. For Yifang's newly created skeletal giant had arrived. Not only that, but the third-tier skeleton's earlier ignition attack had depleted a large number of its subordinate skeletons, leaving a gaping hole in its defenses. The moment Yifang's newly created skeletal giant engaged the third-tier skeleton, he immediately ordered the second-tier skeleton squad to exploit the breach and charge straight toward the skeleton's lair. Their target was the Soul Crystal Nest. Chapter 53, No more playing around, time to flip the table. The two third-tier skeletons, seeing their defenses breached and the crystal nest in imminent danger, immediately abandoned their current enemies to rush back to reinforce the defenses. But Yifang wouldn't give them a chance. Holding nothing back, he threw all his forces forward, directing his army to attack with frenzied intensity. The two skeletal giants ignored everything else, fixating solely on the two third-tier skeletons. They let the attacks from the other skeletons rain down upon them, leaving deep gashes in their flesh. Yifang's command to them was to fight to the death. Seeing no chance of escaping the bone giant's clutches, the third-tier skeleton let out a long roar. The second-tier skeletons, originally tasked with blocking the third skeletal giant, abruptly turned and raced back to defend their lair, abandoning the third giant where it stood. "Ha! What's this maneuver?" Yifang was baffled. "Abandoning my skeletal giant? Well then, that's perfect." The skeleton giant possessed third-tier combat power as a single unit, making it a smaller target with greater speed far more effective at destroying the crystal nest. At Yifang's command, the third skeleton giant swiftly charged toward the crystal nest. With its third-tier combat power, the skeleton giant moved faster, soon overtaking the second-tier skeleton squad. As the skeleton giant drew closer to the crystal nest, the third-tier skeletons let out another long roar, and the second-tier skeletons once again ran off to chase after the skeleton giant. This whole sequence genuinely amused Yifang. After all, skeletons weren't human, their intelligence wasn't that high. Once their survival faced imminent danger, they instantly lost all sense of proportion. In the end, it was the second-tier skeleton squad that arrived first and destroyed the soul crystal nest. The stage was cleared. The two third-tier skeletons, seeing the crystal nest they depended on for survival destroyed, instantly flew into a rage. Blinded by fury, they lost all sense of friend or foe and began savagely slaughtering the skeletons around them. Just as Yifang moved to intervene, that irresistible force descended once more. Both third-tier skeletons froze instantly. One had just leaped into the air but was now suspended mid-flight. The soul flames blazing fiercely in its eye sockets still conveyed its fury. This time, however, Yifang discovered he could move. Without a second thought, a single idea filled his mind. Quickly subdue the enemy's second-tier skeleton to bolster his forces. This battle had nearly depleted his entire force. Crafting 4 skeletal giants had consumed 4 second-tier skeletons and 800 first-tier skeletons. The third-tier ghoul's ignition spell had incinerated over 200 more. Now, Yifang had only 300 to 400 skeletons left. After Yifang had captured all the second-tier skeletons, that force descended once more, teleporting him elsewhere. The next 4 stages were all about building up his forces. With his exceptional intellect and increasingly refined command, Yifang steadily progressed through them. The rewards for these 4 stages were respectively: a great skill book, Rotten Bones marching technique, which increased the movement speed of the skeleton army. Great equipment, bone castle palm-sized in appearance yet capable of holding 100,000 skeletons. 1 artificial skeleton, skeleton chariot. This skeleton was modeled after an ancient siege chariot, with a skull protruding from its front. Artificial skeleton, bone shield guard. Both of these artificial skeletons are tier 2, yet possess tier 3 combat strength. Particularly the skeleton chariot, massive and incredibly sturdy, can carry dozens of skeletons within. It serves as an invaluable path-clearing tool in offensive and defensive battles. Reaching the 10th stage. Yifang's forces now exceeded 5,000 troops, 51 second-tier skeletons and 13 skeletal giants. This stage no longer allowed Yifang to choose opponents, nor did it grant him any items. Only one objective: wipe out the skeleton horde entrenched here. The moment Yifang touched down, the distant skeleton army spotted him. One by one, they charged toward him, swinging their bone clubs. They sought to kill this unwelcome intruder who had dared to trespass upon their territory. Yifang activated the skeleton castle, unleashing its skeleton army. In an instant, Yifang found himself surrounded by a sea of skeletons, a vast expanse of bone white. Yifang then communicated with his summoning space, releasing the corpse dragon, fire elemental, and eagle-winged golem. 4th-tier skeletons remained confined within this small world, unable to be released. This stage unleashed Yifang's own skills, as his opponents numbered a full 20,000 skeletons. 21 3rd-tier skeletons and over 200 2nd-tier skeletons. Yifang divided his attention, directing the skeleton army to engage the enemy while simultaneously crafting a skeleton giant. His opponents fielded 21 3rd-tier skeletons, while he possessed only 13 skeletal giants. He must create 7 more skeletal giants to bridge the gap in 3rd-tier combat power. Just as Yifang was distracted by the creation of the skeletal giants, his skeleton army was breached at its center by an elite force from the opposing side. In mere moments, the breach widened rapidly. The enemy skeleton army relentlessly pounded the breach, threatening to split Yifang's forces apart. Yifang inwardly cursed his misfortune. If his skeleton legion was split apart, they risked being defeated piecemeal. Yifang immediately halted the construction of the skeletal giant and focused entirely on commanding the battle. These first-tier skeleton troops absolutely could not be abandoned, so the main front must not collapse. Although he could use the corpse dragon to slaughter the 3rd-tier skeletons here, the mission objective was to exterminate every skeleton. Even if Yifang slaughtered every 3rd-tier skeleton, the mission would remain unfulfilled. Over 20,000 1st-tier skeletons still remained. Without the skeleton army's support, relying solely on the corpse dragon even with its claws wouldn't be enough to eliminate them all. Yifang swiftly redeployed reserve forces, splitting his troops into 2 columns to flank the enemy's center, striking at the vulnerable waist position. This maneuver aimed to relieve pressure on the front lines. But the enemy reacted swiftly, detaching 2 elite units from their flanks to intercept Yifang's reinforcements. Leveraging their numerical superiority, they also dispatched 2 additional units to take a distant detour, aiming to flank Yifang from behind and directly target him as the commander. Yifang had long detected the enemy's flanking maneuvers, yet he was powerless to stop them. He simply didn't have enough troops. With all his forces committed to the front, the main battle was already on the verge of collapse. Dividing his forces further risked immediate defeat. First, stabilize the front lines. The corpse dragon is right beside me. Even if the flanking skeletons reach me, I can instantly fly up into the sky to change positions. On the main front, the reinforcements dispatched by Yifang proved largely ineffective, bogged down by the enemy's arriving reinforcements as soon as they entered the fray. Worse still, both reinforcements now faced encirclement and annihilation. It wasn't that Yifang's command was lacking, but rather that the enemy's numbers were simply overwhelming. They were exactly 4 times Yifang's forces. While 4 times might not seem like a huge margin, this was 4 times 5,000. The enemy's forces were a full 15,000 stronger than Yifang's. With the front lines on the verge of collapse and the enemy's sneaky skeleton forces closing in from the rear, Yifang had no choice but to go all in. Damn it! I can't handle a brawl. 1-on-1? You're no match for me. Corpse Dragon, attack. Chapter 54, Same master, same moves can't break the pattern. At Yifang's command, the Corpse Dragon roared forth, charging straight at the nearest 3rd-tier skeleton. A single breath of dragon fire reduced the 3rd-tier skeleton, which had been unstoppable on the battlefield moments before, to dust. Without pause, the corpse dragon immediately sought out the next 3rd-tier skeleton. Yifang also dispatched the fire elemental, directing these 2 powerful 3rd-tier forces to execute a decapitation tactic, eliminating every 3rd-tier skeleton. Decapitate. Decapitate. We must decapitate them. Forming formations won't win us this fight. Yifang activated his soul-devouring technique, swallowing a skeletal giant currently locked in combat with a 3rd-tier skeleton. It wasn't that he relished combat, but the skeleton flanking him was closing in fast. He merely retreated into the skeleton giant's body. The third-tier skeleton swung its bone club at Yifeng. Yifeng braced his shoulder and took the blow head-on. The skeleton charged again, but Yifeng rolled sideways with ease, dodging the attack and leaving the skeleton lunging at thin air. Yifeng had no intention of engaging in a deadly fight with the third-tier skeleton. He only needed to hide inside for a while. Once the corpse dragon had cleared out all the third-tier skeletons, he would figure out how to regroup his skeleton army for a counterattack. But now that the main front had completely collapsed, he wondered how many troops he'd have left by then. If only 1,000 or 2 remain, things won't look good. How long would it take a mere 1,000 or 2 to slaughter 20,000? After being toyed with repeatedly by Yifeng, the third-tier skeletons were consumed by rage. It let out a long, piercing roar. The first-tier skeletons fighting nearby immediately abandoned their current enemies and rushed toward Yifeng. Yifeng knew exactly what it intended.
Enough games. You want to ignite things, huh? Yifeng immediately took off running. He had witnessed the power of ignition firsthand. It could scorch souls. But the third-tier skeleton moved with blinding speed. Seeing Yifeng flee, it ignited its internal combustion before the other skeletons could gather. Before Yifeng could take 2 steps, the skeletons around him dissolved into swirling masses of black fire. Yifeng was utterly terrified. Damn it! Don't burn my soul away. Yifeng immediately tried to release the soul-devouring technique, letting the skeletal giant bear the damage alone. But glancing at the skeletons locked in fierce combat around him, he abandoned the idea. His own combat prowess was worse than a stray dog's, let alone a skeleton's. Releasing the soul-devouring technique now would only hasten his death. Just as Yifeng was panicking, he suddenly sensed that the swirling masses of black fire around him held a peculiar familiarity. Wait a minute. I'm a modified skeleton now. I have the fire absorption skill. I just don't know if I can absorb the black flames generated by the enemy. Realizing this, Yifeng immediately activated his fire absorption skill. I'm absorbing. As the skill activated, all the surrounding clusters of black fire were sucked into Yifeng's belly. Yifeng instantly felt strong enough to knock a mountain flying. Without hesitation, he swung the skeletal giant's massive bone fist. Harnessing the black fire's power, he sent the third-tier skeleton flying with a single punch. Watching the third-tier skeleton fly through the air, Yifeng smirked triumphantly. Damn! Almost forgot our skills both come from the same system. Of course I can use the black fire you generated too. The third-tier skeleton couldn't understand Yifeng's words, but it sensed the mockery radiating from his every gesture. Rising in fury, the skeletons summoned more first-tier skeletons. Yifeng stood still, watching the third-tier skeleton. Once the first-tier skeletons had assembled, another long roar echoed, and the internal combustion ignited once more. This time, the volume of black fire was astonishingly vast. The instant the third-tier skeleton ignited its internal combustion, Yifeng's fire absorption skill activated. The black flames newly generated by the third-tier skeleton were instantly sucked into Yifeng's belly. Oh dear, this won't do. We were taught by the same master. I can't break his technique. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yifeng launched forward, shattering the third-tier skeleton with a single punch. Awesome! Yifeng seized the residual power of the black flame to target another nearby skeleton. Empowered by the black flame, Yifeng easily disposed of another third-tier skeleton. Just then, the corpse dragon and fire elemental returned. Only then did Yifeng notice that there were no third-tier skeletons left on the opposite side. They had all been slaughtered by these 2 commanders. Yifeng swallowed the corpse dragon and soared to a high vantage point, preparing to reorganize his forces. Only upon reaching the heights did Yifeng realize the battlefield had descended into utter chaos, both sides reduced to a complete mess. He couldn't tell which skeletons belonged to him. After all, his name wasn't written on their faces. With no other choice, Yifeng commanded his second-tier skeletons to withdraw from the battlefield using his beast summoning token. Along the way, he conveniently subdued several opposing second-tier skeletons. After all his second-tier skeletons had withdrawn, Yifeng suddenly had a thought. The objective for this stage is to exterminate this skeleton horde. If I subdue all these skeletons, does that count as completing the mission? If I subdue and take all the skeletons away, won't this place be skeleton-free? Isn't that a form of extermination? Yifeng decided to test this idea. Otherwise, there were simply too many skeletons. How long would it take to exterminate them all? Switching to subjugation would be much easier. He only needed to subdue the 100+ second-tier skeletons. Once a second-tier skeleton submitted, the 100 skeletons under its command would follow suit. No time to waste. Without the third-tier skeletons, the remaining second-tier skeletons were utterly powerless to resist. Yifeng smoothly took control of the entire skeleton horde. After subduing the skeleton horde, Yifeng reorganized all the skeletons into new squads. Many squads on both sides were severely depleted. The most severely depleted squad had only 17 Tier 1 skeletons left under a single Tier 2 skeleton commander. Over 1,000 first-tier skeletons were left leaderless, their commander having fallen in battle. Yifeng assigned 100 first-tier skeletons to each second-tier skeleton, then fashioned the surplus skeletons into skeletal giants.
After clearing this stage, Yifang's forces now numbered 9,000. 17 skeleton giants, 22 second-tier skeletons. Both sides suffered heavy losses in this battle, with a combined total of 25,000 troops. Over half were lost outright. After completing the post-battle cleanup, Yifang stored all the skeletons within the bone castle. Then, that irresistible force descended once more. A smile spread across Yifang's face. He had guessed correctly. Guided by that force, Yifang entered an ancient hall. The hall radiated an ancient aura, filled with one crystal pedestal after another. Instantly, a flood of information poured into Yifang's mind. He instantly understood where he was. So within this legacy, every 10 trials form a cycle. Upon completing a cycle, one may enter this legacy treasury to select a reward from one of the crystal pedestals. Survive the 101st stage and you inherit this legacy, gaining control over this entire world. Yifang's spirits soared as he strode forward. The vast hall stretched endlessly in all directions. No matter which way Yifang looked, he could not see its limits. Chapter 55, Probably Just Luck. Countless crystal pedestals filled the vast hall. Each crystal pedestal contained a sealed treasure. Yifang could only search through the vast sea of crystal pedestals for something suitable. Ha! There's actually a knight crown here. Yifang halted in his tracks. The knight crown was of immense significance, originally created by the Knight Emperor, one of the 4 emperors of the magic realm. The Knight Emperor was renowned for his bizarre skills. Born of humble origins, the Knight Emperor's innate class was mage. For a commoner, awakening an S-rank class was a stroke of incredible luck. It meant that even without extraordinary encounters, he could become a middle-class professional among practitioners through his mage class alone. Yet fate played a cruel joke on him. He possessed not a shred of elemental affinity, feeling nothing for any element whatsoever. The essence of the mage profession lies in harnessing the mental energy provided by the class to communicate with and channel compatible elements, thereby casting various spells. A mage without elemental affinity was like a gun without bullets. Hundreds of mages without elemental affinity appeared on the continent every year, and no one took Knight Emperor seriously. Yet Knight Emperor encountered a series of extraordinary events afterward, forging an entirely new path. He harnessed extreme mental energy for attack. This was akin to creating a bullet made of air. Thus, psychic mages stepped onto the stage of history. The Knight Emperor's crown was his crowning achievement. The crown constantly replenished the wearer's mental energy. If the wearer's mental energy is currently at its peak, the Knight Crown increases their mental energy capacity. It automatically upgrades your mental power. The Knight Crown is indeed a rare treasure, but I am not worthy enough to take it now. A line of magical text floated above the crystal pedestal holding the Knight Crown. Diamond token ready for claim. Yifang pulled out his own token and examined it. The elongated token shimmered with golden light, bearing 2 characters engraved at its center, Beast Taming. Originally silver, Yifang's token had automatically upgraded to gold upon passing the first round. Yifang murmured to himself as he continued forward. Wonder how the ranks are divided here. How many levels separate a gold token from a diamond one? Before long, Yifang found the item he sought. Within a crystal dome shimmering with phantom light, a bracelet lay quietly. Yifang recognized this bracelet. A memory bracelet, an extremely luxurious item capable of recording a person's memories and insights within it for others to access. Because it presented information in the form of memories, the data was preserved exceptionally well. Wealthy alchemists and inventors often used them to record various extraordinary formulas. Magical text floating above the crystal pedestal described the contents stored within. The Complete System of Necromantic Flames Volume 1. Hundreds of lines of magical script elaborated on the complete system of Blackfire, its origins, methods of creation, usage protocols, precautions, and more. Only then did Yifang realize the Blackfire he spoke of was called the Netherflame. Volume 1 of the Necromantic Netherflame System Compendium required a golden token for exchange, and Yifang happened to meet the qualification. Yifang held the golden token close to the light membrane sealing the memory bracelet. The translucent membrane began to emit a milky white glow. Within moments, it dissolved without a trace. As Yifang seized the memory bracelet in his hand, the crystal pedestal bearing it sank into the ground. Immediately, a new crystal pedestal rose up in its place, this time sealing within it an S-grade class change scroll. Just retrieved one treasure, and another rises to take its place. The treasures here truly are endless. Yifang made a quick mental calculation, and the prestige of this inheritance in his eyes rose another notch. After selecting his reward, that force descended once more, carrying Yifang out of the hall. Upon landing, he found himself on a vast grassland. Yifang immediately checked his status. He discovered that all his abilities had been suppressed. He couldn't even summon his familiars. Yifang quickly analyzed the situation. This must be the first stage of the second round. This is a grassland, not scorched earth, meaning our opponent this time isn't a skeleton. Gazing into the distance, Yifang spotted the adversary for this stage. It was a human. This was the first time Yifang had encountered a human since entering the inheritance.
Across the grassland, Zhuobasan also noticed Yifeng. The moment he saw Yifeng, Zhuobashan's eyes lit up instantly. Without needing any level prompts, Zhuobasan instantly knew that the young man before him was his opponent for this stage. Making it this far shows you've got some talent for beast taming, kid. But meeting me means your path to inheritance ends right here. Still, I can't afford to underestimate him. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. I must take him down with minimal losses, preserving my strength for the later stages. Zhuobasan held Yifeng in utter contempt. A professor at Spirit Summoning University, he was over 50 years old and had dedicated over 3 decades to mastering the art of beast taming. With his specialized expertise and decades of accumulated experience, defeating that young man should be a piece of cake, right? Upon learning his opponent was another inheritance seeker, Zhuobasan felt considerably more at ease. He preferred facing fellow challengers over the monsters within the gates. The difficulty of the monster stages in this inheritance was simply too great. Even he, a professor at the Spirit Summoning University, had nearly stumbled in the earlier stages, almost bidding farewell to this place. Zhuobasan unfurled the scroll in his hand, revealing a moving painting of spring breezes caressing willow branches. This was the reward he had just selected. With a single, light sweep of his hand across the scroll, willow tree spirits burst forth from its pages. The scroll released the willows at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a vast grove of willow trees materialized out of thin air across the endless grasslands. Zhuobasan surveyed his army of tree spirits with a look of satisfaction. These tree demons were all rebuilt after his mistake in the 6th stage, numbering a full 3,700. Accumulating troops in this inheritance was exceedingly difficult. The reason was the immense losses incurred whenever the two armies clashed. If both sides combined could muster 5,000 troops before each battle. After the battle, consolidating both armies would yield a mere 3,000 at best. Consider that when his senior disciple reached this stage, he had only 2,100 tree demons, 600 fewer than Zhuobasan. With a wave of his hand, Zhuobasan unleashed the swarming tree demon army toward Yifeng. While directing his tree demon forces, Zhuobasan kept a close watch on Yifeng, simultaneously estimating the size of the young man's army in his mind. This youth looks no older than 19 or 20. At such a young age, his mastery of beast control shouldn't be too high. He likely reached this stage by sheer luck. I estimate his forces number only a few hundred, certainly not exceeding 1,000. This battle is already mine. Victory is assured. Chapter 56, He's cheating. Is there no one to stop him? Meanwhile, Yifeng was also closely watching Zhuobasan's moves. When he saw Zhuobasan deploy only 2,000 or 3,000 tree demons, he couldn't help but grow suspicious. What's that old guy over there up to? What kind of underhanded tricks is he playing? Why is he only sending out so few? Is this some tactic I've never heard of? In Yifeng's view, anyone who made it to the second round had some skill. They should have at least 7,000 or 8,000 troops at their disposal. Even the weakest should have at least 5,000. With such an easy checkpoint, if they couldn't even field 5,000 men at this stage, it would mean they were either mentally challenged or utterly incompetent commanders. Yifeng refused to believe the enemy lacked intelligence, especially judging by their attire. They were clearly a professional beastmaster. Better to be cautious. Yifeng activated the bone castle, deploying half his forces. Deploy half your forces first. Let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. A massive wave of skeletons poured out from Yifeng's bone castle, instantly covering the ground. The scale of the tree demon paled in comparison to the sheer numbers of the skeletons. In an instant, the willow grove on the grassland became a solitary little willow tree in a graveyard. There must be 5,000 of them. Zhuobasan was utterly stunned, his jaw nearly dislocated from gaping. Impossible, Zhuobasan muttered, his face etched with disbelief. He had been a beastmaster for 30 years, specializing in commanding treants, his greatest strength. Even after scheming relentlessly and exerting every effort, he had only managed to gather 2,700 treants. Yet this young man before him, dressed in attire that didn't remotely suggest a beastmaster, commanded 5,000 skeletons, exactly double his own number. What a prodigy! No! Impossible! This brat must have gotten incredibly lucky. How else could he amass such a massive force? Kid, don't even think about defeating me. Today, this great professor will teach you a lesson so you understand that beast taming isn't won by sheer numbers alone. I'll show you the art of command. Far away, Yifeng watched Zhuobasan with a puzzled expression. Though separated by distance, he could still see Zhuobasan's face contorted in fury, his mouth opening and closing. What's with all this babbling? Talking to yourself? Split personality? Yifeng paid him no mind. He waved his hand decisively. The skeletal war chariot sprang into action at his command, charging ahead to clear the path. Inside the chariot sat 20 second-tier skeletons, followed closely by 10 skeletal giants. This elite squad plunged like a sharp blade into the treant army, instantly carving a gap in their ranks. Yifeng immediately rallied his main force to charge through the breach, aiming to split the treant formation in two and defeat them one by one. Having accomplished this, Yifeng folded his arms and looked at Zhuobasan with a mocking expression.
I'll deploy my third-tier forces first.
Let's see if you can keep hiding then.
Far away, Zwabasan was nearly driven mad. He stared in utter shock at the skeletal giant rampaging across the battlefield, slaughtering everything in its path.
What?
I'm not seeing things, that combat power. Those 10 giants, each over 20 feet tall, are definitely third tier.
How is that possible? Isn't the Silver Beast Taming Order only supposed to subdue second-tier creatures? Where did he get a third-tier skeleton giant? Damn it! Zwabasan couldn't accept the reality for a moment, failing to maintain his professorly composure as he let out a curse. Someone's cheating! Someone's cheating! Damn it, he's cheating! Is there no one to stop this? Help! Someone's cheating! Zwabasan's outburst left Yifeng, watching from a distance, even more bewildered. Too far away, Yifeng couldn't make out what they were shouting. All he could see was an old man shouting and jumping around. Forget it! This guy's clearly lost his mind. Since it's not some sinister plot, let's wrap this up. Yifeng waved his hand, unleashing another massive wave of skeletons. More troops. Zwabasan watched the scene unfold, his eyes rolling back in his head from sheer excitement before collapsing onto the ground. He nearly choked on his own breath. You bastard, you ing bastard, cheating bastard. I refuse to accept this. With all reinforcements deployed, Yifeng exploited his overwhelming numerical superiority to split the Traian Legion in two, then flanked and destroyed them one by one. As the battle concluded, an irresistible force descended once more, immobilizing both combatants. Though Yifeng's body was immobilized, his mind remained sharp. It seemed this inheritance wasn't particularly malevolent. The fact that it immobilized both sides immediately after the battle ended proved it. What appeared to be confinement was, in truth, a form of protection for the defeated. Otherwise, with a single thought from Yifeng, his army of thousands of skeletons would have swarmed forward and torn the old man to shreds in an instant. He was quite envious of the items the old man carried. As a beastmaster of considerable age, the old man must be of high rank. Plundering his possessions would surely yield valuable items. Yet that force prevented Yifeng from looting him. Still, he wasn't entirely without gain. Now that he knew this inheritance wasn't treacherous, Yifeng was certain that even if he failed in subsequent trials, his life wouldn't be in danger. That force would likely protect him at critical moments. With this understanding, Yifeng could now proceed boldly. The scene before Yifeng shifted, transporting him to the 22nd gate. He still chose the skeleton gate. At this stage, 4th-tier skeletons begin to appear, and other unit types start emerging within the skeleton hordes, such as skeleton wolf riders, bone-piercing javelin throwers, and skeleton archers. Yifeng could still deploy his own 4th-tier skeletons, though the summoning gate remained sealed, and the spirit realm contract was unusable. Although the difficulty of this level had risen another notch, Yifeng still had an easy way to clear it. He used his own 4th-tier skeletons to hold off the enemy's 4th-tier skeletons while riding his corpse dragon to continuously subdue the enemy's 3rd-tier skeletons, causing their army to defect one after another. Soon, Yifeng cleared the 22nd level. Now possessing the upper volume of the necromantic netherflame system compendium, he had mastered all the secrets of the black fire the netherflame. Having deciphered the enemy's trump cards, Yifeng's clearing speed accelerated dramatically. Levels 23, 24, 25. All the way to level 28. By the 28th level, Yifeng's total forces had surpassed the 20,000 mark. 51 skeletal giants, 43 tier 3 skeletons, 27 skeleton wolf riders, and over 100 bone-piercing spearmen. Additionally, there were several hundred second-tier skeletons and an archer legion numbering over 1,000. During this period, he encountered no humans. He couldn't tell if there were simply no other humans left in the legacy, or if encounters with humans only occurred in the first stage of each round. Level 29. The final stage of each round was a massive melee, with no choice left for the challenger. The moment Yifeng landed, a giant towering dozens of meters high dragged its massive frame toward him. Chapter 57, What the Hell? Artificial Mountain Demon Skeleton. Level, 47. Race skill, none. Modified skills, internal combustion, fire absorption, ignition, netherfire scales. This skeleton is also documented in Volume 1 of Yifeng's Necromantic Netherflame System Compendium. Such skeletons do not exist in the spirit realm. They are entirely artificial, engineered specifically to demolish city walls during sieges. Standing a full 20 meters tall, Yifeng wasn't even as tall as its big toe. Yifeng had already devised a strategy to deal with it. This skeleton possessed nothing but sheer physical strength, utterly useless beyond that. Send the ranked skeletons in and burn it down at any cost. As he contemplated, the mountain demon skeleton had already closed in. With a laborious lift, it swung one massive foot down toward Yifeng. The mountain giant moved with deliberate slowness. Only after Yifeng rolled away several times did its feet finally come crashing down. Rising to his feet, Yifeng activated the bone castle, unleashing a torrent of skeletons. Like ants, the skeletons climbed all over the mountain giant, who kept swinging his arms to sweep them off. But it was of little use. As soon as one skeleton fell, another immediately climbed up in its place.
Once enough puppets had covered the mountain warlord skeleton, Yifeng commanded a third-tier skeleton to unleash a combo of internal combustion followed by ignition.
The mountain skeleton let out a wail of agony.
Yifeng's combo dealt minimal damage to the mountain warlord skeleton, leaving barely any visible wounds on its body. Yifeng had anticipated this outcome.
Designed as a siege weapon, the mountain demon skeleton possessed exceptionally high inherent defense.
Yifeng never expected to kill it in one go.
Moreover, the nether flames contained the skeleton's soul flames. When used in combat, these flames could scorch an enemy's soul. Yifeng only needed to incinerate the mountain demon skeleton's soul.
Against a creature with such monstrous physical defenses, destroying its soul was the optimal strategy. After 5 waves of attacks, the mountain warlord skeleton's massive frame finally crashed to the ground.
Its hollow eye sockets held not a single spark of soul fire. Its spirit had been utterly consumed.
It must be said, this mountain warlord skeleton was remarkably resilient. Clearing this stage, Yifeng had destroyed over 5,000 skeletons. The moment the battle ended, that force descended once more, teleporting Yifeng to another location. After a moment of disorientation, Yifeng's feet finally touched solid ground. As his vision cleared, Yifeng was astonished to find himself back in the secret realm, the Chaos Domain. Lifting his gaze, Yifeng saw the lifeless bodies of a male and female leopard lying motionless on the ground. These are the shadow leopard pair. This is where I was before entering the secret realm. How did they end up here? Yifeng instinctively reached into his pocket and found his token was still there. His Beastmaster's token had upgraded from a golden token to an amethyst crystal token. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. It's still here. That's good. Only then did Yifeng notice a new piece of information in his mind. That force informed him he had no chance of clearing the subsequent stages and advised him to return after advancing to the 5th tier.
So that's how it is.
Understanding why he'd been expelled, Yifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, 4th tier skeletons had already appeared in the later stages of the 2nd round. 5th tier skeletons would undoubtedly appear in the 3rd round. 5th tier was an insurmountable chasm, possessing absolute power.
Against such overwhelming power, no technique could hold sway.
Yifeng truly had no chance of passing.
Now that I think about it, that force expelling me was for my own good.
It means he recognizes my worth. Otherwise, any 5th tier skeleton in the 3rd round could eliminate me. Yifeng hurried forward, stowing the corpses of the 2 shadow leopards into his spatial ring. Both bodies were completely twisted, clearly having perished from the spatial shockwaves. After gathering the remains, Yifeng flicked his thumb across the spatial ring, retrieving the teleportation scroll Su Yunru had entrusted to him. Let's get out of this chaos realm first. Who knows when those 2 sisters will emerge? Wait for them at the entrance to the secret realm. Their strength far surpasses mine. They should be able to get through the 3rd round, especially Su Yunru. She's a 5th tier cultivator. Yifeng tore off the teleportation scroll and closed his eyes, waiting for the transfer. But after waiting for a while, the expected dizziness never came. Yifeng opened his eyes and looked down at his hand, confirming the scroll had indeed been torn.
What's going on? Could the Royal Mage Academy have closed this secret realm? The scroll itself couldn't perform teleportation. It merely served as a tool to send the teleportation signal. The true power for teleportation lies in the magic array that forms the secret realm. The inability to teleport now meant the secret realm had been sealed off, with the magic array rendered inactive. With no other choice, Yifeng had to find his own way out. To prevent issues with the secret realm's magic array, its builders typically establish a separate exit at the periphery. Finding that exit would allow Yifeng to escape. Following the exit markers along the way, Yifeng finally located the independent exit. Stepping into the separate teleportation array, the familiar dizzying sensation of teleportation washed over him once more. A minute or two later, Yifeng finally returned to the Royal Magician Academy on the mainland. The teleportation tower remained crowded with people. Even during the holiday period, numerous groups were still organizing expeditions to explore the secret realm. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation tower, Yifeng began pondering where he should wait for the 2 sisters. But after taking a few steps, Yifeng noticed everyone around him staring at him with expressions of utter bewilderment. Some were even whispering among themselves. Yifeng instinctively glanced down at his attire. It was the casual clothes he'd bought himself. Yifeng was puzzled. I'm not wearing the capital city university uniform, after all. Why are they all staring at me? Yifeng felt a twinge of unease. After all, he was a member of the Knight faction, and this was the domain of the Law faction. They can't possibly think I'm a spy, Yifeng thought to himself. Just then, Yifeng suddenly felt someone tapping his shoulder. He turned to see a female mage. The mage asked timidly, "Excuse me, did you just come out of that teleportation tower?" The female mage pointed toward the teleportation tower in the Chaos Lands. "Yeah, what about it?" Yifeng replied without hesitation. Upon hearing Yifeng's answer, the crowd in the square erupted into chaos. Holy crap! This guy really did come back from the Chaos Lands. How did he survive the spatial disturbance? That's insane.
The spatial disturbance 2 days ago was so powerful the school had to shut down the secret realm to deal with it.
And he survived something that intense? Could he be the one, the spatial genius the principal mentioned at the opening ceremony? What the hell do you think?
Of course it is. In an instant, Yi Fong was completely surrounded by a crowd of mages.
Chapter 58, definitely a genius. Wow.
Hey, you're so talented, which college are you in?
Well, I'd rather not say.
Yi Fong scratched his head awkwardly. He had no idea which faculties the Royal Mage Academy had.
He couldn't even make up one off the top of his head. Can't say? How mysterious. The crowd began whispering again. Can't say? That's exactly it.
This guy must be that spatial magic genius.
Didn't the dean say he's the Night Faction's top recruitment target? All his info is top secret. Exactly.
Quick, tell that girl to stop asking about his house.
Yeah, hurry up, tell her.
The surrounding students all started worrying about Yi Fong, warning him to guard against the damn Night Faction.
The group's reaction left Yi Fong utterly bewildered. He could only keep deflecting their inquiries to avoid exposing his identity.
Yi Fong kept glancing around, but being unfamiliar with the area, he looked around in circles without knowing where to go.
Classmate, could you tell us a bit about how you usually study spatial magic? Yeah. Just give us a little hint, buddy. We're so impressed by you. Huh? Research spatial magic? Yi Fong knew absolutely nothing about spatial magic. He couldn't even make up a convincing lie, so he could only answer truthfully. Well, I just practice casually, you know, the usual stuff.
As soon as Yi Fong spoke, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd.
Wow. Good heavens, just practicing normally can get you to this level. A genius. Absolutely a genius, no doubt about it.
As the crowd's reactions grew louder and more people gathered around, Yi Fong felt increasingly uneasy.
Don't be fooled by their current praise, they've got it all wrong.
If they found out Yi Fong came from the Night Faction's university capital university, these people would tear him apart in an instant. Yi Fong pushed through the crowd and made a quick escape. Even if he didn't know where to go, he needed to find a place where no one would notice him and wait it out. But before he could take 2 steps, someone grabbed him again. Without turning his head, Yi Fong said,
"Don't hold me back, classmate. I've got things to do. I really need to go." The next moment, a familiar voice rang out. "Where are you headed, genius?"
Yi Fong turned to see it was Su Yunru. The moment he saw her, Yi Fong felt as if he'd spotted a lifeline.
"Haven't seen you in a few days, and now you're suddenly a genius?"
"You've gained so many fans already," Su Yunru teased with a playful smile.
"Cut it out.
Hurry up and get me out of here," Yi Fong said anxiously.
Su Yunru relished the drama.
"Why the rush to leave already? Just soak up the crowd's praise a little longer."
Yi Fong rolled his eyes in exasperation. This girl was at it again. Fine, I'll go brag to them some more. You two wait here for me. With that, Yi Fong actually started walking back.
Seeing Yi Fong sulking and refusing to play along, Su Yunru stopped teasing him. She grabbed his arm and gave him a hard punch. "Come on, my sister's waiting for you at terrace."
"Huh? Did I see that right? The Ice Queen genius Su Yunru, those two. They're definitely up to something," another mage nearby declared with certainty. "Oh." The crowd around them wore expressions of pure fascination.
"Ugh, I'm so jealous. Not only is he a genius himself, but he also snagged Su Yunru, one of our top 3 campus beauties and a little rich girl."
"Sigh, I'm jealous too. Comparing people is just too painful."
Led by Su Yunru, Yi Fong and his companion returned to Capital University without a hitch.
The moment she spotted Yi Fong, Su Yunru rushed over excitedly. Quick, tell me how far you got."
Yi Fong recounted how he'd cleared 29 levels before the legacy system ejected him.
To their surprise, Su Yunru frowned after hearing this and said, "Only level 29? That can't be right. I thought you were talented. You shouldn't have been kicked out at level 29. Damn it." Yi Fong's temper flared instantly. "Easy for you to say.
Level 29 had a 4th tier skeleton. Level 30 would definitely have a 5th tier skeleton."
Su Yunru's expression grew even more puzzled after hearing Yi Fong's words. "A 4th tier monster in the 30th level? That can't be. Let me see your token." Su Yunru reached out to ask Yi Fong for his token. "Here you go."
Yi Fong handed over his token.
The sisters' expressions instantly relaxed upon seeing Yi Fong's purple crystal token. "What 29th level?
You've cleared 39 gates.
Silly."
Su Yunru pouted playfully.
39 gates?
Now it was Yi Fong's turn to be puzzled. "Impossible," Yi Fong declared firmly. "I wouldn't be so clueless about how many gates I've passed.
I only made it through 29.
I was sent back before even reaching the 30th level because my strength wasn't sufficient."
After hearing Yi Fong's words, the two sisters exchanged glances. After a moment's thought, Su Yunru spoke up. "What color was the token you received at the beginning?" "Silver," Yi Fong blurted out. "That matches up," Su Yunru interjected.
"The ones we were given upon entering were all bronze."
Su Yunru continued her explanation. Initially, all tokens are bronze.
Every 10 stages cleared upgrades the token once.
After clearing the 10th level, the token upgrades to silver. After the 20th level, it upgrades to gold.
Only after clearing the 30th level does it upgrade to an amethyst token. If you only cleared 29 levels, your token should be gold.
So you're saying? Yi Fong mused thoughtfully. I skipped the first 10 levels and started directly from the 11th? Su Yunru nodded. That must be it.
Su Yunru also helped her sister explain. This inheritance is controlled by a sentient being behind the scenes. To test whether you're qualified to inherit the legacy, the sentient being behind the scenes tailors the stages to your strength. You encountered the skeleton gate, while I faced the magic ceiling stone statue. It's possible the spirit realm entity behind the scenes believed you could absolutely pass the first 10 trials, so it skipped those 10 stages for you to save time.
Yi Fong nodded in agreement.
Judging by how that force controlled him at every stage, there was undoubtedly a sentient being manipulating the legacy from behind the scenes. Upon confirming Yi Fong had cleared the 39th level, Su Yunru beamed with joy and excitedly embraced him.
That's amazing. To have made it through 39 levels. No wonder you were stuck in there for over a month. Su Yunru's words exploded like thunder in Yi Fong's ears. What? I was in there for over a month?
Su Yunru's hair, gently swaying in the breeze, kept brushing against Yi Fong's face, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance. But Yi Fong had no mind for such things at that moment. Su Yunru released her arms from around Yi Fong, nodding with a smile.
Well, what did you expect?
School has already started for us. If I hadn't requested leave for you, the academy would have expelled you long ago. Crossing her arms over her chest, Su Yunru teased playfully.
Better thank me quickly. Chapter 59, The Secret of the High Level.
Upon hearing Su Yunru's words, Yi Fong immediately assumed she was teasing him again. He carefully recalled the time he spent in the inheritance. He recalled that he should have only spent a day and a half within the inheritance. At that moment, Su Yunru spoke up from the side. Stop teasing him, sis. Su Yunru explained to Yi Fong. That little world has a flaw. Time flows differently there than in the main world. Yi Fong's thoughts were in disarray. After shooting Su Yunru a grateful glance, he grabbed her arm and asked. So which faculty did I get assigned to? The worst one, the third college, Su Yunru said with a mischievous grin. Since you arrived last, they assigned you to whichever college still had openings. Fine. Yi Fong sighed helplessly. If you'd come out 2 days earlier, you could have caught the last day of faculty assignments. Su Yunru dropped her playful tone, genuinely sorry for Yi Fong. It doesn't matter. Yi Fong shrugged indifferently. His journey into the secret realm had yielded immense rewards. The upper volume of the necromantic netherfire system compendium alone was enough to compensate for all losses. Not to mention the return to Void Bat, which was immune to attacks. Recalling the return to Void Bat, Yi Fong inquired with the sisters about its class information. If he could extract its primordial energy to craft a class change scroll and fuse it during his 3rd tier advancement, that would be ideal. But the sisters' response left Yi Fong deeply disappointed. Su Yunru shook her head and said, The return to Void Bat is of little use to you now. The principle behind the return to Void Bat's etherealization is hiding itself within the rules. You must understand that our power stems from the fundamental rules of this world. By concealing oneself within the rules, the power generated by those rules naturally cannot harm you. And the first step to hiding within the rules is achieving complete rule-based transformation. Become a rule? Yi Fong heard this concept for the first time. Su Yunru replied, Remember what I told you about the 5th tier being a chasm? Yi Fong nodded. The reason the 5th tier is an insurmountable chasm is because practitioners begin to codify themselves into rules at this stage. After the 5th tier, merely absorbing magic essence is insufficient for leveling up. One must simultaneously enhance their level of rule-based transformation. Professionals start this process at the 5th tier and complete it by the 9th tier. That is the secret of the higher tiers. After Su Yunru's explanation, Yi Fong finally grasped the concept. So you're saying the return to Void Bat can only be used at 9th tier? Su Yunru nodded and continued. Theoretically, yes. But you can try it. Hearing Su Yunru's words, Yi Fong felt utterly disheartened. He had believed he could achieve invincibility through the void transformation, only to have his hopes dashed. After discussing this serious matter, the group began chatting casually. How far did you two get in the game? Yi Fong asked. Su Yunru shook her head. We couldn't get in. We came straight back to wait for you. Su Yunru added, We tried entering once before. The inheritance we received was a bronze token. The bronze token only grants 1 attempt. After 1 failure, it vanishes permanently, barring further entry. Upgrading the bronze token to silver grants 2 attempts at the inheritance. Each upgrade grants 1 additional attempt, and so on. You currently have 4 chances to fail. 3, Yi Fong corrected. No. Su Yunru declared firmly from the side, it's 4. You were expelled by the inheritance, not eliminated. If you were eliminated, it would consume one chance, and the token would degrade to gold.
Oh, I see. Yi Fong hadn't noticed this detail.
Changing the subject, Yi Fong asked.
Oh, right. Tell me what you want from inside, and I'll see if I can find it next time I go in.
Su Yunru replied, we need the tears of the fallen angel. We can't be certain it's in the inheritance, but it's highly probable.
After the three shared lunch together, Su Yunru needed to return to the Mage Academy.
As her older sister, Su Yunru offered to see her off, and the trio parted ways. Before leaving, Su Yunru reminded Yi Fong to level up quickly and fuse the job change scroll. After parting ways with the others, Yi Fong headed back to the merchant district. Yi Fong needed to purchase materials for crafting the job change book. His primary purpose for this journey to the Chaos Lands was to extract the primordial power of the soul-devouring beast and craft a job change book for the Soul Eaters. Exploring the legacy was merely a side endeavor. The primary materials for the job change scroll were now secured. While the detailed crafting method for the Soul Eaters class changebook wasn't included in the Necromantic Netherfire System compendium, it did contain over 20 other class changebook recipes. Yi Fong could simply adapt the methods for other class changebooks. Chapter 60, Skipping Levels. Under the dim yellow light. A purple energy sphere rested in Yi Fong's palm. This was the Spirit Eaters class changebook. Or rather, the core of the Spirit Eaters job changebook, as it hadn't been sealed yet. Yi Fong had no intention of sealing it. Encapsulation was only necessary when selling it. First, to conceal its true nature and avoid revealing the secret of the transformation scroll. Second, the core was quite fragile and could easily be damaged without protection. After placing the core into the drawer unit, Yi Fong retrieved his memory bracelet. He had thoroughly studied the Necromantic Netherfire System compendium. He had to admit, the creator of this system was a true genius. This system formed a complete combat framework through the modification of undead creatures. Centered around the Netherfire, it pioneered numerous skills. The most fundamental and core skill was internal combustion. Once a skeleton ignites its internal flame, it generates a portion of Netherfire. The higher the skeleton's level, the more potent the Netherfire it generates. Next comes the fire absorption skill, which temporarily boosts combat power by absorbing Netherfire, and the ignition skill, which directly attacks with Netherfire, both of which Yi Fong has already witnessed. Following that is another core skill, the Netherflame Totem Transformation. Once formed, the Netherflame will automatically dissipate after a period of time. The Netherflame Totem Transformation is a method for long-term storage of Netherflame, allowing it to be transformed into a totem and attached to oneself, others, or other objects. Additionally, there are skills like the Yen Explosion for attack, the Burning Body for healing and recovery, the Azure Flame Wing Armor for defense, and the Flame Shadow for movement. As for the Sunluo Skeleton Transformation, it doesn't belong to the Netherfire system, it falls under the Biological Modification system. These techniques are all exceptionally powerful, but unfortunately, Yi Fong currently cannot utilize most of them. Professional practitioners require skill books to activate these abilities or must become modified necromancer summoners. However, Yi Fong could utilize some skills by devouring the skeletons he brought from his inheritance using his soul devouring technique. Now that I have the 3rd tier class changebook, all that's missing is the required level. Yi Fong pushed open the door, letting sunlight flood into the dim room. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent 5 days immersed in studying transcendent arts within that room. Though classes had resumed, Yi Fong hadn't attended a single lecture. Su Yunru had arranged a month's leave for him, and he still had 4 days of vacation remaining. Level up. Reach level 30 within 4 days. Yi Fong set his goal. This time, Yi Fong chose the wolf spider forest as his secret realm. These arachnid beasts lived in family units rather than tribes. Though their reproductive capacity was low, individual specimens possessed formidable strength. It was precisely this trait that attracted Yi Fong. With his current strength, he could easily farm high-level monsters, significantly accelerating his leveling speed. This world was peculiar. Creatures with strong reproductive abilities tended to be weak individually, like goblins and skeletons. Those with formidable individual strength often possess weak reproductive abilities, like dragons and wolf spiders. Though he had already chosen his secret realm in his mind, Yi Fong couldn't enter directly, he still needed to submit an application. The wolf spider secret realm was classified as intermediate level. Entering such realms required a party with at least 2 4th tier professionals. As a 2nd tier practitioner, Yi Fong did not meet the entry requirements. But this was merely the standard entry method. Yi Fong had no intention of using it. Joining a team meant splitting resources equally among its members. Back when Yi Fong only possessed a 3rd tier summon creature, the team had been a valuable asset to him. But now that Yi Fong's strength had grown, the team had become a liability to him. The wolf spider secret realm was merely an intermediate level secret realm, with its highest tier inhabitants being 4th tier beasts. Yi Fong was confident he could sweep through the wolf spider secret realm at his current 2nd tier level. Upon arriving at the Secret Realms Hall, Yi Fong submitted a level skip application under the staff's guidance. The extraordinary world held countless surprises. Certain specialized professions possessed remarkably high combat power despite their low levels. These professions could defeat higher-tier beasts at lower levels, allowing them to slay high-tier beasts early on and obtain massive resources beyond their stage. If the requirements for entering the secret realm were rigidly enforced, it would often stifle the development of these gifted professions. Thus, the Academy established the level skipping system. Simply put, level skipping allows lower-tier practitioners to challenge secret realms beyond their level. Successfully slaying the highest-level beast within the secret realm counts as a successful level jump. Success proves the challenger possesses the strength to venture into that tier's secret realm. Thereafter, the challenger gains unrestricted access to sanctuaries of that tier. Take Yifeng's current level skipping attempt. If he slays a 4th-tier wolf spider, he'll gain unrestricted access to any intermediate-level secret realm. However, each entry still requires completing tasks assigned by the school. The school wasn't in the business of charity. While you might be exempt from certain rules, you couldn't shirk the work you owed the school. Though the summoner profession was peculiar, it granted the ability to battle opponents of higher tiers. Soon, Yifeng's level jumping application was approved. After presenting his approval to the guards, Yifeng smoothly entered the wolf spider's secret realm. The sight of a 2nd-tier practitioner entering an intermediate dungeon alone sent the square, filled with people seeking party members, into an uproar. Holy crap, what's going on? How did he get into the intermediate secret realm alone? Yeah, is he some maintenance crew fixing the dungeon's magic array? How'd he get in without meeting the requirements? It's obviously a level skipping request. Don't you two know that? Are you even from our school? A knight eyed the two speakers like they were little kids. Of course. Level skipping was my first thought too, but have you ever seen a tier 2 player skip straight to a mid-tier secret realm? One retorted dismissively. The highest level beast in an intermediate secret realm is 4th tier. And this is the wolf spider secret realm. Wolf spiders rank among the top tier in 3rd-tier combat strength. Yeah, since our school was founded, no one has ever successfully skipped levels to clear the wolf spider secret realm at tier 2. The other agreed. This guy's just overestimating his abilities. I agree. Heh. I agree. The terrain of the wolf spider's secret realm was a dense jungle. Towering trees stood tall, and thick undergrowth covered the ground, severely obstructing Yifeng's vision. A chilling breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a rustling sound. Webs covered the forest, bearing the carcasses of animals, a sight that was truly terrifying. Yifeng's mind stirred, and his 4 great generals simultaneously materialized around him. The corpse dragon and the eagle-winged demon statues circled overhead in alternating patterns. Fire elementals continuously spewed flames, incinerating the obstructing weeds and webs to clear a path for Yifeng. The highest level 4th-tier skeleton clung closely to Yifeng's side, guarding him. After traveling only a short distance through the jungle, Yifeng encountered the first wolf spider. Wolf spider. Level 37. Race skills: venomous bite, toxic web, wolf charge. Chapter 61, A Family Should Journey Together. Enraged by Yifeng's intrusion into its territory and the destruction of its hunting web, the wolf spider immediately launched an attack on Yifeng and his companions. Its shriveled abdomen suddenly swelled as it opened its gaping maw to spew forth a vast expanse of web. The sticky fluid meant to ensnare prey acted like lubricant for the wolf spider itself. Sliding along the web, the wolf spider lunged straight at the eagle-winged demon statue, targeting the weakest link first. Yifeng commanded the eagle-winged demon statue to flap its wings and ascend, causing the wolf spider to lunge at empty air. The moment the wolf spider landed, the fire elemental's attack arrived. The wolf spider reacted with lightning speed. Its 8 legs tensed and then exploded with force, propelling it effortlessly onto a tree over 10 meters high, evading the fire elemental's fiery breath. Superhuman, Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim. It was the first time Yifeng had ever witnessed a creature leap over 10 meters in a single bound. That single leap demonstrated the wolf spider's formidable physical strength, truly a species ranked among the most formidable combatants. Hanging upside down from the tree, the wolf spider fixed its 6 crimson eyes on Yifeng. Failing to land its strike, it immediately changed tactics. A stream of sticky web shot toward Yifeng. Yifeng remained unflustered, gently activating the corpse bone castle already in his hand. Just as the web was about to ensnare him, a flash of white light erupted. 3 second-tier skeletons materialized before Yifeng, intercepting the attack. The 3 second-tier skeletons were instantly cocooned within the web. The tarantula closed its jaws and gently sucked in the silk thread, pulling the cocoon back toward itself. Once the cocoon was in its grasp, the wolf spider did not rush to attack. Instead, it continuously spun silk onto the cocoon, suspending it beside itself as a food reserve. Yifeng's lips curled into a smirk. Internal combustion and ignition skills activated seamlessly. The cocoon before the wolf spider instantly transformed into a fireball. Black flames spread across the wolf spider's body, and it let out a piercing howl. Though its injuries weren't severe, its howls betrayed intense agony. The 3 second-tier nether flames formed by the 3 second-tier skeletons couldn't inflict significant damage on the 3rd-tier wolf spider. However, the soul flames contained within the ghost flames could directly scorch the soul. The wolf spider was now incapable of fighting back. Yifeng felt no urgency to kill it, he was waiting for its parents to arrive. Typically, a stronger wolf spider family would have 2 or 3 4th-tier members, while weaker ones would still have 1 or 2. This 3rd-tier wolf spider was clearly a youngster. Wolf spiders lived in family units, and when a junior member faced trouble, the rest of the family wouldn't stand idly by. After all, families should journey together, complete and whole. I'd kill them all together once they gathered, saving me the trouble of hunting them down separately. Sure enough, within moments, 5 wolf spiders emerged one after another from the dense forest. 3 4th-tier, 2 3rd-tier. This family numbered 6 members in total. Without a moment's hesitation, 5 wolf spiders launched their attack from 5 directions, targeting Yifeng directly. The fire elemental and corpse dragon also sprang into action, each intercepting 1 3rd-tier wolf spider, leaving 3 4th-tier specimens for Yifeng. Yifeng instantly activated his soul-devouring technique, transforming into a 4th-tier skeleton that braced against the combined assault of 3 4th-tier wolf spiders. The 4th-tier skeleton could not withstand the combined assault of 3 4th-tier wolf spiders. As the skeleton suffered severe injuries, Yifeng ended his soul-devouring technique. Several bone-washing techniques were cast upon the 4th-tier skeleton, after which Yifeng stored it within the bone castle for recuperation. The 3rd-tier wolf spiders, having landed their first strike, prepared to attack again. But Yifeng's pre-arranged countermeasures were already in motion. 6 2nd-tier skeletons formed a squad, and 3 such squads simultaneously charged at the 3 4th-tier wolf spiders. 2nd-tier skeletons were no match for 4th-tier wolf spiders. With a single swing of their front legs, the spiders sent bones flying everywhere. Under Yifeng's beast summoning command, the skeletons fought desperately, refusing to retreat. Even missing limbs, they clung tightly to the wolf spiders, their bodies twisted and contorted. As the wolf spiders entered the range of the nether flames, Yifeng immediately activated his internal combustion ignite double strike. All 3 4th-tier wolf spiders instantly tasted the agony of their souls being scorched. The souls of 4th-tier beasts were far stronger than those of 3rd-tier creatures. Yifeng didn't expect a single ignite to finish off the 4th-tier wolf spiders. With a wave of his hand, another dozen skeletons charged forward, fearless in the face of death. Wave after wave of attacks followed relentlessly, leaving the wolf spiders no moment to breathe. Only after a full 8 waves of assault did Yifeng finally halt his attack. 3 4th-tier wolf spiders writhed on the ground, wailing as they tried to extinguish the ghostly flames consuming them. With victory assured on Yifeng's front, the battle at the corpse dragon's position had long since concluded. After swiftly dispatching a 3rd-tier wolf spider, the corpse dragon immediately rushed to aid the fire elemental. On his way back, he casually finished off the first 3rd-tier wolf spider, which was barely clinging to life. Yifeng left the 4th-tier skeleton, 5 bone giants, and the eagle-winged golem to guard the spoils. He himself rode the corpse dragon northward. With victory assured, there was no need for him to linger. Though the souls of the 3 4th-tier wolf spiders were barely clinging to life, they still had some time before death. The spiders might have ways to extinguish the nether flames consuming their bodies, but the flames consuming their souls were beyond their reach. Rather than wait idly here, Yifeng decided to complete the task assigned by the academy. This time, Yifeng's assignment was to collect green body crystal vines for the school or resource gathering mission. School assignments generally fell into 2 categories: restoration tasks and resource collection tasks. Resource collection tasks were more common, while repair tasks were only issued when magic arrays were damaged. Entering the secret realm always came with mandatory task assignments like paying taxes. Even if you gained nothing from your journey, the task had to be completed. Failure meant punishment. Flying northward, Yifeng soon reached his destination. Along the way, a few wolf spiders occasionally stood atop trees, firing webs at Yifeng, but he paid them no mind. Complete the task first, there'll be plenty of time to deal with them later. Green crystal vines typically grew on sheer cliffs, each stretching dozens of meters long, often clustered together by the hundreds. Hundreds of crystal vines hung from the cliffs, resembling a waterfall. Yifeng directed the corpse dragon to approach the crystal vines. Standing atop its back, he retrieved his tools and began harvesting. Collecting the vines wasn't difficult, the hardest part of this task was the sheer volume. The hundreds before him wouldn't be enough, he'd have to cover more ground. After stowing the last green crystal vine into his spatial ring, Yifeng flung his tools onto the ground. Damn! What a waste of time. As a level 2 player, clearing 3 level 4 wolf spiders took Yifeng less than 10 minutes. But this gathering quest had taken him a full half hour. At least it's finally done. Skipping the level worked out too. Let's head back to grab the combat gear first, then go turn in the quest. Chapter 62, Only the narrow-minded know their own limits. He made his way back to the site of the earlier battle. Several wolf spiders lay twisted on the ground, dead as a doornail, with specks of demonic essence drifting above their corpses. Yifeng stepped forward, absorbing every trace of the magic essence before removing the wolf spider's eyeballs. This was proof of his successful level skipping. Afterward, Yifeng recalled all his summoned creatures and tore up the teleportation scroll. Before the teleportation tower. Dong, dong, dong. 3 tolls of the bell echoed through the heavens. Immediately after, two administrators clad in white uniforms approached and stood silently before the teleportation tower of the wolf spider's secret realm. Since it was uncertain whether the challenger attempting to skip levels would succeed, applicants for level skipping were closely monitored by the backend system to prevent overconfident individuals from meeting with misfortune.
The moment Yifang removed his eyeball, the two staff members had already noticed. The staff's appearance sparked murmurs among the crowd in the plaza. What's going on? The Secret Realm administrators are here. There are only two scenarios that would have the Secret Realm administrators waiting at the teleportation tower. Either someone committed a violation within the realm, and they're here to enforce the rules, or someone successfully skipped a level. The former is punishment, the latter is respect. My guess is it's the latter this time.
Why? Someone asked, puzzled. The man glanced at them with disdain and said, "You clearly haven't broken any rules. When the Secret Realm administrators enforce the law, they always come in groups of at least 5. With only 2 administrators present now, it's clear someone successfully jumped levels. They're here to greet them."
Damn, another successful gate jump?
Our academy sure has no shortage of geniuses these past 2 years. I'll wait right here for the big shot to come out so I can pay my respects. I'm going to latch onto the big shot's coattails. In an instant, the crowd on the square gathered around. "This is the wolf spider secret realm," someone exclaimed as soon as they approached the teleportation tower. "I recall the one who skipped levels in the wolf spider secret realm was a second-tier professional, right?" another person mused, stroking his chin.
"Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
That person was a tier 2 professional. How could they possibly take down a tier 4 wolf spider?" someone who had previously mocked Yifang shouted in disbelief.
"Cut the sour grapes already. Both administrators are here," someone countered. The man refused to concede, arguing, "What if that kid messed up in the dungeon and the administrators are here to enforce the rules?" The girl he'd challenged laughed in exasperation. "Administrators need at least 5 people to enforce the rules, okay?"
But the man's expression only hardened, as if he'd thought of something.
"No.
5 enforcers acting together is just convention, not a hard and fast rule.
The reason enforcement starts with 5 is because our squad is 5. With fewer enforcers, they might not handle the situation.
And the one being disciplined is merely a second-tier practitioner. 2 Secret Realm administrators are more than sufficient to handle the situation."
His voice grew more resolute. "Right. That's it. It must be that. How could a second-tier practitioner possibly kill a 4th-tier wolf spider? Ha ha ha, that kid just wants fame.
He's using level jumping to grab attention.
Haven't we seen this before?" Exactly. Exactly.
How could a tier 2 possibly slay a tier 4, especially a tier 4 wolf spider?
It wouldn't even break its defense if it just stood still. Exactly. The crowd nearby chimed in agreement. Exactly. The admins are definitely here to enforce the rules. Otherwise, I'd have eaten him alive. But the girl being contradicted stuck to her guns. "Don't judge everyone by your own narrow-mindedness, okay?" Hearing this, the person instantly snapped. "What do you mean? Are you calling me narrow-minded?"
The girl sneered dismissively. "The one with the narrow mind knows it best.
You."
As the two argued, Yifang appeared at the entrance of the teleportation tower.
In that instant, all eyes turned to Yifang.
Yifang swiped his thumb across his spatial ring, handing over the 3 4th-tier wolf spider eyeballs to the administrator.
2 administrators then handed Yifang a card. This was an intermediate secret realm access card. With it, one could freely enter and exit the intermediate secret realm without any restrictions whatsoever.
As soon as both parties completed these actions, the crowd erupted in chaos.
Holy crap, he actually pulled off a level skip. Holy crap. How did he do that? Who is this guy? What's his name? What does he do for a living?
Quick, someone close to him, ask what his job is.
The girl from earlier said proudly, "See.
I told you not to judge everyone by your own standards."
The man's face was frozen in disbelief.
The surrounding gasps felt like one slap after another across his own face.
Hey, who said they wanted to eat? Come on over, my stomach's growling, I'll feed you."
Amidst the crowd's gasps, Yifang once again entered the wolf spider secret realm.
He's gone in again. He really doesn't want to waste a single moment. Now I finally understand the gap between me and a genius. Within the wolf spider secret realm,
Yifang rode the corpse dragon toward the location where he had gathered the green crystal vines. Earlier, while gathering the green crystal vines, he had encountered numerous wolf spiders that had challenged him.
Now was the time to deal with them.
Armed with his recent experience, Yifang had already devised a systematic approach to dealing with the wolf spiders. Leading his army of modified skeletons, Yifang swept through the area, unstoppable. In just half an hour, he had already dealt with over a dozen wolf spiders. Venturing deeper into the jungle, Yifang finally encountered trouble. The commotion he'd caused earlier had alerted several wolf spider clans, which now joined forces to hunt him down. A total of 11 4th-tier wolf spiders and 9 3rd-tier wolf spiders.
Far from alarmed, Yifang was delighted. Excellent. You've all come together. This saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one.
Yi Feng mentally calculated the quantity of magic essence. After calculating, he realized that after killing all these wolf spiders, he would reach level 30.
And he'd even have plenty left over.
Roar! 20 wolf spiders roared in unison, charging toward Yi Feng simultaneously. Yi Feng's face radiated confidence as his right hand swept across the bone castle. Instantly, a teeming horde of skeletons filled the jungle. Charge! At Yi Feng's command, thousands of skeletons poured forth, instantly engulfing the 20 wolf spiders.
However, these low-tier skeletons could only delay the wolf spiders' advance.
Though numerous, the skeletons shattered upon impact with the wolf spiders like waves crashing against rocks, scattering in all directions. Yi Feng never expected much from these low-tier skeletons. He had released them solely to exhaust the wolf spiders. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Feng sent out newly formed squads. Each squad centered around 2 skeletal giants, supported by 3 second-tier skeletons, supplemented by cannon fodder skeletons.
The squads had only one objective: to close in on the wolf spiders. They were bombs. Chapter 63, That's All You'll Ever Be. Boom! 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 Ignite! Ignite! Ignite!
Yi Feng commanded the skeletons to unleash their skills without regard for their own lives. Under the relentless scorching of the nether fire, the wolf spiders soon began wailing incessantly. Yi Feng gently communicated with the summoning space, and the corpse dragon appeared before him.
Go! Corpse dragon, it's your turn to finish them off.
Roar!
The corpse dragon charged forward with a furious roar.
The wolf spiders, weakened by the soul flame's scorching heat, were on the verge of collapse.
The corpse dragon devoured them one by one, first eliminating all the third-tier wolf spiders. The fourth-tier wolf spiders still possessed combat strength, and the corpse dragon dared not provoke them for now.
Watching the battle unfold before him, Yi Feng pondered silently. Though I can now easily slay fourth-tier foes, it's merely a matter of exploiting loopholes. I rely on overwhelming numbers of modified skeletons to blow them up one by one. I don't possess fourth-tier combat strength. I lack the means to kill fourth-tier foes in a head-on clash. It's time to make better use of my own summoning skills. Quickly summon a fourth-tier spirit realm creature. Yi Feng certainly remembered he possessed a fourth-tier skeleton.
But that skeleton was practically negligible, its combat effectiveness worse than air.
After taking hits from 3 fourth-tier wolf spiders earlier, it still hadn't recovered. Without modification, the skeleton was truly a total weakling. Every time he saw that utterly useless skeleton, Yi Feng couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of its modification.
He couldn't help but admire the genius who had devised this inheritance system.
To modify a skeleton into such a formidable combatant, truly a god among men. With the final wolf spider's defeat, the battle finally drew to a close. Yi Feng recalled the remaining skeletons back into the bone castle. Observing the dwindling numbers within the castle, Yi Feng's expression grew grave. The skeletons were being depleted far too quickly, especially the second-tier ones. In just this morning alone, he had already used up half of his second-tier skeletons.
There's no way to replenish these skeletons for now.
I'll have to use them sparingly from now on. The methods for modifying skeletons were detailed in the first volume of the Necromantic Netherfire System Compendium. However, only necromancer summoners could perform those techniques. Before advancing his profession to necromancer, Yi Feng could only capture skeletons from the legacy to modify them.
Level up, level 30.
Before he could finish absorbing all the magic essence on the ground, Yi Feng's level reached 30.
The wolf spider's secret realm truly was a leveling paradise.
While other species were predominantly low-tier with few high-tier individuals, the wolf spider clan was the complete opposite, abundant in high-tier specimens and scarce in low-tier ones. The greater the number of high-tier beasts, the faster the leveling speed. The wolf spiders Yi Feng had encountered earlier were all groups of 3 or 4 fourth-tier veteran wolf spiders, accompanied by 1 or 2 third-tier young ones. Yi Feng couldn't absorb the remaining magic essence on the ground, so he simply left it there for those destined to find it.
After leveling up, the next step is digestion.
Digestion required purification potions, and buying purification potions required money. Yi Feng had nearly spent all his money. He had earned a little in the inheritance, but upon exiting, he immediately spent it all on materials to craft the Spirit Eater job change book.
How to make money?
Yi Feng had already figured it out.
Mad Alchemist's Secret Realm.
Most secret realms are built around a core group of exotic beasts, cultivating an ecosystem that leverages their unique traits to continuously generate resources. However, some sanctuaries did not revolve around a beast tribe, and the Mad Apothecary instance was one such exception. In the southern part of the continent lies a peculiar place where spring lasts year-round.
Here, all vegetation grows wildly and incessantly.
Locals cultivate modified crops that yield harvests over a dozen times a year.
Another major industry here is medicinal herb cultivation, with the apothecary sect being the dominant local power.
The leader of the apothecary sect was a plant alchemist. One day, after consuming an elixir of immortality he had concocted himself, this plant alchemist went completely mad. He began maniacally cultivating herbs while indiscriminately slaughtering anyone he encountered. Later, when the night sect suppressed the chaos, an alchemist witnessed the scene and conceived a sudden idea. Using several magic arrays, he trapped the mad herbalist and created the mad herbalist's secret realm with him at its core. The mad apothecary's secret realm abounds with low-grade healing herbs. For those seeking wealth, this realm is the prime destination. The herbs not only fetch high prices but also sell like hotcakes. Yi Fong tore up the teleportation scroll and exited the wolf spider's secret realm. Yi Fong's sudden appearance instantly drew the attention of everyone in the square. It was impossible not to notice him. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but his formidable strength was equally astonishing. Slaying a 4th-tier wolf spider at a mere 2nd-tier level had everyone's jaws dropping. With all these factors combined, it was nearly impossible for Yi Fong to go unnoticed. This time, however, the crowd wasn't as frenzied as last time. They had calmed down. "Hey there, classmate. Care to share what your profession is? Hey, buddy, tell us your class. We're all curious." Yeah. We want to know what kind of class could take down a 4th-tier wolf spider at just 2nd tier. Their voices were timid, as if afraid of offending Yi Fong. "I'm a summoner," Yi Fong replied indifferently. "Ha? Holy. Are you serious, bro? You're that weird summoner class?" A chubby guy gaped in disbelief, his jaw nearly dislocated. The others, who had just calmed down, instantly lost their composure again. The chubby guy realized his slip of the tongue the moment he finished speaking, quickly waving his hands apologetically. "Yep." Yi Fong replied softly before entering another secret realm. This move drew another wave of astonished gasps from the crowd. "Holy crap! I've been waiting here forever and still can't get a party together, while he's already cleared the secret realm twice. Sigh, he's just too dedicated. I'll stop being jealous from now on." Others still harbored hostility toward Yi Fong. Like a swan, Yi Fong had deeply wounded the hearts of these toads. In the eyes of the toads, the swan's beauty was a crime. "Oomph. So he's a summoner. That explains everything," someone sneered sarcastically. "Ha ha ha ha. To defeat a 4th-tier opponent as a 2nd tier, how much of his lifespan did he sacrifice to spirit realm creatures? Looks like he's got only days left to live. Heh, in my opinion, summoners are nothing but fawning lapdogs. Feeding their own lives to spirit realm creatures, what else could they be but sycophants?" Their loud exchange reached nearly everyone present. Those present frowned and instinctively moved away from the trio. The girl who had defended Yi Fong earlier shook her head in exasperated amusement. "You three, this is the best you'll ever amount to in this lifetime." Within the mad apothecary's secret realm. The moment Yi Fong touched down, a compass materialized before his eyes. Having researched the mad apothecary's secret realm, Yi Fong knew exactly what this compass was. It was a location compass designed to track the real-time whereabouts of the mad herbalist. That herbalist was a 6th-tier powerhouse, capable of roaming freely throughout the secret realm. It wasn't that he couldn't be locked up, but this herbalist would frantically cultivate medicinal herbs. If confined, the realm's herb yield would plummet by at least half. Chapter 64, Is This a Damn Locust Plague? The compass would sound an alarm the moment the mad herbalist approached, giving those exploring the secret realm ample time to flee. The mad herbalist was a 6th-tier powerhouse. Anyone in the secret realm who crossed paths with him faced certain death. After all, this was only an intermediate-level secret realm. No one above the 5th rank would venture here. The mad apothecary's secret realm was a valley where every plant was medicinal, literally money growing on the ground. In such a treasure trove of a secret realm, it was naturally crowded. Yi Fong hadn't gone far before encountering at least 5 or 6 other teams. Yi Fong pulled up a medicinal plant and examined it closely. It was a golden flake herb, used to treat external injuries. A dozen or so plants could fetch about 1 magic essence stone. After walking for a while, Yi Fong had gathered only 20 medicinal plants, worth less than 2 magic essence stones. Collecting alone was far too slow. Seeing he had strayed far from the crowd, Yi Fong halted his steps. He never intended to gather herbs by hand, it was far too inefficient. Yi Fong summoned his skeleton castle. With a light sweep of his right hand, he released all the skeletons. At his command, thousands of skeletons immediately scattered in all directions, beginning to gather herbs. In any other secret realm, Yi Fong wouldn't dare deploy skeletons on such a large scale. After all, most of these skeletons were only 1st tier, frail and fragile. Deploying them over such a vast area risked collisions with beasts, inevitably leading to casualties. But within this mad apothecary's secret realm, not a single beast remained. They had all been cleared away. The only threat was the mad apothecary himself. Yi Fong wasn't worried about his skeletons suffering any losses. His only lingering concern was the other teams within the secret realm. The rule of this secret realm was simple: whoever dug up the herbs on the ground first got them. Stealing others' herbs was forbidden, or else one would be punished by the administrators. Naturally, those who came here would actively avoid areas already occupied by others, and few would fight over a single herb. After all, the ground was covered with them, and no one worried about returning empty-handed. Still, to be safe, Yi Fong ordered his skeletons, if any area was occupied, they were forbidden to approach, to avoid any disputes. With the skeleton's assistance, Yi Feng's herb-gathering speed increased 1,000-fold. Soon, the lush green meadow was stripped bare, vast patches of soil exposed to the sun. To the uninitiated, it might have looked like freshly tilled land ready for planting. As the skeleton army advanced further, several small squads appeared ahead of Yi Feng. Yi Feng waved his hand to the right, signaling his army to bypass that area and avoid conflict. The truth was, he'd been ruthless wherever the skeleton army passed, not a single blade of grass remained. Not a single weed remained in this valley, every plant on the ground was medicinal. After all, this secret realm wasn't his private domain. He couldn't just gobble up all the meat and leave nothing for others. Otherwise, he genuinely feared others might report him. However, the sheer scale of his actions had surely caught the attention of the secret realm's administrators. Yet, they hadn't intervened thus far, which meant his actions were likely acceptable. Just as the skeleton army was about to collide with those small teams, the entire force suddenly veered off course, avoiding the group entirely. The skeleton army remained as destructive as ever, leaving nothing standing in its path. This locust-like rampage left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Seriously, dude? You gotta be kidding me. Damn it, buddy, why don't you just move this entire secret realm back to your place? Quick, don't just stand there. Everyone spread out. Each of you claim a section first, or this guy will snatch it all. The squad leader gestured frantically, directing his team. Under his direction, the team scattered, each claiming a section before turning to observe Yi Feng's reaction. Yi Feng gladly accepted the challenge, directing his army to zigzag left and right, skillfully avoiding every obstacle. It wasn't that Yi Feng feared them. With the help of thousands of skeletons, Yi Feng was raking in dozens of magic essence stones per second. Dozens of magic essence stones equaled half a year's living expenses for an ordinary family. Even pausing to argue with them for a few moments would mean losing a year's worth of living expenses outright. Yi Feng finally understood the meaning behind that famously pretentious saying. The richest man drops 1,000 yuan on the ground, but he can't pick it up. Why? Because he earns 5,000 in a single second. Bending down to pick it up would take 3 seconds, resulting in a direct loss of over 10,000. So he couldn't waste time picking up money. At the entrance to the Mad Apothecary's secret realm, a 5-member squad materialized from the teleportation spell and landed steadily. The party comprised 1 4th-tier knight, 2 4th-tier mages, and 2 3rd-tier female priests. The class composition was quite unusual. Finally inside. This is my first time in the Mad Apothecary's secret realm, just thinking about it gets me excited, the female priest exclaimed. Herbs, here I come. Before the group could recover from the disorientation of the teleportation, the knight leading them rallied the others. We're finally in. Everyone, push yourselves. This place is littered with herbs, money everywhere. Don't stop for a moment, we need to finish before the Mad Apothecary arrives. The knight's words trailed off as his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the barren ground. This. Where are the herbs? Staring at the barren ground, the knight couldn't believe his eyes. Thinking he might be under an illusion, he quickly rubbed his eyes. But the ground remained bare. Did a damn locust plague hit this place? The 5 of them glanced around, their expressions grim. It could very well be a locust plague, one of the mages remarked. There's a type of locust called the medicinal locust that feeds exclusively on herbs. Wherever these locusts pass, this is the scene they leave behind. The magician's words sent a chill through the group. Deep down, none of them wanted to believe the mage's words. If this place had truly suffered a locust plague, it meant their expedition into the secret realm would be a complete loss. Entering the secret realm came at a cost. One cost was scrolls. Even the most basic teleportation scroll required 30 magic essence stones. If one was willing to spend more, defensive scrolls, binding scrolls, and other life-saving measures could be purchased. The second cost was the task assigned by the school. The school's assignment this time was to submit 3,000 Qingwen grass plants. Pure plague grass is highly valuable, with these 3,000 plants worth 2,300 magic essence stones. Everyone knew that school assignments were mandatory. Anyone entering the secret realm had to complete them or face punishment. If a locust plague truly struck this area, not only would they gain nothing from this expedition, but they'd also have to fork out their own money to buy 3,000 Qingwen grass plants to hand over to the school. It meant each of them would lose hundreds of magic essence stones just for taking a look inside. This was utterly unacceptable to the group. The knight in charge suppressed his frustration and encouraged his team. Regardless, we should venture further in to see what the situation truly is. If it really is a locust plague, we'll report it to the school immediately. They might reward us or even exempt us from our mission. Chapter 65, Get Lost. Deep within the Mad Apothecary's secret realm, Yi Feng's skeleton army continued to harvest herbs like locusts sweeping across the land. He was remarkably fortunate. Thousands of skeletons marched for half a day without encountering the Mad Apothecary. However, upon reaching the realm's depths, Yi Feng exercised restraint, recalling the majority of his skeletons. That Mad Apothecary was a 6th-tier powerhouse, and a mad one at that. It was common knowledge that darkness amplified strength tenfold, while light weakened it by a third. Yi Fong had no doubt he couldn't withstand even a single strike from the mad apothecary. Should he encounter the mad apothecary, Yi Fong would tear open a teleportation scroll without hesitation. It wasn't just that Yi Fong couldn't defeat the mad apothecary, even if he could, he shouldn't. This secret realm was created specifically around the mad apothecary, generating massive profits for the academy. If he were to kill the mad apothecary, the school would be furious with him. Yi Fong calculated the time it took for the skeleton castle to recycle its skeletons. The moment his compass issued a warning, he'd immediately begin reclaiming the skeletons. By the time the mad apothecary arrived, he'd have just finished gathering them and could retreat calmly. Yi Fong had also calculated the progress. Based on the skeletons currently released, another half hour of harvesting would be enough to gather the funds for the purification potion. With his escape route secured, Yi Fong confidently commanded the skeletons, happily harvesting herbs. Before long, a spirit realm contract vibrated in his hands. Yi Fong scanned its contents. It turned out a small party of adventurers was rapidly closing in on him from behind. Yi Fong commanded his skeleton army to clear a path for the 5 adventurers. All the herbs behind him had been completely harvested, leaving nothing behind, only those ahead remained. Yi Fong had eaten all the meat himself, so he had to leave some soup for others, right? But when the 5-person squad discovered Yi Fong was only a second-tier adventurer, they didn't pass through the path he'd cleared. Instead, they walked straight up to him. The knight at the head spoke up. "I thought it was a locust plague. Turns out someone called for backup. Classmate, this isn't quite right. These herbs belong to the school after all. How could you take them all for yourself? Everyone else was being so considerate. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" The knight launched a moral attack right off the bat. "Exactly, classmate. Save some for your younger female classmates, don't compete with us girls," the female priestess spoke in a sweet, girlish voice, leveraging her gender advantage. The group instantly surrounded Yi Fong, determined not to let him off until he explained himself. "Classmate. These herbs belong to the school, anyone can gather them. What you did is unacceptable. The school will definitely punish you when they find out." The 4th-tier mage, relying on his higher rank, spoke bluntly, openly threatening Yi Fong. "Here's the deal, hand over 5,000 Qingwen grass and 2,000 Lingyu flowers, and we won't report you. Otherwise, oomph." The 4th-tier mage raised his staff, adopting a threatening posture. The remaining 4 acted in tight coordination. 3 4th-tier practitioners and 2 3rd-tier practitioners formed a semicircle, closing in tighter on Yi Fong, the 3rd-tier practitioner. Facing the threat, Yi Fong didn't even turn his head, uttering a single word with utter nonchalance. "Get lost." With that, Yi Fong continued forward, directing his skeleton army to gather medicinal herbs. This time, Yi Fong took it even further. Faced with herbs that couldn't fetch a decent price, he ordered the skeletons to destroy them right in front of the 5 men. "Even if I destroy them, I won't give them to you. What can you do about it?" Witnessing Yi Fong's actions, the 5 were seething with rage, yet utterly powerless to respond. Once Yi Fong had walked far away, the 5 huddled together to discuss their next move. The 4th-tier mage who had threatened Yi Fong earlier spoke first. "Everyone. A mere 3rd-tier mage dares to bully us like this. Now, we either swallow our pride and slink back like dogs, each of us losing another few hundred magic essence stones, or we go beat the crap out of that brat and steal his herbs." The 4th-tier mage, known for his hot temper, had long wanted to confront Yi Fong. His words were deliberately harsh, aiming to provoke his teammates into joining him. "When Tian, you don't have to be so harsh," the female priestess nearby couldn't stand it anymore and retorted. "Assaulting someone means jail time," another female priest chimed in, unwilling to stir trouble. The mage smiled faintly. "No worries. I have a way to beat him up legally and without punishment." A mysterious confidence spread across the mage's face. Like other schools, Capital University strictly prohibited private duels, which carried severe penalties. If 2 parties had grievances, they could arrange a duel in the designated arena. But private combat referred to actions that damaged another's professional foundation. If it only resulted in superficial injuries, it wouldn't be considered a private fight, and the punishment would be a few days of confinement. After all, this was a world of extraordinary abilities. Superficial wounds could be healed with a single healing spell, and with a little extra money, even the pain could be eliminated. With such lenient penalties, many will take the risk. And among those who do, there are inevitably talented individuals. This pattern has played out many times before. A group takes issue with someone, beats them senseless, all superficial injuries, of course. Then, as they left, they'd cast a healing spell to make them look fine. This way, even if the victim tried to press charges, they couldn't. The injuries were healed, no evidence remained. The mage laid out his plan to his teammates. "He's only a 3rd-tier mage, while we're all 4th-tier. Beating him up won't even take a minute. We've got 2 healers. After the fight, each of you cast a healing spell on him to make sure he's perfectly fine. That way, even if he reports us to the school, he won't have any proof. We'll just deny everything." "But, is that really okay?" The female priestess still hesitated. The mage waved his hand confidently.
Relax, I beat up my roommate like this all the time, nothing ever happens. We'll go easy on him. Even if something happens, it'll only be a few days of detention. Seeing the others still hesitating, the mage immediately assured them. Even if something happens, I'll take full responsibility. It's just a few days of detention anyway. These words stirred something in the others, and they exchanged glances. They had already reached the depths of the secret realm, yet still found nothing. If they ventured much further, they would inevitably encounter the mad apothecary. Normal gathering meant they'd never complete the school's assignment. The mage continued to rally the group. Think about it, that kid has stripped the secret realm bare like a swarm of locusts. Just imagine how many herbs he must have. That's a fortune. Nothing the mage had said before carried as much weight as this statement. With that, the entire squad dropped all hesitation and unanimously agreed to beat Yifeng. Success meant a huge share of the loot, failure meant the mage took the blame alone. With such a sweet deal, little cutie? No way I'm doing that. Chapter 66, The Fully Automatic Target-Seeking Greatsword. Deep within the mad apothecary's secret realm, Yifeng gently plucked a herb and held it in his hand. This herb was entirely green, shaped like two stacked boomerangs. The moment Yifeng held it, his mind cleared instantly, his thoughts racing faster. This was boomerang grass. Consuming it instantly restored mental energy, allowing spellcasters to unleash 2 additional spells during combat, an extremely valuable effect. A single return grass could fetch dozens of magic essence stones, priced at over 100 times that of other herbs. This clump contains 7 plants in total. Yifeng carefully harvested the entire cluster and stored it separately. After completing this, Yifeng caught up with the skeleton army and continued forward. Just as Yifeng was happily gathering herbs, several spirit realm contracts began vibrating incessantly. Just as Yifeng was about to read their contents, the contracts vanished without a trace. Immediately after, more spirit realm contracts began to vibrate violently, only to vanish in an instant as well. Spirit realm contracts borrowed the power of this world's rules, they could not be violated. Their disappearance signified that one party to the pact had perished. Since Yifeng was alive and well, the one who had died was undoubtedly his skeleton. Yifeng sneered with disdain, his face betraying a murderous intent. Ever since clashing with that squad, Yifeng had kept his guard up against them. He had stationed numerous skeletons along his path. Their deaths now confirmed the squad's approach. Yifeng ordered his skeleton army to continue gathering medicinal herbs while he began setting traps. He summoned the Bone Castle, releasing hundreds of first-tier skeletons and half of his second-tier skeletons. With himself as the center, Yifeng had the hundreds of skeletons spread out in all directions. Once they were positioned, Yifeng released a second-tier skeleton to command the others to ignite their internal flames. Soon, hundreds of balls of nether flames appeared midair. Yifeng then released a modified third-tier skeleton, commanding it to unleash its skill Netherflame Totem Shift. The third-tier skeleton flipped its claws upward, the soul flames in its eyes flickering eerily. As its claws began to clench, the surrounding hundreds of ghost flames seemed to resonate with the skeleton's movements, slowly pulsing in unison. As the skeleton's claws closed completely, the hundreds of surrounding nether flames erupted violently. In that instant, the third-tier skeleton flipped its palm again. The exploding nether flames began to coalesce, slowly forming a flame totem. Yifeng stood nearby, watching the third-tier skeleton's movements with rapt attention. This was his first time witnessing the process of releasing a nether flame totem. Pretty simple to learn. Yifeng commanded the third-tier skeleton to anchor hundreds of nether flame totems into the surrounding ground. Thus, the nether flame trap was complete. All that remained was to wait for the group to step onto the totems, at which point the third-tier skeleton would ignite them. Hundreds of nether flame totems vanished the moment they touched the ground, undetectable without specialized reconnaissance methods. The Necromantic Netherflame Compendium recorded that when netherflame totems were first invented, they lacked the ability to cloak themselves. This flaw made them unsuitable for traps. Later refinements added an elemental force capable of invisibility to the crafting formula, eliminating this flaw. The version Yifeng currently uses belongs to the 7th generation of the netherflame totem. This iteration had refined nearly every flaw, reaching a state of near perfection where further modification seemed impossible. Yifeng commanded the second-tier skeletons to ignite, then had all the netherflame totems formed from them attach themselves to his body as a precaution. With a wave of the third-tier skeleton's hand, over a dozen second-tier netherflame totems slipped through Yifeng's cuffs and collar, attaching themselves to his body. In an instant, Yifeng transformed from a strikingly handsome young man into a street youth covered in tattoos. He planned to first use the first-tier totems buried in the ground to teach the group a lesson, letting them taste the agony of their souls being scorched. If they still didn't back off, Yifeng wouldn't hesitate to unleash second or even third-tier netherflame totems. The netherflame totems were incredibly versatile. He could ignite them all at once, or just one or a few. Even before enemies stepped on the totems, Yifeng could make the ground-based netherflame totems fly up, attach themselves to enemies, and then detonate. After everything was prepared, Yifeng still felt it wasn't entirely secure. He summoned over a dozen second-tier skeletons, transforming them into netherflame totems.
This should be sufficient, Yifang murmured to himself. After all, any unused netherflame totems could be tattooed onto his body to carry with him for future use. Over-preparing wasn't wise either. Yifang only intended to teach those people a lesson, not kill them. They were students at the capital university, just like him. Killing them would only cause trouble. Yifang stored all the skeletons back into the bone castle, leaving only one third-tier skeleton behind. He still needed a third-tier skeleton to activate the ignite skill. Moments later, a 5-person squad appeared within Yifang's sight. A 4th-tier knight, 2 4th-tier mages, and 2 3rd-tier priests. It was the very squad that had clashed with Yifang earlier. Enemies meeting only intensified their hatred. Without a word, all 6 immediately attacked. The knight charged forward at the head of the group, swinging his greatsword in a powerful horizontal strike, unleashing a blade of energy toward Yifang. A 4th-tier's attack was extraordinary from the start. The sword energy moved with blinding speed, closing in on Yifang in an instant. Yifang had already devoured the corpse dragon and now stood in dragon form. The humanoid corpse dragon lightly tapped its toes, sidestepping as 2 sword chi streaks whizzed past his body. Yifang evaded them effortlessly. The instant Yifang dodged the blade energy, the 4th-tier knight pointed his massive sword at him. Another slender blade of energy shot forth. No! That earlier strike was a feint. This is the real attack. Yifang had already sensed the knight's movement, but he was too busy dodging the sword chi to intervene. Yifang could only watch helplessly as the slender blade energy struck his body. Just as Yifang thought he was about to be gravely wounded, he discovered the slender blade energy hadn't harmed him at all. Instead, it transformed into a small sword mark. Is that all? The humanoid corpse dragon sneered. Oomph. Talk big, kid, the knight sneered. Then, the knight hurled his greatsword at Yifang while charging toward him from the other side, launching a 2-pronged attack. Yifang calmly countered each move. First, he unleashed a dragon's breath, sending the greatsword flying. Then, he unleashed a flurry of punches, locking horns with the knight. Their clash sent both men grunting in pain, neither gaining the upper hand. A 3rd-tier corpse dragon may not slay a 4th-tier, but when it comes to physical strength, dragons hold no fear for you. Yifang sneered, about to pursue further, only to see the giant's sword he had knocked away earlier now thrusting toward him from behind. Yifang could only dodge. This evasion exposed his vulnerability, and the knight seized the opportunity to strike. Yifang had no choice but to turn and brace for the knight's attack, letting the greatsword cleave into his body. Fortunately, the corpse dragon's high physical strength and defense meant the blow inflicted little damage. But if he took a few more blows, it would be a different story. Distracted by checking his greatsword's condition, Yifang didn't expect it to thrust toward him again. The knight seized the moment to unleash another skill, charging toward Yifang. The greatsword and the knight attacked Yifang from front and back once more. Yifang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What the hell is this? Sword spirit? No. Not sword control. It's a fully autonomous, target-seeking giant sword. This knight doesn't look like he's remotely controlling the sword at all. It seems almost alive, capable of automatically seeking targets. Yifang suddenly realized the reason, glancing at the small sword emblem on his chest. Chapter 67, Messing with you? I guess I picked on the wrong guy. Seeing his tactic exposed, the knight dropped the pretense, attacking while declaring. Why not just say that's all you've got? No need to look at that mark. Once my mark is planted, the greatsword will automatically seek out enemies. Only the greatsword itself can remove it. Let me tell you, I'm known as the Flying Sword Knight. Me and my greatsword together pack the firepower of 2 4th-tier warriors. Mess with me, and you'll find you've kicked a steel plate. Today, I'll beat you so badly you'll never dare be arrogant again. The knight roared as he unleashed his skill, striking toward Yifang. At that moment, the skill the 2 4th-tier mages had been jointly brewing finally charged. Yifang instantly tensed as if facing a formidable foe, splitting his attention to watch the mages' movements. Both mages raised their wands simultaneously, unleashing a burst of light that shot straight into the sky. The light then coalesced into a massive bowl-shaped barrier, trapping everyone inside. Heh, kid, this sky barrier seals us in and out. No one can get in, and no one can get out. Don't even think about running, kid. Your teammates won't be able to come in to save you either. Hearing these words, he nearly laughed out loud. Yifang's heart finally settled. These people didn't know he'd skipped levels, yet they'd gone to the trouble of trapping Yifang. The only chance they had to defeat Yifang had already slipped through their fingers. All 5 opponents had now entered the area of the Netherflame trap. Yifang needed only one move to turn the tables in an instant. But first, I need to deal with this flying sword. This thing keeps ambushing me. Yifang's gaze swept over the flying sword, instantly making him grind his teeth in frustration. After a moment's thought, Yifang had an idea. The knight and flying sword attacked again, while the 2 mages channeled spells to fire at Yifang. For 4th-tier spells converged on the 3rd-tier Yifang, seemingly trapping him in a desperate situation. Faced with attacks from all sides, Yifang made a bold move. He released the soul-devouring spell from the corpse dragon, then swallowed the 4th-tier skeleton. The corpse dragon shot upward at incredible speed after being expelled from Yifang's body, soaring into the air. After swallowing the 4th tier skeleton, Yifang's position shifted instantly, causing both mages' spells to miss their mark. Finally, harnessing the power of the 4th tier skeleton, Yifang parried the knight's assault. He deflected every deadly strike. Yifang exhaled a breath of stale air. I was right, the flying swords only target those marked with the small sword symbol. Although I devoured the corpse dragon, the humanoid corpse dragon body formed after consumption remains that of a corpse dragon. That small sword mark is on the corpse dragon, not on me. Yifang commanded the corpse dragon to lure the flying sword far away. Both moved at incredible speeds, vanishing from the battlefield in an instant. Seeing his flying swords escape, the knight shouted urgently. Damn it! Come back! Get back here, damn it! What the hell kind of stupid flying sword is this? Come back here and let me chop up this 3rd tier weakling. Why the hell are you chasing that dead dragon? The flying sword, lacking any intelligence, ignored the knight's furious shouts and refused to turn back. Yifang mimicked the knight's tone. Stop staring at that sword. Once your mark is planted, the greatsword will automatically seek out its target. Only the greatsword itself can remove it. Picking a fight with you? I've found myself a pushover. Today, I'll beat you so badly you'll never dare to be cocky again. My ass, you're disarming. The knight, enraged and humiliated, charged at Yifang. Yifang smiled faintly, instantly activating his skill. Hundreds of spectral flame marks materialized simultaneously, erupting in a blaze. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a sea of black flames. When the netherflame totems detonated, the group was instantly terrified out of their wits. Yet after the explosion, they assessed the damage. It felt like a 1st tier attack. They immediately snorted in derision. But mid-laugh, they sensed something was terribly wrong. A female priestess wailed with a mournful expression, Senior, my body hurts so much. My head hurts, my arms and legs hurt, everything hurts. In this world, souls also took human form, covering every part of a person's body. The mage forced himself to stay calm, clutching his head as he said. It's okay, I hurt too. Ah, no, Senior, you're also. Just as the mage was about to put on a show for his junior, a 2nd tier skeleton flew over and smashed into him. The mage was instantly pinned beneath the skeleton. Damn it, who the hell threw that thing? Before the mage could finish his sentence, the 2nd tier skeleton instantly transformed into a ball of black flame and exploded. It gave the senior a fiery. Yifang had already activated Soul Devouring, transforming into his skeletal giant form. He relentlessly grabbed skeletons and hurled them at the group. The modified skeletons, combined with the internal combustion ignition combo, became remote-controlled bombs. Remote bombs that could obliterate souls outright. The others had never endured soul attacks before, mistakenly believing Yifang was using some kind of biochemical weapon. Panic seized them, sending each scattering wildly in all directions. Intermediate stage soul attacks, much like low stage abilities possessing flight capabilities, were ahead of their tier. As the saying goes, one special skill can conquer all. Under Yifang's relentless barrage, some opponents couldn't hold out any longer and began begging for mercy. Stop bombing! Stop bombing! I surrender! I surrender too! I surrender! Isn't that enough? Useless, the mage roared. Seeing his teammates pleading for mercy, the mage's pride flared up. He was the one who bullied others, never the other way around. The mage bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to ignore the soul-wrenching agony for now. I am the air mage, I am the air mage. Though the pain made his inner voice tremble, he still pushed himself forward. Breathless cannon. The mage's aura surged to its peak, instantly sucking all the air around him into a compressed air cannonball. The female priest beside him, already spiritually weakened, now found herself deprived of air. Oxygen deprivation caused her to faint instantly. The mage tapped his staff lightly, and the breathless cannon roared forth. Its screeching sound echoed continuously as it tore through the air, shredding everything in its path to smithereens. The attack was blindingly fast, closing in on Yifang in an instant. When the mage stood up, Yifang didn't move. When the mage channeled his spell, Yifang didn't move. Even as the air cannon was about to strike him, Yifang didn't move. I've turned the tables, kid. Victory is mine after all, the mage muttered to himself. Yifang remained standing motionless. To the mage, this behavior was interpreted as a lingering aftereffect from the soul attack he had just unleashed. No matter why you're standing there frozen, that air cannon is already at your face. I win. The mage was utterly confident. This was his most powerful strike. Yifang couldn't possibly block it. In the mage's eyes, Yifang merely relied on bizarre tactics, lacking true combat prowess. They had witnessed this firsthand during his battle with the knight. Just as the air cannon was about to explode against his body, Yifang finally moved. He used only one technique. His most familiar one, Spirit Realm Summoning. Chapter 68, Utterly Shameless. Yifang raised his hand lightly, and a Spirit Realm Gate appeared before him. The imposing, breath-stopping cannonball shot straight into the Spirit Realm Gate and vanished without a trace. What? The mage nearby watched the scene in stunned silence. Yifang smiled faintly and closed the Spirit Realm Gate. This technique was the result of Yifang's research into the upper volume of the Necromantic Netherflame System Compendium. The Necromantic Flames Compendium contained not only records of the Netherflame's lineage but also detailed accounts of the summoner system. After all, the entire Netherflame lineage was merely one technique among many employed by necromancers. The one who had laid down that legacy was a necromancer, or more accurately, a modified necromancer.
Yifeng now understood the full conditions for inheriting the legacy, completely transforming the necromancer class and inventing an entirely new profession.
Yifeng had previously believed that a summoner's spirit realm gate merely opened a one-way passage to the spirit realm. But after witnessing the spatial fissure with his own eyes, his understanding of the spirit realm gate changed. He realized his own spirit realm gate essentially created a spatial fissure, allowing spirit realm creatures to pass through. After studying the Necromantic Netherflames Compendium, Yifeng's understanding of the spirit realm gate deepened further. The spirit realm gate is a spatial fissure through which spirit realm creatures enter the main world. However, such rifts are exceedingly perilous. Even a professor from the Royal Magician Academy of the continent failed to emerge alive after entering one. To be safe, the creator of the summoner profession added a safeguard to the spirit realm gate preventing living beings from entering. Non-living entities, however, could still pass through. This was a stroke of genius. It ensured those opening the rift wouldn't be sucked in, while preserving the rift's ability to devour and attack, transforming summoning magic into a defensive skill. To use summoning as defense, the rift must be opened in front of the caster to block incoming attacks. Without that protective layer, opening a spatial rift in front of oneself would be suicide.
Still not convinced? Then I'll beat it out of you. Yifeng flicked his wrists, sending over 20 second-tier Netherflame totems flying from his body.
Under Yifeng's control, the over 20 Netherflame totems rapidly coalesced mid-flight.
The aura emanating from over 20 Netherflame totems coalescing was utterly staggering.
The mage saw the totems hurtling straight toward him, yet remained unflustered. Just as the totems were about to strike him, the mage grabbed the unconscious female priest beside him and shielded her with his body.
Boom! 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 Violent black flames engulfed everything, swallowing both the mage and the priest. After the explosion dissipated, their figures gradually emerged. Using the female priestess as a shield, the mage had suffered minimal damage, while the priestess bore far heavier injuries. The mage immediately checked the priestess's pulse to confirm she was still alive. Stop checking. She's definitely alive.
I controlled the explosion's intensity the whole time, Yifeng said impatiently.
Yet, after checking her pulse, the mage sighed regretfully. What a pity. She didn't die. What did you say? Yifeng was utterly stunned. The mage's words left Yifeng utterly bewildered. How could he be hoping his teammate would die? The mage rose with a sinister grin. No big deal. She's critically injured anyway. You're done for, kid. Just wait for the enforcement squad's orange. Yifeng stared at the mage as if he were an idiot. There was such a thing as self-defense in this world. When someone attacked you first, you could defend yourself. As long as your defense didn't go too far, you wouldn't be guilty. This group had come to steal Yifeng's herbs. They'd initiated the attack themselves, yet now they wanted to send Yifeng to the orange zone? Ridiculous. Yifeng sneered at the mage. Did I blow your brains out earlier? But the mage ignored him, continuing on his own. We came to explore the Mad Apothecary's secret realm and saw you practically strip this place bare. We couldn't stand your domineering ways, so we tried to reason with you. Who knew you'd attack us without warning? You even knocked one of my female classmates unconscious. Kid, I'm reporting you to the school right after this. This made Yifeng laugh. You think the school will believe your one-sided story? Just because you can make stuff up doesn't mean I can't. Besides, I don't need to. What Yifeng didn't know was that his laughter would soon fade. The mage tapped his spatial ring, pulled out a stone tablet, and sneered. Young man, you're still too green. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Recognize this image tablet? Did you bring yours? The mage asked Yifeng. Yifeng ignored him. Who would carry such a thing for no reason? Did you bring one? The mage asked his teammates, his expression growing increasingly maniacal. The man was utterly shameless, and his teammates couldn't bring themselves to answer him. The mage continued, ha ha ha, I knew you didn't bring it either. Who in their right mind would carry this thing around? But I did. Kid, I recorded the whole scene of you attacking us on a stone tablet. Of course, I didn't record the part where we beat you. This is evidence. Guess who the school will believe you with your empty accusations, or me with proof? I am a knight. Now guess which order I belong to. At this point, the mage's voice suddenly rose several notches. How dare you bully a knight faction member at the capital university? Kid, I'm heading to the school to report you right now. Today, I'll show you what it means to be unable to defend yourself against empty accusations. With that, the mage lifted the sky barrier sealing off the battlefield. Yifeng felt a pang of panic. He hadn't expected this man to be such a scoundrel, utterly shameless. Yifeng prepared to intervene. There was no choice. The other guy had a stone tablet to twist the truth, and he was connected. If this guy really took the stone tablet to the school wouldn't side with an outsider like him. Bro, I've suddenly fallen for you. I want to gift you 5,000 heart healing blossoms. Yi Fong shouted. The mage paid no heed, turning to walk away. Brother, I miss you, don't go. Yi Fong began singing. Brother, do you know what ding 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 means? Hearing Yi Fong start to ramble, the mage turned back in confusion. What's dang dang dang? In that instant, Yi Fong spotted the image tablet in his hand. Yi Fong instantly summoned a nether flame totem from the ground and affixed it to the tablet. As the ignition skill activated, the tablet instantly turned to ash. Only then did the mage react. Holy! You're disgraceful. With the stone slab destroyed, Yi Fong felt no more restraint. The rage burning within him needed no further suppression. Let me show you what clang 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 sounds like. It's the sound of my iron fist smashing into your body, clanging like a drum. Ah! The mage's blood-curdling scream pierced the air. It's not over yet. Yi Fong grabbed the mage by the collar and turned his gaze to the female priest standing nearby. Chapter 69, I Don't Hit Women. Caught in Yi Fong's gaze, the female priestess froze as if struck by lightning. The wizard's fate was right before her eyes. Now, the female priest dared not even breathe heavily, terrified she might have offended Yi Fong in some way. A plan formed in Yi Fong's mind. He addressed the female priestess in a deep voice. Relax. I don't usually hit women, especially not useful ones. Do you even know what a useful woman is? The priestess shook her head in terror. I don't know, sir. Please don't hit me. I'll do anything you ask. Yi Fong continued. All right then. You're a priest. Isn't healing your ally's wounds what makes you a good person? If his leg breaks, you'll heal him, right? Yi Fong pointed at the mage lying on the ground, flashing a kind smile. The female priest nodded with a mournful expression. The next second, the mage's blood-curdling screams pierced the sky once more. Deep within the mad apothecary's secret realm, the flying sword relentlessly pursued the corpse dragon. After Yi Fong used the corpse dragon to lure the flying sword away, the two had been locked in a stalemate at the edge of the battlefield. Once the mage withdrew the celestial canopy, the corpse dragon immediately fled, carrying the flying sword away from the battlefield. Sword and dragon have been locked in combat ever since. After another clash of dragon swords, a figure burst onto the battlefield. It was Yi Fong. After dealing with the mage, Yi Fong immediately pinpointed the location of the corpse dragon and rushed to its rescue. Given his speed, he should have arrived long ago. But mid-flight, the compass in Yi Fong's hand began to sound frantic alarms. Mad apothecary was nearby. With no other choice, Yi Fong had to take a long detour to evade him, wasting precious time. Upon reaching the battlefield, Yi Fong immediately sprang into action. His expression was grim. The corpse dragon's injuries were severe. That flying sword's attack power was truly formidable. Transforming into a third-tier skeleton, Yi Fong flicked his wrist, sending the netherflame totem attached to him hurtling forward. The netherflame totem exploded upon impact with the flying sword, nearly slowing its momentum without causing significant damage. The flying sword trembled slightly before resuming its fierce assault toward the corpse dragon. The corpse dragon let out a wretched howl and could only turn and flee. This move didn't work. Yi Fong's expression darkened further. The only means he possessed to harm a fourth-tier opponent was the soul attack infused by the netherflame ignition. This technique was devastating against living creatures, but it had little effect on the flying sword itself. After all, weapons possess no soul. Without the soul attack, the power of Yi Fong's nether flame totem was equivalent to that of ordinary second or third tier skills. Seeing how stubborn the flying sword was, Yi Fong couldn't help but feel relieved that his earlier tactics had been correct. Yi Fong unleashed all his summoned creatures to surround and attack the flying sword, relieving pressure on the corpse dragon. He furrowed his brow in deep thought. During the battle, Yi Fong repeatedly used the netherflame totem to rescue the corpse dragon from danger. Without this intervention, the corpse dragon would likely have been beheaded by the flying sword. In an instant, the flying sword caught up to the corpse dragon once more. Panic seized Yi Fong. He communicated with the summoning space, pulling the corpse dragon back and temporarily saving its life. Unexpectedly, the flying sword paused only briefly before turning its blade toward Yi Fong and charging at him. Damn it! Yi Fong froze in shock. He was standing on the hillside at that very moment. His instinct kicked in and he started running. But after taking just one step, he realized something was terribly wrong. He was just an ordinary person. What the hell was he running for? He couldn't even outrun a stray dog by the roadside, let alone a fourth-tier flying sword. As Yi Fong cursed under his breath, the flying sword was already upon him. In the nick of time, Yi Fong thrust his stomach forward, releasing the corpse dragon once more. The moment the corpse dragon appeared, the flying sword instantly shifted its target and pursued the corpse dragon instead. Yi Fong reverted to his previous strategy, using the corpse dragon as bait to draw fire while he repeatedly interfered with the flying sword from the sidelines. But this wasn't a sustainable solution. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Yi Fong suddenly thought of a solution. Yi Fong commanded the corpse dragon to fly back along the path it had come. The flying sword turned direction, continuing its relentless pursuit. The corpse dragon and flying swords raced toward the center of the secret realm, one ahead and one behind.
Yifang followed closely behind with his other summoned creatures. Only by pushing the eagle-winged demon statue to its absolute limit could Yifang barely keep sight of the flying sword. Watching the scenery rush past below, Yifang knew they were nearing their destination.
A dilapidated village came into view, while the compass in Yifang's spatial ring began vibrating violently.
Seeing their destination, Yifang recalled all his summoned creatures into his summoning space. He then commanded the corpse dragon in the air to dive straight toward the small village. The flying sword followed close behind. Within the village, a disheveled old man with bloodshot eyes stood in a courtyard, channeling some form of energy into the plants. Sensing the corpse dragon's presence, the old man halted his actions. With a light tap of his feet, he materialized beside the corpse dragon. With a single palm strike, he slammed the corpse dragon to the ground. The mad apothecary, devoid of reason and indiscriminate, made a gesture toward the flying sword after knocking the corpse dragon away. In an instant, countless medicinal herbs burst forth from the barren ground, growing frantically upward. Within just a couple of breaths, they reached heights of dozens of meters. The old man clapped his hands, and the herbs whipped their vines toward the flying sword. Countless vines struck the flying sword simultaneously. With this casual move, the flying sword once so arrogant to Yifang was instantly knocked to the ground, showing no sign of movement whatsoever. After dealing with the flying sword, the mad apothecary turned to search for the corpse dragon once more. The moment he turned, he spotted Yifang standing below, holding a scroll in his hand, gazing up at him with a faint, mocking smile. Before the mad apothecary could react, Yifang tore the teleportation scroll in his hand to shreds. The power of the secret realm's magic array instantly descended, enveloping Yifang's entire body. With a flash of white light, Yifang was transported away. Capital City University Teleportation Tower. The moment Yifang materialized, he ignored the dizziness from the teleportation and immediately exited the tower, heading straight for the entrance to Mad Apothecary's secret realm. Minutes later, Yifang re-entered the Mad Apothecary's secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, Yifang immediately flew toward the location where the flying sword had fallen. If his sole purpose had been to rescue the corpse dragon and evade the flying sword strike, Yifang would have merely needed to store the flying dragon in his summoning space and tear up the teleportation scroll. The reason Yifang had continued to engage the flying sword was precisely to obtain it. The mad apothecary, devoid of reason and obsessed solely with cultivating herbs, was highly unlikely to retrieve that flying sword. As Yifang hurried along, he kept glancing at the compass in his hand. The mad apothecary was simply too formidable. Yifang had no desire to cross paths with him again. To evade the mad apothecary, Yifang kept traveling along paths where medicinal herbs grew. Wherever medicinal herbs grew, it meant the mad apothecary had already passed through and wouldn't return anytime soon. After flying for about 20 minutes, Yifang finally spotted the dilapidated village from before. Yifang glanced at his compass, confirmed the mad apothecary was nowhere near, and then entered with relief. Circling the village perimeter, Yifang finally located the flying sword. Yifang chuckled softly, picked up the flying sword, and exited the mad apothecary's secret realm. Chapter 70, The Sword Selling Incident. Upon exiting the secret realm, Yifang made his way to the merchant street. He intended to sell all the medicinal herbs in his possession and, while he was at it, offload that flying sword as well. He wasn't the least bit worried that selling the flying sword would bring trouble his way. He'd just deny it. What flying sword? Where's any flying sword? What's it got to do with me? When dealing with scoundrels, Yifang could be a scoundrel too. To deal with scoundrels, one must use scoundrel tactics. Yifang stepped into the teleportation array and arrived in Yuqing, a medium-sized city on the westernmost edge of the continent. If he was going to sell the flying sword, he couldn't do it at the capital's university. Otherwise, with their connections, tracking down this flying sword would be far too easy. Once they found the flying sword and questioned the seller, Yifang would be finished. Yifang sought out a merchant guild that appeared sizable within the city. He possessed an excessive quantity of medicinal herbs, and this being only a medium-sized city, smaller guilds likely wouldn't be able to handle his stock. After explaining his intentions, the merchant house steward asked how many medicinal herbs Yifang had. Yifang opened his spatial ring and began emptying the herbs inside. When the steward saw the endless pile of herbs before him, he was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Yifang in astonishment, beginning to suspect the young man had raided some herbalist's shop. However, noticing the fresh soil still clinging to the herbs, the elderly steward ultimately said nothing and accepted all the herbs as listed. The herbal transaction proceeded smoothly, but trouble arose when Yifang attempted to sell his flying sword. Noticing it was a fourth-tier item, the old man inquired how Yifang had obtained the flying sword. Yifang casually made up a story, claiming he had purchased it. The old man's wary expression vanished upon hearing this, and he asked Yifang where he had bought it so he could check the transaction records. Yifang was puzzled. After the elder explained the situation, Yifang finally understood. All transactions involving third-tier or higher items required transaction records to prevent purchasing problematic items that might later be claimed by their rightful owners. Knowing it was hopeless to sell the flying sword here, Yifang feigned impatience, snatched it back, and declared he wouldn't sell it. The old man said nothing, settling the payment for the medicinal herbs. After leaving that merchant guild, Yifeng tried another one. After visiting 3 guilds in succession, Yifeng still couldn't sell the flying sword. When Yifeng claimed the flying sword was found, the guilds flatly refused to take it. When Yifeng claimed it was a gift from a friend, the guild told him to bring his friend along. Any item whose origin couldn't be verified was flatly refused. This infuriated Yifeng. He declared the flying sword was a family heirloom passed down for centuries, an antique, no less. See if you can trace that, he challenged. The result? Upon appraisal, the sword's forging technique was identified as having emerged only a decade or so ago. Not from the Shang or Zhou dynasties last week. The whole situation left both sides feeling awkward. The merchant guild pointed Yifeng in the right direction, head west out of the city where a black market operated. Though he hadn't sold the flying sword, Yifeng wasn't entirely empty-handed. He learned its market value. Several guilds offered him over 110,000 credits, with the final one bidding the highest at 120,000. That was comparable to an S-grade class changebook. Following the merchant's directions, Yifeng made his way to the black market. Long before leaving the city, Yifeng had purchased a mask to wear standard attire for entering the black market. It wasn't that entry was denied without one, but rather that no one entering the black market wished to reveal their identity. The black market had no guilds, only individual stalls. After inquiring at several stalls, the offers he received were slashed in half. The most aggressive haggler offered a mere 50,000. Yifeng chose not to sell and instead continued deeper into the black market. The guild steward had warned him the black market was filled with desperados willing to take anything, but every item's price would be slashed by half. Consequently, few items were sold outright. Most transactions involved bartering. This way, both parties suffered less loss. The guild steward, constrained by his position, hadn't elaborated much. Yet upon hearing his final remark, Yifeng instantly grasped why bartering minimized losses for both parties. Take the soul-devouring technique as an example. For summoners, it was a priceless treasure, as it effectively addressed the issues of summoned creatures escaping and the summoner's own lack of combat power. Thus, Yifeng was willing to pay 70,000 on the spot for a copy of soul-devouring technique. However, for other professions, soul-devouring was a useless skill. Its ability was to devour a creature, merging it with the practitioner to form a humanoid monster that could harness the devoured being's energy. If the consumed creature resists your control, it will inevitably struggle for dominance over your body. In such a state, forget about combat. Even walking normally would be a struggle. Thus, for other practitioners, soul-devouring was a worthless skill. But that doesn't mean other practitioners won't buy soul-devouring. If the price can be slashed by half, those with spare cash will still purchase it. After all, encountering a summoner in the future could yield double the profit. That's how the black market works. But this means those selling low-tier soul-devouring arts lose half their money. Thus, barter trade emerged in the black market. Walking to the very center of the black market, a tattered tent came into Yifeng's view. This must be the tent the guild steward mentioned. He lifted the curtain and stepped inside. The moment he stepped inside, a dozen pairs of eyes instantly fixed on Yifeng. After sensing Yifeng's third-tier aura, several fourth-tier professionals couldn't help but give him extra glances, seemingly trying to memorize his appearance. Yifeng's lips curled beneath his mask, utterly unconcerned. As a third-tier professional venturing into the black market, his presence felt somewhat out of place. Outside the city walls, however, rules held little sway. The weak were fair game for plunder. The tent was filled mostly with third-tier professionals, followed by fourth-tier, with second-tier being the rarest. As Yifeng entered, the man in black seated at the head of the tent gestured for him to take a seat before speaking slowly. Please wait patiently, friend. The exchange will begin in just over 20 minutes. Yifeng acknowledged the request, taking the opportunity to observe the black-clad figure. The figure wore a wide cloak, its hood pulled low to conceal the entire face, making discerning features impossible. Yifeng tried to sense his aura. He found he could not. This meant either the man was far more powerful than him, or he possessed the ability to conceal his aura. Yifeng hoped it was the latter. Thinking of the breath-concealing skill, Yifeng began to consider what he should trade his flying sword for. Stealth equipment would be useful, but it wasn't essential. What Yifeng truly desired most were reconnaissance skills or healing abilities. He already possessed ample offensive and defensive skills. For offense, he possessed a vast array of summoned creatures. For defense, he could borrow the protective power of spirit realm creatures through soul devouring, plus he had spirit realm summoning and damage transfer. He also had no shortage of movement skills. As for healing skills, Yifeng simply didn't need them. The summoner class currently only has cooldowns. There is no mana bar. Chapter 71, nearly caught off guard. About half an hour later, the last cushion found its occupant. The trade fair officially commenced. Following the seating order, participants took the stage one by one to present their items. First to take the stage was a burly man wearing a grotesque mask. He flicked his spatial ring, producing a small vial of powder as he announced. Folks, this is a vial of dreamflower pollen. I obtained it from a fourth-tier dreamflower after exterminating a nest of plant-type beasts. Its use is simple: just have your enemy inhale the pollen.
The pollen induces sleep. I've tested it, just 5 grams can put a 4th tier professional to sleep for an entire day. Most importantly, even though it's 4th tier pollen, it still works on 5th tier powerhouses. However, the effect is significantly weaker. It can only induce a brief nap in a 5th tier powerhouse. By the time the burly man finished speaking, many in the audience were already stirring with anticipation. It was common knowledge that reaching the 5th tier marked a qualitative leap, making standard 4th tier items largely ineffective against 5th tier opponents. Yet this 4th tier pollen could render 5th tier practitioners incapacitated, plunging them into deep slumber. While the conditions for use were somewhat demanding, requiring a 5th tier practitioner to inhale it, it wasn't entirely unusable. In critical moments, it could be a lifesaver, even a means for lower tier practitioners to turn the tables on higher tier opponents. Such a peculiar item had already drawn many 4th tier practitioners below the stage to pull out their own possessions, preparing to trade with the burly man. Just then, a steady female voice broke the silence. I'd like to ask, when you say sleep, do you mean ordinary sleep, or an extraordinary state of unconsciousness, or even coma? All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, a female assassin clutching a short dagger. Hearing this, the burly man on stage instantly grew furious. Even through his mask, everyone could sense the rage gnawing at his jaws. The man quickly considered his response, but after a moment's thought, he glanced warily over his shoulder at the figure in black robes behind him. The cloaked figure was the establishment's enforcer, one who intervened whenever dishonest practices threatened the trade. The burly man dared not provoke this figure, so he finally spoke the truth. Sleeping is sleeping, it's the same as sleeping with men at night. The burly man's words were sharp and pointed, clearly provoking a fight. Only then did the crowd realize the burly man had deliberately left out crucial details, trying to mislead them into accepting inferior goods. If it were merely ordinary sleep, then this bottle of pollen would be utterly useless. Pain felt during sleep would instantly wake a person. Even if the pollen successfully ambushed a 5th tier professional in combat, a 4th tier professional couldn't instantly take down a 5th tier one. A 5th tier professional would wake up in pain, and the 4th tier would still be finished. What they thought was a counterattack weapon turned out to be a remedy for insomnia. The assembled crowd shot grateful glances toward the female assassin. Had it not been for her warning, they would have suffered a heavy loss. The female assassin gave a cold smile, paying no heed to the burly man's earlier words. Once exposed, the burly man's pollen went unsold. When the time came, he slunk off stage, his tail between his legs. Before stepping down, the burly man gestured to the female assassin with a "just you wait" look. The female assassin didn't even glance at him, radiating confidence. Clearly, she possessed formidable skills. Yi Fong sat quietly throughout, observing the situation with crystal clear insight. Truth be told, even if the burly man's pollen wasn't as potent as he claimed, it was still quite effective. While it couldn't be used to kill opponents of higher tiers, it could put a 5th tier opponent to sleep for a short while, buying him time to escape. However, after this incident, he had angered everyone. Even those who had previously wanted to trade with him would no longer consider it. The second participant was a rogue, offering a pair of 4th tier spinning shield bracers for trade. These allowed the wearer to conjure 2 spinning shields on their arms for defense, which could also be launched to attack enemies, a versatile piece of gear for both offense and defense. The appearance of the whirling shield bracers reignited the buzz in the previously quiet hall. Many interested parties began introducing their own items to the thief. Yi Fong, however, showed no interest. He had no shortage of defensive skills. Ultimately, the bracers were traded away by a mage in exchange for a stealth skill book. This is a frostbow, a tier 4 weapon that fires elemental arrows, slowing enemies. Consistently hitting a single target can freeze them. I'm looking to trade for a movement type skill book. The third person to take the stage finished describing their item in one breath and promptly stated their request. But his bow was too commonplace, so no one showed interest. The seller knew it himself, so he didn't hold out much hope. He sighed and stepped down from the platform. The next few items presented held little interest for Yi Fong. It wasn't until the 8th item was presented that Yi Fong sat up straight. This is the S-rank skill book, Wind-Shaped Shadow Detection. It's a reconnaissance skill that uses wind to scout. As wind moves forward, it often encounters obstacles. Yet wind is not static when blocked, it flows around the edges of objects. After the wind passes over you, it knows the shape of your body. If you can empathize with the wind, you can use it to discern distant situations. Windform Shadow Probe is an S-rank skill book with an exceptionally wide reconnaissance range, capable of detecting events within a 5-kilometer radius. Those interested may now present your items. As a druid, items suited for druids are preferred, but others may be shown as well. If I find something appealing, I'll trade with you. The druid finished speaking and stood silently, gazing at the assembled crowd. The appearance of Windform Shadow Detection reignited the excitement in the hall. Bro, this is the S-rank skill book Hardening. It allows the user to harden their entire musculature. The higher your physical strength, the better the hardening effect. As your physical strength increases, so does the potency of this skill. With this, you can keep using it all the way to 9th tier without it becoming obsolete. Hardening not only boosts defense but also enhances melee combat. It's both offensive and defensive. Hello, this is the S-rank skill book Ice Crystal Armor. Bro, I've got an S-rank equipment piece. 5 or 6 people in a row introduced their items to the druid. But the druid wasn't interested in any of them, shaking his head repeatedly. There was even one weapon that caught Yifang's interest. The mind bow could channel the user's psychic energy into the bowstring, firing a mental blast that struck directly at an enemy's psyche, inflicting psychological damage. This weapon could rival Yifang's soul attack. Unfortunately, it was only a tier 3 item too low level and was rejected by the druid. Moreover, druids weren't spellcasting classes and lacked mental energy. Bro, this is a berserker's hammer. Its attack power is top tier among 4th tier weapons. One swing can split mountains and tear through earth, incredibly fierce. This hammer's been with me for ages. I'm parting with it today to trade with you. The burly man who had nearly deceived the crowd earlier now darted forward, launching into another round of persuasion aimed at the druid. The druid was clearly annoyed by him, not even glancing his way as he turned his head away. Chapter 72. This isn't a flaw, it's an advantage. Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into laughter at the burly man. Con artist. Get lost. That's right, get out. We were already lenient not kicking you out earlier, and now you have the nerve to keep pushing your luck. Everyone chimed in, hurling criticism at the burly man. Enraged and humiliated, the burly man began to threaten. Watch your mouths, you lot. Or once we're out of this black market, I'll make sure you die out here in the wilderness. As he roared, he swung the massive hammer in his hand. Oh my, who are you trying to scare? Gu Xiaotian? I'm not easily intimidated, a flamboyant man retorted, curling his fingers like a flower and speaking in a high-pitched voice. Come on, hit me. Let's see if your hammer's stronger or my knife's faster. He's losing his cool, haha. The threat fell flat. Those laughing and hurling insults were all 4th tier practitioners, matching the burly man's level. None feared him. The 3rd tier professionals present wisely kept silent. Hey, move it. Yifang shoved aside the burly man blocking his path and strode toward the stage. He couldn't care less about their grudges and rivalries. He only wanted that skill book. The flying sword in his hand was indeed peculiar, but swords were primarily wielded by knights, warriors, and similar classes. He wondered if this flying sword would suit the druid's taste. After all, even an item like the mind bow hadn't caught his eye. Yifang suspected the druid was searching for wood element skill books, equipment, or even a class change scroll. Wood was the element most suited to a druid. As Yifang walked along, a massive hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder. He turned to see the burly man from earlier, one hand gripping his shoulder, the other raised with a massive hammer, clearly ready for a fight. The burly man glared at Yifang with fury in his eyes. The mocking laughter of the crowd infuriated him, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Fighting wasn't allowed here. This was the territory of the men in black. He wanted to threaten them, to shut them up, but those laughing at him were all 4th tier, his equals. They weren't afraid of him at all. The burly man was looking for an outlet for his frustration when Yifang, a 3rd tier cultivator, shoved him aside. Instantly, he channeled all his pent-up rage toward Yifang. I'll scare him a bit and get some dignity back, the burly man thought to himself. Kid, why did you push this old man? Do you think you can just touch my back? The burly man put on an even fiercer expression as he continued, never seen someone like you before. Must be your first day here. Today, I'll teach you the rules around here. Here, when a low ranking sees a high ranking, they bow their heads and greet them. Bow your head and apologize to me, and I'll let you off. Otherwise. Oomph. The burly man slammed his massive hammer onto the ground, causing it to tremble 3 times. Seeing the disturbance, those present glanced at the black-clad figure seated cross-legged on the platform. The dark-clad figure had only glanced up briefly at the start before lowering his head again. He'd seen plenty of this sort before, just a petty thug who'd never dare raise a hand in his presence. Yifang's lips curled into a smirk. He immediately prepared to command the skeleton to affix the nether flame totem from his body onto the burly man, teaching him a lesson. Just as Yifang was about to act, that shrill voice cut through the air again. Oh, putting on the act again, Gu Xiaotian? Others may not know your past, but I certainly do. We're both new here. How could you possibly know the rules? If there's any rule here, it's money. As long as you have money. The effeminate man, flustered and annoyed, raised his delicate finger and flicked it at Yifang from a distance. Goosebumps instantly covered Yifang's skin, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. Even facing a 6th-tier mad apothecary, Yifang would never back down. But when confronted by a crossdresser, especially a rough-and-tumble male crossdresser, he truly had to yield. Put. You dead freak, stop disgusting people. Don't push me too. Just as Gu Xiaotian was about to retort, a voice devoid of emotion cut through the air. Enough. We've wasted enough time. Yifang looked toward the voice and saw the black-clad figure who had been seated cross-legged on the platform speak. I care not for your personal grudges, but night is falling. The transaction must be concluded before darkness descends. No guests after dark, that's the rule around here. The moment the man in black spoke, everyone dropped their smiles and obediently returned to their seats. Even the arrogant burly man, Gu Xiaotian, dared not cause trouble anymore and sat cross-legged.
This only strengthened Yifeng's suspicion the man in black was most likely a 5th-tier professional. Why would a 5th-tier professional be stationed in such a small black market? Yifeng wondered inwardly. Lost in thought, Yifeng was suddenly met by the dark-clad figure's gaze. With a nod of his head, the man signaled Yifeng to proceed with the transaction. Yifeng slowly walked onto the platform. Kid, get off the stage. What business do you have trading with a 4th-tier professional when you're only 3rd tier? You plan to trade your 3rd-tier item for their 4th-tier skill book? The burly man, Gu Xiaotian, joined the crowd in jeering at Yifeng. What kind of talk is that? Can't a 3rd-tier practitioner have extraordinary luck? How do you know he doesn't have 4th-tier items? Someone harboring resentment toward Gu Xiaotian defended Yifeng. Even if he does, it's junk. I'm certain everything he'll offer is trash, just a measly 3rd-tier guy. Gu Xiaotian folded his arms, his voice dripping with contempt. Yifeng flicked his spatial ring and a flying sword instantly appeared in his hand. He then touched his lower abdomen and effortlessly summoned a 4th-tier skeleton. Yifeng's display left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? A 3rd-tier practitioner casually summons a 4th-tier skeleton and pulls out a 4th-tier flying sword? Are 4th-tier practitioners that common now? A 3rd-tier casually summoning a 4th-tier? What kind of obscure term is that? Is the 4th-tier creature his pet dog? Yifeng was about to cast the small sword marking spell on the 4th-tier skeleton with his flying sword. But upon picking up the sword, he suddenly realized that once the mark was applied, it would pursue the target relentlessly until death. So Yifeng changed his mind and summoned another 3rd-tier skeleton instead. Yifeng activated the flying sword, pointing it at the 3rd-tier skeleton from afar. A slender sword chi struck the skeleton and the small sword mark instantly appeared. After applying the mark, the flying sword shot forward at lightning speed, stabbing toward the 3rd-tier skeleton. Everyone, this flying sword can autonomously pursue and kill anyone marked by it, no manual control needed. Possessing it is like gaining an extra 4th-tier combatant. Its power is formidable, ranking among the top tier for 4th-tier weapons. But it has one fatal flaw: once the mark is applied, the sword cannot be recalled unless the marked target dies. With that, Yifeng stored the 3rd-tier skeleton back into the bone castle. The flying sword instantly shifted its target and lunged toward Yifeng. Yifeng hastily summoned the 3rd-tier skeleton again, narrowly evading the flying sword. Whoosh! Witnessing this, the crowd sucked in a collective breath. This sword truly fights for its master. That's not a flaw, it's an advantage. A hired 4th-tier helper would flee at the first sign of danger, but this sword, devoid of emotion, will fight to the death. Once drawn, it never misses its mark. It reminds me of the sword saint, Lord Fengyan. Chapter 73. This is way too lucrative. Amidst the murmurs, the flying sword cleaved the 3rd-tier skeleton clean in two. The entire process was swift and decisive. Despite the 3rd-tier skeleton's desperate resistance, it still fell like. The flying sword's destructive power earned the crowd's admiration. This young man wasn't exaggerating. This flying sword's combat prowess ranks among the best in the 4th tier. What a treasure! What a treasure! After witnessing the flying sword's capabilities, Gu Xiaotian's eyes widened in astonishment. He truly coveted this blade. Not only did its attack power surpass his warhammer, but it also required no attention, attacking autonomously. Having it was like instantly gaining a 4th-tier ally. This wasn't buying a sword, it was buying a 4th-tier professional. Unfortunately, Gu Xiaotian couldn't bid with his own items at that moment because the druid was currently conducting the auction on stage, while Yifeng was the one placing the bids. This young man's items are top-notch, but a flying sword isn't suited for a druid. I doubt the druid will trade with him. Yeah, I agree. Yifeng overheard both remarks, and truth be told, he agreed. Yifeng kept observing the druid's expression. Ever since seeing the flying sword, the druid had kept his brow furrowed. Though Yifeng didn't know what he was thinking, the frown clearly signaled displeasure and dissatisfaction. This flying sword is utter junk. Gu Xiaotian crossed his arms over his chest, openly disparaging Yifeng's flying sword. You have to mark the enemy with the flying sword before it works? That's a huge flaw. If you miss the mark, the sword becomes useless, right? At this remark, everyone looked at Gu Xiaotian as if he were a little cutie. Well, if your hammer can't hit anyone, it's useless too. By that logic, your hammer's a piece of junk. If a warrior can't hit their target, what good are they? By that logic, you're a useless warrior too. Yifeng chimed in at just the right moment. This sword is meant for normal people. Yifeng's remark sent the crowd into fits of laughter. Ha, this kid's got a knack for making people laugh. The man who had been scolded by Niang Liang chimed in. Never mind him. He's just trying to keep this sword for himself, afraid you'll trade it away. That's why he's saying these things. Don't I know him? He's dying to have it. The others chimed in. Forget about that Gu Xiaotian fellow. Nobody wants that useless hammer in your hands. You'd better get lost while you still can. Exactly. If that sword doesn't get traded, it's mine. Oh, so it's sour grapes after all. Gu Xiaotian's old habits were exposed again, and he flushed with anger, rising to confront the crowd.
Yifeng couldn't care less about the bickering. His attention was entirely focused on the druid.
Ever since Yifeng had drawn his flying sword, the druid's brow had remained furrowed, deep in thought. Many coveted Yifeng's flying sword, so numerous eyes were fixed on the druid's decision. Don't take it, please don't take it, someone murmured in quiet prayer.
Relax, the druid won't take it.
Haven't you seen him frowning the whole time, another whispered reassuringly.
Just as Yifeng thought the deal was off, the druid's tightly furrowed brow suddenly relaxed and he declared.
I'll take this sword. I'll trade you my wind form shadow technique for it.
Ha! At this, everyone looked at the druid in confusion. They couldn't fathom why he'd agree to the trade.
As a ranged attack class, a greatsword was ill-suited for him.
The druid sighed and explained. I come from a commoner background.
Without sufficient resources to pursue an elite class progression path, I had no choice but to take the most basic route combining druid with warrior to become a lifewalker. So this flying sword suits me perfectly. But I refused to settle for the mainstream path, which is why I hesitated earlier. In the end, I decided to accept my fate. With that, the druid handed the skill book in his grasp to Yifeng. Yifeng paused, then handed over the flying sword. Upon learning the reason, the crowd below the stage instantly understood. In that case, this flying sword would still be quite useful to druid. It could grant him 4th tier combat power, instantly elevating him to the top tier among 4th tier fighters.
After obtaining Windform Shadow Tracker, Yifeng returned to the audience, eagerly anticipating the next item to be presented.
Now that he had reconnaissance capabilities, he still lacked healing methods. However, the subsequent items left Yifeng disappointed. Nothing but equipment or materials, not even a single class change scroll.
Most were melee-oriented.
Such lackluster items predictably went largely unclaimed. As the final item was removed from the stage, the auction concluded. After the auction concluded, those who had successfully traded formed a long queue before the man in black.
Yifeng now realized that the man in black wasn't hosting the trade fair for free.
Those who successfully completed transactions at the fair had to pay the black-clad man a commission fee, amounting to 1/10 of the value of the traded items. The wind-shaped shadow detection technique was an S-grade skill book, priced around 70 to 80,000. Yifeng paid 8,000 magic essence stones. The druid, however, was in for a rough ride. Yifeng's flying sword cost over 100,000, and the druid ended up paying a whopping 10,000 plus magic essence stones.
Yifeng couldn't help but marvel, this is incredibly lucrative.
He finally understood why that 5th-tier black-clad powerhouse had agreed to oversee the trading fair. 5 pairs had been sold today, involving a total of 10 people. Averaging 10,000 per person, the black-clad man had raked in 100,000 in just one afternoon. This far exceeded what he, a student at the highest academy, could earn by plundering secret realms. After leaving the black market, Yifeng found a secluded spot to begin using the skill book. Transforming into a corpse dragon, Yifeng gripped the skill book with both hands and pulled it apart with all his might. The skill book was effortlessly torn in two. The outer cover of the skill book served to seal its primal power. The standard method for using a skill book involved activating the destruction symbol on the cover, slowly consuming the outer layer to extract the core.
But that was too slow.
Yifeng was in a hurry and chose an unconventional, violent approach to dismantle it. After studying the Necromantic Inferno Compendium, Yifeng's knowledge of transcendent arts reached new heights. He understood the book's structure intimately, ensuring the core remained undamaged despite the brutal dismantling. Subsequently, Yifeng activated the skill book's core. As a halo swirled, the core transformed into a mark resembling wind-blown clouds on Yifeng's abdomen. Yifeng lifted his shirt to examine the mark on his abdomen. At his lower abdomen was a pentagram array, his summoning space. Above it lay the mark of the wind-shaped shadow probe technique. The wind-shaped shadow mark was imprinted diagonally atop the summoning space, completely asymmetrical and far from aesthetically pleasing. But Yifeng didn't care about its appearance. He had a reason for placing wind-shaped shadow tracking here. At its core, a skill book was fundamentally about primal energy. Even the core of class change books, weapons, and equipment was primordial power.
Chapter 74, One Move Only.
The difference lay solely in how they utilized primordial power. Infusing primordial power into weapon crafting yields the extraordinary equipment commonly used by professionals. When primordial power is fashioned into an imprint that can be attached to the body, it becomes a skill book. The difference between skill books and class change books lies in their connection to the human body. Class change books draw upon a continuous supply of power, allowing their core force to automatically replenish once depleted. In contrast, skill book engravings are merely etched onto the skin. Once the primordial power is depleted, the engraving vanishes, and the practitioner loses that skill. Similarly, if the engraving is destroyed by external force, the practitioner also loses that skill. For instance, the soul-devouring technique engraved on Yifeng's arm. If Yifeng had his arm shattered in battle, he would lose that skill. The last time Yifeng used the soul-devouring technique skill book, his knowledge of transcendental studies was insufficient, and he was unaware of this fact. Consequently, he carelessly placed the engraving on his arm. Fortunately, he would soon fuse with the Spirit Eater class changebook, rendering soul devouring redundant. Yifang rolled up his sleeves to inspect the soul devouring technique mark. He discovered the mark had grown extremely faint. After using it a dozen more times, he would lose the soul devouring technique. Lowering his sleeve, Yifang activated wind-shaped shadow probe. A faint warmth spread across the mark on his abdomen as the wind-shaped shadow probe activated. Shapes formed by the wind appeared one after another within Yifang's perception. The situation within a 5-kilometer radius was now fully within his grasp. However, the wind-shaped shadow technique could only perceive shapes, and the images it sensed were all colorless. To his astonishment, Yifang discovered he could not only scout through the shapes of the wind's passage but also predict his opponent's movements based on the wind. 1,000 lightning pig crouched low, hind legs flexed, poised to pounce on a rabbit. Just as the 1,000 thunder boar charged forward, Yifang sensed the faint breeze stirred by its front hooves. By analyzing the wind direction, Yifang deduced the pig anticipated the rabbit's escape route. Left front, the wind conveyed to Yifang. Sure enough, the 1,000 lightning boar roared forward, lunging toward the left front and striking the fleeing rabbit dead center. Seeing his prediction come true, Yifang was overjoyed. What a pleasant surprise! Wind shadow detection not only aided reconnaissance but also predicted opponents' movements. However, predicting based on the slight breeze stirred by movement could only anticipate an opponent's actions half a second in advance. Even so, it provided a significant advantage in combat. Suddenly, the silhouette of a professional entered Yifang's perception. A burly man, a giant hammer slung over his shoulder. Yifang quickly summarized the information. The burly man was making his way toward Yifang's location, glancing around nervously as if searching for something. The approaching figure was none other than Gu Xiaotian from earlier. Finally, Yifang murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ever since leaving the black market, Yifang had been on guard against Gu Xiaotian. As a third-tier professional carrying several fourth-tier items, he was like a child carrying gold through a bustling market. It would be strange if he didn't attract attention. Earlier, when he hadn't spotted Gu Xiaotian, Yifang had assumed the man had gone to cause trouble for that female assassin. But here he was, after all. Yifang swiftly rose to his feet and began setting up the battlefield. First, he summoned the Bone Castle, releasing hundreds of Tier 1 skeletons and one Tier 3 skeleton. He commanded the first-tier skeletons to spread out, then directed the third-tier skeleton to begin setting up netherflame traps. As the internal combustion and netherflame totem abilities activated in succession, hundreds of first-tier netherflame totems anchored themselves to the ground. As for the second-tier netherflame totems, Yifang still had plenty left over from last time, more than enough for his needs. After setting up the battlefield, Yifang sat back against a tree, feigning nonchalance. He simply waited for Gu Xiao to take the bait. This was the advantage of possessing reconnaissance skills, gaining the initiative by acting before the enemy. Minutes later, Gu Xiaotian, bearing his massive hammer, entered Yifang's line of sight. Yifang immediately stood up. This caught him off guard. He had deliberately positioned himself in plain sight to lure Gu Xiaotian into a sneak attack, trapping him in the netherflame trap. Yet here the bastard was, strutting right up to him. You sure are confident in yourself. Gu Xiaotian grinned mockingly, the hammer slung over his shoulder, looking utterly certain of his victory. Well then, today I'll teach you a lesson, one that'll make you think twice about judging people by their rank. Hey, kid, what are you thinking? Surprised I found you, huh? Oomph. Let me tell you, I've got plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Now hand over everything you're carrying. I'll spare you some pain. Otherwise, I'll start smashing you from your feet up, turning every inch of your body into mincemeat. Make you suffer every agony before you die. Idiot. Yifang's dismissive voice echoed back at Gu Xiaotian. Enraged, Gu Xiaotian swung his hammer, aiming it straight at Yifang. The moment Gu Xiaotian attacked, Yifang knew his profession. Warrior. Like knights, warriors gained their greatest enhancement through physical fortification. The difference lay in the fact that warriors possessed only physical enhancement, while knights were more akin to the magic warriors in games capable of both ranged and melee combat, offering a well-rounded skill set. Moreover, knights possessed the ability to forge blood pacts with their mounts. Facing Gu Xiaotian charging toward him, Yifang didn't move an inch. He devoured the nearby third-tier skeletons, then raised his arm. The netherflame totems on the ground all manifested. With a snap of Yifang's fingers, the ignite skill activated instantly. Boom! A torrent of black flames engulfed the surroundings. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Gu Xiaotian, unaware of what was happening, immediately unleashed his strongest defensive skill. He roared in fury as a layer of transparent armor materialized around his body, completely blocking the explosion. After the blast, the transparent armor remained intact. Hundreds of first-tier attacks and dozens of second-tier strikes failed to breach Gu Xiaotian's defenses. They barely inflicted any significant damage. The gap between fourth-tier and first or second-tier attacks was starkly evident. But this didn't mean Gu Xiaotian had escaped unscathed. Mid-charge, Gu Xiaotian suddenly spat blood, collapsing to one knee. Propping himself up with his hammer, he stared at Yifang in horror. Damn it! What trick did you use? Yifang merely smiled without answering. Although Gu Xiaotian's defenses had blocked all physical damage, he couldn't withstand the soul-level assault unless his defensive skills included soul protection.
Clearly, he didn't possess that now. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Even more nether flames than before ignited.
Gu Xiaotian collapsed completely, unable to rise.
The transparent armor covering his body remained perfectly intact, showing not a single sign of damage, but his face was utterly drained and exhausted. Seeing Gu Xiaotian utterly incapacitated, Yi Fong transformed into a fourth-tier skeleton, preparing to finish him off.
Gu Xiaotian frantically removed the spatial ring from his index finger and clamped it between his teeth. Don't come any closer. My entire life savings are in this ring.
If you insist on killing me, I'll bite it to pieces and make sure you get nothing.
Chapter 75, Never Let the Tiger Return to the Mountain.
Hearing this, Yi Fong halted his actions. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Gu Xiaotian forced himself to his knees and pleaded.
Master! Master! I was blind to offend you before. I beg you, spare my life. I'll offer my entire fortune as atonement.
Yi Fong smiled faintly, his voice tinged with mockery.
Sparing your life isn't out of the question, but what about the anger I still feel toward you? Hearing there was genuine hope for survival, Gu Xiaotian reacted immediately. Smack! 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 Gu Xiaotian's hands flew back and forth, repeatedly slapping his own face. As he struck, he pleaded, Master, is this acceptable? Are you still angry? If so, I'll keep going. Though Gu Xiaotian appeared to be pleading, his thoughts were far from it. Pa! You little brat, I'll let you gloat today. Once I uncover your tricks, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Yi Fong wore an impatient expression as he waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Seeing you just annoys me. Fine. I won't take everything you've earned in your lifetime. Just hand over your ring. Keep the rest for yourself.
Seeing Yi Fong's apparent magnanimity, Gu Xiaotian, overjoyed, slapped himself twice more before hastily spitting out the spatial ring and presenting it with both hands. The moment Yi Fong took the ring, he turned and walked away. Once certain Yi Fong was gone, Gu Xiaotian let out a long, relieved sigh. But the next second, hundreds of nether flame totems flew toward him. Already weakened to the point of exhaustion, Gu Xiaotian was now blown to the brink of death. As he lay dying, Yi Fong appeared before Gu Xiaotian with a smile. He had come to claim Gu Xiaotian. You! Gu Xiaotian managed to utter, you're despicable. Yi Fong smiled faintly. I learned it from you. Snap. Another finger snap. Gu Xiaotian's life completely drained away. From the very beginning, Yi Fong had never intended to spare him. This man had come solely to kill him. Letting such a threat go would only invite trouble later. Yi Fong's earlier act had been solely to trick the spatial ring out of him. The thing was incredibly fragile. With Gu Xiaotian's physical strength, crushing it with his teeth would have been effortless. After stowing Gu Xiaotian's giant hammer into the spatial ring, Yi Fong hurried away, boarding the teleportation array back to the capital's university. During the journey, he examined Gu Xiaotian's spatial ring and discovered the man was genuinely penniless. Inside were merely a few thousand magic essence stones, 2 third-tier weapons, 1 second-tier weapon, and a jumble of miscellaneous materials and potions. Yi Fong carefully extracted the bottle of dreamflower pollen, leaving the rest untouched. The other items held no interest for him. He'd sell them all later. Upon returning to the capital university, Yi Fong first headed to the merchant district and sold all his loot. In total, he exchanged them for over 8,000 magic essence stones. Combined with his herb sales and previous savings, Yi Fong's wealth now surpassed the 500,000 mark, reaching a total of 530,000 magic essence stones. Yi Fong immediately began spending his fortune, frantically purchasing essence potions, as many as he could get his hands on. After stocking up on purification potions, Yi Fong's wealth instantly dwindled to just over 40,000. But Yi Fong didn't care. Though he spent fast, he earned even faster. He then headed to the school cafeteria and bought over a dozen large steamed buns. He intended to enter seclusion. With 3 days remaining on the leave of absence granted by Su Yunru, he planned to purge all impurities within that time frame. He would also fuse the Food Spirit Human Advancement Manual, securing his full advancement to the 3rd tier. Chapter 76, just what I needed to settle my grudge. Under the dim yellow light, Yi Fong sat cross-legged, sweat pouring down his face. He had just absorbed the Spirit Eater's job change book and was now in the process of integrating it. For practitioners, primordial power formed the foundation, while magic essence served as nourishment for that power. By feeding magic essence to the primal force, practitioners grow stronger, a process known as leveling up. Each growth of primordial power was called a tier, thus establishing the rank system for adventurers. However, people gradually discovered that the growth of primordial power had its limits. For most primordial power, after growing twice, it could no longer grow further. It's like a bucket, it fills up after 2 bowls of water. Later, a genius invented the profession fusion advancement method. By fusing and advancing, the primal force undergoes mutation, expanding the bucket's capacity to hold more water. Yet some exceptional, powerful primordial forces could hold 3, 4, 5, or even 9 bowls of water in a single fusion. Shun Weiwei's Grand Elementalist was one such case. She could ascend unimpeded to level 9 without needing fusion advancement. This was because her primordial power was inherently strong and vast enough to hold as much water as desired. To draw a comparison, the primordial power of ordinary people is like a regular water bucket, while Shinweiwei's is like a bucket atop a water tower. However, the more powerful a race, the harder it is for them to reproduce, and the same holds true for professionals. These specialized professions thrived only in the near-ancient era, losing all influence after the dual empire period. Later, as professional families rose to prominence, they formed factions that monopolized the creation of class change scrolls. They standardized the process, limiting all professions to only 2 growth stages when crafting these manuals. This established the current fusion advancement system for practitioners. After the 2 primordial forces fully merged and stabilized, Yifang exhaled a long breath. From this moment onward, he was a fully fledged 3rd-tier professional. After finishing the last steamed bun, Yifang tidied himself up and prepared for his 8 a.m. class. His vacation was over, he had to attend class today. Time to get to class, or I'll really get expelled. After a quick tidy up, Yifang pushed open the door and stepped out of the dormitory. Earlier we discussed the principles of advancing to the 3rd tier. Now let's delve into the principles of advancing to the 5th tier. As everyone knows, reaching the 5th tier is a watershed moment. 5th tier practitioners are an entirely different species compared to those below the 5th tier. So, students, do you know why 5th tier practitioners are so powerful? Well, the reason lies in the power of rules. The teacher on stage lectured eloquently. Below the podium, Yifang propped his chin on his hand, boredly scanning the room. This was an advanced fundamentals class, and he already knew everything the teacher was covering. Glancing around, Yifang noticed most students had already bolted early, skipping class outright. The only reason he hadn't skipped was because there was a practical training session scheduled for the afternoon. They were going to run a secret realm, and the teacher would draw lots to form teams after class. The school's curriculum was well designed. Combat prowess was the foundation of a professional's existence, everything else was superficial. That's why the school only scheduled 2 or 3 advanced common knowledge classes per week, with the rest being practical training sessions. Dawn! 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 The bronze bell in the plaza tolled 3 times the signal for class to end. Hearing the bell, Yifang sat up straight, ready for the team draw. The secret realm they would explore that afternoon was merely a beginner level 1. The rewards it offered were barely worth mentioning for Yifang, already at the 3rd tier. His reason for participating was the credit rewards given for top rankings in practical training sessions. First place alone was worth a whopping 800 credits. Credits are the currency of Capital University, with 1 credit roughly equivalent to 3 magic essence stones. But anyone who trades credits for magic essence stones is the biggest fool. When purchasing items directly from the university with credits, 1 credit holds 10 times the purchasing power of magic essence stones. Capital University operates on its own pricing system. Just as Yifang was waiting for the lottery draw, his counselor walked in. The counselor for Yifang's class was Lin Kiki. True to her name, she was cute and adorable, not very tall, and a total anime geek who cosplayed every day. Today, Lin Kiki was dressed in a Lolita outfit. Yifang, come out for a moment, Lin Kiki called out, peering through the doorway. Yifang walked out of the classroom, puzzled. Director Mu wants to see you, Lin Kuka said with a serious expression. Director Mu? Hearing that familiar name, Yifang froze for a moment. In the principal's office. Director Mu spread his hands, gesturing for Yifang to sit down. Director Mu, you wanted to see me? Yifang got straight to the point. Director Mu nodded, his gaze toward Yifang brimming with satisfaction. How long has it been? Barely 2 months, and this kid's already a 3rd-tier professional. His advancement pace far surpassed his own back in the day. Director Mu took a sip of tea and said, I heard about you skipping levels. That's impressive. But skipping levels is one thing, assaulting others is another. Did you attack those from the Knight Academy and Mage Academy? At those words, Yifang's heart skipped a beat. They're here. The squad from the Mad Apothecary's secret realm has come looking for you. No. Yifang declared flatly. Don't bring up self-defense just yet. Deny everything outright first. See what tactics they use, then slowly back down. Yifang formulated his strategy in his mind. Ha! Director Mu suddenly burst into laughter. Good. That's the spirit. Don't admit to anything. Then he walked behind Yifang and gave him a hard slap on the shoulder. Well done. Good lad, you've really made me proud. Made you proud? Yifang looked puzzled. Director Mu slapped his forehead. Oh, right. You didn't attend the opening ceremony. I'm the director of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd colleges. I'm the director of all 3 colleges. Oh, Yifang suddenly understood. So Director Mu was his director, no wonder he'd just praised him for beating someone up so well. So he was just protecting his own. Director Mu sat down and continued, the other prestigious colleges often look down on our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd colleges, calling us the sewer colleges. They even gave me the nickname Sewer Director. As a proud 7th rank, I shouldn't stoop to their level. Your actions this time have perfectly avenged my grievance.
Ha! Yi Fong laughed heartily, surprised to learn of this underlying reason.
Director Mu continued, I recall you're an orphan, correct?
Yi Fong nodded. Are you lacking cultivation resources? Yi Fong nodded again.
On his very first day, Yi Fong received his weekly stipend.
200 credits, 3,000 magic essence stones.
Though it seemed modest, it was actually quite meager.
It paled in comparison to the renowned academies. The Night Academy's stipend was over 10 times that of Yi Fong's third academy. The Spirit Summoning Academy's allowance was even more staggering. Chapter 77, The war sweeping across the continent is inevitable.
Yi Fong's gaze toward Director Mu grew even more earnest. Director Mu proactively asking if he wanted resources likely meant he intended to increase his stipend after all, he'd just saved face for him.
Could Director Mu, in a moment of enthusiasm, double his stipend tenfold?
As Yi Fong indulged in his fantasies, Director Mu suddenly blurted out.
If you want it, go grab it. What?
Yi Fong froze, wondering if he'd misheard.
Was he messing with me?
Yi Fong thought back over Director Mu's character and realized he didn't seem like the type to joke around.
Look, you don't have the resources, right? Then go grab them.
Director Mu blurted out this outrageous statement before launching into a tirade.
Let me tell you, this school is biased.
They pour resources into those prestigious colleges, but give us just a crumb. Since the school plays favorites, you shouldn't hold back either. Just go grab those resources from them.
But be careful, don't give them any leverage. Otherwise, I won't be able to cover for you.
Those folks are loaded, especially the Night Academy crowd. Their families are filthy rich. Every class I teach, I encourage them to take what's theirs. This continent values strength above all else. If you can't defend what's yours with your own strength, you deserve to have it taken. Yi Fong listened with a grim expression. Principal, your teaching methods are truly the perfect way to cultivate the strongest. Yi Fong promptly delivered a well-timed compliment.
Since you put it that way, Director, I'll take you up on it. Director Mu waved his hand decisively. No need to be polite with them.
They're loaded, just take it. Wait, no, we shouldn't call it stealing. It should be called redistributing everyone's wealth based on their combat strength.
Yi Fong delivered a golden line at just the right moment. Ah, that's good. That's good. Hey! You're not only a skilled fighter, but you've got a sharp mind too.
Director Mu pointed at Yi Fong and laughed.
Yi Fong chuckled and took a sip of tea.
Mid-laugh, Director Mu suddenly grew serious.
I've got a task for you. Yi Fong nodded.
You're going to build up your class's strength.
Boost our class's strength? Why? Yi Fong asked in return. Director Mu sighed and said. The rivalry between us and the law department is intensifying.
Our factions used to clash in political circles, but this year it's spilled over into the academic sphere. The law department's major universities have joined forces with others to host the All-Continent Young Practitioners League.
And now they're inviting us to participate.
With that explanation, Yi Fong understood Director Mu wanted him to train a team of competitors.
Should our obscure academy participate too? Shouldn't this kind of event be reserved for the academies that receive the most subsidies? Yi Fong countered. His nameless academy ranked at the bottom among the capital's universities.
Logically, they shouldn't be sent to compete in such an event. Director Mu snorted coldly. This year, many promising knight candidates across the continent died mysteriously before we could recruit them.
Our Atlantis secret realm was also attacked a few days ago. The Sacred Link City Sanctuary is attacked every other day.
Both the Atlantis Secret Realm and the Sacred Link City Secret Realm are mount-producing realms for the Knight faction. These two sanctuaries are specifically tasked with producing mounts for the Knight faction.
We merely seized their elemental empress, yet their retaliation has been utterly excessive. Bang!
Director Mu slammed his fist on the table in fury. The table, crafted from magical materials, instantly crumbled to dust. Director Mu suppressed his rage and continued explaining.
This continent's Young Practitioners League only allows freshmen to participate. The Knight faction academies barely recruited any talented individuals this year. Nothing but useless trash. The useful ones are all dead. That's why the school resorted to this desperate measure, forcing every academy to send representatives. Director Mu sat up straight and declared solemnly. Capital University must take first place in this tournament. Capital University's freshmen are the future hope of the Knight Order. Our Knight faction is currently the top faction on the continent. Does that guarantee we'll always remain number one? How many of the smaller factions currently aligned with ours are drawn solely by the prestige of being the continent's top faction? If our new generation loses to the Magic faction in this competition, what will they think? Will they conclude that the Knights will inevitably be pushed aside by the Mages in the future? If even the smaller factions aligned with us think this way, what will those neutral factions still observing from the sidelines conclude? Yi Fong nodded solemnly. I understand, Director Mu. I never imagined this year's recruitment would be so dismal. Yi Fong couldn't help but sigh. Oomph. Director Mu snorted coldly. Rest assured, we won't take this loss lying down. The Knight's retaliation is already underway.
In the coming days, for your safety, the school may need to remain closed for a while longer.
That's serious? Yi Fong asked. Director Mu gave a cold laugh. A war sweeping across the entire continent is now inevitable. As for when it begins, that depends on the mages. Better hurry up and boost your strength, kid. With that, Director Mu patted Yi Fong on the shoulder. If you can lead the third academy to victory this time, I'll push you into the council. Director Mu's voice was resolute as he spoke these words. Yi Fong didn't immediately rejoice at the prospect of entering the council. Instead, he questioned Director Mu's earlier statement. Why is war inevitable? Well, Director Mu pondered for a moment before replying. You're not part of the inner circle yet. I can't tell you just yet. Once you're in the council, you'll understand everything. Director Mu shifted the conversation back to the competition. To train your classmates, you can start with the practical training sessions for now. Take them through the secret realms repeatedly to accumulate combat experience and boost their strength as quickly as possible. As for your own growth, rest assured I'll arrange specialized training tailored to your class later. Chapter 78, Yi Fong's Little Scheme. Entrance to the Intermediate Secret Realm Sand Scorpion Realm. Students from Class 2, Year 1 of the 3rd Academy gathered here, chattering excitedly. Why did they make us gather at the entrance to the Intermediate Secret Realm? That's obvious, it's because today's practical training session is happening here. Wait, wasn't this practical training session supposed to be in the beginner level secret realm? There's no way the training session would be held in an intermediate secret realm. The entry requirement for the intermediate secret realm is having at least 2 4th-tier practitioners in the team. All of us here are 1st or 2nd tier, not even a 3rd tier, let alone 4th tier. Exactly. The intermediate secret realm is crawling with 4th tier beasts and countless 3rd tier ones. We're all 1st and 2nd tier. If we run into them, we're done for. Just as everyone was chattering away in heated discussion, Lin Kiki and Yi Fong arrived late. Seeing this group of greenhorns at levels 1 and 2, Yi Fong shook his head helplessly. It had been his idea to move the practical training location from the beginner's secret realm to the intermediate secret realm. The rewards from the novice secret realm were pitifully meager for someone like Yi Fong, already at the 3rd tier. Accompanying this bunch of rookies there felt like a complete waste of time. Initially, Director Mu had disagreed, but after Yi Fong demonstrated his skeleton army, Director Mu immediately changed his mind. Yi Fong's army of thousands of skeletons could easily protect this group of 1st and 2nd tier rookies with plenty to spare. Quiet, everyone. Counselor Lin Kiki spoke first. Let me introduce everyone. This is Yi Fong. He will be leading you into the 3rd tier secret realm shortly. He will protect everyone inside. The moment Lin Kokoko finished speaking, all eyes turned to Yi Fong. Him, someone murmured under their breath. He doesn't look like much. He's only at the 3rd tier. How is he supposed to protect us in an intermediate secret realm? Though these students themselves were only Tier 1 or Tier 2 practitioners, the capital's university was teeming with high-tier professionals. Over the past few days, they had encountered numerous high-level practitioners. Thus, Yi Fong, a mere 3rd-tier practitioner, didn't register much in their minds. Having encountered so many high-tier professionals, the students here believed they would soon reach those heights themselves. Their ambitions soared sky-high, and despite their low ranks, they looked down on practitioners below 7th tier. Even a 5th-tier professional like Lin Koko was not held in high regard by them. As Lin Kokoko spoke, the crowd below chattered and discussed among themselves, paying her no mind whatsoever. However, Lin Kokoko seemed accustomed to this and showed no sign of anger. The capital university was teeming with prodigies, many of whom outranked her as an instructor. Lin Kokoko and Yi Fong stepped forward together to open the portal to the secret realm for everyone. The minimum requirement for entering an intermediate secret realm was having 2 4th-tier practitioners in the party. But if they were 5th tier, only one was needed. After all, 5th tier was high tier, 4th tier simply couldn't compare. Under Lin Kokoko's command, the entire Class 2 group teleported into the Sand Scorpion secret realm. Sand Scorpions were gregarious beasts. While not particularly formidable in combat, they possessed strong reproductive capabilities and existed in vast numbers. This was precisely why Yi Fong had chosen this location. It was time for him to level up. With their sheer numbers and low combat strength, Sand Scorpions were an excellent choice for leveling up. Though their tails carried potent venom, every other part of the Sand Scorpion was not only non-toxic but also offered exceptionally delicious meat. They served as a primary food source for desert dwellers. The moment they landed, everyone felt as though they were being roasted alive. The Sand Scorpion secret realm lay within a vast desert at the southernmost tip of the continent. The environment here was extremely harsh, making it a place seldom visited by humans. Over time, it became a haven for outlaws. Those who couldn't survive in human society often fled here. However, the sanctuary is sealed off by several large magical arrays. These arrays isolate the interior from the outside world, making entry impossible without using a specific teleportation array. Thus, encountering outlaws within the Sand Scorpion secret realm was unlikely.
Upon entering the secret realm, Yifang immediately activated the Spirit Realm Gate, summoning an army of Spirit Realm creatures. During the practical training sessions, the school ranked students based on the number of beasts they slayed. The top 5 received extra credits and magic essence stones as rewards. By setting the practical training session in the Sand Scorpion secret realm, Yifang could level up, earn school rewards, and even fool Director Mu into thinking he was completing his assigned task. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, that was his cunning plan. Spirit Realm creatures poured endlessly from the 3 Spirit Realm gates. Yifang carefully selected several 3rd tier and dozens of 2nd tier Spirit Realm creatures to serve as his minions. Yifang had no intention of using the skeleton modification system today. Instead, he focused on Spirit Realm summoning, attempting to call 4th tier or even 5th tier creatures. Another reason was that his modified skeletons were running low, and he needed to conserve them. Yifang's Spirit Realm Gate must have opened all the way to the heavens this time. Nothing but clouds poured out of all 3 Spirit Realm gates. Thunder Spirit. Level 39. Race skills: Discharge, Thunder Roar, Lightning Slash. The Lightning Spirit appeared as a dark cloud with eyes and a mouth, its body surrounded by yellow electrical currents. After several minutes, all 3 Spirit Realm gates ceased spawning monsters. Yifang knew this meant all nearby monsters had been spawned. He casually closed all 3 Spirit Realm gates and roughly counted the Thunder Spirits. There were 2 4th tier Thunder Spirits, over 70 3rd tier ones, too many 2nd tier to count, and countless 1st tier. The simultaneous emergence of 2 4th tier Spirit Realm creatures filled Yifang with delight. After carefully examining the stats panels of both 4th tier Lightning Spirits, he discovered their specialties differed. Thunder Spirit. Level 45. Race skills: Discharge, Thunder Roar, Lightning Slash, Thunderbolt. This Thunder Spirit excels in mobility. Thunder Spirit. Level 47. Species skills: Discharge, Thunder Roar, Thunder Slash, Thunderstorm. This Thunder Spirit excels at attacking, particularly with area of effect strikes. Thousands of Thunder Spirits swirled in the sky, darkening the desert sky like storm clouds gathering before a tempest. To the uninitiated, it might seem as though rain was about to fall on the desert. Holy crap! So he's a summoner. Using the weak to overcome the strong, a 3rd tier to command a 4th tier, only a summoner could pull that off. Feels so awesome. Commanding thousands of troops. I want to try that too. One man is an entire army. No wonder the school sent him to protect us. They've essentially dispatched an entire army. This student feels underutilized. He should be at the top tier Spirit Summoning Academy. The crowd was left in awe by the Thunder Spirit army. The appearance of 2 4th tier Lightning Spirits caused many to reconsider their views of Yifang, finally acknowledging his true strength. Still, some remained unimpressed. Just 2 4th tier spirits? Look how excited you are. You really have no idea. Back home, my bodyguards were all 4th tier. Exactly. No sense of perspective. Just 4th tier, nothing special. Chapter 79, What I Won't Give, You Can't Take. Yifang waved his hand, and the Thunder Spirit army swarmed forth. Soon, the Dark Cloud army encountered the first group of Sand Scorpions. This was a 3rd tier Sand Scorpion, about 8 meters long, followed by hundreds of 2nd tier Sand Scorpions. The Sand Scorpions snapped their massive pincers open and shut, seemingly trying to intimidate the Lightning Spirits. But in the next instant, nearly 1,000 bolts of lightning crashed down from the stormy sky, striking the entire Sand Scorpion swarm to the ground. Holy crap, a level 1 practitioner's eyes bulged in disbelief. An entire beast tribe wiped out like that? The 2nd tier professional beside him was utterly stunned. Holy crap, that's insane. I nearly died from a single Sand Scorpion in the beginner's dungeon last time. I nearly died from one Sand Scorpion, but he wiped out a whole swarm in an instant. The speaker's face was filled with excitement, as if he himself had been the one to take down the Sand Scorpions. Psy people really can't compare, sighed a female assassin. Yifang rolled his eyes in exasperation. What's the big deal? I've taken down plenty of tier 4 powerhouse species, let alone a mere tier 2 Sand Scorpion. This group was truly amusing, their ambitions soaring sky high, convinced they'd become legendary figures. Yet in reality, they're shocked to see a group of 2nd tier Sand Scorpions get taken down in an instant. Classic case of aiming high but falling short, just like Yifang back in his college days. From the corpses of the Sand Scorpion swarm, clusters of demonic essence began to seep out. Dense clusters of demonic essence drifted in the air, nearly 1,000 of them. The sight made the onlookers' eyes burn with greed. Just imagine how much magical essence that was. If they rushed over now, they could probably level up by a whole tier. Damn! Does leveling up slow down this much after reaching tier 3? Experience points, 2,455 60,000. Yifang stared at the experience points on his interface and clicked his tongue in disappointment. He had just absorbed the magic essence of an entire Sand Scorpion swarm, yet his experience bar barely reached 1/30th of a minor level. At this rate, he wouldn't even gain a single minor level today. There were probably 30 Sand Scorpion swarms in this secret realm, but he couldn't possibly kill them all. Doing so would ruin the realm, disrupting its natural balance and guaranteeing the school would come down hard on him. Screw it.
Kill as many as I can.
Yifeng waved his hand decisively, and the Dark Cloud Legion pressed forward.
Soon, the second wave of sand scorpion swarms came into view.
Just as Yifeng prepared to repeat the process and absorb this wave's magic essence, an objection rang out from behind.
Go to hell. You're being way too selfish. The teacher told you to protect us while clearing the secret realm, but you went and cleared all the monsters yourself. You left us out in the cold. We followed you this whole way and got nothing. Are we here to sightsee in the desert or what?
Yifeng turned to see a blue-haired archer speaking up.
Hey. Yeah. Aren't we here for the field training too? Yeah. The blue-haired archer's reminder instantly snapped everyone out of their admiration for Yifeng. Classmates, this isn't appropriate.
Several girls linked arms and walked toward Yifeng. Seeing so many people rallying behind her and condemning Yifeng, the blue-haired archer smiled happily.
Yifeng sneered coldly. Oomph. What do you mean I cleared all the monsters?
This secret realm is full of monsters everywhere north, south, east, west.
Why did you have to follow me?
It's obvious you were following me to watch me clear monsters, yet you claim I didn't give you a chance? Yifeng fired back with sharp retorts.
You. Hearing Yifeng's words, everyone's expressions darkened.
The blue-haired archer stepped forward, refusing to be outdone.
What do you mean we followed you? It was Teacher Lin who ordered you to protect us. Teacher Lin, you said so, didn't you? Teacher Lin.
The group turned to look and realized Teacher Lin, who had been trailing at the rear of the group, had vanished without a trace. Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the blue-haired youth before him. Usually so arrogant and dismissive of Teacher Lin, the moment trouble arose, he was scrambling to find the teacher. His mind raced, and he found a counter-argument.
If you go in a different direction, does that mean I can't protect you? With all the troops under my command, I could easily assign one to each of you. If you don't like my style, you can leave now.
Yifeng waved his hand dismissively.
You're going too far. Yeah, it's a shame the teacher trusted you enough to send you to protect us. Good heavens, what kind of person is this? What a jerk.
Yifeng turned away, a faint smile playing on his lips. He had indeed been negligent in this matter, preoccupied with calculating his own promotion points and forgetting about this group.
But Yifeng was a fair man. If I made a mistake, I'd correct it. You could point it out, but you couldn't accuse me. And you certainly couldn't make me lose face. What I won't give, you can't take by force.
Yifeng spread his arms wide and swung them with all his might. The dark clouds in the sky unleashed their full fury, unleashing thousands of bolts of lightning that crashed down relentlessly. Yifeng deliberately commanded the lightning spirits to amplify their power, not only obliterating the sand scorpion swarm without leaving a trace but also carving a massive crater in the desert. As the rolling thunderbolts descended with overwhelming force, those who had just been criticizing Yifeng fell silent, fearing he might turn his wrath upon them. The timid ones backed away in sheer terror. Another several hundred points of magic essence were extracted. This time, however, Yifeng did not rush to absorb it. He intended to let this group absorb it first, making amends for his earlier unfairness. Besides, he intended to discipline them. Soon, he promised the group, this afternoon, he would ensure every single one of them would level up 3 times. And they wouldn't even have to lift a finger after Yifeng dealt with the beasts, they could simply step up and absorb the magic essence. Leveling up while lying down. Soon, everyone present would be able to absorb the demonic essence except for that blue-haired guy. Blue hair would definitely curse. When they encountered the next sand scorpion swarm, Yifeng would feign anger at blue hair's insults and once again deny the group access to the absorption. He'll make sure everyone knows it's blue hair's fault they can't level up effortlessly. First, he'd guide the group to isolate that blue-haired guy. You little brat. Yifeng sneered inwardly. I can command beasts and I can command people. You can incite classmates to attack me, but so can I. This is what happens when you cross me. Yifeng turned and declared. Come on, everyone. Where to? A girl asked, confused. To absorb the demonic essence. Yifeng pointed toward the drifting demonic essence in the distance and said indifferently. Ha? The group collectively gasped, their faces filled with confusion, all sharing the same question in their minds. Just moments ago, Yifeng had argued with the entire class over the demonic essence. Why would he now offer them the very essence he had fought to obtain? A girl timidly asked Yifeng. You killed all these beasts. Now you want us to absorb them? Yifeng nodded firmly. Since the teacher put me in charge of you all, I'll see it through to the end. My original plan was to save some magic essence for you all to absorb at the end, ensuring each of you could advance 3 levels. But I'm not much for talking, and you were all too impatient, which is why we ended up arguing earlier. Chapter 80, what am I anticipating? What am I passionate about? Ha? The crowd was even more bewildered, so it had all been a misunderstanding? What's gotten into him? Someone muttered under their breath. No idea. Who cares? Might as well take advantage while we can. Yifeng stepped back 2 paces, clearing a path for the others. Seeing this, they all thanked him before heading off to absorb the magic essence. As 2 girls passed by Yifeng, they even gave him a sweet smile. The blue-haired archer strode toward the magic essence with smug satisfaction. To him, this was Yifeng bowing his head to him, to the entire class.
Hold on.
Yifeng grabbed the blue-haired archer and yanked him back.
What?
The blue-haired archer looked at Yifeng in confusion.
You're not getting it.
Yifeng said flatly.
What?
The blue-haired archer flared up instantly.
I said you can't absorb it.
Yifeng repeated himself.
I killed that beast. That magic essence is mine. I'll give it to whoever I want. You just insulted me. Why would I give it to you?
The blue-haired youth flared up. It wasn't that he cared about this bit of demonic essence. He was a minor rich kid himself. This bit of magic essence was insignificant either way. The real issue was that Yifeng was giving it to everyone else but him. This was clearly targeting him.
Go yourself. Put. Like I even want it.
You're just targeting me, Yifeng immediately turned and walked away, refusing to waste words on this man.
Once everyone had absorbed the demonic essence, the army pressed onward. Their attitude this time was markedly different from before.
Most stayed close behind Yifeng, and several even approached him to strike up conversations.
But Yifeng feigned anger, ignoring every single one.
Seeing this, the others wisely refrained from further conversation.
Before long, the third wave of sand scorpions came into view.
This swarm was still led by a third-tier sand scorpion, easily wiped out with a wave of Yifeng's hand. Just as Yifeng was about to repeat his previous tactic, Blue Hair stepped forward again.
Get out of the way.
You took care of the first two waves.
Now it's my turn.
Yifeng wanted to laugh, but he had to feign anger, forcing himself to suppress the upward twitch of his lips. This blue-haired guy was only a tier 1 or 2 practitioner. Forget about the tier 3 sand scorpion leader. Even 3 random tier 2 sand scorpions would be too much for him to handle.
That's right.
The blue-haired archer drew his bow from his back and strode directly toward the sand scorpion swarm.
Yifeng halted his lightning elemental army, clearing the stage for the blue-haired guy. Bailey Lan, don't be a fool. Bailey Lan, you're out of your mind. Bailey Lan, come back.
Bailey Lan paid no heed to these cries. As the esteemed eldest son of the Bailey clan, trailing behind this summoner and eating dust was utterly beneath him. He planned to show off his strength, then turn and walk away with style. Facing the blue-haired archer advancing toward him, the third-tier sand scorpion dared not take it lightly. It immediately dispatched 3 second-tier sand scorpions to engage. Bailey Lan drew the bow from his back, drew the string, and released the arrow, a sequence executed with consummate skill. As the energy arrow coalesced, Bailey Lan aimed at his target.
He seems to be aiming at
the third-tier sand scorpion. Someone recognized the target.
Ha! What is Bailey Lan doing? Can he break through a third-tier sand scorpion's defenses? As the energy arrow's aura grew increasingly potent, the crowd began sensing something was amiss. Something's off. Something's definitely off.
This intensity, this aura, it seems to have surpassed second tier already.
This is...
Yifeng recognized this class, the infused archer, a profession capable of defeating foes beyond its own tier.
Infused archers could condense all their strength into a single arrow.
By focusing every ounce of power into a single point, they unleashed combat power beyond their current tier. Then he does have the strength to kill a third-tier sand scorpion.
It all depends on whether this arrow hits true.
If it strikes the scorpion's vital spot, it could take down a third-tier sand scorpion instantly.
The third-tier sand scorpion wasn't stupid.
When Bai Lan first began gathering energy for his arrow, it paid no heed. But as the arrow's aura grew increasingly potent, reaching a level comparable to its own, it finally sensed the threat of death. The third-tier sand scorpion roared, ordering the second-tier scorpions to accelerate their assault while it plunged headfirst into the desert sands. The third-tier scorpion darted through the sand, using the shifting grains to conceal its tracks and make Bailey Lan's aim difficult. With 3 second-tier sand scorpions closing in on Bailey Lan, he had to make a decision immediately.
Come on, Bailey Lan. You can take down enemies above your rank. The third-tier sand scorpion is too massive. When it darts through the sand, it stirs up vibrations. Aim for the shifting sand, Bailey Lan. Can he do it? Can he do it? He can. He can. Come on, let's witness the miracle. Take down that third-tier sand scorpion and he'll be tomorrow's star. Amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, Bailey Lan glanced left and right before finally making his choice. The infused sword sliced through the air. All eyes fixated on that arrow, breaths catching in their throats. Did it hit? Did it hit? Is it going to hit? I can't take it anymore, let me catch my breath. Amidst the collective anticipation, Bailey Lan's arrow veered wildly, soaring harmlessly into the sky. A collective sigh of disappointment filled the air. What was I expecting? What was I expecting? Damn it! All that excitement for nothing. Dude, the sand scorpion's underground in the sand. Why'd you shoot up at the sky? This scene genuinely amused Yifeng. He had been observing Bailey Lan the entire time using his wind-shaped shadow detection technique. Through the wind disturbance caused when Bailey Lan drew his bow, Yifeng could tell. This guy was way too greedy.
He'd compressed the power of his infused arrow to the absolute limit, which meant he couldn't control it at all. His hands were shaking like crazy, and the last shot went flying into the sky. His infused arrow had become a cloud-piercing arrow.
Bro, 666. Spot on.
Watch this. Yifeng swung his arm, unleashing 1,000 thunderbolts. Within seconds, the sand scorpions were all sent skyward. Another wave of his hand unleashed the corpse dragon, which roared forth, plunging into the sand to snatch out a third-tier sand scorpion and tear it in two.
The entire sequence took less than 30 seconds. Holy. Whoa, that's insane. Is this even human?
No comparison, no hurt. Even after witnessing Yifeng's prowess multiple times, the crowd was still stunned by the stark contrast with Belle.
Belle witnessed this scene, rolled his eyes in fury, and fainted.
The relentless arrow firing had drained him of all strength.
Compounded by the desert's unbearable heat, his final, all-out arrow had sailed straight into the sky.
After these successive blows, Belle could endure no more and collapsed unconscious on the ground.
Oh. Why did he faint? Yifeng hurried over to check on him. He wasn't faking it. Don't pass out. Get up and play along. It's your turn to provoke me now.
Yifeng mentally screamed in exasperation.
Chapter 81. This won't be easy. We'll need more money. Seeing Belle lying unconscious, Yifeng was momentarily at a loss. Should he just send this guy away?
Just as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, Lin Kiki, who vanished earlier, descended from the sky and approached Belle. With a wave of her hand, she swept Belle up and motioned for the group to continue forward. Yifeng led the group deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, Yifeng encountered 2 more waves of sand scorpion beasts, which he easily dealt with. However, the magical essence gained was too meager. Glancing at his experience bar, Yifeng shook his head helplessly. Leading the group forward once more, an oasis soon came into view. A thunder spirit detached from the main force to scout the oasis. After confirming it was not a mirage, Yifeng led the group to the edge of the oasis. Upon entering the oasis, the scorching heat of the desert instantly lessened considerably. A jungle-like atmosphere enveloped them. Following the path carved by the skeletal giant, rustling sounds emanated from the jungle on both sides, as if countless scorpions were scurrying through the foliage. Yifeng's wind-shaped shadow detection spell was already active. As a gentle breeze swept across the oasis, everything within it lay under his control. The group trailing behind Yifeng chattered and laughed, their curiosity piqued by the oasis. Little did they know that beneath the grasses on both sides, countless sand scorpions crawled about, their eyes fixed on the travelers with predatory intent. Only the presence of the Thunder Spirit army overhead deterred them from making a move. Yifeng directed the skeletal giant toward the lake at the oasis's edge. Through wind-shaped shadow detection, he had already discovered a 4th-tier sand scorpion king lurking there. Only this 4th-tier scorpion offered a substantial amount of magic essence. The 1st and 2nd-tier scorpions held little value for him. Under Yifeng's command, the skeleton giant's speed reached near its limit. They would reach the oasis lake in just over 10 minutes. Suddenly, a drawn-out howl echoed from the depths of the oasis. Then, countless sand scorpions surged forth from all directions, charging toward Yifeng and his companions. 7 3rd-tier sand scorpions burrowed up from the ground, overturning the skeletal giant that was clearing the path. Under the Sand Scorpion King's command, the lower-tier scorpions, despite their fear of the Thunder Spirit army, had no choice but to attack Yifeng. Watch out, someone in the group shouted. Everyone gather close. Melee classes stay outside, fragile classes stay inside. Cast a buff spell, quick. I can't hold out much longer. These were all 1st and 2nd-tier novices. Though their class levels were high, their tiers were still far too low. Facing enemies dozens of times their number, the group soon began wailing in despair. Damn it! How did so many sand scorpions suddenly appear? I can't take it anymore. Who's got healing potions? Where's Yifeng? Where's Yifeng? Save us. Not far away, Yifeng commanded his 4th-tier thunder elemental to slaughter the 3rd-tier sand scorpions. Yifeng had no immediate plans to rescue these greenhorns. The 3rd-tier sand scorpions were already being targeted by his 2 lightning elementals, while the remaining 1st and 2nd-tier scorpions posed little threat. They served as perfect practice for these rookies, while also allowing him to gauge their potential. He planned to select a few promising rookies as potential candidates for future tournaments. Yifeng observed that these rookies were all specialized in 3 roles: offensive, defensive, and healing. Support roles were scarce, and there wasn't a single production type among them. The reason was simple: these 3 roles were never in short supply, whereas support and production roles were scarce. Production roles, especially, were highly sought after. Thanks to the alchemist's influence, production specialists were snapped up as assistants the moment they entered the academy. Alchemists didn't have a formal academy, they were taught one-on-one. Less than 5 minutes into the battle, the rookies were already struggling to withstand the Sand Scorpion Horde's onslaught. 2 fragile classes nearly got torn apart by the swarming sand scorpions, but someone risked their life to save them. But the rescuer now found themselves surrounded by the swarm. Quick! Quick! Break his siege! Focus fire! Focus fire! I'm coming!
I'm coming.
At this critical moment, the rookies unleashed their signature moves, spamming skills like there was no tomorrow. But the sand scorpions were simply too numerous. Soon, the rookies who had rushed to the rescue found themselves surrounded as well.
Now utterly defenseless, the newbies faced annihilation within minutes. Watching from afar, Yifeng shook his head in dismay.
He summoned back a 4th-tier thunder spirit, which had been slaughtering sand scorpions, to rescue the rookies. Upon receiving Yifeng's command, the lightning spirit merely turned its head, and a flash of lightning erupted from its 2 ethereal eyes. Then, a pillar of lightning erupted, sweeping toward the swarm of sand scorpions encircling the rookies. A 4th-tier skill against 1st and 2nd-tier sand scorpions was like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Wherever the lightning beam passed, every sand scorpion vanished instantly. After the lightning beam continued its barrage for over a minute, the sand scorpion horde besieging the rookies was utterly annihilated.
Charge! Up, up! Kill these scorpions! Damn it! I've put up with these things long enough.
Seeing the sand scorpions surrounding them torn to shreds by the lightning spirit, the rookies instantly found the courage to counterattack. One by one, they shouted as they charged toward the dwindling number of sand scorpions. Yifeng shook his head in disbelief. This oasis contained only a single 4th-tier sand scorpion. For someone like him, who commanded 2 4th-tier lightning spirits, taking this place would be a matter of minutes. The reason Yifeng lingered here so long was to see if any promising prospects existed among this bunch of rookies.
As far as he could tell, there wasn't a single one. Damn it! I'm going to have to vent to Director Mu later. This year's students are just terrible. They'd better pay me extra. Otherwise, this is going to be tough to handle.
After muttering his complaint under his breath, Yifeng turned his gaze toward the sand scorpion's hiding spot.
Time to wrap this up.
Yifeng's mind flickered and the soul-devouring technique activated abruptly.
A 4th-tier lightning spirit was suddenly sucked into the vortex on Yifeng's chest.
The soul-devouring technique now functioned like the summoner's other 3 skills as one of Yifeng's foundational abilities. As a core ability, its casting speed increased significantly, and each absorption lasted longer.
Each absorption could sustain him for over an hour.
After devouring the lightning spirit, Yifeng transformed into a human-shaped dark cloud. However, only his upper body retained human form, while his lower half was a spiraling cloud. The appearance of this human-shaped cloud instantly drew the attention of everyone present.
What is that? No idea. I didn't see what happened just now. I saw it. Senior Yifeng ate a dark cloud and turned into a monster.
After these 2 battles, Yifeng standing among the crowd grew ever higher. Though clearly just a classmate, some had already begun addressing him as senior.
What monster? Don't spread rumors if you don't know.
That's the power of a profession, a spirit eater.
They can borrow the strength of beasts. Someone knowledgeable immediately recognized Yifeng's ability. Chapter 82, nice work. Just slash away. Yifeng now felt his entire body brimming with the power of thunder and lightning. He left another 4th-tier lightning spirit to clean up the battlefield while he flew deep into the oasis to deal with the 4th-tier sand scorpion king. Passing by the skeleton giant, Yifeng casually flicked out several bolts of lightning to rescue it from danger. This scene drew repeated gasps from the crowd. No comparison, no comparison. 4th tier is 4th tier. Oomph, nothing to get excited about. Some remained unconvinced.
All eyes turned to the speaker, a man named Gao Yuan.
Crossing his arms over his chest, Gao Yuan continued indifferently. What's so great about a 4th tier bullying a 3rd tier? It's just that summoners can use their ability to overcome weaker opponents to flex their muscles. Hey, keep it down, bro. Senior Yifeng should be back soon.
Someone nearby made a shushing gesture.
Gao Yuan sneered dismissively. Keep quiet? Like I'm scared of him? Listen up, I'm used to being cocky, I won't tone it down.
Don't think Yifeng's the only one who can take down enemies above his tier, this young master can too. If you don't believe me, I'll kill a 3rd tier sand scorpion right now to prove it.
Gao Yuan declared confidently. Don't be a fool, Gao Yuan. You only just advanced to tier 2 a couple days ago.
Yeah, just because Yifeng makes killing higher tier enemies look easy doesn't mean you can pull it off.
Yifeng is Yifeng. You're you. If they hadn't said anything, it would have been fine. But now that they'd tried to dissuade him, Gao Yuan was even more determined.
There was a reason a 2nd tier Gao Yuan dared provoke a 3rd tier sand scorpion. His class was Backlash Warrior, whose ability allowed him to reflect damage back onto his enemies.
A warrior's strength lies in their high physical resilience, matched by formidable recovery abilities. As long as Gao Yuan's recovery outpaced that of the 3rd tier sand scorpion, he could outlast it. To boost his recovery, Gao Yuan had specially commissioned an alchemist to craft a healing breastplate at great expense. With the breastplate equipped, his recovery speed doubled that of other warriors. Wearing it, his recovery speed doubled that of other warriors. Gao Yuan slowly approached a lone 3rd tier sand scorpion, preparing to attach the life-sharing chain to it. Once bound by the chain of shared fate, any damage Gao Yuan took would be inflicted upon the scorpion as well. Spotting Gao Yuan closing in, the 3rd tier sand scorpion turned tail and fled, quickly escaping the chain's range. Gao Yuan wasn't about to let his prey escape. He immediately gave chase, simultaneously preparing another life and death chain. Man and Scorpion entered the grassy thicket, one ahead and one behind, vanishing from everyone's sight. Moments later, Gao Yuan emerged, scrambling and disheveled, with 3 third-tier sand scorpions hot on his heels. Damn it! An ambush! How the hell are there 2 more third-tier sand scorpions hiding underground? Gao Yuan yelled as he ran. I can't hold on, I can't hold on. Healer, buff me now. A support player reacted swiftly, casting a revitalize spell on Gao Yuan. Inspiration was the support class's jack of all trades skill. It boosted the caster's movement speed, recovery rate, and healing efficiency, while also temporarily enhancing physical resilience. Its support capabilities were remarkably versatile. However, it was broad but not deep. While its coverage was extensive, its effects weren't particularly potent. The renowned healer nearby swiftly followed suit, unleashing a healing spell that enveloped Gao Yuan in a halo of holy light. Bolstered by the support and healer's buffs, Gao Yuan's confidence surged. He drew his greatsword from the giant shield. As the skill activated, the bond of life and death chain instantly linked to the sand scorpion on his left. Gao Yuan charged forward, engaging the third-tier sand scorpion in combat. As a backlash warrior relied on damage taken to fuel his output, Gao Yuan focused solely on offense, abandoning defense. Soon, his body was covered in wounds. But the sand scorpion entangled in his chain wasn't faring much better. Seeing the gravely wounded scorpion, Gao Yuan felt a sense of relief. He could take a few more hits before the scorpion was killed outright by his own backlash. At worst, he'd be severely injured himself. Just as Gao Yuan charged forward again, ready to take the blow, the dying sand scorpion suddenly went berserk. It swung its pincers, grabbing a second-stage sand scorpion. It tore off the second-stage scorpion's tail with a single yank and swallowed it whole. What the hell? This move left Gao Yuan utterly dumbfounded. The scorpion's tail contained potent venom, while the rest of its body offered succulent meat. Yet this creature defied convention, devouring the venomous tail itself. After swallowing the tail, the dying sand scorpion instantly burst with a powerful life force, its wounds rapidly healing. The sand scorpion repeated the trick, swallowing 4 or 5 more tails in succession. Gao Yuan instinctively stepped forward to stop it, only to be forced back by 2 other third-tier sand scorpions. Watching the dying sand scorpion rapidly heal itself, Gao Yuan grew frantic. But the 2 third-tier sand scorpions blocked his path, preventing him from getting through. The 2 third-tier sand scorpions were clever. They merely blocked Gao Yuan without attacking him, waiting for their comrade behind them to fully recover before finishing him off together. Left with no choice, Gao Yuan drew his greatsword and slashed fiercely at his own body. Gao Yuan had allies behind him. The newbies no longer held back, unleashing healing spells on Gao Yuan as if they were free. His teammates rallied around him, shouting encouragement. Hang in there, Gao Yuan. We've got your healing covered, just keep slashing yourself. That's it. Keep slashing yourself. Don't stop. No, slash at the head. Slash at the head. Some self-proclaimed strategist suddenly blurted out. Are you poisonous? You're a living demon king. After slashing himself over a dozen times, blood-soaked Gao Yuan finally couldn't take it anymore. He glanced up at the sand scorpion's condition and nearly choked on his own blood from rage. The sand scorpion, which had been on the brink of death, was now in better shape than he was. There was nothing to be done. Their team was simply too weak. Among his teammates, there were only 4 healers. Those 4 healers had exhausted all their strength, casting 17 healing spells on him, many of which were first-tier skills. For the sand scorpion, consuming a single second-tier tail was equivalent to receiving 1 second-tier healing spell. And this oasis was the sand scorpion's lair. There were more sand scorpions here than they could ever eat. The third-stage sand scorpion specifically preyed on second-stage sand scorpions. Within mere minutes, it had devoured dozens of second-stage scorpion tails, equivalent to receiving dozens of healing spells. With one side weakening and the other strengthening, it was no wonder the third-tier sand scorpion's condition surpassed his own. Gao Yuan now saw stars before his eyes, overcome with both rage and dizziness. But he couldn't collapse now. The dying sand scorpion had finished healing, and 3 third-tier sand scorpions were charging toward him with fierce momentum. Just as Gao Yuan thought he was done for, a bolt of lightning struck, instantly obliterating the 3 third-tier sand scorpions. Everyone turned to see Yifang returning. Saved, Gao Yuan immediately launched into bragging mode to salvage his pride. Damn it! I was just about to use my trump card. Did you think I was about to lose? Actually, I still had a trump card up my sleeve. Enough, cut the crap. Earlier, 6 or 7 third-tier sand scorpions were swarming that lead skeleton, but Senior Yifang just waved his hand and wiped them all out instantly. And you were running around like a chicken with its head cut off over just 2 third-tier sand scorpions. Chapter 83, You Two Keep Fighting. Inside the office. Director Mu and Dean Sheen sat facing each other, observing the teams within the secret realm through stone tablet projections. In the first projection, a slender youth stood defiantly against an army of tens of thousands of beasts. With a snap of his fingers, he conjured a single spark.
Another wave of his hand caused the spark to fission. 1 became 10, 10 became 100. Within mere minutes, nearly 10,000 sparks swarmed the screen. In the second projection, a loli with twin ponytails, clutching a compact toolbox, maneuvered against a 4th-tier beast. She reached into the toolbox and grabbed a glowing orb. The moment it touched the ground, it transformed into a robot. Facing the energy wave unleashed by the 4th-tier beast, the girl swept her hand over the toolbox. A spinning iron shield materialized in the robot's hands, blocking the attack. However, the spinning iron shield was nearly destroyed. The twin ponytailed girl clenched her fist toward the shield. Instantly, as if shaped by an invisible giant hand, the shield rapidly crumpled into a ball. Then, with a light clap of her hands, the scrap metal instantly transformed into a small shield that attached itself to the robot's chest. In the third projection, Yifeng, transformed into a human-shaped dark cloud, was sweeping away the remaining sand scorpions. Things really are getting worse every year. Last semester, we had at least one 4th-tier sorcerer. Now we're down to just 3 3rd-tier practitioners. 2 from First Academy, 1 from Third Academy. The youth in the first projection, constantly splitting sparks, was Feng Ziyuan, a fissionist by profession. This was a slow-burning profession through continuous fission. A fissionist's strength grew stronger the longer the battle lasted. The girl in the second projection was Mu, a mechanical assembler. She could rapidly assemble combat robots from raw materials and swap their weapons on the fly to suit battle needs. The third projection was Yifeng, whom he held in highest regard, a summoner. Across from him, Dean Qin was also observing the 3 figures in the projections. Whoa! After assessing this year's students' capabilities, Dean Qin sucked in a sharp breath of dismay. Feng Ziyuan, the fissioner, his occupational flaws are too significant. He'll have virtually no combat effectiveness at the start of a fight. However, his growth ceiling is exceptionally high. If his teammates can buy him enough time, he could become the decisive force in the late stages of battle. Dean Qin shifted his gaze to the second projection. This mechanical assembler was someone he had specifically recruited. Mumu hailed from a minor faction, with 7 generations of his family serving as assembly mechanics. Assembly mechanics ranked among the top tiers of SSS class professions. Major academies with reputations were scrambling to recruit them. Had it not been for his deep connection with Mumu's father, an obscure academy like theirs would never have secured such a mechanic. At that moment, the image in the third projection captured both men's attention. Upon seeing the black flame in Yifeng's hand, Director Mu and Dean Qin both sat up straight. Sand Scorpion's secret realm. Yifeng toyed with the netherfire in his hand, his peripheral vision glancing toward. This was the second oasis he had encountered. To his surprise, this oasis harbored 3 4th-tier sand scorpions. What a pleasant surprise! All pure, white magic essence. Yifeng immediately dispatched 2 thunder spirits to engage the foes, personally taking on the 3rd 4th-tier sand scorpion. Yifeng devoured a 3rd-tier modified skeleton, then summoned the bone castle, scattering hundreds of low-tier modified skeletons. After completing all this, Yifeng retracted the bone castle. Having already used half his modified skeletons, he needed to conserve them. Yifeng intended to take down this 4th-tier sand scorpion with just these remaining forces. As the 4th-tier sand scorpion charged, Yifeng's mind flickered, summoning 4th-tier skeletons to form a barrier before him. He then commanded the modified skeletons to initiate internal combustion. In an instant, over 100 shrouded flames drifted through the air. Skill, fire absorption. In his skeletal form, Yifeng opened his mouth slightly and sucked in all the nether flames. The moment the ghost flames entered his body, Yifeng instantly felt his strength surge. He believed he could now knock a 4th-tier sand scorpion flying with a single punch. Yifeng commanded the 4th-tier skeletons to clear the path as he charged forward, fist raised. Boom! Yifeng clashed with the 4th-tier sand scorpion. The scorpion didn't budge an inch, while Yifeng staggered back dozens of steps before regaining his footing. The gap between 3rd and 4th tier was too vast. That single strike alone drained all the power from the nether flames he had just consumed. Alright, can't knock it back. Then you two keep fighting. Yifeng flashed behind the 4th-tier skeleton. Though he'd been thoroughly outmatched, Yifeng hadn't come away empty-handed. At least he'd calculated that over 100 portions of nether flame could allow a 3rd-tier skeleton to withstand a direct hit from a 4th-tier sand scorpion. Keep in mind, skeletons are the weakest combatants, while sand scorpions are mid-tier fighters. A level 3 skeleton facing a level 4 sand scorpion was like Yifeng's level 4 thunder elemental taking on a level 3 sand scorpion. One strike would finish it. Now, empowered by the nether flames, it could actually withstand a direct hit from a 4th-tier sand scorpion. This alone demonstrated the nether flames' formidable power. One tactic failed, so Yifeng shifted his approach. He resumed his soul attacks using Ignite. After several ignitions, Yifeng paused his actions. Previously, Yifeng had commanded numerous modified skeletons, making his maneuvers cumbersome. Now, as he began to use them sparingly, Yifeng immediately identified a problem. Ignition dealt damage in 2 phases, the initial explosion when the nether flame ignited, followed by the sustained burn damage after the explosion.
Yifeng realized that using Ignite in one-on-one combat was extremely wasteful. Yen Explosion was a far superior choice. Pyroblast dealt single target damage, concentrating the Nether Flame's power into a focused explosion. Though its area of effect was small, its destructive force was immense. Ignite, however, was an AoE attack that dispersed the Nether Flame's power to inflict damage on multiple targets. While it had a larger area of effect, its overall power was slightly weaker compared to Yenbao. Against 4th tier enemies in one-on-one combat, Pyroblast proved more effective than Ignite. Unfortunately, Yifeng wasn't a modified necromancer. He didn't possess the Pyroblast skill himself and could only unleash it through the power of his modified skeletons. Even more regrettably, none of the 3rd tier skeletons under his command possessed the Pyroblast skill. For now, he could only rely on Ignite to eliminate his foes. Yifeng launched another offensive, carefully directing all his Netherflame totems to detonate near the Sand Scorpion to minimize waste. Finally, under Yifeng's relentless soul assault, the 4th tier Sand Scorpion collapsed and died. Blowing out the last of the ghost flames in his hand, Yifeng couldn't help but marvel. Nether flames are truly useful. I wonder what the name of the one who laid this inheritance is. The Undead Cataclysm. Inside the office, Dean Sheen and Director Mu both gasped in unison. The soul-shaking black flame in Yifeng's hand was all too familiar to them, none other than the infamous Necrotic Scourge. The origins of the Necrotic Scourge could be traced back to the Dark Age. The era preceding the Twin Empires was known as the Dark Age, a power vacuum following the dragon's departure from the continent. At that time, countless races vied for supremacy, with constant slaughter among the various supernatural species. Humans were merely a second-rate race back then. The dominant human professions were still led by the ancient elemental mages. The future legendary Scourge of the Dead was then merely a fire elemental mage. Chapter 84. If he is a scourge, I will take him as my master. However, after the spirit realm collided with the main world, the emergence of spirit realm creatures altered the fate of this fire elemental mage. Based on excavated ancient texts, it is highly probable that the Lich Plague played a pivotal role in the creation of the Beastmaster and Summoner professions. Truly the pioneer of the spirit summoning discipline. Dean Sheen murmured to himself. Not surprising, not surprising. The Netherflame has appeared in the mortal realm several times, and each time it ended up in the hands of a summoner. In that legacy, summoners were far more favored than beast tamers. What do you think, old Sheen? This Yifeng I've been eyeing isn't half bad, huh? Director Mu chuckled, his eyes gleaming with triumphant satisfaction. Oomph. Dean Sheen snorted disdainfully. It's merely a Netherflame, the weakest trick in a necromancer's bag of tricks. If it were Plague Remnant, I'd give him credit. If it were Catastrophe, I'd apprentice myself to him. Oomph. Director Mu retorted with 2 snorts. Don't be so cocky. That Netherflame alone will give your mechanic a run for his money. Put. Dean Sheen pointed at Yifeng in the projection and sneered. Just a 3rd tier summoner? Those skills he's showing off are all low-level necromancer's plague abilities. That kid probably only has the first volume of Necromantic Flames. Wait until he gets his hands on the upper volume of Necrotic Plague before you speak like that. It's too early to tell now. Too soon? Director Mu was displeased. A duel? Bang! Dean Sheen slammed his hand on the table. Like I'm afraid of you? Director Mu declared, very well. Let's hold a freshman tournament between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd academies. And let's use it as a chance to gauge everyone's combat strength, see if there are any promising talents among the other students. Agreed. The 2 men instantly agreed, exchanging a knowing glance and bursting into laughter. In the Sand Scorpion's secret realm, the newbies scrambled frantically for the spoils. Sand Scorpion tails were prime material for crafting poison attribute items. 10 Sand Scorpion tails could be traded for a single magic essence stone. If one was willing to put in extra effort, Sand Scorpion meat could also be sold for money, though it fetched a much lower price. Yifeng had no interest in such things. He had already secured the most valuable item, the corpse of a 4th tier Sand Scorpion, and nothing else mattered. As for the oasis's resources, there was little worth mining. They weren't worth much, and the effort to extract them was a pure waste of time. Yifeng began to organize his thoughts, planning for his next steps. With a thought, the system interface appeared before his eyes. Name, Yifeng. Lifespan, 429, 306 +1 +1 +1. Class, Summoner. Level, 30 Tier 3 Professional. Experience, 75.17%. Yifeng noticed that after advancing to the 3rd tier, his experience points no longer displayed specific numerical values but appeared as percentages instead. This was because, upon reaching Tier 3, the amount of magic essence required to level up increased exponentially. Yifeng continued to sort through. Summoning space, 710. Active skill, Spirit Realm Summoning Tier 3 randomly summons 1 Spirit Realm creature to the main world through a Spirit Realm gate. Can open up to 4 Spirit Realm gates simultaneously. Spirit Realm Contract Tier 3 establishes an irrevocable pact with a Spirit Realm creature. Spirit Devouring Art Tier 3 briefly consumes a Spirit Realm creature, temporarily granting all its abilities. Passive skill, damage transfer no level, unupgradable.
After contracting with a summoned creature, all damage inflicted upon the summoner is borne by the summoned creature.
The summoning space expands once more, increasing its capacity to 10. The Spirit Realm summoning has also been upgraded, now capable of opening 4 Spirit Realm gates simultaneously.
Yet the Spirit Realm contract remained unchanged. Frowning at the third-tier Spirit Realm contract, Yifeng frowned. The Spirit Realm contract had been upgraded twice already, yet it showed no signs of change whatsoever. Yifeng was certain the Spirit Realm contract skill would eventually change, but his level was not yet sufficient. Otherwise, it would be labeled like the passive skill damage transfer, which doesn't specify a level requirement. Does it require reaching tiers 4 or 5 to change? Yifeng continued to sort through his thoughts. After Soul Devouring became his base skill, it transformed from an unupgradable ability into one that could be enhanced. The upgraded Soul Devouring technique cast faster and lasted longer, something Yifeng had already experienced firsthand. After reviewing his own abilities, Yifeng turned his thoughts to his summoned creatures.
His current summons included Tier 2, Eagle-Winged Demon Statue. Tier 3, Fire Elemental, Corpse Dragon.
4th tier, Skeleton, 2 Thunder Spirits.
+1 return to Void Bat whose level couldn't be determined.
Ever since Yifeng obtained this return to Void Bat, he'd kept it hidden away in his summoning space, never bringing it out. Such treasures must never be seen by others. Yifeng understood the principle that while the man himself may be innocent, possessing such a treasure makes him guilty. What surprised Yifeng was that the bat's ethereal defense proved comprehensive, not only blocking attacks but also thwarting detection. Yifeng had tried numerous methods to determine the return to Void Bat's level, but none had yielded results. Yifeng released the Eagle-Winged Demon Statue, immediately dissolving their spiritual realm contract. As specks of white light drifted away, the Eagle-Winged Demon Statue completely dissolved itself and returned to the spirit realm. Since Yifeng rarely faced second-tier opponents now, the Eagle-Winged Demon Statue had little use. For flight, he now possessed 2 thunder spirits shaped like dark clouds, enabling him to soar through the clouds. Thus, the Eagle-Winged Demon Statue had become utterly redundant, and Yifeng released it without hesitation.
Next came the matter of the necrotic flames.
Within Yifeng's bone castle remained fewer than 10,000. 47 skeletal giants, 42 third-tier skeletons, 27 skeleton wolf riders, and over 100 bone spear throwers. The number of second-tier skeletons was pitifully low, barely over 100. Regarding Netherflame skills, Tier 1 possessed Internal Combustion, Tier 2 had Fire Capture, Tier 3 featured Ignite and Netherflame Totem Shift. As for the remaining skills in the upper volume of the Necromantic Netherflame System Compendium, Yifeng was still unable to unleash them. After reviewing his recent gains, Yifeng began planning his next steps. The foremost priority was undoubtedly leveling up. Previously, relying on his ability to defeat foes several tiers above his own, Yifeng could advance a major level in just 2 or 3 days. Now, while he still possessed that same power to defeat foes several tiers above his own, he couldn't even gain a single level in a day. After reaching Tier 3, Yifeng's leveling speed had noticeably slowed, with the required experience points suddenly increasing by an order of magnitude. Yifeng understood this was because merging his professions had amplified his fundamental power source. Naturally, the bucket he possessed now required far more water to fill. To maintain his previous leveling pace, Yifeng would have to hunt 5th-tier ghouls. But that was pure suicide. Yifeng knew all too well how formidable 5th-tier ghouls were. He'd never forgotten the feeling he'd had the first time he'd encountered one. But there was a second path to rapid leveling. That was to consume money directly. Chapter 85, that one was prepared for you. Once a magic essence stone was absorbed, it became a point of magic essence, essentially a point of experience. If Yifeng had enough money, he could reach 5th tier within a single day. But that was impossible. If he relied solely on absorbing magic essence stones to reach the 5th tier, Yifeng calculated that he alone would consume the annual expenditure of a large city. And that was just absorption. Digestion was another matter entirely. On a professional's path to advancement, both absorption and digestion are indispensable. For levels below Tier 3, the potions that aid digestion are called purification potions. For the stage between Tiers 3 and 5, the potions that aid digestion are called purification potions. Pure refining potions cost 10 times as much as purifying potions. Imagine the cost of supporting a 5th-tier professional. It's absolutely astronomical. And that's not even counting the cost of skill books, weapons, gear, and such. The saying that professionals are money-eating machines isn't just idle talk. In short, it all boils down to one thing: make money, and make more money. After leading his team out of the dungeon, Yifeng headed straight back to the dorm. The rewards for the practical training session didn't require him to claim them, they'd be deposited directly into his card. He was undoubtedly the top performer in this training session. Everyone else had only managed to kill a few first and second tier sand scorpions. He, however, had slaughtered entire tribes of sand scorpions. Back in the dorm, Yifeng wasted no time, immediately diving into his study of the transcendent arts. The nature of the Netherflame inheritance was now clear: it was a research-based legacy. The one who established the inheritance had never fully resolved a particular question before his death, so he left it behind for someone capable to inherit.
Whoever solved the problem would inherit that legacy.
Yifeng was still a long way off from inheriting the legacy, let alone solving the problem that had troubled the great master his entire life. He was still riding the master's coattails, using the master's achievements to slaughter opponents far above his level. Judging by the ability to create a miniature world, the originator of this legacy must have been at least an 8th-tier cultivator, and that's a conservative estimate from Yifeng's limited perspective. To put it more dramatically, it was simply impossible for them to be below 9th rank. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. A series of beeps jolted Yifeng awake. Damn it! I was supposed to be studying transcendence studies. When did I fall asleep? Wiping the drool from his mouth, Yifeng picked up the incessantly beeping ID card. The ID card issued to him by Capital University could receive messages, and students could also use their cards to contact each other. Glancing at the message, it was Director Mu summoning students for a meeting. After a quick wash, Yifeng took his time and even went for breakfast. While Yifeng was eating breakfast, the Capital University dueling arena was already packed with people. That was where Yifeng's meeting was scheduled for today. 3 elevated platforms stood in the center of the arena. Upon the first platform, a frail youth sat cross-legged. Hundreds of sparks swirled around him, moving in a rhythmic pattern. The sparks rotated slowly clockwise. Moments later, they accelerated all at once, instantly forming a fiery vortex. As the sparks slowed, the original hundreds had fragmented into nearly 1,000 separate clusters. Dozens of spectators gathered below the first platform glared with clenched teeth at the frail youth, Feng Ziyuan, seated cross-legged. Damn it! Does his Mars-splitting skill consume no energy at all? Dozens of us took turns attacking him in a relentless assault, yet he still has the strength to split the sparks. On the second elevated platform, a twin ponytailed loli was busily munching on a large steamed bun. Before her, a robot was locked in combat with a burly, muscular man. Mumu had replaced the robot's limbs with razor-sharp blades. Now, the robot's feet rapidly tapped the ground, sparking fiercely with each strike. The robot's blades slashed wildly, repeatedly striking the burly man's body. But the burly man braced his defenses with all his might, standing unshaken. Oomph. Little girl, surrender now. This heavily armored giant isn't afraid of your little assassin robot. Mumu swallowed the bun in her mouth and grinned, replying. Is that so? What about this? With that, Mumu's right hand plunged into the toolbox. A giant hammer shot out, as if drawn by magnetism, landing precisely on the robot's body. The hammer attached to the robot's body caused its 2 sword-like legs to buckle under the weight, instantly throwing it off balance. Whoa! Almost forgot Core 5 can't handle this hammer. Mumu retrieved a glowing orb from the toolbox and tossed it toward the robot. Core 3. The light sphere instantly completed the robot's transformation. The 4 blades on its limbs were replaced with armored limbs, its entire height was elongated, and its body was now covered in earth-tone heavy armor. Careful now, it's got way more strength than you do. Mumu winked at the burly man. The next moment, the burly man was smashed off the stage by the giant hammer. Ugh. That woman's a monster too. Her robot is practically omnipotent. Yeah, it's too versatile. When she faced me, the mage, she swapped the robot's limbs for blades, assembling it into an assassin robot. Then when she faced this heavily armored giant, she instantly reprogrammed the assassin robot into a heavy-duty combat machine. Sigh. After just one match, the crowd below the stage realized how formidable these two were. For a moment, no one dared step onto the arena. From the arena's stands, Dean Sheen and Director Mu instantly wore expressions of frustration at their students' lack of progress. Sigh. Aside from these 3, our 3 academies truly lack talent this year. The entire tournament left both teachers and students sighing in frustration. What can we do? We can't blame the teachers for poor student quality. Dean Sheen consoled. By the way, what about that Yifeng of yours? Old Mu, you wouldn't have chickened out and kept him away, would you? Ha 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 ha. Dean Sheen burst into laughter, leaving Director Mu no chance to defend himself. Put. Scared? Can Yifeng take on both of you by himself? Hey. Director Sheen was getting annoyed. I was just saying my side could. Amidst the bickering between the 2 big shots, Yifeng strolled leisurely into the duel arena. Yifeng was the last to arrive, and his entrance immediately drew everyone's attention. As soon as he stepped into the crowd, he heard someone calling his name. Senior Yifeng. Senior Yifeng. Yifeng looked over to see his classmates calling out to him. What's going on here? Yifeng asked, pointing at the 2 figures on the stage. The director and dean ordered us to challenge the stage. Whoever defeats anyone on the stage wins a reward of 100,000 magic essence stones. 10,000? 100,000. Yifeng answered his own question aloud, his spirits soaring at the figure. He desperately needed large sums of money, and now he had a chance to earn it. And it was in his strongest suit fighting. Yifeng rolled up his sleeves, ready to step onto the stage, but Director Mu, who had floated down from midair, stopped him. You can't fight on the stage, Director Mu stated.
Why not? Yi Fong asked, puzzled.
You're defending the third ring, Director Mu pointed to the third platform.
That one is reserved for you. Chapter 86, Defending the Ring. Defend the ring? Yi Fong was utterly unwilling.
He came here to make money, not to play the role of a school NPC. Seeing Yi Fong's reluctance, Director Mu smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated this reaction. Director Mu stated, successfully defending the arena grants double the reward, that is, 200,000 magic essence stones. At those words, Yi Fong's expression shifted instantly. He declared with righteous conviction. Since the school trusts me enough to assign me this challenge, I certainly won't let them down. Director Mu nodded with satisfaction.
I'll reiterate the rules once more.
Any student present may challenge any of these three champions. Defeating each defending champion earns the challenger 100,000 magic essence stones. When a defender is defeated, their platform vanishes. Each platform holds only 100,000 stones, first come, first served. If you're up to the challenge, feel free to take all 300,000 demon essence stones by yourself.
The challenge lasts 5 hours. If no one defeats the challenger within that time, the challenger takes double the prize money. Alright. Enough talk. The Capital University first, second, and third college tournament begins now. No sooner had Director Mu finished speaking than most of the crowd in the square gathered before the third arena defended by Yi Fong. Except for Class 2 of the third college, of course. They had witnessed Yi Fong's formidable strength firsthand yesterday. Below the third platform, a group had already begun. Same old rules, brothers. A relay battle slowly wear down the defender's strength. Whoever wins in the end, the 100,000 demon essence stones must be split among everyone who stepped onto the stage. No problem. It's only fair. Come on, let's see what this champion's got first. This was the unwritten rule agreed upon by all, and it quickly gained unanimous approval. The defenders were all third tier, while the challengers below the stage were all second tier. The only way for the challengers below to defeat the defenders was through a relentless series of battles. One after another, they took the stage to challenge, giving the defending champion no chance to catch their breath. Once the defender's strength was exhausted, they could be easily defeated. However, this meant the first challenger would become cannon fodder, merely paving the way for those who followed. Everyone below the stage understood this well. Consequently, not a single person stepped onto the stage when the tournament began. The principal and director watching from the stands took no action, leaving the entire plaza filled with people facing each other in silence. Later, someone proposed forming teams to challenge the defending champion. Regardless of who ultimately defeated the defender, the prize money would be shared among all who had stepped onto the stage. This finally resolved the issue. The first to step forward was a heavy-set man, accompanied by a Medusa. His attire gave no indication of his profession. After the fat man took his position and gave a slight nod, the tournament officially commenced. All eyes instantly focused on the third stage. Yi Fong stood confidently, motionless, waiting for the fat man to make the first move. The man was only a second-tier professional, and Yi Fong didn't believe he could harm him. Under the spotlight, the man moved. He spread his arms wide, leaning his body backward, deliberately losing his balance to collapse into the arms of Medusa behind him. Medusa stood about a quarter taller than the fat man. As he fell, the back of his head was positioned directly toward her chest, seemingly poised to slam into the two prominent peaks there. Ha! Everyone present froze in shock. You beast! How could you do this to a snake? Someone cursed. Yi Fong couldn't figure out what this guy was doing either. If you turned around, I'd understand what's going on. What the hell are you doing with your head like that? But in that instant, Yi Fong suddenly felt as if he himself were falling backward. Not like it was. Yi Fong reacted instantly, activating both his summoning space and soul devouring techniques simultaneously. He transformed into a humanoid corpse dragon. At that moment, the thousands of snakes coiled atop Medusa's head wrapped themselves around Yi Fong's own head, binding it tightly. The stench of her breath, mere inches away, made Yi Fong genuinely want to vomit. A blast of dragon's breath erupted, shattering thousands of snakes into fragments. Yi Fong instantly broke free from the control. Yah! Medusa, now bereft of her hair, let out a piercing shriek. Without a moment's pause, Yi Fong flapped his wings fiercely and charged toward the fat man. The fat man remained unflustered, offering a faint smile. Just as Yi Fong's fist was about to strike him, he flickered away and instantly materialized where Medusa stood. Naturally, Medusa was replaced at his position. Slamming Medusa to the ground with a single punch, Yi Fong finally grasped the fat man's class ability. So it's a position swap, Yi Fong remarked dismissively. That's somewhat interesting. Yi Fong spun around abruptly and delivered 3 vicious punches to Medusa lying on the ground. Thud! 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 The 3 punches were powerful and heavy, knocking Medusa to the point where she couldn't even scream. After ensuring Medusa was incapacitated, Yi Fong struck again. Let's see how you'll switch now. Bring someone from the audience up? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yi Fong had already charged to the fat man's front. The fat man resorted to his old trick, swapping places with Medusa once more. Once clear of Yifeng, the fat man swiftly produced a box.
Heh, as if I'd only have one Medusa.
Now I'll show you my second combo.
You'd better hurry. With Medusa incapacitated, that guy will soon. At that thought, the fat man glanced up at Yifeng. What met his eyes was a majestic dragon's breath. Boom! The dragon's breath slammed into the fat man, triggering a violent explosion.
The fat man desperately activated his defenses, narrowly avoiding death. After expelling the dragon's breath, Yifeng remarked indifferently.
If that's all you've got these tricks swapped with beasts, I'm not worthy of playing with you anymore.
Not very interesting.
Though Yifeng's words carried contempt, he had nearly been ambushed moments ago. The fat man's sudden positional shift in the first wave had caught Yifeng completely off guard.
Medusa's racial ability was petrification.
The source of petrification was the venom on her fangs. The mere thought of his head being wrapped by thousands of snakes sent a chill down Yifeng's spine. Fortunately, this Medusa was only a second-tier creature, incapable of breaching the defenses of a third-tier zombie dragon. Otherwise, Yifeng would have been turned into a stone statue by now. Capital University truly lives up to its reputation as the highest institution of learning. Even the most mediocre academy has its share of talented individuals.
One unusual profession after another.
With that thought, Yifeng turned his gaze toward the first two battle platforms.
On the closest second stage, a twin-tailed girl was watching him intently.
Noticing Yifeng's gaze, the twin-tailed girl immediately shot him a look of intense hostility.
What's with the attitude? We've never even crossed paths before.
The frail youth on the first platform had also risen early, gazing intently in his direction. He was the center of attention across the entire plaza.
Chapter 87, I pulled out two 4th tier ones, aren't you going to blow them up? The next challenger's entrance drew Yifeng's attention back to the stage.
The second challenger was a female classmate cloaked entirely in black robes, also a second-tier professional. Without so much as a greeting, she immediately attacked. She violently tore open the cloak covering her body, sending a swirling mass of black mist flying in all directions. She swiftly gathered the cloak back around herself, and all the black mist instantly coalesced toward him. In the blink of an eye, the female student transformed into a dense cloud of darkness.
After two waves of attacks, Yifeng recognized her profession. A lich.
Warlocks were a relatively rare profession, originating from the orc tribes. In the earliest days, it wasn't a profession practiced by humans. But later, countless humans studied the profession, daring to fuse with any primordial force they could find. In the hands of a down-and-out alchemist, the lich successfully became a human profession. Yet this class wasn't particularly powerful. Its greatest significance lay in lifting the veil of mystery surrounding the Orcish tribes. It laid bare the secrets of the half-orc race across the entire continent. After the fall of the half-orc race, few chose to become liches, a class that was never particularly powerful to begin with.
Gradually, this profession vanished entirely.
The lich profession had not appeared on the continent for centuries. After centuries, the people of the continent have finally witnessed a lich again.
Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim.
Unfortunately, though this profession was as rare as a panda, it wasn't particularly powerful.
Otherwise, this girl wouldn't have been assigned to the nameless academy.
Yifeng recalled that the lich was rated as an S-class profession, which didn't meet the admission requirements for the capital university. It was likely her unusual profession that secured her admission to the capital university. Knowing the profession he faced, Yifeng immediately took action. He communicated with his summoning space, releasing the fire elemental. The lich's abilities encompassed the categories of Bizarre, Plague, and Frost. The ability to transform into a swirling black mist and dart about fell under the category of Eeriness. Yifeng recalled the skill's name was something like Shadow Step. The strongest ability within the unnatural category was curses capable of striking enemies from miles away, leaving them utterly defenseless.
Unfortunately, this female student was only at the second tier and hadn't mastered cursing skills yet. Otherwise, Yifeng would have had a real headache. The lich's second most formidable tactic was Frost, especially when combined with Plague.
Yifeng had summoned the fire elemental specifically to counter the witch's Plague Frost. Yifeng dodged left and right without rushing to attack. In its black mist state, the lich was impervious to normal attacks. At best, they could disperse the black mist, but that served little purpose since it would quickly reform. Yifeng waited for the Shadow Step skill to wear off. The lich saw through Yifeng's strategy and launched a desperate offensive. Soon, the arena was swirling with black mist, and Yifeng was swiftly driven to the edge of the platform.
I can't retreat any further.
The rule for defending the platform was that the defender couldn't be knocked off.
Being knocked off meant immediate defeat. Yifeng flapped his wings and began ascending. The lich, seeing this, immediately followed suit, fearing Yifeng would gain distance.
Their battlefield shifted from the ground to the sky. Yifeng skillfully flapped his wings to evade attacks, showing no sign of panic. The corpse dragon's flight speed far outpaced the lich's by an immeasurable margin. The girl couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. He only needed to stall until the Shadow Step wore off. Then, with a single move, he could end the fight. As time ticked by, the lich's impatience grew.
Come on, fight me. What are you hiding from?
You're a third tier being chased around by a second tier witch like this.
Don't you feel ashamed?
No matter how the girl cursed and screamed, Yifeng remained unmoved. Finally, the black mist completely dissipated, revealing the girl's true form. Without the flight boost from the black mist, the lich crashed heavily to the ground.
I surrender.
Having played her final trump card, the witch undead conceded without hesitation. Continuing the fight held no meaning. Before Yifeng could even land, the third challenger had already leaped onto the stage. A muscular young man rolled onto the platform with a single somersault. After landing, he reached behind him to draw his crystal crossbow.
Boom! A blast of dragon fire instantly sent the young man flying off the platform.
The third challenger failed.
Why? Why?
The young man, hurled from the stage, leapt to his feet in fury, ignoring his injuries.
Why did you hold back for so long against the previous two before unleashing your killing move?
Why did you unleash your killing move on me right from the start?
Where do you expect me to put my face now? Yifeng rolled his eyes in exasperation.
The first fat guy pulled that stunt right off the bat, and Yifeng was ready to watch the show. Instead, he got ambushed, leading to a standoff. The second lich could turn into mist, and Yifeng had no way to counter it, so he could only wait for the mist to dissipate. Plus, both opponents had rare classes he wanted to observe, so he engaged them for a while.
As for this third one? Rolling dodges and crystal crossbows?
No need to watch, just a useless ranger.
Pretty common, actually. First, he had no skills Yifeng couldn't handle.
Second, he had no tactics that piqued Yifeng's interest. Yifeng wasted no words with him.
From this moment on, I won't hold back.
Before you step up, assess your own strength.
I won't hold back. I intend to claim this prize. Yifeng began intimidating the crowd below. Damn it, why are they all crowding around me? The first two platforms don't have a single soul. Think I'm easy to push around, huh? I must establish my reputation. But the next few waves of challengers made Yifeng sense something was off. The more he intimidated them, the more challengers came forward.
These opponents were mediocre fighters who only harassed him without giving their all, constantly wearing him down. Occasionally, when Yifeng grew annoyed, he would unleash a dragon's breath. The group would stand silently watching him gather his breath, only to surrender the moment it erupted. Charge, brothers! Don't fall for his bluff, he's been battling through 9 rounds already. He's got barely any strength left.
Exactly. 2 measly third-tier beasts think they can take on 100 of us?
Those 2 third-tier beasts are on their last legs.
Charge, everyone!
Hearing these battle cries, Yifeng understood their intentions.
Damn it! They're trying to wear me down with a relentless barrage. Ha ha! Realizing their scheme, Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle.
He hadn't even lifted a finger yet, relying solely on summoned creatures from his spatial realm. Summoning these entities required no stamina.
His own skill spirit realm summoning wasn't suitable for use on the stage either.
Even if he summoned spirit realm creatures, there wouldn't be enough space for them to stand. If a whole group of you struggled to handle just 2 of my third-tier summoned creatures, what do you think would happen if I unleashed 2 fourth-tier lightning spirits?
Wouldn't you just get blown to bits? Yifeng waved his hand, and 2 lightning spirits instantly appeared. It suddenly got a lot colder. What do you think? Haven't you seen the 2 dark clouds over the arena? Rain is coming, and with it. Ha! Wait, how could there be dark clouds over the arena? Chapter 88, Playing Games with Us? This is a 4th-tier beast. The aura of the 2 thunder spirits overwhelmed the entire arena. Impossible. How could a 3rd-tier practitioner have a 4th-tier beast? He actually has a 4th-tier beast? Oh well, we're doomed. We thought the 3rd-ranked champion was the weakest, but he actually pulled out a 4th-tier beast. Damn beasts. This is infuriating, a student suddenly shouted. Why did these 3 powerhouses come to our obscure academy? This is pure bullying. The moment the 4th-tier combat power was revealed, the challengers below the stage all turned ashen-faced. The gap in combat prowess was simply too vast, a full 2 tiers higher. It was a disparity no round-robin battle could bridge. Oomph. The man who had shouted earlier crossed his arms and snorted coldly. This guy's just toying with us. Why didn't he use his 4th-tier combat power earlier? Everyone, let's just leave it. Let him stand there like a fool on the stage. Exactly. Let's go. The crowd surrounding the 3rd ring dispersed in a swarm, leaving all 3 rings completely empty in an instant. From the stands, Director Mu wore a look of smug satisfaction. See? I picked the right guy, didn't I? Dean Chin sneered disdainfully, humph. If there were only 2 4th-tier fighters, that would be nothing to see. My 2 men here both possess 4th-tier combat strength. Especially Feng Ziyuan, his Mars has now split into over 1,000 fragments. He could take down a 4th-tier lightning spirit with ease. Director Mu retorted immediately. Do you think Yifeng has no backup plan? If Feng Ziyuan dares to exhaust all his Mars energy, he'll lose the next moment. Enough. I'm not going to argue with you here. Dean Chin waved his hand dismissively. Who's stronger and who's weaker we'll see once they fight. Director Mu nodded uncertainly. The purpose of today's tournament wasn't merely to gauge the freshman's potential.
They also needed to determine the relative strengths of Yifang, Feng Ziyuan, and Mumu to establish a ranking for future team assignments. Now that we've assessed the new students, it's time to get down to business. Dean Qin raised his hand, sending 2 invisible messages into Feng Ziyuan and Mumu's minds.
Upon receiving the message, both men stood up simultaneously.
Exchanging a glance, they both leaped onto the third platform where Yifang stood.
Watching them leap over, Yifang felt utterly baffled.
Dean Qin's voice came at the perfect moment.
Since no one else wishes to challenge, I hereby declare the first stage of the arena tournament concluded.
The 3 platform champions Feng Ziyuan, Mumu, and Yifang each receive a reward of 200,000 demon essence stones.
Now, the second stage begins. Champion Tournament.
The 3 champions may challenge each other freely, aiming to defeat the other 2 champions. Each champion defeated may claim the defeated champion's prize. If any champion possesses the skill, they may claim the entire 60,000 demon essence stones prize.
As Dean Qin finished speaking, gasps echoed throughout the arena. 600,000. What an enticing sum. If I won that 600,000 prize, I wouldn't need to worry about money until I reach the 5th tier. Hearing this remark, Yifang shook his head helplessly. 60,000 wouldn't even cover the upgrade from Tier 3 to Tier 4, let alone Tier 5. This young man had no idea how absurdly steep the experience curve became after reaching Tier 3. A Tier 1 practitioner could gain 7 or 8 levels just by absorbing the magic essence of a single Tier 4 beast. Yesterday, Yifang absorbed the magic essence from 2 4th tier beasts and didn't even gain a single level. And that was just absorption. Digestion was another matter entirely. A single bottle of purified potion costs 30,000 magic essence stones. 60,000 magic essence stones barely covers the cost of a single potion. As he pondered, Mumu's robot charged toward Yifang. Yifang neither dodged nor retreated, instead maneuvering his dragon form to meet the attack head-on. After a single clash, the robot was nearly crippled. This caught Yifang off guard. This robot is supposed to be 3rd tier combat strength. How can it be so weak? How has this person managed to hold the ring for so long? In Yifang's estimation, neither the champion of Platform 1 nor Platform 2 would be ordinary opponents. Otherwise, they would have been worn down by the crowd below long ago. Bring out your strongest move, or I'll knock you off this platform, Yifang said as he closed in on Mumu. Mumu chuckled. Oh? So cocky? Then I'll grant your wish. As Yifang closed in, Mumu flicked 5 glowing spheres from his toolbox. The 5 orbs hit the ground and transformed into 5 fully assembled robots. These robots carried no weapons, and their bodies were roughly the size of an average human. Before Mumu could modify the robots, Yifang immediately struck, unleashing a dragon's breath that swept across the 5 robots. The continuous blast of dragon's breath obliterated all 5 robots. For a moment, Mumu seemed to have lost her combat capability. But to everyone's surprise, Mumu merely smiled faintly upon seeing her robots destroyed. She extended both hands inward, and the 6 destroyed robots rapidly reshaped and merged. In the blink of an eye, a cyberpunk-style mechanical battleship was fully assembled. Hee. My specialty is assembling scrap metal into combat robots. It'd be a waste if you didn't wreck them first. Yifang didn't waste words with her. He opened the vortex on his chest, expelling the corpse dragon and swallowing a 4th tier lightning spirit. He switched to the lightning spirit because the warship before him radiated a 4th tier aura. The girl before him had pieced together a 4th tier mechanical warship using 6 3rd tier robots. This reminded Yifang of his Sunluo skeleton transformation. Let me show you the might of my Star Moon battleship. Mumu swept her hand across the toolbox at her waist. A ball of white light shot out, landing on the Star Moon battleship. A cannon materialized on the warship's side. The cannon immediately began charging energy, with a projectile gathering at its muzzle. Yifang sensed danger in this attack. Thunder spirits excelled at offense but were extremely vulnerable defensively. Their entire bodies were composed of clouds, offering virtually no inherent protection. His 2 thunder spirits possessed no defensive abilities. Either a direct hit from this cannon would surely kill them. Without hesitation, Yifang flung his hands forward, sending a vast swath of netherflame totems hurtling toward Mumu. He didn't use the netherflame totems against the Star Moon warship, as they would be ineffective. The warship possessed no soul. Instead, Yifang chose to attack Mumu directly with the netherflames, forcing her to recall the Star Moon warship for protection. This time, Yifang unleashed over 20 netherflame totems, striking with lethal intent. Mumu herself was only a 2nd tier practitioner. If she didn't recall the Star Moon warship to defend herself, Yifang would kill her outright. Yifang wasn't afraid of actually killing Mumu. After all, 2 powerful figures sat in the stands. Watching the totems hurtling toward her, Mumu remained remarkably composed. So he did resort to this tactic. Thankfully, Dean Qin warned me beforehand. Otherwise, I truly would have lost to him. Chapter 89, Such an outcome, the entire arena was stunned. Mumu made a sweeping gesture toward the Star Moon battleship. A component from the rear of the ship flew toward her. The component landed on Mumu and rapidly transformed into a set of battle armor.
Standing in place within the armor, Mumu allowed Yifang's Netherflame totem to scorch him.
To counter your soul attacks, I specifically modified robot number 3. Its transformed battle armor can withstand soul assaults.
This deep soul battle armor was prepared specifically for you. As the words left his mouth, murderous intent flared in Mumu's eyes. The Star Moon battle armor abruptly unleashed a long-charged energy cannon. Yifang could only rely on the lightning elemental's movement speed to evade. The energy cannon didn't stop after the first shot but continued firing, relentlessly sweeping its barrage after Yifang.
The energy cannon's power is 4th tier. The Thunder Spirit's defenses are weak, it absolutely cannot be hit. Yifang's mind raced, instantly activating his Spirit Realm summoning skill. 4 Spirit Realm gates burst open simultaneously, unleashing a swarm of Spirit Realm creatures. This girl's class ability is assembling robots.
Given that, her own combat strength must be low. Even if the summoning gates only produce low-tier Spirit Realm creatures, sheer numbers alone will be enough to deal with her. With that thought, Yifang frantically channeled his power into the Spirit Realm summoning, accelerating the rate at which creatures emerged.
Spark Vortex! A hoarse voice echoed. Hundreds of sparks coalesced into a vortex, blocking the Spirit Realm creature's path. The Starfire Vortex sustained its force, shredding every Spirit Realm creature on the arena before finally sealing off the Spirit Realm gate. Feng Ziyuan executed 3 swift maneuvers in succession, unleashing 3 more Starfire Vortexes that sealed off the remaining 3 Spirit Realm gates. Now all 4 Spirit Realm gates were blocked by Starfire Vortexes. Any Spirit Realm creature that emerged would be incinerated to ashes by the vortexes. Mumu immediately followed suit, pulling another orb of light from her toolbox and hurling it toward the Star Moon warship. The orb landed on the warship, forming a magnetic cannon. Electromagnetic field. As the skill activated, a series of magnetic waves suddenly shot out from the magnetic cannon. However, these waves were not directed at Yifang, but at the ground. Upon impact, concentric magnetic ripples began to form faintly around the Star Moon warship. Each time a magnetic ripple appeared, Yifang was pulled toward it, his movements hindered. As the magnetic ripples manifested once more, Yifang was instantly drawn toward them. The energy cannon fired immediately. With no other choice, Yifang had to release the soul-devouring technique, leaving the Thunder Spirit behind so he could escape. The energy cannon roared toward him, piercing through his Thunder Spirit. The strike pierced the Lightning Spirit's heart, and the fatally wounded spirit instantly dissipated. Yifang was overcome with rage. This was the first time anyone had ever killed one of his summoned creatures. On another part of the arena, Yifang's other Thunder Spirit was being firmly suppressed by Feng Ziyuan. As for his other 3rd-tier summoned creatures, Yifang hadn't released them. Though all 3 were 3rd tier, they were all monstrous creatures possessing 4th-tier combat strength. Yifang's other summons were too weak, releasing them would likely mean certain death. His trump card, Spirit Realm Summoning, had been countered. Yifang's luck was exceptionally poor this time. Not only was the exit from the summoning gate sealed, but the location where the gate opened was also far from ideal. Only 1st and 2nd-tier Spirit Realm creatures emerged, not a single 3rd-tier one in sight. The tide of battle seemed to have completely turned against him. On the spectator stands. Ha 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 ha. Dean Sheen laughed heartily at the sight of Yifang being completely overwhelmed. Well, still feeling cocky? Director Mu? Director Mu remained silent, his face ashen as he watched the battle unfold on the stage. Dean Sheen continued. I told you so. A mere netherflame alone is nothing to fear at all. Yifang himself doesn't possess true 4th-tier combat strength. His ability to slay 4th-tier practitioners relies on lower-tier practitioners lacking soul defense mechanisms. Soul defense only becomes relevant when practitioners reach the 5th tier and begin to develop structured abilities. Ultimately, Yifang is exploiting a tactical advantage. Even so, killing a 4th-tier practitioner isn't easy for Yifang. Most of his netherflames are only 2nd tier. To kill a 4th-tier practitioner without soul defenses using 2nd-tier soul attacks requires sheer volume. But if a practitioner possesses soul defense, even just 3rd-tier defenses, Yifang stands no chance. Against a 4th-tier opponent, Yifang wouldn't stand a chance. And our Mumu's deep soul battle armor happens to possess 4th-tier soul defense capabilities. Ha ha ha. Dean Sheen spoke with great enthusiasm. Director Mu retorted, refusing to be outdone. Yifang isn't without 3rd-tier netherflames. Dean Sheen took a sip of tea with a confident expression and said, I know he has it. But how much? Enough to break through my defenses? Not enough to break mine, Yifang replied, his expression grave. Earlier, he had tested the soul defense of the deep soul battle armor with a 3rd-tier netherflame totem. The result? Not even a spark flew when the soul flame totem struck it. He still had 42 3rd-tier modified skeletons at his disposal, 42 netherflame totems. This quantity was insufficient to break the defense, at least 60 were needed. Yifang. You've lost. Mumu declared confidently. Is that so? Yifang's expression held a hint of amusement, tinged with anger. Absolutely.
Mumu replied without hesitation. One of your two 4th tier summons is dead, the other wounded. Your pride and joy, your summoning skill, has been countered by Feng Ziyuan. And your most confident soul attack couldn't break through my deep soul battle armor. Our gay-piercing scream echoed. Under Feng Ziyuan's relentless assault, the Thunder Spirit finally collapsed, returning to Yi Feng's side, weighed down by its grievous wounds. A beast of the same tier could never match a professional of the same tier. Though the Thunder Spirit possessed powerful attacks and swift movement, its other attributes were weak points. Feng Ziyuan exploited its weaknesses, targeting its vulnerabilities relentlessly until the Thunder Spirit could no longer hold out. Feng Ziyuan didn't pursue, instead continuing to hide behind Mumu. It wasn't out of any sense of camaraderie toward his former classmate that he refrained from harming Yi Feng's summoned creature. Rather, lacking any soul defense techniques, a reckless pursuit could easily leave him vulnerable to Yi Feng's ambush. After this brief interlude, Mumu continued. I know you're not convinced by this loss, thinking our 2-on-1 victory was unfair. But let me tell you this. A win is a win. Losers don't get to be upset. I admit you're strong. Neither of us could beat you one-on-one, but... Will you shut up already? Your incessant chatter is truly irritating. With that, Yi Feng unleashed a barrage of 3rd-tier netherflame totems. Dozens of netherflames merged mid-flight into one massive blast, then violently exploded upon Mumu. Boom! The explosion erupted, engulfing the area in a torrent of black flames. When the flames finally dispersed, Mumu lay half dead in a massive crater, his deep soul battle armor shattered into countless pieces. The outcome sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Chapter 90, just how powerful is he? This can't be. Feng Ziyuan, usually taciturn, roared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Why? Why? Your nether flames couldn't possibly pack that kind of power. The crowd below the stage gaped in stunned silence. This technique. Dean Qin stared blankly at Yi Feng on the stage. He muttered repeatedly, his eyes filled with utter astonishment. But as a high-ranking practitioner, he had seen it all. He quickly regained his composure. This kid has modified the nether flame. Dean Qin delivered his precise assessment. Unbelievable. How old is he to possess such extraordinary scholarly mastery? Seeing the stunned look on Dean Qin's face, Director Mu burst into hearty laughter. Ah, old Qin, what do you think? Who's the one bragging here? Let me tell you, this kid is a real researcher. Whether it's combat techniques or transcendental studies. Otherwise, do you think I'd be so quick to recognize someone's potential? On the stage, Yi Feng unleashed another lethal strike. He summoned the Bone Castle, releasing hundreds of 1st and 2nd tier skeletons. Yi Feng chose not to continue using 3rd tier nether flames, as his supply of 3rd tier skeletons was nearly depleted. Yi Feng pointed distantly at Feng Ziyuan, and hundreds of netherflame totems instantly flew toward him. Mid-flight, the totems rapidly overlapped, merging hundreds into a single entity. The merged netherflame totem mirrored the one that had defeated Mumu, though its aura was significantly weaker. As the netherflame totem hurtled toward him, Feng Ziyuan felt his heart leap into his throat. He possessed no soul defense techniques. If struck by the explosion, he would be crippled if not killed outright. Feng Ziyuan thrust his arms forward with all his might, channeling every last spark of his remaining energy to intercept Yi Feng's netherflame totem. Boom! The netherflame totem collided with the starfire vortex, unleashing a colossal wave of flames. Whoosh! Finally stopped it. But, surveying the empty surroundings, Feng Ziyuan gave a helpless chuckle. He had exhausted all his sparks, leaving him no strength to fight on. Gazing at Mumu, who lay unconscious on the ground, Feng Ziyuan conceded defeat without hesitation. I concede. There's no point in continuing. You win, Yi Feng. Whoa! As Feng Ziyuan conceded, the crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps. Damn it! How did Yi Feng win? Wasn't Yi Feng completely overwhelmed just now, about to lose? No idea. I didn't get it either. I think I get it a bit. Yi Feng seemed to be holding back the whole time. He only unleashed his strongest move at the very end. It was like how he toyed with us earlier. At this remark, the crowd erupted in a fresh wave of murmurs. He toyed with 2 4th-tier fighters too? Just how powerful is he? Someone gasped in awe. As the battle concluded, Dean Qin descended from the viewing platform and declared the victor. Alright, everyone. I declare that Yi Feng is the sole winner of this tournament. Yi Feng will receive the entire prize of 600,000 magic essence stones. Dean Qin remained expressionless throughout. After declaring Yi Feng's victory, he abruptly helped Mumu to her feet and walked away without looking back. Feng Ziyuan hurried to follow. After taking a few steps, Feng Ziyuan suddenly turned back and declared to Yi Feng, "You're strong, but next time I'll show you just how formidable I am." "I'll be waiting anytime," Yi Feng replied indifferently. As Director Qin and his 2 companions retreated with grim expressions, Director Mu appeared as if out of thin air, smiling as he escorted Yi Feng to his office. Inside Director Mu's office. The moment Yi Feng sat down, Director Mu eagerly patted his shoulder. "Well done. You've really made me proud." "Ouch. Director Mu, a high-ranking dragon knight, possessed extraordinary physical strength. That casual slap nearly brought tears to Yifang's eyes, the pain making him suck in sharp breaths. Director Mu continued, "From now on, do just that, give those two brats a good thrashing. Give that Qin guy a good thrashing." Seeing Director Mu's animated expression, Yifang hesitated. "Director, is this really wise? After all, Dean Qin is the dean." In Yifang's understanding, the school president held a higher rank than the director. Director Mu flicked his wrist dismissively and snorted coldly, declaring with pride, "Fine. I'll endorse the Knight faction and serve as director within the university. Call me director on campus, and I won't argue with you. But what will you call me outside the school?" As he spoke, Director Mu pulled out a badge and pinned it to his chest. Yifang recognized this badge all too well. It was the emblem of the Continental Parliament. Only council members were permitted to wear it. "Your Excellency," Yifang blurted out. Upon learning Director Mu's parliamentary status, Yifang suddenly understood. No wonder Director Mu was so bold as to defy his superiors. Turns out he's a parliamentarian. Within the alliance, the status of a parliamentarian ranked only half a level below the two highest positions, the executive and the speaker. Their status far surpassed that of a college dean subordinate to a university. Director Mu snorted coldly and continued. "Old Qin only served one term as a counselor before losing re-election, while I've been re-elected 3 times already. By seniority, he's my junior." Director Mu shifted his tone and added, "Work hard and win first place in this competition, and I'll hand over my position to you." Director Mu shot Yifang a glance. "Given the current situation, I'd have a hard time getting re-elected next term anyway." Of course, Director Mu didn't voice this thought aloud. Director Mu continued, "The school places great importance on this competition. It's said that whoever wins first place will have one wish granted by the school. You need to hurry up and level up. This time, our nameless academy might become the main force in the competition. You're the strongest among our 3 academies right now. You're highly likely to become a core member. Work hard, aim to take my council seat, and then have the school grant you a wish." "Our academy as the main force?" Yifang was baffled. "Aren't those renowned academies sending representatives? Shouldn't they be stronger than us?" Yifang fired off 3 questions in quick succession. Director Mu sighed upon hearing this. "Ah. The other academies have no one left. The Continental Young Practitioners League only allows freshmen to participate. And our freshmen this year were targeted in an assassination attempt." Sigh. Director Mu sighed again. "But it's not all bad, at least we secured one of the 4 emperors, the Elemental Empress." After his sigh, Director Mu steered the conversation back on track. "First, let's discuss the Knight Academy. This year, the Magic faction struck early, assassinating many of our promising Knight candidates. Now, the Knight Academy's freshman class is severely depleted. Knights are an S-rank profession, inherently ineligible for admission to the capital university. The only reason Knights can enroll is because our Knight faction gives them the green light. But don't think the Knight faction is wrong for doing this. Chapter 91, such a huge investment. Knight is a late-game class. At lower tiers, their combat effectiveness is indeed lacking, barely surpassing trash A-tier classes like Berserkers. But the Knight's infinite growth potential truly shines after reaching Tier 5. At high levels, a Knight's combat prowess fears no class. Not even the top SSS-tier classes stand a chance. At this point, Director Mu wore a look of pride. His pride lasted barely 2 seconds before Director Mu shifted his tone, sighing helplessly, "But Knights are weak at low levels. This is a freshman tournament, where would freshmen find 5th-tier Knights? On top of that, this year's talent pool for Knights was decimated by mage-class assassinations. The Knight Academy's freshman class is practically unwatchable. So to avoid embarrassment, the Knight Academy won't be sending anyone to compete this time. Then there's the second-ranked Spirit Summoning Academy. Summoning is the magic system's specialty. There's no point in competing, we definitely lose. The Summoning Academy is still debating whether to participate. Next is the third-ranked Mage Academy." At the mention of this academy, Director Mu wore a look of utter contempt. "It's not that I look down on them. When it comes to magic, the Royal Magician Academy is their ancestor. There's simply no comparison. All 3 top-ranked academies are finished. The confirmed participant is the Shadow Warrior Academy, an assassin training ground. Our school specifically trains them to counter magic-based opponents." Yifang nodded in agreement. The 2 pillars of magic-based classes, summoners and mages, are both fragile roles. They fear assassin-type classes the most. Director Mu continued. "The Shadow Warrior Academy is our main force for this tournament. They'll be fielding assassins. Next up is. This academy produces healers and support specialists. Then we'll each add a few top-tier specialists from other schools. That way we'll have a full team." After hearing the school's arrangements, Yifang shook his head. "This lineup is utterly pathetic. Assassins as the main force. What choice do we have?" Director Mu declared loudly. "Logically, balanced classes like Knights should be the main force, but they're not participating this time due to special circumstances. That's why the school is turning to our nameless academy for personnel. I heard. Director Mu paused briefly before continuing. I heard the magic summoning department has a 5th-tier freshman this year.
Du Xiao?
Yifeng doubted his own ears.
A freshman. 5th rank. Freshman means he's been a mage for less than half a year. 5th rank in half a year? What did he eat to grow so fast? Yifeng knew firsthand how grueling leveling up was after merging classes.
Director Mu glanced at Yifeng and stated calmly, that person is the son of the council chairman. In other words, the son of the Magic Guild leader.
Oh, Yifeng instantly understood. No wonder. The speaker held equal rank to the executive. The president was the head of the Continental Alliance. The alliance operates under a system of separation of powers, not a tripartite division. The executive controls the alliance government, wielding executive power. The speaker leads the alliance parliament, holding legislative authority. As for judicial power, it falls under the executive authority of the president, though the parliament retains oversight over the judiciary. Judicial power seems utterly unnecessary in this world. Because this is a world of the extraordinary, might makes right. This is especially true in civil matters. If you can beat the other party, you won't bother going to court. If you can't beat them, a judge ruling in your favor won't do you any good. What? You ask why judges don't bring a high-tier professional to accompany them when confronting the other party? Because high-level professionals hold prestigious positions. They wouldn't work just for the guild's salary. If judges were high-tier professionals, they'd have quit long ago. Besides, this world has no judges. Justice exists only in terms of public order, within cities controlled by the Alliance. Once you step outside the Alliance's sphere of military influence, you enter the domain of the beasts, a realm of utter chaos.
A 5th-tier newcomer.
Yifeng exclaimed. He could take on our entire team single-handedly, couldn't he?
Oomph. Director Mu snorted coldly.
Nothing to get excited about. It's just that this competition is only open to freshmen.
Forget 5th-tier students, we even have 7th-tier students, including Dragon Knights.
Why did the school agree to this condition of only allowing freshmen to participate? Yifeng asked.
Director Mu replied with a resigned expression.
This competition was approved by the council.
The mage faction holds the majority there. They outnumbered us in votes. Even if the conditions are unfavorable to us, we can't stop it.
Director Mu shifted his tone. Don't worry, the school has countermeasures. Starting the day after tomorrow, the Alliance's Glory Inheritance will open to the public. The school will arrange for you to enter then. Not only will you rapidly level up there, but you'll also find countless job change manuals, skill books, top-tier equipment, and extraordinary academic knowledge. You'll be able to rapidly strengthen your abilities there.
Hearing this news, Yifeng smiled faintly. This tournament was a trap specifically organized by the mage faction to undermine the knight faction's prestige. Therefore, this tournament held immense importance for the knight faction. He had long anticipated the school would provide participating practitioners with resources to bolster their combat prowess. But he hadn't expected the knight faction to be so woefully inadequate this year, forcing the school to make such a massive investment directly offering the Glory Inheritance. This was truly a windfall for Yifeng. The Glory legacy originated from the Glory Executive, the founder of the Alliance, the very father of the nation. His own strength reached the peak of the 9th tier, making him a true god.
Sadly, he never managed to overcome the final hurdle before his death. The honorary consul was an idealist. He never established his own family line. Instead, as death approached, he channeled his lifetime's accumulation into forging the Glory legacy, bequeathing it to this nation.
However, Director Mu paused before continuing, although the Glory legacy remains under the control of the Alliance government and we decide when it opens. But as long as they are young successors, they can enter.
This is the rule set by His Excellency the Honorary Administrator. We cannot violate it, nor can we defy it.
Therefore, once the Glory legacy opens, all young people across the continent will be able to enter, magic practitioners included. Hearing this, a troubling thought suddenly sprang to Yifeng's mind.
But what if we can't compete with the magic practitioners inside? Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy?
Director Mu smiled confidently and replied, that won't happen.
We won't be aiding anyone, especially not the magical disciplines. The Knight faction has controlled the Glory Inheritance through the Alliance government for years, embedding countless safeguards within.
Once you enter, these safeguards will fully support you.
The magical faction has only risen in recent years and has never controlled the Alliance government. They stand no chance against you. However,
Director Mu paused thoughtfully before continuing, you must be wary of the warrior faction and the berserker faction. They still have quite a few hidden methods within that we haven't uncovered yet.
Yifeng nodded, understanding immediately.
Both the warrior faction and the berserker faction had produced magistrates who had controlled the Alliance government.
Chapter 92, Cut the Nonsense. However, the berserker faction's control over the Alliance government was a matter of long ago. Since then, the warrior faction and the knight faction have alternated in power, vying for the position of executive. Later, the knight faction grew to dominate, simultaneously controlling both the parliament and the government.
It wasn't until the recent alliance of the magical factions that the knights lost control of the parliament. Director Mu instructed Yi Fong carefully.
Yi Fong nodded. Understood, Director. Is there anything I need to prepare? Hearing Yi Fong's question, Director Mu nodded with satisfaction.
Preparing in advance for everything, a dependable person. He hadn't misjudged him. You'd be wise to revisit the legacy of the necrotic cataclysm, Director Mu advised, his gaze lingering on Yi Fong with profound meaning.
Hearing Director Mu pinpoint his most potent ability, Yi Fong couldn't help but marvel at the director's profound insight.
But Yi Fong hesitated before continuing. When I was expelled from the inheritance before, it advised me to wait until after reaching the 5th tier.
Yi Fong recounted the advice he'd received about waiting until after reaching the 5th tier before re-entering the legacy.
He hadn't reached the 5th tier yet, so he wouldn't get very far.
If he entered rashly now, he might waste a precious opportunity. I see. Director Mu pondered for a moment before saying, if you don't want to go, you don't have to. However, I strongly recommend you attempt the inheritance at least once. Because once you enter the glory inheritance, you'll face many battles. I'm afraid your modified skeletons won't be enough then.
Yi Fong nodded in agreement. What surprised him most, however, was how thoroughly Director Mu understood the necrotic plague. Director Mu seemed to read Yi Fong's thoughts and explained. The Lich Plague inheritance has been in existence for countless years.
So most high-level practitioners have some familiarity with it. When I was young, I even dedicated myself to exploring this legacy. Oh, Yi Fong perked up. How did it go? Did you manage to get any treasures from inside?
Director Mu scratched his head awkwardly.
I didn't perform well. Got eliminated at the 8th stage.
Ah, well, I'm a knight, it's only natural I don't know much about beast taming.
I'm no match for a prodigy like you.
Director Mu hastily defended himself.
Alright, you brat. Go get ready. We're leaving on schedule the day after tomorrow.
Director Mu issued his dismissal, then kicked Yi Fong out with a single boot.
Bang! Watching the door slam shut, Yi Fong rubbed his sore behind. Ouch, is he that petty? I didn't even mock you. Why kick me?
Stepping outside the office building, Yi Fong pulled out his ID card. The ID card had a messaging function. Yi Fong used it to send a message to Su Yunru, inviting her to lunch at the cafeteria. Yi Fong decided to make a trip to the Necrotic Calamity's inheritance site after all. The purple crystal token in his hand represented 4 chances to enter the inheritance.
Wasting this one wouldn't be a big deal.
Yi Fong arrived at the restaurant where he had arranged to meet Su Yunru, only to find the elegant woman already seated at the table, waiting for him. The resentful look on her face made it clear she hadn't been waiting for a short while.
Are you trying to kill me? You asked me to meet you here, yet you're the one who's late.
The moment they met, Su Yunru delivered a vicious punch to Yi Fong. Yi Fong, having taken the punch, felt like crying but couldn't shed a tear. The office building was in the core area, right in the center of the island, too far from the restaurant. Since he couldn't use his professional abilities on campus, he had no choice but to walk. Here, take this. Yi Fong retrieved the boomerang grass he had deliberately saved from his spatial ring.
These 7 plants of bouncing grass were gathered by Yi Fong in the Mad Apothecary's secret realm.
Bouncing grass was a rare restorative herb. Yi Fong had scoured nearly every corner of the Mad Apothecary's secret realm to find these 7 plants. The rebound grass allowed spellcasters to instantly restore their mana, enabling them to cast spells multiple times during combat. He gathered the 7 flowers together, shaping them into a bouquet as best he could before handing it to Su Yunru.
Ha ha! Su Yunru happily accepted the bouquet.
You've gone to such expense. These 7 bouncing grasses cost nearly 1,000 magic essence stones. You should be spending every last coin on leveling up right now, not wasting it on nonsense like this. Actually, all you need to do is apologize to this lady here and say, "Mommy, I'm sorry," and I'll forgive you.
No need for all this nonsense. Ha ha ha. Mid-sentence, she caught Yi Fong's speechless expression and couldn't help but laugh herself. Put.
Yi Fong shot her a look of utter disgust.
You don't even have 2 ounces of milk and you want to be a mom? Shame on you.
Hearing Yi Fong call her small, Su Yunru instantly grew flustered.
Who says I don't have 2 ounces? I'm a D-cup, you just can't tell because I usually wear loose clothes. I don't believe you. Seeing is believing.
Yi Fong crossed his arms.
Can need. Get lost. Su Yunru slapped him across the face. Then she yanked Yi Fong's ear.
What kind of gibberish is that?
Ow, ow, ow.
After a few playful exchanges, their conversation turned serious.
Alright, what's this about? Su Yunru set down her coffee cup. How do we get into the Necrotic Calamity's secret realm? I want to go back in and collect some modifications. Yi Fong laid out his plans to participate in the Continental Young Practitioners League and his upcoming entry into the Glory Inheritance in 2 days. He also sought her opinion on the matter. You made the right choice. You should definitely go back into the Necrotic Plague's secret realm to strengthen yourself. Oh? Why? Yi Fong inquired.
Su Yunru sat up straight and replied earnestly, the opportunity to enter the glory inheritance is precious.
Every chance must be cherished.
I'll take you to the secret realm shortly to help you restore your strength to its peak. His Excellency the Honorary Magistrate was a prodigy of transcendent scholarship. The infinite growth trait of the knight profession was his creation.
Throughout his life, he produced countless masterpieces of transcendental studies.
If you could inherit his legacy in transcendental studies, it would provide immense assistance for your future career path.
I see, Yifeng nodded thoughtfully. However,
Su Yunru shifted her tone.
The Knight Order and the Mage faction have been engaging in mutual assassinations these past few days. The path through the Royal Mage Academy is no longer viable.
I'll take you.
Wait. Yifeng abruptly cut Su Yunru off. The Knights and Mages are assassinating each other? Who are they killing? Each other's students? Su Yunru nodded. Yes. Are they doing this so openly now? Yifeng sighed. No. Su Yunru shook her head repeatedly.
They're still keeping up appearances, not completely tearing down the facade. Both sides strike cleanly, leaving no evidence for the other. And neither side used their signature methods.
Chapter 93, maybe he can really help you.
Because of this, my sister and I haven't been able to meet lately, Su Yunru pouted in displeasure.
Then isn't it dangerous for me to meet you outside the school gates now?
Yifeng suddenly realized he seemed to be dragging Su Yunru into a dangerous situation.
Su Yunru shook her head. Don't worry, it won't be. We won't go to the Continental Royal Mage Academy.
Let's teleport straight to my place.
There's a spatial rift there that leads to the Necromancer Cataclysm inheritance.
Oh, I see.
If we go to your place, do I need to prepare anything? Like a gift for the occasion? Yifeng asked.
Ha ha.
Su Yunru suddenly chuckled. That's thoughtful of you, but no need.
That place is usually deserted.
It's mostly my dad's people who hang out there. After finalizing their plan, both quickly polished off the food on their plates.
Yifeng settled the bill, and they left the restaurant together. The meal cost Yifeng several hundred magic essence stones. Guided by Su Yunru, Yifeng and his companion arrived at the teleportation array by the lake.
Yifeng could distinctly sense a palpable tension permeating the campus. Security at the campus entrances had tightened considerably.
Previously, the teleportation array had almost no guards. One simply selected their destination, paid, and departed. Now, the area in front of the teleportation array was packed with guards from the capital university.
Guards interrogated every person attempting to exit through the array. If your destination was deemed dangerous, the guards would outright forbid your exit.
Within 2 minutes of arriving, Yifeng had already witnessed 5 or 6 people being turned back. After waiting in line for 5 minutes, it was finally Yifeng and his companion's turn. After Su Yunru stated their destination, the guard flipped through the documents in his hand.
Ultimately, he said nothing and allowed the two to enter the teleportation array. My home is in Sunset City, Su Yunru explained. It lies at the edge of the continent, far from the conflicts, so there shouldn't be any issues.
Upon entering the teleportation array, Yifeng promptly paid the fee. As the array activated, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they departed from the capital university.
This teleportation journey proved exceptionally lengthy.
After landing, Yifeng felt as though the entire world was spinning. They landed at the Alliance Teleportation Tower in Sunset City, situated within the city's main district. As they stepped out of the tower, night had already fallen.
Yifeng recalled it should only be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. This is the westernmost part of the continent. Days are short and nights are long here. The sun sets very early. This is my hometown. Our family made its fortune here.
But as our faction grew stronger, Dad moved headquarters to Terrace, so hardly anyone lives here anymore.
As they walked, Su Yunru introduced her family to Yifeng. What faction are you from? Yifeng inquired.
Though he'd known this elegant woman for some time, Yifeng only knew she seemed like a wealthy young lady from a powerful family.
The Holy Spirit sect, Su Yunru replied. A minor occupational classification. You've probably never heard of it. Yifeng nodded. He truly hadn't. Holy Spirit sect. Yifeng murmured the name. Are all members of your sect angels? Su Yunru suddenly turned around. No. Not at all. It's just, well, an enhancement. It's a secret of our profession. That's all I can tell you. Yifeng nodded in understanding. We're here. This is the place. As they spoke, the two had reached their destination. Yifeng looked up. A castle with beige walls stood before him. The entire structure radiated an aura of sanctity. A squad of soldiers at the castle gate had long noticed Yifeng and his companion's arrival. A soldier carrying a long sword saw Su Yunru and his eyes lit up. He ran over joyfully. Young miss, you've returned, the soldier saluted. The soldier radiated an aura matching Yifeng's level of 3rd-tier practitioner. Seeing that even the gate guards possess 3rd-tier strength, Yifeng's regard for the Holy Spirit sect rose another notch. Su Yunru nodded in acknowledgement before instructing.
Have Guardian Sure lift the seal on the rear mountain.
I must enter.
The soldier hurried off to relay the order, running toward the city. Yifeng followed Su Yunru all the way to the rear mountain. Along the way, Yifeng caught sight of the Guardian Sure Su Yunru had mentioned. Towering in stature, Guardian Sure radiated no discernible aura, suggesting a rank far above Yifeng's. His equipment indicated a melee-focused profession. This only deepened Yifeng's curiosity about the core abilities of the Holy Spirit sect. How could the sect harbor such a diverse array of classes? Typically, a faction's professions were highly uniform. For instance, the Knight sect comprised only knights, while the Mage sect consisted solely of mages. While advanced classes might develop diverse abilities, they all share a common foundational class and core competency. The core ability of a knight is infinite growth for a mage, its elemental affinity. Yifeng had yet to encounter a faction whose professions were such a hodgepodge. The trio approached a stone crevice. Stone Guardian took the lead, lightly tapping the crevice. As a transparent ripple spread outward, the seal on the spatial fissure dissolved. "Miss, it's ready." The Stone Guardian turned and bowed slightly to Su Yunru. Su Yunru nodded and said to Yifeng, "Entering here will lead us to the legacy of the necrotic cataclysm."
"I can't enter the inheritance, so I won't accompany you inside." Yifeng didn't linger.
He immediately set off, turning back just before leaving to say,
"I'll keep your kindness in my heart. No need for formalities like thanks. MHM. Su Yunru smiled and waved at Yifeng.
Beside them, Stone Guardian fixed his gaze intently on Yifeng's retreating figure as he disappeared into the stone crevice. After Yifeng departed, Stone Guardian spoke up. "I can sense it, a faint trace of the undead calamity's aura lingers on him. Young miss, perhaps he truly can help you achieve your goals." Su Yunru stared at the stone crevice and murmured, "Let's hope so."
That same tearing sensation returned.
Yifeng felt only one sensation throughout his entire body.
Pain.
The spatial fissure was tearing him apart. After enduring several minutes of bizarre phenomena within the fissure, Yifeng's feet finally touched solid ground. Opening his eyes, the familiar blue, green, and yellow light pillars reappeared before him.
Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng instinctively plunged into the blue pillar of light.
Emerging from the illusion, a vast grassland stretched before Yifeng's eyes.
Woo!
A wolf's howl pierced Yifeng's ears. In the distance, a vicious wolf, its eyes glowing green and drool dripping from its mouth, charged toward Yifeng. Simultaneously, a message entered Yifeng's mind.
Capture the Wind Spirit Wolf.
To Yifeng's surprise, the opponent for this stage was only a single Wind Spirit Wolf. Even more surprising was that this was merely the first stage.
Re-entering the inheritance meant starting the trials from the very first level. Yifeng looked around.
The inheritance had not granted him another beast taming order.
As he pondered, the Wind Spirit Wolf had already pounced before him. Chapter 94, Enough! Enough!
In an instant, Yifeng flicked open a spatial ring and retrieved the beast taming order.
With practiced ease, Yifeng activated the beast taming order. A chain shot forth, binding the Wind Spirit Wolf.
In mere seconds, Yifeng had subdued the Wind Spirit Wolf.
A first-tier Wind Spirit Wolf? That was practically a free gift. Wind Spirit Wolf. Level 12. Race skill, Wind Wolf Charge. A first-tier wolf with a skill? Not bad.
Yifeng closed the system panel. The next moment, that familiar power descended once more, teleporting him to the first stage.
The first stage's opponents were still Wind Spirit Wolves, 5 of them, matching the difficulty of Yifeng's previous attempt.
However, this time he lacked the terrain advantage of the small hill, leaving Yifeng at a loss. Last time, he had used the slope to slow their advance, gradually subduing them one by one to achieve a 1-against-5 victory. Without that terrain advantage, how could he break through this stalemate? After a moment's thought, Yifeng began searching the surrounding area. Though the opponents and terrain had changed, the core test of this stage remained unchanged. It was still testing the inheritor's skill in using terrain to control beasts. After scanning the area, several small puddles in the nearby grass caught Yifeng's attention. Approaching the puddles, Yifeng did not step into them rashly. He scooped up a large clump of dirt from the ground and flung it toward the puddle. Instead of making a splash and sinking straight to the bottom, the clump hit the water's surface and slowly sank. Just as I thought, Yifeng's lips curled upward. Terrain advantage still matters, this is a swamp, after all. With that realization, a plan immediately formed in Yifeng's mind. He confidently raised the token before his eyes and gave it a shake. Shaking the token signaled the start of battle. 5 Wind Spirit Wolves howled as they charged toward Yifeng. Yifeng commanded his Wind Spirit Wolves to defend the marsh against the attack. He quickly passed this stage. Yet there was a slight difference from last time. One Wind Spirit Wolf charged too fiercely, plunging headfirst into the swamp and struggling to free itself. Yifeng's class abilities were restricted within this small world, leaving him momentarily unable to rescue it. With no other choice, he had to abandon that Wind Spirit Wolf. This means I'll have one less unit than last time. I hope this isn't a setup. A faint unease stirred within Yifeng. Despite this, Yifeng had no other choice. As that force descended, he entered the second stage.
No reward this time. Yifeng looked around and noticed that unlike last time, the reward before the gate hadn't appeared. Can't you get the reward twice? Before Yifeng could ponder further, the information for the third stage flooded into his mind. Exterminate the squeaky rat horde. Ha! Last time it was like a dog catching rabbits, but this time it's like a wolf catching mice. Yifeng quickly assessed the situation of the rat swarm. 60 squeaky rats in total, same difficulty as last time. However, since Yifeng had failed to subdue one wind spirit wolf in the previous stage, the rat horde now outnumbered him by more than tenfold. But that's no big deal. Squeak rats are weak fighters. Squeak rats. Level 10. Race skill, none. Closing the system panel, Yifeng had a plan in mind. All 60 squeaky rats were first tier, none were second tier. Typically, a pack containing second tier squeak rats would number over 100. After incorporating the 5 wind spirit wolves into the phase protocol, Yifeng initiated combat. Though one wind spirit wolf was missing, it didn't significantly impact the battle, it just made things a bit tougher. Yifeng swiftly secured victory. Having gained experience from the previous challenge, Yifeng's beast taming skills had significantly improved. Having commanded battles involving tens of thousands, the current skirmish involving less than 100 opponents was child's play for him. With the annihilation of the last nest of squeaky rats, Yifeng cleared the second stage. However, the loss of one wind spirit wolf did leave a noticeable dent in his forces. Only 3 wind spirit wolves remained in Yifeng's command, a severe depletion of his forces. Before Yifeng could dwell on this, that force descended once more, propelling him into the third stage. The third stage mirrored the previous one, presenting modified skeletons. Yifeng rubbed his forehead and steeled himself. Finally getting back on track. This time, he had come specifically to subdue the modified skeletons. The third stage no longer restricted Yifeng's class abilities. Yifeng summoned his skeleton castle and unleashed his skeleton army. This stage capped Yifeng's power at tier 2, meaning he could only summon tier 2 skeletons. But that was sufficient. Yifeng marshaled his skeleton army and charged straight toward the heart of the enemy formation. He chose the fastest approach, directly subjugating second-tier skeletons. Once a second-tier skeleton was subdued, the remaining first-tier skeletons would naturally fall into line. In less than a minute, Yifeng had secured the battle, effortlessly claiming over 700 skeletons. Yifeng stored them all within the bone castle. Continue. These 700 skeletons would only suffice for one battle. Upon reaching the fourth stage, a choice of paths appeared. Left, skeleton modification. Right, upgrade ghouls. Still no pre-stage rewards. Yifeng didn't hesitate for a moment and chose the left option directly. This stage followed the same pattern as before, featuring third-tier skeletons, with the skeleton horde's numbers now exceeding 1,000. Yifeng stuck to his old tactic, directly controlling the third-tier skeletons. He'd used this same battle strategy so often it was practically worn out. Within minutes, Yifeng had subdued the entire skeleton horde without suffering a single casualty. Under his command, Yifeng's squad of third-tier skeletons targeted only their own kind, ignoring all lower-tier skeletons. After all, these were soon to be his possessions. Damaging them would only hurt himself. After clearing this stage, Yifeng immediately advanced to the next. Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, Level 8. These stages were practically handed to Yifeng on a silver platter, given his own skeleton army. Even that mysterious force seemed to be accelerating his progress. The moment Yifeng finished a battle, the force would descend and transport him to the next stage. The purpose of setting these stages was to test one's abilities. If the stage setter knew the challenger possessed sufficient strength, then the stages themselves held little meaning. That was precisely why the force accelerated his progress. By the 39th level, Yifeng's forces had surpassed the 50,000 mark. Over 600 third-tier skeletons were at his command. Enough. More than enough. And I've gathered every single skill from the first volume of the Necromantic Netherflame System Compendium. First tier, Internal Combustion. Second tier, Fire Absorption. Third tier, Ignition, Netherflame Totem Shift, Defensive Skill Azure Flame Wings Armor, Healing and Recovery Skill Incineration, and Movement Skill Flame Shadow. Previously, Yifeng had only obtained Netherflame Totem Shift, never encountering third-tier skeletons possessing the subsequent skills. This time, whether by the inherited powers design or sheer luck, he'd gathered them all at once. With these skills added, my combat power will surge even higher. Yifeng had coveted these skills for a long time. Especially the Burning Body skill. Chapter 95, oh no, I went too far. As a healing and recovery skill, Burning Body not only treats injuries but also restores mana and reduces cooldowns. Though Yifeng currently lacked a mana bar, the healing and cooldown reduction effect still offered him considerable assistance. Landing once more, Yifeng arrived at level 39. The enemies in level 39 were different from before. They had been replaced by 4th-tier modified skeleton wolf riders. Upon seeing the 4th-tier skeleton wolf riders as opponents, Yifeng's expression immediately turned serious. Skeleton wolf riders were versatile skeletons with well-balanced combat capabilities, making them a formidable challenge for Yifeng at his current stage.
More importantly, having been modified by the necrotic plague, their combat strength had undoubtedly increased significantly.
This battle requires full focus. Underestimating the enemy is not an option. Yifeng waved his hand, opening the system panel. Modified Skeleton Wolf Rider. Level 44. Racial skills: Wolf Charge, Bone Armor, Spiral Bone Spikes, Bone Blades.
Modified skills: Internal Combustion, Fire Absorption, Ignition, Incineration, Raging Flame, Soul Burn.
After reviewing the Skeleton Wolf Rider's stats, Yifeng's expression darkened.
The Skeleton Wolf Rider's racial skills were merely average, placing it at a mid to upper tier level. Among the modified skills, the earlier ones were acceptable, but the final skill was one Yifeng had never encountered before.
It wasn't even documented in the first volume of Necromantic Netherflames. Just the name makes it sound pretty powerful.
Yifeng waved his hand, summoning thousands of skeletons.
Let's test it out with a few moves first. If it doesn't work, I'll abandon it and withdraw from the inheritance.
He only had 2 days, no time to waste.
Activate Soul Devouring Technique.
Yifeng transformed into a third-tier skeleton. Using the same combo, first igniting his internal energy, then activating the Netherflame Totem transformation, hundreds of Netherflame Totems floated around him. Yifeng then summoned the Return to Void Bats, commanding them to dissolve over 1,000 Netherflame Totems.
With a wave of his hand, hundreds of these ethereal totems instantly overlapped, coalescing into one.
Yes, this was the very technique Yifeng had used to defeat Mumu.
After returning from the Sand Scorpion's secret realm, Yifeng spent the entire night immersed in research on transcendental studies. Midway through his research, Yifeng had a sudden inspiration. He attempted to fuse the Return to Void Bat's etherealization ability into the Netherflame system. The Void Returning Bat's etherealization ability was truly terrifying. If it could be integrated into the Netherflame system, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance Yifeng's combat power. Without hesitation, Yifeng immediately set up his stance and began his research. Ultimately constrained by limitations, Yifeng achieved only the lowest tier of fusion. There were 3 types of fusion. The first involved merging skills. This was the simplest form, requiring only the discovery of a specific sequence to execute the skills in order. For example, Shunweiwei's water to ice combo, first transforming water into ice, then detonating the frozen mass to create an ice storm. Another example was Yifeng's technique for stacking Netherflame Totems. After rendering all Netherflame Totems ethereal, they lose their physical form, allowing for any fusion method. The second type involves merging artifacts.
Simply put, this entails processing both primal energies into core components of equipment, then fusing them into new gear or converting them into seals that become skill books. This second method essentially forms the prototype for class change manuals.
The third type involves class advancement.
This fusion method is the most complex, as it permanently imprints multiple primal energies within the practitioner's body. Consequently, numerous factors must be considered: stability, compatibility, tolerance, endurance. This step-by-step fusion process is essentially the creation of new professions.
Go!
Yifeng pointed distantly at the Skeleton Wolf Rider, and the Netherflame Totem instantly flew toward the rider, exploding upon impact. Without pause, Yifeng summoned a Thunder Spirit to deliver the finishing blow. The fused Netherflame Totem unleashed astonishing power, its explosion sending flames soaring skyward. When the smoke cleared, the Skeleton Wolf Rider lay sprawled on the ground, not seriously injured physically, but the soul fire in its eye sockets had extinguished, dead as a doornail. Seeing this, Yifeng, who had been tense and on guard, instantly relaxed.
Damn! I went too far. I was too nervous and couldn't control the power. I blew its soul right out.
Yifeng slapped his hands in frustration. He had hoped to witness the full power of the Burning Wrath skill, but now it seemed the chance was lost.
As the battle concluded, that irresistible force descended once more.
The next moment, Yifeng plunged back into nothingness.
That feeling again.
Though his body was immobilized, his mind raced. A tearing pain spread throughout his entire body. It was the spatial fissure tearing at his body. Being within the spatial fissure meant Yifeng had been expelled by the inheritance once more. When he landed again, he found himself trapped within a stone crevice.
Huff! Yifeng exhaled deeply. Looks like the later stages won't let me in until I reach at least the 5th tier. Last time, when he was at tier 2, he was immediately expelled. Now, having reached tier 3, he was still sent out without hesitation. Yifeng suspected that even if he returned at the 4th tier, he'd still be sent out immediately. The gap between tier 4 and tier 5 was simply too vast. Yifeng instinctively pulled out his beast taming order. It was still the purple crystal token. Has such special treatment? It didn't even downgrade.
Logically, after using up one chance, the token should have downgraded by 1 level and turned gold. After pondering for a long time, Yifeng formed a hypothesis. Just like last time, he hadn't been eliminated due to failure. Instead, he'd been sent out because his strength wasn't sufficient to advance to the next stage. Therefore, it wasn't considered a failure, so the token didn't downgrade. Yifeng shook his head, deciding to put these thoughts aside for now. He'd find Su Yunru and talk things over with her later.
Yifang shifted his body sideways and began squeezing out of the crevice. The crevice was narrow, and he'd struggled to squeeze through when he entered. After wriggling through the crevice for over a minute, Yifang finally spotted a glimmer of light in the distance. He quickened his pace and emerged after several dozen steps. The moment he emerged, Yifang saw two figures standing before him. It was Su Yunru and Stone Guardian. Yifang? Seeing Yifang, Su Yunru froze in place. How did you get out so quickly? So fast? Seeing Su Yunru's expression, Yifang was also a bit confused. Yes, didn't you find the path into the inheritance? Su Yunru asked. How could you be out in less than 5 minutes? Less than 5 minutes? Now it was Yifang's turn to be dumbfounded. You mean I was only in there for less than 5 minutes? Su Yunru nodded. I chatted with Uncle Sher here for 5 minutes and you were already out. Yifang adopted a serious expression. He clearly remembered that his time inside the inheritance chamber had definitely been no less than 4 hours. Even though Yifang had crushed every challenge this time, clearing them at lightning speed, it couldn't have been that absurd. 39 stages cleared in 5 minutes. Moreover, time flowed differently within the inheritance chamber. Yifang had even prepared himself for being 4 or 5 days late. Yifang recounted to the two how he had cleared all 39 stages without his token downgrading. This is the first time such a situation has occurred, Stone Guardian remarked slowly, stroking his chin. Chapter 96, Passing with Eyes Closed. So that means time flows even slower within the inheritance than outside, Su Yunru mused thoughtfully. Interesting. This has never happened before, Guardian sure chuckled. Su Yunru explained, my father sent many summoners under his command in before, and they never encountered this either. I'm not sure why this is happening either. But regarding the token matter, your guess is correct. As long as they aren't expelled for failing a trial, the token won't downgrade. Hearing Su Yunru confirm his theory, Yifang was overjoyed. As long as they didn't fail, the token wouldn't downgrade. Plus, time flowed slower inside than outside. Yifang could easily make multiple trips into the necrotic calamity inheritance before heading to the glory inheritance, gathering enough modified skeletons in one go. Bidding farewell to the two, Yifang once again slipped into the crevice. Upon re-entering the inheritance, Yifang began tackling the stages with practiced ease. Having cleared it twice before, these stages held no challenge for Yifang. He could pass them with his eyes closed. His current focus was figuring out how to subjugate the skeleton army more swiftly. Soon, all 39 stages were conquered. When Yifang emerged for the second time, he confirmed the time with Su Yunru. This session had lasted slightly longer, nearly 4 hours, and Guardian Sher had already departed on other business. Yifang spent roughly 5 hours in the inheritance process. Yifang frowned. The time difference is shrinking. It's starting to align with the outside world. Su Yunru said, try again. The flow of time within this inheritance is inherently unstable. Yifang nodded and prepared to enter the inheritance once more. Before leaving, Yifang instructed Su Yunru that if he took too long this time, she shouldn't wait for him. After giving his instructions, Yifang plunged back into the inheritance. Upon re-entering the legacy, the stages remained the same, though the opponents in the early stages had changed. Upon reaching the 3rd level, Yifang continued to choose the skeleton modification stage. Carefully timing his progress, he successfully cleared the 39th stage just over 4 hours and 10 minutes in. Another wave of nothingness washed over him, and Yifang was once again transported out. Stepping out of the stone crevice, half-red clouds drifted across the horizon as the sun sank heavily into the evening sky. Su Yunru was nowhere to be seen. The last time Yifang emerged, it had been around 3 or 4 in the morning. Now, upon exiting again, the time had shifted to dusk. Estimating the duration, he had spent over 10 hours inside this time. The passage of time within the inheritance is slowing down. If that's the case, Yifang decisively descended the mountain and headed toward the castle's main hall. He dared not enter the inheritance again. The passage of time within the inheritance was slowing down. Last time, the pace had nearly matched the outside world, but this time it lagged behind by a full 8 or 9 hours. Yifang was certain that the next time he emerged, 2 or 3 days would have passed in the outside world. Yet tomorrow, Yifang was to set off for the glory inheritance. He had no need to enter the inheritance again. Yifang's bone castle was already full. As an S-grade artifact, the bone castle's capacity cap was 100,000 skeletons. Upon his first exit, Yifang had over 50,000 skeletons. By his second exit, the number had reached 90,000. After his final entry, Yifang began releasing the first-tier skeletons from his bone castle, replacing them with second- and third-tier skeletons whenever possible. As for fourth-tier skeletons, Yifang's token rank was insufficient to subdue them. Before reaching the mountain's base, Yifang encountered Su Yunru, who was just ascending. Yifang shared the details of his final time difference with Su Yunru. The two chatted as they descended the mountain, preparing to return to the capital's university. Upon reaching the plaza before the White Gold Hall, Yifang saw a row of towers over 10 meters tall. Yifang recognized these towers immediately. They were the fluid teleportation towers used by Capital University.
They represented the most advanced teleportation technology in the world today, their construction costing an astronomical sum.
The fact that the Holy Spirit sect's headquarters had an entire row of these towers clearly demonstrated the immense wealth of Su Yunru's family.
Yifeng speculated that the Su family must possess a complete system of class change manuals. Otherwise, their wealth from other ventures alone couldn't possibly be this immense. Noticing Yifeng's persistent gaze at their family's transmission tower, Su Yunru explained with a smile. This residence belongs to our sect's headquarters, and we cannot readily allow outsiders inside. Therefore, our transmission tower is not connected to Sunset City's transmission tower. We can only go to the city district of Sunset City to use the teleportation array there. After speaking, Su Yunru glanced at Yifeng with a slightly apologetic smile. Ha! Yifeng scratched his head. The girl had assumed he wanted to use the teleportation tower. Yifeng knew this basic fact, of course. He was merely curious about the financial resources of Su Yunru's family. Teleportation towers were strategic structures that wouldn't easily connect with others, otherwise, enemies could exploit them to invade directly. Not to mention the Holy Spirit sect, even with the capital city university's resources, they maintained strict control over their teleportation towers. Only provincial capitals had teleportation towers connected to the capital university. Third-tier cities like Yifeng's hometown, Star Harbor, had no such towers connecting to the capital university.
Amidst their banter, the two stepped into the teleportation array and returned to the capital university. Back at the capital university, Yifeng led Su Yunru to the merchant district.
He was set to join the main group entering the Glory Inheritance tomorrow, so today required stocking up on supplies. Yifeng first bought several hundred green leaf potions. Green leaf potions were a common healing elixir. While their healing effects were average, their versatility made them invaluable. Within the class system, healing potions couldn't be consumed indiscriminately, nor could healing skills be cast carelessly. For instance, casting a dark element healing skill on a light element practitioner not only fails to heal but actually inflicts damage. The same principle applies to healing potions. The green leaf potion, however, was made from pure life essence and possessed no elemental properties. It could be used by any class, which is why most practitioners carried at least 2 bottles. After purchasing healing items, Yifeng bought a stack of spell scrolls.
Spell scrolls are the masterpieces of mages.
Simply tearing off the scroll instantly unleashes the spell sealed within, making them incredibly convenient. Yifeng walked ahead, pondering what else he needed to buy, while Su Yunru followed behind, clutching a pile of snacks and devouring them voraciously. Yifeng noticed this lady had quite the appetite. Whenever they passed a snack stall along the way, Yifeng would stop and buy some treats for Su Yunru. Beyond snacks, Yifeng also shared half of the supplies he purchased with Su Yunru. This big sister was also heading to the Glory Inheritance, though as a returning student, her entry would be later than Yifeng's as a freshman. Yifeng casually bought her share as well. Su Yunru had provided Yifeng with considerable assistance along the way, and he had been looking for an opportunity to thank her. He wanted to buy her something, but she was a young lady of means. What did she lack? Ordinary items felt too trivial for Yifeng to offer. But this journey to the Glory Inheritance. The treasures within the Glory Inheritance were bound to be diverse. Yifeng planned to find something suitable for this lady when the time came. After purchasing the extraordinary supplies, Yifeng bought a large quantity of food. Food was indispensable. Though professionals possessed extraordinary abilities, they were still human and needed sustenance.
Chapter 97. Wherever there's good fortune, there are connections. After bidding farewell to Su Yunru, Yifeng returned to his dormitory. By the time he emerged from the legacy, dusk had fallen. By the time he reached his dorm, night had fully descended. Yifeng had no intention of continuing his research into extraordinary studies tonight.
He intended to get a good night's sleep, fully replenish his energy, and prepare to face the Glory Inheritance with all his might. The Alliance Chronicles of the Continent contain this passage.
In the year marking the dawn of the Dark Era for the Equestrian Alliance, late October, the Knight faction, desperate to win the Alliance Youth Tournament instigated by the Mage faction, resorted to opening the Glory Inheritance to boost the strength of new recruits at the capital university.
This very act set the future Scourge on an entirely new path, directly altering the destinies of several low-tier adventurers. Thus, the saviors were born, but the curtain also rose on an era of chaos. Beneath the sacred mountain, the air buzzed with human voices.
Holy Mountain was originally an unnamed peak in the northern suburbs of Terrace. It gained its name as the resting place of the Alliance's founding father, the Honorable Executive. The entrance to the Glory Legacy lay at its base. Wow, wow, wow. So many people. Mumu, sucking on a lollipop, uttered a muffled exclamation.
Yifeng crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping coldly over the crowd.
Once the Glory Inheritance commenced, all young talents could enter a rule established by the founding father.
However, the population of the continent was vast. There were easily hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of young talents. With so many people, they would inevitably have to enter in batches. As for who entered first and who entered later, that was naturally decided by the Alliance government, that is, the Knight faction. Thus, freshmen from institutions like the Capital University were naturally placed in the first batch.
The next batch comprised freshmen from ordinary universities. Following them are freshmen from lesser-known universities.
Ironically, the Knight faction classified the major law schools as non-prestigious institutions, relegating them to the third batch for entry. Upon learning this, the legal system faction was furious.
However, the Glory Inheritance was under the jurisdiction of the alliance government, and parliamentary votes held no sway.
The law faction could only stomp their feet in frustration. Yifang glanced at his companions. He only recognized two of them,
Mumu and Feng Ziyuan.
Only these three hailed from the Nameless Academy.
The top three academies, Nameless Academy, First Academy, and Second Academy, were allocated 3 spots. Most of the spots were snatched up by those major prestigious academies.
If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. What really sucks is,
damn it, the Knight Academy isn't even participating in the battle, yet they still send people to join the Glory Inheritance journey.
And damn, they sent a ton of people. The Capital University only sent over 50 people, and over 30 of them were knights.
Whenever there's something good, it seems like the connected ones show up everywhere. Thud. Thud. Dong. 3 resonant chimes echoed through the air. Attention! The portal is about to open. Everyone get ready. Someone in the group shouted the warning.
Yifang looked up as the great bell atop the sacred mountain fired a sphere of light toward the plaza below. The orb exploded above the square, forming a ring of light. Looking through the halo, it seemed to reveal another world, distant palaces and castles, murmuring streams faintly visible. That ring of light is the entrance to the legacy of glory, someone shouted.
We're going in. The halo rapidly descended, engulfing the entire crowd in the square.
When Yifang opened his eyes, the scenery around him had undergone a complete transformation. He now stood beneath a canopy of green shade, surrounded by the constant murmur of flowing water. Though the sun was absent from the sky, light streamed down from every direction. This must be the Hall of Glory. Yifang activated his wind-shaped shadow detection technique to survey his surroundings. Within a 5-kilometer radius, he was the only one present.
Seems like I landed in a pretty remote spot. Although everyone entered through the same portal, their landing points were not clustered together.
Instead, they were scattered randomly across the inheritance world. This was primarily to prevent large groups from clashing over treasures. The Glory Inheritance was brimming with treasures. Yifang hadn't walked more than 10 meters when he spotted 3 life-saving bamboo plants. The bamboo joints of these plants contained life essence. Life essence was the raw material for crafting green leaf potions, and living life-saving bamboo represented an endless stream of wealth. Though the profits were meager, they were better than nothing. Yifang summoned 2 skeleton minions to help him uproot all 3 bamboo plants, storing them in his spatial ring.
With that done, Yifang pressed onward.
His destination lay at the heart of the inheritance world, the sacred ground of glory. The Glory Inheritance resided within the sacred grounds. Long before departure, the leading instructor had issued an order to everyone upon entering the inheritance world, all must immediately proceed to the sacred grounds for assembly. However, Yifang intended to take some liberties with this order. He intended to maintain the general direction toward the Holy Land, but along the way, he would collect resources suitable for himself.
After all, money was scattered everywhere here, why not pick it up? Moreover, the inheritance world held more than just the legacy of the Glory Executive alone.
His subordinates, in their final moments, had also left their own legacies within this realm. Later, many high-ranking professionals loyal to the Alliance government also established their legacies within the inheritance world, leaving them for the Alliance's future generations. These legacies weren't confined to the Holy Land, they were scattered across the world. If I stumble upon any legacies along the way, I'll take the opportunity to explore them, Yifang muttered to himself. It wasn't that Yifang was being lazy or unwilling to contribute to the Capital University's quest for the Glory Legacy. Rather, Director Mu had specifically instructed him before departure. The Glory Executive's profession was Sacred Guardian, utterly unsuitable for a summoner. Once Yifang reached the Sacred Land and joined the team, he would lose all opportunity to pursue other suitable legacies within the Legacy world. Therefore, Director Mu advised Yifang to deliberately slow his pace toward the Holy Land. Director Mu also shared some insider information about the power struggles among the higher-ups. The original plan for this Glory Inheritance expedition wasn't to focus all efforts on conquering the Holy Land. Instead, it was intended for trainees to act independently and seek out inheritances suited to themselves. However, certain high-ranking members of the Knight faction coveted the Founding Fathers' legacy. The Founding Fathers' Sacred Guardian profession overlapped significantly with the Knight class, making it highly suitable for knights. After much infighting, the greedy faction prevailed. The plan was ultimately changed to focus entirely on conquering the Holy Land and securing the father of the nation's legacy. This move completely disregarded the development of other trainees, making it look incredibly greedy.
Many elders within the academy voiced their protests.
However, the Knight faction had controlled the Alliance government for years, and the Capital University fell under its jurisdiction. The Capital University was now entirely under the Knights' remote control.
No matter how much the Academy faction elders resisted, it was futile. Director Mu advised Yifang not to push so hard during the conquest of the Holy Land. He warned that while things might sound promising when they entered, once they actually obtained the treasures left behind by the Founding Father. Once you return to the Academy, it's far from certain who the treasures will belong to. Yifang's mind stirred. With a sweeping gesture, his spirit realm summoning skill activated instantly. Within mere breaths, a vast horde of spirit realm creatures surged forth from the summoning gate. Yifang found a spot to sit down. He intended to wait for higher level monsters to emerge from the summoning gate. Chapter 98, Rabbit really doesn't taste good. Half an hour later, the summoning gate vanished, and Yifang had amassed a formidable army. To Yifang's astonishment, he had actually summoned a 6th-tier spirit realm creature. The moment he saw the 6th-tier creature, Yifang's breathing quickened. The big boss has finally arrived. I've been trying to summon a 5th-tier spirit realm creature, but it never worked out. Never imagined I'd summon a 6th-tier spirit realm creature straight away this time. The inheritance world only admitted young prodigies, and even the most gifted among them couldn't possibly break through to the 6th tier in their 20s. Summoning a 6th-tier spirit realm creature now meant Yifang could dominate the inheritance world. The true potential of a summoner has finally been revealed. Suppressing his excitement, Yifang opened the system interface for the 6th-tier spirit realm creature. Feared Demon Spirit. Level, 62. Race skill, Terror Strike. Only one skill? Yifang frowned after reviewing the system panel. This 6th-tier spirit realm creature appeared as a shadowy, ethereal cloud. It possessed only an upper torso, while its lower half was a drifting mass of smoke that seemed perpetually sinking downward. However, the spirit appeared extremely weakened at this moment. The mist composing its body was thin and sparse, giving the impression it could vanish at any second. After a brief exchange with this fellow, Yifang felt somewhat disappointed. The fear spirit fed on fear emotions of dread were its very lifeblood. The more fear it absorbed, the stronger it grew. It also consumed fear to unleash its abilities. This particular spirit hadn't been properly fed in ages and was nearly starved to death. It couldn't unleash any skills. Attempting to do so would cause it to dissolve into black smoke and vanish. Damn it! This 6th-tier spirit realm creature is currently useless in combat. However, after learning about the skill Terror Strikes the Heart, Yifang's interest surged once more. Terror Assault could unleash all the fear it had accumulated directly into an enemy's mind. It instantly kills the enemy's heart and brain with a massive surge of fear. This skill is actually pretty impressive. Its attack power is astonishing, and it kills without a trace. Yifang immediately decided to establish a spirit realm contract with this elder brother. Though the fear spirit feeds on fear, it remains a spirit realm creature that also consumes human lifespans. While lifespan cannot enhance the demon spirit's power, pure human lifespan helps it maintain its mist form from dissipating. As the spirit realm contract skill was sealed, Yifang distinctly felt his life force being drained. Watching the fear spirit's form gradually solidify, Yifang suddenly realized that the witness's primordial power, one of the summoner's materials, must have been altered. It must have been infused with mechanisms to extract and channel human lifespans. It had to be. Yifang confirmed his suspicion, deepening his understanding of summoners once more. As he pondered, Yifang suddenly felt dizzy. His vision darkened, and he stumbled, nearly crashing to the ground. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm about to croak? Yifang's voice was weak and strained. Moments later, he realized it was likely because his lifespan had been drained too severely. Yifang hurriedly opened his attribute panel. Name, Yifang. Lifespan, 6 + 1 + 1 + 1. Class, Summoner. Level, 30 Tier 3 Professional. Experience, 91.43%. Summoning space, 710. Active skill, Spirit Realm Summoning Tier 3 opens a Spirit Realm gate to randomly summon one Spirit Realm creature to the main world. Can open up to 4 Spirit Realm gates simultaneously. Spirit Realm Contract Tier 3 establishes an irrevocable pact with a Spirit Realm creature. Spirit Devouring Tier 3 briefly consumes a Spirit Realm creature, temporarily granting all its abilities. Passive skill, Damage Transfer No Level, Unupgradable. After contracting with a summoned creature, all damage inflicted upon the summoner is borne by the summoned creature. Damn it! Seeing his remaining lifespan dwindle to a pitiful 6 years, Yifang couldn't help but curse. How much did you eat? I remember having nearly 10,000 years left. Did you devour it all? The fear spirit, devoid of emotion, floated motionless in place. Yifang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, his heart racing with terror. He suddenly realized he had nearly died just now. Had he signed the Spirit Realm contract just a few seconds earlier, he might have perished. Not killed by an enemy, but nearly sucked dry by his own summoned creature. As Yifang was still reeling from the shock, the fear spirit across from him suddenly glowed red in the eyes, as if it had spotted some precious treasure. The demon spirit opened its massive maw toward Yifang and drew in a gentle breath. Instantly, Yifang's fear was sucked into the demon spirit's belly. The demonic spirit shuddered, its form visibly solidifying as the surrounding mist thickened. Damn you!
I nearly died, and you still eat.
Feasting on human blood buns, huh?
Furious, Yi Fong kicked out at the fear spirit.
The fear spirit was nothing but a shapeless cloud of smoke.
Yi Fong's kick missed completely, and he nearly stumbled backward.
Forget it, forget it. You're not even human. I won't bother with you. Yi Fong waved his hand at his army of spirit realm creatures. Let's go.
Across the vast plains of the inheritance world, a horde of eerily grotesque skeletons, their skulls bobbing like white bones, gave chase to a pack of swift wind rabbits. The rabbits scattered in terror at the sight of the snarling skeleton horde, their ears nearly standing straight up like antennae from sheer fright. In the sky, Yi Fong, transformed into a fear spirit, fixed his gaze on the terrified rabbits.
The fear spirit possessed innate flight capabilities.
After Yi Fong consumed it, he could now soar through the air without any external aid, moving at astonishing speeds. To Yi Fong's eyes at that moment, the entire world had lost its color. Only the living creatures below retained any color. The skeletons glowed red. After several days of experimentation, Yi Fong had roughly deciphered the meaning of colors in the feared demon spirit's vision.
Red signified rage.
The swift wind rabbit moved with astonishing speed, leaving the hundreds of skeletons chasing it in a dizzying whirl. Thus, the skeletons were enraged. The swift wind rabbit glowed purple.
Purple signified fear.
Though the swift wind rabbit outmaneuvered the skeletons with its speed, a single mistake. If it stumbled or slowed down due to obstacles, death awaited them.
As a fear spirit, Yi Fong felt an overwhelming urge to devour anything purple.
Sure enough, one swift wind rabbit collided with another in its panic, and both fell to the ground. The skeletons immediately swarmed, tearing the rabbits to shreds.
The moment the rabbits fell, the purple aura emanating from them drifted away like ripe fruit.
Yi Fong opened his gaping maw, sucking both portions of fear into his mouth. As the fear entered his mouth, Yi Fong instantly felt his power increase slightly. But soon, an unpleasant sensation washed over him. This discomfort was peculiar, like, the taste of the rabbit's fear was unpleasant. In truth, based on Yi Fong's observations throughout his journey, it wasn't that the rabbits tasted bad, it was that all beasts tasted bad. For the fear spirit, the taste of humans was the best, and its effects were also the most potent. The boost to power was remarkably evident. Earlier, as Yi Fong marched his skeleton army in full force, they encountered a second-tier female priestess. The young girl was overcome with terror at the sight of the skeletal horde. She was far too weak. When she saw Yi Fong's 6th-tier fear spirit form in the sky, the girl froze in terror, collapsing to the ground. She forgot all thought of resistance, convinced her end had come. At that moment, the fear within her reached maturity, drifting out of her body to be devoured by the fear demon spirit.
Yi Fong realized it wasn't just the fear of death that could manifest externally.
When fear reached a certain intensity, it would mature, drifting out to be consumed by the demon spirit.
The reaction of the swift wind rabbit below once again confirmed Yi Fong's conjecture.
Witnessing the deaths of two companions, the remaining rabbits shrieked in terror.
In an instant, dozens of fear orbs drifted away. After commanding the demon spirit to devour the fear, Yi Fong ordered the pursuit to cease.
These rabbits held little value to him and weren't worth wasting time on.
Yi Fong directed his forces to turn around and head toward the distant Tianma Peak.
Director Mu had informed him that numerous high-tier practitioners had established their legacies on Tianma Peak.
Chapter 99, that was a bit rash.
After marching for over 10 minutes, Yi Fong and his army arrived above a small valley.
He distinctly sensed an unusual aura emanating from the valley below.
Yi Fong ordered the troops to halt and descended alone. The moment he touched down, a wave of scorching heat washed over him.
Yi Fong's mind stirred, and the wind-shaped shadow detection technique instantly unfolded. The valley wasn't large. Once the wind-shaped shadow probe was activated, the entire valley's situation was fully within Yi Fong's perception.
Yi Fong still maintained his soul-devouring technique against the fear demon spirit. The 6th-tier aura radiating from him suppressed the valley's beasts, deterring them from attacking him. After surveying the valley's conditions, Yi Fong suddenly realized his haste had been ill-advised. He should have completed reconnaissance before descending.
A small valley harbored two 5th-tier beasts.
Had he not sustained the soul-devouring technique, relying solely on the 6th-tier fear demon spirit's aura to intimidate them? With only his own 3rd-tier aura, he would likely have been ambushed by the two 5th-tier beasts the moment he landed. Yi Fong turned his gaze toward a large tree in the northwest corner, where a 5th-tier flower-crowned snake lay coiled. The flower-crowned snake, intimidated by Yi Fong's 6th-tier aura, dared not move, yet it fixed its gaze on him, flicking its tongue menacingly. The crowned snake was a common beast, one Yi Fong knew well. This species is truly remarkable. The flower-crowned snake sports a red flower atop its head.
They use this floral organ for photosynthesis, absorbing the sun's energy to level up. In other words, they automatically level up by sunbathing. Thus, despite not being a top-tier species, many flower-crowned snakes reach high ranks. Of course, this leveling method comes with a drawback: their combat strength remains weak. Only their fire attribute venom poses any real threat. In a cave on the cliff face dwells a tailfire tiger, whose aura indicates it too is a 5th-tier beast. These two 5th-tier beasts flanked the valley, dividing it between them. Yi Fong's arrival immediately alerted the fire-tailed tiger.
Cunning and silent, it crept to the cave entrance, crouching in a pounce-ready stance, poised to attack Yifang at any moment. Yifang focused his attention on the resources within the valley. As gentle breezes swept through, Yifang gained a complete grasp of the valley's resource distribution. A cluster of S-grade firefeather grass grew right in the valley's center.
2 S-grade sunflowers bloomed deep within.
To Yifang's right lay several A-grade light spirit fruits. As for the other resources, they were too low-grade for Yifang's interest. Yifang plucked the light spirit fruits within reach, then drifted to the valley's center to dig up the firefeather grass. Throughout this process, Yifang continuously channeled his wind-shaped shadow detection technique, keeping a close watch on the 2 5th-tier beasts. Fortunately, the 2 beasts were intimidated by the 6th-tier aura and dared not rashly attack Yifang.
Yifang walked toward the last 2 sunflowers.
Just then, Yifang stepped into the territory of the tailfire tiger.
The beast instantly flew into a rage and launched an attack.
The colossal tiger leapt from its cave, simultaneously lashing its tail to hurl a ball of yellow flame toward Yifang. The instant the yellow flame lashed out, the temperature throughout the valley surged sharply. Wherever the flame passed, the earth turned to scorched earth. Thus, the yellow flame carved a scorched, straight line across the ground, hurtling toward Yifang.
Quite the territorial awareness and a temper to match. Yifang raised an eyebrow, instantly activating his skill. Spirit Realm Summon. As the skill activated, a circular summoning gate appeared before Yifang.
The yellow flame plunged straight into the spirit realm gate, vanishing without a trace, like a stone tossed into the ocean. Then, Yifang raised both arms. Hundreds of nether flame totems detached from his body, flying out along his sleeves and heading straight for the tailfire tiger.
Modified skill Blazing Explosion. Boom! In an instant, flames surged violently, shaking the valley.
The fear demon spirit remained weakened, unable to unleash any skills. Yifang could only continue relying on the methods of the Netherflame system.
True to its reputation as a 5th-tier beast, the tailfire tiger possessed an exceptionally resilient soul. Despite enduring hundreds of yen explosions from Yifang, it only suffered bleeding from its 7 orifices and remained unseverely injured. At the 5th tier, soul strength undergoes a qualitative leap. After all, the yen explosion was only a 3rd-tier skill. While it could bully 4th-tier beasts with its soul attacks, it showed its limitations the moment it faced a 5th-tier opponent. Still, Yifang remained confident. With a single sweep of his hand across the bone castle, modified skeletons poured out like they were free, surging forth in droves. This tiger lacks any soul defense skills. As long as I keep bombarding it, I'll eventually blast it to death, though the cost will be steep. Yifang's fighting spirit soared. As he pondered, the tailfire tiger made its next move.
With wind-shaped shadow detection active, Yifang was acutely sensitive to any wind disturbances around him. The moment the tailfire tiger shifted, Yifang instantly predicted its attack direction based on the wind currents. This time it's going to pounce directly from the left. Sure enough, seeing its ranged attacks easily blocked by Yifang, the tailfire tiger swiftly changed tactics, opting for close combat. Yifang instantly switched to his fear spirit form and began ascending. If it came down to close combat, Yifang truly had no effective counter against the tailfire tiger. The fear demon spirit's speed was blazing fast, quickly ascending to a safe position. Ignite! Confirming his safety, Yifang activated his skill, transforming thousands of skeletons into a sea of ghostly flames. This time, he consumed thousands of skeletons at once, amplifying the intensity. The more totems stacked, the greater the explosive damage.
Netherflame Totem Transformation. As the skill activated, thousands of shadowy flames began to condense, forming into flame totems. Vaporize. Yifang summoned the power of the Return to Voidbat, causing all the Netherflame totems to become ethereal and merge into one. Yifang had practiced this skill sequence hundreds of times within the Necrotic Calamity's secret realm. Now, he executed it with effortless precision, completing the process from internal combustion to stacking into a single totem in mere seconds. The stacked Netherflame totem radiated an awe-inspiring presence. Even from nearly 100 meters away, the flowers and grass in the valley withered under its scorching heat. The crowned snakes in the valley were so terrified they abandoned their territory and fled the valley. Go! Yifang pointed downward, and the stack totem surged toward the firetail tiger with overwhelming force. The tailfire tiger unleashed its own charged skill. Boom! The swirling black flames instantly filled the entire valley. Again! Without pause, Yifang began stacking totems once more. After 10 minutes, the dust settled. The tailfire tiger lay charred black, its flesh unblemished yet its eyes devoid of color. Its soul had been utterly scorched by Yifang, leaving only an empty tiger shell. However, Yifang's sacrifice was significant. This battle had consumed over 10,000 of his modified skeletons. Yifang descended slowly, absorbing every last trace of the tailfire tiger's demonic essence. Level up. Level 31. Experience 98.7%. Huff. Yifang took a deep breath and exhaled. Finally leveled up. Just one step away from level 32. The experience from the 5th tier is really generous. The magic essence from that 5th tier tiger was enough to jump me up a whole level.
Yi Fong began clearing the battlefield. He stored the entire Tailfire Tiger's corpse into his spatial ring. The carcass of a 5th-tier beast was incredibly valuable, worth tens of thousands of magic essence stones. Upon reaching the 5th tier, creatures begin to crystallize into rules. Even in death, their bodies retain residual rule energy. This rule energy served as primary material for weapon and equipment crafting, and as auxiliary material for skill books and class change manuals. After securing the tiger's body, Yi Fong went to search for the sunflowers he had spotted earlier. The 2 sunflowers were easy to spot. The entire valley had been reduced to charcoal, with most vegetation burned to ashes. However, being fire attributed, the sunflowers had not been consumed by Yi Fong's nether flames. Scattered throughout the valley were several dozen remaining fire attribute plants. Yi Fong didn't bother checking their levels, he simply gathered them all at once. The losses this time were truly substantial, every bit of compensation helped. As Yi Fong gathered resources, he came upon a rock wall and made a new discovery. This rock wall holds a secret. Though charred black throughout, closer inspection revealed the scorching was only superficial. Through the surface, Yi Fong could sense a searing heat emanating from within. This sensation felt strangely familiar, it was the same peculiar aura he had sensed mid-air. After scraping away the charred surface layer, a vivid crimson lotus pattern carved into the rock wall came into view. Below the stone carving, dense magical script was engraved. Upon deciphering the magical script, Yi Fong finally understood. So this is a legacy. Chapter 100, will they accept this? After reading the inscriptions on the stone wall, Yi Fong quickly understood what had happened. This legacy was left by a 5th-tier mage who had followed the glorious proconsul. Originally a slave under the Empire, he had fortuitously encountered the Archon, who guided him, ultimately setting him on the path of a professional practitioner. The Archon had bestowed upon him the Fire Lotus legacy. Alas, his talents were mediocre. Despite a lifetime of research, he never achieved any breakthroughs in the Fire Lotus legacy, ultimately reaching only the 5th tier. Thus, as his life drew to a close, he chose to leave his legacy within the Glory Inheritance world, accompanying the Founding Father as he awaited a worthy successor to inherit it. After reading the inscription on the stone tablet, Yi Fong instantly understood. The scattered legacies within the inheritance space were overwhelmingly left by those loyal to the Glory Executive. Those from the Knight faction or the magical arts simply wouldn't, nor could they, leave their legacies here. These established factions possess their own dedicated inheritance realms. Even if a practitioner wished to leave their legacy elsewhere, their affiliated faction would never permit it. Especially for 3rd to 6th tier practitioner legacies, the major sects enforce the strictest controls. This is because practitioner legacies contain vast amounts of profession-specific secrets. These include formulas for class change manuals, advancement paths, skill book recipes, and other classified information. Leaving such legacies to outsiders would amount to betraying the sect's secrets. The consequences of such leaks would be unimaginable. Take the Knight faction as an example. Why is the leader of the Knight faction the leader? What makes the followers willing to risk their lives for him? It's simple, I give them benefits, and they fight for me. If the benefit is merely money, that is, magic essence stones, the loyalty of subordinates will be insufficient. You might offer 100,000, but your rival could offer 200,000 to buy your own men to stab you in the back. Therefore, the benefit must be exclusive, something no other faction can offer. What could that be? Exactly, a career advancement path. Those job change manuals, skill books, and career advancement paths. Once a profession is chosen and you become a 1st-tier professional, your base profession cannot be altered. A novice knight who wants to level up, grow stronger, and become an elite among knights must join a knightly order. Monopolizing these secrets means an endless supply of people willing to fight for you. Once these secrets leak, the faction's decline is only a matter of time. Because your rivals can use your secrets to undermine you relentlessly. For instance, they could offer higher prices for advanced class change scrolls to lure your people into becoming double agents. After all, it's not their own, so they won't feel the sting. Or they could cut off your revenue streams. The sect's primary income comes from selling class change books and skill books. If you sell a class change book for 100,000, I'll sell mine for 50,000, cutting into your profits and fueling conflicts among the elders. Let's see how long you can hold out. For opponents, selling job change books at a loss at this stage is no big deal. By attacking on 2 fronts, they just need to hold out long enough to bleed your sect dry. Then they can devour all your accumulated wealth. Compared to that, what's a little financial loss? To protect their sect's secrets and monopolize the advancement paths for practitioners, major factions will stop at nothing. Even disciples wishing to pass their lineage to their children must seek the sect's approval. Dare to do otherwise, and the sect will purge its own ranks. Such incidents have occurred far too often throughout history. Some practitioners secretly hoarded their teachings, hoping to pass them to family members. They get caught. In such cases, the sect will search high and low until they find the hidden teachings. If they find it, that's one thing. But if the hiding place is too well concealed and the knowledge remains unfound, the entire family will be wiped out. During the Dual Empire era, there existed a crime known as sacrilege.
It referred to learning another family's secret inheritance without permission or privately studying transcendent arts.
Those convicted faced imprisonment until death at the very least. At that time, the major powers on the continent were still primarily clans, not yet evolved into the sect system. The crime of sacrilege was established by the twin empires to protect family power, prevent excessive internal strife, monopolize professional paths, and uphold imperial rule. This created a dynamic where the empires protected the clans, and the clans upheld the empires.
However, problems soon arose from this arrangement. The pressure was too intense.
Those not of our bloodline harbor treacherous hearts. Without blood ties, one lacks both power and status. Would those intelligent individuals without familial connections willingly accept this? Isn't the formula for a job change scroll just mixing various materials together? I'll just test them one by one. What? If my class fusion fails even once, my entire career path is ruined. No problem. I'm more than happy to share my research findings with fellow grassroots players. To help them avoid some mistakes. Under the dual empire's oppressive rule, grassroots class inventors emerged in droves. Ironically, the most new professions emerged during that era when transcendental studies were banned. Later, under the overwhelming fury of these new professionals, the dual empires collapsed. The Alliance era began. After entering the Alliance era, everyone learned their lesson. Instead of forming clans, they formed sects. Schools were used to recruit intelligent individuals. Blood ties mattered little. Anyone intelligent and skilled in research could join. The Fire Lotus Legacy, Beale's Meh. Yifeng shattered the stone wall and retrieved the 5 primordial energies concealed behind it. Each profession starts with 3 skills, representing 3 primordial energies. Reaching Tier 3 requires fusing 1 primal force to advance. Another fusion is required at Tier 5. A 5th tier professional possesses 5 primordial forces and Yifeng now had them all, not one missing. Holding the 5 primordial energies, Yifeng couldn't help but admire the resolve of this practitioner. Upon a practitioner's death, primordial forces dissipate, returning to the heavens and earth. To preserve one's own primordial power, one must destroy oneself while still alive to extract all 5 portions. This required enduring immense suffering and possessing extraordinary resolve. As for the practitioner's rank and power, those could never be preserved. When the light goes out, so does the person. Among these 5 portions of primordial power, 3 are relatively ordinary, representing the standard configuration for a common mage. The 4th portion is the primordial power of the spirit plant Fire Lotus. While decent, it is unsuitable for Yifeng. However, the 5th primordial force caught Yifeng's attention. The 5th was the primordial power of a 5th tier beast, the Fireplay Beast. The Fireplay Beast's ability was to manipulate all flames at will. This ability reminded Yifeng of the Netherflame Totem transformation within the Netherflame system. The Netherflame Totem shift not only transformed Netherflame into a totem but also allowed control over the Netherflame Totem. The Fireplay Beast's ability seemed somewhat similar to this. Perhaps I could refine the Netherflame Totem transformation by incorporating the Fireplay Beast's primordial power, Yifeng murmured to himself. Yifeng retrieved a small box, placed the 4 portions of primordial power inside, and hung the box at his waist. The spatial ring couldn't contain primordial power. Primordial power contained the fundamental rules of the world. Even the primordial power of a 1st-tier beast could shatter a spatial ring. Yifeng then took the Fireplay Beast's primordial power and placed it in the pocket on his chest. This primordial power held great significance for him. It must be kept close at hand. Chapter 101, Where's the Face? 3 days later, Yifeng finally reached the vicinity of Tianma Peak. From afar, Tianma Peak appeared as an ordinary mountain, devoid of any peculiar features. Carefully examining the corpse at his feet, Yifeng discovered a shred of clothing among the rotting flesh. Embroidered on the fragment was the emblem of the Alliance. Yifeng recognized it instantly. It was the uniform of the Capital University. This corpse belonged to one of his classmates. A student from Capital University had died. Yi remained expressionless as he summoned 2 skeletons to assist in burying the corpse. He had long since grown accustomed to such sights. Along the way, Yifeng had encountered dozens of corpses. 2 of them belonged to people from the capital's university. Most of these people had died at the hands of wild beasts, driven by greed in their quest to explore the inheritance. Though the inheritance space was rich with treasures, it was far from safe, arguably more dangerous than most regions on the continent. The inheritance space formed a complete ecosystem. Relying on this self-sustaining environment, it produced a steady stream of professional resources without human intervention. Within this ecosystem, exotic beasts were naturally abundant. Due to the profound legacy of Glory's heritage, the beasts within the inheritance space are generally of a very high grade. These beasts inhabit various corners of the inheritance space, each claiming their own territory and maintaining a delicate equilibrium. The influx of numerous young talents has disrupted this equilibrium. Thus, conflict and combat become inevitable during the exploration of the inheritance. However, the benevolent honorary governor had long anticipated this. At the founding of the legacy, he established 74 absolutely safe sacred paths for lower-level practitioners. These 74 sacred paths radiate outward from the sacred ground in all directions. Constructed in the style of Western colonnades, Yifeng had already traversed several of them. All paths were protected by the power of the succession. Should a low-level practitioner encounter danger, they need only flee into the nearest sacred path to ensure their survival. Along the sacred paths, large fortresses were positioned at regular intervals. Within these fortresses were maps detailing the distribution of nearby beasts. These maps are updated in real time as the beasts migrate. With both intelligence and shelters available for these people to still die at the hands of beasts. That proves only one thing. These people are greedy and weak. After burying his classmate, Yifeng pressed on toward the nearby Tianma Peak. 5 kilometers from Tianma Peak, Yifeng activated his wind-shaped shadow detection technique. After 2 days of exploration within the inheritance space, Yifeng had grown steadily more composed. At every major resource site, he would first conduct reconnaissance. Only after confirming his strength could handle the situation would he settle down. With the gentle breeze flowing, every movement on Tianma Peak lay within Yifeng's perception. People fighting at the mountain's base? These people are fighting over an inheritance. None of them are very high level. The strongest is only a 4th-tier practitioner. This makes my plan much easier to execute. For the past 2 days, Yifeng had focused on 2 main tasks. 1. Collect as many legacies as possible. 2. Intimidate any practitioners he encountered to gather fear energy for the fear spirit. For these 2 days, Yifeng had been disguised as the fear demon spirit, using his 6th-tier aura to terrify others. Those who came here were all newcomers, with strength levels generally hovering around the 2nd or 3rd tier. Even 4th-tier practitioners were rare. The moment the newcomers saw a 6th-tier beast, their limbs went limp with terror and they dared not move. A few timid ones fainted outright from Yifeng's intimidation. After Yifeng gleefully devoured their fear energy, he waved goodbye. Leaving the group utterly bewildered, their faces filled with question marks. One moment they thought they were about to be killed by a 6th-tier beast, and the next, the beast was actually waving at them? And it even said goodbye as it left? Never seen such a polite beast. From start to finish, Yifeng never revealed his true identity, maintaining the appearance of a fear spirit throughout. The fact that he possessed 6th-tier combat strength absolutely could not be revealed. The fear demon spirit's skill usage was limited. Based on the current rate of fear accumulation, Yifeng estimated that by the end of the glory inheritance journey, he'd be lucky to use the skill 3 times. By the end of the glory inheritance journey, he'd be lucky to unleash it 3 times. These 3 precious opportunities, Yifeng naturally intended to save for his own exploration of the inheritance. If he revealed his true 6th-tier combat strength, Yifeng would inevitably be pressured by the Knight faction's leader to use that power to explore the inheritance for him. Though Yifeng wasn't afraid, it would put him at a disadvantage. This time, however, Yifeng changed his plan. This time, he planned to let the fear spirit scare the others while he went to find food. Once the fear spirit had done its work, he would reveal his true self and seize the inheritance before everyone's eyes. The sacred site was not far from here, and it was time for Yifeng to demonstrate his true strength. Director Mu had instructed him, once inside the inheritance, he must not hold back. He needed to swiftly demonstrate his strength and let the Knight faction know his capabilities. Otherwise, during the conquest of the sacred grounds, Yifeng might be overlooked and denied a spot. At the foot of Pegasus Peak, 2 groups of people, dressed differently, stood in tense confrontation. The group on the left all wore crown insignia pinned to their chests, robed in mage robes and wielding wands. They were members of the Royal Mage Academy of the continent. The group on the right bore the Alliance emblem embroidered on their shoulders, each wielding a greatsword. These were the forces of the capital university. The knights and mages had been locked in open and covert conflict for over a decade, their resentment long simmering. Now, enemies meeting face to face, their hatred flared with renewed intensity. A knight from the capital university faction took the initiative, pointing his greatsword at a young 3rd-tier mage and declared, You sanctimonious hypocrites! Not a single decent mage among you. You constantly preach about upholding royal honor, but is harassing women how you uphold it? The lead knight's words had barely left his mouth when the knights behind him erupted in loud agreement. Harassing my junior sister? How shameless! Dare to harass my junior? You're asking for death. Hearing this, the leather-skirted knight at the rear immediately covered her face and burst into tears. The young knight, now the target of universal condemnation, grew frantic and cried out. False accusation! False accusation! She's lying through her teeth. I didn't. I only glanced at her. It's obvious you're just making excuses because you wanted to steal the inheritance we found first. Hey! So you admit you looked? Just now you claimed you didn't even notice my junior sister. Why the sudden change of story? Right. Don't listen to his excuses. Exactly. He must have made advances. My junior sister said so herself. A girl wouldn't joke about her own honor. Keep pressing him. He'll change his story again in a minute. Seeing the knights acting like this, Yifeng felt embarrassed even from a distance. Why do they all act like petty thugs?
Where's your honor? Where's the knightly spirit of chivalry, charity, justice, and light? You, all of you.
The young knight's chest heaved with fury.
He wanted to retort but couldn't find the words. Chapter 102, Ha? In the end, he could only deny it again, insisting he was innocent. I didn't. This is all just an excuse you're using to steal the inheritance we discovered first. You are nothing but.
Before the young mage could finish, his senior classmate pressed him down. The senior held the younger mage's shoulder with one hand, placing his index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Then, shielding his junior behind him, the senior stood alone facing the group of knights and spoke calmly.
Stop disgusting us.
If you want the legacy behind us, prove it with your strength.
This nonsense is useless. We don't buy into your tricks.
His gaze was resolute, his voice steady and commanding.
He knew his junior well, though he might ogle pretty girls while walking down the street, that was the extent of it. As for flirting, that was something he absolutely wouldn't do. His reaction just now proved he hadn't done anything like that. Even if we assumed the worst, at this critical juncture, if he had made a pass, it would have to be denied. The knight across from them ignored the senior's words and continued his insolent shouting. You say you didn't flirt with her? How do you prove it? Why should I prove anything? I was just exploring the legacy normally, I only glanced at her. What do I need to prove? How do I prove it? Why should I prove anything to you? What gives you the right? I'll go to your.
Seeing his junior lose control, the senior quickly cast a calming spell on him.
All right. Calm down.
The senior turned and smiled calmly.
You wanted proof? I'll give you proof right now. We recorded the entire scene with magic. It clearly proves my junior's innocence. And it proves you're framing him.
Hearing this, the knights across from them visibly faltered.
But soon another voice rang out. Fine then. Cast your magic right here for everyone to see and clear your junior's name.
The opposing senior twitched his lips and replied, I sealed the magic within a scroll. You destroyed the scroll just now when I wasn't looking, all to continue framing my junior. His words were half truth, half lie. Recording magic was real, but keeping it recorded was fake. Who would leave a recording spell active all the time? He was merely turning their own tactics against them.
If you can spin tales, so can we.
It was just taking advantage of my junior's inexperience.
What?
Hearing this response, the knights were stunned. They never imagined that those bookish mages across the field would resort to such underhanded tactics.
Hey! You bastards! Messing with us? You're asking for a beating, aren't you?
Just as the rogue knight raised his fist, a thunderous blast erupted from across the field.
Damn it!
Before the thug could react, he was hit dead square in the face.
Damn it! How dare you hit our guys? Brothers! Charge! A brawl erupted instantly.
The two groups instantly clashed. Yifeng adjusted his wind-shaped shadow technique, focusing all his attention on the battlefield.
Observing the situation, Yifeng finally understood why the Knight Academy hadn't sent reinforcements.
On the battlefield, the Knight faction had 8 members, while the Mage faction had only 6. Mages were fragile and only skilled at ranged combat, yet the close quarters of the brawl made their strengths useless. Despite their numerical and positional advantages, the Knights were being pushed back by the Mages. Pastor Zhu was absolutely right. The Knights' true strength lay in their limitless potential for growth. Low-tier Knights were simply useless. Yifeng covered his face in exasperation. What a disgrace to Capital University! Go! Yifeng barked the command at the Fierce Spirit. Receiving the order, the Fierce Spirit soared forth with terrifying 6th-tier might. Its speed was astonishing, reaching the battlefield skies in mere seconds. The Knights and Mages were all stunned by the sight of a 6th-tier creature. Oh my god! Holy crap! Where did this 6th-tier beast come from? The previously arrogant rogue knight stammered in terror. The others were frozen in place, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Despair washed over every face. A 6th-tier beast. Among their dozen or so members, the strongest were merely 2 4th-tier professionals. With such meager strength, even a 5th-tier beast could wipe them all out effortlessly. There was no chance of survival. And now they were facing a 6th-tier beast. The Fierce Spirit mimicked the movements Yifeng had taught it, thrusting both hands out to the sides as if preparing to unleash a skill. Seeing this, the crowd below immediately erupted into shrieks of terror. Mom, save us! The 2 rogue knights clung to each other in terror, both screaming for their mothers. At that very moment, the purple aura surrounding them reached its peak intensity. The fear crystallized, instantly drifting away and being swallowed whole by the demon spirit. Seeing the terrifying 6th-tier beast open its mouth wide toward them, as if it had just devoured something, the 2 rogue knights screamed even louder. Hey, aha! It ate my soul! Mom, I've encountered a demon! The junior who had been falsely accused earlier was trembling so hard his teeth chattered, but he forced himself to push his senior's shoulder and said, Senior, you're the strongest here. You have the best chance of surviving. You must go. We'll cover you. Leave? The senior's voice was bitter. It's useless. My older brother was far stronger than me, yet he couldn't escape when he encountered a 5th tier beast. And now we're facing a 6th tier. The feared demon spirit in the air raised both hands behind it, feigning the motion of unleashing his skill. I'm going to die. The senior also closed his eyes in agony. At that moment, the purple aura enveloping everyone reached full maturity and was completely absorbed by the feared demon spirit. With his eyes shut, the senior felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. Bitterness, resignation, and reluctance. Alas, I die young at the hands of a 6th tier opponent, father. It's not that I'm incompetent, but that my foe is simply too powerful. For a 4th tier like me, 5th tier is an insurmountable chasm in this life. If there is a next life, I will walk the path of elements once more. I will restore the glory of the Yi family. Ha! 2nd tone. Ha! 3rd tone. Ha! Holy crap! The senior who had closed his eyes awaiting death suddenly heard a chorus of AHS ringing in his ears. He snapped his eyes open. The scene before him nearly made him spit blood. The 6th tier beast that had just been about to unleash its killing move was now waving at them? No, it wasn't waving. This was saying goodbye? Waving goodbye? Sure enough, the next second, the well-fed feared demon spirit sauntered off, leaving the group staring at each other in utter bewilderment, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. A few rogue knights wiped tears from the corners of their eyes, staring at the scene before them in disbelief. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Thank goodness. Wah? Yeah, that's great. The two misfortune-bound brothers embraced once more. Smack! The lead knight delivered a sharp slap. What's so great about that? The legacy still remains. Keep fighting. Chapter 103, Come Get Beaten. After the rogue knight took the captain's slap, the knights snapped out of their relief at surviving the ordeal. Led by their captain, they charged toward the mages. The mages weren't about to back down either, raising their wands to retaliate. Chaos erupted instantly. Before long, the knights found themselves at a disadvantage once more. Watching his men retreat step by step, the knight captain's expression darkened. Truthfully, he had known from the very first clash that these mages were no ordinary foes. His men stood no chance against them. But capturing this legacy site was a direct order from Lord Grante, son of the Alliance's executive magistrate. There was no room for negotiation. He had to do whatever it took to fulfill the mission. If he doesn't want to fall out of favor. On the other side, the mages were brimming with fighting spirit. This inheritance had already been deemed a sure thing by the speaker's young son, young Master Yi. They had now cornered the knights before them, the inheritance within their grasp. Seizing this inheritance in one decisive push would win young Master Yi's favor. Perhaps even secure a spot to enter the sacred grounds. Charge! For the glory of the royal house. Unite faction bastards, taste your father's magic. Driven by the commands of the two young masters from prominent families, both sides fought with reckless abandon. Soon, casualties began to mount among the knights. The time has come. A sharp gleam flashed in Yifang's eyes. The knight faction was already showing signs of collapse. It was time for him to step in and turn the tide. On the battlefield, 6 mages swiftly rearranged their formation into an inverted triangle. 5 mages encircled their senior, shielding him in the center. Seeing the opposing formation, the knights instantly panicked. Quick! Focus all attacks on the one in the center. He's channeling a powerful spell. At the captain's command, the knights who had been relentlessly pressured launched a desperate counterattack as if their lives depended on it. But the mages were prepared. The 2 female mages at the front pointed their delicate fingers forward, instantly activating their control spells. Combined spell Spirit Vine Bind. In an instant, countless vines erupted from the ground, coiling around the knights to halt their advance. Within a breath, the barren mountain base transformed into a vine-covered paradise, its very landscape altered. It's over. Too late. That was the shared thought in the knights' minds. Just then, a deep voice echoed. You may cease your efforts. This inheritance is mine now. Withdraw now to avoid the pain. All eyes followed the sound. A figure clad in black strode leisurely onto the battlefield. Seeing the figure's imposing presence and the emblem of the capital university embroidered on his sleeve, the knights' eyes lit up instantly. But when they sensed the newcomer possessed only a 3rd tier aura, the light vanished from their eyes. You bastard, what are you pretending to be here at just tier 3? One of them pointed at Yifang sternly and declared. Come and get beaten. His rank was a bit low. But what does level matter when it comes to taking a beating? One more person to take the mage's blows meant one less burden for them. On the contrary, the mages watched Yifang warily. In their eyes, anyone wearing the capital university uniform regardless of profession was deemed an enemy. As Yifang advanced step by step, the lead mage spoke. You've seen our strength. Leave immediately, or else. Before the mage could finish, Yifang struck. He extended his right arm, focused his mind, and a pre-stacked netherflame totem shot forth. The next second, a sky filled with black flames engulfed the battlefield. The sheer power of Yifang's single strike even affected the knights across from him. When the swirling black flames finally dispersed, only the 4th-tier senior leading the 6 mages remained standing, barely conscious. The rest lay unconscious. For this strike, Yi Fong had stacked only a few hundred 2nd-tier netherflame totems. Holy crap! The knights who had looked down on Yi Fong gaped in disbelief. Shock filled every pair of eyes. Is this even possible? A 3rd-tier knight took out a group of 3rd-tier knights and a 4th-tier knight in one move. This looks like it was just a casual strike from him. No! This is actually a soul attack. The standing mage managed to utter with difficulty. Hailing from a mid to large clan, his experience was considerable, and he instantly recognized Yi Fong's technique. Without hesitation, the 4th-tier mage pressed his index and ring fingers together, raised them to his lips, and began chanting incantations. Moments later, a blinding white light flared, revealing a 10-meter-wide blind star formation beneath the mage's feet. Another flash of white light, and the mages vanished. Good. Only after the battle concluded did the knights approach, feigning concern. The knight in charge patted Yi Fong on the shoulder. Not bad. Not bad at all. What's your name? Tell your buddy here and I'll report it honestly. You'll get credit for snagging this inheritance. The leader was utterly shameless. Their entire group of pig-headed knights had been on the verge of being beaten flat earlier, only for Yi Fong to turn the tide with a single move. The credit was clearly all Yi Fong's, yet the moment he opened his mouth, he demanded the lion's share. But what he didn't know was that Yi Fong wasn't after any credit. He only wanted to make a name for himself. Hey, are you dumb or something? Why aren't you answering? Our boss is asking you a question. Did you hear him? Damn it! Before the knight could finish his sentence, Yi Fong's totem blast sent him flying. Seeing Yi Fong attack them, the knight stared in disbelief, convinced they were hallucinating. Yi Fong turned and coldly declared, I said, this inheritance belongs to me. You can all get lost. Hearing this, the lead knight froze in shock. He looked down again to confirm that the emblem of the capital university was indeed embroidered on Yi Fong's sleeve. Thinking Yi Fong didn't recognize him, the knight quickly introduced himself. I'm Zhou Weifeng from the Knight Academy, known as Young Master Zhou. It's fine if you don't recognize me. Zhou Weifeng waved his hand dismissively, pointing toward the nearby inheritance. This inheritance was specifically requested by Young Master Grante for us to collect. You must know Young Master Grante, right? Yi Fong's palm met his words. Smack! This man was shameless and brazen, a pure rogue knight. Yi Fong found him utterly irritating. I said, get lost. Get lost. Yi Fong repeated. What the hell? Zhou Weifeng was momentarily stunned. You dare hit me after invoking Young Master Gu's name? Suddenly, Zhou Weifeng snapped out of his daze. No way. You dare hit me? I'm Young Master Gu's man. Smack. Another slap. Zhou Weifeng was utterly enraged. Do you even know who Young Master Gu is? That's the son of the Alliance executive. Go back a few hundred years, and he wasn't just some young master, he was the crown prince. If you'd met him, you'd have had to kneel. Boom! This time, Yi Fong's netherflame totem answered him. Zhou Weifeng was instantly blown away. The surrounding thug knights recoiled in terror, fearing they might be struck next. Chapter 104, All vie for the air. Zhou Weifeng scrambled to his feet and instinctively drew the greatsword strapped to his back. Hey! What? You wanna fight me? Yi Fong chuckled. He flicked his finger, and another flame totem detached from his body, flying out along his sleeve. Seeing the black flame totem hovering beside Yi Fong, Zhou Weifeng instantly lost his nerve. This very technique had defeated the mage who had been overwhelming them. He dared not face it head-on. After gritting his teeth where he stood for a moment, Zhou Weifeng could only ask bitterly. What's your name? Hearing this, Yi Fong felt a surge of amusement. I've been waiting for you to ask. 3rd Academy, Yi Fong. Upon learning Yi Fong was also from the Nameless Academy, Zhou Weifeng's expression darkened further. Very well, very well. I'll remember you, Yi Fong. Everything you've done here, I'll report in full detail to Young Master Gu. Zhou Weifeng practically gritted his teeth as he spat out these words. Mark my words, you're still affiliated with the Capital University. The Capital University is backed by our Knight faction, and Young Master Gu is the heir apparent of the Knight faction. No. Stop. I'll leave right now. I'll leave immediately. Seeing Yi Fong's netherflame totem hurtling toward him, Zhou Weifeng bolted in terror. Watching the figures flee in panic, Yi Fong sneered with disdain. What a joke. What's the deal with Capital University? Like I need you to tell me. After chasing them away, Yi Fong made his way to the foot of the mountain to begin claiming his inheritance. Glory inheritance space, sacred ground. Within the main tent of the Knight faction camp, Durant sat enthroned, listening to Zhou Weifeng's report while his gaze kept darting toward the trembling figure kneeling below. Young master, this wasn't merely an attack on me, he clearly shows utter contempt for you. After hearing Zhou Weifeng's report, Grant spoke calmly after a moment. You say, why did that Yi Fong act this way? Why did he seize the inheritance I sought? This. Kneeling on the ground, Joey Feng was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. He'd been beaten senseless throughout the entire ordeal, first by the mage, then by Yifang, leaving him 2 days to ponder Yifang's motives.
But he couldn't remain silent. Steeling himself, Joey Feng blurted out a wild guess.
In my humble opinion, Brother Yi was assigned to the obscure academy where he received poor treatment.
That's why he harbors resentment toward the capital university, the Knight faction, and even you, young master. So? Nonsense. Durant cut him off, exposing his lie immediately. Joey Feng instantly froze, burying his head even lower.
Young master, I'll gather men right away and teach Yifang a proper lesson this time.
Joey Feng hastily offered a remedy.
Additionally, I'll immediately send word to our 5th tier enforcers outside.
Have them wait at the entrance to the inheritance site. Once Yifang. No. Durant interrupted Joey Feng with a calm voice. You take men now to Tianma Peak. Find Yifang and bring him back with utmost respect. Inform him that the inheritance is his, and I intend to bestow additional rewards upon him. He has decisively defeated the spellcasters, bringing honor to our Knight faction. I intend to reward him handsomely. What? Joey Feng snapped his head up, his eyes wide with disbelief. Durant uttered a soft "hmm." That soft sound thundered like a bolt of lightning in Joey Feng's ears. Joey Feng nodded vigorously. Yes, young master. I'll go right away. Joey Feng scrambled to his feet. After Joey Feng left, Durant rose slowly, pacing to the window to gaze at the distant sacred land. The sacred site was composed of 749 interconnected ancient castles. Each castle represented a trial. Only those who conquer 500 castles first could enter the ultimate realm and claim the legacy of glory. There was also a prophecy concerning the legacy of glory. The honorable regent had established the legacy with the purpose of bestowing his core accumulation upon a future sovereign. Before his death, the founding father prophesied that the alliance he had built would inevitably fracture, plunging the continent into turmoil once more. Yet from the chaos, a sovereign shall emerge to end the turmoil. He left the legacy precisely to aid that king. The founding father declared that whoever claims the legacy of glory shall be that ruler. He also commanded in his final words that all professionals loyal to the alliance must unconditionally follow that ruler to end the turmoil. At this thought, Grante's expression grew solemn. He had once scoffed at this prophecy. Yet the shifts in the continent's power dynamics over the past years had unfolded exactly as foretold. Reflecting on certain details within the prophecy, they matched the current council structure perfectly. This compelled Grante to take the legacy of glory seriously. Cold sweat beaded on Grante's forehead at this realization. His gaze once again turned toward the ancient castle within the sacred land. To claim the glory legacy, one must first unlock 500 ancient castles. However, the opening of the legacy of glory was time-limited. After 30 days, it would automatically close, expelling everyone within the inheritance space. Upon re-entry, everything would reset to 0. Durant had calculated the time required. At his 4th tier level and 5th tier combat strength, clearing 500 ancient castles would take at least a year and a half. Of course, higher levels could accelerate the pace. But the glory inheritance only permits young prodigies to enter. How high could a youth's rank possibly be? 5th tier was the absolute ceiling. It seemed as though the honorary governor had set an impossible task. But that's not the case. This legacy is reserved for the kings of future generations. What defines a ruler? Dominion. To conquer 500 levels within half a year, one must command others within the legacy to serve them, conquering the ancient castle on their behalf. In other words, commanding the others within the inheritance space is itself one of the trials of the glory inheritance. That's why Grante sent people everywhere to gather the legacy. First, to build a reputation. Second, once he obtained an inheritance, he could use it to recruit followers and build his forces. That's why he had Joey Feng respectfully invite Yifang back. He couldn't care less what Yifang intended to do as long as he could fight. A 3rd tier practitioner wielding 4th tier combat prowess. Interesting. Grante chuckled. In Glory's legacy, 5th tier represented peak combat strength, 4th tier commanded premium value, and 3rd tier formed the backbone. Not a single high tier combatant can be spared. A fierce expression flashed in Grante's eyes. The Glory legacy must be secured. The Glory legacy held extraordinary significance for him. First, the Glory legacy was comparable in power to a knight. Acquiring it would rapidly boost his combat strength. Second, there was the prophecy of the king. As the eldest son of his family, he had been designated by his father as the heir to the Knight faction. Yet his position as heir to the Knight faction remains precarious. His younger brothers are all watching him closely. If any of them were to obtain the Glory legacy, wouldn't that imply his younger brother is the true future king and his father chose the wrong heir? Sacred ground. Magical camp. In the main tent of the camp, Yan Nanqing patiently listened to his subordinates report on the celestial horse peak, occasionally smiling at him. Got it. I understand. One failure is no big deal. No worries. You may retire for the night now. Thank you for your hard work. Yan Nanqing's voice was exceptionally gentle.
As the man was leaving, Yi Nanqing added another instruction.
Dispatch someone immediately to Tianma Peak to bring that person back.
Tell him that if he's willing to help me conquer the sacred grounds, I'll reward him handsomely.
He can attend whichever magic university he desires.
After seeing off the messenger, Yi Nanqing turned to ask his younger sister.
Little sister, have more people come to join us today?
Yi Nanqing hurriedly jumped down from the high chair, her jade-like legs trembling as she replied.
Oh my, yes, many more. Don't worry, brother. This time I'll definitely help you claim the glory inheritance.
I'll make sure everyone knows you're the true champion.
Ha 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 ha. Yi Nanqing smiled gently. That title of king? I don't care about it.
I just want to leverage the founding father's prophecy to build my reputation and ascend as the successor of the law lineage. At this point, Yi Nanqing's gaze abruptly turned icy. He was the youngest and most cherished son of the speaker. At just 19, he had already reached the 5th rank. His father had long intended to replace the current heir apparent of the magical lineage, elevating him to take the place of his mediocre elder brother. However, due to overwhelming internal pressure, the elders had consistently refused. Especially those aligned with the mage faction. Oomph. A bunch of stubborn old fools. What nonsense about not appointing the eldest heir. The continent will surely descend into chaos. Still stuck in the old ways. Just thinking about those stubborn, old-fashioned mages made Yi Nanqing seethe.
Yi Nanqing quickly patted her brother's back and said, "Don't get so worked up, bro. This time, I'll help you claim the glory inheritance and prove your worth to those stubborn old fools. Let them see you're the rightful heir." Prove? Poof.
Yi Nanqing flicked his hand dismissively, letting out a disdainful chuckle.
If it's about proving, then you're wrong. It should be about helping them vent their anger. These old fogies hate the founding father with a passion.
It was His Excellency the Regent, our great founding father, who spearheaded the overthrow of the twin empires, stripping these mages of their royal and courtly status.
They went from nobility to commoners overnight.
Their family fortunes were divided up. Once I seize the glory legacy, I'll exhume the father of the nation's remains, grind his bones to dust, and scatter them to the winds.
How could those old fools not support me then? Yan Nanqing's voice grew gentler and more melodious. Chapter 105, No Room for Traitors.
Yi Nanqing moved lightly to the window, gazing at the ancient castle of the Holy Land in the distance.
Others coveted the glory inheritance for the 7 fragments of primordial power left behind by the founding father.
But he, Yi Nanqing, was different. His base profession was Beastmaster, and he couldn't fuse with any of the 7 primordial powers left by the founding father.
In other words, Yi Nanqing's profession had no connection whatsoever to those 7 primordial powers.
He never believed himself to be the prophesied king. For him, securing the glory inheritance was merely a means to leverage the founding father's prophecy to prove he was the future ruler destined to end the age of chaos. Thus, he could ascend as the successor of the law lineage. In other words, he intended to steal the title of king. As for those 7 primordial powers? Yi Nanqing smiled, his face finally revealing a cold, sinister expression.
I shall bestow them upon that future ruler. Even if a king emerges in the future, he must be a puppet king, a king manipulated from behind the scenes by me, Yi Nanqing. Yi Nanqing did not consider himself arrogant. He had the capital to make such a claim. The Law Alliance founded by his father was currently the most formidable power on the continent. It controlled the Alliance Council and 1/3 of all human cities. Such immense power was what Yi Nanqing dreamed of possessing.
Gazing at the distant glory inheritance, his plan was meticulously crafted. Seize the glory legacy, leverage the founding father's prophecy to crown himself king, and build momentum for his cause. With his father's backing, seizing control of his own family's spirit summoning sect would pose no difficulty. Then, as king, he would turn the tables, using the glory legacy and the restoration of mages' courtly status through the alliance's downfall as bargaining chips to secure the support of the mage faction. These 2 factions held the decisive sway within the entire magical order.
Once secured, the smaller factions within the mage alliance would surrender without a fight. Wisteria Grove.
The Wisteria Grove was a major resource hub within the inheritance space, named for its abundant wisteria vines. Yifeng gently pinched the base of a wisteria vine, wrapped it around his finger once, and with a light tug, pulled the entire vine free. The wisteria's surface was exceptionally smooth, and the vine itself was quite fragile. To harvest it intact, one had to use a deft, sudden tug. Seeing Yifeng gathering wisteria, the mages following behind hurriedly rushed forward, frantically picking the vines themselves. Before they could gather much, the lead mage hurriedly collected all the wisteria from their hands. The lead mage approached Yifeng with the wisteria, smiling broadly as he presented it with both hands. However, Yifeng didn't even glance at them, replying softly. I appreciate the gesture. But I wish to avoid any entanglement with you. I'll say this one last time. Please leave. With that, Yifeng turned and walked away, leaving the mages behind as he moved to another spot to continue gathering wisteria. This group of mages was already the 6th batch to come looking for him.
Ever since he had demonstrated his power and seized the inheritance of Tianma Peak that day. Not only did the Knight faction send envoys to invite him as Yi Fong had anticipated, but the Mage faction had also dispatched representatives to seek him out. Not only did they come more frequently, but the offers they made grew increasingly generous. The first time the law system came, they only mentioned wanting to present a generous gift, along with an admission spot to any university within the law system. Yi Fong didn't hesitate and rejected it outright. By the second visit, the generous gift had explicitly become 500,000 magic essence stones. It must be said, Yi Fong felt a slight flicker of temptation, but he still refused. He currently had no intention of becoming a traitor. However, Yi Fong never expected the law system to make a third visit. This time, the spellcaster withdrew all previous offers and presented a single item instead, the primal power of a beastmaster. This time, Yi Fong was genuinely tempted. A beastmaster paired with a summoner represented the highest advancement path Yi Fong currently knew of. Yet after a moment's thought, Yi Fong decisively refused. Why a beastmaster? Professions couldn't be fused carelessly. The fact that they directly offered the beastmaster's price meant they knew Yi Fong's profession was summoner. That was terrifying. While at Tianma Peak, Yi Fong had never displayed his summoner abilities, and he wore ordinary school uniforms. Outsiders had no way of deducing his true identity as a summoner. If the Knight faction exposed his summoner identity, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, he was a student at the capital university, and his information was on file there. As the heir to the Knight faction, it made perfect sense for Grante to uncover his identity. But now the Magic faction knows too. Now that's interesting. Truly the most formidable power on the continent today. Their intelligence capabilities are truly astonishing. Yi Fong thought to himself. Yet his refusal remained straightforward. He was merely a third-tier practitioner without any backing. The reason the young master of the magic school had repeatedly sought him out was because of their current unique position. Within the inheritance space, fourth-tier practitioners represented formidable combat strength, and they were few in number. Conquering the ancient castle demanded vast numbers of high-tier combatants, which is why Yi Fong, possessing fourth-tier strength, was in such demand. Once they emerged, however, what would Yi Fong's fourth-tier strength amount to amidst the vast sea of spellcasters? Times change. Besides, a beastmaster's primal power was SSS-tier, something they couldn't possibly carry around. Once Yi Fong has done his part, whether they'll honor their promises upon exiting remains uncertain. Yi Fong wasn't a child. Though the Knight faction treated him ruthlessly, Capital University and Director Mu had shown him genuine loyalty. From every angle, he couldn't betray them like a turncoat. As for the Knight faction, they had already come by earlier. Yi Fong dismissed them with just a few words. He instructed Zhou Feng to return first, promising he'd head to the sacred ground in a few days. Having been in the inheritance realm for over 10 days, Yi Fong had acquired numerous inheritances, yet none suited him. Yi Fong intended to scour for more legacies. If all else failed, he would try his luck at the Holy Land. Seeing Yi Fong's resolute refusal, the lead mage sighed helplessly and prepared to return for orders. As he departed, he called out to Yi Fong. Mr. Yi, young Master Yi eagerly anticipates your arrival. Our offer remains open indefinitely. Should you change your mind, you are welcome to visit the mage camp at any time. We shall be waiting. Yi Fong continued picking wisteria, still offering no reply. The group of mages sprinted all the way back to the mage camp. The lead mage dismissed the others to rest, then headed straight for the central command tent to report to Yi Nanqing. Yi Nanqing was scribbling on a map. Seeing his men return with downcast expressions, he instantly knew the outcome. What? Yi Fong still refuses to come? Yi Nanqing's voice remained gentle. The man nodded with a bitter expression. Ha! Yi Nanqing exhaled. Never mind. Most of the upperclassmen have arrived already. We don't need him. The Glory Inheritance was open to any promising young talent under the age of 23. However, the Knight faction prioritized their new recruits, allowing them to enter the succession first. Now, over 10 days later, the upperclassmen have all entered. Everyone who should be here is present. The grand showdown between the Knight faction and the Magic faction was only just beginning. Chapter 106, What can't be done in the open happens in secret. In the Knight's main headquarters. Durin stared intently at the map, lost in thought, when suddenly a subordinate rushed in to report. Young Master Quillen of the Shadow Warrior sect has arrived. Oh. Durant abruptly set down his brush. He's finally here. Before Grante could step out of the main tent, a slender young man with a hooked nose hurried inside. Brother Karan, it's been ages. Durant greeted him with a smile, extending both arms. The two embraced warmly. Then, Quillen raised his right arm, pounding his chest, and declared in a resolute voice. The Shadow Warrior faction will always stand as the Knight's steadfast ally. In this battle for the inheritance of glory, we stand with you. Durant forced a smile as he reminisced about old times. He then arranged accommodations for the Shadow Warrior faction within the camp. After seeing off Quillen and his group, Grante revealed a look of contempt and snorted coldly.
Noticing his leader's sour mood, Joey Feng nearby quickly began buttering him up.
Boss, you've really made us look good. The entire Shadow Warrior faction has pledged allegiance to you. With these assassins keeping watch, those fragile mages probably won't sleep well at night. Durant glanced at Joey Feng as if he were a cute little thing. Impressive, isn't it? Oomph. This is what 63 cities bought us. The Shadow Warrior faction and assassin group was highly effective against fragile spellcaster classes. Therefore, the Knight faction spared no effort to win the Shadow Warrior faction over to their side. To this end, whenever the Knights faction took power as magistrates, they would replace the city lords of 63 cities east of the Starfall Mountains with members of the Shadow Warrior faction. These 63 cities pay only symbolic taxes to the capital each year, keeping the bulk for themselves, a practice the Knights turn a blind eye to. Despite the Knights' generous support, the Shadow Warriors maintain ambiguous ties with the spellcasters, likely receiving substantial benefits behind the scenes. The timing of the Shadow Warriors' arrival speaks volumes. The Shadow Warriors faction is also subordinate to the Knights. By order, they should have arrived long ago. Yet, the Shadow Warriors were the last to arrive.
Durant was thoroughly displeased with the Shadow Warriors' attitude. But with a formidable enemy at hand, he had no choice but to endure it. As long as these assassins performed adequately in the later stages, he would tolerate it. Seeing his flattery backfire, Joey Feng hastily tried to salvage the situation. Boss, should we send some assassins tonight to make sure the mages don't sleep too comfortably?
No. Durant raised his hand to cut him off. First, take this place for me. Durant's fist slammed down hard on Luoquan Valley. Luoquan Valley housed a spirit wisdom spring.
The Fountain of Wisdom rapidly restores mana, which is crucial for spellcasters.
It allows mages to cast additional spells during a single battle.
Imagine applying this effect to tens of thousands of mages on the battlefield. The consequences would be unimaginable. The Falling Spring Valley must never fall into the hands of spellcasters.
Transmit my orders.
Leave the warrior and ranger factions at camp to maintain the blockade of the sacred grounds.
All others are to reinforce Falling Spring Valley immediately. Ha! Hearing this order, Joey Feng felt uneasy. But then, the main camp will be left completely exposed. Might the mages take advantage of this? Oof. Grante chuckled. Joey Feng was a subordinate he had taken under his wing, lacking any significant family background. Thus, he remained unaware of certain unspoken rules within the Glory inheritance. Before eliminating the neutral factions in smaller groups, neither the cavalry nor the magic factions would attack each other. The reason was simple: it was an unspoken agreement between them. From the moment the Glory inheritance commenced, the outcome had been predetermined. The resources within the sacred ground could only be divided between the knights and mages in a 30-70 split. As for the rest, will receive nothing. As for which faction takes the 30% and which takes the 70%, the two factions will settle this through war before conquering the sacred land. The victor claims the 70% share. The loser accepts the 30% share gracefully, striving to earn the 70% next time. Ever since the writing methods framework was established, this rule has applied every time the Glory inheritance opens. Such are the rules of the extraordinary world. The strong strive to devour everything, never granting the weak an opportunity to rise. This holds true within the Glory inheritance and beyond. As for the other neutral factions within the inheritance space, they either choose to align with any of the factions within the writing law to get a share of the spoils, or they stay far from the sacred grounds, free to claim whatever resources remain in the inheritance space. Those unwilling to choose either path face only one outcome: death. The Founding Father decreed that any promising young talent may enter the Glory inheritance. No problem. This aspect has been handled exceptionally well. If you can't secure sacred ground resources after entering, blame your own lack of strength. Of course, all the underhanded dealings happen in secret. No one would openly admit to them. Now, all factions aligned with the Knight faction from outside have converged here. The influence his family brought him has been fully consolidated. Grunt's next task is to recruit as many neutral professionals as possible. These neutral professionals fall into two categories. First, there are the scattered stragglers who have joined. These individuals are easy to win over. Just offer them money and resources, and it won't cost much. However, smaller factions present a different challenge. It's not that money couldn't sway them. Second, using money comes at too great a cost. Every action he takes here is burning through the funds his family provided. If he spent money to win over factions and ended up losing, only securing 30%, what then? Past experience showed that if money was used to win over minor factions and he ended up losing, securing only 30%, this journey for the inheritance of glory would be a financial loss. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to Grante. If he lost and ended up in the red, he'd have no way to explain it back to the family. The blow to his reputation would be devastating. His brothers, who covet the heir's position, would seize upon this flaw relentlessly. Therefore, money cannot be used to win over the smaller factions, only the promise of the future. Join me in this endeavor. We'll work together. Once we secure 70%, you'll get your share.
In other words, don't pay these factions a salary, give them shares instead. Help me win, and you'll reap rich rewards.
Fail, and you'll walk away empty-handed. The smaller factions understood this perfectly well.
First, the two factions have reached an unspoken understanding, making it impossible for either to break away and conquer the Holy Land alone. Any faction daring to break away would immediately face a combined strike from both sides.
But the smaller factions also don't want to come up empty-handed.
They will certainly observe the strength of the forces deployed by the two factions this time and choose sides accordingly. They would side with whoever appeared stronger. This makes the battle for Falling Spring Valley crucial.
You're inside. We cannot afford to lose this first battle.
I must muster every force at my disposal. After saying this, Grante thought of Yifeng.
Has that Yifeng arrived yet? And no. Zhou Yifeng hurriedly replied. Urge him. Make sure he arrives at Luoquan Valley by the day after tomorrow. Chapter 107, Treating Himself Like a Servant.
Within the Soul Resting Land, Yifeng held a ball of flame to illuminate his surroundings as he searched for something. The Soul Resting Land was a colossal resource hub within the inheritance space. It specialized in nurturing undead and dark element resources and creatures, perfectly aligned with Yifeng's chosen path. Without a doubt, upon reaching the 5th tier, Yifeng must transition into the necromancer lineage.
Only by becoming a necromancer could he personally modify skeletons and continue utilizing the necromantic flames system.
This conviction was the very foundation of his refusal to embrace the Beastmaster's primal power. The Undead Scourge inheritance was absolutely 100 times superior to Beastmaster. After nearly an hour of exploration in the Soul Resting Land, Yifeng's gains were meager. The Glory Legacy leaned heavily toward the light and earth elements, clashing with the Soul Resting Ground's foundation rooted in darkness and necromancy. Consequently, the area's spiritual resources were rather sparse. After wandering for a while, the most valuable finds were a few souls. The variety of souls here was immense. Some belonged to strange beasts, others to spirit plants. In this world, any living creature possessed a soul. Upon human death, souls below the 5th tier dissipate directly, returning to the world. Human souls of tier 5 and above, due to their inherent structured nature, can survive independently. The souls of beasts, regardless of tier, never dissipate. The reason for this remains unknown. Those capable of slaying 5th tier professionals rarely lack means to attack souls, making human souls exceedingly rare. As for the souls of 5th tier beasts and spirit plants, they are generally deliberately preserved.
Souls are a form of extraordinary resource, commanding considerable value.
This soul resting ground was deliberately created by the glorious executive to collect souls from the inheritance space. The inheritance realm itself is a miniature world, and the glory magistrate who created this world is its creator. In Yifeng's previous life's terms, the soul resting ground was this miniature world's underworld. Since only human souls of 5th tier and above could be preserved, the resting souls realm contained a substantial number of 5th tier souls. Yifeng dared to enter only after devouring the feared demon spirit. With his 6th tier aura, Yifeng moved freely here without hindrance. However, lacking the means to collect souls, he couldn't take any with him for now. Otherwise, Yifeng would have struck it rich today.
Beep, beep. Yifeng's ID card beeped.
Without even looking, Yifeng knew it was undoubtedly Grante urging him to assemble at Falling Spring Valley immediately.
Oomph. Yifeng snorted coldly.
Judging by the tone of Grante's repeated messages, it was clear he was treating Yifeng like a servant. Yifeng silenced the beeping ID card and continued exploring the Soul Resting Land.
He was just a student at the capital university, not some knightly faction member. He could easily ignore Grante and go suck up to those high and mighty types. Sigh. Yifeng sighed.
Since entering the inheritance space, he had already searched dozens of resource points. He had claimed 7 inheritances, yet none suited him. If one were to tally the resources Yifeng had gathered since entering the inheritance, the amount was quite substantial. Converting all these resources into demon essence stones would yield at least 4 or 50,000. Yet when it came to actual combat power gains,
it was practically negligible.
Only the primal power of the fireplay beast proved somewhat useful, the rest were unsuitable for him.
What can you do?
The Founding Father's own attributes are light and earth, which have absolutely nothing to do with a necromancer.
It's only natural that I couldn't find one suitable for me.
Yifeng calculated the time his soul-devouring technique could last another 10 minutes or so.
I'll search for another 10 minutes. If there's still nothing, I'll give up. It's getting late, I should head to Falling Spring Valley. They should be fighting by now. Luoquan Valley.
The normally desolate little valley was unusually bustling today.
At the valley entrance, 2 opposing factions stood locked in a tense standoff.
The left camp displayed a large blue banner bearing an emblem of a beast's claw crossed with a staff, surrounded by concentric blue ripples.
This was the emblem of the Magic Alliance, the beast claw representing the spirit summoning faction, the staff symbolizing the mage faction, and the blue ripples embodying psychic energy.
On the right side, a black banner stood tall, bearing a simple design, a knight reining in his horse while brandishing a sword, with a rose blooming behind him. This was the emblem of the knight faction. Upon the high platform, Grante sat enthroned, his gaze sweeping repeatedly toward Falling Spring Valley, showing no intention of commencing battle. Suddenly, Grante's gaze shifted to the mage faction's platform, where he found Yin Angsing smiling warmly at him, equally showing no inclination to begin the fight.
The spectators hadn't even arrived yet. How could they fight? Today's Falling Spring Valley contest was destined to be a one-on-one duel. Neither side could launch a large-scale assault. If the two major factions clashed over Falling Spring Valley, the smaller neutral factions would laugh themselves to sleep at night. If both sides were to fight themselves into mutual ruin, unable to suppress the smaller factions, then it would be over. The neutral factions would immediately unite to vie for control of the Holy Land. Though Grante and Yin Angsing had not communicated, they shared an unspoken understanding. Today, to determine who would claim Luoquan Valley, both sides would undoubtedly resort to the old method, deciding it through a tournament. The spectators of this tournament would be the other factions yet to choose sides. The tournament provided an opportunity to showcase strength. The stronger faction would naturally have a higher chance of securing 70% of the valley's resources, drawing more minor factions to follow their lead. Before anyone realized it, the spectators had nearly all arrived. The inner circle of Luoquan Valley was packed with spectators, all craning their necks, ready for the show. Hey, hey, hey! Which side are you planning to join? A shifty-eyed rogue pushed his way through the crowd, patting a familiar face beside him. The man shook his head. Haven't decided yet. I'll see how it plays out. I'll side with whoever's stronger. What's there to see? The Mage Knight Young Master is a 5th-tier powerhouse. The Knight faction's Young Master is only 4th tier. The mages are clearly stronger, someone chimed in. Shoo! Shoo! Quiet! It's starting! The crowd turned to see the mages strike first. A female mage stepped forward, staff raised. Urant on the high platform immediately sat up straight. Urant narrowed his eyes, studying the female mage who had stepped forward. Never seen this one before. Her aura indicates a 4th-tier mage, but who knows how strong she really is. Without delay, Grante issued his command. Fong Liang. At the command, a figure immediately stepped forward from below. Young Master. Fong Liang saluted with clasped fists. Nearly 2 months had passed, and Fong Liang's level had risen significantly, reaching level 49. His combat strength had stabilized at the peak of the 4th tier. He was but a single step away from the 5th tier, the step toward becoming a rule-bound. Go face that female mage. This is the first battle. Victory is mandatory, defeat is not an option. Hearing this, Fong Liang's expression hardened with resolve. He slammed his right fist against his chest, immediately pledging his commitment. Chapter 108, A Bit of a Gap. Fong Liang cautiously appraised the female mage before him. Though called a sorceress, her attire resembled that of a witch. She wore a pointed black hat and a cloak that shrouded her entire body, though her legs and chest were surprisingly pale. Put! Fong Liang spat, shaking off the irrelevant thoughts in his mind as he began to channel his skill. He gathered a ball of corpse energy in his right hand and swept it across his greatsword. Instantly, the blade became encased in black, putrid mist. Here I come. Fong Liang swung his greatsword, unleashing a jet-black blade of energy that streaked straight toward the female mage. Facing the formidable sword energy, the female mage merely gave her staff a gentle twist. Skill Phantom Traverse. As a swirling mass of light dispersed, the sorceress's form began to blur. Then her form began to split. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Within 2 breaths, 24 sorceresses appeared on the battlefield. The pitch-black sword energy struck the original mage's form, shattering it instantly as the blade passed through empty air. Deceptive mage. Fong Liang muttered the 4 words with a headache. He might be defeated. As a member of the Knight faction, he had access to the sect's treasured archives and thus understood many professions. He knew his opponent, a spellcaster, even better. The Deceiver Mage was an exceptionally troublesome class. Their core skill was creating illusions deceptively lifelike, ones that defy detection by ordinary means. Moreover, deception mages can seamlessly swap positions with any illusion without the target noticing, granting them exceptional survivability. Moreover, deceit mages possess innate affinity with all 4 elements, freely manipulating the power of fire, lightning, frost, and wind. 23 Deceiver mages ascended into the air, spreading out to encircle Fong Liang at their center. Simultaneously, all 23 began channeling lightning from 23 distinct positions. Fong Liang instantly faced a formidable threat. He frantically activated his detection skills, scanning all 23 figures, yet still couldn't discern their true forms. Instantly, Fong Liang shifted tactics, adopting a defensive counterattack strategy. Skill Bone Plating. As the skill activated, a layer of skeletal armor instantly formed around Fong Liang. Sizzle. Fong Liang staggered as a 4th-tier lightning spell struck his waist. Slash. Ignoring the pain, Fong Liang swung his sword in a reverse strike. The illusion shattered, but the sword energy once again missed its mark. The deceit mage had already vanished. 22 illusions remain. Boom. Another 4th-tier fire spell exploded against Fong Liang's armor. Damn you. Fong Liang spun around and swung his sword once more. As expected, he swung through empty air. 21. Ha! Fong Liang let out a bitter laugh.
At this rate, he'd have to endure another 24th tier spells before he could pinpoint the true form of the Deceit Mage. The illusions, though lifelike, possessed no combat power. Among the 20+ skills launched each time, only one was real, the rest were mere illusions. His skeletal coating could withstand no more than 5 4th tier skills. If this continued, defeat was inevitable.
Let's try clearing the field.
Even if it fails, at least I'll have given it my all. The audience was already buzzing with discussion.
The Deceit Mage truly lives up to his name.
Even the Skeleton Knight can't see through his true form, he's just taking hits passively.
No way around it.
Without powerful scouting methods, we're just waiting to be worn down and killed by the Deceit Mage. On the high platform, both Grante and Yeshing watched intently. However, Grante's expression grew increasingly grim, while Yeshing maintained a relaxed demeanor throughout.
Boom!
After taking another wind blade strike, Fong Liang proactively disengaged his defensive skill and began channeling his full power into a killing move.
Skill Blade Storm.
He held his sword vertically before him, frantically channeling corpse energy into its blade.
All eyes in the arena were fixed on Fong Liang.
Everyone could see he was preparing to go all out, unleashing his ultimate move to clear the field. Success or failure hinged on this single strike. The 21 Deceit Mages weren't idle either, brewing their own devastating spells with terrifying intensity.
Thunder! A crisp female voice rang out.
Ultimately, the Deception Mages were faster. 21 bolts of lightning erupted simultaneously toward Fong Liang.
Fong Liang remained motionless, absorbing the full force of the strike. The only genuine lightning bolt struck Fong Liang's back.
At that very moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Fong Liang's eyes, which had been enduring the assault. The blade storm everyone anticipated never materialized.
Fong Liang is bluffing. Fong Liang is bluffing, someone who had seen through the trick cried out excitedly.
The instant the lightning struck, Fong Liang pinpointed the location of the Deceit Mage's true form. He spun around, pointing his sword at the true form.
Everyone held their breath. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds. Nearly 10 seconds passed, yet nothing stirred on the battlefield.
Instead, the Deceit Mage struck again, unleashing another 4th tier lightning spell. After enduring 2 4th tier lightning spells with his physical body, Fong Liang finally collapsed, gravely wounded. This time, there was no miracle.
Fong Liang never rose again. Ha? No way? What the hell? I don't get it. Clap clap clap.
On the high platform, Yi Nanxing clapped his hands in delight. Gurant, however, was so furious he smashed the table in front of him with one punch.
The audience remained utterly baffled.
At that moment, a druid standing on the hillside explained to everyone.
The Bone Arena.
The Skeleton Knight feigned a powerful attack to lure the Deceit Mage into striking, thereby pinpointing the Deceit Mage's true location. The moment the Skeleton Knight pinpoints the true form, he pulls the Deceit Mage into his arena.
The Skeleton Arena is only 5 square meters in size.
Once inside, both combatants are forced into close combat.
Without the advantage of distance in close combat, a mage stands no chance against a knight.
But while the plan sounds clever, it's utterly impossible to execute.
How could that clumsy knight possibly outsmart the Deceiver Mage?
Suddenly releasing his defensive stance and charging forward would be far too conspicuous.
The Deceit Mage isn't stupid, he'd definitely be guarding against it.
My guess is that the moment the lightning spell was cast, the Deceit Mage swapped himself out, letting the Skeleton Knight's dueling arena skill hit the illusion instead. Hitting an illusion naturally causes the skill to miss and become ineffective.
Oh. After this explanation, the audience finally understood.
When they looked at him again, their eyes held a newfound respect. To possess such profound understanding of both knight and mage factions' abilities, this person's background must be extraordinary. After finishing his explanation, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield to watch the next match, paying no heed to the crowd's speculation. As the heir to the Druid faction, he cared more about the outcome of the battle, seeking only the strongest ally for his faction.
He was not alone.
The leaders of the faction stood on the hillside, while most below were scattered stragglers. The leaders were most focused on the two factions which would prove stronger this time. For now, the spellcasters held a slight edge. They had heard rumors about the assassination of the Knight faction's new recruits this year. They had dismissed it as rumor, but now it seemed true the Knight's performance this year was truly poor, showing signs of a generational gap.
Chapter 109, Not Under the Illusion Yet. Farron. Go take down that deceitful mage. Victory is the only option in this battle. After the opening defeat, Grante lost his temper, bypassing Quillen on the spot and ordering a member of the Shadow Warrior faction to fight. Upon hearing the order, Farron's face twisted with reluctance. It wasn't that he feared the trickster mage. As a bloodthirsty assassin, disposing of a fragile mage was his specialty. Farron's hesitation stemmed from the fact that he belonged to the Shadow Warrior faction. Directly obeying Grante's command would likely earn him a severe beating upon returning, as the Shadow Warrior's house rules were exceptionally strict. Farron glanced at Quillen, seeking his leader's stance. Hearing Grante directly order his subordinate about himself, Quillen immediately wore a displeased expression.
However, the Shadow Warrior faction was nominally subordinate to the Knight faction. Plus, assassins naturally counter mages, so the risk of losing men was minimal. In the end, Quillen said nothing, merely nodding slightly in agreement. Relieved by his leader's order, Farhan immediately stepped down from the battlefield. Brother, Sister Kai has already fought one match and depleted a lot of her mental energy. Shouldn't we replace her to avoid? Seeing the opposing team deploy a 4th-tier assassin, Yu Wanqing felt uneasy and quickly suggested to her brother. Yi Nanqing smiled faintly and waved his hand. No need. Trust your Kai sister. Does Granite think sending a 4th-tier assassin can easily take down my 4th-tier deception mage? Oomph. Naive. On the battlefield. Farron drew the twin daggers at his waist, slashing them in a crisscross pattern across his own arms. Skill Blood Curse. As blood spurted forth, Farron's daggers abruptly turned crimson. Seeing the crimson blades, the Deceit Mage's expression instantly turned grave. A blood-stained assassin, an old acquaintance from the mage faction. She knew his class abilities all too well. This blood curse skill was contagious. Once skin was broken, the blood curse would flow through the wound into the bloodstream. This is extremely troublesome. Of course, she wasn't idle either. Phantom Tracker was already active, and her 24 clones had taken up separate positions, ready to swap places at any moment. Farron's arms trembled as the remaining blood seeped into his skin, absorbed completely. Skill Blood Rage. Tasting the blood, Farron's eyes turned crimson as his aura surged rapidly. His clothes fluttered without wind, rustling with each movement. Die! Farron roared, transforming into a crimson streak of light. In the blink of an eye, his twin daggers crossed and slashed at the Deceit Mage's throat. The instant the blades touched the deceitful mage, Farron knew from the sensation that he had struck an illusion. There was no resistance whatsoever, as if he had struck nothing but air. Sure enough, the fraud mage whose throat had been slashed abruptly vanished. ZZZZT. The crackling sound of electricity crackled behind him. Farron's pupils contracted as a flash of crimson light dodged the strike. Instead of fleeing, Farron transformed into a crimson streak and slashed at another nearby illusion. The assassin's speed was astonishing. The lightning spell had barely exploded when Phylan slit the throat of another illusion. Without pausing after shattering 2 illusions, Farron charged toward a third nearby. Ha ha! One illusion is but a single slash away. Wait till I shatter all your illusions, then we'll see what you can do. The bloodstained assassin made the twin daggers in his hands dance with deadly precision. In just over a minute, Farron had shattered 19 illusions. Judging by the situation, the bloodstained assassin seemed poised to clinch this match. It's over. The mage teams lost this match. Oh dear, Yin Enxing overestimated himself. Assassins are their natural counter. He should have swapped out the Deceit Mage earlier. If I were the Deceit Mage, I'd immediately pull back from attacking and focus entirely on defense to stay alive. Exactly. Exactly. He's already secured a win for his team. Losing this one doesn't matter much now. The one-sided matchup sparked heated discussions among the spectators. In the blink of an eye, the bloodthirsty assassin had claimed the final illusion. Ha ha! Hey, sweetheart, give this old man a flirtatious glance, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise. Farron licked the bloodstains off his dagger with a playful grin. The Deceit Mage ignored him, instead adopting a seductive expression as she curled her finger and beckoned him. Damn! That look is so damn, combined with those big, white, tonight's material is sorted. Me too. Sorry about that. A warrior apologized to the Deceit Mage. Just a lone man and woman on the battlefield, what's the Deceit Mage up to? The Deceit Mage's seductive expression drew howls of excitement from several perverts in the audience. Unlike the audience's reaction. After the Deceit Mage twirled her fingers, Farron suddenly panicked. He activated Bloodlight Flash to teleport to the right rear, then flashed again, moving further back to create distance between himself and the Deceit Mage. His mouth sputtered frantically. So many illusions. So many illusions. Impossible. You've already fought 2 battles, how could you possibly cast Phantom Traverse again? I'm dodging. I'm dodging. You won't kill me. You won't kill me. Farron kept retreating, slashing wildly at the air. This scene left the audience utterly bewildered. Wait, aren't you 2 the only ones on this battlefield? Where did all these illusions come from? Dude, why are you backing up? Charge forward. You've already shattered all the illusions. Just get close enough to the Deceit Mage and you win. Watching the bloodthirsty assassin who was moments away from victory suddenly make a baffling move that threw away a sure win, the spectators shouted in frustration. What the? The faction leaders on the hillside, seasoned veterans who'd seen it all, quickly grasped the situation. On the high platform, Bronte had lost all patience. He shrugged indifferently and declared. Oomph. Sweetie. 1 down. All that talk about being bloodthirsty, and you didn't even realize you were under an illusion spell. On the battlefield, Farron's actions grew even more bewildering. He suddenly charged toward the left front, bellowing. I've found your true form. Watch me turn this around in one move. Farron charged forward only to crash headfirst into the mountain. Karan circled his head and stood up, saying, "We concede. This round goes to the spellcasters." Ah! The crowd gasped in disbelief. Awesome! Awesome! Mages are seriously awesome this time. Taking on 2 opponents and winning both matches. Whoa, I don't get it. When did the bloodthirsty assassin land that illusion? Huh? Hit by an illusion? Bloodthirsty assassin dodged pretty well, shouldn't have been hit. Oomph. He's dodged 23 illusions already, of course he hasn't been hit. On the hillside, a faction leader sneered. It's the illusionary shadow butterfly. The deceit mage's 3rd tier fusion should be the illusion shadow butterfly. Using the illusion shadow butterfly to embed illusions within every phantom. When the illusion shatters, the illusionary spell attaches itself to nearby people, specifically targeting melee classes. Whoa! Hearing this explanation, those around them sucked in cold air. Truly worthy of the title Deceiver Traps Everywhere. Chapter 110, that face is pretty handsome, how can he be so shameless? Woohoo Sister Kai, you're too strong, Sister Kai. Did you all see that? This is the power of our spellcasting faction. Hey! You little faction guys over there, the Knight faction is finished this year. There's no future following them. Switch allegiances now while you still can. We welcome anyone who joins us. Riding the momentum of 2 consecutive victories, the spellcasters unleashed a barrage of taunts, undermining the Knight's prestige. Ha 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 ha. Don't do that, how could young Master Grante bear it? Ha 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 ha. The spellcasters roared with laughter. On the high platform, Grante's face turned ashen. Then a cold, stern female voice cut through the air. What about the next match? Who's next to be humiliated? The deceit mage stood with staff in hand, gazing down haughtily upon the entire arena. Fine. So it's 3 matches in a row. Grante's teeth clenched so hard they ground together. Wuju, you go. The knight whose name was called instantly grimaced in pain. Wuju hurriedly rose and bowed, saying, Young master, you know my strength, I'm even weaker than Senior Fongshang. Useless. Gurant slammed his fist on the table and turned his gaze to the next person. Xin Feng, what about you? Xin Feng inwardly cursed his luck as he rose to speak. Young master, that deceitful mage's combat prowess likely ranks him as the strongest at the 4th tier. I have no certainty of victory. My defeat matters little, but I fear it would bring shame upon the Knight faction. Gurant seethed silently, his gaze sweeping further down the line. The 4th tier professionals below the stage all lowered their heads, falling into complete silence, none daring to meet Grant's gaze. Gurant's face turned an extreme shade of iron gray. A bunch of useless fools. A 4th tier deception mage, does he expect me to send a 5th tier professional into battle? He had brought a considerable number of 5th tier professionals, this time 2 from the Knights alone, and another 2 from smaller affiliated factions. But even if a 5th tier defeated a 4th tier, it wouldn't bring honor, it would only invite ridicule. Am I supposed to step in myself? Gurant considered himself. Though he was only a 4th tier knight, he was empowered by a dragon, and his father had long unlocked his limitless growth potential. Gurant's combat prowess was such that he had confidence in slaying not just 4th tier professionals, but even 5th tier ones. Immediately, Grante abandoned this notion. If I were to intervene, that would be a joke. A mere mage faction forcing the Knight faction's commander to personally intervene. Are the Knights out of options? What? Does a mere woman like me scare you all into cowardice? The deceit mage continued to taunt them. Young Master Grante, if you won't fight, then withdraw your forces. Leave Falling Spring Valley to us, someone from the spellcaster faction shouted loudly. Just as Gulant was fretting, Joey Feng leaned close to his ear. Oh. Yi Feng has arrived. Gulant's frown instantly smoothed out as he declared loudly. No need to rush. My men weren't all present earlier. Now you'll witness the power of my gifted recruit. Genius? Weren't all the Knight Order's geniuses assassinated this year? If Grante is this arrogant, just how monstrously talented must someone be to earn his praise? The audience buzzed with murmurs. On the high platform, Yi Nanqing suddenly sat up straight, his expression turning serious. A genius even Grant acknowledges? Then Kair had better be careful. Guided by Zhou Feng, Yi Feng ascended the Knight Order's platform and approached Grante's side. He's here. He's here. On the platform. Someone in the crowd spotted the newcomer from the Knight faction and shouted out loud. Instantly, all eyes in the arena turned toward the Knight's faction platform. After sizing up Yi Feng, the crowd was utterly stunned. Are you kidding me? 3rd tier? Has Grante lost his mind, sending a 3rd tier to face the top 4th tier? Unlike the others' reactions. Junior brother Yi Feng. Grante grasped Yi Feng's hand warmly. He had already witnessed Yi Feng's prowess of 4th tier mage taken down with ease. As the heir to the Knight faction, he was also well acquainted with the Necrotic Light's soul flame. This was an attack capable of directly scorching souls. Below 5th tier, soul defense was negligible. With proper tactics, Yi Feng could take down the deceit mage in under 10 minutes. Yuren pointed toward the deceit mage on the battlefield, explaining the class's abilities to Yifeng.
Yifeng understood in an instant and nodded.
In terms of raw attack power, the deceit mage couldn't hold a candle to him.
Yet defeating the deceit mage wouldn't be easy either.
Yifeng had actually arrived much earlier, observing the battle between the deceit mage and the bloodthirsty assassin from the sidelines. He had tested them with wind-shaped shadow detection. Each illusion possessed physical substance, making it impossible to locate the true form of the deceit mage through air currents. To take him down, I'll have to outsmart him, Yifeng silently resolved.
Meanwhile,
the spellcasters were urgently exchanging intelligence. So this is Yifeng. Yi Nanqing's gaze never left Yifeng. What do you say, bro?
Should we replace Sister Kai? Yi Nanqing didn't respond immediately. Frowning, he assessed both sides' strengths before relaxing and saying, "No need.
Sister Kai still has tricks up her sleeve. Junior brother Yifeng, take down that bastard, and the gates of the Holy Land are yours to pass through freely."
Yuren stepped forward, dangling the carrot. This delighted Yifeng.
His earlier display of strength had been aimed precisely at securing a spot in the Holy Land. He hadn't expected it to come so easily.
Without further ado, Yifeng stepped into the fray. Once both sides were positioned, the deceit mage showed no complacency and struck first. "Hold on!"
Yifeng shouted loudly.
The deceit mage paused. "What is it?" Yifeng removed his shoes. "My feet are itchy. Let me scratch them first."
With that, Yifeng actually lifted his foot and began scratching.
"Ha! Damn it! What the hell is he doing?"
The audience was momentarily dumbfounded. The fraud mage frowned and sternly warned Yifeng.
"Don't try any tricks."
"Hey!"
Yifeng snapped. "You! How dare you talk to me like that?"
Yifeng adopted a thuggish demeanor, snatched the shoe he'd just taken off, and hurled it at him. He hurled it while cursing, "Here, here!
Smell your dad's stinky feet."
The fraud mage frowned and ducked out of the way, the shoe landing at her feet. Everyone was stunned by Yifeng's actions, their eyes filled with disbelief.
"Holy! What kind of genius is this? He's a pure little punk. He's got a pretty handsome face too, how can he be so shameless?" On the high platform, Grante felt utterly humiliated.
He lowered his head, covering half his face with his hand.
"You're sick."
The fraud mage looked utterly aggrieved.
"Hey! You bastard, say that again."
Yifeng pulled down his own sock and hurled it at him.
"Get lost. Disgusting." The fraud mage instantly flew into a rage. She dodged the sock and glared up at Yifeng.
But she found that the previously rowdy Yifeng now wore a look of pure confidence.
His right index finger and thumb were pressed together, poised to snap. Snap.
The finger snapped sharply.
Boom.
The shoe and sock at the deceit mage's feet exploded violently.
Black flames shot straight into the sky. Chapter 111, both stunned. The towering flames dissipated.
The deceitful mage lay on the ground, covered in wounds and barely clinging to life, utterly incapable of further combat. Seeing his scheme succeed, Yifeng let out a wicked grin. He had concealed 2 stacked nether flame totems in his shoes and socks. Their power was enough to keep that little wench bedridden for months. The deceit mage's defeat came so swiftly that the crowd on the field hadn't fully processed it yet. The deceit mage, who had just pulled off a double kill and 2 consecutive victories, was instantly taken down by Yifeng.
"Good. Excellent." Yuren was overjoyed, shouting his approval twice. His furrowed brow finally relaxed. "Are you kidding me?"
A 3rd tier mage one-shot the top 4th tier player.
"Ha! This kid. Holy crap. Is this even how battles are supposed to be fought?"
It's a bit dirty, but this kid is a damn genius.
Who would have thought to hide explosives in his shoes? For a moment, everyone was stunned.
Of course, some expressed disgust at Yifeng's actions.
"Put. What a load of crap. Shameful. Disgusting. He clearly has the skills, yet resorts to such underhanded tactics against others. It's an absolute disgrace to our profession." "Exactly. Utterly shameless."
"It's beyond shameless, utterly disgraceful." In an instant, the old perverts who felt sorry for the fraud mage were all up in arms.
"Humph." Yifeng on stage instantly grew displeased. "Shameful? I won fair and square. What's shameless about that?
I was teaching her a lesson, giving her a taste of her own medicine.
Today's just a sparring match, no lethal blows. I'm showing mercy.
If this were the battlefield, she'd be dead already." The lecherous old men below the stage still wouldn't let it go.
"Pah! Shameful. You won dishonorably. Do you really think anyone will respect or acknowledge you?"
Hearing this, Yifeng chuckled.
Who's got a problem with that? Let anyone who disagrees come forward."
The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd below the stage fell silent. They knew they were no match for him. This crowd had the audacity but not the guts. Besides, they'd witnessed Yifeng's prowess firsthand, a formidable opponent capable of taking down a fraud mage in a single strike. Seeing the complete silence below the stage, Yifeng nodded with satisfaction.
"Disagree? Unconvinced? It didn't matter. As long as you don't dare resist."
As he spoke, the deceitful mage was already being carried away by the spellcasters.
On the high platform, the mages seethed with indignation. Young Master Yi, let me deal with this shameless scoundrel.
A burly man volunteered. Yi Nanqing lowered his right hand slightly, halting him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed Yifeng, who was darting around the battlefield, taunting relentlessly.
Yifeng acted like a madman, dashing to the left side of the battlefield and taunting. What the hell are you dawdling for? Hurry up and send someone to fight. Is your next fighter an old lady? Why hasn't she made it to the battlefield yet?
Yifeng dashed to the right side of the battlefield and taunted again.
Just admit defeat already. It's hard enough for the old lady to walk. Stop tormenting her.
Yi Nanqing smiled faintly, paying no heed to Yifeng's words. He stared intently at Yifeng, deep in thought, before summoning a figure.
Kuan Qian. Young master.
A stout man sprang to his feet, slamming his right hand against his chest and bowing his head slightly.
Go meet with Yifeng. Also. Yi Nanqing beckoned with a flick of his finger, signaling Kuan Qian to approach. After whispering a few words into Kuan Qian's ear, the man looked a bit dazed but stepped forward with newfound confidence. Kuan Qian stood at the edge of the high platform, arms held level before his chest. Skill Vitality Stone Armor. As the skill activated, a layer of emerald green stone armor climbed onto Kuan Qian's shoulders. It then rapidly spread, instantly covering his entire body. Only after completing his defense did Kuan Qian leap down from the platform and enter the battlefield. The moment Kuan Qian landed, Yifeng let out a sly grin. Been waiting for you. Snap. The finger snap rang out once more. Boom. An explosion erupted beneath Kuan Qian's feet, sending black flames shooting skyward once more. Moments later, as the flames dissipated, Kuan Qian lay utterly disfigured, his life force armor completely shattered. This time, the entire crowd was stunned. Every pair of eyes held disbelief, even those of Yi Nanqing, who always presented a composed demeanor. The spectators had long known Yifeng possessed formidable offensive power. What stunned them was that they hadn't even seen Yifeng make a move before the explosion erupted beneath Kuan Qian's feet. Could it be that this kid knew we'd be dueling here today, so he planted landmines here yesterday? Someone speculated. Hey! That's it. That's the only explanation. Damn it, this kid cheated. Fix. Definitely a fix. The crowd erupted in uproar. On the high platform, Yi Nanqing forced himself to suppress the shock surging within. What stunned him was the sheer power of Yifeng's nether flame. He had long known Yifeng possessed the nether flame, which was precisely why he had repeatedly sent envoys to court Yifeng. When Yifeng stepped forward to represent the knights in battle, Yi Nanqing had considered replacing the deception mage. But at that moment, the deception mage still had trump cards up his sleeve and showed no fear of the nether flame. He never expected this brat to be such a scoundrel, using underhanded tactics to take out the deception mage in one move. After defeating the deceit mage, Yifeng began putting on a show, running around the arena. Yi Nanqing saw right through it. The kid was up to his old tricks again. As the son of the chairman, his knowledge ran deep. He knew the Netherflame system contained a totem shift skill, allowing Netherflame to transform into a totem that could move freely, attach to objects, and become invisible. Barefoot, Yifeng's soles were undoubtedly covered in Netherflame totems. Everywhere he stepped, he secretly left a Netherflame totem behind on the ground. Yifeng had been darting around earlier, already covering the battlefield with Netherflame totems, just waiting for his men to step on them. That was precisely why Yi Nanqing had dispatched Kuan Qian into battle. Kuan Qian's Vitality Stone Armor skill combined healing and defense. Moreover, the more severely the stone armor was damaged, the greater its healing effect. As a 4th-tier defense class, Kuan Qian was completely unfazed by 3rd-tier Netherflames. With this strategy, Kuan Qian could rely on his formidable and sustained defense to endure all the lightning strikes on the battlefield. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Kuan Qian would be blown unconscious after triggering just one trap. Chapter 112, Gaining the Upper Hand. Watching Yi Nanqing on the high platform, utterly bewildered, Yifeng let out a faint, knowing smile. A standard 3rd-tier Netherflame totem would indeed struggle against a 4th-tier Vitality armor. But could a mere 4th-tier defensive class possibly withstand a Netherflame totem layered through the art of void? Each Netherflame totem imprinted by Yifeng's feet was layered from hundreds of 2nd-tier totems and dozens of 3rd-tier totems. A mere 4th-tier Vitality armor, lacking any soul defense capability, was lucky not to have been instantly obliterated. The onlookers were still reeling in shock. It all happened far too quickly. A 4th-tier practitioner facing a 3rd-tier practitioner, and vanished the moment they stepped onto the battlefield? Womany sucked in sharp breaths. Why? I can't accept this. A 3rd-tier professional defeated 2 4th-tier professionals in succession. And both of those 4th-tier practitioners were elite among their ranks. And damn it, both were taken down in a single move. Has the world gone mad? Someone roared in bewilderment. But more people began analyzing the battle situation. That guy's attack is seriously powerful. The deceit mage lost fair and square. Yeah, another agreed. Even if he hadn't cheated just now, the deceit mage would never stand a chance against him. Yifeng, I'll remember that name.
If I ever cross paths with him again, I'll give him 3 steps back. Leaders of various factions on the hillside nodded in agreement. The Knight sect is an established school after all. Their foundation is profound. Despite issues with this year's new recruits, they still produced someone capable of carrying the banner. Hearing this, the leaders of the major factions all expressed agreement. Many faction leaders instantly revised their opinions of the Knight sect's new recruits. Yifang's consecutive victories single-handedly turned the tide, reversing the Knight's faction's collapsing situation. He rose to prominence by exploiting the reputation of the Deceit Mage. Just as the Deceit Mage had once been celebrated, Yifang now basked in equal glory.
Did you notice his technique just now? To me, it looked like the necrotic scourge's nether flame. It was the nether flame, one declared with absolute certainty. The necromancer's curse has returned.
Yifang's cross-tier double kill drew gasps of astonishment from the crowd.
In contrast, the spellcaster faction fell into silence, their earlier arrogance completely vanishing. Smash!
Yi Nanqing slammed his wine cup onto the floor, his face turning ashen, all traces of his earlier composure vanished.
Brother Siejua, you take the next fight.
The man named Siejua rose, bowing slightly in respect before raising his staff and fixing his gaze on Yifang in the arena.
Siejua sneered with disdain. In the next instant, his figure flickered. When he reappeared, he was already standing before Yifang.
From the moment he rose to his feet to his arrival before Yifang, the entire sequence took less than 2 seconds.
That aura. This, it's 5th tier.
A voice cried out in terror from the crowd below. The moment Siejua activated his skill, the aura of a 5th tier cultivator spilled forth, instantly drawing the attention of every professional present.
Every single practitioner present recognized the aura of a 5th tier.
That sheer terror, even a mere trace of it, was enough to leave a lasting impression on lower tier practitioners. Many trembled in terror at the sheer power radiating from him.
Meanwhile, boos echoed from the Knight faction side. Hiss. How shameless. You're using a 5th tier class against their 3rd tier class? Where's your honor? What about the royal family's honor?
Hearing his subordinates' curses, Grante was thoroughly delighted. The reason the esteemed Knight faction had been rendered helpless by a mere 4th tier deception mage was that the mage's combat prowess was unmatched among 4th tier practitioners.
Grant's side did have 5th tier professionals, but could he deploy them? Absolutely not.
Reaching 5th tier marked a qualitative leap. Defeating a 4th tier opponent held no glory. The purpose of today's clash between the Knight faction and the Deception Mage faction was precisely to demonstrate their strength and recruit smaller factions to their cause.
It's all about saving face. If Granite had sent a 5th tier professional into battle just now, it would have been tantamount to admitting defeat for the current generation of the Knight faction. Fortunately, Yifang arrived in time to save the day. Now, by sending a 5th tier fighter first, the Night Star faction effectively admits their inferior skill. In the Battle of Falling Spring Valley, the Knight faction has secured a temporary advantage. Chapter 113, Watch me take down your men.
Facing the intimidating 5th tier mage, Yifang smiled faintly, appearing utterly composed. The crowd from the capital university, however, had their hearts in their throats. Mumu and Feng Ziyuan watched Yifang in the arena, their faces etched with worry. Though the three had clashed before, the director and dean had repeatedly urged unity before departure. Going solo risked gaining nothing. Upon entering the inheritance space, the two had already regarded Yifang, also from Nameless Academy, as a teammate. Though possessing 4th tier combat strength, they were ultimately only 3rd tier practitioners. Facing a deception mage, they stood no chance whatsoever. That's why they'd been watching from the high platform until Yifang appeared and instantly killed 2 4th tier experts in succession. That guy feels like he's gotten so much stronger in just a few days. Feng Ziyuan watched Yifang, his face twisted with frustration. It might not be just these past few days, Mumu affirmed. Oh? Feng Ziyuan turned his head. Mumu explained. I think he's always been this strong, it's just, he's too steady. Mumu recalled their previous sparring match. Yifang clearly possessed the power to defeat her in a single strike, yet he never initiated an all-out attack. Instead, he deliberately wore her down until she was utterly exhausted, ensuring no further surprises before delivering the finishing blow. Who cares how strong he is? A 3rd tier practitioner against a 5th tier one? He has absolutely no chance. Feng Ziyuan declared with certainty. A 5th tier professional's systematized soul isn't something his low tier soul attacks can shake. Mumu nodded in agreement, a hint of worry flickering across her face. Why hasn't young Master Grante replaced Yifang yet? Does he really intend to have Yifang face that 5th tier mage? As the two conversed, the 5th tier mage on the field moved. The mage extended his right hand forward in a gesture of invitation, then spoke. How's your recovery coming along, Yifang? If you're ready, I'll begin. Yifang shook his head from side to side, cracking his knuckles as he prepared to meet the challenge. After days of feeding, his fierce spirit had recovered most of its strength. Though not at peak combat power, it was more than sufficient to take down this 5th tier mage in an instant. Seeing Yifang actually prepare to fight a 5th tier mage, the crowd erupted in chaos. Seriously, dude, you're actually doing this? This guy's got some serious nerve.
Just because he beat the top 4th tier mage, he thinks he can take on a 5th tier?
Clearly has no clue how powerful 5th tier is.
Fair enough, I get it. A 3rd tier instantly taking down a 4th tier? If it were me, I'd be just as cocky. He's asking for it. Throughout history, 3rd tier fighters defeating 4th tier ones isn't rare, but 4th tier fighters beating 5th tier ones? Not many have done that in the last 100 years. 5th tier is high tier, after all. As the crowd debated, the two combatants on the platform had already prepared themselves. Just as a fierce battle was about to erupt, a voice rang out from the elevated platform. Stop! All eyes turned to the speaker. It was Grante. Durant rose to his feet and barked. Who said Yi Fong would be fighting this round? We're switching fighters. Phew! Mumu on the high platform exhaled in relief. Young Master Gu has finally spoken. Durant wouldn't pass up this golden opportunity to strike at the reputation of the magic user faction, continuing his taunt. Yin Anxing. Are all you mages just a bunch of wimps? One 3rd tier practitioner from our side scared you into sending a 5th tier to fight back. What would you do if we sent out a 5th tier practitioner? Why not just surrender your entire mage faction to me? No need to wage war over a mere Falling Spring Valley. Once you pledge allegiance to me, I'll grant it to you outright. Yi Nanqing had been thoroughly irritated by Yi Fong's taunts, his face twisted in displeasure. But upon hearing Gulen's taunt, he shifted back into his signature gentle smile. Young Master Gu, if you wish to replace someone, do it swiftly. Further discussion serves no purpose. After speaking, Yi Nanqing sat upright on the throne, paying no further attention to Gulen Ti. Oomph. The hot-tempered Grante snorted coldly, turning to glare malevolently at the 5th tier mage on the field. I'll cripple your men right now, let's see if you can sit still then. Durant flashed forward to stand before Yi Fong. Yi Fong. You can leave now. I'll handle this fight. Yi Fong nodded, then flicked his fingers, summoning all the Netherflame totems back from the ground. His purpose in joining the fight was to make a name for himself. Now that goal achieved, he was more than happy to let Grante take the stage. It also allowed him to keep the feared demon spirit card hidden for now. Durant's sudden move sent shockwaves through the crowd. Young Master Guland is stepping in personally? This is only the 2nd match, and the heir is already stepping into the fray? This trip wasn't wasted. To actually witness the Knight faction heir's skills. But some remained skeptical. If I'm not mistaken, Guland is only a 4th tier knight. Can he really pull this off? Someone nearby immediately rolled their eyes. Are you kidding? He's the son of the magistrate. The heir to a century-old sect. What resources doesn't he have access to? You're judging his combat prowess by rank? Shoo. Quiet, it's starting. In an instant, all eyes in the arena turned toward the battlefield. Chapter 114, This is Ultraman. Young Master Grante, Muishing of the Continental Royal Mage Academy greets you. 5th tier mage Muishing bowed slightly toward Grante. Cut the crap. I know who you are. Die. Durant planted his right foot, raised his fist, and charged straight at Muishing. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, with many instinctively rising to their feet. Everyone wanted to witness the strength of the Knight faction's heir apparent. Durant moved with blinding speed, his fist closing in on Muishing in an instant. At that moment, Muishing hadn't even unleashed his first skill. With no other choice, Muishing gritted his teeth. His mage's robe automatically shed from his body, absorbing the force of Grante's punch. The impact sent the robes flying into scattered shreds. However, this bought Muishing enough time. 5th tier skill Weaving Mist Stream. Muishing tapped his staff, and a thick fog engulfed the battlefield. The mist possessed the ability to blot detection spells. In an instant, the spectators could no longer see what was happening on the battlefield. Here it comes. Muishing's signature move. The deployment of this 5th tier skill instantly intensified the battlefield's tension. Those familiar with Muishing's abilities began enthusiastically explaining to the crowd. This skill, Weaving Mist and Flowing Stream, is a domain-type ability with exceptional trapping and killing capabilities. This layer of mist cannot be penetrated by ordinary 5th tier reconnaissance skills. Most 5th tier practitioners trapped within instantly become blind. Yet Muishing himself remains unaffected. Moreover, these mists can condense into water blades at any moment, each wielding 5th tier power. Once trapped by the mist, it's like a blind person trapped amidst a barrage of 5th tier skills. If Grante doesn't escape soon, he might. The man was still explaining at length when a thunderous boom echoed. A figure flew backward out of the mist, crashing straight onto the ground. It's Muishing, someone cried out in shock. Muishing floated back up, wiped the blood from his lips, and without pause, began unleashing his next skill. Durant had already closed the distance. Durant's attacks remained fists, though he now wore a layer of grayish-brown armor. Muishing clenched his fist with all his might toward the mist, causing it to instantly condense into over a dozen water blades. Then, pulling his clenched fist back, he unleashed the dozen water blades to strike Yulinter from behind. Boom! Over a dozen 5th tier water blades struck Yulinter's body. He merely staggered slightly, sustaining minimal damage. Impossible. Muishing stared in disbelief.
How could you possibly block that with just your bare body? Before Muixing could finish his sentence, his vision narrowed to focus solely on Grante's fist. Snap! A crisp crack of breaking bone echoed as Muixing's head slammed hard against the ground. Blood spattered several meters away, leaving a straight crimson trail across the floor. The entire arena fell deathly silent. After a few breaths, the crowd finally erupted in gasps of astonishment. My god! Did I see that right? A 4th-tier knight defeated a 5th-tier mage with just 3 punches? What happened to the insurmountable gap between tiers? Forget that. The most outrageous part is that young Master Grante just took over a dozen 5th-tier water blades with his bare hands. Is this really a 4th-tier knight? That's nothing compared to this. The most unbelievable part is, didn't you notice? Whether attacking or defending, Grante didn't use a single skill. He fought purely with his physical strength. Unlike the spectators, the knight faction reacted differently. After recovering from their initial shock, the knight faction erupted into cheers. Many spat in disgust toward the spellcasters. Yi Fong was also stunned by Grante's brutal physical strength. This high-tier knight is like Ultraman. Had those dozen water blades struck in Yi Fong's previous life, they could have easily leveled several mountain peaks. Yet Grante had absorbed them with his bare hands. Such monstrous physical resilience reminded Yi Fong of Ultraman from his past life. A scaled-down version, that is. I wonder if my fierce spirit can kill him. Upon the high platform, Yi Nanqing remained not only calm but even harbored a hint of mockery within his heart. Though Grante's strength far exceeded his expectations, it remained within his acceptable range. That brainless fool Grante, any 5th-tier mage with the lowest combat prowess, could have figured out his strength. As for the injured Muixing, Yi Nanqing couldn't care less about Muixing. Despite the gash in his skull, Grante had controlled his blow, sparing Muixing's core power. This injury would not hinder his future career path. He'd just be confined to bed for a while to recover. Internal strife existed within the mage factions too. As long as it wasn't someone from his own summoning school, he couldn't care less. As for considering the greater good? If he were the magical arts heir apparent, he'd naturally consider the greater good. But now, that's a conversation best left to his heir brother. Of course, appearances must be maintained. Yi Nanqing lifted his head slightly and closed his eyes. The expression on his face shifted from composure to agony, only to return to agony in an instant, repeating this cycle over and over. To the uninitiated, it might seem he was suppressing his grief to avoid dampening morale. After a moment, Yi Nanqing spoke with regret. Alas! I never imagined Gulen's strength would grow so rapidly. My judgment was wrong. I should have substituted Yixing earlier. It's all my fault. By the end, a tremor of sorrow crept into Yi Nanqing's voice. Seeing their young master on the verge of tears, the members of the spirit summoning sect rushed forward to comfort him. Yet Nanqing raised a hand to silence them. The most important thing now is Yixing's injuries. Wanqing, ask Brother Tian to intervene, spare no expense, but heal Yixing as quickly as possible. On the battlefield, Grante stood silently, watching as the spellcasters carried Muixing away. He had held back slightly on that final punch, otherwise, Muixing's skull would have been shattered. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Muixing, it was that he couldn't. Not killing the enemy's core members was an unspoken agreement between both sides. Had he killed Muixing with that punch, that brat Yi Nanqing would surely find a way to eliminate one of the 5th-tier professionals from his knight faction in retaliation. That would have been a loss for both the knights and the mages, leaving them open to ridicule from the smaller factions. This was evident from the previous incident where his faction had intercepted the Elemental Empress. The mage faction retaliated by assassinating an entire generation of their members. The knight faction's leadership was furious, deeming the mage faction's retaliation excessive, and had already begun planning further countermeasures. Of course, that was all yet to come. Another reason Grante didn't kill Muixing was that he still needed Muixing for future purposes. Regardless of which faction ultimately prevailed, both would need to unite to conquer the Sacred Land. Only by preserving their high-tier forces could they advance deeper within the Sacred Land and secure greater rewards. Chapter 115, The Abyssal Black Dragon Knight. Dongfang Tai, you're next. Yi Nanqing raised his hand to issue the command. Hearing this, the beastmaster named Dongfang Tai instantly wore a bitter expression. He leaned close to Yi Nanqing's ear and whispered, Young master, this Gulant is far stronger than the last one. I can only guarantee we won't be defeated within 10 minutes. Yi Nanqing didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed coldly on the arena below. He raised his hand to cut him off. That's sufficient. When I say go, you go. I have my own plan. Dongfang Tai felt like laughing and crying at the same time, but still spoke up. If Gulant truly intends to kill me, then I'll intervene. Yi Nanqing replied coldly. With that assurance, Dongfang Tai exhaled in relief and prepared to engage. Dongfang Tai of the Spirit Summoning Sect greets you. Dongfang Tai bowed slightly. Guren smiled without a word, thrusting his right foot forward as he charged again, fist raised. Dongfang Tai gave a wry smile as the battle loomed.
Having witnessed Grante's monstrous physical strength, Dongfang Tai dared not meet the blow head-on.
He swept his wrist with a single hand and 3 armored battle puppets materialized before him. Each of the 3 armored battle golems radiated a 5th-tier aura.
Boom! Yuren's fist struck the war golem. The battle armor covering its surface instantly cracked, yet the golem remained intact.
Young Master Grante, my war puppets are built tough.
Unlike a mage's body, they're not so fragile. Yuren said nothing, merely raising his fist to strike the puppet again.
Seeing this, Dongfang Tai swiftly changed tactics. He commanded 3 war puppets to surround Grante, buying himself time. Then, spreading his fingers, he shot out slender silver-white threads that connected to the 3 war puppets. These were the puppeteer's signature silver moon threads, used to control puppets and grant them power. The moment the silver moon threads connected to the battle puppets, a thick, earth-colored armor enveloped Dongfang Tai.
Damn you, barbarian! Now witness the true power of us puppeteers. Skill transplanting flowers and grafting wood. Dongfang Tai flicked his wrists. As the silver moon threads pulsed, an earth-yellow primordial force surged through the threads into the 3 battle puppets. Transplanting essence, the core skill of puppeteers, allowed them to imbue battle puppets with different abilities by channeling other primal energies through the silver moon threads. Since this power was temporarily added, there was no risk of elemental forces repelling each other. Thus, the puppets crafted by puppeteers possessed far more flexible capabilities. At this moment, Dongfang Tai channeled the primal energy from his heavy puppet into the 3 battle puppets through the silver moon threads. Empowered by this infusion, the defensive capabilities of the 3 armored battle puppets surged instantly. Yuren's fists could no longer inflict damage upon them. The tide of battle seemed to turn in an instant. Grant found himself overwhelmed, sustaining injuries under the coordinated assault of the 3rd-tier combat puppets. Young Master Grante, this heavy earth golem I were was specifically designed for you. With its power, my 3 armored battle puppets now possess both sufficient flexibility and offensive capability while maintaining solid defense. What do you think? Doesn't it resemble your knights? Quite interesting, Grant remarked with a hint of contempt. Then I'll use my skills. Yuren smiled faintly. Dongfang Tai, as if facing a formidable enemy, immediately activated the silk threads to command the 3 battle puppets to launch a fierce assault on Gurant. Skill Shadow Resonance. As the skill activated, Grant's aura surged dramatically, and his wounds began healing at a visible pace. No! It's an enhancement skill. Dongfang Tai's expression darkened instantly. As a 4th-tier knight, Grante's ability to defeat 5th-tier opponents stemmed from his terrifying physical strength. If he relied solely on skills, his combat power would peak at the upper tier of 4th rank. Now, by using an enhancement skill to further amplify his physical strength, it was like unleashing a devastating attack from the very start, leaving him no chance whatsoever. At this rate, I doubt I can last 10 minutes. Despair flickered in Dongfang Tai's eyes. As Dongfang Tai succumbed to despair, Grante moved. He abandoned defense entirely, directing all his attacks at the frontline battle puppet while letting the other 2's assaults rain down upon him. One punch. Boom! The front battle puppet shattered into pieces. Another punch, another war golem destroyed. Gurant showed no sign of slowing down, crippling the last war golem. 3 punches in succession, each taking down a 5th-tier opponent. A deathly silence fell over the battlefield, everyone stunned by Grante's overwhelming power. After a moment, the faction leaders atop the hillside were the first to react. Truly worthy of being the Knight faction's heir. That power echoes the majesty of His Excellency the Governor in his prime. Whoa! Gurant's combat prowess is probably the strongest in the inheritance space. He truly lives up to the title of Abyssal Black Dragon Knight. Absolutely the strongest. Yin Anxing couldn't hold a candle to him. Don't forget, Grante's title is Abyssal Black Dragon Knight. He even has a black dragon. It's easy to imagine when the 2 factions clash in battle soon, Grante will be unstoppable, sweeping through the battlefield. Then, should we join the Knight faction this time? Someone suddenly asked. The question left the leaders momentarily speechless. After a moment, someone laughed it off. Let's see. Right, let's wait and see. Grant may be the strongest fighter, but the spirit summoners can hold off thousands of soldiers. With tens of thousands of beasts supporting us, our factions would suffer far fewer casualties. At this, the leaders of the various factions nodded in agreement. Though Granite possessed formidable strength, he stood alone. A single man could scarcely alter the course of an entire war. There would inevitably come a time when he was exhausted from fighting. Many faction leaders still leaned toward choosing the spellcasting faction. Each faction leader sought to align with the victors to share in the 70% spoils. Currently, both sides displayed remarkably balanced strength. In terms of individual combat power, the Knight faction was strongest, while the War Mage faction held the edge in group combat. Choosing the Knights might not guarantee victory, but selecting the Mages, bolstered by countless beasts, would undoubtedly minimize casualties on the battlefield. After obliterating 3 war golems, Grante still felt unsatisfied. He clenched his fists and strode toward Dongfang Tai.
Dongfang Tai had lost all will to resist, desperate only for the battle to end. He turned his head toward Yi Nanqing on the high platform, his eyes pleading for help. Yi Nanqing remained motionless, her gaze fixed intently on Grante's movements. Gurent advanced step by step toward Dongfang Tai. "Save me!" Dongfang Tai cried out in desperation. Just then, Grante suddenly lunged forward, charging toward Dongfang Tai. At that very moment, Yi Nanqing on the high platform moved. Not alone, the three fifth-tier powerhouses of the magic school followed Yi Nanqing into the fray, confronting Grante. Chapter 116, Who Dares Block My Path? Who Can Stop Me? On the battlefield, two fifth-tier beast masters and one fifth-tier mage stood side by side, confronting Grante while firmly shielding Dongfang Tai behind them. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, both the Knight faction and the Beast Master faction were utterly bewildered. They craned their necks to watch, their faces etched with confusion. The most bewildered were undoubtedly the knights. Many of them had already gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel on the platform? What is our young master doing? No clue. Feels like they're about to gang up on Grante. Hope it doesn't turn into a real fight. I feel like we're breaking the duel rules and putting ourselves at a disadvantage. Hearing this, a squad leader immediately gave the speaker a sharp slap. Shut your mouth. The young master is the law. As the group huddled in discussion, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the opposing camp. They're breaking the rules. They're trying to gang up on us. Charge, brothers. Protect the young master. Charge. Take them down. Seeing the spellcasters, several fifth-tier professionals breaking the rules to gang up on their young master, the Knight faction members were instantly fired up. They charged onto the field en masse. The Knight faction's two top-tier fifth-tier knights led the charge, instantly summoning their mounts and unleashing their full might. Other factions allied with the knights, seeing this, had no choice but to follow suit and enter the fray. Seeing the knights' full-scale assault, the spellcasters refused to be outdone. Led by Knight Star, they charged forward as well. The mage faction's army, spearheaded by the spirit summoning faction, had countless beasts clearing the path ahead while also serving as meat shields. The mages in the rear channeled their spells, coordinating their efforts from afar. Instantly, both sides seemed poised for a decisive showdown. The spectators on both sides, seeing this, dared not linger to watch the spectacle unfold. They scrambled deep into the depths of Falling Spring Valley, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. As the vanguards of both sides were about to clash, Grante's expression darkened. He raised his hand to halt the knight's charge. "Yanixing, what is this?" Grante demanded through gritted teeth. "We agreed to a one-on-one duel on the platform. Why did you bring men to gang up on me? Are you really this bad at losing?" Yan Nanqing smiled faintly. "Who agreed to that? I don't recall us agreeing to a ring match, did we? Just now, when I saw you send men to provoke us, I sent men to fight back. We never said this was a ring match. I just don't feel like sending anyone to fight you one-on-one anymore." "You?" Grante gritted his teeth in fury. Indeed, the first clash after entering the succession had taken the form of a tournament. It was merely a long-standing convention. Its purpose was merely to showcase the strength of both riding factions and attract other factions to take sides. Before the battle commenced, neither side had communicated. They simply sent fighters down to the arena in tacit agreement with tradition. "So now you want to declare all-out war on me?" Grant's massive frame trembled, his posture ready to strike at any moment. "Exactly. Come on. I bet you don't dare now." Yeshing raised a single hand, and the army of mages raised their wands in unison, poised to unleash spells at any moment, ready to carpet bomb the Knight faction. The beast army in front crouched low, poised to pounce. The Knight faction responded swiftly. Centuries of conflict had forged their reflexes. Knights drew tall, square black rock shields from their spatial rings, holding them before themselves. Black rock possessed elemental resistance, rendering it highly effective against elemental spells. Squad after squad of heavily armored knights, averaging 2 meters tall and wielding iron spike nets, swiftly cut through the Knight faction's formation to the very front. They formed a defensive line, bracing against the beast army's charge. As tensions reached a breaking point, Yanixing chuckled lightly and declared, "Oomph. Come on, Grante. You have the first move. Send your Knight Legion forward. Do you dare?" As he spoke, the mocking smile on Yi Nanqing's face deepened, brimming with provocation. "Damn it! You bastard, are you looking for death? What do you mean, dare or not? Killing you would take me no time at all." Joey Feng was furious, cursing out loud. But Ghoul Ant quickly silenced him. A dark gleam flashed in Grante's eyes as he studied Yi Nanqing, seemingly deep in thought. If it was truly as Yi Nanqing claimed, he dared not start a fight now. Based on past encounters between the two factions, victory for his side depended on winning within the first 10 feet the decisive distance. Dragging it out to the second 10 feet was unthinkable. Otherwise, the Knight faction would grow weaker by the moment. For warfare was the domain of the spirit summoners. They could rely on their agile beast armies to steadily wear down the Knight faction's fighting strength. Even if they exhausted their current beast forces, given time to regroup, they could swiftly enslave a new horde. Their troop replenishment was remarkably rapid. But his own soldiers, the soldiers of Grante, were living, breathing practitioners.
Living, breathing humans.
Once they died, they were truly gone, with no place for him to replenish them. Right now, he had no certainty of victory in a direct confrontation. Indeed, the odds of defeat were quite high.
First, he hadn't absorbed the smaller factions yet.
With the magical faction bolstered by their beast army, the knight faction was outnumbered. Second, his own faction was far from united.
Many paid lip service to him while secretly holding back, putting in minimal effort.
His own knight faction was not affected by this, but the problem lay with the smaller factions that had previously aligned with them. Especially that Shadow Warrior faction. Yan Nanqing was well aware of this. He was confident that his opponent wouldn't dare initiate battle today, which is precisely why he dared to play dirty. Had events unfolded as planned, Grante could have systematically crushed the mage faction's 5th-tier practitioners one by one, ultimately forcing Yan Nanqing to intervene personally. Even if he ended up in a stalemate with Yan Nanqing, the knight faction would still secure victory. Unexpectedly, Yan Nanqing proved despicably shameless, resorting to foul play by forcibly interrupting the tournament. As Grante hesitated, curses erupted from the spellcaster's side.
Come on! You bunch of muscle-brained brutes! I'm waiting right here for you to charge my formation. Come on! You dumb knights, why are you just standing there? Scared? What's with this generation of knights? So cowardly? Your leader's already been humiliated like this and you still won't fight us? Bull! Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Come on over here. You son of a...
The knight's eyes burned red with rage, refusing to back down.
Bjorent! You worthless piece of... Bjorent! Amidst the barrage of insults, the anger on Grante's face suddenly vanished, replaced by an expression of pure confidence.
Facing the tens of thousands of spellcasters, he strolled forward with the ease of someone taking a leisurely walk.
No need for war. I alone am sufficient, Grante declared calmly. All mages, listen well.
Withdraw from Falling Spring Valley now, immediately. Otherwise, I will slaughter every 4th and 5th tier professional here except for Yeshing. I won't care who attacks me, I'll only target you lot.
This is a fight to the death. My combat prowess is only slightly weaker than a 6th tier professional. I can flip an entire island with my bare hands. Let's see who dares stop me. I dare anyone to stop me. Chapter 117, Time to Negotiate. The two sentences echoed through Luoquan Valley, stirring waves of reaction. The words struck the ears of the gathered crowd like thunderclaps, sending shockwaves of panic through their hearts. For a moment, the morale of the spellcasters faltered. They had witnessed Gulen's power firsthand. The Alliance's executive officer, the eldest son of the current sovereign, the heir apparent of the Knight faction, the Abyssal Black Dragon Knight. A 4th-tier powerhouse effortlessly defeating a 5th-tier professional. Truly, none below 6th tier could stand against him. Moreover, this isn't even his full strength, his Black Dragon hasn't shown itself yet.
If Grante truly threw caution to the wind and went berserk, targeting only 4th and 5th tier professionals, no one could stop him.
Don't be afraid, brothers.
We have the numbers on our side, over 100,000 beasts against just over 10,000 of them, someone shouted to rally the troops. The moment the words left his mouth, a mocking voice cut through the air.
Oh? Numerical superiority? Are you sure?
The crowd turned to see Yifeng, holding a white castle, striding out with a mocking expression.
Why not take a look at my skeleton army?
Yifeng swept his hand over the skeletal castle, and skeletons poured out like a torrent. Within mere breaths, the battlefield was nearly swamped. Watching the tide of skeletons surge forth, the spellcasters instantly lost their composure.
This is far too many.
That castle keeps spewing skeletons, it seems endless.
How is this possible? How many skeletons do you have?
The man's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist, his eyes filled with utter shock.
Not many. Just 100,000. A tad less than yours. But, it's more than enough to deal with your beast army. Yifeng chuckled. 100,000? Holy crap! 100,000.
Our entire summoning sect, with thousands of beast tamers, barely mustered 100,000 troops.
He alone has 100,000 skeletons? Does that mean he alone is stronger than our entire summoning sect? The speaker looked utterly disheartened. Wait.
A 5th-tier beastmaster stared intently at the bone castle in Yifeng's hand and spoke up.
I recognize that. I have one too.
The 5th-rank beastmaster produced his own skeleton castle.
That's a bone castle just like mine. So then, these are all modified skeletons?
At that moment, the beastmaster suddenly broke down and screamed.
My god! What kind of monster is this?
Those around him, startled by his sudden outburst, looked on with puzzled expressions.
Seniorly, what's wrong?
Several people rushed forward to support him.
The 5th-tier beastmaster pointed at Yifeng, trembling as he stammered. That's a monster. A monster. Let me show you my bone castle. With that, the 5th-rank beastmaster unleashed his skeleton army. His skeleton army was unleashed in mere seconds. A paltry 1,000 or so remained. I scraped and saved every last one through sheer effort in the trials. In that legacy, you can't use your own power, every skeleton is precious.
In some stages, I'd rather charge in myself and fight with my own body than lose even one more skeleton. I nearly died in those stages multiple times. That's how I managed to gather just over 1,000 skeletons.
And he actually gathered 100,000. Is he even human? Then what am I?
The 5th rank Beastmaster grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, nearly collapsing to the ground.
Good. 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 Grante exclaimed 3 times in succession. Yi Nanqing, what's this? Are you declaring war on me? With Yi Feng's 100,000 skeletons now on his side, Grante felt utterly confident and began pressing Yi Nanqing for answers.
Yi Nanqing felt a surge of panic. But he was no stranger to the world, and his face remained composed. He prepared to back down and lay his cards on the table. His original plan was to use the Deceit Mage, the top 4th tier combat power, to slaughter the lower tier knights. Then he would engage in a decisive battle with Grante himself. A mere draw would secure a resounding victory for the mage faction in the Falling Spring Valley conflict. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng had appeared out of nowhere, immediately crippling his Deceit Mage and instead slaughtering his own low-tier practitioners. What shocked him even more was that Grante seemed to have injected himself with steroids, his physical strength surging to terrifying levels. He sensed he was no match for this opponent. That's why he resorted to this desperate measure, feigning defeat for Dongfang Tai, then launching a full-scale assault to force Grante into submission.
But Yi Nanqing knew Grante had a temper. If pushed too far, this hothead might truly unleash a bloodbath.
He never intended to seize Luoquan Valley through underhanded means. He had long prepared the bargaining chips for an exchange.
Now, it was time to discuss those bargaining chips. Yi Nanqing softened his expression and spoke in a conciliatory tone. Brother Gu, what a formidable presence you have.
Even I was momentarily intimidated by you just now.
Oomph.
Gu Lantian snorted coldly, refusing to acknowledge him.
Yi Nanqing continued with a smile, don't be angry, Brother Gu.
Please don't take offense at the insults hurled by my juniors earlier.
They know nothing. I'll severely punish them when we return.
Our spellcasters desperately need Falling Spring Valley.
That's why today's events unfolded. Oomph. Only you need it? What about us? We intend to set up camp in Luoquan Valley.
Gu Lan's tone was unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. Heh, this inheritance space is vast. Why bother competing with us over Falling Spring Valley? I've already scouted a prime location for your sect, more than sufficient for your encampment.
Yuren's expression turned impatient.
He truly couldn't bear listening to this hypocrite stirring up trouble.
How about the rock forest?
Yi Nanqing finished, folding his arms and silently staring at Grante, seemingly eager to savor his reaction. Gulanter's face had been one of impatience, but upon hearing the words Luoquan Valley, he suddenly looked at Yi Nanqing in surprise.
What do you mean by set up camp? Grant asked cautiously.
Yi Nanqing waved his hand grandly.
15 days.
I can guarantee you that within these 15 days, the Law faction and all factions aligned with it will not be able to approach Rock Valley.
What do you say, Brother Gu? Gulan pondered for a moment, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips before he spoke. Are you certain?
Absolutely. If I break my word, you're welcome to come to Luoquan Valley and slaughter to your heart's content. Yi Nanqing's words were spoken with unwavering resolve.
Clap. Gulan clapped his hands together. Agreed. It's settled. Withdraw.
At Grante's command, the Knight faction began an orderly retreat.
Retreat? Joey Feng froze in shock.
He hurried over to Grante and whispered.
Boss, what about us? Joey Feng trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly meeting Gulan's piercing gaze.
He shut up immediately.
Yuren commanded, go to Luoquan Valley and tell everyone I've invited them to be guests at the Knight faction's camp. Chapter 118, Victory Feast. Outside the sacred grounds.
The Knight faction's headquarters was ablaze with lights as the victory banquet was in full swing. Though today's battle for Falling Spring Valley ended with both sides backing down, it was clear to any discerning observer that the Knights had emerged victorious. Yet what puzzled everyone was why Grante had relinquished control of Falling Spring Valley, handing over this crucial strategic resource to the Mage faction.
Come, try our Knights faction's rose wine.
This wine cleanses impurities from your body, healing illness if you have it, strengthening your health if you don't.
Yuren explained as he directed his men to pour the wine.
The banquet seating was divided into 3 tiers. The innermost circle centered on Grante, flanked by 5 5th-tier professionals. The second tier held 4th-tier professionals. Further out were some exceptional 3rd-tier professionals.
All other professionals lacked the privilege to enter the main banquet hall.
At this moment, one figure in the first circle stood out conspicuously, merely a 3rd-tier cultivator. However, when the others saw his face, they instantly understood. It was Yi Feng. In the eyes of the crowd, though Yi Feng was only a 3rd-tier practitioner, his opportunities were nothing short of extraordinary. His mastery of the Netherflame system allowed his combat prowess to crush even 4th-tier practitioners. After today's battle, the title of top 4th-tier practitioner now belonged to Yi Feng. Yet Yi Feng's right to sit alongside 5th-tier practitioners stemmed not solely from his combat prowess, but from his paramount contribution today. Yi Fong single-handedly slaughtered the lower-tier spellcasters.
The Knights faction's victory today owed at least half its success to Yi Fong. Yi Fong, you earned the greatest credit in today's battle. Take this 200,000 credit card.
Without further ado, Grante thrust a card worth 200,000 into Yi Fong's hand.
Whoa, 200,000. Wow. Grante sure is generous.
As the heir to the Knight faction, his financial resources are truly astonishing.
Yeah.
With a single gesture, Grante handed over 200,000 yuan. Instantly, the surrounding crowd shot envious glances at Yi Fong, and a chorus of praise erupted.
Geraint narrowed his eyes, smiling as he scanned the entire crowd, observing each face below.
However, when he noticed the Shadow Warrior faction also coveting the 200,000, he couldn't help but snort coldly inside. The Shadow Warrior sect must be dealt with.
Otherwise, I truly fear these thieving, backstabbing assassins won't follow orders when it matters most. This won't be difficult. Quillen is an illegitimate son, not the heir apparent. He can't muster much strength. Dealing with him? Oof.
The Knight faction had long harbored resentment toward the Shadow Warrior faction. The Shadow Warrior's assassins proved remarkably effective against spellcasters, prompting the Knights to constantly scheme at co-opting them. To that end, the Knights had directly offered them dozens of cities. Initially, the alliance between the two factions was harmonious. But as time went on, the situation changed. The spellcasters also began using money and resources to lure these assassins.
Accustomed to taking bribes, the assassins began playing both sides.
The Shadow Warriors' primary business was the Shadow Warriors Hall, an assassination organization that took money to kill. Having long operated as mercenaries, the Shadow Warriors accepted funds from both the Knights and the Mages. Obligated by their debts, the Shadow Warriors began to slack off after receiving the Mages' funds. While maintaining their outward allegiance to the Knights, they secretly favored the Mages. The Knight faction conducted multiple covert investigations, gathering substantial evidence. However, the Mage faction's rise in recent years has been too rapid, tying up too many of the Knight faction's resources.
Fearing the Shadow Warriors might turn against them, the Knights held back from confronting the issue.
They merely ceased funding the Shadow Warriors, retaining only the dozens of cities already granted. This only deepened the rift between the factions, with the Shadow Warriors now responding only to direct orders, ignoring formal summons.
Today's incident with Grante clearly demonstrates this. When Grante ordered Ferran to enter the arena today, Ferran actually insisted on consulting Quillen before daring to move.
Remember, aligning with a faction means becoming their subordinate.
Now the boss commands his subordinate, yet the subordinate hesitates to act without another's approval. If this isn't addressed, within a few years, the Knights faction will no longer be the dominant force. If everyone behaved like Ferran, what combat effectiveness would this alliance retain? Geraint had already resolved to deal with the Shadow Warrior faction during the upcoming Battle of the Stone Forest in a few days. He couldn't risk these mercenary assassins turning against him in future conflicts. For now, we must swiftly establish alliances with these smaller factions. Geraint turned his gaze toward the leaders of several factions. The Knights faction had shone brightly in the Falling Springs Valley conflict, drawing many neutral minor factions to seek allegiance. With a wave of his hand, a contract officer immediately distributed alliance treaties to the major faction leaders. Among those seeking allegiance, few possessed significant strength. Only the leader of the patrol faction was a 5th-tier professional, the rest were all 4th-tier at best. The total number of followers amounted to just over 7,000. This strength was far from ideal for Grante. But there was no alternative. The glory inheritance was open only to the young, and expecting many 5th-tier professionals among them was unrealistic. While the other faction leaders scrutinized the alliance agreement, only Liao Yan, leader of the patrol faction, kept clinking glasses with Grante. As the sole 5th-tier professional seeking affiliation, Liao Yan enjoyed special treaty terms, with his share of the spoils already negotiated with Grante. The alliance treaty drafted by Grante was remarkably lenient, bordering on an equal partnership. All factions, large and small, must obey Grante and assist the Knight faction to the best of their ability. However, the Knight faction could not force them into desperate battles. Should the Grand Guild suffer significant casualties, factions retained the right to surrender to preserve their strength. The final clause of the pact specified the profit-sharing ratio. After reading the treaty, the leaders were all somewhat surprised. This pact is far too lenient. So lenient it hardly seemed like something the domineering Grante would propose. Well, what do you say, everyone? If there are no objections, let's seal the pact. Grante said, setting down his wine cup. No problem, no problem. All right. Despite lingering doubts, the leaders unanimously agreed upon the prospect of harnessing the power of the pact. The pact was safeguarded by supernatural power. Those who violated it would suffer the backlash of the contract's force. Under the witness of the contract officer, the pact was swiftly finalized. With the pact sealed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ha. From this moment on, we're all family. Come on, let's have another drink, declared Grante with hearty generosity. After downing their drinks, Grante broached the main business. Everyone. I know many of you are puzzled by my decision to withdraw the troops today. Let me explain.
Many of you are visiting Glory Legacy for the first time, so you may not be familiar with the situation.
Rock Forest is now under the jurisdiction of Nohai University.
As soon as Grante spoke, many instantly understood.
Chapter 119, Nohai University.
Nohai University, alongside Capital University, is regarded as the continent's premier institution of higher learning.
Backed by the Continental Chamber of Commerce Alliance, its financial resources are unmatched and its inherent strength is formidable.
Thus, Nohai University relied on no one and hadn't even participated in today's Battle of Falling Spring Valley.
Durant continued.
Today, I essentially used Falling Spring Valley to make a promise to that bastard Yin Angsing. A promise that within 15 days, when we attack Nohai University, the magical factions will not interfere. Therefore, we must capture Nohai University within the next 15 days.
Durant paused, gesturing for Zhou Weifeng to continue explaining to the others. Zhou Weifeng promptly stood up and said with flattery.
You may not be aware, but according to past precedent, those from Nohai University entering the inheritance bring vast quantities of war resources.
Taking them means we can seize those resources. I guarantee you all.
The gains from capturing Nohai University will be no less than what we gained from Luoquan Valley. In the past, both the magic faction and us would fight tooth and nail over Nohai University.
Heh, but this time? That fool Yi Nanqing just handed Nohai University over to us on a silver platter. Zhou Weifeng spoke with animated enthusiasm, but the major faction leaders wore expressions of deep concern. Nohai University is still reputed as the continent's premier institution. I've witnessed their strength firsthand. Devouring them won't be easy. I agree. Even if we manage to take them down, the casualties will be heavy. How much strength will we have left to confront the magic faction afterward? Exactly.
I strongly suspect this is Yi Nanqing's scheme, a classic divide and conquer tactic. Yi Nanqing deliberately abandoned the fight for Nohai University to lure us into a direct confrontation with them. He'll wait until we're both weakened and battered before stepping in to reap the benefits.
Even worse. I suspect the magic faction will ambush us from behind while we're attacking Nohai University. Hey! That's right. Exactly.
I've long heard that Yi Nanqing is a hypocrite, cunning as they come.
We absolutely must guard against him. Everyone nodded in agreement. With that, Zhou Weifeng was instantly at a loss, and could only turn to look at Grant. Listening to the murmurs around him, Grant couldn't help but chuckle. He certainly wasn't some little cutie. The reason these people had such notions was simply because they didn't know the inside story. Nohai University was backed by merchant guilds across the entire continent, boasting unimaginable wealth. A university this wealthy certainly wasn't short on resources, so why did it always have to wade into the murky waters of the glory inheritance? In this world, high-end professional resources couldn't be bought with money.
Rather than saying Nohai University came to conquer the sacred land, it's more accurate to say these people entered under orders to seek out several types of high-tier primordial forces. Nohai University came here specifically to seek out several types of high-tier primordial forces.
They aren't neutral, they simply choose sides only when one faction gains overwhelming dominance. Because what they seek is exceptionally specific.
They demand exclusive rights to dozens of ancient castles to search for specific items. This is precisely why they hesitate to align themselves.
Directly seizing portions of the Holy Land would be too tyrannical.
Suppose they initially backed the magic faction, which made them promises. But if the Knights ultimately prevail in the Holy Land campaign, their investment would be lost, as the Knights would certainly not recognize their exclusive rights. The profit-sharing ratio for the losing side is entirely different. The split was this: if victory, all factions could share 70%; if defeat, only 30%.
Conquering Nohai University is both incredibly difficult and surprisingly simple.
Simply make them believe you will undoubtedly win the war, seize control of the Holy Land, and guarantee their exclusive rights. Then there's no need for battle, they'll surrender willingly.
Durant smiled confidently. Did he have a way to prove he could win the war? No.
War was inherently the domain of the magical arts, and this year the Knight faction had suffered heavy losses among their Knight candidates, making the situation even more dire.
But he still had other means to easily take down Nohai University. Chapter 120, The Great Battle Approaches.
After the victory banquet dispersed, Yifeng sat at the table inside his tent, holding the magic essence stone card worth 200,000 that Grante had given him. Thanks to Yifeng's performance today, his tent was positioned at the very center of the camp, not far from Grante's own tent. The placement of a tent signified its owner's status. From the location of his tent alone, it was clear Yifeng now held a position of considerable importance within the Knight faction. However, Yifeng had heard rumors about Grante's character. Grante's gracious treatment of him wasn't solely due to Yifeng's merits today; that alone wouldn't suffice for someone like Grante.
Durant was impatient, rude, and arrogant.
With his noble bloodline, he fundamentally did not regard commoners as human beings. The primary reason for his current courtesy was the desire to exploit Yifeng's command over the 100,000 modified skeleton army.
A mage-led necromancer legion could unleash armies of monsters numbering in the hundreds of thousands in an instant.
This overwhelming numerical superiority crushed the Knight faction. To bridge this gap, Grante must continually court spellcaster class professionals.
As for the summoners cultivated by the Night faction themselves.
Yifang's rough estimate today showed the Night faction's summoners numbered only 1/10 of the spellcaster factions.
And this was despite the Knight's faction spending heavily over the years to recruit summoners.
Understanding this explains why Grante treats Yifang, a mere third-tier practitioner, with such deference.
Yifang let out a cold laugh. Yuren's scheme to recruit him was doomed to fail. This guy is so stingy. Thinking 20,000 would buy his entire army of 10,000 skeletons? 2 magic essence stones for a single skeleton?
That price was low even for a first-tier skeleton. Not to mention that among Yifang's 100,000 skeleton army, there were quite a few second-tier, third-tier, and artificially enhanced fourth-tier skeletons.
And all of them were modified. That's pure fantasy.
100,000 skeletons might look intimidating, but if they faced a battle against a spellcaster's summoned beast army, those 100,000 skeletons would be wiped out in a matter of days.
Yifang couldn't produce modified skeletons himself.
Once his supply of modified skeletons was depleted, the Netherfire system would become useless. At that point, Yifang's combat strength would plummet to rock bottom. He'd be forced to rely solely on summoner tactics against the Fear Demon Spirits. The Fear Demon Spirits' abilities were unreliable, requiring over 10 days to recharge after each use. Relying solely on summoner tactics, Yifang would struggle to defeat even a fourth-tier practitioner. The upcoming Holy Land conflict was out of the question. A third-tier combatant held no sway within the sacred domain. He wasn't part of the Night faction. There was no reason to sacrifice everything for Grante.
Want my 100,000 skeleton army? Not impossible. But it'll cost you 1,000,000 a friend's price.
Yifang shook his head, putting those thoughts aside for now. His focus shifted to the magic essence card. The immediate priority was to rapidly level up, reach tier 5, undergo class fusion to become a necromancer, then undergo further modification to fully transform into a modified necromancer. Only then could he fully master the necromantic netherflame system and continue conquering the necromantic cataclysm inheritance. Everything else was fake. This was the real deal. Yifang had already witnessed the power of the necromantic system. It was precisely through the strength of the netherflames that he, as a third-tier practitioner, could instantly slay a fourth-tier practitioner. And this was merely the upper volume of necromantic flames. The power contained within the lower volume was beyond Yifang's wildest imagination. And this was merely the outdated version of necromantic flames. Yifang was confident that through his extraordinary scholarly research, he could refine the necromantic netherflames, elevating it to new heights.
This was inevitable. To inherit the necromancer's cataclysm legacy, he must resolve the issues the original legacy had left unresolved. You can't rush things. One step at a time. For now, the priority is leveling up.
Yifang placed the magic essence card on the table, then retrieved the 20,000 magic essence stones he had withdrawn with it that evening from his spatial ring. Yifang had intended to withdraw all 200,000 for leveling up, but magic essence stones were classified as strategic resources within the inheritance space, limiting each person to a daily exchange of only 20,000. Thus, Yifang continuously absorbed magic essence, and the night swiftly passed. At dawn, the army departed punctually.
Yuren was in a tremendous hurry.
He had only 15 days to fulfill his agreement with the mages. Not a moment could be wasted.
Meanwhile, an emergency meeting was underway within the stone forest.
There's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through. Despite the vast distance between Rock Forest and Falling Spring Valley, news of Grante's pact with Night South Star reached Feng Yuan, heir to the Nohai Trading Company, early this morning. Upon receiving the news, Feng Yuan immediately sought out his 2 deputies to devise a countermeasure. With a major conflict looming, the 3 sat in the room discussing, growing increasingly restless. Eventually, they stepped outside and began pacing through the stone forest. Rock Forest was a sacred site where countless stone pillars stood, some towering over 10 meters high. These pillars weren't ordinary stones but magical materials used for rituals, impervious to most attacks.
Nohai University had used these pillars as foundations to construct an entire city.
Stepping outside the stone chamber, the trio was met by the sight of bustling mages.
Earth elemental mages continuously reinforced the city's defenses with earth magic.
At the Knight's march pace, they'll likely arrive in less than 2 days. I sense the great battle will be tomorrow afternoon, Feng Yuan spoke up after walking for a while. As the young master of the Nohai Merchants Guild, though he had long graduated from Nohai University, his age just 23 still allowed him access to the Glory Inheritance space.
This was his second time entering the Glory Inheritance. I think we should focus on delaying them.
If we can hold out for 15 days, the mages will definitely launch their attack at the very first second of the 16th day. At that point, Grante will have no choice but to halt their offensive. The speaker was Luo Jayad, leader of the Silver Moon Trading Guild, the second largest power within the Continental Guild Alliance.
I agree.
As the continent's third largest power, the magical faction won't abandon us.
I even doubt Yanningsing's 15-day promise is credible. Would he really stand by and watch the Night faction ally with us? I suspect He Nanqing intends to lure Grante into a direct confrontation with us.
He'll seize the opportunity to ambush the Night faction's forces from behind, crippling them. That way, the magical faction will emerge as the most powerful force in the inheritance realm. Then we'll have no choice but to ally with the magic faction. Their plan kills two birds with one stone. The speaker was Recro, leader of the Crimson Guild.
Feng Yuan shook his head and countered, "That's pure conspiracy theory.
After all, Yi Nanqing is the leader of the magic faction, born of noble blood.
He wouldn't do something that would completely destroy his credibility. How could he even show his face in public afterward? Besides, does he even have the guts? I think he not only has it, but he's incredibly bold too." Lycro remained steadfast in his conviction. Chapter 121, Only Death Can Make Them Fear. Look, he's the illegitimate son of a noble, yet he dares openly declare his ambition to become the Night faction's heir apparent. He's locked in a bitter, no-holds-barred struggle with his elder brother. Isn't that bold enough? Yanixing has already been driven to the brink by his elder brother. If he fails to secure the glory inheritance this time, his downfall is only a matter of time once he leaves. In this situation, credibility? Who has time for that? After speaking, Recro fixed his gaze on Feng Yuan, awaiting his response. Feng Yuan pondered for a long moment before saying, "I still don't believe Yi Nanqing would resort to ambush tactics. If he did, how would Grante react? If I were Grante, being toyed with like that, I'd abandon Yi Nanqing without hesitation and slaughter every mage in sight. Besides, Grante's temper is far more volatile than mine. He's capable of anything. The men Yi Nanqing brought in this time are all his loyal followers. If they were all wiped out, what would be left for him to fight over as heir? The moment he steps outside, his elder brother will send him straight to the stake." Thinking about it that way, Recro stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That does make sense." "Gentlemen," Luo Jiad finally spoke up from the side, "in my opinion, regardless of the situation, we should prepare for a protracted struggle. Yesterday's clash at Luoquan Valley showed neither the cavalry nor the mages held overwhelming superiority. We cannot place our bets lightly. If we can hold out for 15 days, the mages will inevitably intervene. That will surely spark a large-scale war. Then we'll be able to assess both sides' true strength. If Yanixing launches a surprise attack, it won't matter, it won't be us bearing the losses. Either way, we'll align with the victor. After all, we only seek a promise of exclusive rights to a few dozen ancient castles." Feng Yuan and Recro exchanged a glance. "Then that's how it must be." Then he shifted his tone, "Our most urgent task now is to find a solution for those dozens of low-tier merchant guilds that are all talk and no action." At this remark, the expressions of all three darkened instantly. The Continental United Merchants Guild was a remarkably loose organization, merely a huddle of major guilds seeking mutual warmth. Its cohesion paled in comparison to that of the Night faction or the Mage Guild. Compared to the Shadow Warrior sect's strict code of conduct, it was incomparable. Their participation in the Glory Inheritance contest stemmed from orders issued by a dozen or so merchant leaders to seek out certain sources of power. The problem lay precisely here. This was the demand of their dozen or so major guilds. Dozens of minor guilds had no interest in getting involved in the Glory Inheritance contest. They were too small to play such a high-stakes game. Only because of their affiliation with a larger organization, coupled with the fact that these smaller guilds regularly borrowed the logistics networks, escort squads, and intelligence resources of the major guilds, constantly taking advantage of the larger guilds. Thus, they reluctantly sent representatives to participate. But it was merely to make up the numbers. Those who came were utterly disengaged, putting in the time but not the effort. Yet these members were crucial. Their forces comprised a quarter of the chamber's total military strength. Without them, the effort would falter. "Just thinking about them gives me a headache," Feng Yuan sighed, rubbing his temples with a pained expression. He had encountered this very problem during his last participation in the Glory Inheritance contest. Lacking experience then, he hadn't handled it well, resulting in the Nohai University Alliance's poor performance. "This time, I must handle it properly," Feng Yuan resolved silently. The same problem was plaguing the Night faction alliance. At this moment, Grante was also grappling with the problem of several major affiliated factions putting in minimal effort. Durin's mobile palace was a colossal siege engine. From the fortress within the chariot, Grante stood at the window, surveying the rearguard of his army. There lay the Shadow Warrior faction's formation. Durin's expression darkened to an extreme degree. Although he had expanded the total numbers of the Night faction alliance, problems had begun to surface. Apart from his own Night faction, the other factions were not particularly responsive to his commands. Even regarding today's departure, several major faction leaders had jointly raised objections, stating their forces were not yet fully assembled and requesting a one-day delay. That was the least of his troubles. When it came to arranging the battle formation, every faction refused to take the vanguard position, each fearing their own men would bear the brunt of the attack and suffer the heaviest casualties. For the greater good, Grante reluctantly stepped aside, allowing his own Night faction to lead the charge. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst offenders were the Shadow Warriors. Karan openly defied his orders. With the vanguard already on the march, Quillen ordered fires lit to cook meals, insisting the Shadow Warriors eat their fill before advancing.
As the ultimate counter to magical forces, the Shadow Warriors should have been positioned at the very center of the formation. But with this delay, the Shadow Warriors had effectively become the rear guard. Professionals' bodies are enhanced to some degree, so going without food or water for a day or two isn't a problem.
Kuei-Luan's actions were a direct provocation. He was settling the score for Boglin's overstepping command during the Falling Spring Valley conflict. Crash!
The thought sent a surge of rage coursing through Grante, who yanked the windowsill from its hinges.
Tossing the windowsill aside, Goulant paced the room. This situation is completely unacceptable.
I must establish the authority of the Alliance leader.
Otherwise, this loosely organized knight faction will never be combat ready. Kill. They must die. Only death will make them fear.
Then we'll start with the Shadow Warriors, those who jump the highest.
Chapter 122. These guys really know how to put on a show.
Tonight, the moon above the rock forest shone exceptionally bright, as if this world had long known a great battle would unfold here and had prepared its own illumination. From the city walls, Feng Yuan gazed solemnly at the Knight faction coalition below, bathed in moonlight. The Knight's arrival was half a day later than he'd anticipated. Based on their usual pace, Grante's forces should have reached the city this afternoon. Though only half a day had passed, Feng Yuan sensed something amiss during that interval. Durant lacks control over this newly assembled coalition. Otherwise, their march wouldn't be this slow. Confirming his suspicions, Feng Yuan felt considerably more at ease. This was precisely what he had hoped to see. However, his own situation was hardly any better. He couldn't think of any immediate solution for those dozens of low-tier merchant guilds unwilling to contribute. Fortunately, he was on the defensive side. Even with many freeloaders in the army, his situation was far better than Grante's. A few slackers among the defenders were manageable, but if the attackers refused to pull their weight, that would be a sight to behold. With this thought, Feng Yuan cast his gaze toward Grante's mobile palace. He couldn't wait to witness Grante's furious outburst later. After a long pause, a trumpet blast sounded. The first wave of the Knight faction's allied forces was charging. Behind the Knight faction's allied forces, multicolored lights flared. These were the skills of the elemental mages. Moments later, nearly 10,000 elemental spells rose into the air simultaneously, crashing down upon the defenders on the city walls. The sheer scale of the assault was enough to force even high-level practitioners to temporarily retreat. In an instant, the blinding multicolored light forced the defenders on the walls to shut their eyes.
Quick! Activate the anti-magic array. Form groups of 3 and raise the magic-suppressing shields. At the commander's order, the No Alliance forces sprang into action. Within the command center, hundreds of mages simultaneously channeled their power into the central magic array. As the array slowly activated, a layer of black aura enveloped the entire rock forest. The anti-magic array possessed wave element properties, significantly weakening the potency of elemental magic. True to form, elemental spells immediately weakened upon entering the black aura's range, losing at least 40% of their potency. The remaining 60% of its power was blocked by the magic-suppressing shields. The Knights faction's wave of magical bombardment proved ineffective, inflicting only minimal casualties on the No Alliance forces. Nevertheless, the Knight faction's magical bombardment persisted. The purpose of the long-range artillery barrage was to create an opportunity for the infantry to approach the city walls. The mages of the No Alliance were not idle either, unleashing a barrage of elemental magic upon the charging soldiers in hopes of slowing the besieging forces. Yet the mobility of the professional army was astonishingly swift. In moments, the assault force led by the Knights reached the base of the walls. The army instantly split into 2 parts. One section began scaling the walls with the aid of alchemical ladders. The other section raised shields to protect the mages beside them, engaging in a fierce battle for control over the earth elemental energy within this space. These walls, towering over 10 meters high, were constructed entirely from earth elemental magic. As fellow elemental mages, if earth elements could be harnessed for one side, they could equally be harnessed for the other. This battle was a contest of mental strength. If the Knights mages could overwhelm the mental power of the earth elemental mages controlling the wall, they would seize control of it. Once control was seized, they could command the wall to collapse in an instant. In every siege battle, the struggle for control over earth elementals is inevitable. The first assailant to scale the ramparts emerged from the attacking forces. A second-tier warrior, shoved forward by the Knights behind him, reluctantly became the first to scale the ramparts. As the first to expose himself, he was met with a barrage of skills. The warrior reacted with lightning speed, thrusting his body backward and tumbling straight off the wall, crashing onto the ground below. 2 warriors below the gatehouse, waiting in line for the scaling ladders with grim expressions, saw their fallen comrade as if he were a savior. Without a word, they scrambled to grab the injured second-tier warrior and sprinted back. Their faces broke into broad smiles. "My life's safe for now, no need to be the first to go to our deaths. This isn't desertion, I'm rescuing my comrade." Such scenes were playing out across every corner of the battlefield. Leaders of all factions were unwilling to suffer heavy losses among their own. Before heading into battle, they had already instructed their men, run if you can. Survival comes first.
In the eyes of these leaders, the alliance was already sealed. Even if they lost, the money was theirs for sure. There was no need to truly risk their lives for granite. They just split the profits from the 30% share, meaning a smaller cut. Losing too many of their own men would be a loss. Within half an hour of the battle commencing, a full third of the Night faction's allied forces had already fled. However, the Night faction coalition wasn't entirely useless. At least so far, their casualties were extremely low. The vast majority suffered only fall injuries, with fewer than 100 fatalities. Staring at the battle report data in his hands, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. These guys sure know how to put on a show. This ghoul ant is useless too. How can we fight like this? Yifeng tossed aside the battle report and gazed into the distance. Over the past 2 days, all factions had pulled out all the stops with their provocative maneuvers against Grante, and Yifeng had witnessed it all. From the very start of the conflict, he had been monitoring the situation closely, eager to gauge the combat effectiveness of the Night faction's coalition forces. After all, this determined whether he could claim the Holy Land's resources as the victor. What astonished him, however, despite his own troops being distracted and divided, Granite had remained completely inactive these past 2 days. The moment hostilities commenced today, the fatal flaw of a commander lacking authority became immediately apparent. With tacit approval from the leaders of the major factions, 1/3 of the men deserted. The remaining 2/3 weren't without thoughts of fleeing. They simply hadn't managed to snatch any wounded soldiers. The most shocking part was, while other factions deserting was one thing, even the Night faction was fleeing? Has this ghoul ant lost control over his own loyalists? Peculiar. Truly peculiar. Given Gulen's temperament, it's astonishing he tolerated such open defiance from the leaders of the major factions without reacting. Even stranger, as the first battle, Gulen didn't even show up tonight. The entire battle was commanded by that subordinate named Zhou Weifeng. Durin couldn't possibly be unaware of the principle that momentum wanes after the first surge, weakens after the second, and exhausts after the third. The first battle was fought like a game, why bother with the rest? Yifeng furrowed his brow, gazing toward Grante's mobile palace at the center of the military formation. What the hell is that guy doing? As Yifeng pondered, a thief crept up beside him, patted his shoulder, and grinned. Lord Yifeng, my young master requests your counsel on military matters. Consult me about the battle? Yifeng frowned, suspicion stirring within him. Still, he decided to go see what trick the thief had up his sleeve. Chapter 123, How are we supposed to respect this? What? You want me to join you in petitioning Grandent? Yifeng thought he must have misheard, his eyes narrowing in confusion as he asked back. Before coming to the meeting, Yifeng had assumed these chieftains wanted him to use his skeleton army to help attack the city. Instead, they had come to persuade him to join them in petitioning Grante to delay the assault by 1 day, citing their exhaustion after 2 days and nights of relentless marching. Yes. What do you say? Interested? The bandit leader sipped his wine, his tone laden with meaning. If you don't want to fight, why not petition yourselves? Why drag me into this? I'm just a third-tier professional, not some high-ranking Night faction leader. My words carry no weight, Yifeng countered instead of agreeing outright. Hearing this, the impatient warrior faction leader blurted out, you seem utterly unaware of your own influence. Your words carry a lot of weight. Our combined Night faction forces, along with all the beasts and spirit realm creatures, barely reach 500,000 troops. You alone command 100,000 skeleton troops, 1/5 of our total force. How could your words lack weight? The warrior faction leader was so flustered he stood up. How could he not be anxious? Warriors, with their thick skin and natural toughness, were the quintessential infantry unit. They had suffered the heaviest casualties in today's siege battle. Yet after a moment's thought, Yifeng still refused their proposal. I cannot sign that document. I'm from the capital university. Grante is my classmate. How could I possibly stab my own classmate in the back? Besides, for professionals, a 2-day and night march isn't a big deal. Didn't they distribute fatigue-reducing drugs before the battle started? Seeing the conversation reach this impasse, the two leaders no longer spared Yifeng a friendly glance. The warrior faction leader said coldly, Fine, if you won't join us, so be it. Let me tell you, our combined forces now make up 2/5 of the allied army. Even without you, we have ways to force Grante to cease hostilities. But we're adding one more condition. Next time we go to war, your skeleton army will be the vanguard. Let you see the losses of a siege battle, see if you feel the pain. Seeing the two men break ties, the bandit faction leader quickly rose to mediate. Hey, we're all allies here. Let's talk this out calmly. Comrade Yifeng's refusal to stab his own comrades shows his noble character. Such a person deserves respect. After calming the warrior faction leader, the rogue faction leader shifted his tone. But now is not the time for loyalty. Truth be told, our petition to Alliance leader Grante isn't about urging a ceasefire. Our goal is to demonstrate our strength to him. The bandit faction leader adopted a stern expression as he continued. Durin's allocation of military forces is utterly unfair. Look at this siege, only recently allied factions are participating. Not a single member from those who followed the Knight faction before joining the alliance has been deployed. I'm certain that if Grant weren't the leader of the alliance and had to set an example, it wouldn't make sense for the Knights to send no one. Otherwise, the Knights would likely not have participated in today's siege at all.
The alliance treaty clearly states that all members have an obligation to assist the alliance in achieving victory. Now that Grandmaster Grante has allocated forces this way, how can we possibly accept it? Why are only us minor factions being sent to their deaths? By the end of his speech, the leader of the Thieves faction wore a look of anger on his face. No sooner had he finished speaking than the warrior faction leader chimed in. This petition is meant to show Grante our strength, to make him understand we won't be pushed around. If the next battle is handled this way again, it won't be as simple as just submitting a petition. Our petition now is to prepare for troop allocation in the next battle. If you don't join us, be warned, Gurant might assign you to the vanguard next time war breaks out. So, you see. The warrior faction leader was still ranting when he noticed Yifeng had abruptly stood up and left the tent. Yifeng pulled back the flap, and a bone-chilling wind swept in. It was late autumn in the inheritance realm, and nighttime temperatures had dropped to near freezing levels. Braving the biting cold, Yifeng walked step by step toward his own tent. Those two are quite cunning, one playing the good cop, the other the bad cop, trying to lure me into their ranks. Oomph. Two fourth-tier professionals trying to show off to Grante? To put it bluntly, a single spit from Grante could knock them both flat on their backs. It's only the alliance treaty that prevents us from taking direct action against them. Still, high-tier professionals remain untouchable. But that wasn't why Yifeng refused them. Yifeng coveted the resources within the sacred grounds. Winning the sacred grounds conflict on his own was impossible. He still needed the Knight faction. Going against Grandant, the alliance leader, now would be no different from provoking little cutie. As for the warrior faction leader's threats, poof. Yifeng didn't give it a second thought. Gurant would never let him serve as the vanguard. Today's troop deployment made that abundantly clear. The factions loyal to Grante from the outside were well protected by him and hadn't participated in the battle at all. To Grante, they were his own people. The battle for the Holy Land was far from over, so naturally he would preserve the strength of his own people as much as possible. This applied to outsiders, and naturally even more so to Yifeng, who was practically his own. In truth, Yifeng's skeleton army was better suited as cannon fodder, designed to absorb enemy firepower during sieges. In one-on-one combat, a first-tier skeleton could never defeat a first-tier professional. To maximize the use of available forces, the better approach was to deploy the weaker skeletons as cannon fodder while reserving the more combat-capable professionals. But Grante didn't do that. Instead, he sent his knights and rogues to be cannon fodder. Yifeng spent the entire night watching this farce unfold from the rear. Gurant's decision stemmed from two reasons. First, he understood the Netherflame system and recognized how modifying skeletons boosted Yifeng's combat effectiveness. Second, Yifeng had firmly chosen the Knight faction over the Mage faction earlier. As someone from the capital's university, Yifeng was considered a half-blooded loyalist in Grante's eyes. The strength of one's own people must naturally be preserved. Outsiders die first. Returning to his own tent, Yifeng pulled out the upper volume of the necromantic Netherflame system compendium and began studying transcendent arts. He chose not to sleep. That group's petition was due tonight. Tonight would be lively. Yifeng was eager to see how Grante would handle this incident, to witness the methods Grante employed. The cohesion of the Knight faction's coalition was woefully inadequate. In this state, they stood no chance of winning the Holy Land conflict. They'd struggle even to defeat the Nohai University alliance. If Grante had no real skill, then Yifeng had truly backed the wrong horse. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. At midnight, Yifeng heard commotion outside his tent. A multitude of footsteps approached his encampment. A sharp gleam flashed in Yifeng's eyes. His tent was right next to Grante's. Something was definitely up. Sure enough, half an hour later, a Knight faction guard arrived to summon Yifeng to the main tent for a meeting. Chapter 124, Brilliant. The atmosphere inside the main tent was tense. Over a dozen faction leaders stood confronting Gulant, seething with fury. Joey Feng stood firmly in front of Gulant, his eyes blazing with uncontrollable fury. What do you think you're doing? Are you plotting a rebellion? Joey Feng bellowed at the top of his lungs, but the faction leaders paid him no mind, a mere third-tier professional, instead directing their fury at Gulanter seated at the table. Lord Alliance Leader. We've been on the march for 2 days and nights. Our brothers are exhausted. We beg you to order a ceasefire, the leaders shouted in unison. Joey Feng immediately roared back, those aren't the issues at hand. The timing of the ceasefire is entirely up to the Alliance Leader. But the response from across the table was even harsher. Get lost. We'll speak with the Alliance Leader ourselves. In an instant, chaos erupted within the main tent. Boom! Gurant stomped his foot, causing the earth to tremble. This terrifying display instantly silenced the crowd. Gurant spoke casually, we have only a 15-day window. The offensive must not cease. Gentlemen, if we're talking about fatigue, it's not just your men who are weary. My knights are also fighting tooth and nail. When the chieftains arrived, each stood tall and imposing, vowing relentless pursuit until justice was served. But the moment they faced Gulanter, they instantly backed down. After Gulant finished speaking, not a single voice dared to challenge him. Finally, the hot-tempered warrior chief spoke up, trembling with fear. Honorable Alliance leader, it's not that we fear exhaustion or casualties. It's just that we feel deeply unjustified. My brothers are still fighting fiercely beneath the city walls, yet some sects haven't sent a single man. They refuse to serve you. The warrior faction leader was clever enough not to accuse Gulant of favoring his favored factions directly. Instead, he framed it as those favored factions choosing not to participate in the battle. Oomph. Guren's lips curled into a cold smile. I understand your meaning. You're implying I'm biased, aren't you? Refusing to send those allied with the Knight sect into battle? Guren suddenly shifted his tone, his voice turning icy. But think about it, if I were truly biased, would I send my own knights to charge into battle? Ha! You're the damn leader. If you won't even lift a finger in battle, how can we win? You're just fooling us, the warrior faction leader raged inwardly. Outwardly, however, his words remained respectful. No, I absolutely did not mean to accuse you, Lord Alliance leader. What I meant was, many hands make light work. If all factions sent troops to fight, I believe we could crush the Nohai Alliance swiftly. Determined not to let the matter drop, the warrior faction leader skillfully steered the conversation back on track. This way, he avoided offending Grante while directing the blame squarely at the factions that hadn't joined the fight. Right. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Right. I agree with this idea too. The major leaders all chimed in agreement. The bandit leader at the rear narrowed his eyes at Grante, thinking to himself, let's see what you have to say now. Ha 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 ha. Grante suddenly burst into laughter. Circling the warrior faction leader twice, he then looked up at the assembled leaders and declared. You lot. You're all finding new ways to accuse me of favoritism. Fine. Since you insist on pursuing this matter, I'll tell you plainly. For those who didn't participate in the battle, I have other arrangements. With a nod from Grante, Joey Feng immediately understood. He hurriedly opened the magical map on the wall, taking 3 steps in 2. Guren pointed at the magical map on the wall and said, for the factions not participating in the battle, I've already organized them to launch a flanking ambush. As everyone knows, besides the Rock Forest, the No Alliance has another stronghold, the Secret Medicine Forest. Guren pointed to a forest marked on the map. Everyone followed his gaze. The medicinal forest was well known for its abundance of healing herbs, making it a crucial logistical supply point. The No Alliance had seized it upon their arrival. Guren continued, I plan to have them launch a surprise attack on the medicinal forest, seizing the No Alliance's logistics base in one fell swoop. Since it's a surprise attack, it requires secrecy, which is why I didn't inform you all. This misunderstanding arose, leading everyone to believe I was biased. But now that things have escalated to this point, I have no choice but to explain. As he spoke, Grante wore a look of genuine distress. But that's not all. Durant continued. After capturing the enemy's logistics base, this group can launch an attack from the rear, pincering the enemy alongside our main forces. After finishing his speech, Grant calmly looked around at the group. The others were momentarily at a loss for words. The bandit leader at the rear lowered his head, hiding the anger in his eyes. Durant was still trying to manipulate them. The Secret Medicine Forest was a major resource hub, guarded by a full 100,000 troops of the Nohai Alliance. Attacking it with less than tens of thousands of men was utterly preposterous. How could the movement of tens of thousands possibly go unnoticed? What the hell kind of secret is that? And a surprise attack? We're not little kids. This sounded like a flimsy excuse Gulant had just made up on the spot to fool them. But the moment the surprise attack plan was voiced, the major leaders instantly lost their reason to cause trouble. Originally, Grant had been protecting his own by sending outsiders to their deaths. With this new justification, even though the chieftain's combat strength was far inferior to Grant's, they still had the nerve to cause trouble. Because it just looked too pathetic. But once the surprise attack plan was proposed, even if it was improvised on the spot, it ultimately cleared Grant of suspicion for protecting his own. The chieftains lost their justification for causing trouble. Brilliant! This Gulant has some skill after all, Yi Feng, watching the spectacle unfold, silently praised inwardly. He instantly saw through Grante's scheme. If it were me, I'd do the same. Aren't you all just putting in the hours without putting in the effort? Then I'll deploy my loyalists, leaving only you to do the heavy lifting. See what excuses you have then. Use your lives to wear down the enemy. Once you've weakened them sufficiently, I'll send in my loyalists who are willing to fight. But doing it this way, even if we force these men into battle, their cohesion will still be lacking. These men will surely resent it, and their fighting spirit will remain low. How do you propose to resolve this issue? Yi Feng turned to look at Grante. Unfortunately, Yi Feng would not receive an answer today, for Joey Feng had already signaled for them to leave. The people in the main tent gradually dispersed. Chapter 125, Cataclysmic Change. Put. Once everyone had exited, Grante spat viciously in the direction they had departed. A bunch of lowly commoners dared to stage a coup. In a couple of days, I'll make sure you know exactly how to address me. Guren's face was now twisted with cold, ruthless fury. My money isn't so easy to take. He had plotted the raid on the secret potion forest for a long time. This scheme would allow him to resolve the wavering loyalty of his subordinates in one fell swoop, helping him solidify his authority completely. To attract more followers to the Knight faction, Grante had no choice but to offer an exceptionally lenient alliance agreement far more generous than the mage faction's terms, bordering on an equal partnership. Moreover, the profit-sharing ratio was slightly higher than that of the law faction. This concession was born of necessity. The law faction's appeal was simply too overwhelming. On the battlefield, the magical order deployed vast armies of beasts as vanguards, significantly reducing casualties among practitioners, a feature highly appealing to neutral factions. After all, they were here for profit. Which side they joined was irrelevant. Had Grante not offered more lenient covenants and a larger share of the spoils, the Knight faction's forces would be far weaker today, while the mage faction's strength would be considerably greater. But while this approach attracted recruits, the overly lenient terms left him, the alliance leader, with little authority, resulting in the entire coalition's combat effectiveness being subpar. But Grant isn't some pushover. He dared to do this precisely because he had a plan in place. Just wait and see. The night passed swiftly. Blood and flesh scattered beneath the rock forest. Despite the charging Knight faction coalition forces doing everything they could to slack off and protect themselves, they had fought all night long. By dawn, casualties were heavy on both sides. Compounded by the mounting resentment among the besieging forces, Zhou Weifeng finally issued the order to withdraw under immense pressure. No sooner had the main force withdrawn than the rear assault unit launched its attack. With Grante's vigorous support, the strike force swelled to 80,000 troops. Even the Knight faction's own trained beastmasters were deployed. Watching the assault force depart, Yifeng felt a pang of surprise. Gurent hadn't included him in the ambush. Those previously shielded from combat by Grante were now almost entirely deployed. First, he won't let me join the siege. Now, he won't let me join the raid either. Is Grante really this kind to me? Who cares? If Grante didn't give Yifeng anything to do, Yifeng was perfectly content with the downtime. After all, this was only the first battle. Plenty of opportunities to shine would come later. After a day and a half of relentless pursuit, the assault force finally caught sight of the contours of the secret medicine forest. Kuei-Luan raised his hand, signaling the troops to halt. He was the overall commander of this raid. Upon learning that Grante was preparing an expeditionary force, Quillen immediately sought him out to request participation. Ghoul Ant readily agreed. This significantly increased Quillen's regard for Ghoul Ant. Over the past 2 days, he had observed Grunt's actions closely. Grunt had skillfully preserved the strength of their faction, which had long been aligned with the Knight faction. Though somewhat moved, Quillen knew he still had to play his hand. He had no choice. He was under performance metrics this time. If his faction suffered too many casualties, even as a member of the Kuei bloodline, he would face the family's disciplinary measures upon his return. The Shadow Warrior sect built its reputation on assassination, fully aware of the lethality of its assassins. Consequently, they imposed extremely strict requirements on their members, and their family discipline was brutally harsh. Gouging out eyes and chopping off feet were common punishments. So I can only minimize combat involvement for my people to reduce casualties. Like now. With that thought, Kuei-Luan immediately issued his orders. The men had been on the march for a day and night. Tonight, they would camp here and rest. Whatever needed to be done could wait until tomorrow. Kuei-Luan's orders were swiftly relayed, and the army gradually began to move. Kuei-Luan then ordered the construction of fortifications, preparing for a protracted campaign. He understood Grante's mindset perfectly. Withholding his loyalist forces from the front lines might work once or twice, but if it happened repeatedly, the other factions would inevitably stir up trouble. This was why Grante had orchestrated the ambush plan, deploying his own men. Now, only the non-favorite factions remained on the main battlefield. They had no choice but to fight. As for whether his own forces could capture the secret medicine forest, Quillen cared little. Their mission was half accomplished simply by deploying this force. As long as he brought the assault unit back intact, Grant would have little grounds for complaint. Whether they won or lost? That was Grante's headache. Outside the inheritance realm, on the sacred mountain, 2 7th-tier practitioners descended slowly. This must correspond to the location of the secret medicine forest within the inheritance space, correct? An elder knight inquired. The knight holding the compass nodded slowly. It should be here. The compass never errs. Then I shall begin. The young master must be impatiently waiting. With that, the elder knight produced a black, spherical cage. A faint glow flickered from his hand, instantly unlocking the cage. A monstrous beast with thousands of serpentine heads burst forth. The round cage still emitted a faint glow, suppressing the monstrous serpent and keeping it in a miniature form, masking its aura. Go! The old knight pointed distantly, and one of the serpent heads split off, sinking into the sacred mountain. Inheritance realm, secret medicine forest.
Xiaoluan, overseeing the fortifications, suddenly sensed something and looked up in horror.
A gaping maw descended from the sky, swallowing thousands whole as the entire camp was instantly obliterated. Watching the scene unfold, the knight holding the compass declared, "Let's play this out to the end.
Command the thousand-headed serpent to take a stroll through the secret medicine forest and devour some choice morsels."
Understood, the veteran knight replied. "While you're at it, have it visit other places too. Swallow more, or it'll just seem a bit odd."
Beneath the rock forest, the main front of the Knight Alliance's battlefield had now fallen silent. After 3 days of fighting, the first 2 lines of defense held by the No Alliance had fallen, leaving only the final line remaining.
At the first line, the Knight faction deployed vast numbers of Earth Elemental mages to wear down the defenses, finally seizing control of the city walls. The second line was breached by the Knights faction through sheer numbers. The result, however, was heavy casualties among the smaller factions, deepening their resentment toward Granite. Finally, at the third line of defense, the conflict erupted. The third line lay within range of the magic-infused cannons. Neither the mages' grinding tactics nor the swarm tactics proved effective against the relentless barrage of cannon fire. With the offensive stalled, turmoil erupted within the Knight faction's coalition. Over a dozen leaders once again joined forces to pressure the command, demanding a defensive shift. They demanded that Gurinter order them to the secret potion forest battlefield to retrieve the assault troops and redirect them to attack the city. Internal strife seemed imminent.
But the fleeing soldiers brought back earth-shattering news.
Chapter 126, No Reason. Repeat what you just said to the Alliance leader. Speak. The hot-tempered warrior chieftain yanked the defeated soldier by the collar.
The gods.
The gods raided our camp. Joey Feng kicked the defeated soldier.
God, what god? There's no such thing as gods here.
Speak properly.
The pain from the kick suddenly sobered the fleeing soldier. A 7th-tier thousand-headed serpent attacked our camp. Lord Kuerin is dead, and another 5th-tier lord was swallowed whole.
The camp is destroyed.
A demigod-level beast, the soldier howled. Hearing this, every face in the room twisted with horror. The name of the thousand-headed serpent was known to every leader present. For the thousand-headed serpent frequently roamed the continent. This creature was an extremely rare spatial-type beast, possessing 1,000 serpent heads, each capable of independently breaking through spatial barriers to enter other worlds. Thus, the thousand-headed serpent routinely dispatched its heads to hunt across different realms.
Good heavens! Could we be this unlucky? To actually encounter such a demigod creature? I'm the unluckiest one here. I encountered a thousand-headed serpent before only my weakness saved me from being devoured. Never imagined I'd nearly cross paths with it again in this lifetime. Our old leader was devoured by one of these very snakes. Gurent had no time for these whiners. He strode straight to the fleeing soldier, grabbed him by the collar, and roared. Answer me. Where are the others? Where are they? Eaten? The defeated soldier felt his breath catch in his throat, shaking his head frantically. No. We're too weak. The thousand-headed serpent didn't bother with us. It only devoured 2 5th-rank elders. How many men did we lose in total? Gronte continued to roar. Just over 3,000. The thousand-headed serpent only took a bite when it came to us. Those 3,000 plus were only devoured because they were near the 2 5th-rank elders. Huff. Gurent took 2 deep breaths. Thank goodness. The main army remains intact. After Gronte fell silent, the hall was filled with quiet. Yi Fong, standing nearby, frowned. Something's off. Everyone. After a long pause, Gronte was the first to break the silence. Do your best to gather the scattered troops. I'll personally lead the assault in the next engagement. No one responded to Gronte's words. Their losses this time were simply too heavy. 2 5th-tier combatants were gone. The others were momentarily at a loss. Go. As the group began to withdraw one by one, Gronte suddenly spoke again. Everyone, keep an eye on the Shadow Warrior sect members. Make sure to placate them properly to avoid any trouble. Only after Gronte's reminder did they recall this peculiar sect. Now that Karan was dead, according to the Shadow Warrior sect's rules, most of the assassins who had accompanied him would have to be buried alive alongside him. The rest would be demoted to slavery. These assassins were desperate men. Without placating them under such circumstances, who knew what these desperate souls might do when facing unjust deaths? Only after the crowd dispersed did Gronte's smile emerge. The first step is complete. Within the Shadow Warrior faction's camp, Liao Yen, leader of the patrol division, was tallying the surviving assassins. Gurent had entrusted him with the task of reassuring the Shadow Warrior faction's operatives. Are those 6,000 still unwilling to return? A 4th-tier patrol guard shook his head. No, they refuse. We've pleaded with them countless times, but they're dead set on staying. They all claim they never intend to leave. They plan to spend the rest of their lives within the Glory Legacy. Over a dozen even attacked our envoys. Oomph. Liao Yen gave a cold laugh. Go find them again. These people are all little darlings. They don't know the truth.
Tell them that once the inheritance space closes, everyone will be expelled.
They can only leave with us. Thinking they can survive by hiding here is impossible. Otherwise, why would all those 4th-tier practitioners from the Shadow Warrior sect be willing to return? Yes. I'll go immediately. After dismissing his subordinate, Liao Yan continued taking roll call. Due to the sudden turn of events, Grante ordered a temporary ceasefire for the day, granting a day to reorganize the troops. Within the rock forest,
Feng Yuan, leveraging his substantial wealth and intelligence network, had pieced together a clear picture of the events unfolding within the Night faction over the past few days.
Staring at the intelligence in his hands, Rekro slammed the table in excitement. Excellent! Excellent!
This means Granite has lost 2 5th-rank generals, plus an entire Shadow Warrior faction.
Exactly. Lojad chimed in. According to the Shadow Warriors code, most of the remaining assassins will likely be executed. Oomph. Now the assassins won't be in the mood to fight for Grante anymore.
I propose we seize this moment to counterattack the Night sect.
What do you two think? Feng Yuan chimed in. Well, hearing this proposal, both men hesitated. Don't you find this situation rather suspicious? Lojade pondered for a moment before voicing his doubt. Feng Yuan nodded.
It is indeed a bit strange. I even suspect it was Grante who lured the 1,000-headed serpent here, Rekro declared, his words startling. I don't think so, Feng Yuan voiced his opinion. I don't think so either, Lojade agreed with Feng Yuan's assessment. Feng Yuan explained, killing Quillen, the leader of the Shadow Warrior faction, and Tien, the leader of the Giant faction, brings him no benefit whatsoever. If Grante wanted to eliminate faction leaders, his goal would be to absorb their followers. It's common knowledge that Gulen's alliance terms are lenient, leading factions under him to constantly cut corners. The combat effectiveness of the Night faction alliance has never improved. But the Shadow Warriors are unique. With Queren dead, all the other assassins would follow him in death. With their lives on the line, who would have the will to fight for Gulant? Their combat effectiveness would be utterly destroyed. Even if Grante leverages the Knight's authority to spare the assassins' lives in exchange, how many could he truly protect? A dozen or so might be manageable, but saving more would mean openly defying the Shadow Warriors. Is the Night faction prepared to sever ties with the Shadow Warrior faction entirely? Would Grante's father and the Night faction's leadership permit that? The assassins aren't fools. They won't blindly trust empty promises. As for the murder of Iron Rock, leader of the Giant faction, that provides even less justification. Both the Giant clan and the Night clan are renowned for their formidable physical combat prowess. The Giant clan has been allied with the Night clan for nearly a century. The two factions have always maintained a close and friendly relationship. Ever since entering the Inheritance Realm, the Giant faction has cooperated fully with Grante, executing his orders without question. Why would he kill Iron Rock and annex the Giant faction? There's no reason. Wo Rekro sucked in a sharp breath. You're right. Chapter 127, I believe in you. Should we seize the moment and launch a counterattack? Feng Yuan voiced his proposal once more. The two still harbored reservations and didn't immediately agree. They pressed further. Do you think we stand a good chance? Hi. Feng Yuan answered confidently. They currently have only around 200,000 troops, and that includes the hordes of beasts and spirit realm creatures. Meanwhile, our professional fighters alone number over 150,000. Including the beast legions, our forces approach 400,000. The Nohai Alliance, backed by every merchant guild on the continent, possessed staggering wealth. They had spent heavily to hire over a dozen mercenary companies, giving them overwhelming numerical superiority over the Night Mage Alliance. In terms of high-tier combat power, having lost 2 5th-tier combatants, the Night faction now has only 4 5th-tier practitioners, while we possess a full 8 5th-tier professionals. The remaining 5th-tier professionals can directly slaughter lower-tier professionals on the battlefield. From these two perspectives, there's absolutely no possibility of losing. The only variable is Grante. At the mention of Grante, the three men instinctively grew solemn. There was no helping it. Guren's oppressive presence was simply overwhelming. The man was a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. A 4th-tier professional who could easily overpower 5th-tier opponents. But don't worry, gentlemen, Feng Yuan smiled reassuringly. I have a secret skill that can hold Grante back. Rekro and Lojade nodded without pressing further. They trusted his words implicitly. The Nohai Trading House was the continent's largest merchant guild, its foundations deep and unfathomable. To survive in the business world across the continent, one needed more than just skills. Not just Feng Yuan, both of them hailed from massive merchant houses and held their own trump cards. While they might not be a match for Grante, if cornered, they could still bite back hard enough to make him feel the sting. What do you think? After a moment's consideration, Lei and Luo concluded their odds were indeed favorable and agreed with Feng Yuan's plan. You're the leader of our Nohai Alliance. Whatever you decide, we'll support you fully. Very well. With the consent of the two guild leaders secured, Feng Yuan wasted no further words and immediately unfolded the magical map. The formation of the Nohai Alliance had primarily relied on the financial and logistical contributions of these three guilds.
As long as the three of them were in agreement, they could mobilize the bulk of the Alliance's forces. Feng Yuan pointed at the map as he slowly outlined his battle plan.
I intend to deploy 200,000 troops, while keeping 200,000 to defend Rock Forest. This time, all mercenaries will join the battle. Each of us will lead a portion of our elite forces, while the dozen or so minor guilds remain behind to defend the city.
Mentioning those dozen or so minor guilds gave Feng Yuan a headache.
He had tried every means to rally them these past days, but the leaders of those guilds remained unmoved.
And,
at the Night Faction's camp, Yi Feng knocked on the gate of the Grand Palace. He had been studying transcendental studies inside his tent when a guard suddenly entered to announce that Grante wished to see him. After a moment's thought, Yi Feng roughly guessed why Grante sought him out. With two fifth-tier masters of the Night Faction's allied forces now dead, nearly 100,000 elite troops had turned into a routed army. Though Grant had ordered all hands on deck to rally them, the process was far from swift. What was even more critical was that these nearly 100,000 elite troops were Grant's own loyal forces. Earlier, to justify his favoritism, Duelanter had sent his elite forces out to the front lines, leaving only the disloyal factions to fight on the main battlefield. However, the Night Faction had suffered an utterly disastrous turn of events this time, encountering a 1,000-headed snake in the midst of its hunt, which scattered their elite forces.
Now, Ghoul Ant was on the verge of being completely isolated.
Most of the 200,000 troops in the camp harbor resentment toward Ghoul Ant, causing today's operations to grind to a halt.
Gurant is backed into a corner now.
He's probably going to demand the 100,000 skeleton troops under my command.
Though I'm reluctant, it's not impossible, depends on what they offer.
With these thoughts, Yi Feng pushed open the door and entered Gulant's temporary palace. Upon entering, Yi Feng immediately saw Goulant seated at the table, though his complexion was far from healthy.
Gurant ordered his attendants to withdraw, gesturing for Yi Feng to take a seat.
He then cut straight to the point. You've seen the current situation.
I won't beat around the bush. I want your modified skeleton army to join the battle. Goulant emphasized the word modified heavily.
So it is about this, Yi Feng murmured, a shadow flickering in his eyes.
Time to discuss terms.
Lord Alliance Leader, that is acceptable. However, once the modified skeletons are exhausted, my combat strength will decline significantly.
At that point, I might not even be able to defeat a fourth-tier professional. Gurant waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet.
A mere 100,000 modified skeleton army won't suffice.
If I recall correctly, you're a summoner, right?
I also need you, the summoner, to call forth the armies of the spirit realm to compensate for our numerical disadvantage. Yi Feng didn't refuse outright, instead feigning a look of difficulty.
Well, Your Excellency, you know my days are numbered.
Hearing this, Grante's weary expression vanished, replaced by an amused smile.
Are you really short on lifespan? Boom!
Hearing those words, Yi Feng felt as if struck by lightning.
A look of apprehension flashed unnaturally across his face.
He truly wasn't short on lifespan, he had more than enough to live out his days.
But what did Grante mean by that? What do you mean by that, Lord Alliance Leader?
Yi Feng feigned confusion.
I'm truly running out. I have barely over a year left. Ah, very well, very well. I believe you. Gurant changed the subject abruptly, no longer dwelling on the matter. Name your price. I'll buy the 100,000 skeleton army in your possession. This. Grante's frankness caught Yi Feng off guard.
Given Grante's temperament, Yi Feng had expected him to force the issue, even preparing to go head-to-head with him. But he hadn't expected Grant to show him such respect.
The price, then. How about this? Gurant pulled a book from his spatial ring and waved it before Yi Feng. The 9 characters on the cover were crystal clear to Yi Feng Necromantic Netherflame System Compendium, Volume 2. This. Yi Feng was stunned. Not only did Grante possess the skill he prided himself on, but he also had an advanced version? Where did you get this? Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment.
Ha, no need to be surprised.
My understanding of the necromantic cataclysm runs deeper than you imagine. Gurant continued his explanation. We've naturally explored such top-tier legacies as the necrotic calamity.
But our progress hasn't been significant, probably not as deep as yours. This lower volume was surrendered by a summoner who defected to the Night Faction.
It's yours now. With that, Grante tossed the book in his hand to Yi Feng. Chapter 128, Your talent is quite impressive. Is this price sufficient? Grante inquired with a faint smile. It should be.
Whether it's enough or not, I'll give you one more item in exchange for your full support. Before Yi Feng could finish, Grante cut him off.
And let's become friends while we're at it. No problem.
Yi Feng replied decisively.
Gurant paced back and forth twice, a playful smile on his face. Originally, I intended to give you a magic essence stone for the second item. But since you mentioned your lifespan is running short, let's swap it for life essence elixir instead. 10 milliliters of life essence elixir can extend your lifespan by 5 years, preventing you from dying mid-battle from exhaustion. I'll cover the cost.
After speaking, Grante looked at Yi Feng meaningfully.
Yi Feng's hesitation vanished instantly. He declared resolutely, "It's fine, Lord Alliance Leader. Please give me the magic essence stone instead. To be honest, I actually have quite a bit of lifespan left. When I said I only had a year left, that was just me playing it down. I'm used to hiding my true strength." What a joke. That life essence might be priceless to others, but to Yifeng? 5 seconds worth. If he actually gave the essence, wouldn't he be losing his shirt? Ha 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 ha. Gurent roared with laughter. Fine, fine. I'll give you 300,000 magic essence stones. Add that to the previous 200,000, and this should be enough for you to advance to the 4th tier. Yifeng clasped his fists respectfully. In that case, I won't press for more. Just call on me when you need me. Gurent nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Grant looked at Yifeng and said, "Speaking of lifespan, let me share a few secrets that aren't really secrets with you." "Oh? Go on," Yifeng perked up his ears. "Do you know the maximum lifespans for each profession?" Yifeng shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't know low-tier practitioners had their bodies enhanced to some degree, so living past 100 wasn't a problem. He simply didn't want to interrupt Grante. Yifeng was now intensely curious to hear what Grante would say. Gurent explained, lower-tier professionals have varying lifespans depending on their physical strength. For classes like ours, knights who rely primarily on physical combat prowess, living to 120 or 130 isn't a problem. Others, like mages, whose bodies are weaker, only live slightly longer than ordinary people. But at the high-tier level, it's a whole different story. The beginning of high-tier is becoming a lawbound. After becoming a lawbound, your life is no longer sustained by cellular tissue, but by the power of the laws themselves. 5th tier practitioners can harness enough rule power to live to 200. 6th tier sees no change, still 200. But 7th tier marks another watershed. 7th and 8th tier practitioners are called demigods. Their level of rule-based existence deepens, nearly merging them with the world itself. The concept of lifespan ceases to exist for them. Though not quite immortal, living for 1,000 years or more is no problem. Oof. Now this gets interesting. Gurent took a deep drag on his cigar, then turned to ask Yifeng. The longest-lived 8th tier practitioners on the continent over the past millennium barely surpassed 300 years. Many didn't even reach 200, less than 5th tier practitioners. Hearing this, Yifeng furrowed his brow. Why is that? Gurent stubbed out his cigar and explained, because of the power of the rules. It's the power of the world itself. Mastering it isn't easy. The higher your level of rule alignment, the greater your rank and power. But simultaneously, you become more dangerous, for you may not be able to stabilize your own power. This is the power of the gods. It is both immense and maddening. It can make you powerful, but it can also kill you. Most 7th and 8th tier practitioners die because they lose control. That's precisely why I've stayed at tier 4 and dared not advance. To ascend to the 5th tier, one must introduce a force of rules equivalent to one's own power to achieve balance. Just imagine how much rule power I'd need to draw in at my current strength. I know I can't control that much rule energy, so I've been holding back my level. I see, Yifeng murmured in realization. Hearing your words is worth more than 10 years of study. I can scarcely imagine how formidable you would become, Alliance Leader, if you were to harness that power of the rules. You'd likely be able to leap 2 major tiers and take on a 7th tier professional. Gurent scoffed dismissively, it's not that simple. Fighting as 6th tier might be feasible. The power of a demigod is beyond your current comprehension. Ah! Grunt suddenly remembered something and reminded Yifeng. Don't get hung up on tiers, and definitely don't get hung up on class levels. First, about tiers. Tier doesn't necessarily correlate with combat strength. Take you, for instance. Though you're only a 3rd tier professional, you can instantly defeat 4th tier professionals. But don't get too cocky. You absolutely must remember those 4 watershed points. 3, 5, 7, 9. Fighting above your tier has its benefits, but don't overreach. Otherwise, you'll bite off more than you can chew. For example, as a 3rd tier practitioner, you shouldn't challenge a 5th tier practitioner. Their rule-based power would crush you. The primary purpose of tier levels is to indicate how many professions an opponent has fused. With sufficient knowledge of transcendent studies, you can instantly discern their potential skill set. Now, about profession levels. Gurent handed Yifeng a cigar, but Yifeng waved it away. Gulen lit his cigar and continued. Those so-called B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank professions? Just take them as a reference. The rank does reflect a profession's combat strength to some extent, but don't take it as gospel. Many professions don't live up to their ratings, SSS tier ones especially. Because there's profit to be made. Sellers of job change books force an SSS tier label onto a profession, demanding people trade nearly their entire life savings for it. When fusing classes later, don't just look at the class rank. Remember, the best choice is one that suits you, complements your combat system, and maximizes your power. Take you as an example. Since you already possess the Netherflame, your next choice should be a profession related to the Necromancer's Scourge system. That would be Necromancer.
Your optimal path is to fuse into Necromancer at Tier 5, becoming a Necromancer Summoner, then transition to Necromancer Cataclysm at Tier 7.
Start preparing for the 5th and 7th tiers early. Grante reminded him once more. Yi Fong nodded.
You're right. I can start gathering materials for the 5th tier fusion now. As for the 7th tier, no rush for now. It's not certain I'll even reach 7th tier, Yi Fong said modestly.
No. Grante shook his finger emphatically.
I can't guarantee you'll claim the Necrotic Calamity inheritance, but I'm certain you'll reach the 7th tier. Because your talent is truly exceptional.
Chapter 129, The Two-Faced Man. During that battle at Tianluo Spring Valley, the Netherflame totem you used was modified by you, right? A standard 3rd tier Netherflame totem doesn't possess such immense power.
Your ability to deduce skills from the lower volume of the Necromantic Flame System compendium based solely on the upper volume speaks volumes about your exceptional talent. With such talent, reaching 7th tier won't be difficult.
Yi Fong listened with a dazed expression, but modifying skills and advancing tiers aren't necessarily connected, right? Ha 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 ha.
Yuren chuckled, it's incredibly connected. If you can refine skills now, you'll be able to refine class advancement paths in the future.
It's all the same principle.
Before the invention of class fusion, practitioners only had 2 tiers of progression.
Upper tier and lower tier. Corresponding to the current Tier 1 and Tier 2.
This was because the innate primordial power within humans could only contain 2 tiers of magical essence. Later, people discovered the method of profession fusion. By merging primal energies that don't repel each other, they expanded the capacity of the vessel, leading to the subsequent classifications.
Yet profession fusion reached its limit at the peak of 4th tier.
Later, another genius refined class fusion by introducing the power of rules, paving the way forward. Today, methods incorporating rule power are countless. The Knight faction alone records hundreds. All refined by prodigies throughout the ages, building upon the foundational methods of the pioneers. Let me tell you, some methods are only applicable to specific professions.
This is especially true at the 7th tier.
The Knight faction never reveals methods for introducing 7th tier rule power. They only provide the foundational methods, leaving it to those aspiring to break through to the 7th tier to refine them themselves. If a practitioner aspiring to break through to the 7th tier can't even modify a method to suit their own introduction of rule power, then their advancement to the 7th tier will undoubtedly be a disaster.
Dying from internal power imbalance would be the best possible outcome. Worse still, they'll be controlled by the power of rules, lose their mind, and become madmen. Countless incidents have occurred where maddened 7th tier practitioners have gone on rampages. So that's how it is.
Yi Fong realized with a start.
What about 9th tier practitioners? 9th tier.
Grante paused before speaking.
None of the legendary 9th tier masters ever left any records of their tier for posterity. I suppose it's similar to the 7th tier.
They must use their mastery of transcendent knowledge and their own ingenuity to forge their own path to the 9th tier.
Currently, the one excelling most in this regard on the continent is the current leader of the magical arts, the Speaker of the Council.
At this point, Grante paused, gazing at Yi Fong with a furrowed brow, seemingly weighing whether to continue.
After a moment, Grante spoke again. The current Speaker of the Council may be on the verge of breaking through to the 9th tier. This is precisely why the continent remains in constant turmoil. The delicate balance among the top powers is about to collapse.
Yuren's words were startling.
7th and 8th tiers are demigods, while 9th tier is true godhood.
If the Speaker truly takes that step into the 9th tier, then... At this point, Grante fell silent. Yi Fong knew all too well what would follow. Since the passing of the Founding Father, the glorious executive, no 9th tier practitioner had ever emerged.
Currently, the highest rank on the continent was 8th tier.
Should the Speaker break through a god against demigods, it would be nothing short of slaughter. The magical faction would then dominate completely, leaving their sworn enemies, the Knight faction, utterly annihilated. While reviewing the continent's history, Yi Fong had uncovered a fascinating pattern. Each time a 9th tier practitioner emerged, it coincided with a dynastic change.
Consider this: possessing unrivaled power, a 9th tier professional could, if they so desired, transform even a modern society into an empire.
In today's context, perhaps the time for another dynastic shift is approaching.
After graduation, you absolutely must join the council. Grante urged.
Only in the parliament will you see what the most forward-thinking minds are doing.
Otherwise, you'll be left behind. Yi Fong nodded.
Director Mu also mentioned he intends to support my candidacy for parliament.
Yuren looked at Yi Fong with surprise, his gaze oddly appraising. After a moment, he grumbled, that old Mu.
Seems you still don't understand the rules of the current parliament. Running under the Knight faction banner isn't exactly a smart move these days.
This time, it was Yi Fong's turn to be taken aback. You don't want me to become a Knight faction counselor? Yuren sighed with a wry smile. Of course I do. But it wouldn't be good for you. We're already bearing the brunt of the law faction's full force. If you get dragged into this... Yuren didn't finish the sentence. Instead, he changed the subject. For you, the best choice right now is to join the Necromancer faction.
They possess everything you need to advance to the 5th tier.
Entering the council as a neutral faction representative is your most advantageous path.
The necromancers, Yi Fong murmured, committing the name to memory.
I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Gurent waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me. I'm the one getting the bargain here. You have potential.
Even if I hadn't told you this, others would eventually point it out to you.
Why not build goodwill with you? Might as well be me.
I seek no reward. Should you grow powerful in the future, I would be eternally grateful if you'd consider me first when forming alliances.
These words surprised Yi Fong.
Grant had shed his usual arrogance, domineering nature, and hot-tempered demeanor. His tone was remarkably gentle, now resembling a genuine senior mentor guiding a junior.
Noticing Yi Fong's unease, Grante chuckled. What's wrong? Does it feel like I'm not my usual self?
Truthfully, because of my mother, I was a pushover as a child. But to shoulder the family legacy and raise the banner of the Knight faction, I had to adopt the demeanor of a tyrant.
It took me suffering many losses before I could forge the second persona. Enough of that.
The urgent task at hand is defeating the No-High Alliance.
A week has passed and we've barely made any progress.
At this mention, Yi Fong's expression grew grave. Half the time agreed upon with the Law faction had already passed, yet they had only captured 2 walls, with one still standing before them.
But taking the final wall wouldn't guarantee victory. Protected by the walls, the No Alliance suffered minimal losses, while the Knight faction alliance bore heavy casualties. Only after breaching the final wall did the true battle between the two sides begin.
Seeing Yi Fong's anxious expression, Grante patted his shoulder reassuringly.
Don't worry. Mark my words.
Within 3 days, I won't just swallow the No-High Alliance, I'll unify our internal factions, firmly establish my authority as leader, and ensure no one dares to be half-hearted or slack off again.
Chapter 130, Counterattack.
Stepping out of the imperial residence, Yi Fong walked with his head bowed, replaying their conversation. Yi Fong hadn't expected Grante to have this side to him.
Gurent's words had undoubtedly opened a window of insight for Yi Fong.
It made Yi Fong realize just how crucial transcendent knowledge was for leveling up. His original plan had been to obtain the Necromancer Advancement Manual from the Legacy of the Undead Cataclysm, then seek a method to advance to the 5th tier within the sacred grounds. But after speaking with Grante, Yi Fong changed his mind. He now intended to seek the Necromancer's job change scroll from the Necromancer faction. As for the method to advance to the 5th tier, Yi Fong no longer planned to obtain it from the Holy Land. Instead, he would refine a method tailored to his own rules-based power introduction, a promotion path designed specifically for the Necromancer's plague. Lost in thought, Yi Fong's attention was drawn to the sky's commotion. Multicolored beams of light streaked through the sky, hurtling toward his position.
Enemy attack! Enemy attack! As the 2 enemy alerts rang out, Yi Fong finally made out the nature of those lights. Elemental mage spells. The No Alliance is attacking.
Yi Fong summoned his lightning spirit and ascended to the camp's ramparts. Looking out, he saw a vast horde of monstrous beasts charging at the forefront, numbering over 100,000. Following closely behind were over a dozen legions of professionals clad in uniform attire. Dozens of banners fluttered in the wind. The designs on the banners featured a sword and shield at the top, while the lower sections varied, some bore flowers, others skulls, and so forth. Yi Fong recognized these emblems. Similar banners existed within the Knight Alliance, though they were far less common. Medium-short heavy swords were mounted on shields, the emblem of mercenaries. Behind the mercenary army marched the merchant guild forces, composed of professionals clad in diverse attire.
It's over, it's over. The No Alliance is attacking. What do we do? What do we do? Where's my weapon? Has anyone seen my weapon?
The No Alliance's attack was too sudden. Coupled with Grante's focus on rallying the retreating troops, he hadn't issued any advance orders.
The completely unprepared Knight faction coalition instantly descended into chaos.
Yi Fong grabbed a panicking soldier beside him.
What's the panic for?
Yi Fong flicked open a spatial ring, pulling out a black cloak to drape over his shoulders.
The Knight faction's coalition was hastily assembled, its members drawn from every corner of the continent. Many did not even know each other. To facilitate command and management, the Knight faction issued cloaks to each high-ranking member for identification. The cloak's colors signified rank, divided into 5 tiers: white, black, blue, green, and yellow. White represented the highest rank, reserved solely for the alliance leader, Grante. Black ranked second. Possessing a black cloak signified Yi Fong's status within the alliance as second only to Grante himself. Yi Fong himself possessed peak 4th tier combat strength and commanded an army of 100,000 troops. His importance was no less than that of a 5th tier professional, thus earning him the exceptional privilege of a black cloak. Once cloaked, Yi Fong immediately began issuing orders. Hold your positions. Form up according to standard combat formations. Everyone report to their respective superiors. The sight of the black cloak instantly calmed the panicked crowd. Everyone knew the black cloak was reserved for 5th tier professionals. With such a figure on the front lines, their chances of survival soared.
Simultaneously, 4 figures, 3 clad in black and 1 in white, dispersed along the city walls. Under the pressure exerted by Yi Fang and his 4 companions, the Night Faction's allied forces quickly stabilized. The Noah Alliance advanced with blinding speed, charging toward the Night Faction's camp as if possessed. Closer. Closer still. Almost there, almost there. Yi Fang narrowed his eyes, fixated on the vanguard of the Noah Alliance forces. Right here. Snap. As the vanguard of the Noah High Alliance reached their designated position, Yi Fang snapped his fingers. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted within the vanguard of the Noah Sea Alliance forces, engulfing the beast army in a sky-filling black inferno. In an instant, the screams of the beasts filled the air. Soul-piercing agony caused countless beasts to writhe on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the black flames consuming them. But it was futile. Monsters possessed no spiritual intelligence. How could soul flames be extinguished by physical means? The writhing beasts caused immense chaos among the vanguard of the Noah Alliance forces. Stampedes erupted everywhere. The Noah Alliance's offensive was abruptly forced to slow. Surveying his handiwork, Yi Fang gave a cold, wry smile. On the very first night after arriving at the rock forest, Yi Fang had buried tens of thousands of first-tier netherflame totems near the camp. He chose first-tier totems over higher-tier or stacked ones because expecting to precisely detonate traps to kill enemy high-tier professionals amidst a battlefield of hundreds of thousands was pure wishful thinking. Moreover, Yi Fang's modified skeletons were limited, and he needed to conserve them for the high-tier battles ahead. Thus, using first-tier netherflame totems as traps offered the best cost-effectiveness. Another advantage of using first-tier soul flame totems was that they didn't kill instantly. However, once touched by the soul flames, the pain becomes unbearable, creating chaos among the enemy ranks. In a military formation numbering hundreds of thousands, once chaos erupts, trampling to death several thousand soldiers is perfectly normal. The skill Yi Fang had just unleashed was Yen Explosion, an area of effect attack. A single Tier 1 totem detonated by Yen Explosion covered roughly 4 to 5 meters, averaging 3 to 4 beasts caught in the blast. With a single flame burst, Yi Fang rendered at least 30,000 beasts of the Noah High Alliance combat ineffective. Moreover, it threw the vanguard of the Noah Alliance into disarray, slowing their advance. Boom! 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 As Yi Fang contemplated the situation, the deafening explosions of elemental magic and magic-infused cannons echoed in his ears. Looking up, Yi Fang saw the Noah Alliance's magic-infused cannons and elemental magic unleashing their full firepower. Their target, the disorganized vanguard. Shells rained down, pounding the chaotic beasts scrambling across the ground. Within mere minutes, the chaos-inducing beasts were completely cleared away by their own forces. The vanguard's offensive surged forward with sudden, fierce momentum. Decisive! Yi Fang murmured in admiration. But the time gained was sufficient. Under the command of the 5 leaders, the Night Faction Alliance had now fully regrouped. Fire! At Grante's command, the magic-infused cannons roared to life, and the mages unleashed their spells. But it was of little use. The vanguard of the Noah Alliance had already reached the city gates. The vanguard of monstrous beasts parted, and one by one, iron-head rhinos charged forth from the center of the formation, their spears aimed directly at the city gates. The ranged firepower of the Night Faction Alliance instantly shifted focus, redirecting their targets toward the iron-head rhinos. Yi Fang continuously hurled totems. But the effect was poor. The sheer numbers of iron-head rhinos were overwhelming. Under the near-frenzied assault of the Noah Alliance, the makeshift gate erected by the Night Faction collapsed with a thunderous crash. Hordes of monstrous beasts poured through the city gates. Chapter 131, Deconstructing the Tide. Burent! Come out and die! With a thunderous shout, 8 5th-tier professionals simultaneously took to the air, soaring toward the city walls. Protect the walls! Grante simultaneously issued the command to Yi Fang and the other 3 via telepathy. The city walls were crucial. Nearly all the supplies of the Night Faction Alliance were stored within the camp. Moreover, if the walls fell, the Night Faction Alliance would be exposed to the iron hooves of over 100,000 beasts. This was Grante's greatest fear. The inheritance realm teemed with beasts. Even if they perished, as long as the spirit summoning professionals remained, they could be replenished within days. But if the practitioners perish, Grante won't conjure them back from the dead. With their numbers dwindling and the monster's growing strength, after a few battles, Grante would be finished. We cannot let those 8 5th-tier practitioners get a chance to breach the walls. You 3 5th-tier practitioners take 3 sections. The remaining 4 are mine. Yi Fang, head to my palace. I'm handing over battlefield command to you. As the final transmission ended, Grante and the other 4 5th-tier professionals launched themselves forward, instantly intercepting the 8 opposing professionals. Lord Tianqing, it's been a while, Liao Yan smiled. So it is you, Lord Liao Yan. I recall we once conducted business together. Tianqing replied courteously. Indeed, there is a bond between us. But now we are enemies. Let's fight first and talk later. Liao Yan suddenly lunged forward, charging straight at Tianqing. Very well. Last time we didn't settle the score. Let's see how it goes today.
Tianqing confidently met the attack.
The remaining two 5th-tier professionals of the Night faction each found their old rivals.
3 battle groups instantly formed in the sky. Young Master Gu, it's been a while.
Please convey my regards to His Excellency the Magistrate, Feng Yuan said with a faint smile. Gulant feigned opening his mouth to return the greeting, but his body suddenly shot sideways, delivering a punch that slammed into another 5th-tier professional charging at full speed. Mrs.
Where do you think you're going? Mrs. took the heavy blow, her body hammered downward by the immense force. I'm still here. You dare to bypass me? You clearly don't hold me in high regard. Urant flashed beneath Mrs. and unleashed another ordinary heavy punch. Mrs.'s life hung in the balance. Skill trend deconstruction. Feng Yuan struck suddenly, landing a skill on Missy's body. Pop.
As Granite's fist struck, Mrs.'s body exploded like a water-filled balloon, shattering into fragments as water splashed everywhere.
Feng Yuan twisted his hand, and the scattered droplets converged toward the center, gradually coalescing into a human form and solidifying into flesh.
As the skill faded, Mrs. gasped for breath, staring at Grant in sheer terror. He knew Grante possessed extraordinary combat prowess, but never imagined it would be this formidable. Just 2 rounds of raw physical force nearly killed him. As Grante rose to attack again, Feng Yuan, Recro, and Lo Jade acted in unison, denying him another chance.
The 3 struck simultaneously, halting Grante in his tracks. The 4 exchanged glances before forming a square formation to encircle Grant. Durant roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Now we're talking. You're just a 5th-tier professional. Stop obsessing over my city walls. Come on, let me see what you 4 are made of. The 4 remained silent, each unleashing their most powerful skills. The most elite 5th-tier clash of the battle erupted with brutal intensity. Yifeng commanded from Grante's palace, directing the Night faction's allied forces to seal the breach in the city walls and eliminate the beasts that had breached the camp. At Yifeng's command, a squad of 4th-tier professionals escorted over a dozen earth elemental mages to the city gate to repair the damaged structure. As for the beasts rampaging through the camp, Yifeng spared the Night faction coalition any trouble. He had already unleashed his skeleton army to eliminate them. Yifeng handled each task methodically. Under Yifeng's command, all ranged firepower was directed at the earth elemental mages outside the city walls. After several 5th-tier professionals from the Night faction were redeployed, the earth elemental mages of the Noah Alliance swiftly approached the city walls, engaging in a fierce battle with the Night faction's earth elemental mages for control of the fortifications. Yifeng used Grante's voice transmission device to constantly direct the bombardment of the magic-infused cannons. He understood the critical importance of the walls. They absolutely could not be lost. Under Yifeng's command, the Night faction's allied forces temporarily stabilized their position. Fortunately, Yifeng had enjoyed playing strategy command games in his previous life, and in this life, he had honed his command skills through the legacy of the Scourge. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to handle the current situation. In a moment of respite, Yifeng wiped the sweat from his brow and turned his gaze toward the 4 major battlefields unfolding in the sky. 12 5th-tier professionals had divided into 4 battle groups, locked in fierce combat. The outcome of these 5th-tier professionals was crucial. In warfare, a single 5th-tier professional equaled tens of thousands of ordinary professional soldiers. The ground battle below had reached a stalemate, and victory now hinged on the aerial combat. Whichever side's 5th-tier professionals could defeat their opponents and descend first to aid the ground forces would claim victory. Yifeng observed carefully and noticed that among the 4 battlefields, only the rear 2 were fiercely contested. The other 2 battlefields appeared to be fought with sweeping, powerful moves, though the combatants were clearly exerting themselves. However, their exchanges were noticeably slower and less intense than the other 2. Upon recognizing the faces, Yifeng understood. In the rear 2 combat groups, one featured a 5th-tier professional from the Night faction, hence the relentless intensity. The other pitted Grante against 4 5th-tier professionals. What astonished Yifeng was that despite being outnumbered 4-1, Grante was still dominating the fight, firmly holding the upper hand. A dark glow now surged around Grante's body. He must have activated some kind of enhancement skill. You're no match for him, Feng Yuan. Weak. Weak. Durant unleashed punch after punch, forcing Feng Yuan to struggle desperately to defend. Had it not been for the support of 3 5th-tier professionals by his side, he would have fallen long ago. You're far too weak. How do you expect to lead the Continental Merchants Guild with such pitiful strength? Better surrender to me now. I'll personally seek out suitable primordial energy for you in the sacred grounds to make you stronger. Boom! Durant delivered a final crushing blow, blood spilling from Feng Yuan's lips. Oomph! My water element isn't suited for brute force. What good is attacking me? Watch this move. Rushing Spirit, cage them with your massive maw. Skill Abyssal Roar Prison. Feng Yuan swept his hands backward, and a colossal sea giant's head, its jaws gaping like an abyssal maw, materialized behind Grante. The head swallowed granite whole. Come on, try punching it. This move was designed specifically to deal with you. Feng Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a sneer. Trapped within the maw, Grante lashed out in all directions, relentlessly attacking the cage, searching for a weakness.
He noticed the surrounding currents surging rapidly. Each punch was met with a torrent of water that swiftly dissipated much of its force.
Feng Yuan raised his head, signaling to the other three fifth-tier professionals. Go! The city walls. Chapter 132, Black Dragon. Feng Yuan's unexpected move trapped Grante.
Seeing this, the other three immediately broke free and flew toward the Night Order Alliance's camp.
Destroying the city walls meant winning half the battle.
Once the walls fell, they could trade worthless beasts for the precious lives of the class-based warriors.
Watching the three figures vanish into the distance, Feng Yuan's heart finally settled. He refocused his attention on the battlefield. Lord Grante, how do you like my abyssal roar cage? Feels like you've got all the strength in the world but can't use it, huh? Gurant thrashed left and right within the cage, yet could not breach its defenses. Ha! Don't waste your effort.
My abyssal roar cage is ingeniously designed. It operates on the principle of perpetual water flow, dispersing every incoming attack through the fluid's movement to every part of the skill.
Each of your strikes hits the entire cage, not a single point. It's specifically designed to counter brute force classes like yours, knights. I've concentrated all the skill's defensive power within the cage. While this leaves the exterior nearly defenseless, it vastly enhances its ability to trap enemies inside. Even a 6th-tier practitioner would struggle to escape without significant time investment. Ignoring Feng Yuan, Grante halted his assault to recover his strength, utterly unconcerned about the encampment soon to be besieged by 5th-tier practitioners. As Lojad and his two companions rapidly closed in on the Night Faction's camp walls, seemingly on the verge of success, a piercing dragon's roar suddenly echoed from within the encampment. Then, a tidal wave of overwhelming might erupted, instantly forcing many low-tier practitioners in the midst of combat to bend under its pressure. Amidst the panic of 10,000, a massive black dragon materialized above the encampment. Hearing the dragon's cry, Grante, imprisoned in his cell, sneered with disdain.
Fearing for his own safety, he had long since left his mount behind in the camp. The aura radiating from the black dragon sent shivers down the spines of every 5th-tier adventurer present. The three 5th-tier adventurers who had been rushing toward the Night Faction's camp halted immediately.
A 7th-tier black dragon. Mrs. gasped. Is this real?
Rekro asked, his voice trembling with both awe and dread.
No. The intel was wrong. Grante secretly leveled his black dragon to 7th tier.
Rojard roared. The trio turned tail and fled, for the black dragon was already soaring toward them.
Fools! What are you running for? Engage it! Feng Yuan stomped his feet in fury. 3 useless fools. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Feng Yuan turned his gaze toward the Night Faction's camp.
Despite the 7th-tier black dragon's overwhelming aura, it couldn't unleash its full power within this inheritance space. When the honorary magistrate designed this space, he assumed the continent's young talents would only reach the level of high-tier practitioners around 5th or 6th tier by their 20s.
Reaching the 7th tier was utterly impossible.
Thus, he capped combat power within the inheritance space at tier 6. Any being exceeding tier 6 would have their strength suppressed by this world upon entering. This proved true in practice. Even Yi Nanqing, the son of the chairman who enjoyed boundless professional resources from birth and had advanced his career through special means, still hadn't crossed the threshold into the 6th tier. The 3 fugitives, being scions of prominent clans themselves, were well aware of this limitation. A 7th tier black dragon, even severely suppressed, would still be a solid peak 6th tier powerhouse. What kind of combat power does peak 6th tier represent? Look at Grante, he effortlessly beats ordinary 5th tier professionals. Yet even such terrifying power still fell just short of the 6th tier.
Put. Little cutie. I'm not running. Missy cursed Feng Yuan as she fled. Run, run, run. We'll guard Grante. Let Feng Yuan handle this black dragon himself, he hasn't even pulled out his secret weapon yet.
Despite fleeing at top speed, the 3 were still caught by the black dragon.
Gritting their teeth, the trio decided. Split up. Whoever gets caught is unlucky.
With that, Lojad changed direction and dashed off to the right. Before Mrs. could react, Rekro also seized the left path, leaving only Mrs. still being pursued by the black dragon.
Hey, hey, hey! This isn't fair. Let me take the left. The right side is fine too.
Just as Mrs. was about to curse, she suddenly felt the light above her head dim.
Oh no! Mrs. plunged downward desperately, narrowly evading the dragon's claws. Save me! Save me! Lord Feng Yuan! With his life hanging by a thread, Mrs. immediately called out to Feng Yuan for help. But Feng Yuan had no time to spare for her at that moment. Feng Yuan's eyes were slightly closed, as if sensing something. After the 3 5th-tier professionals were driven off, Yi Feng's pressure eased considerably. He seized this moment to adjust his defenses, tightening his defensive lines. Phew! After completing these tasks, Yi Feng exhaled deeply and wiped the sweat from his forehead. But the next moment, Yi Feng seemed to realize something and exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no!" Boom! The sound of splashing water mingled with the crash of collapsing walls and buildings. The city wall the knights had defended to the death had collapsed. Yifeng scanned the scene. The entire frontline defense had been submerged by a massive wave that appeared out of nowhere.
Upon the crest of the wave, a human-shaped mass of water, eerily resembling Feng Yuan, stood silently beside the cage. Due to his skill, Feng Yuan's eyes remained closed. With eyes closed, he waved his hands, unleashing another skill. Several kilometers away, the water figure mirrored Feng Yuan's movements in perfect synchronization.
Another series of towering waves crashed down.
This assault completely shattered the Night Faction's city walls.
Oomph! Feng Yuan let out a cold chuckle. To ensure absolute victory, he had long ago transformed his water elemental clone into a monstrous fish-headed beast.
It had infiltrated the Vanguard as his trump card. Now that the trump card was played, the results were spectacular, instantly shattering the Night Faction's hard-fought defensive line. Roar! Durant, clearly aware of the situation outside the cage, unleashed the fury of a black dragon as it charged toward Feng Yuan.
Feng Yuan swiftly retreated toward the rear ranks.
As he departed, he glanced back at Grante.
The black dragon is coming to rescue Grante. It'll be tough for me to hold it off alone. I'll let you out. Feng Yuan did not fly far. After a short distance, he halted.
His next move depended entirely on Grante.
Durant was likely furious by now, and the Night Faction's defeat was certain. Feng Yuan feared this man might abandon the Night Faction and charge into the rock forest to slaughter indiscriminately.
The majority of the No-Hai Trading Company's main forces were still within the rock forest.
Feng Yuan had to consider their safety. Put!
The impenetrable water prison was shattered effortlessly from the outside by the black dragon.
Durant finally broke free.
The mist gradually dispersed, revealing Grante's figure.
Feng Yuan watched intently, his eyes fixed on Gulant. When the mist finally cleared, Gulant's actions left Feng Yuan utterly dumbfounded.
Not a single thing he had anticipated had come to pass.
Chapter 133, Come on, ceasefire. Durant remained seated cross-legged mid-air, muttering incantations under his breath, seemingly lost in some unknown ritual. Playing some kind of mystical trick? Has he lost his mind? Feng Yuan was deeply puzzled, a faint unease stirring in his heart. However, after surveying the battlefield, his heart settled once more.
Without the magical walls to rely on, their beast army had already begun clashing with the Night Faction's allied professionals. This was precisely the outcome Feng Yuan had sought. Use the beast army to relentlessly deplete the Night Faction's fighting strength. After all, it was merely an exploration mission for inheritance. It was impossible for any single faction to suffer total annihilation. The safeguard stipulated, should any faction suffer 70% casualties, its alliance with the coalition would automatically dissolve. This was precisely Feng Yuan's calculation. He calculated the timeline. If the battle lasted until midnight tonight, holding out for just under 10 more hours would trigger the safeguard clauses for most factions. His cage skill could be cast 5 more times, and with a few other trump cards up his sleeve, he could easily hold off Grante. Even if Grante abandoned him to join the lower battlefield, it wouldn't matter much. Even if Gulant could take out one enemy per punch, how many tens of thousands could he possibly kill before exhausting himself? Behind him in the rock forest lay nearly 200,000 troops, ready to reinforce at any moment. Having calculated everything, Feng Yuan suddenly felt victory within reach. He had already begun calculating what kind of bargaining chip he should offer to Grante. After the battle concluded, the Night Faction would naturally be absorbed. Even if the Night Faction coalition suffered heavy losses, it would still provide him with at least another 100,000 troops. Most crucially, they possessed 5th-tier combat power. He could add 4 more 5th-tier professionals to his ranks, which would give him a solid advantage over the Mage Faction in terms of high-tier combat power. With proper command afterward, defeating the Mage Faction wasn't impossible. Feng Yuan even began envisioning himself sweeping through both the Knight and Mage factions, taking control of the entire Holy Land. However, the strange transformation occurring on Grante's body snapped Feng Yuan back to reality. A blood-red glow began emanating from Gulanter, who sat cross-legged on the ground. As he chanted incantations, the crimson glow grew increasingly intense. Feng Yuan sensed something was amiss and prepared to attack Gulant. But the strange changes in the stone forest halted his offensive. Turning his gaze back, the entire stone forest was now bathed in an eerie crimson glow. As Gulant continued his incantation, the crimson glow within the stone forest grew increasingly eerie. The inscriptions on the stone pillars within the grove also began to emit an eerie, demonic red glow. Feng Yuan had studied those inscriptions before. They were the language of the Karsa tribe from the era when dragons ruled the continent. Though he couldn't decipher their meaning, he surmised they were likely ritual inscriptions, for the entire stone forest was a sacred site of worship. Wait, a ritual? Feng Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his most powerful technique and charged at Gulant. Roar! The black dragon, already poised nearby, charged forth and intercepted Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan attacked relentlessly, unleashing skill after skill upon the black dragon. Yet, faced with the enormous level disparity, his assaults proved largely ineffective. As man and dragon locked in combat, Grante suddenly snapped his eyes open. It's done, Grante murmured lightly. Above the stone forest, the sky seemed to tear open, revealing a massive, blood-red fissure that twisted and turned. Within the crimson fissure, a single eye could be faintly discerned. It's the Crimson Sovereign. Feng Yuan instantly recognized the eye's identity. Damn it! Stop, Grante. You dare sacrifice my men to the Crimson King? I'll never let you off the hook. Gurant rose slowly and said. I have stopped. I halted the ritual. Otherwise, these 20,000 souls within the city would now be in the Crimson King's belly. Feng Yuan's teeth clenched so hard they ground together. Fine. Fine. The Knight faction truly lives up to its reputation as a powerful house. How dare you use the sacrificial site of the Cash tribe from nearly 10,000 years ago? Wait. With your 4th tier power, how could you possibly activate such a massive sacrificial array? If I'm not mistaken, there should be a demigod level knight from the Knight Order outside the Sacred Mountain helping you activate it right now. You lot have no shame. You'd stoop to cheating like this? Does the Knight Order even plan to continue existing? The Glory Inheritance has been activated hundreds of times, but this is the first time we've seen such blatant cheating. Put. Disgusting scum. Once we're out of here, I'm reporting this to the council. We'll unite all the backbenchers to impeach your father. You're nothing but a bunch of lowly. What was Feng Yuan's background? With his profound insight, he instantly grasped the situation and saw through everything, erupting into furious curses. Enough. Grant waved his hand. Enough nonsense. Do as you please once you're out. For now, I hold your life in my hands. You know the current state of affairs on the continent. Yananxing's father is on the verge of a breakthrough. If I fail to obtain the Glory Inheritance this time, I cannot become the prophesied king. Gurant let out a bitter laugh. Ha! There won't be a next time. If the Knight faction falls, do you think you'll fare any better? After I'm dead, let the floods come. We're all smart people here. I won't waste words with you. Join my alliance, I'm the leader. Once we seize control of the Holy Land, you may choose any 30 ancient castles. I'll ensure the entire alliance supports your explorations. Put. Go to hell. Feng Yuan continued to curse furiously. What makes you think you can win control of the Holy Land? Right now, I don't see any advantage you have over the mages. Just by talking your way through this? By slaughtering the innocent? You killed Quillen, didn't you? Did that 1,000-faced serpent get lured in by some demigod-level knight from outside? Or did you secretly capture one yourselves? Durand remained unperturbed, first addressing Feng Yuan's questions. I didn't kill Quillen. Making him disappear for a while was just to take down the Shadow Warrior sect. As for why I won? At this point, Grante's gaze suddenly hardened with unwavering resolve. Because of myself. I am the last hope of the Knight sect. My father took the wrong path and couldn't break through the 9th rank. I must find the right one. I will find the right path. Grante roared. If I fail, once that old bastard speaker breaks through the 9th tier, our entire faction will be annihilated by the mages. Our Knight faction started as soldiers from the north. The first generation were minor military leaders, the second generation became wealthy merchants, and only the third generation produced high ranking. Through dozens of generations of torch passing, we've unified the entire continent today. Can I let a 1,000-year legacy end with me? How could I let a 1,000-year legacy end with me? Finally, Grante lowered his voice. To become king, I must seize the Holy Land. And you, to secure exclusive rights to the ancient castle, must seize the Holy Land as well. We share the same goal. Come. Cease hostilities. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Chapter 134, The Situation. Within the Knight faction alliance's camp, the professionals were dismantling the defensive structures they had previously erected, preparing to set off for the next battlefield. A palpable excitement permeated the entire camp, with many working at a noticeably brisker pace. The reason for their high spirits was two major celebrations that had occurred today. First, the Alliance leader had descended with divine might, nearly annihilating the 200,000-strong Nohai Alliance forces in the Stone Forest using a secret family technique. Using this victory as leverage, the Alliance leader forced the leader of the Nohai Alliance to submit, swallowing the entire Nohai Alliance into the Knight faction alliance through a single treaty. From this day forward, the Nohai Alliance ceased to exist. Its covenant dissolved, all personnel and resources were absorbed into the Knight faction alliance. Second, the Shadow Warrior faction leader Kueiluan and the Giant faction leader Taiyan, who had been swallowed by a demigod-level beast, were miraculously not dead. That 1,000-headed serpent was punished by the Inheritance Realm while feeding. According to those monitoring the serpent, a golden light descended from the heavens, blinding them so they could only hear the creature's agonized screams and retching sounds. When their vision returned, they saw that all those swallowed by the serpent had been vomited out. The ground was littered with corpses. Among them were members of the Nuwahai Alliance from the Secret Medicine Forest Realm. The lower-tier practitioners had been killed by the serpent's gastric juices, leaving only 4 5th-tier practitioners barely clinging to life. However, these 4 dignitaries now lay gravely wounded and unconscious. In Gurant's palace, a final pre-deployment meeting was underway.
This meeting was quite intriguing.
Grante had excluded his own loyalists and the newly allied no forces. Present were only the faction leaders who had later aligned themselves with the Knight faction alliance.
Within the meeting chamber, Gurren sat firmly in the primary seat, with Feng Yuan occupying the secondary position behind him. Although the Nohai alliance had disbanded, Feng Yuan had single-handedly established this coalition and knew it best. Gulant simply let Feng Yuan continue managing it.
Yi Feng occupied the third seat. With command over 100,000 skeletons and exceptional leadership skills, Yi Feng naturally claimed the third seat in the alliance.
Gurren's gaze swept across the assembled leaders.
Their eyes darted nervously, and a few even flashed a hint of resentment in their gaze toward Gulant.
Humph, Grunt snorted derisively.
Logically speaking, he had just led the alliance to a major victory, swallowing up the third largest faction, the Nohai alliance, adding over 300,000 troops to their ranks and countless strategic resources. His prestige should have been at its zenith, and the alliance should have been thoroughly convinced of his leadership.
Well, sort of.
The low-tier practitioners outside were indeed convinced by Grante, but that was precisely because they understood nothing. But the leaders gathered before him didn't see it that way. For they were the ones bearing the cost of this victory. Feng Yuan unleashed several tidal waves, combined with the vanguard's assault, inflicting heavy casualties on the defending factions. Gurren's own elite unit, the Night Corps, had been unquestionably positioned at the rear of the camp due to their lack of proficiency in defensive warfare, resulting in minimal casualties. Having reviewed the post-battle data, Grante knew that numerous smaller factions had already suffered casualties approaching 40% of their strength. Though still far from the 70% threshold that would automatically dissolve their alliances, they had already reached the warning line for faction evaluations. The primary purpose of major factions sending personnel to the inheritance space was to seize resources. A crucial issue in resource acquisition was cost control. If you acquire resources worth $1 million but your faction suffers heavy casualties, then the faction essentially worked for nothing. Should the losses be even greater, the faction would end up losing money on this entire inheritance space expedition. Therefore, all major factions set evaluation thresholds for their expedition leaders, assessing them based on the ratio of losses to gains.
Leaders receiving low evaluations face substantial penalties. Gurren understood this while he himself was under evaluation.
In truth, the sects had another motive for setting these red lines. It provided their own leaders with a justification to refuse the alliance leader's orders. It gave their leaders a reason to protect their sect's interests and oppose the alliance leader. For the alliance leader's commands sometimes served only the alliance's interests, not those of individual sects. Take his recent actions, for instance. The cost of the Knight faction's victory was borne entirely by these minor factions before him.
By framing it as a red line assessment, this avoids direct confrontation between faction leaders and the alliance leader.
Leaders can simply shift the blame for disobeying orders onto their factions.
What's our relationship, bro? It's not that I don't want to follow orders, but the faction behind me won't let me.
This way, whenever an order conflicts with their faction's interests, leaders can refuse under the pretext of assessment ratings without directly antagonizing the alliance leader.
Gurren knew these faction leaders now despised him intensely.
If he continued to command them without offering an explanation, their retaliation would go far beyond mere pressure to step down. The situation seemed trapped in a dilemma, yet Grante felt no regret. Given the chance again, he would do exactly the same. The combined forces of these minor factions matched his own loyal troops. How could he control them without weakening their power? As for resolving the current situation? Poof. He had already planned this before the war began. While Grante pondered, Feng Yuan behind him was far from idle. Ever since joining the alliance, Feng Yuan had never given Grante a friendly look. He had joined the Knight faction purely out of necessity. Gurren had held his 200,000 troops hostage, leaving him no choice but to submit. The thought alone made Feng Yuan seethe with anger. This should have been his victory. Even if he'd lost to a superior opponent, he could have accepted it. But the fact that Grante won by cheating? How could anyone accept that? He had already recorded the details of Grante's cheating on a scroll, waiting only to return to his own camp to send it out. Though the inheritance realm was sealed off from the outside world, did his Nuahai trading company lack special means of delivering messages? Must send. Absolutely must send. Feng Yuan seethed with indignation. Among the writing and magic factions, his preference had always been for the magic faction. The formidable strength of spirit summoners in battle was beyond question. If the Knight faction's ally forces could unite, they might still have a fighting chance. But now, oomph. While others kept their mocking laughter bottled up inside, Feng Yuan let it all out without a shred of pretense. Seeing the flashes of resentment in the eyes of the leaders before him, Feng Yuan's mood instantly lifted. Feng Yuan shot a glance at Grante and thought to himself. You treat other factions like dirt while hiding your own loyalists behind you. No wonder they despise you. Though these factions have suffered heavy losses, they still command a combined force of roughly 100,000 troops. I'll be damned if I don't see how you plan to appease them. After a long silence, Gulant, seated at the head of the table, finally spoke. Chapter 135, a bit like his father.
Gurent addressed Xin Lingyun, the acting leader of the Shadow Warrior sect, first.
Kuei-Luan lies gravely wounded and unconscious. Since your faction has elected you as acting leader, you must fulfill your duties diligently and cooperate fully with the Alliance's operations.
Hearing this, everyone in the room except Yifeng couldn't help but suppress their laughter. Feng Yuan even laughed out loud. Is that how you usually build your reputation, with smooth talk? Quite civilized.
I'd assumed you'd establish your authority through physical force.
Ha 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 ha. Feng Yuan's teasing words gave the other leaders the courage to laugh aloud. Everyone saw the Shadow Warrior sect's stance clearly.
Regardless of the murky relationship with the Shadow Warrior sect and whether they might use it to sabotage the Alliance. Given the Shadow Warrior sect's twisted internal rules, Xin Lingyun couldn't possibly cooperate fully with the Alliance's actions. Instead, his attitude would likely become even more passive.
To everyone's astonishment, Xin Lingyun nodded in agreement without uttering a word. Everyone froze in stunned silence. Feng Yuan frowned, his gaze fixed intently on Xin Lingyun, as if seeking answers in his expression.
Feeling Feng Yuan's interrogating gaze, Xin Lingyun slowly lowered his head, his thoughts drifting back to this morning. News of young Master Kuei-Luan's survival had arrived that very morning, just as he and the remaining 4th-tier practitioners of their sect gathered to discuss their next steps. The news that their young master had been killed by a demigod-level beast had caused all of them to break down in tears. According to the house rules, half of them would have to be buried alive. The 6 of them bore the brunt of this decree. The day they emerged from the glory inheritance would be their day of death. But then, Grantae delivered what he called good news. Gurent promised that if they pledged allegiance to the Knight faction and led the remaining Shadow Warrior assassins within the inheritance space to continue serving the Knights, the Knight faction would spare their lives once they emerged. Gurent laid out a detailed plan for them, assuring they needn't fear further assassination attempts from the Shadow Warrior faction. The Knight faction would relocate them to secret islands overseas, summoning them back to the mainland only when missions required their presence. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, the group deliberated for a long time before finally agreeing. They reasoned that with the Knight's strength, protecting just the 6 of them would pose no problem. Moreover, from Grantae's tone, it seemed the Knights would still need them later, implying they still held value. That's why they dared to agree. But what they never expected was that young Master Quillen hadn't died. Upon hearing this news, Xin Lingyun nearly fainted. With Quillen dead, they could have seized control of the Shadow Warriors' remaining thousands of assassins. Now that the young master had returned, their authority was gone. Once he'd outlived his usefulness, Grantae would most likely sell out his own men to win over the Shadow Warrior faction. It was all a misunderstanding. He never had to die. Now, he's been branded a traitor for good. According to their own house rules, the fate of a traitor is worse than death. In the end, it was the second son who, with his stronger nerves, suppressed his fear and uncovered the truth. The stomach acid of the 1,000-headed serpent is highly toxic. Though their young master survived, he suffered severe corrosion from the acid and is currently unconscious. Moreover, the healer indicated he likely won't regain consciousness anytime soon. Within the inheritance realm, no one has yet mastered the antidote for a demigod-level poison. Hearing this news, he finally found the strength to walk. He still commanded the Shadow Warrior sect and held value. After gathering and discussing among themselves, the brothers decided to seek out Grantae to hear his opinion. Sure enough, he still held value. Grantae hadn't abandoned them and insisted they honor their agreement. Moreover, this time he provided them with an excuse. Should anyone later question why they obeyed the Alliance leader so readily, they could simply reply, to ensure the Knight sect devoted all efforts to saving young Master Quillen. Enough. Gulent's abrupt command snapped Xin Lingyun back to reality. Xin Lingyun slowly raised his head to find Grant's gaze still fixed upon him. Your Shadow Warrior faction and our Knight faction are old allies. I will mobilize every resource in the Alliance to save your young master, Quillen. You're no longer needed here. You may leave. Grant took a sip of wine, signaling his dismissal. Xin Lingyun hastily rose to express his gratitude, then fled the suffocating room as though escaping. Watching Xin Lingyun's unusual behavior, Feng Yuan crossed his arms, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Connecting the dots, the Shadow Warrior faction's insubordination, Grantae's cheating, the 1,000-headed serpent devouring Quillen, and Quillen's miraculous survival, Feng Yuan could piece together the general situation. If Quillen were gone, command of the Shadow Warrior sect would naturally fall to several 4th-tier practitioners. These 4th-tier assassins lacked sufficient insight. Gulant could toy with them like they were little darlings. All Grant had to do was offer to spare their lives and help them evade the Shadow Warrior sect's disciplinary code, and these men would betray the rest of the sect in a heartbeat. But Quillen was a full-blooded member of the Shadow Warrior sect. If Grantae truly killed him, it would cause considerable trouble. But by staging Quillen's fake death, everything would fall into place. Moreover, this approach offers 2 key advantages. First, it spared Quillen's life, avoiding a major complication. Second, with Quillen still alive, the pressure on these traitors intensified. If Grant desired, he could use Quillen's hand to eliminate them within the inheritance space. This would force them to follow Grant to the bitter end, no matter what.
What a clever move. This Gulant does show a bit of his father's shadow, Feng Yuan couldn't help but admire inwardly.
Still, praise aside, Feng Yuan thought our merchant guild and the knight faction aren't allies.
Where conflict is due, conflict remains. Durin cheated Quillen out of his position and forcibly seized command of the Shadow Warrior faction. That's valuable intelligence. I'll relay it to headquarters shortly. Perhaps hold off on relaying it? Use this as leverage to challenge Grante for the position of alliance leader?
The thought suddenly surfaced in Feng Yuan's mind.
But moments later, he dismissed it.
These were mere speculations without evidence. He couldn't touch Grante.
It would only stir up resentment between the Shadow Warrior faction and the Knight faction.
After all, the origins of that thousand-headed serpent remained unknown. At least, their intelligence archives contained no records of the Knight faction possessing such a creature. Nor did it appear in the Knight faction's publicly acknowledged capabilities. If the Knights had summoned that serpent, it would be the most troublesome scenario. Given the Knights' current influence, they would never leave any trace of such an event. However, it could also belong to the Knights themselves. Capturing a thousand-headed serpent would pose no difficulty for the Knights faction.
That would be ideal. A demigod-level beast like that wouldn't be used just once.
The next time the thousand-headed serpent made a public appearance, the Shadow Warrior sect could come knocking for answers.
A simple comparison of its gastric fluid would reveal the truth instantly. Chapter 136, Humph. Feng Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how audacious Grante truly was.
For the high-ranking members of the major sects, piecing together the sequence of events would make it obvious that Grante was likely responsible for Quillen's fate.
But that was fine.
If he were in Gillen's shoes, he'd have done the same. With a simple scheme, he could solidify his authority, seize control of the most troublesome forces under his command, and do so without damaging his own reputation. After all, few had witnessed Gillen's cheating that day, and those who wouldn't speak up anytime soon. They were all in the same boat now, bound together as allies. Having Grant fully control the Shadow Warriors to bolster their forces for the decisive battle against the Law faction was advantageous for them. The only reason anyone was butting heads with Grante was because they didn't want to lose too many of their own men. As long as these few kept quiet for now, it wouldn't undermine Grandin's authority as alliance leader. Moreover, this approach held no moral fault, for the Shadow Warrior faction had abandoned ethics first. It was no secret that the Shadow Warrior faction had originally aligned with the Knight faction, only to secretly accept substantial benefits from the Mage faction later on.
The entire Knight sect is furious about this.
Grante's actions this time undoubtedly have the tacit approval of the Knight sect's high command. Otherwise, concerning matters affecting relations between the two factions, even a demigod-level knight supporting him from the outside might not dare act, despite Gulant being the heir apparent.
All things considered, the Shadow Warrior faction had it coming.
Playing both sides, they dared not act against you due to circumstances, but once a suitable opportunity arose, they couldn't resist taking advantage. With this incident, the Knight faction has likely prepared to sever ties with the Shadow Warrior faction. After all, the chairman's breakthrough occurred only in recent years, meaning a full-scale confrontation is not far off. After a moment's thought, Feng Yuan decided to leak the information. Moreover, in time, he would uncover whether the thousand-headed serpent truly belonged to the Knight faction.
It was simple, it all hinged on whether Quillen could awaken within the inheritance space. As a fifth-tier assassin, Quillen's strength was not to be underestimated.
If Quillen happened to awaken precisely when his fifth-tier assassin skills were needed, it would be a near certainty that the thousand-headed serpent belonged to the Knight faction.
Otherwise, how could Grante have been so remarkably prescient, possessing the antidote to the demigod-level thousand-headed serpent's gastric fluid? Leaders, it's time to address our issues.
After seeing off Xin Lingyun, Grante began addressing the grievances of the other factions.
Feng Yuan's expression sharpened as he sat up straight. The crucial moment had arrived. These leaders before him commanded one-third of the allied forces. Just as a barrel's capacity is determined by its shortest plank, so too would the strength of this coalition depend on its weakest link. A pivotal factor in this battle for the Holy Land would be whether Grante possessed the skill to tame these men. The outcome of today's meeting would also determine Feng Yuan's stance. If Grant proved to be an iron-fisted leader capable of bringing these factions to heel, Feng Yuan would naturally spare no effort to seize the Holy Land. Conversely, if one-third of the forces refused to cooperate, then there's nothing more to discuss. What else could he do but follow suit? Deep down, Feng Yuan looked down on Gulant. He didn't believe Gulant possessed the capability to resolve issues he himself couldn't solve. If Gulant had an iron fist, he would have dealt with them long ago and brought his full strength to face Feng Yuan in battle. Why risk cheating and resorting to underhanded tactics to defeat him? Everyone. Grante spoke up. We've come this far. In this battle for the Holy Land, our chances of claiming victory are high. To maximize our combat effectiveness, I've called this meeting today. I understand you all have your sex assessment red lines weighing on you, so you're doing your best to avoid losses. I understand perfectly well that your previous opposition to me stemmed from these sect evaluations, not any personal grievance against me.
I can sense that deep down, you all consider me a friend. Feng Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips inwardly, thinking. What nerve! They're lucky they don't curse you behind your back. Friends, my foot. But we're now just one step away from the sacred land. So from now on, you can't keep paying lip service while secretly going against me. To ensure fairness, I promise you all, from now on, troop deployments will never again favor one faction over another. From now on, we'll distribute troops uniformly and equally. That should be acceptable, right? As soon as he finished speaking, some began rolling their eyes openly. This promise was meaningless. Equal distribution meant that the major factions would still have to contribute men. They would still suffer losses. This only resolves the issue of unfairness, alleviating everyone's future resentment. What about the evaluations? What about the grievances from before? Feng Yuan had already crossed his legs. Durant had no tricks left up his sleeve, he was ready to throw in the towel. Lord Alliance Leader. My faction suffered catastrophic losses in this battle. I've already reached the assessment threshold. Do you still expect me to deploy troops in the future? Lord Alliance Leader. My faction suffered the worst losses. I'm telling you plainly now, I won't send a single man more. Expel my faction from the alliance immediately. Go ahead and use us up. Throw us away. For a moment, the emotions of the major leaders ran high. Now, calm down, Grante chuckled. Though your losses are great, if your future gains are substantial, won't your assessment scores rise accordingly? As soon as Grante spoke, the once boisterous hall fell instantly silent. Feng Yuan immediately dropped his crossed legs and sat up straight. Durant's implication was clear, he was offering them benefits. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. If Grant was willing to cut into his own flesh to share with everyone in exchange for their loyalty, that wasn't entirely out of the question. But it would require sacrificing a great deal. Could Grant make that decision on his own? He couldn't be trusted lightly. Then how does the alliance leader intend to compensate us? For every man lost below 60% of your forces, I'll give this amount. Durant held up his right hand, forming a gesture to indicate a number. Oomph. Is the alliance leader joking? This amount? That's 3 times too little. Durant waved his hand dismissively. Off? That depends on how you calculate it. By the sex calculations, it is indeed 3 times less. But by your own methods, it's not less, it's 5 to 6 times more. Durant paused before adding. This money isn't for your respective sex, it's for each of you personally. The room fell silent at his words. After a moment, someone timidly spoke up. So, your meaning is, you're trying to bribe us? What do you mean, bribe? Grante suddenly sat up straight and shouted. You all work so hard for the alliance. This is simply my personal way of offering you some compensation. Moreover, to ensure this remains undisclosed, I've made 2 preparations. First, the funds will be distributed as battle merits. You can exchange them for real gold and silver before leaving the inheritance space. Rest assured, this will never be discovered. On a battlefield with nearly 1 million people, it's nearly impossible to trace every single merit you've earned. Besides, I decide how much merit your actions are worth. I'll underreport each contribution slightly, then have the magic devices malfunction a few times in between. That way, no one will notice. Throughout past Holy Land conflicts, it's common practice for the alliance leader to inflate subordinates' merits to win loyalty. This unspoken rule is widely known and accepted. As for the second reason, Chapter 137, Stronger Than Me? Under the suspicious gazes of the crowd, Grante flicked open a spatial ring and produced a thumb-sized insect. A soul oath bug. The moment the tiny creature appeared, someone recognized it and gasped. The soul-devouring worm is an artificially created 5th-tier beast, bred specifically for binding oaths. Though not high-tier, its effects were exceptionally sinister and potent. Once a vow was sworn using a soul-binding worm, the consequences of breaking it were severe. The soul oath bug would warp the soul of the betrayer, blending it with wandering spirits in the world, transforming the oathbreaker into a mindless monster. Well, Grant surveyed the room. With this little gadget added, you should all feel reassured now, right? Isn't this decision a bit rash? Right. Rash, very rash. Despite Grante's assurances that nothing would go wrong, the major leaders remained hesitant. After all, this would harm their sex interests while lining their own pockets. But it must be said, the bonus Grant offered was incredibly tempting for them personally. Even though the total amount was reduced by 2/3, the number of people splitting it decreased by tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Refusing this proposal risked them getting nothing at all. Low performance evaluations coupled with missing out on this windfall would be a massive loss. Seeing the leader's attitude soften, a sharp gleam flashed in Grante's eyes. Just as I expected, it worked. Success hinges on this moment. We must take the initiative. Young Master Tian. I've laid everything out for you. What the hell are you hesitating for? Don't you understand your own predicament? Don't you know how deep the grudge runs between your mother and your father's legitimate wife, dating back to when your mother schemed to climb the ranks? Once your elder brother takes power in a few years, you'll be banished to some godforsaken backwater. If you don't seize this chance while father still holds power and you have some influence left to secure your own future, you'd be a fool. In your situation, you're still worrying about the sect's interests? The sect isn't even yours. After all the bullying and scorn you endured from your eldest brother as a child, isn't it only fair to get back at him now? Young Master Chui. You're the eldest son in your family. In terms of professional expertise, you surpass everyone else. But precisely because your second brother has such powerful maternal connections, you can't secure the heir's position. I feel so sorry for you. Your sect will belong to your second brother someday. Are you now defending his interests while abandoning your own? Sister Shui. Don't hesitate. Your sect has already lost half its members in this battle. Your assessment has already failed. Things can't get any worse. I'm compensating you now. Your brother's helping you cut your losses. Duran tailored his approach, persuading each leader individually. Those who had already been wavering were finally convinced one by one. After making 2 rounds of the entire gathering, the vast majority of chieftains had agreed to Grant's terms. Only 4 leaders remained unyielding. Their reluctance stemmed from a simple reason: each was the heir apparent to their respective sects, bound by their roles as successors. They were deeply concerned about the assessment's outcome, knowing their entire sect's future rested on their shoulders. Agreeing to Grante's terms would undermine their own interests. Seeing the 4 leaders stubbornly holding out, the others who had just agreed began to panic. The 4 had heard their earlier conversation clearly. If they joined without the alliance's protection and word got out, the leaders would be finished. The words had already been spoken. Even if they tried to backtrack now, it was too late. Watching the crowd's panic, Grante's expression darkened. This deal had been painstakingly negotiated. He couldn't let these 4 ruin it. You 4. You know our situation inside out. Now you refuse to sign the pact? Are you trying to push dozens of our chieftains to their deaths? Grante's voice was cold. Gentlemen, you mustn't be so rigid. Without an alliance to safeguard us, leaks are inevitable. If those 4 refuse to sign, we're doomed. The leaders who had been dragged onto the pirate ship suddenly sided with Grante. Seeing this, Grante stoked the flames. He unleashed his full aura, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked, as if ready to strike at any moment. The 4 were startled by this sudden turn of events. We certainly won't make things difficult for you, your excellencies. How about this? We can join the pact and guarantee we won't leak any secrets. We don't want money, but we want fewer men assigned to us, the leader proposed. At these words, the expressions of those in the room softened considerably. No. We cannot reduce the manpower. Grante rejected the proposal outright. He had no choice but to refuse. If they reduced their manpower, it would provoke discontent among other leaders and lead to further complications. Don't push us too far. We'll go down fighting. You dare kill all 4 of us? Now, Grant waved his hand reassuringly. You'll contribute men as usual. But if your losses exceed half your force, you're no longer obligated to send troops. Should losses reach 50%, you remain in the alliance without further obligation. Previously agreed upon dividends remain unchanged, not a single share will be withheld. However, should the alliance face a life or death battle later, you must participate to the best of your ability until the safeguard clause is triggered. This way, everyone will accept it and your performance evaluations won't look too bad. I've been as generous as I can be with this arrangement. The choice is yours. Duran's terms were quite favorable. After exchanging glances, the 4 immediately agreed. Thus, through Bulan's carrot and stick approach, the persistent issue plaguing the Night Faction alliance was finally resolved. With this pact sealed, Grante could now unleash the full might of his hundreds of thousands of troops without any leaders secretly undermining him. As the assembly gathered around the long table to formalize the pact, something suddenly seemed amiss. Eyes turned toward Feng Yuan, seated behind the alliance leader's throne. Lord Feng Yuan. Upon this reminder, many slapped their foreheads in realization. How could they have forgotten this important figure? Everyone's attention had been focused on the 4 heirs, completely overlooking another heavyweight figure, Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan commanded the Nohai Alliance forces, with hundreds of thousands under his command, a force not easily manipulated. If he refused to join and keep the secret. Before anyone could question him, Grante spoke up first. Feng Yuan, come quickly. We're only missing you. Hearing this, the tension in the room eased. So the chief and deputy alliance leaders were on the same page after all. They'd planned this all along. With that, Grante smiled as he looked toward Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had never given him a friendly look. The two were far from being on the same page, let alone having discussed anything beforehand. But at this moment, Grante was certain Feng Yuan would join. For what he was doing now was precisely what Feng Yuan desired. A united alliance army would confront the spellcasters, battling for the final sacred land. Stronger than me, stronger than me. Feng Yuan murmured in silent admiration before rising and walking over. Unnoticed by all, within Feng Yuan's pocket, the scroll documenting Grante's cheating was silently reduced to ashes by Feng Yuan.
Chapter 138, The Hidden. In Falling Spring Valley. A battle report concerning the Night Faction Alliance reached Yin Enxing's hands. After a brief rest, the Night Faction coalition had dispersed, using the stone forest as a boundary to fan out in all directions and begin plundering resources from the inheritance space. However, it was crucial to note that Grante had detached an elite force, heading toward the blood-stained plains where the Berserker faction was stationed. The report was brief. After reading it, Yi Nanqing casually tossed it onto the table. The ease with which the Night Faction had swallowed the Nohai Alliance came as a surprise to him. Durant's sacrifice of an entire city's population was highly suspicious. Such a massive sacrificial array clearly required assistance beyond what a mere fourth-tier professional like Durant, whose only notable asset was his physically imposing frame, could achieve alone. High-ranking knights from the Night Faction must have been assisting from the outside. In truth, they had long known the Knights Faction could manipulate the inheritance space. After all, the inheritance space fell under the jurisdiction of the Alliance government, which had long been controlled by the Knights. The Knights had been secretly studying this place for many years. It was no surprise they could manipulate the interior of the inheritance space from the outside. Fortunately, the situation remained within Yin Enxing's acceptable limits. The reason Yin Enxing had so readily relinquished the control of the No Alliance forces was precisely to provoke a fight to the death between the two sides. He hadn't anticipated the Knights faction resorting to such cheating tactics, allowing them to swallow the Nohai Alliance forces so easily. However, when Yi Nanqing had dared to hand over the Nohai Alliance forces, he had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Even after absorbing the Nohai Alliance, the Knights faction now only commanded around 700,000 troops. This number was far below the forces he now commanded. After over a week of frenzied expansion, his forces had swelled to a staggering million. Over 800,000 of them were beasts. This was all thanks to the valley before him. The waters of Falling Spring Valley possessed the power to restore spiritual energy, and it was precisely spiritual energy that determined the size of the beast herds commanded by his beast tamers. An ordinary Tier 1 Beastmaster could initially command 10 beasts, Tier 2 100, Tier 3 1,000, and Tier 4 over 10,000. At the 5th rank, the quantity remained unchanged, but the quality saw a tremendous leap. A 5th-tier Beastmaster could share their mastery of elemental forces with their beasts. Of course, these are merely general standards. As a spellcasting profession, Beastmasters can naturally increase their beast herds by expanding their spiritual power. However, without advancing in rank, there is a limit to how much mental energy can be increased. For instance, no matter how much a Tier 1 Beastmaster expands their mental capacity, it will never surpass that of a Tier 2 Beastmaster. Yi Nanqing flicked his spatial ring and a pure white crown appeared in his hand. This was the Night Crown, recently developed by a prodigious mage within the spellcasting community. Wearing the Night Crown temporarily boosted the mental energy of spellcasters, allowing each Beastmaster under his command to expand their beast herd to its maximum capacity. Though this was a low-grade version modified from the original Night Crown, its effect was immense. With the Night Crown's assistance, the size of Yi Nanqing's beast herd surged by a staggering 400,000. The most crucial ingredient for forging the Night Crown was a spirit-restoring potion. This was precisely why he had surrendered the Nohai Alliance forces to seize Falling Spring Valley. Upon occupying Falling Spring Valley, Yi Nanqing immediately transformed it into a massive magical factory. With the backing of 800,000 beasts, even if the Night faction were to swallow the No Alliance whole, Yi Nanqing would remain unafraid. Yi Nanqing paced to the desk and picked up the battle report again. The second piece of information in the report caught his attention. Has Grante dispatched elite troops to suppress the Berserker faction to conceal some secret? Yi Nanqing murmured to himself, his mind instantly recalling details about the Berserker faction. The Berserker faction had once been glorious. This profession shared similarities with the Night faction, both emphasizing physical combat prowess. Thanks to its straightforward training and balanced combat capabilities, the Berserker faction swiftly swept across the continent, seizing control of the Alliance government. However, with the subsequent rise of the Night faction, the Berserker faction gradually declined. Interestingly, these two professions shared intricate connections. Rumors had circulated of a genius alchemist who, by infusing the primal energy of a berserker with other primal energies, had successfully created a Night-class change scroll. At the time, the Night faction was on the brink of dominating the continent. This news caused an immediate uproar. Rival factions immediately began hunting for this alchemist, hoping to undermine the Night faction by revealing the method to create the Night-class transfer scroll and sowing internal discord. However, the Night faction acted faster. By the time others arrived, the village where the alchemist had taken refuge had been slaughtered clean. Even villages within miles were mercilessly destroyed, erasing all traces of information. People now firmly believe this news. From a class capability standpoint, knights possess one additional ability over berserkers, the power to contract amount and the trait of infinite growth. But as the son of the council chairman, Yi Nanqing knew many secrets unknown to others. This news was most likely fabricated. Or rather, the Night class conversion scroll crafted by that alchemist was an incomplete product. Because the mages have verified this information.
The alchemist had concealed an illegitimate child from his wife, thus sparing the bastard's life.
Later, the mages of that era tracked down the illegitimate son.
After searching the vicinity of his residence, they discovered a string of magical inscriptions.
After deciphering the magical script, they discovered it was a map. Following the map, the mages located the alchemist's treasure left for his son.
Among the treasures was a so-called night class change formula. The mages later crafted the transformation scrolls according to the formula for experimentation, but the results proved utterly disappointing.
A first-tier adventurer's body exploded from the strain of transcendent power immediately after transitioning.
Refusing to accept this, the mages tried several more times, only to get the same result each time. Upon further examination of the formula, the mages discovered the alchemist wasn't a genius at all, he was a complete moron. During his formula development, he failed to master even the most fundamental bucket standards. Testing revealed that the transformation scrolls produced from this formula contained dangerously excessive power levels, no wonder they exploded upon use. After inconclusive testing, the matter was shelved, but the relevant data was sealed by the Mage Order.
With the Grand Alliance of the magical factions, these records were transferred to the Mage Alliance, granting Feng Yuan his first glimpse into this hidden affair.
After years of decline, the Berserker faction has shrunk into a small to medium-sized sect. This time they only send a few thousand people, led by a mere fourth-tier practitioner. They pose absolutely no threat to the current Knight faction.
And the Berserker's primal power has nothing to do with the Knight faction anyway. Whoa!
Yi Nanqing drew in a sharp breath.
The Berserker sect once controlled the Alliance government.
They must have secretly researched the inheritance space. That must be connected to Grante's cheating methods.
Chapter 139, Battle Supervision.
On the Blue Yu Plains, Yi Feng, clad in a black cloak, led a squad of elite soldiers positioned at the highest vantage point, monitoring every movement of the distant crowd.
This was Yi Feng's new role, War Supervisor.
As it was not wartime, his supervision squad's task had shifted to overseeing resource collection, preventing subordinates from embezzling gathered resources. After a brief respite, Grante did not rush into a decisive battle with the magical faction. Instead, he dispersed his army to plunder resources within the inheritance realm. Years of accumulation within a small world naturally yielded extraordinary resources, a wealth beyond measure. This was the inevitable scenario that played out in every sacred land. Whether the sacred grounds could ultimately be captured remained uncertain, so it was imperative to secure whatever could be obtained first. It was precisely this guaranteed profit that drew factions of all sizes to send representatives to participate in the Holy Land contest. Traditionally, the division of inheritance space resources was split evenly between the Qi and Fa factions along the Yu River, each taking half.
Any minor faction daring to plunder privately would face joint retaliation from both sides. Minor factions could only participate in the spoils by aligning with either major power. But this time, the situation has changed. The shameless Yanixing took advantage of the Knight faction's war with the Nohai Alliance to command his men to begin plundering, using the Panstone Forest as their boundary. The Rock Forest lies east of the Feather River. With the Rock Forest as the boundary, the Mage faction consumes 6/10 of the resources in the entire inheritance space, leaving only 40% for the Knight faction. As soon as the battle concluded, Grante immediately mobilized forces to plunder while personally leading an elite unit to subdue the Berserker faction. Deeply trusted by Grante, the latter entrusted Yi Feng with overseeing the resource collection before departing. As his thoughts wandered, Yi Feng caught sight of several individuals surreptitiously stuffing items into their sleeves, clearly embezzling looted resources. But he couldn't be bothered to intervene. He'd seen plenty of such incidents over the past few days. It was simply impossible to manage. With hundreds of thousands scattered across the region, oversight was impossible. Utterly impossible. According to Alliance regulations, hoarding spoils was punishable by decapitation. The Alliance imposed severe penalties for resource violations, for this Alliance had united precisely over resources. Yi Feng could easily have arrested those two and executed them as a warning to others. But Yi Feng saw no need. Those few had merely hidden some grass, a few dozen stalks worth only a handful of magic essence stones. It wasn't worth taking a life over such a trifling sum. It was even less worth damaging relations over such a trivial matter. Such incidents had occurred before during the previous sacred land disputes. A patrol faction executioner captured and beheaded a warrior faction member. The warrior faction's executioner immediately retaliated, capturing and beheading a member of the patrol faction. And so the enmity was born. When Gulat departed, he instructed Yi Feng to focus solely on securing resources of Tier 4 and above. As long as the lower tier resources weren't taken in excessive amounts, there was no need to disrupt the harmony between the factions. After all, the Knight faction went with the flow, hoarding whatever they could. If the total amount decreased, everyone would simply get a smaller share. Since everyone was hoarding anyway, no one would be at a disadvantage. The most frustrating part was that Yi Feng couldn't do the same. Not only was he the inspector, the superior officer of the referees, but he was also the leader of the Alliance's Black Robes. Even first-tier practitioners can hoard resources, yet the inspector general cannot.
Worse still, he must watch them hoard while being powerless to intervene.
It was undeniably infuriating.
Yifeng noticed the hundreds of supervising officers around him all wore expressions of resentment. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Grante's appointment of him as supervisor probably wasn't based on any trust at all.
This didn't seem like a desirable assignment at all.
A supervisor must be exceptionally powerful, capable of overwhelming fourth-tier practitioners, or else they'd be unable to maintain control during critical moments.
Gurent would surely reserve such a crucial position for his own people. But if a Knight faction's 5th-tier professional were appointed as execution supervisor, the Knight faction would lose a key reserve force, a significant loss.
After weighing all the factors, Yifeng seemed tailor-made for this position.
Graduated from the capital's university, maintains good relations with Grante, and is undoubtedly one of their own.
His strength was formidable, no fourth-tier practitioner could stand against him.
Damn it!
Yifeng cursed under his breath.
Yet Yifeng understood priorities. This inspector role was non-negotiable.
Not only did the Inspector General avoid the battlefield, but they played a crucial role in every engagement. As an inspector, one could practically earn battle merits without lifting a finger. Battle merits were far more valuable than these worthless resources. 5 battle merits could be exchanged for a single magic essence stone, while dozens of merits could secure a tiered resource.
As Yifeng pondered, a battle report arrived. Yifeng casually took it.
The report detailed the recent movements of the Magic Alliance. Taking advantage of the standoff between the Knight faction and the Nohai Alliance, the Magic faction waged extensive campaigns, defeating numerous allied forces. The Feathered Alliance, ranked 7th in strength within the Inheritance realm, suffered a formal defeat 3 days ago and was absorbed by the Magic faction. The even weaker Monk faction suffered defeat yesterday, but instead of annexing them, the Magic faction demanded reparations before withdrawing their forces. A wise choice, Yifeng remarked with admiration.
Monks possessed abilities comparable to knights but were weaker and could only serve as infantry.
The Mage faction already commanded hundreds of thousands of beast soldiers for infantry duties. They had no need for the monks. Recruiting them would only mean sharing resources, making the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. With the monks' defeat, the Magic faction had now fully unified the entire western region, with the Granite Forest serving as the boundary. On our side, however, the Knight faction's coalition had only captured the 3rd-ranked Nohai Alliance in the entire east.
And the Berserker faction, currently being crushed by the Granite faction.
Scattered across the entire east were still over a dozen small and medium-sized factions without allegiance. Several days prior, the Knight faction's high command convened a meeting. After evaluating the gains and costs of subjugating these smaller forces, most leaders advised against pursuing these smaller factions and instead advocated advancing directly westward to engage the Law faction in a decisive battle. Upon learning of the Knights' annexation of the No Alliance, the larger sects in the east lost all hesitation and swiftly joined the Knights' coalition.
As for the remaining smaller factions,
pursuing them was unprofitable. The reparations after victory wouldn't cover the war's costs. Recruiting them was also unfeasible. These factions were too weak, and admitting them would mean sharing spoils, making it a net loss either way. Thus, many leaders suggested to Grante that they be ignored, and the decisive battle be fought directly against the Magic faction. Gurent agreed on the spot, but he made one demand: while the other factions could be ignored, the Berserker faction must be subdued. His deployment was also highly unusual.
Gulant refused assistance from other factions, choosing instead to lead only his own loyalists into battle.
This action led many to speculate whether some deep-seated enmity existed between the two factions. Yifeng knew little about the Berserker sect, only that Director Mu had mentioned they once controlled the Alliance government and possessed many secrets within the Inheritance realm. Director Mu had warned Yifeng to be wary of them. Director Mu mentioned that the Knight faction possesses the means to assist those within the Inheritance space. On the day Grante sacrificed the Stone Forest, Yifeng immediately sensed something was amiss. He believed Grante's relentless pursuit of the Berserker faction was likely tied to the Inheritance space. Chapter 140, The Final Showdown Part 1. The 23rd day since the Inheritance space opened. The unified Western magical faction had finally prepared for the decisive battle. Under Knight South Star's command, a 1,000,000-strong army marched eastward in full force. At this moment, Grante had just returned from punishing the Berserker faction.
Gurent emerged victorious in this battle.
He had nearly annihilated the entire Berserker faction. Against all objections, Gurent not only waived their reparations but also granted them membership into the Knight faction alliance. Upon learning of the Law faction's advancing forces, Grante rejoiced and immediately ordered his army to launch a preemptive strike against them. Ultimately, both sides met on the old battlefield, the Crimson Plains. 1,800,000 troops deployed their formations on the Crimson Plains, facing each other across the field. On the first day of battle, Grante commanded all Beastmasters of the Knight faction alliance to form the vanguard, launching a massive assault with their beasts against the Magic faction's allied forces. The Magic faction swiftly countered, deploying their own Beastmasters as the vanguard to launch a counter-assault.
Gurent had long been informed by spies of the mage's forging of the Knight Crown. Gurent wasn't the only one aware of this. Several influential leaders like Feng Yuan also knew. To prevent demoralization, the 4 leaders convened and decided to suppress the information.
It wasn't until the moment of battle that the revelation was finally made public. Though the leaders had mentally prepared themselves, witnessing the overwhelming horde of beasts stretching across the vast plain still filled them with unease. The first battle pitted Beastmaster against Beastmaster, and it was clear the Night faction's Beastmasters were outmatched. Not only were they outnumbered, but their command structure was also inferior. They were thoroughly outmaneuvered by the Spellcaster-Summoner faction's tactical coordination, suffering heavy losses.
As their own beast ranks rapidly dwindled, Grante was forced to order a retreat. This retreat proved disastrous, instantly throwing the Night faction's army into chaos. Yanixing seized the opportunity, ordering his entire force to press forward. Soon, the first defensive line fell to the spellcasters. Just as the mages breached the first line, Shadow Warrior assassins, lying in ambush, emerged one by one, charging directly at the Beastmasters. Almost simultaneously, the elite knights, who had been poised for action, charged through the retreating ranks and launched a counterattack. However, Yi Nanqing had anticipated this. A separate elite force guarded the Beastmasters, and the 2 elite units collided instantly, launching into fierce combat. Throughout the entire battle, this clash was what pained Grante the most. The spellcaster guards had been carefully selected, their strength surpassing even Yi Nanqing's own guards. The Night faction suffered significant losses in the ensuing chaos. Just as Grante was agonizing over the losses, Yexian suddenly ordered a retreat, causing Grante to breathe a sigh of relief. Under the Night faction's counterattack, the first line of defense was recaptured. It turned out that Yi Nanqing had observed the Beastmasters advancing too deep into enemy territory. Under the relentless, suicidal assaults of the Shadow Warrior faction's assassins, the Beastmasters had begun suffering casualties. Fearing further complications if the battle dragged on, Yi Nanqing decisively ordered the retreat. After all, his side held the advantage; they could win even by wearing down the enemy slowly. Their side vastly outnumbered the enemy in beasts, forcing the opposition to rely on a massive army of professionals to compensate. This was precisely what he wanted to see. Exchanging beasts for professionals was an incredibly profitable deal.
The Crimson Plains teemed with beasts, making replenishment effortless. But once the Night faction's professionals were gone, they were gone for good. As long as he held steady, making steady progress day by day, he could wear down the Night faction within a month.
As night fell, hostilities ceased. Both sides withdrew their forces to their respective camps. Inside Grante's encampment, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Every leader wore a grim expression. Damn that Yanixing! If he had the Night Crown to help Beastmasters expand their herds, why didn't he mention it sooner? He waited until right before the battle to tell us. Damn it! Beast! He cost us dearly in our first battle. Guren's eyes flicked upward, a cold snort forming in his throat. He's cursing me.
But Grante remained silent.
He had deliberately withheld the information, forcing them onto this sinking ship. Their resentment was only natural. Let them curse if they must. No infighting, please. Winning this war is our top priority now.
Feng Yuan stepped in to mediate. He continued, the magic user's strength lies in their vast beast army. They have a full 800,000 beasts, while we have less than 500,000.
That's nearly double the gap. We need to find a way to bridge this gap. Relying solely on professional fighters isn't sustainable.
After Feng Yuan finished speaking, there was a long silence.
After a long pause, Grante spoke up. Challenge their commanders. Our 5th-tier combat strength outnumbers theirs. Only by challenging their commanders can we leverage our advantage. Challenging the commander was the dominant tactic centuries ago. Wars back then invariably began with a challenge to the enemy commander. This served 2 purposes: it boosted the morale of our soldiers and minimized casualties. However, with the emergence of the Spirit Summoner class, the beast summoning technique completely replaced the challenge and duel method. With a single wave of their hand, Beastmasters unleashed millions of beasts in a roaring onslaught, a force no high-ranking commander alone could withstand. Gradually, Beastmasters began to dominate the battlefield. This rise in spellcasting power is precisely why spellcasters have gained prominence in recent years. I fear the enemy won't engage in duels with us, a leader voiced his concern. What if we send our high-tier specialists to challenge their commanders, only for them to ignore us and send their beast armies straight at us? What then? Gurent raised his hand decisively. Then we'll force them to challenge our commanders. At the start of battle tomorrow, all 4th and 5th tier practitioners take to the skies. On the ground, just set up defensive formations. If they ignore the challenge and send their beastmasters instead, we'll only need to keep an equal number of 4th and 5th tier professionals to defend. The rest should ignore everything else and focus solely on hunting down the beastmasters. Kill. Right. Feng Yuan quickly chimed in. We have one more 5th tier practitioner than them. The 4th tier practitioners are roughly equal on both sides. But don't forget, their 4th tier beastmasters will be commanding the beasts tomorrow and won't have time for anything else. They have dozens more beastmasters than us. This means our gap in 4th tier practitioners reaches dozens.
If the spellcasters dare let the beastmasters advance, that extra 5th tier professional and dozens of 4th tier professionals will have plenty to do. Many leaders nodded in agreement.
This was indeed a viable solution. Seeing no objections, Grante immediately made the arrangements.
Forcing the spellcasters to choose their champions has happened before. They had no choice but to accept. But I'm unsure if the magic school has adopted new tactics in recent years.
Tomorrow's battle has two possible scenarios.
First, if the mage faction accepts our challenge, that's the best case scenario.
Once the challenge begins, I'll let you know. Duran's voice suddenly rose, commanding absolute obedience.
Victory is the bare minimum in every challenge match. I demand that all 4th and 5th tier practitioners must slay their assigned opponents. You must fight to the death. You must bite off their arm even if it costs you your life. Spread the word.
For tomorrow's challenge matches, slaying a 4th tier practitioner will earn you 300,000 battle merits.
Kill a 5th tier practitioner for a reward of 500,000 battle merits.
Hearing the reward figures, even the major leaders couldn't help but gasp.
Normally, slaying a 4th tier professional yielded only 30,000 battle merits, while a 5th tier brought 100,000.
Now, the rewards had skyrocketed tenfold and fivefold respectively.
These rewards were exceptionally generous.
The second scenario.
Mages do not engage in duels. This is a fight to the death within a fight to the death. If this scenario plays out, the extra dozen or so 4th tier professionals ignore everything else and charge straight at the enemy's beastmasters. Kill a tier 1 beastmaster for 5,000 battle merits, tier 2 for 10,000, tier 3 for 50,000, tier 4 for 400,000, tier 5 for 500,000. Also, I'm not sure if the magic-based faction has any new tactics to counter the spear-wielding generals, so pay close attention to my commands tomorrow. I'll adjust tactics based on the situation.
Chapter 141, The Final Showdown Part 2. The second day of the final battle.
This time, the mage faction launched their offensive.
Hundreds of thousands of beasts marched steadily toward the knight faction.
Following the original plan, at Grante's command, all 4th and 5th tier practitioners of the knight faction took to the skies, glaring menacingly at the approaching beastmasters. Meanwhile, the knight faction's forces adopted a defensive stance. Seeing this, the beast army halted more than 10 miles away from the combined mage forces.
The range of the beastmasters' control over their creatures was limited.
If the beast army advanced any further, the beastmasters would have to move forward. Observing the knight's high command radiating murderous intent from the skies, the beastmasters halted their advance without awaiting orders. From the command platform, Yi Nanqing watched the scene unfold, his expression growing weary.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Forcing me to pick off their commanders again.
Those around him heard Yi Nanqing's complaint and dared not breathe a word.
Choose. Fine, have it your way. I'll pick the general. Yi Nanqing reluctantly gave the order to challenge the general.
There was no other choice. Refusing the challenge meant forfeiting the offensive. The spellcasters truly had no effective counter for this challenge tactic. Refusing meant deploying all high-tier practitioners to tie up the enemy's elite forces, allowing the beastmasters to advance. But doing so would leave his ranks vulnerable. Without high-tier guardians, the enemy's additional 4th-tier practitioners could charge straight through, targeting his beastmasters. Yi Nanqing had calculated the gap between their respective 4th-tier practitioners countless times.
The number was 47.
This number was significant enough to sway the outcome of the battle. If they refused to accept the challenge and forced a direct assault, it would become a battle fought to the bitter end. The decisive battle of 1,000,000 troops might be settled today.
Yi Nanqing refused to take that risk.
By dragging it out, he was certain to win. Within a minute of halting their advance, all 4th and 5th tier spellcasters in the magical army took to the skies. The gracefully slender deception mage led the charge.
That woman again.
Seeing the deception mage, many leaders of the Knight Faction coalition began to feel headaches. Her performance in Falling Spring Valley had left a lasting impression. Back then, even the 4th tier professionals of the Knight Faction alliance dared not engage her. Undoubtedly the top 4th tier player, yet she ultimately fell to Yi Feng, a 3rd tier practitioner. The top 4th tier player losing to a 3rd tier was perfectly reasonable, after all.
Many leaders immediately thought of Yi Feng. Yi Feng wasted no time, immediately preparing to enter the fray.
Yi Feng looked at Grante.
I'll go.
I'll kill her within 10 minutes. But after a moment's thought, Grante rejected Yi Feng's proposal.
No. I fear they may be plotting something.
You command 100,000 troops.
If anything happens to you, our situation will only grow more perilous.
But, Lord Alliance leader, the warrior faction leader protested urgently.
If Yi Feng doesn't go, no one can deal with that woman. Duran pondered with a grave expression for a long moment before declaring. Xiao Yuan, you go. Receiving the order, the 4th-ranked knight Xiao Yuan immediately accepted the mission and prepared for battle. As he dismissed her, Grante instructed. You are the pride of my order. Set an example in this first battle. Remember die. Understood, young master. I won't return until she's safe. Xiao Yuan's gaze was as resolute as iron.
Yuren paused, then nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Yuan descended at breakneck speed, arriving before the Deceit Mage. Royal Magician Academy of the Continent, Kai Kai.
Capital University, Xiao Yuan. After stating his name, Xiao Yuan wasted no words.
He drew his sword and summoned his mount, the 4th-tier Sun Lion. The Deceit Mage stuck to his usual routine, flickering his form as an illusion instantly materialized. With no way to shatter the illusions, Xiao Yuan resorted to the most direct approach, testing each one individually. After 17 rounds of combat, Xiao Yuan shattered all 17 illusions. Yet he was far from unscathed, his body covered in horrific wounds. When the timing seemed right, the remaining Deceit Mage on the field beckoned to Xiao Yuan with a flick of his wrist, instantly triggering an illusion.
Xiao Yuan began swaying violently in place. Damn it!
That kid charged in recklessly, absorbing too many illusions. This is bad, really bad, the warrior faction leader cried out immediately. Yuren's lips curled into a cold smile.
No need to panic. Just watch.
Seeing Xiao Yuan immobilized, the Deceit Mage held nothing back, channeling his most powerful lightning blast toward him. After taking the hit, Xiao Yuan was so badly injured he could barely kneel on the ground, propping himself up with his hands.
It's over, little brother.
The Deceit Mage raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow.
At that very moment, Xiao Yuan keenly sensed that one of the Deceit Mage's movements was slightly different from the others. Now! Skill Solar Eclipse.
Xiao Yuan abruptly opened his mouth toward the sun, drawing a beam of sunlight into his belly.
As the sunlight entered his body, Xiao Yuan instantly transformed into a blazing figure.
Flames engulfed his heavy sword, and his wounds were instantly healed by the fiery energy. Xiao Yuan charged toward the thunder, cleaving through the electrical currents with a single swing aimed at the deceitful mage's true form.
The blow cleaved the deceitful mage in two. But swiftly, the severed body dissolved into shimmering afterimages. Swapped out?
So fast, murmured the man of fire. Xiao Yuan swung his greatsword horizontally, unleashing the sunfire engraved upon its blade.
Instantly, all the Deceit Mages were engulfed in the blazing flames.
Their illusions burned away like paper, leaving only their true forms behind. Gazing at the sunfire upon her, Saika murmured.
So it's a mutated Sun Knight.
Kai Kai pulled out a vial of powder and sprinkled it over the flames, which instantly extinguished. Then, with a flick of her body, over 20 illusions reappeared.
Not bad. Sister'll play along then. You've exhausted your solar fire. What will you do now, little brother? Xiao Yuan said nothing, raising his sword to attack once more.
After another 20-odd rounds of fierce combat, Xiao Yuan shattered all the illusions once more, though his injuries grew heavier. With no other choice, he activated the solar eclipse skill once more. Kai Kai's form shuddered as she swiftly restored the illusions.
Xiao Yuan snorted coldly. Oomph. With your mental energy, this is the last time you'll be able to cast that illusion skill. Let's see what you do next. Oh my, little brother, don't be so cocky.
I expend mental energy to cast illusions, but you're risking your life to absorb the sun's fire.
You should be more concerned about yourself. I've been keeping a close eye on your body, and it's looking pretty weak right now. Next time you channel the sun's fire, you'll die. He he he.
The Deceit Mage giggled sweetly.
Xiao Yuan remained silent.
Kai Kai was right, though the sunfire had healed his wounds. In truth, his body was now extremely weakened. He could only maintain combat capability by sustaining his fire avatar state. He dared not imagine how severe the backlash would be once it was unleashed. Before Xiao Yuan could dwell on it further, Saika the lightning mage launched her assault. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the onslaught. After a fierce battle, Xiao Yuan still hadn't defeated the deceitful mage. All he had slashed down were illusions.
After cutting down the final illusion, Xiao Yuan finally couldn't hold on any longer and halted his attack. He he he. The Deceit Mage's sweet, girlish laughter echoed once more. You lost, little brother. What are you gloating about? You've run out of mana too, haven't you?
Xiao Yuan gasped, breathless.
Who said that?
The Deceit Mage smiled confidently, pulling out a ring and slipping it onto her finger.
This.
The moment he saw the ring, Xiao Yuan froze. Not just Xiao Yuan, the entire Night faction's leadership wore grim expressions.
The aura and appearance of this ring were identical to the Night Crown. After putting on the ring, Xiao Yuan could distinctly feel the Deceit Mage's mental energy beginning to recover. The color in the Deceit Mage's face visibly improved at a rapid pace. Just wait a moment, little brother. Just wait a bit until I regain some of my spiritual energy, then I'll finish you off. It won't take long, less than 2 minutes. Ah!
Before the Deceit Mage could finish her sentence, Xiao Yuan pounced on her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist. The searing pain of the sunfire spell made the Deceit Mage scream out in agony.
Skill Solar Eclipse. Skill Solar Eclipse. Skill. Skill E. Eclipse.
Though Xiao Yuan's words were slurred by the sunfire's flames, he desperately channeled the eclipse skill within his mind.
The Deceit Mage instantly sensed the threat of death, desperately pounding at Xiao Yuan in an attempt to break free. But the mage's physical strength was no match for the knight's.
Coupled with Zhou Yuan's resolve to drag the deceit mage down with him, he held on with an iron grip. Left with no choice, the deceit mage forcibly cast a spell, even though it would blast him as well. However, the deceit mage had only recovered a fraction of her mental energy. The forced spell drained every last ounce from her mind. Before the spell could be released, the deceit mage fainted instead. Thus, two living people lay clutched together on the ground, left to be consumed by the flames. Watching this scene from the sky, Grante was overcome with panic. Zhou Yuan was an orphan adopted and raised by the Night Order. He knew the Order had done him an immense favor, so he was utterly loyal, willing to die alongside the deceit mage. But Grante was determined not to let Zhou Yuan die. Durant wasn't the only one frantic. Across the battlefield, Yin Anxing was pacing anxiously, unable to maintain his composed strategist persona. The deceit mage was a key talent they had invested heavily in. He couldn't be allowed to perish within this inheritance space. Yan Nanqing looked up and found Gulante staring back at him. That look seemed to say, "Bro, let's make an exception here." With a nod between them, both parties shot forward at lightning speed, rescuing the two. First battle, draw. After settling Zhou Yuan, Grante continued arranging the selection of commanders. He directly elevated the scale to the 5th tier level. He dispatched patrol faction leader Liao Yan to fight. Seeing this, the spellcasters sent out Feng Yi, a 5th tier alien mage. The two 5th tier powerhouses bypassed the ground entirely, soaring simultaneously toward the higher skies. The sheer power of 5th tier practitioners was overwhelming. The mere shockwaves from their battle could kill 3rd tier practitioners, rendering the limited ground space utterly inadequate. The patrol was a versatile class, distinguished solely by its speed. The alien mage was an anomaly among anomalies, a mage whose spells could only affect himself. Even stranger, the alien mage's skill involved transforming themselves into a monster to enhance their physical combat prowess. Without a word, both sides clashed instantly. The ferocity of their combat made the 4th tier practitioners below gasp in shock. But Grant instantly saw through it. These two were just fooling around. Despite the back and forth exchanges and the grand spectacle, their fight was largely for show. Neither truly intended to harm the other. It was all a charade. But this was tacitly approved by both Grante and Yin Anxing. Their ultimate goal was to conquer the ancient castle within the sacred land, not to win this battle. The challenge of the ancient castle was dozens of times harder than winning this war. If all the 5th tier practitioners perish in the war, how could they possibly conquer the castle? Don't be fooled by how much Grante and Yexing despise each other. Now they'd kill each other in a heartbeat. But the moment the war's outcome was decided, they'd embrace as brothers, hand in hand, to conquer the ancient castle together. Chapter 142, The Final Showdown Part 2. The two 5th tier practitioners battled fiercely in the sky for dozens of rounds, only ceasing when their primordial energies were temporarily exhausted. The fight ended in a stalemate. Observing the attitude of both 5th tier professionals toward their duel, Grante gave a slight nod. It was much as he had anticipated. 5th tier practitioners wouldn't risk everything at this moment, for victory held little significance to them. Whichever side gained control of the sacred ground would still need their assistance to conquer it. Durant turned and issued his third command. Soon, a 4th tier professional rushed onto the field. Durant had no intention of letting these 5th tier professionals waste any more time. Outnumbered, he needed to eliminate some 4th tier professionals in the challenge to compensate for his disadvantage. Capital University Night Order, Mozong. The 4th tier knight drew his sword and stood at attention, slowly announcing his name. Mozon, a veteran 4th tier knight of the Night Order. He's been renowned for several years now. Brother! Mozong is no pushover. Let me handle this. Recognizing the opponent, Yu Wanqing volunteered to take the fight, eager to ease her brother's burden. Though her innate talent fell slightly short of her brother's, she possessed numerous tricks up her sleeve, making her strength comparable to that of a trickster mage. Yi Nanqing said nothing, pressing his hand firmly on his sister's shoulder to push her back into her seat. What nonsense! The spellcasters aren't all dead yet. Even if they were, I wouldn't let you take the field. Though his words carried a reprimand, his tone was gentle. This tenderness was genuine. He and his sister were fraternal twins, both illegitimate children born to a lowly mother. From childhood, they endured constant scorn from those around them. Their birth had been an accident. That beast of a father had vanished after a single night of passion. Unable to raise both children alone, their mother sought help from their father. Yet the moment that man saw them, his first words were to accuse their mother of bringing children to the council chamber, embarrassing him. He then tossed them a sum of money and dismissed them with a wave. Later, had it not been for discovering Yi Nanqing's extraordinary talent in the extraordinary arts, the three of them would never have set foot inside the gates of the law system. This experience left Yi Nanqing feeling utterly disconnected from the magical arts, despite being immersed in it. Had it not been for the struggle to become the heir, he would never have had any interaction with the magical community. In his eyes, the world contained only himself, his sister, and his mother. Even if every member of the magical arts faction were to die, he would never allow his sister to fight. Jia Yi, go eliminate Mozong. Yi Nanqing delivered the order with cold, ruthless precision. Brother! Jia Yi mustn't reveal his strength now, he's meant to take down Yifeng. Night Wenqing stamped her foot in frustration upon hearing her brother's order.
Jia Yi, come back.
Just as he was about to enter the fray, Jia Yi froze upon hearing his sister's warning. He halted, turning to look helplessly at the siblings. The siblings had him thoroughly confused.
Go! Yi Nanqing's tone was icy cold.
The moment their gazes met, Jia Yi shuddered violently. He dared not hesitate further and immediately stepped back.
Brother!
Watching Jia Ye's retreating figure, Yi Wenqing pouted in displeasure. Yan Nanqing sighed helplessly as he tried to calm his sister.
We can't delay any longer.
The fact that Sister Kai couldn't lure Yifeng into the arena speaks volumes.
Durant isn't stupid. He won't rashly send Yifeng into battle.
I need to take out those dozen or so fourth-tier professionals quickly. Only then can we continue our assault. After explaining this, Yi Nanqing fell silent, fixing his gaze on the battlefield. For a moment, both alliance leaders focused solely on eliminating the opposing side's fourth-tier professionals. Jia Yi landed steadily on the ground and declared her name.
Spellcaster Summoning School, Jia Yi.
Seeing the newcomer was a greenhorn radiating fourth-tier energy, Mo Sang wore a look of contempt.
Then, upon seeing the youth's attire, Mo Sang couldn't help but laugh. Has Yin Anxing lost his mind? Sending a beast master to challenge us?
Jia Yi's blue robe and white sleeves were the very attire of a beast tamer.
Hey kid, where's your guardian? Oh, I forgot a challenge must be one-on-one. Your guardian can't come. Ha ha ha.
Upon learning his opponent was a beastmaster, Mo Sang's attitude grew even more arrogant.
It wasn't that Mo Sang was inherently arrogant. Beastmasters expended immense mental energy controlling their beasts, leaving them little capacity for combat. An opponent need only shake off the beast to easily kill the beastmaster. Beastmasters weren't suited for one-on-one duels. Warfare was their true strength. If you don't want to die, get your ass up here. I don't want to bully you, kid. I'm here to fight Hulua. Tell him to come down now.
Jia Yi crouched low, hands pressed together, poised for action.
You won't get the chance to see Brother Luo die.
Jia Yi thrust both hands forward, opening a fold in space.
A tiger-shaped beast lunged forward.
The moment Mo Sang sensed the tiger-like beast's aura, his legs began to tremble.
A fifth-tier beast. How is that possible? The next second, Mo Sang was crushed into pulp by the beast's paw. The entire arena fell silent.
Moments later, the crowd snapped back to reality, erupting in an uproar.
Is that a fifth-tier Thundermane beast? A fourth-tier beast master controlling a fifth-tier beast? Is that even possible? Fourth rank controlling a fifth rank.
There were rumors that spellcasters could do it, and today it's finally been proven. The crowd buzzed with heated discussion.
Glanter's face darkened to the extreme as he stared at the bloody pulp on the ground.
He had intended to eliminate several fourth-tier professionals to widen his advantage, only to be counter-killed immediately. Yet amidst his fury, a sliver of relief flickered in Glanter's heart.
Thankfully, he hadn't rashly sent Yifeng into battle.
Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to this Jia Yi's treachery. If Yifeng had died, he would have lost another 100,000 troops, bringing him to the brink of collapse. In Grante's eyes, Yifeng was merely a third-tier player unmatched at fourth tier, but still far from fifth tier. The gap between tiers 4 and 5 was not something a single system of netherflames could bridge. Xin Lingyun, you go. Don't disappoint me. Gulan didn't even turn his head. Xin Lingyun performed a chest-thumping salute toward Gulan's retreating figure before charging into the fray. Dealing with Jia Yi posed no real challenge. As long as he dodged the Thundermane strike, taking Jia Yi's head would only require him to swing his blade once.
Shadow Warrior Sect, Xin Lingyun.
Green Knight Assassin, I know your name, Jia Yi said slowly.
Then I won't waste words. Xin Lingyun spread his arms wide, unleashing his skill with brutal force. Skill Falling Leaves Traverse. In an instant, the entire battlefield transformed into an autumn forest. Yellowed leaves fell endlessly as the wind swept through. Jia Yi reacted instantly, summoning his fifth-tier beast Thundermane to his side, guarding against Xin Lingyun's sneak attack.
Jia Yi lifted his head slightly, scrutinizing every leaf blown toward him by the wind. As the profession most vulnerable to assassins, spirit summoners naturally possessed the deepest understanding of them.
Mastering every skill of the assassin class was their required curriculum. This leafy concealment was a battlefield skill. This forest did not truly exist, the entire woodland was an illusion. The killing blow was concealed within each of these falling leaves. Chapter 143, Falling Leaves. Each fallen leaf in the forest is an illusion. Assassins wielding the falling leaves illusion skill typically disguise themselves as leaves drifting toward their target, revealing their true form only upon closing in for the fatal strike. Jia Yi pressed close to Thundermane, watching every leaf drifting toward her. A gust swept through the forest. Among the swirling leaves, one suddenly drifted in an unusual trajectory, breaking free from the wind's current and drifting straight toward her. Jia Yi immediately commanded Thundermane to lock onto the leaf as its target, while she multitasked, continuously opening folded spaces to release other beasts. Sure enough, as it neared them, the leaf abruptly rippled and vanished.
In its place, Xin Lingyun's figure materialized, lunging straight for Jia Ye's face. Just as Xin Lingyun was about to strike, a golden-scaled python lunged out, coiling around Kuei-Luan. The moment the golden-scaled python touched Xin Lingyun, the Xin Lingyun figure abruptly vanished. Just as I predicted an illusion, Jia Yi remarked coldly. He had not once used his 5th-tier Thunder Mane. He didn't know where Xin Lingyun truly was. Perhaps he was a leaf hanging from a tree, or perhaps he was fallen leaves on the ground. Creating such an unexpected disguise was too simple for a seasoned assassin like Xin Lingyun. Had he unleashed the Thunder Mane just now, the moment it moved, Xin Lingyun's curved blade might have already been at his throat. A Beastmaster's physical strength was comparable to that of a mage. Before reaching the advanced ranks, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Such physical resilience couldn't withstand even a single strike from Xin Lingyun. Though he possessed life-saving class equipment, he dared not gamble. Assassins' attacks were always subtle yet deadly, arguably the sharpest strikes among professionals. Who knew what special techniques Xin Lingyun possessed? Intelligence indicated this man was second only to Kuei-Ren in combat prowess within the inheritance realm. His current approach was the safest option. As long as Thunder Mane remained poised and ready, Xin Lingyun wouldn't dare make a move. If he dared to act rashly, even if he killed him, he would absolutely pay with his life. And within his folded space lay tens of thousands of beasts. Slowly releasing them all to search the surroundings, squeezing Xin Lingyun's hiding space. As time ticked by, Jia Ye's beasts filled the forest. Many had already turned their attention skyward, attacking the falling leaves. Xin Lingyun's hiding space dwindled. He kept sending out illusions to probe, but all attempts failed. Initially, falling leaves could still approach Jia Yi. But as the number of beasts she released grew, any leaf that moved abnormally was immediately surrounded and attacked by the swarm. Yet Genya remained vigilant. After all, an assassin's strike often required only a single move. I've already searched the ground. Xin Lingyun must be hiding in the air. Jia Ye's expression grew increasingly grim as he continued to summon beasts with split attention. The final showdown was imminent. Perhaps sensing his concealment was about to fail, Xin Lingyun abruptly changed tactics. In an instant, every fallen leaf in the forest stirred without wind, swirling together with a howl until they instantly obscured the sky. With a piercing shriek, the leaves, as if losing their anchor, plummeted downward. Every single leaf had transformed into Xin Lingyun. Jia Ye's pupils contracted sharply. The moment of victory or defeat was upon them. He drove all the beasts upward, attempting to locate Xin Lingyun's true form. After a fierce clash, all illusions were vanquished, leaving only Xin Lingyun's wounded true form locked in combat with a 4th-tier beast. No mistake about it. This is the one. With a wave of his hand, all the beasts instantly closed in. The advantages of his Beastmaster profession were being exploited to the fullest. Xin Lingyun desperately fended off the swarm of beasts attacking him. While appearing frantic on the surface, his mind remained razor-sharp. It was precisely this extraordinary composure that had allowed him to survive the ruthless Shadow Martial Hall. For 4th-tier beasts, hundreds of 3rd-tier beasts, and countless lower-tier ones beyond count. I can't afford to linger. I must break free immediately and save my own life first. Xin Lingyun steeled his resolve and unleashed his most powerful strike, instantly shaking off the relentless 4th-tier beast that had been clinging to him. He sprinted toward the edge of the forest. His speed was extraordinary, the ever-shifting scenery providing cover for his retreat. Trying to escape? Jia Ye's eyes blazed with savagery, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. We cannot let this assassin escape. We must eliminate as many 4th-tier practitioners as possible to reduce resistance for Lord Yanixing's assault. Xin Lingyun truly lived up to his reputation as the current leader of the Shadow Warrior sect. His speed far surpassed others of his tier. Those 4th-tier beasts couldn't hold him back. To stop him, I'd have to call upon my Thunder Mane. Yet despite these words, Jia Yi did not rush into action. Instead, he repeatedly weighed his situation. I only have one 5th-tier beast. If Thunder Mane leaves my side and Kuei-Ren seizes an opportunity to counterattack, can the other 4th-tier beasts protect me alone? Should I really deploy Thunder Mane? Kuei-Ren likely has more tricks up his sleeve. Up until now, he's been using a set of what attribute skills, probably basic class abilities. I have no idea what class he fused with a tier 3 or which path he chose. Jia Yi was inherently cautious. Despite holding the upper hand, he continued analyzing the situation relentlessly. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Jia Yi commanded Thunder Mane to pursue Xin Lingyun despite the risks. There was no other choice. If Xin Lingyun escaped now, he wouldn't be able to report back later. Lord Yexing was watching from above. True to its reputation as a 5th-tier beast, the moment Thunder Mane charged forth, Jia Yi distinctly felt the surrounding lightning elements stir violently. This was the power of the rules. Lightning bolts closed in on the fleeing Xin Lingyun at breakneck speed. Witnessing this, Xin Lingyun abruptly halted his escape, a smirk curling his lips. He flipped his hands and pushed against the ground. The earth beneath his feet instantly turned to mud. Here it comes.
The elemental attribute fused during my third tier advancement was earth.
Just as lightning was about to strike Xian Lingyun, his entire body sank into the mud, leaving Thundermane striking empty air. In less than 2 seconds, Jia Yi suddenly realized the ground beneath her feet was slowly turning into a muddy swamp.
Xian Lingyun suddenly burst out of the mud.
Without hesitation, Jia Yi tore open the lucky bag in his hand, releasing a glowing orb.
With a ribbit, the orb transformed into a 3-meter-tall toad that swallowed Jia Yi whole. Xian Lingyun's attack struck the thick-skinned frog's hide.
The sharpest blades collided with the thick, leathery skin of the toad. The breaths of those around them caught in their throats.
Xian Lingyun's curved blade ultimately failed to pierce the toad's defenses. Just as Xian Lingyun moved to withdraw his blade, a bolt of lightning struck him in the face, shattering his skull. Chapter 144. What are you doing, my Lord Alliance Leader? Though Xian Lingyun's defeat was hard for the Night Faction Alliance to accept, it wasn't unexpected. After all, a 5th-tier powerhouse couldn't be defeated by a 4th-tier fighter relying solely on technique. The real surprise was Xian Lingyun's reckless gamble using his last-ditch escape tactic for a counterattack. That Grante really had a way with people, even those not under his direct command were trained to obey him completely. Still, Xian Lingyun wasn't entirely without gain. His final strike forced Jia Yi to reveal his trump card, instantly revealing to everyone which profession Jia Yi had fused at the 3rd tier. That thick-skinned toad just now. If I recall correctly, there shouldn't be such a beast on the continent. The toad's eyes were vacant, devoid of any consciousness, and its aura fell off. It seemed like an artificially created beast. So it seems Jia Yi's 3rd stage fusion class is Hybridizer. This is a class recently invented by the Spirit Summoning faction, and it's also the best advancement path for Spirit Summoning practitioners. Based on the battle just now, the group instantly uncovered all of Jia Yi's secrets. This is tricky. Who knows what other artificial beasts this kid has hybridized? How do we fight this? One thing's certain, he's got plenty of survival tactics. Between his lower tier command over 5th tier beasts and his optimal class, this Jia Yi must be the summoning sect's top promoted practitioner in recent years. At this rate, he'll likely succeed old Greer as a counselor in a few years. The Jia surname doesn't seem to come from any major noble houses. If he's commoner born, how did this kid get the summoning sect to push him so hard? The crowd speculated wildly about Jia Yi's background. On the battlefield, with Xian Lingyun's death, the forest skill vanished.
Jia Yi slowly stepped forward, sneering at the Night Sect members.
Come on, what's the hold up? Who's next to die? Fine. Looks like this Jia Yi isn't stepping down. He wants to trap me. Grante's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding audibly. He had intended to exploit the challenge to eliminate several 4th tier opponents and expand his advantage. But it backfired. The spellcasters had hidden Jia Yi, who could control 5th tier opponents as a 4th tier. This cost him 2 4th tier members up front. Worst of all, one of the fallen was Xian Lingyun. As the acting leader of the Shadow Warrior faction, he was crucial to controlling that group of assassins. With him dead, Grante would have to expend extra effort to elevate another figure to prevent the assassins from defecting. Yurin temporarily pushed the Shadow Warrior faction matters to the back of his mind, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he fixed them on A. Feels like shooting oneself in the foot and being stuck between a rock and a hard place. That brat has a 5th tier beast at his disposal. Ordinary 4th tier practitioners stand no chance against him. I've already tried the assassin route myself. Even Xian Lingyun, the strongest assassin present, couldn't handle him. The rest are useless. Does this mean I have to get involved personally? The thought flashed through Grante's mind. Challenges demanded battles between equals, unless the opponent voluntarily requested a cross-tier fight. At present, it seemed there was no one else to send. But Grante was reluctant to enter the fray himself. He was a high noble, his reputation mattered. Though his official rank was 4th tier, no one dared treat him as such. When discussing his strength, most would say he was near 6th tier. Moreover, if he entered the fray, Yi Nanqing wasn't stupid, he'd definitely replace Jia Yi. Not only would Jia Yi remain unkilled, but a round of ridicule would be inevitable. Ghoul Ant found himself caught in a difficult dilemma. What? Why are you all just standing there? Does a single man like me really pose such a challenge to your hundreds of thousands of troops? Jia Yi continued his taunts, his words growing increasingly sharp and cutting. If it weren't for running into a bunch of useless trash like you, I wouldn't even know how powerful I am. One man holding back hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The hot-tempered warrior faction leader couldn't stand such words and immediately retorted, "Who do you think you are? If I wave my hand and the army advances, you'd better run or I'll make you my son. Young master, let me handle this." Night Cole, a 4th tier warrior standing nearby, sensed Grante's hesitation and volunteered. Yurin shook his head slowly without a word. Cole was merely an ordinary 4th tier knight, no match for A. Just as Grante prepared to step forward, a pair of hands rested on his shoulders. Yurin turned to find Yi Fong standing there. "Let me handle this one." Durant hesitated slightly. You? Though his eyes brimmed with skepticism, Grant didn't refuse outright.
He knew Yifeng was a cautious man who wouldn't approach him without confidence.
Think carefully.
You saw that 5th tier power just now. Yifeng nodded and turned to leave the stage.
That was his answer. As for a 5th tier beast? He could kill it with ease.
The fear demon spirit he'd summoned earlier hadn't been used yet. Nothing instilled fear like death.
After days of battle, the fear spirit had been well fed. Yifeng was eager to test its power.
And earn some upgrade funds for himself. The reward for a 4th tier practitioner was a whopping 400,000 battle merits.
The moment Yifeng touched down, the spellcaster faction erupted in chaos. Am I seeing this correctly?
Yi Wanqing rubbed his eyes. We were fretting over how to kill Yifeng, and now he's practically walking into our trap. Yi Wanqing's face was etched with utter disbelief. After witnessing Yifeng's combat prowess in Luoquan Valley that day, undoubtedly the strongest 4th tier practitioner their faction had immediately devised a targeted assassination plan for him. They'd activated a trump card, Jia Yi. The true top tier 4th tier mage on their side was actually Jia Yi, capable of surpassing even the highest ranks. Saika was merely a decoy. In today's challenge, they deliberately sent Sitao to lead the charge, hoping to force Yifeng into battle. If Yifeng didn't fight, the Knight faction had no one capable of defeating Sister Kai. We could use Sister Kai to counteract Grante's challenge and even weaken the Knight faction's 4th tier strength. If Yifeng did fight, the plan was to protect Sister Kai's life at all costs, then bring in the obscure A. This surprise move would allow the 5th tier beast to instantly eliminate Yifeng. This would eliminate a master of the Knight faction while inflicting a loss of 100,000 troops upon them.
Unfortunately, the most ideal outcome did not materialize.
Yifeng remained conspicuously absent, let alone taking the field. Yi Wanqing surmised it must be due to Grante. As the heir apparent of the Knight faction, he understood better than anyone the terrifying depth of both the Knight and Mage factions' foundations. Yifeng's fire manipulating tricks were utterly insignificant in comparison. Just when they thought the plan had failed, Yifeng unexpectedly revealed himself.
The Knight faction coalition was equally thrown into turmoil. Feng Yuan immediately approached Grante. This is sheer madness. You sent Yifeng to fight Jia Yi? With just a fragment of the necrotic calamity legacy? If he dies, we lose 100,000 troops instantly. What are you doing, my Lord Alliance Leader? Chapter 145, Holding the Line. 3rd tier? Watching the 3rd tier Yifeng enter the fray, many leaders exchanged bewildered glances. Many of these leaders had joined the Alliance later and hadn't experienced the Battle of Falling Spring Valley, so they knew little about Yifeng. Why did Grante send this man into battle? What's the point? Isn't this just suicide? A 3rd tier fighter taking on a 5th tier? Everyone, calm down. This Yifeng is no ordinary man. An informed individual immediately began explaining. A junior leader recounted Yifeng's exploits in Falling Spring Valley in meticulous detail. Snap. A 5th tier leader snapped his fingers. So he's the heir to the necrotic scourge. Durant sure isn't loyal. With such a master among us, why didn't he bring him out sooner? Another 5th tier professional, who had been frowning the entire time, spoke slowly. Why did you only mention the Netherflame? What about the plague? Which type of plague is he? This stumped the young leader. Residual plague? Oh. The residual plague. Yifeng, that day he only used Netherflame. He didn't use plague. The junior leader, a fallen noble from a sect lacking depth, knew nothing of the necromancer's scourge. Yet, stubbornly clinging to his pride, he pretended to know and struggled to answer. The surrounding leaders couldn't help but gasp in shock upon hearing this. To hold back against the top 4th tier practitioner while only at 3rd tier, not even exerting full strength. It seemed Yifeng was truly formidable. Joey Feng, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. This little chieftain sure could spin a yarn. If he kept going much longer, Yifeng might just storm the council building. Fellow leaders, Joey Feng spoke slowly. Yifeng did not acquire the residual plague skill during the inheritance. As a confidant of Gulant, he knew every high-tier combatant in the alliance inside out. No residual plague? The expressions of the two 5th tier leaders fell. It's fine. Exactly. It doesn't matter. Even without it, the Eternal Ember Soul Scorching skill from the 2nd volume of the Netherflame system still makes him a formidable opponent. Well, Joey Feng paused before continuing. As far as I know, Yifeng does possess the 2nd volume of the Netherflame system. However, he only acquired it from the Alliance leader a few days ago. He likely hasn't had the time or materials to refine the corresponding skill book. Damn it! One of the 5th tier leaders couldn't help but curse. So Yifeng only has half a volume of the Netherflame system? That's practically useless against a 5th tier opponent. The leaders once again voiced the same question as before. Why did Grante send this guy into battle? Yifeng. On the battlefield, Yifeng and Jia Yi faced off, slowly announcing his name. Summoning Clan. Jia Yi. Jia Yi declared, immediately unleashing his Thundermane.
As the two clashed, both the knight and mage faction leaders held their breath. Even Yi Nanqing abandoned his refined persona, craning his neck to fixate on the battlefield. This was the most crucial battle. Killing Yi Fong would not only eliminate the knight faction's top 4th tier combatant but also instantly reduce the mage faction's forces by 100,000 troops, enough to sway the outcome of a million-strong conflict. The same held true for the knight faction. Yi Fong was currently their strongest 4th tier combatant within the allied forces. His defeat would spell the failure of Grante's challenge strategy. With the fate of a million-strong army hanging in the balance, neither side could afford defeat. Both knew this was destined to be a brutal battle. Under the gaze of all present, Yi Fong slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers at Jia Yi. With a sharp crack, Jia Yi clutched his chest, his pupils instantly dilating as all signs of life vanished. He was dead. Yi Fong remained expressionless as he raised his head and beckoned to Yi Nanqing with a flick of his finger. Come. Send the next challenger. Whoa! The entire crowd gasped in horror. Damn it! What happened to the fierce battle? This was over in less than 3 seconds. The 5th rank leader, who had been frowning moments ago, was so shocked he blurted out a curse. I don't get it. Nothing seemed to happen. How did Jia Yi die? What exactly did Yi Fong do? Feng Yuan's mind was swirling with questions. Wu Grante sucked in a sharp breath. He knew Yi Fong might have a trump card, but he never imagined it would be this powerful. Even he hadn't seen exactly what had transpired. Jia Yi's defenses were comprehensive, including items that blocked detection. Yi Fong gave no one time to react before setting Jia Yi's body ablaze. The body must be incinerated to destroy all evidence. Otherwise, if an autopsy reveals Jia Yi died of cardiac arrest, my trump card could be exposed. I must admit, this fear-inducing attack is remarkably effective. Not only is it powerful, but the attack is nearly undetectable. Since it exploits fear as its medium, even high-level professionals can't perceive emotions without specialized detection methods. It's incredibly convenient to activate. All it takes is a single thought from the fear spirit. That snap of my fingers earlier was just for show. Otherwise, standing here would have killed Jia Yi instantly, and everyone would have thought he died suddenly. Damn it! Yi Fong's act of burning the corpse instantly enraged Yi Nanqing. You killed him, and now you won't even leave his body alone. He nearly lunged forward, fists clenched, ready to strike Yi Fong at any moment. What? Breaking the rules? Grante refused to be outdone, stepping forward immediately. Challenging a champion means fighting opponents of equal rank. Facing the enraged Yi Nanqing, Yi Fong remained composed, offering a faint smile. Come on, take me on together. Mark my words, today I alone can slaughter every single one of your 4th tier professionals. Go ahead and bring your pack of 4th tier trash along. Victorious after a single strike, Yi Fong was in high spirits and began to boast, mimicking Jia Yi's style. You! The 4th tier spellcasters were instantly enraged by Yi Fong's words. They immediately petitioned to fight him together. Lord Alliance Leader, this brat is too arrogant. Let's grant his wish, we'll all attack together and kill him within 10 minutes. Yi Nanqing remained silent, coldly observing the Thundermane rampaging in the arena. With its master, the Beast Master, dead, the beast naturally lost control. Yi Nanqing struck swiftly, making a gesture toward the Thundermane that reclaimed control of the 5th tier beast. The sequence flowed with effortless grace. Seizing a 5th tier beast seemed as easy as child's play. This display left the Knight faction members in awe of Yi Nanqing's prowess. After completing this, he turned and flew back toward the rear camp, coldly uttering 2 words. Withdraw. Withdraw, withdraw? The petitioners struggled to accept the order. Yi Nanqing also turned and flew toward the camp, saying indifferently. Withdraw. Withdraw. The main assault has been forced into a duel of commanders. With 5th tier forces holding no advantage and 4th tier troops blocked by Yi Fong, the situation is deadlocked. Lingering here serves no purpose. Amidst the retreating bugle call, the magic-based army withdrew in orderly fashion. Urent did not pursue, allowing them to depart. Pursuit would yield little gain. An army of 800,000 couldn't be crushed by a single assault. With the magical forces retreat, the Knight faction finally stabilized their position for the decisive battle. Chapter 146, Demigod? God? Beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down Yi Fong's forehead. These beads were intensely corrosive, leaving distinct scorch marks wherever they flowed. This was because impurities from the magic essence Yi Fong had absorbed were being expelled from his body along with the sweat. Observing the unusual droplets, Yi Fong knew something had gone wrong with his advancement. Since entering the inheritance space, Yi Fong had already amassed hundreds of thousands of demonic essence stones. Eager to level up, he absorbed most of it in one go, raising his level to 40 in just a few days. He was now a true 4th tier professional. The price of this rapid leveling was the accumulation of impurities within his body. Normally, Yi Fong didn't feel the harm from these impurities. But after drinking several bottles of pure potions today, the accumulated drawbacks immediately surfaced. Usually, using a purification potion to expel impurities only caused a burning sensation throughout his body. This time, however, due to the massive accumulation of impurities, the moment the purifying potion touched his lips, Yifang was overcome by excruciating pain, his entire body feeling as if it were being torn apart. Despite the agonizing pain, Yifang forced himself to keep drinking the potions rhythmically. The accumulated impurities have caused problems. They must be expelled immediately, Yifang muttered to himself as he took out another bottle of the purifying potion and drank it down. Sitting cross-legged by the bed, Yifang purged impurities while assessing his condition. As his level increased, the amount of magic essence required for advancement grew ever more immense. Back at the first tier, Yifang could purge impurities every 10 levels without issue. But after reaching the third tier, he had only advanced 6 levels in 2 days when the accumulated impurities became problematic. This was because advancing 10 levels at the first tier required only about 1,000 points of magic essence, while advancing even half a level at the fourth tier demanded well over 1,000 points. The impurities contained within each point of magic essence were roughly comparable. The impurity levels varied depending on the source. Natural magic essence, derived from magic essence stones, contained the most impurities. Conversely, magic essence obtained from exotic beasts contained fewer impurities. This is because the magic essence of beasts also originates from the heavens and earth. After being absorbed by the beasts, it undergoes an initial purification, resulting in slightly fewer impurities. Beyond the fourth tier, the amount of magic essence required for each level increase becomes terrifying. From now on, impurities must be purged after every level advancement. Even if delayed by other matters, purging must occur at most every 2 levels, otherwise, problems will arise. Several hours later, Yifang exhaled deeply. With the impurities fully purged, the tearing sensation throughout his body vanished completely. Yifang got out of bed and stretched his stiff limbs. Phew! Thank goodness. Though the advancement had some complications, thankfully they weren't severe. The agony during impurity expulsion was unbearable, but it didn't affect the core source of power. After stretching and changing clothes, Yifang walked straight to the window and lifted the flap of the tent. Moonlight streamed through the opening, illuminating the interior. Within the camp, several patrol squads drove scouting beasts back and forth, combing through hidden corners. Since the last ceasefire, the magic faction's grand offensive had stalled, prompting an immediate tactical shift. During the day, they continuously dispatched large armies of beasts to wear down the night faction's forces. The moment the night faction showed any signs of concentrating their troops, the beasts would immediately retreat. At night, they relentlessly sent assassins to harass their targets. Their assassination targets were intriguing. The mage faction's assassins specifically targeted 2nd and 3rd tier practitioners, completely ignoring 4th and 5th tier practitioners. They were determined to deplete the night faction's fighting strength. This left the camp in a state of panic. To calm the troops, Grante personally organized 4th tier practitioners to lead night patrols. To retaliate against the spellcaster assassins, Grante responded in kind by dispatching Shadow Warrior assassins to carry out their own strikes. The Shadow Warrior assassins, however, focused their attacks on 1st and 2nd tier beastmasters, rarely touching 3rd tier practitioners. As one side weakened and the other strengthened, the overall forces of both factions remained tightly matched. The stalemate persisted, though the Night faction alliance remained largely on the defensive. They held an advantage only in 4th and 5th tier combatants, while their overall numbers still fell short of the spellcaster faction. Yifang closed the window and returned to his bedside, pulling out the 2nd volume of the complete system of necromantic flames that Grante had given him. The first volume documented necrotic flame skills from tiers 1 to 3. This volume detailed skills from tiers 4 to 8. At this thought, Yifang frowned. Why were there no 9th tier skills? 8th rank stood at the pinnacle of demigodhood, while 9th rank was true godhood. If the Netherflame system only reached the 8th tier, did that mean the necrotic cataclysm was merely an 8th tier practitioner? Recalling the miniature world used to store the inheritance, Yifang shook his head, dismissing his own thought. An 8th tier practitioner lacked the power to create a microcosm. At least in Yifang's eyes, crafting such a realm demanded abilities reserved for true gods. Could it be that the 9th tier skill books contained secrets about ascending to the 9th tier, which is why they weren't included in these 2 volumes? Reflecting on the continent's state over the past centuries, Yifang grew increasingly certain of this theory. Since the era of the founding father, the glorious ruler, no 9th tier practitioner had emerged on the continent. And this book had been given to him by Grante. The 3 elements primordial power, skill books, and transcendence books were interconnected. Building upon the foundations of skill books, further exploration and refinement could potentially unlock transcendence books, deciphering the fundamental logic underlying a profession. If a non-summoning outsider like him could obtain this lower volume, and if a 9th tier skill book were truly contained within it, then the continent wouldn't have gone so long without producing another true god. Having temporarily confirmed his hypothesis, Yifang set aside his concerns about the necromancer calamity's rank and refocused his attention on the book. He had already flipped through this lower volume several times over the past few days. He had to admit, the Netherflame system was indeed powerful and comprehensive. It continued along the old path of soul attacks. Some of the skill designs within left Yifang clapping in admiration. Take the 5th tier skill, for instance Dark Ember Pulse. This wave-type skill transformed the soul energy within the nether flames into undulating waves, attacking enemy souls through wave resonance. Not only was it silent and invisible, killing without trace, but it also dealt area damage. Then there's the 5th tier skill Soul Abyss Whisper. A reconnaissance skill with a uniquely potent effect. It directly controls and communicates with an opponent's soul through the soul energy within the nether flame, interrogating the soul to extract desired information, achieving the effect of soul searching. Even more extraordinary is the skill Ashen Ruin Brand. It simulates a beastmaster's abilities using soul power, controlling other creatures by imprinting them with the mark of descent. Moreover, the Necrotic Calamity seems particularly fond of this skill, as the book details crafting methods for its skill books from level 5 all the way to level 8. The ultimate twist? This skill not only mimics beastmasters but surpasses them. While beastmasters can only control beasts, this ability allows control over humans. This means Yi Fong could forge an army of professionals utterly loyal to him. Chapter 147, Subjugating the Superior. Summon Spirit, Claude. Puppet Master, Eilis. Soul Summoning, Sarah. Answering the Alliance Leader's summons. Within the Grand Hall, the 3 spirit summoning practitioners placed their right hands over their hearts in unison, paying their respects to Yi Nanqing. Yi Nanqing resumed his refined demeanor, hastily rising to invite the trio to take their seats. Once seated, Yi Nanqing offered a faint smile and cut straight to the point. The current battle has reached a stalemate. I summoned you 3 specifically to break this deadlock. All 3 froze at his words, furrowing their brows. After a moment, Claude was the first to recover, his voice tinged with flattered surprise. Don't joke with us, Lord Alliance Leader. How could 3 4th-tier cultivators possibly break this deadlock? Claude's eyes were bloodshot and his complexion looked utterly drained, yet his entire demeanor remained hyper-alert, his speech rapid and urgent. This was the result of excessive drug use. At Yi Nanqing's command, all spellcasters among the Beastmasters had forcibly boosted their mental energy using the Knight's Crown, pushing the number of beasts under their control to the absolute limit. This came at a heavy cost. Forcibly amplifying psychic power inflicted severe damage on practitioners. To sustain their combat effectiveness, the spellcaster Beastmasters had been continuously consuming drugs. It wasn't just him, the puppeteer Ellis and the soul summoner Sarah were also deathly pale. Yi Nanqing sneered dismissively. Don't underestimate yourself like that, my loyal Claude. If I say you can do it, you can. Haven't you privately claimed time and again that you dream of mastering our sex beast summoning technique? Claude's pupils suddenly contracted. You mean to say? Yi Nanqing nodded. Exactly. My main candidate, Jia Yi, is dead. Thundermane urgently needs a new master. I wish to entrust it to you. Are you willing? Claude knelt down in excitement. I accept. Yi Nanqing gave a slight nod, retrieved a skill book from his spatial ring, and handed it to Claude. Take the skill book for now. I'll explain its secrets and how to perform the descend and ascend ritual. Iris and Sarah instinctively rose to leave. But Yi Nanqing raised a hand to stop him. No need to leave. Stay and listen. You're both my people. These will be yours sooner or later. At this point, Yi Nanqing paused, pacing as he spoke. There's a saying in the current extraordinary academic circles, what makes a high-tier practitioner is 99% sweat and 1% talent. That's pure bull. A practitioner is like a bucket. If your primordial power is vast, you're a big bucket capable of holding more magic essence. The more magic essence you hold, the higher your rank. What determines your primal power is the class change scroll. What determines how much magic essence you hold is the magic essence stone money. At its core, reaching high tiers is all about resources. With sufficient resources, even a talentless who can't awaken a profession can reach high tiers in no time. Of course, this only applies to high tiers. The path to demigod status still requires innate talent and ingenuity to explore. But the path to high tier has been thoroughly mapped out for virtually every profession. Some major sects even employ assembly line cultivation methods. Therefore, whether a practitioner can reach the 6th tier now depends entirely on resources. You're all under my wing. When it comes to resources, I'll definitely prioritize you whenever I can make the call. Anyone who's my person will be looked after. The 3 were deeply moved by these words. How does one become my person? It's actually quite simple. I only care about loyalty. I couldn't care less about background or origins. The trio sensed the underlying implication and immediately pounded their chests in pledges of loyalty. Young master. We come from humble origins. Within our sect, we've always been overlooked. No matter how hard we worked, we could never match those nobles with their vast resources. It wasn't until we met you that we gained sufficient resources to break through to the 4th tier. Now we're on the verge of advancing to the 5th tier. Everything we have today is because of you. We'd gladly give our lives for you. Our lives, the 2 behind him roared in unison. Yi Nanqing nodded with satisfaction. Good. Listen carefully, all 3 of you. I shall now reveal the secrets of the Imperial Command. Yi Nanqing snatched the skill book, tore open its cover, and revealed its core. Feel its essence. See if you can identify which profession's primal power this is. The three focused their gaze on the core, opening their senses wide to absorb the aura. After a moment, Claude sucked in a sharp breath, his expression tinged with surprise. This feels so familiar. It's somewhat like that disgraced profession within the spirit summoning school. The outcast profession Claude referred to was the summoner. Summoners possessed abilities similar to spirit summoning and had once belonged to the spirit summoning faction. However, a century ago, an internal conflict within the faction led to the summoner profession being expelled from the spirit summoning faction. This was a chapter of history that had been erased. When the three studied their general education courses, the textbooks only briefly touched upon this period. Many who took an interest in this history scoured books repeatedly, yet found nothing. However, it was easy to imagine that a fierce struggle must have erupted within the spirit summoning sect a century ago. Yan Nanqing's lips curved into a faint smile. Exactly the very source of a summoner's power. But it's a perfectly balanced, unfinished product. Think carefully what distinguishes the summoner profession from ours in spirit summoning? The difference. Summoners call forth creatures from the spirit realm, while we must capture exotic beasts ourselves, Sarah mused after a moment. Also, summoners use life as a medium to subjugate the higher. Claude suddenly realized. But summoners' creatures aren't as loyal as ours, right? Yin Anxing chuckled. Right. Senior Jiaye's control over the Thundermane is absolute, it's the mastery of a beast tamer. This touches upon the very secrets of our spirit summoning faction. Yi Nanqing tore open another corner of the skill book, revealing another primordial power. It is precisely this primal essence that enables absolute control. As for what this primal essence truly is, I shan't tell you. Truthfully, many have guessed the fundamental principles behind the lower to upper transformation. Yet they'll never be able to create a skill book. Even if I gave them this book's formula, they couldn't replicate it. The principles are too intricate. Merely binding two distinct primordial forces within a single tome requires alchemy mastery beyond most. But that's not the hardest part. The hardest part is its application. Without guidance, even if you were given the skill book for the lower sovereign, you wouldn't know how to use it. Next, I'll focus on explaining how to use it. Chapter 148, The Soul Legion. The lower realm is incredibly complex. A summoner's primal power is merely the catalyst. You must leverage that primal force to forge an equal pact with a beast using your own lifespan. This can be achieved by directly activating the skill. We've modified the summoner's primal power described in the texts, shifting its scope to target exotic beasts instead of spirit realm creatures. Next, you must utilize the contract imprint bearing on both parties. The contract is a trap, designed to implant a trigger through the contract markings. To confuse and guide. With that, this skill book's purpose is fulfilled. Finished? Claude was a bit dazed. Yan Nanqing nodded. Yes. Let me explain, a summoner's ability is merely the trigger. What truly allows you to command beasts is your professional ability as a beastmaster. Now, when you cast Beastmaster's art upon a 5th-tier beast, you'll find the trigger within the contract mark resonating with your power. Then you can attempt to erode the contract mark and control the 5th-tier beast. But you must proceed slowly, grind it down bit by bit. Never make sudden, forceful moves. The lore isn't that deceptive. If the 5th-tier beast detects you eroding it, it will summon its consciousness to resist. You will definitely lose. Each time it detects you, the beast's wariness increases. After multiple detections, it becomes impossible to bind it again. Once the contract markings are fully eroded, you can use beast control arts to manipulate the markings into new forms. The mark's transformations are predetermined by our programming. The contract mark transforms into a slave mark. Pretty neat, huh? Even if the 5th-tier beast detects you during this process, it won't matter, the outcome is already decided. Just be careful not to get injured by a furious 5th-tier beast. Yi Nanqing delivered the explanation in one breath, then turned to look at Claude with a distant gaze. The sheer volume of information and complexity of the process overwhelmed Claude momentarily. He frowned, trying to process it all. Yi Nanqing reassured him, "It's fine. I'll assist you when we descend from the throne. You sort it out first." Sarah. Yi Nanqing summoned the soul summoner Sarah once more. "I need you to add another dozen or so 5th-tier human souls to bridge the 4th-tier combat strength gap between us and the Knight faction." Sarah nodded silently. The size of his soul legion had already reached its limit. Adding more 5th-tier combat power was out of the question. It would be difficult even to add a single 1st-tier beast soul. But his inability did not mean his young master was powerless. Soul summoners were peculiar beings. True to their name, they manipulated souls both human and beast. However, due to the fundamental rules of the world, human souls below the 5th tier dissipate upon death and cannot be retained. Thus, among the human souls in his possession, only one was 5th tier, the rest were all beast souls. Summoners were truly unique, specializing in controlling spirits, naturally subjugating what was above them. Reaching tier 3 grants the ability to control tier 5 souls provided one possesses sufficient mental power and a tier 5 soul to command. His Soul Legion possessed formidable combat strength. They could only launch soul attacks. They pose little threat to practitioners above the 5th tier, but for lower tier practitioners, they are nothing short of a catastrophe. Lower tier practitioners possess virtually no soul defense capabilities whatsoever. Their souls shatter at the slightest touch. These past few days, whenever his Soul Legion appeared on the battlefield, the Night Faction's troops immediately began wailing like ghosts. Sarah instantly grasped Yexingen's intent, realizing why he insisted on 5th tier human souls. It was because Yi Nanqing's mission was to bridge the gap in 4th tier combat strength between the knights and mages. Souls, having lost their physical bodies, saw their combat effectiveness decline. The extent of this decline depended on whether they were human or beast. For beasts, combat effectiveness plummeted to rock bottom. This is because the combat power of exotic beasts lies mostly in their physical bodies. The soul combat power of 3rd tier beasts is only marginally stronger than that of 2nd tier ones. Human souls, however, suffer minimal degradation because the power of the rules persists. However, a 5th tier practitioner's soul pales in comparison to a true practitioner's, though it's more than sufficient to handle 4th tier opponents. Should we assassinate their 5th tier professional to seize control? Sarah asked, brimming with excitement and eager to act. Yi Nanqing frowned and gave a wry smile. You really think big, don't you? 5th tier. The power of the rules, it's not that easy to assassinate someone like that. Then, Sarah hesitated, unable to think of any other way to obtain a 5th tier human soul within this inheritance space besides killing one. Did you hear the myths and legends adults told you as a child? Yi Nanqing grinned wickedly, launching into a mythical tale. After death, souls ascend to heaven or descend to hell. The virtuous ascend to heaven, while the wicked descend to hell. That's false. After death, souls dissipate into nourishment for the world, and the power within them likewise vanishes back into the world. But in this world created by our Father, there truly is heaven and hell. Within the inheritance realm lies a place called the soul resting ground. It is the combined realm of heaven and hell. After death, the souls of both the virtuous and the wicked are gathered and housed within this miniature world. Of course, only those of 5th tier or above. Ultimately, this microcosm relies on the main world for its existence. Thus, certain foundational principles remain unalterable even by gods. But, I recall the record stating souls trapped in the soul resting realm cannot be retrieved, Sarah questioned. Before their arrival, their sect had provided them with detailed documentation outlining all major resource points within the inheritance space. Simple, Yi Nanqing declared with startling confidence. Just destroy the soul resting ground. We probably can't do that, Claude asked timidly. Yi Nanqing folded his arms behind his back and declared with pride. We certainly can't do it ourselves, but we have outside help. When the time comes, a demigod-level practitioner will help us blast through the barrier of the soul resting ground. We won't need to blast through much, just enough to create an opening for us to retrieve a 5th tier soul. Ha! The trio gasped in shock. Yi Nanqing snorted coldly. If his knight faction dares to cheat, my mage faction certainly dares too. Though our mage faction never controlled the alliance government, in recent centuries, it wasn't just his knight faction that held power. The leader of the warrior faction has long been a guest of honor in our spirit summoning faction. With that, Yi Nanqing retrieved a crown from his spatial ring and handed it to Sarah. This knight crown was unlike any other. The moment it touched her hands, Sarah felt a spiritual power as deep and profound as an abyss. With this knight crown enhancing your spiritual power, it will be more than enough for you to control those 5th tier souls. This is the knight crown I've always used, not that trashy, low-grade junk forged in the fallen Spring Valley waters. If you use this crown to eliminate those 4th tier practitioners for me, it will be yours. Chapter 149, The Depths of a Superpower. Finally, Yi Nanqing approached the puppeteer. Ellis, regarding 4th tier combat strength, Sarah's 5th tier Soul Legion can barely make up the difference. In 5th tier combat power, we were originally one short compared to the spellcasters. After Jia Ye's death, the gap widened to 2. Now that Claude has regained control of the Thundermane, the gap has narrowed back to 1. The final 5th tier vacancy will be filled by you. Iris nodded solemnly, saying nothing, awaiting Yi Nanqing's instructions. Yi Nanqing flicked a spatial ring. With a flash of white light, a humanoid golem landed on the ground. Take a look at what I've prepared this time. 5th tier humanoid puppet armor, dragon scale warguard, crafted from the scales of the subterranean dragon, a subspecies of dragon, paired with Master Sand's latest power core. 3 skills have been integrated based on the armor's properties. This entire set cost nearly 70,000. Truly worthy of 5th tier combat power. Use it well. This thing didn't come easy. Had it not been for our internal consensus to block the Knight faction from taking over the sacred grounds, I wouldn't have been able to access this puppet with my current authority. With my father on the verge of breaking through to the 9th tier, the Knight faction grew restless, pinning their last hope on the founding father's legacy. That's why I could mobilize such vast resources for this battle over the glory inheritance.
Even so, my elder brother still went out of his way to sabotage me, unwilling to let my influence grow too rapidly. That's why this puppet was so hard to come by. Yi Nanqing pushed the puppet toward Ellis. The moment he saw the humanoid armor, Ellis's hands trembled with excitement. Had Yi Nanqing not been present, he would likely have pounced on the armor immediately. Hold your horses. Listen to the precautions first. Yi Nanqing spoke calmly. Though your psychic power is formidable, it's still insufficient to control a 5th-tier puppet. That's why I specifically chose an armored puppet to let your physical strength shoulder some of the mental load. Even so, it still won't be enough. To control this 5th-tier puppet, you must first release all the puppets currently under your command, freeing up your mental energy entirely. Then, combined with the Knight Crown, it should be sufficient. Note, the 3 skills are imprinted onto the puppet via skill books. The skill engravings are located internally on the chest, so avoid frontal attacks during combat. If your chest sustains battle damage and the skill engravings are destroyed, you will lose these 3 abilities. That covers the precautions. As for the abilities and skills of the Dragon Scale Battle Guard, you'll discover them for yourself once you don the armor. It won't disappoint you. Finally, Yi Nanqing seemed to recall something else and added another reminder. The other 2 follow the standard Beastmaster approach. But you're different. Once you don the armor, you'll need to fight directly. We beast tamers aren't skilled in direct combat. You must intensify your training these next few days. You have only 2 days, the final assault will commence precisely on schedule. Yes, sir. Ellis knelt on one knee, his right fist pounding his chest in excitement. Claude, who had just attained 5th-tier combat strength, immediately pledged his loyalty. With the gap in high-tier combat power now bridged and our numerical superiority, victory is assured. This subordinate first congratulates the young master on ascending to the Holy Land. The other 2 knelt in unison, unwilling to be outdone. Yen Nanqing sighed helplessly. You lot. Your loyalty is commendable. But these preparations alone won't be enough to defeat Grante. But how can we not defeat the Knight faction with this? Claude was incredulous. We've now leveled the playing field in elite combat strength. In terms of troop numbers, we outnumber them by a full 300,000. Most of our troops are the fearless beast armies, whose combat strength far surpasses the Knight's faction. And this still isn't enough to win? Yen Nanqing sneered contemptuously. You've never been part of a sect's inner circle, so you know nothing of the foundations of such superpowers. On this continent today, we, the Knights, and the Nohai Trading Guild are the top superpowers. The other factions are at best large powers, utterly incomparable to these 3. The depth of a superpower's foundations is beyond your imagination. Durant hasn't even shown his full strength yet. As the designated heir of a superpower, that brainless fool is surprisingly powerful. This is merely one facet of a superpower's foundation. The Knights have controlled the Alliance government for years. The inheritance space has always been maintained by the Alliance government. They've been deeply rooted in this small world for so long, they must have left some kind of means here. Just look at the Battle of Rock Forest. News of the Stone Forest had long circulated within the magical coalition forces, and the 3 were well versed in the battle's details. Durant had forced Feng Yuan's surrender by activating the sacrificial array, using the lives of hundreds of thousands as leverage. However, the trio remained unconcerned. Young master, rest assured, we've thoroughly inspected this battlefield. There are absolutely no hidden dangers. Yi Nanqing shook his head firmly. Don't think that way. I shared your perspective before meeting the warrior faction leader, but when the warrior faction handed over the methods they'd buried, I realized just how naive I'd been. It's simply unimaginable unless witnessed firsthand. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Midnight. The moonlight was eerily white. Yi Feng sat at the desk, his face nearly pressed against the tabletop, carefully merging the 2 primal energies. To his right lay another skill book, Soul Burning Beacon. This represented another transformation within the Netherflame system. The skill book he was crafting bore the name, Soul Embers. With the great battle imminent, Grante had ordered the entire army to prepare for war, awaiting the command to counterattack the magic realm at any moment. The Knight faction's strength had shown no significant change over the past 2 days, still holding the disadvantage on the main battlefield. Given this unfavorable situation, Grante's sudden counterattack order sparked widespread speculation. Many believed he was rushing to achieve quick success, desperate to defeat the magic faction and seize the Holy Land, thus embarking on a final gamble. Yi Feng, however, saw it differently. Durant was no fool, he had his reasons for this bold move. It was likely that the demigod knights from outside had taken their positions, ready to leverage the superpower's resources to support Grante. To prepare for the impending battle days later, Yi Feng deliberately selected these 2 skills from the lower volume of the Necromantic Netherflame System Compendium to bolster combat effectiveness.
For the past 2 days, he hadn't left his doorstep, racing against time to craft the skill manuals. Failed attempts piled up at Yifang's feet. It must be said that his foundation in transcendent studies was still too shallow, even following the formula. He failed multiple times. Of course, this was also due to the sheer power and complexity of these two skills. Yifang felt no regret over the wasted materials. These were all earned with his battle merits. Chapter 150, The General's Challenge. Yifang slowly merged the two clusters of primordial energy. With a faint hum, they completely fused into one, radiating a soft glow. Yifang wiped the sweat from his forehead and held the skill book core up for a closer look. At this stage, the skill book was considered complete. As for the outer cover, Yifang had no intention of crafting one, he hadn't even gathered the materials. The cover's sole purpose was to seal the core for convenient transportation and storage. Yifang intended to use these two skill books immediately after crafting them, rendering the covers unnecessary. Only when used together could the two skill books unleash their full potential. Skill, Soul Burning Beacon. Its effect is to transform souls scorched by the netherflame into beacons, functioning similarly to the netherflame itself. The paired Soul Ember skill resembles the Ignite skill, but its attack method differs slightly. Instead of direct burst attacks, it involves soul for soul, life for life exchanges. Simply put, it uses the soul beacons created from souls killed by the netherflames to drain the enemy's soul reserves, ultimately killing them by depleting their soul essence. Thus, the Scourge named this ability Soul Ember. However, timing is crucial when unleashing this ability. The optimal moment is when the enemy is nearly killed by the netherflames. If cast too early, while the enemy's soul reserves remain substantial, the beacon skill will consume more resources and may even fail. If cast too late, the enemy is killed, and the souls of practitioners below 5th tier dissipate, rendering the beacon skill unusable. However, this does not affect beasts, as their souls do not dissipate upon death. This skill proves most effective against beasts, as summoning a soul from a physically deceased being incurs no additional cost. As the skill book's core coalesced into a luminous orb, it settled upon Yifang's chest, transforming into an imprint. The soul-burning beacon skill book had been successfully activated. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the decisive battle, as dawn broke, Yan Nanqing ordered the entire army to advance. The magical forces divided into 2 columns, with the beast army clearing the path at the forefront. The night faction's scouts reacted with remarkable speed, relaying intelligence back almost the instant the magical forces began their advance. Upon receiving the intelligence, Grante was not alarmed but delighted. He immediately ordered his entire army to advance and engage the enemy proactively. By dawn, the two armies finally met in the middle of the blood-red plains, the great battle poised to erupt. Just as the armies were about to clash, Yan Nanqing suddenly ordered a halt to the advance. Seeing this, Grante held back the eager night faction coalition, preparing to see what trick Yan Nanqing had up his sleeve. From within the ranks of the spellcasters, a figure slowly emerged. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a puppeteer. Puppeteer Ellis stood alone before the opposing armies, gazing eerily at Grante. This formation, the spellcasters are challenging us to a duel. The warrior faction leader instantly grasped the spellcaster's intent. At that moment, the puppeteer Ellis called out, Lord Grante, before our armies clash, there remains a small matter unresolved. Our senior, Jia Yi, did not die in vain. Fellow student Yifang, I've long heard of your formidable combat prowess, a 3rd tier defeating a 5th tier as if a celestial being descended. Today, I've come specifically to test your skills. Ha! This is ridiculous. The mage faction is abandoning their numerical advantage and actively challenging us to a duel? Bah! A mere 4th tier practitioner dares challenge Yifang, a 5th tier powerhouse? He's courting death. Though none had understood the skill Yifang used to kill Jia Yi that day, everyone agreed it possessed 5th tier power and operated silently. News of Yifang's 5th tier combat prowess quickly spread throughout both factions. Curiosity ran rampant about how Yifang had slain Jia Yi. Many eagerly sought him out at his camp, subtly probing his abilities with every word. Yifang welcomed all visitors, yet his words remained watertight, carefully guarding the secret of his 6th tier feared demon spirit. Just as Yifang was growing weary of the constant inquiries, Grante intervened, issuing an order to cease all probing. Durant himself didn't press for details. As he'd said, everyone had their own secret methods. This kid's up to no good. He's only 4th tier, yet dares challenge Yifang. He must have backing, likely funded by Yan Nanqing. I say we shouldn't accept the challenge. What are you afraid of? We're outnumbered. Now that they've challenged us, how can we refuse? Even if that kid got support from Yan Nanqing, he couldn't turn a 4th tier fighter into a 6th tier one. At best, he's a 5th tier fighter. Our Lord Yifang can annihilate 5th tier opponents in seconds. I see no problem with me taking him on. In an instant, The Knight faction's leadership erupted into heated debate over the challenge.
Watching the Knight faction's leaders bicker, Ellis smiled faintly and began to goad them. What's the matter? Does Lord Yifeng, with his 5th tier strength, actually fear a mere 4th tier professional like me? Amidst the cacophony of voices around him and Ellis's taunts from below, Grante frowned and declared, "Ignore this brat. Zhou Yifeng. Order the entire army to attack. Crush that brat underfoot." Ha! The order left everyone stunned. The order came too suddenly. Zhou Yifeng couldn't react in time and froze in place. This man dares to challenge us, he must have something to rely on. At the very least, he possesses peak 5th tier combat strength and holds an absolute advantage over Yifeng. I won't tolerate any more mishaps. Get moving, Grant snapped. Whirling to bark at Zhou Yifeng shuddered violently, immediately rising to relay the order. But a pair of strong hands grabbed him. Yifeng stopped Zhou Yifeng from relaying the order and stepped before Grant, stating, "This challenge can be accepted. He's come looking for death. We'll grant him his wish. Since he must possess 5th tier combat strength, eliminating him before the major battle begins will weaken the enemy's ranks. Isn't that advantageous?" Durant frowned deeply, his tone unwavering. "No, don't be overconfident. This man dares to strut in and challenge you, fully aware of your strength. His methods are undoubtedly designed to counter you." Yifeng shot him a confident look. "Don't you know who I am? I'm just unlucky. Ha ha. Rest assured, even if he has ways to counter me, I have other tricks up my sleeve." Durant still frowned as he stared intently at Yifeng. After a long moment, he sighed and said, "All right then, be careful." Yifeng nodded and calmly stepped down from the stage. Seeing Yifeng descend, Ellis smiled smugly. He had complete confidence in his dragon scale warguard. This set of puppet armor possessed all-around defensive capabilities, including soul protection. Yifeng's skill that had instantly killed Jia Yi that day had caught the attention of their young master. Yi Nanqing had informed him that Jia Yi most likely died from internal injuries. Most likely, it involved soul-based techniques, and his dragon scale battle guard feared no soul attacks. Chapter 151, Dead? Law School, Ellis, Capital University. Yifeng. After both parties declared their names, Ellis almost immediately unleashed his dragon scale warguard. With the precedent of Jia Yi's fate fresh in his mind, Ellis dared not be the slightest bit careless. Only after donning the dragon scale battle guard, imbued with soul defense, did he feel at ease. The moment the dragon scale battle guard materialized, a palpable aura of a wyvern swept over the crowd, sending shockwaves through the entire arena. Well now, the magic system hides its depth well to have a 5th tier puppet hidden away. Yeah, if I hadn't died, this puppet probably wouldn't have shown itself. So the mage faction has been evenly matched with us at the 5th tier all along. Thank goodness Yifeng killed Jia Yi. The magic faction leaders had previously been confident in their numerical superiority at the 5th tier. Now, with the Dragon Scale Guardian's emergence, everyone instantly lost their composure. Liao Yan's subsequent words sent their hearts plummeting to the depths. At this point, the magic sect should still be on par with us in 5th tier combat strength. If they can produce one lower ruling the upper, they can certainly produce a second. Then what's the point of fighting? We already had the disadvantage in numbers, and now we've lost our edge in high tier forces too. Sigh. All we can do now is pin our hopes on Yifeng taking down this puppet. Liao Yan let out a light sigh. The others exchanged wry smiles. It's tough. 5th tier puppets wield the power of the rules. As they debated, the battle below had already commenced. The moment hostilities commenced, Yifeng activated the netherflame totem attached to his body, enveloping himself in a solid shield. Facing him was a dragon-shaped puppet with formidable physical combat prowess. This battle would most likely devolve into hand-to-hand combat. Yifeng possessed almost no combat strength himself, relying primarily on his soul-devouring technique to consume summon creatures for melee combat. This battle was at the 5th tier level, and none of the spirit realm creatures currently in his summoning space were capable of handling it. His soul 6th tier fear spirit lacked any melee capability. However, the fear demon spirit's skill of striking fear into the heart remained his only hope for victory in this battle. Iris commanded the dragon scale guard to charge directly at Yifeng. Yifeng dared not take it lightly, swiftly summoning netherflame totems to surround the attack. Hundreds of overlapping netherflame totems exploded with terrifying force. Such power would intimidate even a 5th tier practitioner lacking physical prowess. Yet to his surprise, Ellis showed no intention of retreating, braced himself against the blow, and continued charging toward Yifeng. Boom! Black netherflames instantly engulfed the surroundings, their explosive force causing the souls of many low-tier practitioners to tremble. Before the flames had even dissipated, the dragon scale guard burst from the explosion and charged straight at Yifeng. He hasn't taken much damage at all. Yifeng's expression instantly turned grave. The dragon scale warguard's defenses were far stronger than he had anticipated. This puppet must have been specifically reinforced with soul defense, designed to counter him.
Yifeng's original plan had been to use a massive barrage of nether flames to breach the dragon scale warrior's defenses, then finish off this Ellis with a fear-inducing mind attack.
He hadn't anticipated the puppet's defenses being this formidable. Yifeng darted and dodged relentlessly, repeatedly unleashing more potent netherflame totems to counter Ellis's assaults. This puppet's defenses seem remarkably comprehensive. I wonder if the fear-inducing mind attack will work. The nether flames aren't doing much damage to this puppet. The original plan isn't working. Should we try the fear-inducing mind attack directly?
The fear spirit could be used 3 times after being fed once.
Yifeng now had only 2 uses left. Is it worth wasting 2 chances? Yifeng hesitated for a moment. The outcome of this battle wasn't solely his responsibility.
He preferred to save his chances for the upcoming exploration of the sacred land. He could withdraw at any moment, even defeat would carry no consequences. Before Yifeng could deliberate further. Despite his constant dodging and weaving, Ellis was closing in on him. Yifeng gritted his teeth. Damn it! Let's try it! Yifeng communicated with the fear demon spirit within the summoning space. The demon spirit instantly responded to his call, and the skill activated. Skill, Terror Strike. Under the gaze of the crowd, the dragon scale guard, poised to sever Yifeng's head, abruptly halted his attack. Clutching his chest, he staggered backward rapidly. Thank goodness it worked. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Despite achieving some results, Yifeng remained stunned by the dragon scale guard's defensive prowess. His 6th tier skill hadn't even killed a single 4th tier professional, which spoke volumes about how formidable this dragon scale war guardian's defenses truly were. Not only was its defense formidable, but it was also comprehensive. Unlike the soul-attacking netherflames, Terror Strikes the Heart belonged to the emotion rule within the Force of Rules. The dragon scale warguard had even accounted for this aspect. The situation reversed instantly, with Yifeng now pursuing Ellis. The reversal happened so fast that both the cavalry and mages were momentarily stunned. What just happened? That move again. Feng Yuan frowned and shook his head repeatedly. I still don't understand what skill this is, but I can confirm it's most likely rule power, and it's not from the elemental realm. Otherwise I wouldn't have failed to sense the shift in rule elements. Durant narrowed his eyes, seemingly discerning something. Yexing, however, sneered repeatedly. So it was the power of rules after all, the most elusive of all. The rules of emotion. No wonder I couldn't figure it out last time. As a 5th tier practitioner himself, Yi Nanqing possessed deep knowledge of rule power. However, the emotion rule didn't fall under the same category as his own rule power. He hadn't sensed any shifts in rule power himself. Instead, he deduced it based on the extent of Ellis's injuries. The defensive skill he had placed on Ellis had just been triggered. Through the location where the defensive skill activated, Yi Nanqing could clearly sense that Ellis's heart had ceased beating. Iris had already died moments ago. It was he who was now controlling the dragon scale warguard. A sudden, extreme stimulation to the heart, without any visible wounds. The only effect capable of this that I couldn't detect must be the emotion rule. Yi Nanqing analyzed as he commanded the dragon scale guard to retreat. Yifeng pursued relentlessly. Ellis ran without looking back, a clear sign he had no combat strength left. Once he caught up to Ellis, that dragon scale warguard with its formidable defenses would be his. Skill, Terror Strike. Yifeng unleashed his final move, fear-inducing mind attack. A rechargeable skill to exchange for a dragon scale warguard? This gamble was worth every risk. The vibration from his spirit realm contract caught Yifeng's attention. He immediately scanned the message. It was from the contract with the fear demon spirit. What does failed activation mean? The spirit realm contract vibrated again. You mean he's dead? The fear spirit informed Yifeng that it could no longer sense the fear emotions emanating from Ellis. The entity on the other end was most likely dead. Yifeng found it hard to believe. With the dragon scale guard isolating the interior, he couldn't confirm Ellis's current state. Chapter 152, The Beacon. Damn it! Watching Yifeng grow increasingly distant, Grante let out a cry of alarm. Yifeng's position was now approaching the magical army's location. If Yi Nanqing disregarded appearances and ordered the army forward at this moment, Yifeng would be finished. Durant immediately sent a message to Yifeng, but before he could deploy his countermeasures, his worst fears materialized. Watching Yifeng chase the dragon scale guard and draw ever closer to their own forces, Yi Nanqing wore a look of triumph. He instantly severed his control over the dragon scale guard, broke free, and charged straight toward Yifeng. Yifeng had just eliminated another 5th tier combatant. The 5th tier strength they had painstakingly restored was now back to square one. Yifeng must be eliminated. Under Yi Nanqing's command, the entire magical army poured out. Orders cascaded down the ranks, and hundreds of thousands of troops surged forward in an instant, intent on overwhelming Yifeng. The very moment Yi Nanqing withdrew from the dragon scale guard, The colossal construct crashed to the ground. Yi Fong effortlessly seized it and stored it within his spatial ring. This exceptional 5th-tier puppet now belonged to him. From this moment onward, he would no longer fear close combat in 5th-tier battles. As for his current predicament, he wasn't the least bit afraid. The spellcaster vanguard was merely a pack of beasts. Taking his life wouldn't be so easy. Durant had already mobilized reinforcements to come to his aid. He only needed to hold out a little longer. With a wave of his hand, Yi Fong flung open the Spirit Realm gate, desperately unleashing Spirit Realm creatures to sow chaos. Next, Yi Fong summoned the Bone Castle. With another wave of his hand, a torrent of modified skeletons poured forth like a rushing river. Yi Fong opened the gates of the Bone Castle to their fullest extent. He intended to unleash all his modified skeletons. His entire fortune and life were staked on this, and he dared not be the slightest bit careless. Within mere breaths, the magical beast army clashed head-on with the Spirit Realm creatures Yi Fong had unleashed. Since Yi Fong hadn't bound these Spirit Realm creatures to him through contracts, they fought independently. Almost instantly, they were overwhelmed and crushed by the alien beast army. Yi Fong's first line of defense was shattered. However, this bought him some time. He had already gathered his skeleton legions tightly around him, forming concentric circles to shield himself. The remaining skeleton army was strategically positioned by Yi Fong in scattered formations around the perimeter. In the blink of an eye, the magic-wielding beast army surged forward, closing in on the skeletons. Just as the beasts were about to crush the skeletons, Yi Fong struck. Skill: Internal Combustion. The moment internal combustion activated, the foremost group of skeletons instantly transformed into ghostly flames, floating in midair. The beast army momentarily lost its target. Yi Fong's lips curved into a smirk. Come on, if you dare. The spirit masters controlling the beasts from the rear showed no hesitation, driving the horde forward without pause. As the most prominent figure in the Holy Land conflict, Yi Fong's tactics were well known to all, and these beast tamers were no exception. The series of combos surrounding the ghostly flames had long been drilled into them. Though they knew continuing the assault would inflict heavy losses, they had no choice. The beast horde was meant for attrition. Now was not the time to dwell on personal gains or losses. The beast horde roared as it charged into the flickering nether flames. Yi Fong did not rush to detonate the nether flames, instead waiting for the beast horde to advance deeper. 1, 2, 3, now! Snap! With a crisp snap of his fingers, all the nether flames erupted simultaneously, instantly clearing the battlefield around Yi Fong. Continue! The leader of the beast masters, cloaked in black, issued the command coldly. See how many skeletons he has left. Urged on by the beast masters in the rear, the beasts charged toward Yi Fong with utter disregard for their own lives. Yi Fong had no choice but to continuously detonate his skeleton army. After several waves, 2/3 of his skeletons had been lost. The current losses among his skeletons were insignificant. What truly concerned Yi Fong was Yi Nanqing, who was rapidly closing in on him. Yi Nanqing threw everything he had at once, 4 5th tier, 2 6th tier, and 1 7th tier beast, all charging toward Yi Fong in a frenzied assault. Yi Fong's heart nearly leapt into his throat. Panic gripped him. He had only one chance left. Even if he used it, he could only kill 1 6th tier beast. The remaining 4 5th tier, 1 6th tier, and 1 7th tier beasts could easily slaughter him. Moreover, the newly acquired 5th tier dragon scale battle guard was unusable. He hadn't figured out how to activate the battle armor, let alone control it. Yi Nanqing, what about our deal to pick off the leaders? You shameless bastard. The thunderous shout that followed calmed Yi Fong's heart considerably. The moment Yi Nanqing moved, Grante unleashed his black dragon. Propelled by the 7th tier dragon's speed, Grant reached the battlefield faster than Yi Nanqing. Watching the black dragon roar overhead, Yi Fong's heart finally settled. He fully withdrew his attention, focusing all his energy on handling the current situation. The Night faction's reinforcements wouldn't arrive for several more minutes. He only needed to hold out a little longer. But Yi Fong wasn't thinking of merely holding on for a moment. This battle had become a decisive showdown, with no retreat possible for either side. They could only fight to the bitter end. He intended to use his own methods to eliminate as many of the beast hordes as possible. 2 fingers tucked beneath his sleeve twisted lightly, silently activating the soul-igniting beacon skill. But halfway through activating the skill, Yi Fong halted. The soul-igniting beacon is a newly acquired skill. These men don't know about it yet. I can't reveal the beacon now. I need to make the beast masters underestimate me, drawing in as many beast hordes as possible. That's the only way to maximize the damage. Boom! Boom! After 2 more blasts of fiery explosions, the skeleton horde surrounding Yi Fong dwindled to mere thousands. Against the flood-like tide of hundreds of thousands of beasts, they were but ants. Charge! 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 The Beastmaster leader shouted the command 3 times in rapid succession, his voice trembling with excitement. A few thousand skeletons can't sustain a proper explosion anymore. Seize this moment to finish off Yifeng once and for all. Urged by their leader, the beast masters frantically rallied the surrounding beasts toward Yifeng, causing a small split in the front lines of the spellcasters. Now, skill, soul igniting beacon. Yifeng finally held nothing back, fully activating the beacon skill. Instantly, countless flickering beast souls rose from the corpses on the ground, standing like beacons. What is this? This is bad. The intel was flawed. The Beastmaster leader instantly realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Under his command, the beasts had already plunged deep into the beacon array. As the drooling magic gold bear lunged toward him, Yifeng pressed his palms together and unleashed his skill without hesitation. Skill, Soul Embers. A tremor erupted as countless beacon spirits simultaneously pounced upon the surrounding beasts. Before the magic gold bear could even touch Yifeng, 3 beacon souls clung to its body. Both sides instantly began a battle of soul reserves. The demon gold bear halted its attack, letting out agonized howls. Simultaneously, the light emanating from the 3 beacon souls visibly dimmed at a rapid pace. Chapter 153, The Outcome. As this was his first time using the beacon combo, Yifeng himself had little understanding of the skill's true power. He seized this moment to scrutinize the true force of soul embers. He saw that while the magic gold bear's aura was indeed weakening, its rate of decline was nowhere near as rapid as that of the 3 beacon souls. In less than a breath's time, the 3 beacon souls' reserves were completely depleted in the mutual drain. The magic gold bear's aura, though severely weakened, still clung to a thread of life. The power of beacon souls is nowhere near that of netherflames. Yifeng shook his head. The demon gold bear before him was a 3rd-tier beast, and the 3 beacon souls were also 3rd tier. How could 3 souls of the same tier fail to exhaust one? This left Yifeng feeling somewhat frustrated. However, moments later, Yifeng grasped the reason. Though they were the same tier, the 3 beacon souls were like water without a source, while the demonic golden bear's soul possessed vitality that constantly replenished and nourished it. With such advantages, this outcome was hardly surprising. The demonic golden bear before him had lost its combat ability. Yifeng could dispatch any skeleton to finish it off with ease, yet Yifeng chose the most wasteful approach. He summoned another nearby beacon soul, instructing it to cling to the magic gold bear and continue draining its energy. Soon, after the 4th beacon soul had been drained of most its vitality, the golden bear's soul was finally exhausted, nearly 4-1. This outcome left Yifeng genuinely disappointed, but he quickly recovered and continued to unleash a series of beacon skills. Soul-burning beacons and soul embers were unleashed in succession, relentlessly clearing the encircling horde of beasts. After several waves of attacks, the Night Faction's main force arrived. Surrounded by the vast ranks of professional adventurers, Yifeng finally felt completely safe. The ground-based hordes of beasts were held back by the Night Faction's forces. The 5th-tier professionals who had rushed in from the sky to ambush him were also held back by Feng Yuan and Liao Yan. After collecting the remaining netherflame totems from the ground and recalling the last few thousand skeletons back to the Bone Castle, Yifeng immediately decided to retreat. Before leaving the battlefield, Yifeng glanced back at his achievements. His contribution in this battle was immense. His first strike alone had slain a 5th-tier combatant. He then used modified skeletons to channel netherflames, which ignited into fiery explosions, slaughtering tens of thousands of beasts. Next, he harnessed the souls of the fallen beasts into beacons, drawing upon their spiritual essence to engage in a battle of attrition. Through this sequence, Yifeng eradicated nearly 120,000 beasts of the law element. The netherflames alone claimed over 90,000 lives, while the beacons only managed to eliminate a little over 20,000. Such colossal achievements came at a heavy cost. At the start of the battle, he commanded over 80,000 modified skeletons. Now, only a few thousand remained. After tallying his spoils, Yifeng wasted no time. He devoured the lightning elemental and immediately flew toward the main camp. He had already pushed his forces to their absolute limit. At most, he could attempt a surprise ambush next, using his final, unspent fear strike to target a 5th-tier opponent. The rest would depend on Grante. In this decisive battle, he would surely reveal every last card up his sleeve. Yifeng was quite eager to see what methods the Night Faction had laid in the inheritance space over the years. In the sky, over 20 5th-tier professionals had formed more than a dozen battle groups, locked in a fierce, deadlocked struggle. The most intense clash belonged to Grante and Yeshing. As the heir apparent of the Night Faction, Grante commanded a 7th-tier demigod-level black dragon despite being only a 4th-tier practitioner. Yet Yi Nanqing, deeply favored by the speaker's father, refused to concede defeat. She too commanded a black 7th-tier celestial steed, dragon and Pegasus. 2 demigods clashed in the skies, locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Grante, who was slightly weaker, remained on the defensive. Though powerful enough to instantly defeat 5th-tier foes, his strength ultimately fell short against 6th-tier opponents. Facing Yi Nanqing's 6th-tier colossal beast Tigris, he inevitably appeared somewhat outmatched. Tigris belonged to the elite Titan lineage, the pinnacle of the beast race. Among thousands of Titans, only the mightiest among them earned the right to bear the name Tigris. Titan, true to its name. Its body was like a small mountain. It possessed no ranged attack capabilities, yet its physical strength was beyond comprehension. Even Grante, capable of uprooting an island with his bare hands, dared not meet its punches head-on, forced instead to evade relentlessly. Though powerful, Tigris moved with deliberate slowness, far less agile than Grante. Grunt circled around Taglas, dodging while occasionally drawing its fists toward itself. Controlled by its beast master, Tigris had completely lost its free will. As a 5th-tier practitioner, Yi Nanqing not only had to control a 7th-tier Pegasus but also Tigris, leaving him stretched too thin. His mental energy was depleted, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Were it not for the support of the top-tier Knight's Crown, he would have lost control of the situation long ago. In this state, Granite repeatedly lured Tigris' attacks to strike himself. After being toyed with repeatedly, Yi Nanqing snapped in mockery. Aren't you knights the most proud of your formidable physical combat prowess? Why not dare to clash with my Titan? Durant snorted, dismissing it as a joke. Such words were utterly useless, even a 3-year-old wouldn't bother responding to them. This remark alone revealed just how terrifyingly drained Yi Nanqing's mental energy had become. His mind was so muddled now that even his speech had lost all coherence. Hold them off. Trying to control two beyond your level? Let's see how long you last. Durant made up his mind to stall, continuing to circle around Tagras. Watching this unfold, Yi Nanqing was furious. Hide. Let's see how long you can keep hiding. Keep dodging. Best keep dodging until the day my father ascends to godhood. Durant remained silent, continuing to toy with Tagras. Yi Nanqing's teeth clenched so hard they ground together. Fine. If I can't take you down, I'll take down someone else. Yi Nanqing swung his right hand. The 4 5th-tier beasts that had been guarding him suddenly flew off, heading straight for the 5th-tier battlefield to the right. Durant let out a cry of alarm, immediately abandoning Tagras to pursue the 4 5th-tier beasts. The Knight Faction Coalition's 5th-tier professionals outnumbered the spellcasters by only one, a minor advantage at best. With these 4 5th-tier beasts gone, their side instantly faced a significant disadvantage. These 4 5th-tier beasts belonged to Yi Nanqing. He would have to handle all of Yi Nanqing's beasts alone, otherwise, victory would be nearly impossible. Damn you! Die! Durant roared as he charged at a 5th-tier flying crane. Furious, he crushed the 5th-tier flying crane with a single punch. Then, gripping it with both hands, he wrenched its slender neck clean off. Without pausing, veins bulged on Grant's forehead, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. With that same ferocity, he slaughtered 2 more 5th-tier beasts. Boom! Tigras, controlled by Yi Nanqing, finally arrived. Caught off guard, it slammed a fist into the ground, sending Grantaire crashing down. The impact instantly carved a massive, human-shaped crater in the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Chapter 154, Simulation. Seizing the momentum, Yi Nanqing commanded Tigris to stomp down hard on the spot where Grante lay. Having pinned Grante down, Yi Nanqing immediately commanded his last remaining 5th-tier beast, the Viper, to rush to the aid of his fellow 5th-tier practitioners. At that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Tigris was suddenly flung to the ground, its immense weight causing the earth itself to tremble. Amidst the swirling dust, a shadowy black giant surged forth. With a colossal hand, it snatched the 5th-tier Viper back, crushing it into a pulp in its palm. Come on then. You wanted to go toe-to-toe with me, didn't you? The phantom giant's mouth emitted a voice reminiscent of Grante. Finally willing to use your father's signature move, Yi Nanqing said slowly, his expression grave. Durant sighed bitterly. I have no choice. This technique permanently depletes my infinite attributes. I truly wish to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. Then the phantom giant roared with savage fury. Since I've paid the price, you'd better leave something behind too. With that, Grante charged headlong toward Yi Nanqing's true form. Yi Nanqing neither dodged nor retreated, clasping his hands before his chest as if gathering strength. Tagras, having scrambled back to his feet, let out a frenzied roar and lunged at Grant, desperately trying to block the phantom giant's attack and buy time for his master. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Grante's eyes. You're in the way. I'll kill you first. The phantom giant slammed a palm into Tigris's face. Skill, Dimension Dark Current. As the skill activated, the dimensional barrier around the phantom giant's palm began to crack. Swirling strands of black current gathered in a vortex at its palm. The giant slammed his palm down, channeling the dark currents. Tigris's skull instantly emitted a hissing sound. The relentless dark currents rapidly corroded the Titan's skull. In mere moments, over half of the 6th-tier Titan's skull was devoured. Durant released his grip, and the Titan, now with only the lower half of its face intact,
crashed heavily to the ground. Far away, Yifeng witnessed the scene and leapt to his feet in shock. Durant was only a 4th tier professional, a 4th tier practitioner, whose combat strength fell short of 6th tier, had used this skill to transform into a shadowy giant and single-handedly defeated a 6th tier titan, the bloodline of the Archon, the heir to the continent's foremost sect, truly beyond ordinary comprehension. After slaying Tigris with a single strike, Grant's expression darkened. That strike had drained him of hundreds of points of infinite attributes, leaving him feeling the sting of the loss. It would take an extremely long time to replenish those hundreds of points. At that very moment, Yi Nanqing's skill finally finished charging. With a casual wave of her hand, a white circular gate slowly opened. Yifeng watched the scene unfold, his expression one of utter disbelief. This is a summoner's spirit realm gate. But isn't Yi Nanqing a beast master? Durant remained far more composed. This was the signature skill of Yi Nanqing's father, its name unknown, but the Knights faction had witnessed its effect countless times. It could simulate the abilities of summoning-type professions. According to his father's speculation, Yi Nanqing's father must have used this simulation ability to dare challenge the 9th rank. Moments later, a 6th tier spirit realm creature, a Morning Weaver, emerged from the spirit realm gate. Once the Morning Weaver stepped out, the gate to the spirit realm could no longer hold and collapsed with a thunderous crash. A mere 6th tier weaver isn't enough to worry about, Durant remarked indifferently before immediately launching his attack. What would be the outcome of this battle? To learn what happens next, stay tuned. Until we meet again. This book's performance is too poor, I can't continue writing it. The end.